Chapter 1: How to Save Yourself When Surrounded by Cultists of an Evil God. Waiting online. The bright moon at midnight was obscured by dark clouds, and the countless stars dimmed their glow, quietly dotting the black curtain of the night. In Hangzhou, within an ordinary house, a sound of pain echoed. The 9th time. Lu Yu woke up from his sleep with a start, clutching his head and enduring the disorienting discomfort, murmuring along with the voice in his memory. The era of stars is no more. The apocalypse breaks through. The cage blood awakens the divine he-she. An intangible murmur echoed through the room, as if death had struck up a melody, and the dark mother goddess stretched out her hands to strangle one in her embrace. The memories from the dream were ultimately as fleeting as an epiphyllum, vanishing in a flash, and soon forgotten almost entirely. Lu Yu rubbed his temples and picked up a glass of water from the bedside table, draining it in one gulp. This was already the 9th time he had this nightmare. This nightmare wasn't the usual ghostly dream, but an indescribable terror, an unspeakable horror. The soft murmurs, the chanting like scriptures, these were the scenes in his dream. Dozens of strange figures wearing inverted triangle masks were carving eerie and sinister patterns, evoking a sense of nausea and discomfort just by looking at them. They seemed to be chanting a name, but after 9 consecutive dreams, Lu Yu still couldn't make out what name they were chanting. It was as if it were some kind of taboo. His intuition also told him that this was a very dangerous matter. After being startled awake by the nightmare, Lu Yu no longer felt sleepy. He got up, picked up his phone, opened a news app, intending to kill some time. All female students from a high school dormitory in Longan City have gone missing. The scene was left with only a pile of scattered clothes and splattered bloodstains, and all surveillance footage was destroyed. A cult performing rituals was discovered in a town in Beihai City, where the entire town's population was slaughtered as sacrifices, summoning the minions of an evil deity. The situation was finally suppressed by powerful members of the Special Division. Special reminder: avoid going into the wilderness recently. Message after message scrolled across the computer screen, the faint white light illuminating a delicate and handsome face. This world is truly dangerous. How much safer the previous life was. Lu Yu stared at the messages, unconsciously tightening his grip on the water glass in his hand, his gaze growing increasingly grave. He is a transmigrator, hailing from a blue planet. Although this world shares a modern setting vastly different from his previous life, it also harbors eerie magical creatures. They could be beasts, monsters, or even terrifying anomalies. These beings have existed in this world since ancient times, yet they plunder its resources and mercilessly devour human lives. Though humans possess intelligence, their bodies are exceedingly frail, unable to contend with these monsters. Fortunately, heaven never seals off all exits. The world witnessed the emergence of the first awakened individual, followed by a continuous influx of numerous awakened ones. Humanity gained the power to resist the anomalies. It was precisely because of this that pioneers, one after another, shed their blood and sacrificed their lives to expand territories, build towns, and keep all demons at bay outside the cities. They also established layers of defense systems, granting humanity the chance to thrive and multiply. This history made Lu Yu realize that the world he was in couldn't possibly be Earth, but rather an unknown world. If given the choice, he would definitely choose not to time travel. In his previous life, through sheer hard work and determination, he single-handedly amassed assets worth tens of millions. Though not considered a tycoon, it was more than enough to live a comfortable life as long as he didn't do anything reckless. Just as he was about to achieve financial freedom and start indulging in life's pleasures, he time traveled. That's right, just a blink of an eye, and he found himself in a whole new world. Starting as an orphan again, on hard mode. It's like finishing a game but forgetting to save, only to find your progress wiped clean. Not just that, but the world's difficulty has been cranked up to nightmare mode, and none of your gear carries over. Lu Yu just wants to be a lazy bum who eats and waits for death, not go on adventures in a world like this. Fortunately, with the 2 million inheritance left by his parents, Lu Yu managed to grow up safely without ending up in the wild feeding beasts or dabbling in deadly games like the Pen Spirit, Mirror Spirit, or Ouija board. Yet even while living such a stable life, he still encountered a nightmare. With that thought, Lu Yu walked to the window, hoping to relax by gazing at the night view. But as he peered through his own window, he saw into the neighboring room, where the curtains happened to be open, revealing several mysterious figures in black robes surrounded by eerie and sinister symbols. Followers of the evil god. And a whole group of them. Lu Yu couldn't help but think in his heart, damn it. No wonder I've been having nightmares every day lately. There's actually an evil god cult causing trouble nearby. I no longer dream of traveling through time to become an overpowered protagonist who dominates the world. I just want to live peacefully until my natural end. Why do you still come looking for trouble nearby? This is leaving no room for survival. Lu Yu recalled the news reports about the cultists of evil gods, those utterly inhumane beings who couldn't care less about how many lives were sacrificed. Moreover, their rituals inherently require vast amounts of lives and souls to please their deities and gain power. Wherever a cult of evil gods appears, it inevitably leads to corpses strewn across the land, with countless humans captured by these lunatics as sacrificial offerings. The thought of his idyllic life shattering and becoming one among those piles of corpses made Lu Yu's brow furrow involuntarily. As a youth capable of understanding core socialist values, such dangerous matters should be left to the special division to handle. Lu Yu wisely pulled out his phone. He was no reckless adventure-seeking protagonist from the movies, nor did he know if he even had the protagonist's halo to begin with. As a protagonist who values his life, he adheres to the principle that a wise man does not stand under a dangerous wall, firmly refusing to actively court death. Moreover, reporting the cult of evil gods could earn him a bounty ranging from 50 to 200,000. If he could get 100,000, he'd live comfortably for the next few years. Just as Lu Yu was about to make the call, a grand mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Initial task of detecting evil deity aura completed. Bizarre editing system binding in progress. Preliminary rewards being distributed. As the emotionless voice continued to sound, Lu Yu instantly realized this was the legendary system, and a surge of intense excitement welled up in his heart. I've waited 16 years for you, and you finally show up. What initial task completion? You never even issued any tasks in the first place. Lu Yu's urge to complain surged in his heart, but it was just a complaint. Now, finally, he had a golden finger, and he also had the ability to resist. With excitement, Lu Yu softly called out. System. A misty gray fog spread before his eyes, instantly covering the real world, as if he had arrived in an illusory and ethereal space. A pitch-black streak of light trailed sparks as it glided before his eyes, finally coming to a halt in front of Lu Yu and transforming into a bronze-colored treasure chest. The chest was adorned with intricate and luxurious patterns that shifted with the drifting gray mist, as if imprinting the world itself upon its surface. Open the treasure chest? Lu Yu nodded slightly, extending a finger to lightly touch the chest. The moment he made contact, it shattered into bronze-colored motes of light, revealing 5 items. A piece of pitch-black cloth, a cluster of blue light, fragments of a blade, a mass of burning black flames, and a broken pocket watch. This is... Lu Yu felt puzzled in his heart, while the system's emotionless mechanical voice sounded again. Randomly selected 5 basic materials from countless worlds. Host, please choose and combine materials to create your first subordinate monster. The growth potential of your dependents is determined by your combinations and edits, and you will acquire one innate ability of the monster, solidified as your own skill. Your hand is the chaotic hand that creates the bizarre. Chapter 2, The Monster Editor System. Edit monsters? Lu Yu looked at the 5 materials before him and asked in confusion. Am I supposed to select a few from these and combine or edit them? System, yes, you can choose a few or combine them entirely. Edit according to your thoughts, though editing doesn't inherently make them stronger. Their power is limitless only when aligned with your intent. As the system's prompt appeared, 5 material names and details materialized before Lu Yu's eyes. The blood-stained yellow cloth was called the Unknown Shroud. It originated from the corpse of an unnamed entity and, tainted by that being's blood, carried an ominous aura, granting eerie power. Direct contact with bare hands risked draining one's life force to death. Its rating, a 3-star material. All materials in the system have ratings, with a total of 10 stars. The higher the star rating, the greater its power and potential, or the more formidable its origin. Materials can be obtained by opening treasure chests rewarded from system tasks, or you can extract them directly from objects yourself. Just as humans can extract materials like souls and flesh, though there's a chance the extraction might fail. The blue light cluster is a pure soul, a treasure said to weigh only 21 grams in legend. After death, the soul ascends to heaven, attaining eternal happiness. That's just the Western perspective. In the East, souls must undergo the cycle of reincarnation through the 6 realms, endure the trials of the Yellow Spring River and the Naiha Bridge, and drink Granny Meng's soup to embark on a new life. However, regardless of which belief you follow, the soul remains shrouded in mystery. As for the fragments of the blade, they are merely remnants left after a weapons battle, rated 1 star, holding little significant value. The flame is known as Hellfire, an evil blaze originating from the underworld, imbued with potent corrosive and malevolent properties. It poses a terrifying threat to all living beings, rated 2.5 stars. On the contrary, the system's evaluation of the final pocket watch is somewhat vague. For Star's broken pocket watch, once worn by an unknown entity, this pocket watch carries a trace of time and shadow, elevating it beyond the mundane. However, it has also been tainted by the blood of an evil god, imbuing it with a power that can drive one to madness. A power that drives one to madness? Lu Yu gazed at the golden pocket watch floating in the air. Its hands moved slowly, appearing no different from an ordinary timepiece except for the eerie aura added by the dark red bloodstains. This pocket watch contains a trace of the power of time. In any world, time and space are the supreme laws. Whether it be the highest deities or invincible powerhouses, none can escape the erosion of time, all eventually reduced to mere grains of sand in the vast river of eternity. Although this pocket watch carries significant hidden dangers, Lu Yu pays it no mind. After all, since obtaining the monster editor system, he had come to understand that if he wanted to grow stronger, he would need to extract a vast amount of materials including countless powerful beings, monsters, and even those malevolent gods lurking beyond the world's crystal barriers. They were powerful, chaotic, and insane, and even a trace of their overflowing power could unleash madness and slaughter in his own world. Ha! Looks like life in the future won't be short of excitement. Seems like peaceful days are a thing of the past. Lu Yu let out a sigh. Though he was reflecting, there wasn't a hint of nostalgia on his face. Instead, he seemed somewhat exhilarated. He had long grown weary of this mediocre life. Step by step, he would ascend to the highest throne and become that eternal, forbidden existence. Lu Yu slowly extended his hands, gray currents surging with his movements, as if the sea god had raised his scepter, preparing to unleash a storm upon the ocean. A strange sensation surged in Lu Yu's heart. Vaguely, he seemed to feel as though he had grasped the laws of the world. Everything was now within his control. With a mere thought, 5 materials floated before him, emitting faint fluorescent light. The higher their rank, the brighter the glow they radiated. Editing a monster isn't simply about combining everything into a chaotic mishmash. While that approach isn't entirely impossible, according to the system's prompts, the more perfect the edited monster is, the stronger its innate talents will be, and the greater its growth potential becomes. In other words, as the creator, it's your responsibility to meticulously craft this monster. Editing isn't about brute force mixing for power, but about achieving infinite possibilities through your imagination. Lu Yu softly murmured the system's prompt, flicking his finger lightly to send the 1-star broken blade fragment flying away. This blade fragment might be combinable, but its essence is too low. Incorporating it would only diminish the monster's potential, bringing harm without any benefit. He was a man who pursued perfection and would never allow his first creation to bear such a glaring flaw. As for the pocket watch, Lu Yu chose to store it away as well. Such precious time power should be reserved for a suitable item. After completing these 2 tasks, Lu Yu gazed at the soul, flames, and the shroud of the mysterious corpse before him, and an idea had already formed in his mind. It was a monster that had appeared in a story he had read in his previous life. Hand of chaos, stir the order of fate. As if whispered by a deity, the entire gray space began to rotate. Traces of laws intertwined in Lu Yu's palm, and the 3 materials were also clenched in his hand. Be born, my first monster. Chapter 3, The Birth of the First Monster. Lu Yu stood in the gray space, like a deity or demon emerging from chaos, slowly delineating the boundary between life and death. With a casual wave of his hand, his sapphire-like soul shattered into countless points of light, gradually merging into the flames of hell. Snap! 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 It was like adding firewood to a blaze. The flames surged upward, and the terrifying high temperatures spread outward, as if intent on scorching everything to ashes. However, before the hellfire could spread, it was confined within a narrow space by a mysterious force. No matter how fiercely it struggled, it couldn't break free from this restraint. Lu Yu's gaze was indifferent. The yellow burial shroud fluttered in the wind at his will, swirling in the air as it slowly enveloped the flames. The yellow shroud slowly wrapped into a spherical shape, through which the fiercely burning black flames could be seen, colliding with the shroud and producing a mysterious transformation. Hiss! With a faint sound, the shroud-formed sphere began to change, dangling a yellow ribbon, while dark red blood started seeping from the fabric. With the appearance of this blood, an ominous aura emerged out of thin air, as if transforming into a terrifying demonic creature, ready to devour all life. Is this the blood of that unknown entity? The power to devour vitality is quite intriguing. It's just a pity that in the state of an edited monster, I am invincible. Lu Yu murmured softly as he observed the changes before him. He extended his index finger and gently traced it across the fabric, as if painting a picture. However, what he was painting was a monster that would terrify the world. The dark red blood transformed into paint at this moment, shifting with the movement of Lu Yu's finger, until it finally settled into a grotesque and terrifying crimson grin. The yellow spherical shroud also floated in the air, paired with that painted crimson smiley face, like a Halloween balloon vandalized by a painter. The moment Lu Yu stopped his fingers, a dark red halo appeared around the balloon, encircling it like a planetary ring. And the monster's data instantly surfaced in Lu Yu's mind. Fear balloon, 2-star. Ability, Intimidation. Innate soul intimidation, which will perform a mental deterrence on all creatures facing it. Those who fail will fall into endless fear, and even if they successfully resist the deterrence, their strength will still be weakened. Absorb aura can devour the vitality of surrounding lifeforms to heal oneself. Accumulating enough vitality allows for advancement. Hellfire Whip can summon a Hellfire Whip to lash opponents, imbued with the corrosive and dark power of Hellfire. Rating, Excellent, Average, Good, Excellent, Perfect, Supreme. Ding, the first edit of a monster has met or exceeded excellent standards, completing a system achievement. Reward, Skill Solidification. Count +1, 1/10 of the Fear Balloon's power. Please select the skill to solidify. Who knew there was an achievement system? A hint of joy flashed across Lu Yu's face. No one would ever complain about having too many skills, especially in this dangerous world. More skills meant a better chance of survival. Especially the absorption aura. It was practically a divine skill among divine skills, an aura-type ability. Not only is it convenient to activate, but it can also heal itself by devouring the vitality of living beings in advance by consuming vast amounts of energy. In theory, as long as one can contain enough vitality, rapid advancement to the pinnacle of this world is possible. Unfortunately, that's just an ideal scenario. The reality is preventing oneself from being overwhelmed by the endless influx of vitality. Even so, this ability has already brought Lu Yu immense delight. As for the system's second ability, Lu Yu pondered for a moment before making his decision and spoke directly. I choose to absorb the halo and the Hellfire Whip. This was the result of his careful consideration, as he needed to infiltrate the awakened class of this world, requiring abilities to serve as a stepping stone. The intimidation ability isn't bad, but it lacks sufficient self-defense capability. Wherever you are, strength is what speaks, and the Hellfire Whip happens to grant him this power while concealing the presence of the absorption aura, preparing a trump card for himself. As the words fell, two bronze-colored streaks of light emerged from the yellow fear balloon and darted into Lu Yu's body. A strange force merged deep within Lu Yu's soul, and these two skills felt as if they were innate to him, usable with just a thought. After solidifying the two skills, a surge of immense power erupted from within his body, causing Lu Yu's aura to continuously rise. Such formidable power. Lu Yu remained motionless with his eyes closed, but the surge in his strength released a shockwave from his body, instantly shattering a cup several meters away. If just 1/10 of this power is so overwhelming, how terrifying must the fear balloon's true strength be? And what awakening stage have I reached now? Lu Yu's mind was filled with confusion. Although he had previously learned some information about awakened individuals, the crucial details had been erased. He didn't know what stage of awakening he had reached, nor could he gauge the fear balloon's level of power. Yet he felt that this power within him definitely wouldn't be the weakling type. Creating outstanding standard monsters could grant him 1/10 of their power, and this was just a 2-star fear balloon. What if it were higher-starred monsters? Thinking of those monster designs capable of devouring galaxies and reversing time, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel excited. Though it's only 1/10, accumulating enough could turn an ant into a world-ending demon dragon. And this 1/10 comes exclusively from these top-tier and formidable monsters. If excellence is 1/10, then how much is obtained at the perfect and supreme levels? 1/5? 1/3? Or perhaps all of it? As long as he keeps creating monsters of exceptional quality, he can rapidly grow stronger through their power, eventually becoming one of the world's top-tier elites. This is practically cheating. Lu Yu sighed inwardly, but he had no qualms about becoming a cheater himself because the feeling was simply too exhilarating. As the monster editing concluded, the gray mist dissipated and the fear balloon floated up to the ceiling, emitting eerie, infant-like babbling sounds. It began to dance freely in the air, eagerly exploring this newborn world. It feels like raising an endlessly curious little kitten. Lu Yu couldn't help but mutter in resignation, making no attempt to stop the fear balloon from exploring the world. After all, aside from the monster editing system, it was his greatest trump card. Thud. 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 Just as Lu Yu was deep in thought, a rhythmic knocking sound suddenly came from behind, as if someone was at the door. But Lu Yu's eyes widened, a bead of cold sweat formed on his forehead, and his heart began to race. Because he's on the 7th floor here, and behind him is a glass window. How could there possibly be someone? Chapter 4, The Twisted Shadow. The Sacrifice to the Evil God. Lu Yu turned his head, but looking through the glass, there was only a pitch-black night sky, nothing else. Was I hearing things? Or was it just a bird? But birds hitting the glass wouldn't make such rhythmic tapping sounds. Or is it something unclean paying a visit? Lu Yu's heart was filled with various doubts. If something unclean came knocking, he might actually be excited. That's right. Excited. Because of the monster editing system, he could extract materials from all things in the world provided they didn't resist. And with these materials, he could edit one monster after another, thereby acquiring their talents. Even a loser, blessed with so many talents, can climb the path to ultimate strength. Moreover, Lu Yu never considered himself a loser. In his previous life, though an orphan, he had amassed tens of millions in assets through his own efforts. Now, with the aid of an even more powerful system in this life, he is naturally poised to ride the wind and soar 90,000 miles with a single flap of his wings. Snap! Just as he was pondering, the eerie sound rang out again, and a clump of black hair descended, growing thicker and thicker. Is this Sadako coming out? Never heard she ditched TVs. Guess it's time to change the glass. This path's getting narrow. Lu Yu muttered a complaint, stepping back while mentally commanding the fear balloon to stay afloat near the ceiling without moving. Eek! The fear balloon froze for a moment, a puzzled expression appearing on its ferocious face, as if it didn't understand why its supreme master wouldn't let it move around freely. Nevertheless, it obediently floated in the air, and to prevent itself from swaying with the wind, it lifted its drooping yellow ribbon, wrapped it around the ceiling chandelier, and tied a neat bow. After completing this task, it looked happily at Lu Yu, seemingly waiting for his praise. What a silly fool! Lu Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes, and his nervousness instantly dissipated quite a bit. What was supposed to be a perfectly good horror atmosphere was completely ruined by the fear balloon, making it impossible to feel scared. Show some respect for that long-haired ghost outside, it has its dignity too. Snap! A hand appeared outside the window, slapping against the glass, and this was only the beginning. Thud! 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 More and more hands slammed against the glass, dark red blood oozing from between the fingers, sliding down the glass and leaving behind streaks of crimson. And the ghost outside began to slowly descend, revealing its true form. He had a human head, with the face of a man, but his hair resembled seaweed dredged from water, cascading down his shoulders. If that were all, it wouldn't be so bad, but his lower body was a massive fleshy sphere, from which sprouted 8 arms, making him look exactly like a spider. These 8 arms functioned like legs, with an eerie adhesive ability, allowing him to cling to the walls. What kind of monstrosity is this? A human spider? How utterly revolting. Luyu couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea at the sight of this creature, not out of fear, but simply a normal reaction to witnessing such a grotesquely distorted form. The thing looked exactly like a spider draped in human skin. Disgusting. Outside the window, the spider-like monster swayed its head, its pitch-black eyes peering through the glass at Luyu inside. Then it opened its insect-like mouthparts and emitted a hoarse, guttural voice. Was it you just now, spying on our ritual for the spider god, you lowly and despicable inferior creature? A ritual? Inferior creature? Are you a follower of an evil god? Luyu suddenly realized that the figure before him was neither the ghost nor the monster he had imagined. Instead, it was a follower of the evil god he had just seen. He hadn't expected them to be so vigilant, tracking him down so quickly. The one before us is clearly a twisted subordinate of the evil god, corrupted by its malevolent power. Perhaps it can't even be called a subordinate. They have completely abandoned the concept of humanity, forsaking human dignity, emotions, and memories, becoming nothing more than slaves to the evil god. Luyu had once purchased some travelogues that recorded numerous accounts of evil god rituals, and the monster before him was unmistakably a product of such a ceremony. Judging by the extent of its mutation, combined with its mention of the spider god, once it grows 8 more single eyes, it will fully transform into a spider, spinning webs across the city to hunt down every last human. Evil god? The spider monster's human face showed a hint of displeasure as it spoke in a fanatical tone. No, that esteemed one is no evil god. Lord Idlachnacha is a noble and benevolent deity, dwelling in the land of dreams, merciful and all-loving, possessing the most beautiful form in all existence. How could you lowly humans ever comprehend his greatness? He weaves a great bridge between dreams and reality. Once the weaving is complete, he shall descend, and paradise will come. As the excitement grew, the spider monster's face twisted even more grotesquely, its flesh suddenly splitting apart to reveal a new eye, with a pupil like that of an insect. Its gaze fixed on Luyu, it let out a sinister and terrifying growl. I had planned to wait until tomorrow to act, but since you've witnessed our ritual, I'll make you the offering a sacrifice to our great lord. As it spoke, it raised its 2 forelimbs, indistinguishable from arms, and struck down with brutal force. Chapter 5, Rare Materials Explosion. The city shrouded in spider shadows. Crack! With the sound of shattering glass, countless shards flew everywhere as a twisted monster burst into the room. Its terrifying single eye fixed tightly on Luyu standing at the doorway, emitting a hoarse voice. Tremble in fear. Wail in despair. This is the gap between lowly humans and superior beings. I will slowly chew and crush you, swallowing you into my stomach to make you a part of me. This is your honor. The spider monster spoke while staring at Luyu, eager to see a look of panic on his face. The thrill of toying with its prey was utterly addictive. But unfortunately, Luyu showed not a trace of panic on his face. He merely frowned and said impatiently, "Are you done talking? Even after turning into an ugly spider, you still brag so much. If I put a bamboo copter on your head, wouldn't you just fly straight out of the atmosphere?" Luyu's tone was calm, but the disdain in his words was unmistakable, infuriating the spider monster, which roared angrily. A lowly human dares to spout such nonsense. I'll tear you apart and chew you up piece by piece. With that, the spider monster scurried forward on all 8 legs in a twisted motion, its grotesque maw gaping wide, ready to bite Luyu's head clean off. After being infected, I'm indeed becoming more and more like a beast. I wonder if the minions of those evil gods are the same. Luyu commented a few words, then slowly raised his arm. A terrifying high temperature began to spread from his palm. Hellfire whip. As his thoughts shifted, scattered black flames appeared in the air, rapidly forming into a long black fire whip that he grasped in his hand. The flame whip possessed scorching heat capable of reducing a person to ashes, yet in Luyu's hands, it was like a docile kitten, quietly awaiting its master's caress. Interesting. Luyu let out a light chuckle, raised his arm, and suddenly lashed out with the whip in his hand. Crack! The sound of whipping echoed as a black flame whip extended forth, like a black long sword, slashing down fiercely under the terrified gaze of the spider monster. Crack! The twisted spider body split down the middle, struck by the power of the hellfire whip, and was violently slammed against the wall. Dark green blood continuously seeped from the wound, but it was ignited by the hellfire, unable to drip onto the floor. This is the power of hellfire, corrosive and scorching, devouring all life. The spider monster's lower body was severed at the waist, and its remaining upper half widened its eyes in disbelief, uttering, Awakening. Before it could finish speaking, the spider monster's head was engulfed by the pitch-black hellfire. Like losing all moisture, it rapidly withered and turned into a pile of ashes scattered on the ground. The ability of hellfire is quite convenient, even comes with a cleaning function. A must-have skill for killing and arson. Luyu stroked his chin, quite satisfied with this skill, and he had just activated the absorption aura. A blood-red halo appeared around his body. As the spider monster died, the halo shimmered slightly, generating a strange suction force. A surge of dense life energy emerged from the corpse and flowed into his body, quickly replenishing the energy he had consumed by using the hellfire whip. The excess energy also merged into his body, enhancing his physical condition. It was just like earning experience points from killing monsters in an online game. His strength increased slightly. Was this tempting him to walk the path of devouring others and become the Slaughter Emperor? Luyu clenched his fist, able to sense the subtle changes in his body. The absorption aura truly was a divine skill. He had no qualms about devouring his enemy's flesh and blood to grow stronger, but relentlessly pursuing power through slaughter could easily twist his mind. He is not meant to be a puppet driven by power, but the one who controls it. Luyu approached the corpse of the spider monster, reached out his hand, and whispered, "Extract material." A white halo spread out, swiftly sweeping over the spider monster's not yet fully charred corpse, extracting a white orb of light. Twisted spider poison sac rare, a believer mutated by the aura of an evil god, transformed into a spider monster. A rare few spiders develop twisted poison sacs, which possess potent toxicity and paralysis properties, capable of inflicting bleeding and paralysis effects. Rating, 1 star. This turned out to be a rare monster, and it even dropped such a powerful poison sac. Luckily, I wasn't close enough to it earlier, otherwise, it could have been dangerous. Luyu exclaimed excitedly as he stored the material in the system's inventory. This was truly a precious find. For someone who only had 2 materials so far, this felt like a stroke of incredible luck. I just wanted to kill the spider monsters, but I never expected to extract rare materials from them. If I could gather a few more rare poison sac materials, I might be able to create monsters like the toxic abomination, the corrosive hydra, or even the 9-headed Shangliu. Anything poison related. As long as my imagination is wild enough, any monster can be brought to life. Now, in Luyu's eyes, those spiders are nothing more than walking treasure chests, easy to defeat, yet yielding high-quality materials. They're practically free points. To craft a monster of excellent grade or higher, a single poison sac definitely won't be enough. I'll need to collect some more powerful materials. Snap! Just as Luyu was deep in thought, the sound of crawling grew increasingly louder outside the window, accompanied by the desperate cries and wails of numerous people. Luyu followed the noise to the window and peered through the glass, witnessing a horrifying scene. The once towering cityscape was now shrouded in black smoke, with white spider silk connecting building to building, as twisted spider-like creatures scuttled across the webs. "Help me, I don't want to die. Spare me. I still have a wife and children." A spider monster, clutching a middle-aged man in a suit, arrived before the enormous white web stretched between buildings. Ignoring his pleas, it flung him forcefully onto the web, where he stuck fast. What is this? Why would such a giant spider invade the city? Where are the special division agents? Someone, save me. Stuck on the web, the middle-aged man struggled futilely against the unyielding grip, his terror mounting as he screamed desperately for help. Chapter 6, A Dark and Windy Night for Monster Hunting. But the spider monster showed no interest in his shouts. It opened its mouth full of feeding appendages and spat out a mass of white silk, quickly wrapping him into a large cocoon. Just like prey insects, he would be dissolved by the toxins in the cocoon before being devoured by these spiders. Help! Why hasn't the army arrived yet? Where are the special division people? I don't want to die. Don't take my child away. On the ground, large numbers of people began fleeing, but these spider monsters moved swiftly, easily catching up to them. The terrifying mouthparts of the spider monsters pierced into these people's bodies. After injecting toxins, their resistance visibly weakened, and they began showing signs of drowsiness, as if about to fall into eternal sleep. They carried these people onto the spiderweb, wrapping them into large cocoons with silk, creating a shocking scene. Dozens of white cocoons clung to the spiderweb, with a few still constantly shifting in shape, as if those trapped inside were struggling but unable to break free from the silk. From a distance, the scene resembled a series of illustrations drawn by a horror artist, eerie and spine-chilling. Only at this moment did Luyu deeply realize the frailty of humanity, utterly reduced to prey for those monsters, completely at their mercy. The cruel side of this world was fully revealed before him, making him realize that this world was no game. People could die here. I remember there should be defense systems in the city. Why haven't these monsters triggered any counterattacks despite causing such destruction? Luyu was puzzled. After all, the reason humans in this world could live peacefully was entirely due to the powerful defense systems constructed within the cities, which kept these foreign demons at bay and allowed humanity to thrive. But now, it seemed the defense systems had encountered some uncontrollable issues and were already in a semi-paralyzed state. At this thought, Luyu looked at the humans being preyed upon by the spider monsters, and a surge of anger began to grow in his heart. Lu Yu's gaze turned toward the sacrificial chamber he had seen earlier, where the eerie glow had intensified. The purple light resembled a demonic creature from the abyss, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Moreover, as more and more people were wrapped into large cocoons by the spider silk, the glow grew brighter, and the sense of malevolence became increasingly overwhelming. Was this also part of the ritual? Lu Yu realized that the reason these spiders didn't directly consume their prey was likely to offer sacrifices to the spider god residing in the land of illusions, praying for its blessings. If allowed to continue, what might emerge next could very well be the minions of the evil god, or even an avatar of the evil god. The true form of the evil god is virtually impossible to appear. They do not exist in this world and are rejected by it, unable to enter directly. Unless the entire city is sacrificed at once, it's hard to catch their attention. However, if these spiders continue their sacrifices, they might attract high-level monsters, potentially leading to the destruction of the entire city. Therefore, Lu Yu had to intervene. But he wasn't acting recklessly out of blind passion. He dared to step in because he had his own confidence and backing. Come down, fear balloon. Lu Yu's soft call instantly stirred the motionless yellow balloon floating near the ceiling. The ferocious face painted on it adopted an ingratiating expression as it swiftly descended. Glancing behind fear balloon, Lu Yu urgently shouted, "Wait!" But it was over. The fear balloon had clearly forgotten that it had previously tied its dangling ribbons to the chandelier to avoid moving around. Such violent movements naturally yanked the chandelier right off. Bang! The massive chandelier, along with several chunks of stone, came crashing down. The sheer weight dragged the fear balloon along, pulling it to the ground. Eek! Eek! The frightened balloon screamed in panic as it fell to the ground, seemingly unable to comprehend what was happening before its eyes. This silly roe deer. Lu Yu rolled his eyes, deeply skeptical of the monster he had created before him. Was this creature really a two-star monster? Could it be a husky in disguise? But Lu Yu was just daydreaming. After all, that spider monster wasn't even a one-star entity, so what kind of power would a two-star fear balloon possess? His hellfire whip also originated from the fear balloon. If the fear balloon itself were to wield it, what different effects might emerge? Lu Yu untied the ribbon of the fear balloon, and it slowly floated into the air. Its demeanor visibly calm, and it began circling around Lu Yu repeatedly, much like a puppy seeking its owner's affection. The corner of Lu Yu's mouth twitched slightly, though his face remained as composed as ever. He gazed at the fear balloon and said, "Little Seven, you're a two-star monster. You need to be more reserved, more stylish." Little Seven was the name Lu Yu gave it, derived from the homophone of balloon, which is chi. Little Seven's ferocious human-like face showed a puzzled expression, seemingly unable to comprehend Lu Yu's meaning, but that didn't stop it from displaying excitement. Whatever the master says is right. Lu Yu looked at the excited balloon and smiled faintly, then retrieved a faceless mask he had bought earlier from his room and put it on. Gazing at the emotionless masked figure in the mirror, Lu Yu whispered softly, "No matter what kind of evil god you are, this is human territory. You'd better crawl back to where you came from." Holding the yellow ribbon dangling from the dazed fear balloon beside him, Lu Yu walked forward and said, "Shao-Chi, let's go hunt monsters for materials." Chapter 7, Little Spider, you and your master have crossed the line. In the city. Boom! 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 The sounds of intense gunfire echoed as dozens of soldiers clad in black uniforms aimed their firearms at the spider-like monsters and pulled the triggers. Blue flames erupted from the muzzles, and specially crafted metal bullets tore through the air toward the creatures. Bang! The fierce gunfire became the only symphony on the battlefield, bloody and brutal. But their guns, though fast, were matched by the speed of these spider monsters, which swiftly dodged behind ruins and wrecked cars, bending their bodies to evade the hail of bullets. "Damn it, go die!" A soldier, seeing this, roared in fury, gripping his weapon tightly, wishing he could turn these man-eating monsters into sieves. However, apart from one or two spider monsters that failed to find cover and were shot through, the rest of the spiders had hidden themselves, leaving the entire battlefield eerily silent. This dark curtain seemed like a jest from the goddess of night, creating the perfect hunting environment for these spider monsters. After all, humans don't have night vision. A soldier advanced slowly, gripping his firearm tightly, eyes scanning the surroundings warily, vigilant against any sudden attack from spider-like monsters. At that very moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Watch your head! Above!" The soldier jerked his head up and saw a massive dark shadow descending from the sky. Before he could raise his gun to fire, the figure opened its mouth and spat out a thick, sticky web of white silk that completely enveloped him, tightly binding his body and rendering him immobile. "I can't move." Before he could finish speaking, the ambushing spider monster extended its sharp forelimbs and swung violently, head and body separated. The soldier's head rolled to the side of his still web-bound corpse, eyes wide with terror and shock. "Watch out for aerial attacks." The commander shouted in haste, but it was already too late. One after another, spiders fell from the sky like the sides of death descending upon the mortal world, relentlessly reaping the lives of the soldiers. "Damn it!" The commander clenched his fists, and tiny streams of water materialized around his body, eventually forming a water arrow that shot forward at high speed. He is also an awakener, albeit only at the 5th tier, but that's enough to deal with ordinary spider monsters. Whoosh! The water arrow whistled past, piercing straight through the head of a spider poised to decapitate a soldier, its terrifying body collapsing with a thunderous crash. Everyone, defend and retreat. Don't stay too close to these tall building walls. The terrain here gives the spiders too much advantage. The commander began directing the soldiers to fall back, just as several more awakened ones skilled in wind, fire, and earth elements arrived. Slashing wind blades. Blazing spear. Earth spike. Like a scene from a fantasy movie, several awakened individuals worked together. Though they couldn't directly kill these spider monsters, they at least managed to hold their ground. With the cooperation of these awakened individuals, the pressure on the soldiers' side noticeably eased, and the commander couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But just as he was feeling relieved, a massive black shadow descended from the sky. A power-type awakened one had no time to react before his body was pierced and suspended in midair. A 3-meter-tall giant spider monster appeared, casually lifting the awakened one with its commissary and placing him into its mouth to chew. It looked different from the other spider monsters, its body covered in thick black insect-like carapace that gleamed coldly under the light. After its appearance, all the spider monsters hidden in the darkness emerged, bowing before it as if paying homage to their king. What is this? Everyone was shocked. That was a 4th-tier awakened power user, yet he was killed in a single encounter, and they didn't even get a clear look at this giant spider. Several awakened individuals fearfully stepped back. They were only supposed to be clearing out some killer spiders. How could such a terrifying monster appear? The commander was also terrified, but when he thought of the other ordinary people in the city, he knew that if he retreated, they would all be doomed. So he took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Open fire! Thud! The friction between bullets and the air produced that unique scent of the battlefield, intense and bloody. Hundreds of bullets rained down like arrows, striking the giant spider's carapace. Ding! Sparks flew as bullets struck the carapace, leaving streaks of white marks, yet failed to penetrate. How is this possible? The commander was shocked, but his extensive combat experience kept him from panicking. He swiftly condensed a water arrow and launched it, while the other awakened ones simultaneously unleashed their attacks. A torrent of elemental forces intertwined in the air, forming a terrifying killing blow. Even a massive boulder would be reduced to rubble under such power. But the giant spider monster merely chewed the food in its mouth, watching the barrage of attacks in the sky, a trace of disdain flashing in its 8 single eyes. It slowly raised its commissary and casually swung them. Boom! All the elements in the sky were shattered by those black forelimbs, scattering into specks of light. Along with them, humanity's confidence was also shattered. How can it be so powerful? Isn't this just an ordinary spider cultist? What kind of monster is this guy? I don't want to die. It seems the people's fear has piqued the interest of this spider monster. It bared its hideous maw and spoke in a hoarse voice. I am the priest of the spider god, Gusa. Offering the lives of you awakened ones in this city as sacrifices to please the great Lord Adlachnacha will surely earn me the reward of ascending to the Morning Star. A Morning Star demon? The commander's eyes widened, his teeth involuntarily chattering. It must be known that awakened ones are divided into 9 tiers, and beyond that lies the Morning Star level. Once one reaches the Morning Star level, they initially possess power akin to that of legends. Not only can they mobilize the vast energy of the world, but sheer numbers alone can no longer pose a threat to them. This is the legendary invincible against 10,000. And once a monster ascends to the Morning Star level, it becomes even more terrifying. With its powerful physique and tough hide, even 100,000 people would struggle to wear it down. Only through bombardment with powerful thermal weapons is there a chance to kill it. But Morning Star level beings are not sitting ducks waiting to die. Their terrifying speed of movement will be a nightmare for all of humanity. The city is doomed. A monster is actually about to ascend to Morning Star level. The commander collapsed to the ground, utterly unable to fathom that the birth of a Morning Star level monster would occur in the very city he was sworn to protect. To make matters worse, the city's only Morning Star ranked major general had taken all elite forces to subjugate a powerful fiend nearby, leaving no awakened beings of 9th tier or above to stop this monster. In other words, its ascension ritual is destined to succeed. The commander relayed the message to the others, informing them to evacuate the city, for with the monster on the verge of ascending to Morning Star present, staying would only mean waiting for death unless the general and his forces returned. He took out a pocket watch from his chest and held it in his hand. Opening it revealed a photograph of a man in military uniform and a little boy wearing a military cap. My son, your father cannot watch you grow up, but I will not retreat. I will stand firm in my duty to protect the civilians in this city. As the commander spoke, he stood up and conjured another water arrow, firing it only for the spider monster to effortlessly shatter it, responding with nothing but mockery. Arrogant humans. Suppressing the rising fear in his heart, the commander raised his head to look at this monster on the verge of ascension and sneered coldly. We humans may be weak, and I, Zhou Zhang, am merely an ordinary officer. But even so, I am 10,000 times better than a creature like you, who has abandoned human dignity to become this grotesque abomination. Even if you kill me today, you are destined to be hunted down by the mighty warriors of our human race. To be born human, this is my pride. The heavens roar, and humanity shall endure forever. What disgusting words! Humans should just obediently serve as food. The spider priest's 8 eyes burned with intense disgust, clearly infuriated by Commander Zhou Zhang's words. Thud! The enormous spider body moved forward like a colossal war chariot, ready to crush everything in its path. It had no intention of continuing this conversation. It would offer these awakened ones as sacrificial appetizers, then sacrifice the entire city's population to ascend to Morningstar, perhaps even reach for that higher realm of power, the immortality beyond mortality. Zhou Zhang watched the charging spider priest, took a deep breath, and pulled out a grenade, ready to perish together with it. Just as he was about to pull the pin, a calm male voice rang out. Little spider, you and your master have crossed the line. Chapter 8, The One Forgotten by the World. With the sound of the voice, everyone turned to look in its direction. Under the pitch-black night sky and the bright crescent moon, a figure emerged from the corner of the street, stepping out of the darkness as if walking through an uninhabited land. Clad entirely in black, he wore a faceless mask and held a yellow balloon in his hand, adorned with childlike scribbles that seemed slightly eerie, as if he had just returned from a masquerade ball. But through the mask, a pair of indifferent eyes could be seen, like those of a deity, gazing down upon the earth. The sudden change left everyone stunned. Even the spider priest halted its steps. It crushed a small car blocking its path, raised its increasingly distorted head, and fixed its 8 eyes intently on the figure, growling in a deep voice. Who are you? The masked man's gaze was calm as he spoke indifferently. Let your master behind you come and ask instead. You're not qualified. This person was naturally Lu Yu, who had just arrived. He examined the dozens of spiders on the ground, his eyes nearly gleaming. These are all materials. Even if the drop rate is 1 in 10, it should still yield several poison sacs. Moreover, this spider priest is clearly much stronger than the rare monsters encountered before, so it should definitely drop better materials. To avoid revealing his identity, Lu Yu decided to disguise himself as an ancient powerhouse, thereby misleading everyone's perception. After all, he still doesn't understand the top-tier structure of this extraordinary world and whether it harbors hostility toward him, the lord of monster creation. Keeping a low profile is always the right approach, and besides, one must never casually reveal names. This is a world with evil gods. Although his name has been used across 2 worlds, who can guarantee these malevolent deities won't employ some name targeting dark magic? Therefore, caution must always be exercised. The spider priest froze for a moment upon hearing Lu Yu's words, then erupted in fury. What arrogance is this? Is he implying that he is an eternal deity akin to the spider god? Only a deity would be worthy of hearing his name? Arrogant fool! Do you think your bluster will frighten me? How dare a lowly creature like you compare yourself to the great spider god? The spider priest spread its mandibles and straightened up to glare at the figure wearing the faceless mask. Its beastly senses detected not a trace of power emanating from this individual. In other words, this guy is most likely just a bluff used by humans. As a former human who abandoned his lowly and inferior human identity to become a noble spider priest, he naturally knew that humans were always adept at scheming, and now was no exception. Such foolish thinking, no wonder he turned into a bug. His brain clearly isn't up to the task. Lu Yu murmured softly, his tone calm yet causing the spider priest's hideous face to twist even more grotesquely. No curses, no anger, but this contemptuous attitude infuriated the spider priest to the extreme. The spider priest extended its 2 caliceri and swung them down violently, slicing the already flattened car in front of it into multiple pieces. The exploded metal fragments flew everywhere, embedding themselves into the surrounding walls. After the mutation, its originally human rationality dwindled, while the madness of a beast began to dominate its mind, making it more prone to fits of rage and an insatiable craving for flesh and blood. Upon hearing Lu Yu's taunts, it no longer wanted to waste time with these humans. It intended to sacrifice this entire city, hoping to receive the favor of the great spider god and become a true chosen one, ascending to the morning star rank or even higher. Then, it could establish the spider kingdom in the human world, freely feasting on flesh and blood, instead of hiding like this. At this thought, the spider priest's 8 single eyes spun wildly as it shouted excitedly. Devour this guy for me! As its command echoed, the 8 spiders that had been lurking nearby all leaped from the darkness, opening their sharp and terrifying mouthparts as they pounced toward Lu Yu. The spider priest also dashes forward before leaping into the air, raising its sharp caliceri, which are coated with a terrifying black edge, seemingly capable of slicing everything into pieces. Unlike those other monsters, it always delivers a fatal blow to its prey, leaving no chance for any counterattack. Be careful! The commander shouted a warning, but then realized this was a creature nearing the level of a morning star. What use was a warning? The outcome would still be the same, death. This mysterious person probably intended to scare the opponent away, but was seen through by the spider priest. Indeed, someone without any trace of power fluctuations could never impersonate those powerful figures. It's over, everything is over. This thought emerged in everyone's mind, and some couldn't bear to witness Lu Yu's impending tragedy, instinctively closing their eyes. Human fear and despair are revealed at this moment. Naturally, the spider priest sensed these emotions. Watching Lu Yu standing motionless, it laughed maniacally. Die! Lu Yu raised his head and looked at the spiders lunging toward him. To be honest, it was impossible not to panic. His heartbeat had already quickened considerably. After all, this was the first time in his life facing such a large-scale monster attack, and it happened right when he was showing off. He almost wanted to take a photo to commemorate the moment. Though, it's unlikely any photographer would dare to snap pictures in this situation. But the reason he dared to come here was because he had his own confidence. Thinking of this, a faint smile curled beneath Lu Yu's mask as he loosened the yellow ribbon in his hand, murmuring softly in his heart. Fear balloon, activate the absorption aura. Ding! Naturally, the fear balloon didn't lag behind. The patterns on the balloon lit up, and a crimson ring expanded, enveloping Lu Yu in the fear balloon, rapidly growing in size. Boom! At that moment, terrifying magical energy surged skyward, instantly dispersing the dark clouds overhead. Like a nuclear explosion, it unleashed a horrifying shockwave that roared in all directions. The approaching spiders, including the spider priestess, were all sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground and tumbling several times. Even the humans in the distance felt this surge of magic and continuously retreated. Some of the weaker ones even collapsed to the ground as their legs gave way, while the remaining spider monsters that hadn't yet approached began trembling uncontrollably. This is the power of a 2-star monster, the fear balloon. The commander widened his eyes and said with a trembling voice, This power is Morning Star. The spider priest screamed shrilly, its voice thick with terror and disbelief, as it began to retreat uncontrollably, its 8 legs failing to maintain balance. Countless thoughts raced through its mind. Though it didn't understand why a Morning Star-level entity had suddenly appeared, it knew its plan had failed, so it had to flee. Run! Run as far as you can! I haven't become a Morning Star monster yet, I can't die. With this thought, the spider priest showed no hesitation, completely disregarding the rest of its subordinates, turned around, and began running backward, its 8 legs proving immensely useful at this moment. But since Lu Yu had already arrived, how could he possibly let it escape? Without a word, Lu Yu gave the fear balloon a squeeze, urging it not to slack off. The balloon of fear did not disappoint him either. With the support of immense magical power, the crimson halo rapidly expanded, floating into the sky. From a distance, it looked like a blood-red moon hanging in the heavens. The enormous blood moon resembled a terrifying beast opening its eyes, beginning to select its prey. Hiss! All the spider monsters within the range emitted wisps of crimson mist from their bodies, which were then drawn out and absorbed into the blood moon in the sky. At the moment the bloody mist was drawn away, the bodies of these spider monsters began to rapidly wither, like trees deprived of moisture, turning into shriveled corpses. The spider priest was terrified upon seeing this scene, but when it tried to keep running, it suddenly found its body had lost all strength. Looking down, it saw its lower half had already withered. Unable to exert force while sprinting, its body twisted and collapsed to the ground. It could feel the life force within its body being continuously drained away, yet it was utterly powerless to resist. It widened all 8 of its eyes, yet it couldn't resist in any way. It could only watch helplessly as all its life force was drained away, letting out a final cry. I refuse to accept this. Thud! As the last spider priest fell, all the spider monsters were slain, their life force completely drained, turning into desiccated corpses. What kind of power is this? The group of humans led by the commander widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene before them. The once mighty and rampaging demonic spider had been effortlessly slain within the mysterious aura casually released by this enigmatic figure. Yet, this spectacle bore an uncanny resemblance to the descent of some malevolent deity. Could it truly be the awakening of an ancient evil god? A thought flashed through the commander's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. How could an evil god come to save ordinary people like them? The one before them must undoubtedly be a powerful human. Yes, absolutely, just with some peculiar abilities, that's all. Lu Yu naturally had no idea what these people were thinking, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. He slowly walked forward, arriving before the spider monster, looking down at the creature whose 8 compound eyes had already shriveled, and calmly said, Cross the line, and you must accept punishment. With that, he lightly tapped his finger, and the spider priest's corpse shattered into pieces. A light invisible to human eyes was grasped in his hand as he slowly turned and walked away. With every step he took past a spider monster, another corpse crumbled into ashes. Occasionally, a faint glow would rise from 1 or 2 spiders, as if in reverence to his departure. This scene, witnessed by human eyes, deeply shocked them, and the commander quickly reacted, shouting urgently, May I ask who you are, sir? Who am I? Lu Yu casually stored the materials into his inventory, lost in thought. He had a favorable impression of this commander. Perhaps accessing the supernatural world in the future would require their channels. In that case, why not further deepen the disguise and keep it as a future alias? Lu Yu pondered for a moment, quickly forming an idea. He then continued leading the fear balloon forward without turning his head, saying, "A person forgotten by the world." As he spoke, clusters of hellfire began to burn around his body. The black flames merged with the darkness, causing his figure to vanish without a trace, leaving only the destroyed corpses of spiders scattered on the ground. Chapter 9, A Taboo Existence Awakening from the River of Time? Forgotten by the world. The commander froze upon hearing these words. Why would someone be forgotten by the world? The world isn't a person. How could it possibly remember someone's name? Does he mean that he had unparalleled glory in a previous era? But I've never heard of any powerful figure wearing a faceless mask before. Could it originate from an even more ancient time? How many ages have passed? No matter how ancient, it should have vanished into the river of time by now. We survived. The remaining survivors looked at the spider corpses littering the ground and couldn't help but let out sighs of relief. They had thought they were about to become food for these twisted spiders, but then a mysterious powerhouse suddenly appeared and wiped out all the monsters. Though the stranger's abilities were bizarre and terrifying, abilities don't define character. No matter how sinister the power, it's still wielded by a person. A burly man exhaled and said, "Finally, I don't have to die anymore." That was really terrifying. An excited young female awakener exclaimed, "From now on, he's my idol. I'm going to become the wife of such a powerful person in the future." Her best friend beside her couldn't help but tease, "You must be dreaming if you think a powerhouse like him would lack women. Even if you offered yourself up, he wouldn't even glance your way. Ah, Li Tongtong, you always undermine me. I'm going to beat you into submission. Yuan Jing, I'm not afraid of you. You've never beaten me in a fight." The girl immediately flared up and started roughhousing with her best friend beside her. The other survivors couldn't help but smile at the scene. It's truly wonderful that everyone is alive. However, while some worship, others naturally raise questions. Why would this mysterious powerhouse be holding a balloon? The previously discussing crowd suddenly fell silent. Why would such a powerful figure carry a toy like a balloon? Do all strong individuals have some peculiar habits? The commander also wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile, "Perhaps it's some kind of commemorative item." The others nodded, not ruling out this possibility. The young girl named Li Tongtong voiced her speculation. "Perhaps he's taking it home for the kids, warm-hearted and capable, the perfect man. I really want to see what he looks like under that mask." As they were discussing, a sudden presence emerged behind the commander, but before he could turn around, a figure appeared by his side. "Has the evil god's ritual ended?" A deep, resonant voice sounded. It belonged to a tall, middle-aged man with a square face, dressed in dark green military uniform. His speech was slow and measured, yet carried an overwhelming confidence. Everyone straightened their posture upon seeing him and respectfully greeted, "Colonel Li." This square-faced man was none other than Li Xian, the strongest warrior in Hangzhou, a Morningstar-level existence, a legendary figure capable of defeating 10,000 foes. In this world where power reigns supreme, a single Morningstar-level powerhouse, as long as they are not restrained by someone of the same level and can breach a city's defense system, can effortlessly destroy an ordinary city. And the Colonel Li Xian before us is not just a Morningstar, but also the commander of Hangzhou's military forces, the guardian deity of millions. Li Xian acknowledged their salute with a nod, then turned his gaze to the commander and asked softly, "I received your distress signal and rushed back immediately. How is the battle situation now? Has the spider priest escaped?" Li Xuandu had mentally prepared himself for the destruction of Hangzhou, but upon entering the city, he was surprised to find that only the northern district had been affected. None of the spider monsters had appeared, and even the spider priest had vanished without a trace. Could their movements really be that swift? The commander didn't dare delay and quickly recounted the recent events, emphasizing the words left behind by the masked figure. "The ones forgotten by the world." Li Xian muttered these words, then suddenly his expression changed drastically. The commander beside him asked nervously, "Colonel, is there something wrong here?" Li Xian nodded with a grave expression and said solemnly, "If what he said is true, and considering his casual tone when referring to the evil god, then it's highly likely we're dealing with a forbidden entity." Zhou Zhang said with confusion, "A taboo exists? He only displayed Morningstar-level power, didn't he? Why would he be called a taboo? Foolish. At that level of strength, one can precisely control every ounce of power. He did that entirely to avoid accidentally harming you all." Li Xian spoke with conviction, though in truth he had another unspoken suspicion in his heart. He had just gone to inspect the corpses of the twisted spiders, and the spider priests not only had the moisture in their bodies been drained, but all vitality and souls had been sucked away as well. This terrifying power bore no resemblance to the strength of a Morningstar-class being. Coupled with the fact that the opponent hadn't unleashed overwhelmingly powerful force, it was highly likely that this entity had just awakened from an eternal slumber and thus hadn't yet regained its full power. Because he had once heard his teacher say that to truly kill certain powerhouses who had reached the Forbidden Realm, one must erase all traces of their existence. Otherwise, as long as someone utters their names, they will resurrect from the depths of time and space, reclaiming their power and authority. At this thought, Li Xian's gaze turned grave. He realized he carried crucial information and promptly turned to leave, heading back to his office to report all today's events to the higher-ups at headquarters. As for Zhou Zhang, he was assigned to handle the restoration and aftermath in Hangzhou's northern district, with all spider corpses transported back to the lab for sampling. Zhou Zhang scratched his head and muttered self-doubtfully. Is it possible to buy balloons even if they're forbidden? Then I'll go get one too. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Yu was completely unaware that his identity had been elevated from an ancient powerhouse to a forbidden existence that had crawled out of the river of time and space. Right now, he was in a hurry to accomplish something major. Chapter 10, Fleecing the Wool of an Evil God? The worship of the evil deity involves its followers constructing an altar to present offerings in exchange for rewards from the deity. Now that the followers of the evil deity have been instantly annihilated by the fear balloon, the altar Lu Yu had previously seen naturally lost its purpose. As an altar used for worshipping the evil deity, it must have held a rare treasure on its platform, serving as a medium to communicate with the deity. So Lu Yu took advantage of the fact that the soldiers hadn't reacted yet and quickened his pace to the building where the cultists were located. Based on his previous observations, he made his way to the main entrance and destroyed the security cameras along the way. Looking at the gate blocking his path, Lu Yu smiled slightly and slowly lifted his foot. Bang! The front door was kicked open, but Lu Yu didn't go in immediately. Instead, he threw the fear balloon inside to scout the area. The fear balloon, of course, had no idea what Lu Yu was thinking. With its simple mind, it happily explored the area, even calling out to Lu Yu to come in and play. However, Lu Yu ignored it. After ensuring there were no traps, Lu Yu finally walked in confidently. But as soon as he stepped through the door, a strong smell of blood mixed with the stench of decay hit his nose. What a disgusting smell! Lu Yu frowned and took a closer look at the layout of the room. The floor and walls were covered in blood-drawn, eerie, and evil runes. Several dried-up hearts and dismembered limbs were placed at key points, and the putrid stench of decay emanated from this very spot. At the center of the formation stood a massive tree root resembling a mass of flesh, covered with twisted symbols that seemed to form a name. They twisted and curved together, resembling the 8 eyes of a spider when viewed from afar. The appearance of the demon god seems to be nothing more than human imagination. No one has ever seen them, and no one understands them. Even their names are merely human transliterations, not their true names. And all of this is merely human imagination and speculation about them, so it is only natural that there are no statues of evil gods. Additionally, there were several dismembered corpses in the corner of the room. From their clothing and the photos scattered around, it could be determined that they were likely the original occupants of the house. Lu Yu looked at the terrified and pained expressions on their bodies inside, saying, "I have already killed them. You may rest in peace." After speaking, Lu Yu gathered the hellfire whip and swung it out, igniting the corpses. Black flames spread along the blood, slowly enveloping and devouring them. Whether it was Lu Yu's illusion or not, as the bodies burned, their expressions gradually relaxed, no longer as tortured as before turning into a cloud of ash and dissipating into the wind. After finishing this, Lu Yu walked straight up to the statue, examined it closely, and looked at the 8 compound eyes that resembled black obsidian. He reached out and grabbed them. It wasn't black diamonds after all, but black obsidian. This is used for warding off evil spirits. Is it really appropriate to use it for a statue of an evil god? Lu Yu couldn't help but complain. After all, in his previous life, obsidian was used to make amulets to ward off evil spirits. He never imagined that it could be used to make statues for evil gods here. However, upon reflecting on the terrifying power of the demon god, Lu Yu finally understood. It wasn't that the obsidian wasn't powerful enough, it was that the evil forces were too strong. Whether it wards off evil or not, in the end, it all comes down to using brute force. But complaints aside, Lu Yu's body honestly accepted the 8 black obsidian stones. After all, the quality is decent, so they should fetch a good price. After plucking out the demon god's eyes, he searched the room thoroughly but found nothing of value. However, a few pieces of obsidian hardly qualify as treasures, do they? Lu Yu muttered to himself, staring at the statue before him. Suddenly, he noticed that the material of the statue was quite peculiar. Even in this room filled with the stench of corpses, it emitted a faint fragrance. Could it be? Lu Yu's heart stirred, and he immediately activated his ability to extract materials from the statue. Click! The statue began to crumble, and a white light slowly emerged. Extraction successful. What star rating is this material? I really hope for a 5-star material that goes viral. If that's not possible, a 4-star one would be acceptable too. Lu Yu couldn't help but mutter to himself as he reached out to check the material's attributes, but the moment he touched it, click! The world before his eyes was filled with dense, spiderweb-like patterns, as if it had been shattered into pieces of broken glass, utterly shattered. What was happening? Lu Yu was startled, but before he could react further, the world before his eyes began to shift. Spider webs grew denser and the threads thicker, as if he had entered the realm of a gigantic spider. Deep within the dense, pillar-like spider webs, Lu Yu caught sight of a vast, terrifying, and indescribable reflection. He glanced at it, but could only see a pitch-black abyss-like shadow. When he tried to look more closely, his instincts told him to stop, because he would surely die. Do not look directly at the god. Even if this deity hasn't noticed him. Evil god, Atraknakia. That terrifying spider god dwells deep within the dreamlike spider web world, but it does not seem to have awakened. Instead, it has fallen into a dream between reality and illusion. Yet, even in this state of peaceful slumber, the breath it exhaled felt like a gentle breeze, yet it carried the toxic fumes of the abyss, causing the mind of Luyu, who was far away, to spiral into madness, desperate to tear apart his own brain. His body began to writhe in agony, his bones, flesh, and internal organs twisting and contorting, as if he were about to mutate into a spider. Damn it! Luyu struggled desperately against this force, even if it meant dying. He did not want to become an ugly human spider. Detecting the aura of the evil god, the protective mode activated, counting down 10 seconds, 76 seconds remaining before breaking through the boundary and leaving the illusionary dream realm. The system's cold voice echoed in Luyu's ears. A more powerful force dispelled the mutated aura within his body, and the space around him began to shatter. It must be the system taking him away from the dreamland. Luyu averted his gaze, trying not to look at the terrifying figure, for such an existence could leave a lasting shadow in one's mind, transforming into an eternal nightmare that would haunt them forever. However, he had finally made it to the abode of the demon god, and leaving in disgrace was not his style. Thus, Luyu's thoughts raced, and a bold idea popped into his head. The system's abilities seemed far more powerful than those of this spider god. In other words, it seems like my backers are pretty powerful. The system's voice continued to sound. 321. As the digital countdown reached 1, a beam of light appeared around Luyu's body, ethereal and illusory, like the eternal, unyielding light of chaos, carrying his body as it prepared to depart. Luyu raised his head once more to gaze at the terrifying, distorted reflection. The moment his eyes locked onto it, a horrifying force of distortion surged through his eyes and into his body, causing his thoughts to begin to mutate, attempting to transform him into a monstrous creature. However, the system's power was even more overwhelming, instantly eradicating the force and ensuring the purity of Luyu's body and soul. After verifying the reliability of his back-end system, Luyu's smile grew even broader as he whispered softly. Atrak, old friend, I've come all this way, so you should at least let me take some local specialties back with me. But don't trouble yourself, I'll just take them myself. As the words fell, Luyu was also carried away from the spiderweb world by the beam of light. Within the formless, intangible ball of light, a pair of enormous blood-red pupils opened, and the entire spider-web world could not withstand the terrifying pressure, shattering into pieces. From the shattered void, a sound echoes that humans cannot comprehend. Who has stolen my body? Chapter 11, 5-star materials. System achievement rewards. A flash of light appeared, and Luyu found himself back in the blood-stained room once more. He inhaled the familiar foul odor, but unlike before, he felt no revulsion, only relief. He never thought it would actually work. Luyu lowered his head to look at the snow-white silk thread in his hands, his excitement beyond words. He had successfully plucked wool from the. Although he felt a sense of being corrupted by evil, he had left the realm of illusions regardless. As far as he knew, the evil god could not directly descend into the main world. If it tried to force its way down, it would be rejected by the world. This was the source of Luyu's confidence. Knowing that the evil god could not directly descend into this world, and with the system as his backup, he dared to undertake such a monumental task. Spider God Silk 5-star. The silk threads originate from the body of an unnameable evil god. It is a god resembling a spider, but whether it is truly a spider remains unknown, as no one has ever seen its form. Those who have witnessed it have fallen into endless madness and perished. The deity cannot be looked upon directly, but everything about it surpasses the essence of the mortal world, imbued with maddening divine power. Those entangled by its threads find it extremely difficult to break free from their bonds. 5-star material. This is just a single strand of silk. If it were the claws, tear glands, tentacles, or jade-like feet of a demon god, it would be 6-star material or even 7-star. Just a few 3-star materials can be combined to create a fear balloon, a morning star-level demon capable of destroying an entire city. If you could obtain enough high-quality materials as raw materials, wouldn't that allow you to create a god? Create gods. Grr. Thinking of this possibility, Luyu couldn't help but swallow hard to relieve the dryness in his mouth. After all, the demon god was high above them, and even humans were nothing more than toys and pawns in his hands. If it weren't for some special reason preventing the demon god from entering the main world, humanity might have already been wiped out long ago. But even so, faced with the demon god's aura constantly seeping into the world, all humans can do is prepare and resist with great difficulty. However, Luyu is different. Once he creates a god-level monster, he can obtain 1/10 of its power, and the higher the evaluation, the more power he gains. This is the fastest and safest shortcut for Luyu to traverse the supreme path. Once he possesses the power of the gods, it is not merely the land beneath his feet that he commands even beyond this world. Luyu now has the confidence to confront the evil gods in a battle of wits. At that moment, he would finally be able to truly control his own destiny. As for the materials extracted from the statue, they were already broken, but the descriptions were preserved. Fragments of the Dream Bridge single use. These are fragments that fell from the Dream Bridge and were carved into statues of the evil god by its followers. They possess the ability to briefly open the Dream Bridge. However, since they are fragments, they can only be used once. Evaluation. Do you want to face the evil god head-on? This is basically a death sentence. Lu Yu muttered under his breath. If it weren't for the system's protection, he would have already been twisted in the dream realm and turned into a spider servant of the evil god. Lu Yu tightened his right hand slightly, crushing the already useless material into countless specks of light that flickered and vanished. Congratulations, host, for escaping after facing the demon god and completing the system achievement. As a survivor who faced the demon god, your level has been unlocked to 25, and your current permission level is LV1. Permission level? What rewards are unlocked after obtaining permissions? Lu Yu asked curiously. After all, the system was his biggest trump card, so he naturally wanted to understand all its functions. System, each time your permission level increases by 1, you will be rewarded with a random treasure chest containing 1 or more materials, with no restrictions on star rating. There is also a chance to receive an empty chest. Does that mean even 9-star and 10-star materials are included in the rewards? Lu Yu exclaimed in astonishment. If it were truly possible to obtain 9-star rated materials, then creating a demon god would no longer be a fantasy. He continued to ask, are there any achievements left uncompleted? Could you give me some hints? Everything must be discovered by the host themselves. The system's voice remained mechanical, devoid of any emotion whatsoever. Lu Yu was no exception. After all, the achievement system was indeed an unconventional form of reward, and revealing how to obtain them would be too much of a cheat. So Lu Yu brushed off the dust, followed the same path out of the building, and only after removing his coat and mask in the dark corner did he return to his own room. Looking at the mess in his room, with the windows shattered beyond repair, he assumed the police would be knocking on his door tomorrow to ask questions. However, this group of crazy spiders had attacked many households, and since he had burned the monster's body to ashes, it wouldn't arouse suspicion. After sorting through some of the furniture that was still in decent condition, Lu Yu decided to take a shower and wash off the sweat-soaked clothes as well. You see, he had glanced at the demon twice, though he hadn't looked directly at it. However, the psychological shock of encountering an unknown terrifying presence still made him break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he managed to pull off the scam successfully, so the cold sweat was well worth it. After taking a shower and drying his hair, Lu Yu went to his room, locked the door, pulled the curtains to ensure no one would disturb him, and began to count today's haul. Excluding the demon god he had exploited, he had also killed dozens of spider monsters and a spider priest. After discarding some failed materials, his haul was still quite substantial. First and foremost was the spider demon god silk, a 5-star material, the highest grade material he currently possessed, with no equal. Second is the poison sac extracted from a rare monster earlier. He managed to extract it from 4 spiders, meaning he now has 5 poison sacs in his possession. As for the boss spider priest, he extracted something that surprised him. Chapter 12, The Mutated Twisted Spider Egg. Unlocking new monster editing. Mutated Twisted Spider Egg 3-star, originating from the mother of the twisted spider monster about to undergo metamorphosis into the Morning Star, this egg has been constantly corrupted by vast amounts of flesh and the aura of a demon god, leading to mutation. It has gained immense potential distinct from its mother monster. Since it is in an unborn state, its star rating is determined by potential rather than current strength. Spider Priest's Egg. That ugly spider with its fierce appearance, bulging face, and coarse speech is actually a female. What kind of appearance is that? It looks like it's just playing around. Lu Yu felt his worldview beginning to crumble. The shock was no less than that of facing a demon god. However, he reminded himself that female spiders were indeed stronger, and since the spider priest, no matter how ugly he was, had already been killed, there was no way he could crawl back from hell to disgust him. On the other hand, this material is quite interesting. It's not a part of a corpse, but an unhatched egg. Moreover, it is rated 3 stars, though it is still potential. It is sufficient to indicate that this egg can offer a glimpse into the ranks above the Morning Star. Does this egg count as a living organism? Lu Yu fell into deep thought. This was not idle speculation, but because it represented different meanings. That is, can living beings be used as editable materials? If so, that means all living things in this world can be edited and added. Even fear balloons could be edited multiple times, and their power would keep growing, always keeping pace with their own progress, rather than being discarded and forgotten in some corner after being used up. Lu Yu is a very nostalgic person. Whether in his past life or present, he never discards even used pen refills from his school days. Instead, he finds a place to store them. Although he feared balloons, which resembled silly deer, they were the first monsters he had created, and he did not want them to be discarded in a corner, left to languish in solitude. Since he had doubts, Lu Yu didn't keep them to himself. He directly asked the system, but the response he received was, egg-shaped organisms have not yet fully formed and are still considered raw materials. However, if the organism inside the egg has already formed and is about to hatch, it cannot be edited. As for editing monsters, the current permissions of the host do not allow for such editing. Current permissions? Does that mean I'll be able to edit once my permissions are upgraded? Luyu quickly caught the information in the system's message, meaning that the reason it wasn't working was solely due to insufficient permissions. So, would increasing permissions allow us to accomplish these tasks? The system still responds with the same mechanical voice. Please continue to upgrade your permissions. Luyu's lips curled slightly upward. He had already obtained the information he needed. As long as he had sufficient permissions, his ability to edit monsters would become even more powerful. At that moment, Xiaoqi, who was nearby, had no idea why his master was suddenly so happy. He manipulated his yellow body to float in front of Luyu and emitted a series of incoherent sounds. Xiaoqi, you're going to lose all your dignity as a Morningstar demon. Luyu looked at the silly, frightened balloon and couldn't help but reach out to touch its head, or rather, its balloon-like body. Luyu looked at the dumb, fearful balloon and couldn't resist reaching out to touch its head, or rather, its balloon-like body. He had expected it to feel rough, but to his surprise, it felt as smooth as touching high-quality silk, with a delicate texture. From the calls of those people, he had already learned that Morningstar was a rank above the awakened ones, seemingly holding an extremely high status. This piece of cloth must be the shroud of some powerful being. It was soaked in blood and gave off an ominous aura. What realm of existence did that being belong to? Luyu pondered for a moment before abandoning his speculation. Regardless of the other party's strength, it was already a shroud, so it had likely been dead for a long time and had little to do with him. He then had Xiaoqi float aside and brought out all the materials he had collected. Having gathered so much material, as a monster editor, he naturally wouldn't just leave it in the warehouse to gather dust. System, start editing. As Luyu softly called out, a gray, formless mist appeared in the space, slowly enveloping him and once again transporting him to that chaotic, orderless realm. Upon arriving in this space, Luyu found himself able to manipulate the very laws of the universe, as if he were a supreme ruler. This time, he did not rush to edit anything but instead took his time to feel the immense power within. Unfortunately, the power contained within was far too profound. Although he could use it freely with the system's assistance, he was still far from understanding it fully. This is like a toddler who, without any formal education, can cheat by using a cheat code to see the answers to all math problems, but still has no idea how to solve them. Luyu gave up on further exploring the essence of this power and waved his hand to summon all the materials. Among them, the evil god Silk was the most powerful, residing at the top and emitting a purple glow. Next was the 4-star pocket watch, floating quietly in the gray mist, as if it were at peace with the world. The remaining materials pale in comparison, like stars beside the moon, utterly dim. However, this time, the main character Luyu was editing was indeed that spider egg. Chapter 13, Time and the Power of Shadows. The Blood of the Unknown Evil God. Luyu gently flickered his finger, and the twisted spider's eggs were lifted by the chaotic air currents and brought before him. In monster editing mode, Luyu could see much more, and naturally noticed the faint glimmer of life within the egg. This doesn't mean that a small spider has already been born inside, but rather the embryonic state of all life at the moment of conception. This involves the laws of reproduction, yin and yang, creation, and more. The proliferation and survival of living beings also follow the rules governing the operation of the world. Now that the system has provided a prompt allowing the editing of spider eggs, he won't leave them gathering dust in the ether. With so many valuable assets at your disposal, converting them into your own strength is the wisest choice. Thus, Luyu placed a finger on the twisted spider egg, and a gray stream of energy surged into the egg, blending with the faint life force within. The white membrane of the twisted spider egg slowly eroded by the gray energy, transforming into a gray sphere. At that moment, Luyu took out the precious material he had obtained from the treasure chest, a pocket watch imbued with a thread of time and shadow power. For star-broken pocket watch, once worn by an unknown entity, this pocket watch is imbued with a hint of time and shadow, transforming it from an ordinary object. However, it has also been tainted by the blood of a demon god, granting it the power to drive one mad. When Luyu was editing the fear balloon, he did not use it because adding more materials to monsters is not necessarily better, it depends on whether they are suitable. A fear balloon made with standard assets, equipped with hellfire and light drain, has already reached the limit of its capabilities. Adding this pocket watch would at most allow it to level up by 1 star or gain an additional skill, but its overall evaluation would definitely not improve. Luyu has also discovered some rules regarding the monster editing system. Higher tier materials often possess an assimilation ability, allowing them to absorb other materials. For example, the life-draining power carried by the shroud used as raw material for fear balloons becomes the core power of the fear balloons. This is because the higher-tier material takes the dominant role, leaving the Hellfire Whip to serve as a supporting element. Moreover, lower-tier materials drag down higher-tier materials. For instance, despite using 3-star materials, the fear balloon ends up as a 2-star monster. A pocket watch is a 4-star material. If it is added to a 2-star fear balloon, there is a high likelihood that it will assimilate all the materials and become its own solo act. This also doesn't align with Lu Yu's personality. He prefers to maximize benefits. While high-tier materials are valuable, the remaining materials shouldn't be wasted either. However, there is now another medium available, the Twisted Spider's Egg. Due to its mutation, it possesses the potential of a 3-star entity, making it an excellent vessel capable of absorbing the time and shadow energy contained within the pocket watch. Thinking of this, Lu Yu looked at the golden pocket watch stained with dark red blood and gently tapped it with his finger. Ding! Ding! The moment the fingertips touched the pocket watch, it transformed into countless golden sparks, gradually merging into the Twisted Spider's Egg. The eggs, which had turned gray, began to shimmer with golden light and were slowly overtaken by it. The spider demon Silk, since it's also a spider, would adding it help it evolve further? Lu Yu's thoughts raced, but just as he was about to join the demon god Silk, the Twisted Spider Egg began to emit a resistant emotion. A sense similar to that of the spider demon god emerged, as if it were about to spread madness and destruction throughout the world. The aura of an unknown evil god. Lu Yu widened his eyes in surprise at the changes in the spider eggs. He quickly reviewed his memories and understood the entire situation. In the description of the pocket watch material, it was not only mentioned that it possessed the power of time and shadow, but there was also a sentence stating that it had been tainted by the blood of a demon god. The blood of a mysterious, unknown evil god. However, it was overlooked by Lu Yu at the time, as he believed the pocket watch to be the main component. Little did he know that the demon god's blood was also included. After centuries of power struggles, it has now fallen to a 4-star material. In other words, the pocket watch is composed of 2 4-star materials. No wonder Lu Yu couldn't join the spider demon Silk. There was actually the blood of another demon accompanying the pocket watch into the Twisted Spider Egg, and it successfully fused together. Though the evil gods are all spreaders of chaos and fear, they are disorderly and long ago, the cults of the distant revelers and the Lord of Deep-Sea Nightmares engaged in a fierce battle. The origins of the conflict between the two sides seem to stem from mutual animosity between the deities, which sparked a war. Their battles directly destroyed a small nation and spread madness and slaughter far and wide. Ultimately, a special task force was dispatched to suppress the conflict. Though the details of the operation remain unknown, it came at a terrible cost, yet it succeeded in repelling the two sects. However, from this, we can conclude that they are not aligned with a single faction. They will also attack their own kind. Therefore, the blood of the two evil gods cannot be mixed, at least not with Lu Yu's current authority. Thus, Lu Yu put away the evil god Silk and instead added poison sacs to the Twisted Spider Egg that had already transformed into a golden hue, granting this unborn monster additional means of attack. After being added to the 2 poison sacs, the Twisted Spider Egg stopped absorbing and slowly stabilized. The biological energy within them grew increasingly intense, eventually solidifying into golden eggs the size of fists, covered in mysterious gray runes that seemed to weave a beautiful tapestry. The spider egg slowly fell into Lu Yu's hands, and information about them was also revealed. Chapter 14, The Egg of the Void Shadow Spider. Special Unit arrives. Void Shadow Spider Eggs. These eggs originate from the mutated eggs of twisted spiders, contaminated by the blood of an unknown evil deity. They have established a weak connection with the void, granting them void-based transformations and transforming them into void creatures. Additionally, it contains the power of time and shadow within its body. The shadows of living beings and time itself serve as its primary sustenance. Upon birth, it possesses the power of a morning star and is connected to the river of time. Though it is not skilled in combat, its potential is immense. Abilities: Void Poison Sac can inject void toxins, causing living beings' bodies to collapse. Time's passive ability: it maintains a faint connection to the river of time, purging its own aura to block most divination, fortune-telling, rituals, and the scrutiny of powerful entities. Shadow Servant: upon absorbing enough shadows, the Void Shadow Spider can spawn a Shadow Servant spider form, with a maximum of 10. These creatures can infiltrate the shadows, are natural assassins, and are the most loyal servants. Void Treasure Chest: as a life form naturally existing in the void, it can create its own space to store non-living objects. The stronger its power, the larger the space it can create. Rating: 4-star excellent. Countdown to the hatching of the Void Shadow Spider: 1 month. This attribute is way too powerful. Once it hatches, it's stronger than the fear balloon, even though it needs to grow. It's just too overpowered. It's like being born at the peak of someone else's lifetime. However, most of its skills don't seem to be combat-oriented, which explains why it's said to be unskilled in combat. But it's still Morningstar, after all. Lu Yu couldn't help but marvel at the luxurious attributes. Such powerful stats make it the ultimate monster in one's hands. Unfortunately, it still needs to be incubated for another month. However, Lu Yu planned to keep a low profile for the next month, investigate the ranking system and power dynamics of the awakened world, and then try out the cultivation system of this world. Just as Lu Yu was deep in thought, the system's voice sounded promptly. Ding, host has edited an excellent tier monster, completing the achievement Elite Editor. Reward, 1/10 of the Void Shadow Spider's power, and the ability to choose 2 skills to permanently enhance oneself. As the system's voice faded, a force far more powerful than the fear balloon from before surged into Lu Yu's body, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of discomfort. However, this force quickly began to enhance his physical abilities, and even strengthened his soul at the same time. Like cultivating virgin soil, Lu Yu's body was constantly expanding, with all his meridians and internal organs being strengthened. After a full 10 minutes, the force finally subsided, and the energy within his body was now more than 3 times as powerful as before. If he was previously a small water bottle, then he was now a large kettle. This is because the Void Shadow Spider isn't good at fighting, and it's still in its unborn larval stage. If it were a more powerful monster of a higher star rating, even 1/10 of the incoming force might be enough to tear it apart. Thinking about that possibility, Lu Yu's forehead creased with a frown. He certainly didn't want to be killed by the enhanced power that would be utterly humiliating. To prevent such a possibility, Lu Yu silently resolved in his heart to train his body until it was unbreakable, in other words, to keep building muscle. Until his enemies couldn't even touch him. However, this is merely a thought. Putting it into practice is no easy task. Thinking of this, Lu Yu spoke to the system. I choose Time and Shadow Servant. He now possesses ample offensive capabilities, but he is unable to counter certain unconventional tactics. The Time Rifts deliberately block divination and the gaze of the powerful, making this the perfect skill for him, who has just plundered the spider demon god's resources. Even if he were to create an alternate identity in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about being easily tracked down, making it convenient for him to do many things. As for the Shadow Servants, they address the awkward situation of Lu Yu being alone, serving as scouts to gather information and provide combat support. Besides, isn't it cool to wave your hand and have Shadow Servants follow you? Strength is temporary, but coolness is a lifelong thing. 2 beams of light entered his body, forming a circular arc composed of runes on Lu Yu's right hand. From a distance, it resembled a serpent biting its own tail. This was the mark of time. From this day forward, he no longer had to worry about being calculated by divination or fate-related abilities. As for the skill Shadow Servant, it requires absorbing the shadows of living beings as nourishment to create servants, so he'll have to wait until tomorrow to try it. As Lu Yu finished learning the skill, a light screen visible only to him appeared. Host, Lu Yu. Minions, Fear Balloon, Void Shadow Spider Unborn. Skills, Hellfire Whip, Light Drain Aura, Time Mark, Shadow Servant. Permissions, 1-star Monster Editor. Asset Library, Twisted Poison Sac 3, Spider Demon's Web 1. It also comes with an attribute panel, truly becoming more and more user-friendly. Lu Yu praised it, but the system did not respond. After he finished solidifying his skills, the gray mist dissipated, and Lu Yu returned to his original room. The familiar surroundings and familiar scent remained, except for a fear balloon now fluttering wildly on the ceiling. Eek! Upon noticing Lu Yu's awakening, the fear balloon hurriedly drifted down, swaying its yellow spherical body, and began to express its joyful emotions. I really suspect you're a husky in disguise. Lu Yu stroked Shao Qi's head and pulled out the Void Shadow Spider Egg from his robe. An invisible aura spread out from the golden egg. Yeah. Shao Qi, who had been gently stroked moments ago, sensed this aura and reacted like a startled kitten. The grotesque face on the balloon grew even more terrifying, as if it were issuing a warning. However, while intimidating, it kept moving toward the corner of the room, giving off an appearance of being all bark and no bite. You coward, be quiet. Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh and scold it, calming the fear balloon, then addressed the Void Shadow Spider's egg. Its name is Sheba. It's your companion. You must get along well with it from now on, understand? Anyway, spiders have 8 legs, so Xiaoba is a perfect name. Shao Qi and Xiaoba, easy to remember and nice to say. Upon hearing this, the fear balloon's human face returned to its previous adorable expression. It cautiously drifted back, raised the yellow ribbon on its balloon, and gently touched the void spider egg, as if reaching out to touch it. Ding! Ding! The latter didn't respond at all. After all, it hadn't even taken shape yet, so it couldn't respond. Yeah. However, Xiaoqi seemed to have noticed that the other party wouldn't fight back, which piqued his curiosity. He kept gently poking it with the ribbon, moving it to various angles and poking it once, recklessly testing the limits of danger. Finally, unable to tolerate it any longer, Lu Yu tied Xiaoqi to a coat rack, and she settled down, looking at Lu Yu with a pout. Lu Yu glanced at the silly little creature, ignoring its calls, and instead placed the void spider egg into his embrace. After all, this was a monster with the potential to reach 4 stars. If it were lost or damaged by this clumsy creature, Lu Yu feared he might lose his temper. So it's best to keep it close and personal to ensure its safety. After finishing all this, Lu Yu also felt a bit tired. After all, he was still human and would feel exhausted. Just as he was about to wash up and go to bed, the doorbell rang. Is anyone home? We're from the Special Investigations Unit. Please open the door. Chapter 15, Post-Disaster Cleanup Squad. Oscar-worthy acting. Special Unit. Have they discovered my true identity? Lu Yu furrowed his brows, but he didn't feel overly panicked. Even if the other party had discovered his identity, it wouldn't matter. He wasn't just an ordinary person without the ability to fight back anymore. Holding a Morningstar Tier Fear Balloon and an impending hatchling Void Shadow Spider, his 2 Morningstar Tier combat powers, combined with his own 4 powerful abilities, made his strength sufficient to destroy several cities equivalent to a mobile nuclear bomb. He now possesses the qualifications to communicate with the Special Division. However, unless absolutely necessary, he does not wish to oppose the Special Division, as he is also a member of the human race. Moreover, while the human race was struggling to survive, weakness was relative. Compared to the power of the demon gods, humans were indeed weak, but compared to monsters, humans were powerful. Once the Federation mobilizes its full strength, the powerful beings it dispatches will undoubtedly surpass all expectations, and those of the Morning Star realm will certainly be among them. Moreover, if the enemy has indeed confirmed their identity, then those who have arrived should be several powerful individuals surrounding them, not ringing the doorbell at the entrance. It could also be part of the post-disaster cleanup efforts. After all, after every disaster, some monsters hide in human dwellings to evade detection, secretly feeding on flesh and evolving. The Special Division has always been responsible for handling such incidents. Thinking of this, Liu stood up, put on a brown coat, and shouted loudly to prevent the other party from kicking down the door and entering. "I'm coming." "Okay." The sound from outside the door seemed to come with a sigh of relief. Creak. The door slowly opened, and Liu saw 3 people standing outside, 2 middle-aged men and a sweet-looking girl with long hair. They were dressed in black uniforms with golden runic patterns on their shoulders, and the words Special Operations Division were written in small letters above them. As Liu opened the door, 2 middle-aged men immediately placed their hands on their hips, ready to defend against any sudden attack. This wasn't because they suspected Liu, but because they had been through too many surprise attacks and had developed this habit. Some cultists of the monsters even disguise themselves as pregnant women, children, or the elderly, deliberately evoking sympathy to launch attacks. All the precautions outlined in the books were learned at the cost of human lives. In contrast, the young girl seemed much more naive. Though she wasn't careless, she simply took a step back. Upon seeing Liu, who was wearing a coat, they finally relaxed, as there were no signs of deformation on his body, nor any traces of demonic energy. However, to avoid the possibility that he was a disguised monster, the middle-aged man on the left stepped forward and said with a smile, "Although I know this may be a bit rude, we saw that the glass of your home was damaged downstairs, so we wanted to make sure there were no monsters hiding inside. Did something happen recently? We are from the Special Investigations Unit. Here are our credentials, which have official identification numbers. If you don't believe us, you can verify them online." The man spoke politely, and his manner was so pleasant that Liu felt it wasn't a big deal to let him check. After all, they were just doing their job, protecting the safety of the residents. However, the condition was that his secret must not be discovered. Liu nodded, leaning forward slightly, his face showing a look of relief as he said, "Yes, just now a spider monster suddenly smashed through the glass and charged in, looking like it was going to eat someone. Luckily, I was hiding in the cabinet in the room, so it didn't notice me. Later, I waited for a long time without hearing any noise before coming out, only to find my house in complete disarray. What a disaster. By the way, have those spider monsters been dealt with?" Liu's expression changed from fear to complaint, and he accidentally pushed the door open a little, allowing the 3 people to see the scene inside. The more one tries to hide something, the more suspicious it becomes. Therefore, Liu boldly allowed the others to see the scene inside the room. However, he felt that his acting today was definitely Oscar-worthy, and he might even bring home an Oscar statuette. But it seems like there's no Oscars in this world, which is a real shame for someone as talented as me. The 3 people from the special department naturally had no idea what Liu was thinking. The serious-looking man, seeing how cooperative Liu was, went inside for a quick check. Liu sighed as he watched them examine him, but in his heart, he was secretly laughing at how good his acting was. Another man, seeing this, thought Liu was feeling sorry for the furniture, so he spoke up to comfort him. "You're quite lucky. The house is just damaged. The fat man next door was trapped in spider webs and melted away." At this point, the man shook his head helplessly, thinking of the tragic state of the family next door, and couldn't help but feel a bit queasy. After all, seeing a living person melt away like a burning candle right before your eyes is an utterly horrifying experience. "Captain, stop talking." The young girl beside him heard this and her expression turned pale, even feeling a bit queasy. It was clear that this had caused her significant psychological distress. While the other party was conducting the inspection, Liu took the opportunity to chat with the young woman. Drawing on his experience, he quickly learned that she was named Ning Xing, a very quiet name. The man beside her was her team leader, and the one who had gone in for the inspection was called Old Zhang. Liu also learned that they were there to handle the aftermath, so he casually asked, "Cleanup must be quite troublesome. It's rare to see a girl with such strong mental resilience." Ning Xing listened to the handsome guy's compliments, and her mood, which had been affected by the corpse, improved slightly. She complained, "Actually, I'm not part of the logistics team. I'm supposed to be in charge of information and communications, but with all this going on today, they didn't have enough people, so they brought me over to help out. Lu Yu continued, that's really cost-effective. They're splitting one person into two. Is there overtime pay? There's no way there's overtime pay. Ning Xing rolled her eyes and said helplessly. And they've assigned us a new task, saying we need to find the awakened one. The captain beside him frowned and interrupted Ning Xing's speech. Ning Xing, we should go. Ning Xing saw the captain's expression and realized she had said too much, so she stuck out her tongue, trying to get away with it. As for old Zhang, who had gone inside to check, he looked around the living room and didn't notice anything unusual, then headed toward the bedroom. Lu Yu noticed this and narrowed his eyes. Though his body remained still, a dangerous aura emanated from him, making the already chilly night even more biting. Is he about to make his move? Chapter 16, The Mysterious Taboo Exists. Trapped in the special division of Dihua. It's so cold. Ning Xing was hit by a cold breeze and couldn't help but shiver. She wrapped her arms around herself and kept complaining in her heart about the person who had transferred her from logistics to the combat department. They don't even know how to treat a woman with tenderness. Ning Xing's voice made old Zhang pause for a moment. Just as he was about to continue opening the door, the captain, who was holding a cigarette in his mouth, shouted impatiently. Old Zhang, the guy just came out of the house. You're going back in to check? Aren't you accusing him of something? You're as thick as a board. Old Zhang paused for a moment, then walked silently to the door and said softly, no problem. After saying that, old Zhang turned to Lu Yu and said, sorry. He's not very good with words, but what he just did was indeed a mistake. After all, Lu Yu had just come out of the room. If he went back in to check, wouldn't that be like accusing him? It's okay. Lu Yu waved his hand, not expecting such politeness. After all, no matter what the other person said, he was still an awakened being. The fact that he could apologize to an ordinary person showed that he had an excellent personality. However, avoiding conflict was preferable. Unless his secret was exposed, Lu Yu did not wish to shed blood. The captain nodded upon seeing this and said, let's move on to the next one. There are still several buildings to check. After speaking, the captain turned and left. Ning Xing cast a lingering glance at Lu Yu's handsome face, waved goodbye, and followed after him. Lu Yu watched her departing figure with a hint of regret. This girl was truly intriguing. If only he hadn't been interrupted by the captain earlier, he could have obtained some valuable information. However, Lu Yu didn't mind. He yawned and prepared to go back to sleep. As for the trio from the special division, they continued walking forward. When they reached the corner, Ning Xing apologetically said to the captain. Sorry, Captain, I've been chatting too much again. I promise I won't do it again next time. The captain glanced at her and said, well, I guess you'll have to sew your mouth shut to stop talking nonsense. That's not that exaggerated. Ning Xing loudly objected, but when she looked at the captain, she lost her nerve. Her eyes darted around, and she quickly changed the subject, saying, Captain, is there really an ancient entity awakening in this city? The captain glanced at her, then looked around the hallway to make sure no one was there before speaking softly. Whether there is or isn't, you still have to do your job. Don't even think about slacking off. Ning Xing's face flushed red, but it quickly faded away as she retorted. I'm not trying to slack off. I just want to understand the task better so I can complete it more efficiently. Then you'll go home and play video games, right? Your dad told me to make sure you see more of the harsh realities of the world instead of just playing video games all day. The captain immediately saw through his teammates' little thoughts, leaving Ning Xing speechless. She rolled her eyes and said, Captain, don't be like my old-fashioned dad. I think playing video games isn't a bad thing. It's just a hobby, like how you guys like to smoke. The captain pulled a piece of gum out of his pocket, put it in his mouth, and chewed it nonchalantly as he said, as long as you complete the mission, I don't care about your hobbies. And don't leak any information next time, or you'll face consequences. If possible, the captain really doesn't want to bring women along on missions. They're not only slow and noisy, but they also tend to panic and cause trouble when things get chaotic. It's not because that guy is good looking that I chatted with him a bit more, is it? Ning Xing lowered her voice, glancing at the disdainful expressions on the two captains' faces, and quickly changed the subject. Let's focus on how to find that ancient entity first. After popping the bubble, the captain chewed and complained. You think ancient beings are cabbages? Such beings have transcended time and possess terrifying power beyond our imagination. And all we know is that they're holding a yellow balloon and wearing a mask. This is like asking us to find a needle in a haystack. Ning Xing nodded thoughtfully and said curiously, so we need to look for clues from the fact that the other person is holding a balloon? No. The captain looked at Ning Xing, who was looking confused, and said slowly, we only need to take care of the affected residents. As for this task, just go with the flow. Report any leads you find, but don't do anything extra. Why? Isn't this our responsibility? Ning Xing stood frozen in place, unable to understand why the captain was being so careless about this task. The captain took a deep breath, slowly exhaled a smoke ring, glanced at the confused Ning Xing, and said in a casual, nonchalant tone. Don't you understand just slacking off and getting by? Occasionally reporting a workplace injury to get some compensation, isn't that a good life? Why work so hard? Even if they find out, there's not much benefit. It's better to finish early and go home to sleep. You old fox. Ning Xing rolled her eyes but didn't deny the other person's point. She also wanted to go home early to get some beauty sleep, so she hurried to catch up. The captain walked ahead, his eyes peering through the hallway at the pitch-black night sky. The rebellious expression on his face vanished, and he silently murmured to himself. Because I don't want anyone else to die. Ancient beings are not so easily spied upon, even if they have no ill will toward humanity. But active spying will invite disaster and misfortune. His former companions all met an untimely end because of this, leaving him alone to survive. It wasn't because he was powerful, it was simply because he happened to be away at the time. That helpless, powerless feeling is something others can never understand. Old Zhang, who knew the captain's past, couldn't help but feel curious and murmured softly. What does the ancient being holding the balloon symbolize? The sky, the air, or the moon? He believed that the other party must have some deeper meaning for holding the balloon, but he couldn't figure it out yet. He was certain that by continuously studying ancient texts, he would eventually uncover the other party's identity. Unfortunately, he estimated that he would never figure it out even if he lived to be 100. The other person was holding a balloon simply because the balloon was stronger than the person themselves. Everything that happened was the balloon's doing, and the entire plot was all in their own imagination. Thus, the three individuals, each with their own agenda, continued to carry out their tasks. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, the mastermind behind it all, lay asleep in his room, completely unaware that the mysterious powerful figure he had invented, a character he had created simply by holding a balloon, had been imagined by others as an ancient, unknown entity wielding immense power. Chapter 17, The Oddities of the Rule System. At dawn on the second day, the sun had not yet fully risen, and golden rays pierced the night sky, casting their light upon the world and awakening those who had spent the night in fear. However, the streets remained largely deserted, with only a few unfortunate souls braving the cold to go to work. Although all the twisted spiders had been slain by a mysterious powerful being, and all the spider webs in damaged buildings had been repaired by military logistics overnight, the fear they had instilled in people's hearts could not be erased. Since all the spiders were killed before they could fully complete their ritual, the disaster was confined to a small area in the northern district of Hangzhou City and did not affect the entire city. Nevertheless, hundreds of people suffered varying degrees of loss in the disaster, with some even witnessing their loved ones' family members, friends, or even partners being dragged away by spiders, wrapped in silk, and, upon being unwrapped, reduced to a pile of putrid mud. This is undoubtedly a tragedy. However, thanks to the round-the-clock efforts of the special unit, over 80 people were rescued from more than 100 cocoons, with only 5 sustaining severe injuries and requiring hospitalization. Although the casualties were severe, it was the best possible outcome. After all, in this chaotic world, we can only survive in humiliation. A new day has begun. Lu Yu woke up from his sleep, opened his eyes, and saw the fear balloons floating on the ceiling, looking just like a little fish swimming in the sea. However, most people would faint from fear if they saw such a terrifying face floating above their heads. After all, the terrifying appearance of the fear balloon is what gave rise to the intimidation skill. However, Lu Yu didn't feel much about it after all. He had achieved the feat of encountering the demon god and surviving. Although he had only caught a glimpse of its terrifying, majestic, and profound reflection, with the system's assistance, he had managed to withstand the indescribable corrosive force and even plundered some loot from the demon god. Compared to the demon god's reflection, the fear balloon's intimidation was like a little girl trying to be cute and playful. Should we hang up a sign saying successful in exploiting the demon god? Lu Yu pondered for a moment, then swatted away the fear balloon that was trying to squeeze its way in front of him. In the end, he decided to stick to his low-key style. Although he now possessed the skill times protection, which allowed him to evade the demon god's calculations of his location, being too conspicuous could attract the attention of the demon god's high priests or followers, and that would likely be a thrilling but dangerous situation. After finishing his morning routine, Lu Yu changed into a white shirt and blue shorts, then ordered the fear balloon not to wander off before heading downstairs to prepare for breakfast. Unfortunately, he had clearly overestimated the situation. After the twisted spider disaster, the entire northern district was shrouded in a layer of gloom, and few people were in the mood to start work. Moreover, he heard from passers-by that the owner of the breakfast shop had been so terrified by yesterday's spiders that his heart nearly stopped, and he was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Fortunately, he is now out of danger. Lu Yu had no choice but to take a taxi to the nearest breakfast shop in the east district of the inner north district and ordered a plate of Xilong Bao. Sitting at the breakfast shop, Lu Yu listened to the people coming and going, discussing the major events of the previous night, and began to think about his future plans. Following the good habit he had developed in his previous life, he always liked to plan things out before taking action, so he never found himself panicking or forgetting important details at the last minute. Currently, the void shadow spider is still in the incubation stage and will not emerge until 29 days from now. The fear balloon also requires a large amount of life energy to advance, but harvesting human lives would inevitably attract the wrathful attacks of human race's powerful warriors. Moreover, such behavior goes against Lu Yu's principles. Moreover, after activating the life drain aura, directly plundering life energy is even more problematic, as the life energy within an ordinary human body is not particularly abundant. According to Lu Yu's own estimation, the life energy absorbed from a twisted spider is equivalent to that of 7 or 8 ordinary people. Therefore, the life drain aura is more suitable for hunting powerful magical beasts in the wild, while also extracting some useful materials along the way. However, Lu Yu currently knows little about the awakened world. While he has heard that the wilderness is dangerous, he is unaware of the specific dangers it holds. His current strength is sufficient to handle direct confrontations, and he will feel even more confident once the void shadow spiders hatch. However, what concerns him are certain special tactics. After all, he once came across an example in some posts where an unsavory entity would suddenly appear while you were walking in the wilderness and ask if you wanted some water. Moreover, you couldn't refuse such an odd request, as you'd be swept away by a strange force. If your willpower wasn't strong enough, you'd end up drinking the water, which would then corrode your internal organs. This post was published near Yangchang, until a powerful individual resisted the force with their willpower, killed the entity, and subsequently discovered over a dozen corpses with their internal organs exposed in the vicinity. The incident was then documented and recorded. Thinking about this strange force, Lu Yu felt a mix of concern and curiosity. Curious whether the opponent could be extracted as material, and whether combining it with a toxic sac and some corruption-inducing poisons could create a rule-based monster. If successful, then every time a battle begins, Lu Yu can hold a bowl of water and politely say, "Brother, let's have a drink." And it can also combine with lightning to send a bowl of electric plasma down their throat, or combine with shadows to send a bowl of shadow water, ending their life. Sending enemies to the afterlife without a fight. I truly am a peace-loving person. Lu Yu praised himself silently, then picked up a small steamed bun, dipped it in vinegar, and took a bite. It tasted delicious. Just as he was eating breakfast, a voice sounded behind him. "How did you end up in the East District?" Chapter 18, Such a nice girl, and she's actually. Lu Yu heard the sound and turned his head, seeing a stunning figure. She was wearing a white tracksuit, her smooth black hair blowing gently over her shoulders, perfectly complementing her delicate features. A few tiny droplets of sweat glistened on her forehead, but they did not detract from her beauty. Instead, they added a touch of youthful vitality, making it hard to look away. After she entered the breakfast shop, it was clear that several men had stolen glances at her. One of them, who had a girlfriend, even received a two-fingered warning. Lu Yu looked at the beautiful young woman and recognized her as his high school classmate, Tang Wan. They had studied together for 3 years, but their relationship was nothing more than a casual acquaintance, not particularly close. After all, Lu Yu himself didn't like crowded places and wouldn't join other boys in forming small groups. Instead, he preferred to stay at his desk reading, so he didn't have many friends at school, and there wasn't much interaction after graduation either. But Tang Wan was different. Although she had a reserved personality, she was exceptionally attractive and also highly athletic, making her a prominent figure who always drew attention at school. He had borrowed her pen a few times before, but he knew his place and had no interest in pursuing someone as popular as her, so their relationship remained purely platonic. In this world, school isn't just about doing some clerical work, it's about learning human history and culture, and constantly developing and passing that knowledge on to the next generation. What we learn here is not merely knowledge, but the very flame that keeps the torch of humanity burning. It is precisely because humanity has civilization and writing that we can be called the human race. That's why Lu Yu loved history class the most. Unfortunately, the content in the books was always an abridged version, with many parts seemingly deleted or omitted to avoid taboo subjects. However, since the other party had already greeted him, Lu Yu couldn't pretend not to notice, so he smiled and said, "Tang Wan, you're out buying breakfast too?" "Yeah, I just finished exercising and came to eat something." Tang Wan Yen was concise and to the point, walking straight up to the boss to order. Lu Yu didn't say much either, after all, they were just classmates. Moreover, although the other person was beautiful, after witnessing the extraordinary world, Lu Yu yearned even more for the power to control everything. As for women? Is it fun to have an editor monster? If you're talking about beauty, Lu Yu should stick to extracting mermaid and snake-themed assets. He could create Medusa in this world in no time. But before long, Tang Wan arrived at Lu Yu's desk with a steamer basket of dumplings and soy milk and asked softly, "May I sit here and eat?" Lu Yu glanced at the crowded breakfast shop and thought that the other person probably couldn't find a seat, so he nodded in agreement. Tang Wan also put down her breakfast and began to eat, her movements graceful, as if she were not eating a steamer basket of ordinary dumplings but a gourmet dish from a high-end restaurant, a true feast for the eyes. Lu Yu glanced over and thought that people with high looks really do make eating a pleasant experience. No wonder people online were always saying they wanted to find attractive partners, even if it meant arguing would be a bit more bearable. So next time you eat, put a mirror in front of yourself. After all, you're so handsome you might as well make use of it. Just as Lu Yu was admiring himself, Tang Wan suddenly spoke up and asked. Last night, the northern district was attacked by a group of spider monsters. Are you okay? If I had been hurt, I wouldn't be sitting here eating right now. Lu Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes and couldn't resist teasing the young girl in return. Tang Wan nodded and didn't say anything else, continuing to eat her breakfast. Lu Yu also didn't like talking while eating, so the other person's silence suited him just fine. After finishing his meal, Lu Yu placed $10 on the table, nodded to the owner, and turned to leave. As he stepped out the door, Tang Wan lifted her head to watch his departing figure. Her sapphire blue eyes held a touch of sadness as she murmured softly, "I really am no good at conversation." At that moment, she noticed the disposable chopsticks Lu Yu had used and left on the edge of the steamer. Her eyes fixed on them, and she couldn't help but swallow hard, falling into a state of inner conflict. She looked up and glanced around, noticing that everyone else was focused on their meals and hadn't noticed her actions. With a sudden resolve, she reached out, took the chopsticks, and slipped them into her pocket. After doing all this, a faint blush appeared on Tang Wan's cold face. She dropped $10 on the table and hurriedly left the breakfast shop. Little did she know that this scene had been witnessed by the shop owner, who had just emerged from the kitchen. The balding middle-aged man couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Such a nice girl, and she's a pervert." Meanwhile, on the other side of the street, Lu Yu was oblivious to Tang Wan's strange behavior. He walked along the sidewalk with his head down, weaving through the crowd. Although the northern district had been attacked by monsters, the other districts had not been affected, so work had to continue to keep the city running smoothly. Today, Lu Yu wasn't just out for a stroll, he was here to test one of his skills. Following the map's navigation, he made his way through several streets and finally arrived at his destination. Hangzhou East District Flower and Bird Market. Chapter 19, The Second Slaughterhouse. Creating Shadow Servants? East District Flower and Bird Market. Although it is called a flower and bird market, it sells more than just flowers and birds. There are also many small wild animals and some special birds. In any part of the world, some wealthy individuals have leisure time and enjoy trying new things, including exotic meats. However, the wilderness in this world is extremely dangerous. Aside from the official roads guarded by the military, the rest of the areas are filled with deadly plants and ferocious wild beasts. Thus, driven by the allure of wealth, a new profession emerged: treasure hunters with no entry barriers. Though the name sounds appealing, it is a highly dangerous profession with a very high mortality rate. Many people have become overnight millionaires by discovering rare plants and animals. However, while everyone sees their sudden wealth, few realize how many treasure hunters venture deep into the wilderness only to meet their end at the hands of wild beasts. This flower and bird market serves as a place where treasure hunters sell rare plants and animals, and it also offers slaughtering services, earning it the nickname, the Second Slaughterhouse. However, Lu Yu's purpose was not to join the idle, wealthy crowd seeking novelty. His goal was not rare animals or plants. He needed to use some ordinary animals to test his skills in shadow servants. Shadow servant: for every shadow absorbed, the void shadow spider can produce one shadow servant spider form, with a maximum of 10. They can infiltrate the shadows, are natural assassins, and the most loyal servants. This is the original skill description, but after extracting the skill and solidifying it onto oneself, the skill has undergone changes. Shadow servant: for every sufficient amount of shadow absorbed, the void shadow spider can spawn a shadow servant spider form, human form, with a maximum of 10. The form options have been changed from a single spider form to a choice between human and spider forms, meaning the skill will adapt based on the user's own form. This development came as a pleasant surprise to Lu Yu, as the shadow servant, if in spider form, would be easily classified as belonging to the evil faction and could be associated with the twisted spider cult. Moreover, the human form is widely accepted among the entire human race, and could even help him continue to maintain his disguise. However, this humanoid form of shadow servants gives Lu Yu a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of the movie Jackie Chan's Adventure, which also features creatures called shadow ninjas. They can fight, withstand attacks, and perform manual labor. Though they are ancient life forms, they can operate electronic devices, making them highly versatile. In his previous life, he had always hoped to have such a group of subordinates to massage his back, cook for him, and do chores, but alas, reality soon dashed his dreams. Since he created them himself, they should be smarter, right? With that thought, Lu Yu didn't linger at the entrance and walked straight into this famous second-hand flower and bird market. The layout inside was somewhat similar to the flower and bird market from his previous life, with a central pathway for people to walk through and numerous shops lining both sides. The North District Flower and Bird Market is very large, and every 100 meters there are 3 or 4 security guards maintaining order. The air is filled with a strong smell of blood and the droppings of birds and animals. However, it seems that the pedestrians have grown accustomed to the odor, as no one has raised any objections. After all, you can't expect animals to use the restroom like humans, can you? Even if there were such intelligent animals, their strength would not be something that could be confined by an ordinary flower and bird market. Luyu looked around, skipped past a few flower shops, and came to a shop selling rabbits. Numerous cages were stacked together in layers, with countless rabbits crammed into each one. Most of them had gray fur, while a few were white. Despite the large number of rabbits, the area is well maintained, and there is no overpowering odor. The owner is a young man wearing glasses, of average appearance. Upon seeing Luyu arrive, he merely nodded politely without showing any enthusiasm. After all, the flower and bird market sees a constant flow of people every day, and most of them just stand around looking. If he were to greet everyone enthusiastically, he would have already collapsed from exhaustion at the counter. Anyway, the real customers will come to pay for what they like as long as they aren't being malicious. Luyu watched the rabbit shop owner lower his head to play with his phone again, and felt a surge of joy. This would be the perfect opportunity for him to test his skills. He walked a few more steps inside, using his body to block several cages, his eyes scanning the area before quickly zeroing in on a gray-haired rabbit. It was a gray-haired rabbit much larger than the average rabbit, standing a full head taller than the others in the group. Due to its massive size, it had claimed a small territory for itself, and the other rabbits dared not approach. It was precisely because it occupied a considerable amount of space that its body, when illuminated by the light, cast a shadow beside its feet, which was compressed into a small cluster. "Rabbit boss, you're the one I've chosen." Luyu's lips curled into a faint smile, but the gray-furred rabbit in the cage seemed to sense some danger, its body trembling as it darted its blood-red eyes around the cage. But it was already too late. Shadow servants. Luyu raised his palm and gently pointed his slender index finger at the gray-haired rabbit. The energy within Luyu began to dissipate, and a strange force visible only to Heim at the tip of his finger, transforming into a stream of energy that drifted toward the shadow of the gray-haired rabbit. Slowly, it took the shape of a pair of scissors and gently snipped at the shadow. Snap. Chapter 20, The Projection of the Soul? The Limitless Potential of Skills. With a faint sound like paper being cut, the shadow beneath the gray rabbit's feet was severed. It was truly severed. As if separated into two independent entities, the severed shadow began to follow an invisible force, sinking into Luyu's palm. Meanwhile, the gray rabbit's feet were completely devoid of shadows, resembling the ghosts of folklore, which are said to have no shadows after death. Moreover, after losing its shadow, the gray rabbit's eyes grew dim and lifeless, as if it had lost its soul. It staggered and fell into the cage, causing the other rabbits to panic and scramble away, making noise. Since rabbits often fought and made noise, and Luyu didn't make any unusual movements, the shopkeeper didn't think much of it and continued scrolling through the latest news. As everyone knows, the hottest news recently was the attack by twisted spiders in the northern district, resulting in numerous casualties. Looking at the photos, even with the blurred faces, one can still sense the horror of the scene. The shop owner couldn't help but feel grateful that he was still alive in the East District, otherwise he might have ended up in those photos. Why not kill a rabbit tonight to celebrate? Luyu continued to watch the gray-haired rabbit's condition. Its eyes remained blank, and its body visibly shriveled up. It slowly closed its eyes and ceased to breathe. Meanwhile, the shadow in Luyu's hand became fully animated after the gray-haired rabbit's death. Under his mental command, it quickly took the shape of an arm. Did taking the shadow also take away life? No, that's not right. It took away the soul, or the spirit, leading to sudden death and the decline of vital energy. Luyu analyzed the changes in the gray-haired rabbit and quickly recalled some legends where a person's shadow is connected to their soul, and the shadow is the projection of the soul. In other words, taking away the shadow is akin to taking away the soul. No, it's not just about the projection, there's a deeper connection that hasn't been explored yet. Could it be the manifestation of the material essence of the soul? This ability is somewhat similar to that of Moonlight Morlia, one of the 7 warlords of the sea in the anime series One Piece. He is a user of the shadow fruit, a shadow man who can steal others' shadows. He possesses a large pair of scissors to cut off others' shadows and implant them into corpses, creating zombies with the original owner's abilities. However, the devil fruit ability cannot be transferred to the zombies. If the original owner whose shadow has been taken is exposed to sunlight, they will completely disappear. Therefore, they can only survive in places where no sunlight reaches. Additionally, he can swap his own shadow with that of others. Furthermore, he can absorb a large number of shadows into his body to gain immense power. However, Luyu cannot do this currently, he can only use the shadow servant skill rudimentarily and is unable to further manipulate the power of shadows. However, Luyu's abilities are not constrained by sea stone or seawater like devil fruits, and he possesses limitless potential. It is important to note that this world is a real world, even though the skills Luyu possesses are derived from monster abilities that have been solidified within him. However, this is not a game world. In a game world, skills can only be released mechanically according to game commands, and even something as simple as crossing terrain requires completing quests. However, all of this is real. Although the principles behind skill activation remain unclear, he can use skills to reverse engineer the essence of power. For example, the power of Shadow Servant is related to shadows, and Hellfire Whip originates from the flames of hell, and so on. Yu didn't want to be a simple skill user, he wanted to use these skills to trace their origins, master the power of shadows and hellfire, and develop even more abilities. Once he had mastered the essence of shadows and hellfire, and even the power of time, he would still hold the power in his hands and control his own destiny, even if he lost the system. Thinking of this, Yu turned to the shop owner and said, "How much is this cage of rabbits?" Based on the shadows captured earlier, there are 13 rabbits in the cage, including the dead gray-haired rabbit. Their shadows are sufficient to create a shadow servant. Additionally, he wanted to experiment with the shadows of other creatures to see if the shadow servants created from them would differ, hence the need for comparison. The shop owner, who had been reading the news, heard that a customer wanted to buy a cage of rabbits and excitedly stood up, only to bump his calf against a protruding corner of the table, causing him to wince in pain. Pain. The shop owner muttered a few words, then forced a smile through the pain and said, 13 in total, 1,300 yuan. You're a regular customer, so I'll give you a discount and charge you 1,200 yuan. That's almost 100 yuan each, and they're not female rabbits. Even considering the risks of capturing them in the wild, that's still quite expensive. Plus, these rabbits might be domesticated. Yu muttered to himself, but he didn't haggle over the price. Instead, he paid promptly. Although the gray-haired rabbit didn't look dead at first glance, upon closer inspection, there were still issues. Then, under the pretext of conducting research, Yu asked the owner to recommend suppliers for white mice and birds. The owner was delighted, as this arrangement could easily yield a substantial commission. However, the pain in his legs and the pleasure in his heart intertwined, causing the shop owner's facial expressions to be quite vivid. Among them, the birds were quite expensive, with each one costing 200, and 20 were purchased at once. The white mice, however, were chosen because of their small size and small shadows, so 50 were bought in one go. In the end, Yu paid over 7,000 yuan, and the store owner smiled and offered delivery services, which Yu gladly accepted. After all, with so many animals, the smell would be overwhelming, and most drivers wouldn't dare to take the job. With all the animals in tow, Yu quickly returned home, locked all the doors and windows, and arranged them neatly. Drawing on his previous experience of extracting shadows, Yu carefully cut the shadows from each of the animals one by one. All the animals, having lost their shadows, began to grow listless and slowly lost their vital energy, turning the once bustling house into a deathly silent place. 3 massive shadows, as black as ink, floated in the air, beginning to wriggle and transform. Chapter 21, The Eternal Void Homeland. An indescribable existence. 3 shadowy forms began to twist and contort, resembling the black mud that embodies the evil of this world in the Type Moon universe, slowly and terrifyingly writhing as if some monstrous creature were about to awaken from within. Gurgling. Like the sound of clear spring water flowing through a mountain stream, it emanated from the black mud, and its shape began to slowly twist, as if a craftsman were shaping sugar figurines. As they transform, dark energy continues to gather, causing the room's temperature and light to drop slightly. Even with the lights on, there is a hazy, eerie atmosphere. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu calmed his mind and began to sense the principles behind the use of the shadow servant, his consciousness slowly immersing itself in this shadow energy, that great and mysterious power. Shadow energy is not evil, it is simply a component of the world, devoid of any moral judgment. There are no intense evil thoughts intertwined within it, only eternal silence. The land of eternal silence. Silence, no thoughts, no heart, no law. As if embraced by the dark mother goddess, consciousness longs to sleep forever. Sleep, sleep, eternal void, the homeland of emptiness. A mysterious murmur echoed in his heart, like a gentle spring breeze soothing Luyu's soul, seeking to erase all traces of his emotional turmoil. At the same time, Luyu's consciousness roamed through the shadows, and in the haze, he seemed to sense an indescribable figure. He could not make out the vast, eerie, and indescribable form, but he felt drawn to it, and his consciousness slowly began to move toward it through the shadow world. It seemed as though only by returning there could life find its true purpose, the universe its mystery, and the soul its ultimate mystery. Detect the presence of an unknown entity, assess the danger level, and automatically erase. The system's voice echoed in Luyu's mind, startling him awake, and his consciousness swiftly returned to his body. Luyu's body trembled violently, and several beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, sliding down his cheeks and falling to the ground with a soft plop. Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and said nervously, "I almost had my consciousness assimilated by the shadows and became food for that entity." He had just begun to comprehend the shadows, but he delved too deeply, directly merging into the shadow world and even sensing the aura of a great being. The eternal silence of the shadows and the aura of this great being nearly caused him to be assimilated by the shadows, turning him into a puppet of the shadows. Fortunately, the system promptly erased that aura, and that being seemed not to have noticed him, a mere insignificant being, so it did not pursue him. Otherwise, both he and the city beneath his feet would have been reduced to ruins. However, this incident served as a warning to Yu. He must never carelessly merge with any energy, even if it appears harmless. Originally, he had intended to further trace the origins of the hellfire in time, but after this incident, he decided to postpone those plans. He would wait until he had sufficient strength and confidence to further explore the essence of these powers and firmly grasp them in his hands. Moreover, this world seemed to hide many secrets. The whispers he had just heard began to fade rapidly, as if they were forbidden memories slipping through his fingers like quicksand. However, Lu Yu managed to force himself to remember many things, but he had no intention of speaking them aloud. Instead, he buried them deep within his memory. This wasn't a past life where one could casually blab about such things. In this world, there were numerous terrifying beings, and even reciting their names or thinking about them for too long could attract their attention. Does every source of energy have such an entity at its core? Lu Yu had a bold hypothesis. If this hypothesis were true, it could very well lead to a chilling revelation. This truth could very well plunge all existing cultivators into a state of panic. What's the point of thinking about it anymore? I've mastered the monster editor system. As long as I create enough powerful monsters, sooner or later I'll be able to converse with these beings on equal terms and uncover the truth about this world. Lu Yu paused for a moment before offering some encouragement. This wasn't just a pipe dream. Once a monster capable of reversing time and devouring star rivers was born in his hands, he too would gain endless power. Moreover, this deep dive into the shadow world was not entirely fruitless. Lu Yu could sense that his mastery of shadow power had advanced further. He was confident that it wouldn't be long before he could use the power of shadows in battle. Lu Yu slowly raised his head. 3 shadows had already coalesced into 3 humanoid forms, tall figures without any facial features kneeling silently before him, bowing their heads to signify their loyalty. Are these the shadow servants? Lu Yu looked at the 3 shadow servants before him and could sense an intangible connection, with himself as the central axis. He could control the lives of these shadow servants with a single thought. He could destroy the core of their existence, causing them to dissipate back into shadows. The power to grant life and take it away, no wonder they're called servants. Lu Yu murmured softly, but he also acknowledged the absolute power of the system, as it would be crucial for his future intelligence gathering. Thinking of this, Lu Yu looked at them with a distant expression and asked, "What abilities do you possess?" Chapter 22, The fastest way to understand the mysterious side is. As Lu Yu finished speaking, the bodies of the 3 shadow servants dissolved into black droplets and fell into the ground, leaving no trace of their presence. Their powerful stealth abilities, coupled with their extremely weak energy fluctuations, were truly remarkable. Lu Yu's eyes lit up, and he nodded in satisfaction before speaking. "Attack me." As the words fell, the once quiet room suddenly filled with a murderous intent. 3 figures burst out from behind, from the ground, and from the shadows on the ceiling, wielding black blades as they charged toward Lu Yu. The blades sliced through the air like black streams of water, capable of cutting through the very air itself, a testament to their sharpness. If anyone were struck by them, their head would be severed from their body in an instant. These assassins, emerging from the darkness, arrive silently by your side, transforming into reapers of life. Lu Yu also sensed the immense danger, feeling a faint prickling sensation on his skin, a warning from the sharp blades. However, he did not panic. He slowly raised his palm and clenched it tightly. Boom! Black flames erupted from the palm of his hand and swiftly expanded outward, forming a circular ring that repelled all the attacking shadow servants. The dark hellfire clung to their bodies, flaring up violently as if they had touched oil, transforming into raging flames that engulfed one of the shadow servants, continuously burning away its shadow power. However, despite emitting a wailing mental wave, the shadow servant made no further movements, instead kneeling on the ground and waiting for Lu Yu's next command. Their intelligence was limited, and their sole purpose for existence was to obey Lu Yu's commands. Lu Yu, seeing this, waved his hand to extinguish the hellfire on their bodies. After all, they were just a collection of animal shadows worth a few $1,000s. They couldn't be wasted. After the flames subsided, the shadow servant's form had noticeably shrunk in size. And whether it was Lu Yu's imagination or not, the black shadow seemed to have grown even darker. However, Lu Yu didn't give it much thought. Based on the sensations he had felt during the attack, he categorized the 3 shadow servants. He found that the shadow servants created from rabbit shadows were slightly stronger than those made from bird shadows, and both of these were more powerful than those made from mouse shadows. If converted, the weakest mouse shadow-made servant was roughly on par with the commander named Zhou Zhang they had encountered that night. Bird shadows are equivalent to 12 Zhou Zhangs, while rabbit shadows are equivalent to 14 Zhou Zhangs. Unit of strength measurement, Commander Zhou Zhang. The stronger the shadow of a creature, the stronger the shadow servant it creates? That does seem to align with the law of conservation of energy. What if we use human shadows instead? Lu Yu wondered if shadow servants made from human shadows would be more intelligent or have greater potential? That sounds intriguing. However, he is not a villain. He would never intentionally harm innocent civilians. That goes against his principles. Therefore, the shadow servants he created using people's shadows can only wait for future opportunities. Go investigate the abnormal situations in the vicinity. Report any unusual activity immediately. Lu Yu briefly assigned tasks to the 3 shadow servants. These 3 creatures lacked intelligence and naturally had no objections. They transformed into 3 shadows and vanished into the darkness. Before one of them fled, it also took all the cages and animal corpses with it to dispose of them. That's really convenient. They'll probably be smarter than the ninjas in Jackie Chan's The Ghost Ninja in the future. Lu Yu lay on the sofa muttering to himself. Although it was similar to the Shadow Ninja he had seen in his previous life, compared to the weak Shadow King's Shadow Ninja, he believed his Shadow Servants would be much stronger. However, although he was strong enough to protect himself, had Shadow Servants capable of assassination and intelligence gathering, and possessed a fear balloon and an unhatched void shadow spider, his power came from monsters, and he lacked systematic training in cultivation methods. He was, as they say, all strength and no skill. Lu Yu began to reflect on his current state. He realized that what he lacked most was not rare materials or powerful skills, but a complete understanding of the awakened world and a set of methods for cultivation. However, the world of the extraordinary seemed to be shrouded in mystery, with much of its content hidden away for some unknown reason. While most people are aware of their existence and know that they possess special abilities, they remain completely ignorant of the origins of their power, let alone any special secrets. It is as though they have been deliberately adorned with a mask to deal with ordinary people, but what is revealed is merely the tip of the iceberg. Lu Yu understood why specific details couldn't be revealed, as this world was filled with terrifying and bizarre entities. Many of these entities could be used as memes through information technology, potentially sparking terrifying upheavals. Understanding is one thing, but when he himself became an extraordinary being yet couldn't obtain useful information, that was extremely frustrating. However, there is always a way out. Since the other party hasn't completely blocked the information, it means that as long as it's not widely disseminated, there shouldn't be a problem. Therefore, Liu should be able to obtain information about the awakened world through some special channels or contacts. Given the advanced communication and network technology in this world, there must be forums or offline gatherings specifically for awakened ones. And what Liu needs to do is go online and post a comment. Chapter 23, The Importance of Fishing Threads. The legendary miscellaneous fish genius. Sun Jun, an awakened individual who has been awakened for 2.5 years, possesses only the first-tier awakened strength. Though his power is limited, he has managed to make quite a few friends thanks to his smooth and adaptable personality. However, due to his low strength, he inevitably faces discrimination from others. Although he smiled and flattered the other awakened beings in public, behind their backs, he was a person who loved to show off and boast. However, his method of showing off is a bit different. He does it by pontificating online. He especially enjoys leaving comments under posts about awakened individuals, looking down on ordinary people from a position of superiority. Especially under posts where people are eager to become awakened individuals, Sun Jun feels a sense of pleasure. Though he's just a newbie in front of other awakened individuals, online, he can strike hard. If the heavens had not given me a keyboard, the path of criticism would remain shrouded in eternal darkness. Bring on the keyboard. Today, Sun Jun was browsing forums about the awakened as usual, looking for some interesting posts to pontificate on and show them how cruel the world of the awakened truly is. So he started flipping through the posts, reading and replying as he went. Can awakened ones extend their lifespan? Of course. Those who are stronger than awakened ones have lifespans of 200 years. If they could obtain some longevity-enhancing treasures, living to 300 years wouldn't be impossible. Sun Jun may be weak in power, but he is indeed a genuine awakened one and has obtained a great deal of genuine and useful information. He pieced together the limited information he had, blending 7 parts truth with 3 parts fiction, and spoke eloquently with the air of a master. Such a response, intertwined with practical information, naturally drew a crowd. Many people left comments and gave him likes, with a string of 666 flooding the screen, and some even sent private messages calling him a big shot. Feeling so adored, Sun Jun couldn't stop smiling. He then pretended to be nonchalant and left the post, planning to find a few more posts to comment on and attract more attention. Just as he was scrolling, a post suddenly popped up. Do awakened ones have their own forum? Or their own private communication channel? Their world seems so mysterious. Awakened ones forum? Sun Jun's expression froze. This thing did indeed exist, but it required being an awakened one of the second tier to apply for access. Inside, one could post requests for help and exchange information about supplies, making it incredibly convenient and useful. However, he was stuck at the first stage of awaken, having made no progress for over 2 years, so he had been unable to apply for an account. As a result, whenever his old friends posted updates, they would glance at him with a pitying look, causing him deep emotional pain and becoming a constant source of distress for him. This issue immediately dampened Sun Jun's previously cheerful mood, and he quickly clicked on the person's profile to take a look. Lord of 1,000 Monsters? What a cheesy name, it sounds like something a kid would come up with. Lord of 1,000 Monsters? Watch out, or you might get eaten by monsters one day. Sun Jun jumped to conclusions and made a few sarcastic remarks. The person who posted this is clearly a kid, but they just happened to hit a nerve. To cheer himself up, Sun Jun quickly typed out a reply. Of course not. How could awakened ones live among you? They only talk about how to eliminate monsters. They're on a whole different level. Anyway, Sun Jun was confident that he would soon advance to the second stage of Awakened Ones, then apply for an account to have more to brag about, so he decided to show off his superiority in advance. See? Awakened Ones are so powerful, they're all so busy. And the person who posted this is Lu Yu. He plans to post widely, cast a wide net, and search the internet for some useful information. However, while the netizens were idle, most of them lacked the ability to answer the question, so no one responded. An hour passed, and just as he was about to offer a reward, someone named Gaisher Tianjiao replied. Gaisher Tianjiao, that name sounds so cliché and over the top. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow and immediately criticized the other person's name for being too pretentious. After all, he was a man who valued facts and truth. With the monster editor system, becoming the master of countless monsters was merely a matter of time. However, this prodigy's name was so cheesy he must be an elementary school student. However, the other party's response seemed pretty genuine, so Lu Yu decided to check their reply history. The more he looked, the more excited he became. This guy seems to be a genuine awakened being? A peerless prodigy? Could he be the prodigy among the awakened ones? But the group of awakened ones I saw that night were no different from ordinary soldiers, and they were supposed to be the city's last line of defense. Should we call the elite among the grunts elite grunts or grunt elite? But these awakened ones, are the topics they discuss really that impressive? Why were they all so cowardly last night? So Lu Yu pretended to be a newbie and continued to ask. Do you need a high-level status and strong abilities to join the forum? Of course it does. Sun Jun's lips curled slightly upward as he continued. Only second-tier awakened ones can submit their identity information to apply for an account. Once they have an account, they can log into the forum, post messages, and even exchange supplies. Submit identity information? Lu Yu furrowed his brows. He had fused 1/10 of the power from 2 Morningstar demons, giving him strength at least at the 9th awakening stage, which definitely met the application requirements. However, the requirement to submit personal information made him rule out this option. He did not wish to come into contact with the military at this time. Should he try to snag an account? This heavenly prodigy seems to know a bit too much. He might already have a login account. Maybe we should pretend to be a girl to trick him into meeting us, then throw him into a small dark room and torture him? Just as Lu Yu was considering whether to do such a despicable thing, Sun Jun, who was at home in the southern district, suddenly felt a chill down his spine, as if he were being watched by some terrifying beast. Damn it, why isn't this person replying? Hurry up and flatter me. Don't leave me hanging like this. Sun Jun took a deep breath and couldn't help but complain about Lu Yu's slow response, which was almost draining his joy. However, Sun Jun didn't see the other person's surprised expression, which made him feel even more eager. He could only stare at the screen, anxiously waiting for a response. After a minute of agonizing wait, he finally saw Lu Yu's reply. Chapter 24, Night Falls, the yellow-robed one sets out. That sounds convincing, but I can't help but feel like you're a fraud. Are you really from the Awakened Ones forum? Lu Yu's reply felt like a knife stabbing Sun Jun's heart, causing his pent-up emotions to erupt, but he had no outlet for them. Because what the other person said was the truth, he truly had no qualifications to enter the forum. All the information he had about the forum had been passed down from friends, which he had then embellished with his own artistic flair. When it comes to scholars, how could that be called deception? This is called artistic license. But getting Sun Jun to admit it is impossible. The online world is his only sanctuary. So he began to think about how to respond. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he laughed as he replied. I wasn't planning on defending myself, but since you're in a good mood today, I'll tell you. I have an invitation to a night market where many awakened individuals will gather, including some from other cities, to exchange and purchase supplies. This invitation is priceless. Only someone as powerful as me could receive it. The invitation is genuine, but he had to pull some strings and speak highly of me to secure it. It can be said that he spent nearly half of his savings on this invitation. Although the cost was enormous, as long as he could enter the night market and experience it firsthand, he would have something to brag about, and he could continue to boast online for a long time. If he could manage to snag a couple of treasures there, that would be even better. Night market. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes, not expecting that his bait would catch such a big fish. The night market is also known as a marketplace, a place where commercial activities take place at night. However, in this world, many awakened individuals frequently obtain various items due to their involvement in outdoor battles. However, some of these items are useless to them, so they need to trade them for other items or money to meet their needs. Such markets serve this purpose. They typically have valuable items that can be used as materials, and even if they don't, one can purchase knowledge from the extraordinary world and integrate it into this world's system. Even just broadening one's horizons is worthwhile. At least it's better than being completely in the dark, with no idea what to do. However, Lu Yu didn't rush to ask for the location, because fishing is also a skill, and forcing the fish could cause it to break free from the line and escape. So Lu Yu smiled and typed. Who doesn't know how to brag? I also received an invitation to the federal banquet, and they even said they'd introduce me to a princess from a small country fair-skinned and beautiful. Is that enough? If not, I can make up some more. That's too much. Sun Jun slammed the table and stood up, but behind the screen, he was helpless, with nowhere to vent his anger. Usually, he was the one playing the role of the contrarian, but today, he found himself facing one himself. So he immediately pulled out the invitation card, took a photo of it along with the address, but didn't rush to send it over. However, although he was angry, he didn't lose his composure. He knew he couldn't publicize the matter of the awakened ones, or he would definitely be punished. Therefore, Sun Jun opted for the private chat feature's flash image function, which only allowed the recipient to view the image for 5 seconds and prevented them from taking a screenshot, while also proving that he had genuinely been invited. Troll, you have nothing to say now, do you? Sun Jun widened his eyes and stared intently at the screen, waiting for the other person to discover that he was an awakened being in panic, then apologize to him. It should be pretty hilarious. Will it make you cry your eyes out? Sun Jun had already rehearsed his lines in his mind. He planned to first lecture them in an authoritative tone, then forgive them generously. This way, the other person would inevitably be moved to tears, and it would also showcase his magnanimity. And it seemed like he was just a teenager with a bit of an overactive imagination. Who knows, maybe he'd even look up to him as an idol in the future. Ah, the life of an awakened one is so simple and joyful. Ding! Ding! The message notification caught Sun Jun's attention, and he hurriedly clicked on it. Goodbye, tool. Sun Jun stood frozen in place, unconsciously uttering 3 question marks. You have been blocked by the other party. Please add them as a friend and send a message. Meanwhile, Liu had already noted down the address in the bottom right corner of the invitation. Hangzhou City, North Suburb, Dongbaihu Alley, number 17. Located in the outskirts of Hangzhou City North District, near the wilderness, this area is sparsely populated and difficult to discover. Having located the address, Liu decisively abandoned the tool, though he did not delete it. Instead, he chose to block it. In case he needed to ask him something in the future, he could unblock him, ask the question, and then block him again. A tool person should act like a tool person. Thinking of this, Liu glanced at the setting sun and got up to start preparing his outfit for the evening. He had already worn the vest he had prepared earlier, and if he wore it to the night market, he would likely become the center of attention. Liu rummaged through his wardrobe, pulling out a yellow trench coat and a white mask with a sinister smile, which he put on his face. He spoke in a low voice. As night falls, the man in yellow sets out. Chapter 25, Is the Night Market a Masquerade Ball? The second alter ego makes an appearance. Hangzhou City, North Suburb, Dongbaihu Alley, number 17. Liu arrived at the location dressed in yellow and wearing a strange smile. He had thought his outfit was already mysterious enough, but to his surprise, others had also come wearing masks. Chicken, dog, and monkey masks were common, even a black hood like those used in bank robberies, and someone had even donned a geisha mask. The pale white mask paired with the eerie geisha makeup was already unsettling, but the most striking part was that he was a towering man over 2 meters tall. He really has a girly heart. A burly man wearing a geisha mask stood behind a white-haired man wearing a fox mask. He took 2 invitations from his pocket and handed them to the gatekeeper, who checked them and nodded, then said respectfully, "Please come in." The rest of the masked individuals also entered one after another, each silently adhering to the order and entering the door. During this time, an ordinary person attempted to sneak in but was immediately grabbed by the security guard and thrown out with one hand. At that moment, they realized that the guard was actually a third-tier awakened warrior. Seeing that everyone was entering with an invitation, Liu furrowed his brows and spoke in a voice only he could hear. "It seems I'll have to resort to some tactics." As soon as the words left his mouth, his shadow began to ripple, emanating a dense aura of shadow energy that coalesced into a pitch-black veil, enveloping him as if he had draped the night sky over himself. The pitch-black shadow cloak intertwined with the yellow windbreaker, not only failing to obscure the color but instead blending yellow and black together to create a deep, eerie, and lifeless atmosphere. Paired with the eerie grinning mask, it seemed as though the embodiment of death had descended to the mortal realm, ready to reap souls. This was the insight Liu gained after entering the shadow world, further refining his skill Shadow Servant. Not only could he create shadow servants, but he could also now manipulate shadow energy with basic proficiency. The posture he adopted was an imitation of the faint presence emanating from the depths of the shadow world. Though he had only managed to replicate less than 1/10,000th of it, there was still a faint resemblance. Though it is but a faint trace, it originates from an indescribably terrifying entity. And the moment Liu appeared, he instantly captured everyone's attention. Even with their various masks, they couldn't hide the shock in their eyes. A young man wearing a monkey-faced mask glanced at the black veil, his expression beneath the mask changing drastically. He took a few steps back and trembled as he said, "Who is this? Why do I feel like I'm about to be plunged into eternal silence just by seeing that black veil?" A companion wearing a pig mask cautiously said, "What a terrifying aura. Even just glancing at it feels suffocating." The other guests who had just entered the venue also heard the noise, walked to the door to take a look, and began to whisper among themselves. Isn't this just an ordinary night market gathering? Why is there such a terrifying creature here? Such powerful shadow energy, and it carries a hint of danger. Damn, you're overdoing it. Lu Yu watched their performance and thought to himself, this isn't good. He had originally intended to act mysterious, then tell the guard that he had lost his invitation and slip through undetected. But then he realized that suddenly becoming the center of everyone's attention seemed a bit too flashy. I should have just set off a few hellfire spells. Wait, if I had used hellfire, wouldn't that have been my other alias showing up? That alias is for portraying a mysterious powerful figure, intended for future interactions with the military. It can't be used carelessly at this stage. Lu Yu had no idea that the powerful alias he had created had become a forbidden entity that had emerged from the depths of time. If he had actually used that identity, everyone present might have been scared half to death. But what should we do now? Lu Yu fell into deep thought. What excuse could he use to sneak in? Just as he was thinking, the guard who had been watching the door hurried over to him, bowed respectfully, and said, "Sir, are you also here to attend the night market?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would I come all the way out here? Are you all here to put on a costume party? Each of you is wearing a mask more diligently than I am." Lu Yu muttered to himself, but to avoid revealing any flaws by speaking too much, he deliberately lowered his voice and said, "Just passing by. If you say you're coming to attend, then not having an invitation is definitely suspicious. It's better to pretend you just happen to be passing by. I just happen to be passing by. If you doubt me, I'll hit you and use physical force to convince you until you believe me." The security guard heard this and was overjoyed. Although the other person's response was cold, aren't all strong people like that? He wasn't just some ordinary awakened being with limited knowledge. The being before him, shrouded in a black veil of condensed energy, was either a Morningstar level being or not far off. The power of the Morningstar is channeled into oneself, standing high above all others. Being able to exchange even a few words with such an entity is a tremendous honor for ordinary awakened beings like himself. If he could invite this powerful being to join the night market, his boss would certainly be delighted. Having such a powerful individual attend an ordinary night market would significantly elevate its status, and it would definitely attract even more people next time. And when the boss is happy, it means he's about to get a promotion and a raise, on his way to the pinnacle of life. What a stroke of luck. The security guard was thrilled inside, but he didn't show it on his face, because he knew that someone who looked this powerful must have seen a lot of the world and might not even bother with this night market. As the face of the night market, the gatekeeper, he felt he had to remain calm and composed. For the sake of his future, the security guard mustered his courage and asked, "Sir, since you're passing by here, why not join our night market? You might find something that interests you, and our boss is very hospitable and loves making new friends." The gatekeeper finished speaking and waited nervously for Lu Yu's response. The eerie smile on his mask, even without any sound, carried a terrifying aura that made his body tremble uncontrollably. Is this what a true powerhouse looks like? The gatekeeper marveled in his heart, feeling even more awe toward the being before him, and could only hope that the other would grace the night market with their presence. Little did he know that the man before him, Lu Yu, had just been struggling with how to obtain an invitation, only for the gatekeeper to offer it himself. "Young man, your path has widened." Chapter 26, The True Mysterious Night Market. What's it like when someone brings you a pillow just because you're dozing off? That's awesome. Before I could even come up with an excuse, the other person had already made one up and was even being polite about inviting me to join. Look at the language they used, graciously deign to attend. This is what a subordinate says to a superior. Even a lowly security guard is so well educated they must have a bright future. Lu Yu was in a good mood, but no one could see his emotional changes behind the mask. All they felt was the intense pressure emanating from this mysterious, silent figure. In reality, Lu Yu had not released any energy fluctuations, as he was incapable of doing anything beyond casting skills and manipulating some shadow energy. You're talking about releasing a pressure aura? First, let me read the manual. This is terrifying. Did I say something wrong? The security guard's legs began to tremble uncontrollably, and he started to wonder if he had said something wrong that caused the other person to fall silent. After all, the person in front of him was likely a Morningstar-level existence. If he angered him, the first person to be targeted would undoubtedly be his boss, who would be killed along with his entire family, and then they would have to apologize to the other party. Beads of sweat the size of beans began to form on the security guard's forehead. Time seemed to slow down, and each moment felt like an eternity. Good. Lu Yu's response sounded like music to the ears of the security guard, nearly causing him to jump for joy. However, he suppressed his urge to act impulsively and said in an excited tone, "Please follow me, sir." Lu Yu nodded in agreement and followed the guard's footsteps, crossing the gate under the reverent gazes of everyone present. Beyond the gate, it was not the house he had imagined, but a bamboo grove with a small path paved with pebbles. Along the sides of the path stood rows of wooden stakes, each with a candle burning on top. Lu Yu followed the gatekeeper silently, quickly passing through the bamboo grove and arriving at a vast open space. The area was already crowded with masked individuals. In some sections, people had spread out cloths on the ground, laid out various items, and marked prices for sale. When Lu Yu arrived, many people turned their gaze toward him, pausing for a few seconds before quickly looking away. Staring at someone for an extended period of time is considered impolite anywhere, and even more so in the circle of awakened ones, where the strong are revered. If you stare at someone for an extended period of time or give them a scrutinizing look, unless you are stronger than them, it is considered a provocation. As for whether they actually looked away, only they themselves know. After escorting the person inside, the security guard respectfully stepped back, but he did not return to the entrance. Instead, he walked toward the inner courtyard, presumably to report the information. Lu Yu paid no attention to the guard's comings and goings, as his primary objective was to purchase the necessary items and information in the night market. So he began to wander around, noticing that although the night market wasn't very large, the goods being sold were quite rare. These were all things that were hard to find elsewhere. For example, there was a white tusk over a meter long. Lu Yu thought it was an elephant tusk, but the label next to it read wild boar tusk. If scaled to its body size, it should be 6 or 7 meters long. This boar must have been raised on hormones. There are also black stones on the side. Lu Yu thought they were some kind of precious stone, but the label reads 3-headed vultures XX, which can be used to prepare a tonic. Lu Yu's lips twitched, and he turned his head to continue walking forward. He feared that if he stayed any longer, his worldview might be shattered. However, his appearance, shrouded in the veil of shadows as he walked forward, was far too conspicuous. Many people even stepped aside to make way for him. Such behavior left Lu Yu both helpless and secretly delighted. The helplessness stemmed from the fact that he had no way of befriending the other awakened individuals, as he knew little about their world and feared that speaking up would reveal his inexperience and newbie status. On the bright side, these individuals who were regarded as superior by ordinary people were now voluntarily making way for him. The feeling of being the center of attention was truly exhilarating. This night market is indeed worth visiting. At least Lu Yu saw many things he had never seen before, making it truly feel like a world beyond the ordinary. However, he didn't forget his purpose and soon arrived at a stall. The stall owner was a young girl with black hair and a small cat mask, who was bent over reading a book. Lu Yu's arrival caused her to lift her head, but she immediately lowered it again, showing no intention of selling anything. She didn't look like an awakened one at all, more like a librarian. There weren't many items on the table, just a dozen or so notebooks, each neatly written in elegant handwriting with titles like Basic Knowledge for Awakened Ones, 108 Ways to Die in Dangerous Situations, Survival Techniques in the Wild, and Spiritual Cultivation Techniques for Awakened Ones, among others. Next to the books lies a white porcelain jar labeled 5 Burial Corpse Poison. Although these titles seem like they were taken from the UC News Department, the phrase Spiritual Cultivation Techniques for Awakened Ones piqued Lu Yu's interest. After all, while he currently possesses abundant energy, he lacks a systematic cultivation method and a clear path to becoming stronger. This book, along with another titled Basic Knowledge, perfectly addresses his deficiencies. These materials are standard textbooks for other awakened individuals, but to Lu Yu, they are nothing short of treasures. However, he is currently portraying the persona of a mysterious powerhouse, so he cannot afford to appear eager. Lu Yu cleared his throat and pointed at the small porcelain bottle, asking, 5 Burial Corpse Poison? Chapter 27, The Secret Art of 5 Burials and Corpse Refinement. A Girl's Wild Imagination. The black-haired girl wearing a cat mask raised her head and spoke slowly. Sword and spear, drowning, burning, hanging, burial in the ground, the 5 types of unjust deaths. This technique, derived from the 5 Ghosts' secret ritual of body transportation, does not target the soul. Instead, it refines corpses into poisonous corpses through a sacrificial ritual, then extracts the corpse poison through a special ceremony and mixes it. This is a newly developed toxin by the Holy Corpse Prayer Society, possessing extreme lethality against flesh-eating monsters. If an entire bottle is ingested, even a Morningstar-level monster would be severely wounded. Lu Yu listened impassively. The medicine was indeed powerful, but also rather useless. Even through the bottle, he could detect a faint odor of decay, let alone forcing an animal with a sense of smell hundreds of times more sensitive than a human's to drink it. If this odor could be masked, it would indeed be a useful tool. However, this poison is only strong enough to kill a Morningstar. Lu Yu already has 2 Morningstar monsters in his possession, and both are top-tier Morningstar-level creatures. This poison is useless against them. He pointed at the pile of books and spoke. Give me these books. The young girl looked at Lu Yu with some confusion, unsure why this mysterious figure wanted to buy these handwritten textbooks on basic knowledge. However, since he wanted them, she wouldn't refuse. She packed the books and said, "Thank you for your purchase. 1 spirit coin." Spirit coin? What is it? Lu Yu was taken aback. He had no idea what spirit coins were or what they were made of. Lu Yu's daze caused the black-haired girl's face beneath her mask to furrow in confusion, thinking he found it too expensive. She said, 13 handwritten copies, and I've noted down many details. You can take them home for your descendants to read. They're definitely worth the price. Because the shadow veil on Luyu was so striking, the young woman immediately assumed it was something Luyu had purchased for his own descendants. However, Luyu wasn't refusing to pay, he simply had no idea what spirit coins were and was completely clueless. The commotion also drew a crowd of onlookers, some of whom were curious about Luyu and wanted to know what this mysterious person was doing there. Among the crowd, a man wearing a monkey mask muttered a sarcastic remark under his breath. He's being so stingy over a single spirit coin. This guy is really tight-fisted. The others began to whisper among themselves. Maybe they don't want it anymore, or maybe they don't like it? If they don't like it, why bother buying it in a package? Could it be that they didn't bring any money? Just as they were talking, a sudden voice rang out. The black gauze robe he was wearing seemed to conceal his aura. Could it be that an ordinary person had obtained a treasure and infiltrated the gathering? Though the voice was not loud, there were few ordinary people present, and they all heard the remark. Several of them exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly as they considered the possibility of what had been said. The man in the monkey mask looked at the black veil surrounding the yellow-robed figure, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. If an ordinary person had obtained the treasure and managed to sneak in, he could find a way to steal it. At this thought, his eyes gleamed with determination, and he prepared to use a secret technique of detection to investigate further, to confirm whether it was indeed an ordinary person who had obtained the treasure. If it was true, then he could. Even if the other party discovers it, he can just pretend to be clueless, apologize, and get away with it. Luyu, who was in the middle of a conversation, suddenly sensed a feeling of being watched. He furrowed his brows and quickly tracked the direction of the intruder's gaze, but the person was hiding in the crowd and was difficult to spot. What a reckless fool! Luyu snorted derisively. Though he lacked spiritual abilities, he had once faced a terrifying demon god without flinching and was the master of 2 morning star monsters. In the future, he would become the master of countless monsters and engage in a struggle with numerous demon gods. His will was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Since the opponent was hiding in the shadows to spy, Luyu decided to let him have his fill. He began to alter his aura, further mimicking the unknown entity from the shadow world. The eternal, lifeless, and majestic aura of that being was not something ordinary people could endure. The moment Luyu altered his aura, the monkey-faced masked man saw Luyu suddenly transform into a pitch-black demon, extending massive arms to drag him into the endless abyss of silence. His rational mind was also being eroded by a terrifying force, as if it were trying to turn him into a mindless beast. No, no, no! The man in the monkey mask was so terrified by the terrifying transformation that he let out a loud scream, stumbled backward, and accidentally bumped into a rock, falling to the ground and causing a burst of laughter from the crowd. Though these people had no idea what had happened, they noticed that Luyu's aura had grown even darker, and they knew that he must have dealt a minor punishment to the other party. So they mocked the monkey-faced masked man directly. What a fool! He dares to do anything. No wonder you chose a monkey mask, now you're ashamed, aren't you? But I suggest you use a monkey but mask instead. Remember to behave yourself in the future, or you'll end up dead on the streets, little brother. All the unbearable insults were like a poisonous snake gnawing at his heart, causing him immense pain. If he were to leave in disgrace, he would never be able to hold his head up again for the rest of his life. The humiliation in his heart caused his reason to plummet. He suddenly raised his head, pointed at Luyu not far away, and shouted angrily. You despicable creature! I am the younger brother of Su Jojo. I will make sure my brother tears you to pieces. Before he could finish his threat, an arm fell to the ground, and the crimson blood soaked the earth. Ah, it hurts so much! He clutched his arm tightly with both hands, but couldn't stop the blood from flowing out, dripping onto the ground. Beside him stood a shadow servant clad in black, holding a dagger. The blade of the shadow blade was still dripping with a few drops of blood. What kind of monster is this? A shadow demon? The dismemberment of the Su family's heir and the appearance of the shadow guards left many stunned, causing them to step back several paces, fearing they might be caught up in the chaos. Although Luyu severed the opponent's arm, no one reprimanded him, as the awakened world had its own rules. The strong must not be disrespected. This was a world of the survival of the fittest, and it was precisely because the strong protected the weak that the human race had a chance to survive. Therefore, those who dared to offend the strong must be prepared to face the consequences. However, no one expected Luyu to act so decisively, completely disregarding the influence of the Su family. The fox-masked white-haired man and the geisha-masked giant who had first encountered them also heard the commotion and gathered around. Upon seeing the shadow guards, a look of realization flashed in their eyes. It's actually someone from that faction. Indeed, in the face of that faction, the Su family isn't even worth a single ant. However, this fellow might prove interesting later on. The fox-masked man chuckled softly and then walked deeper into the courtyard. Luyu had no idea what kind of plot these people were imagining. He had acted to reveal his fangs. He felt no mercy for the monkey-faced masked man. Since he had been blinded by greed, he must now pay the price. Moreover, if Lu Yu backed down, it would lead to endless tests. Although Lu Yu wasn't afraid of these guys, he hated trouble. To eliminate any potential trouble, he demonstrated his strength to everyone, completely intimidating them. Lu Yu didn't even glance at the guy who had made the threatening remark. Instead, he walked a few steps toward the girl wearing the cat mask. The black-haired girl took a few steps back in fear and said in a trembling voice, "What do you want?" "They're just a few handwritten manuscripts. If you want them, take them all. I don't want any money. I'll do anything you want, except for my body." Lu Yu's forehead creased with a frown. Did he really look like the kind of person who wouldn't pay? "And with your flat figure, I'm not really interested." However, Lu Yu didn't explain. Instead, he pulled something out of his robe and handed it to the black-haired girl, whispering softly, "How about I pay with this?" Chapter 28, The Value of Monster Materials? This is. The young girl paused for a moment, then looked at the object in Lu Yu's hand and exclaimed in shock. The poison sac of a twisted spider, and it's intact. Twisted spiders are twisted monsters transformed from followers of the spider god. Each one possesses the strength of at least the fourth awakened stage, and only a select few elites can produce poison sacs. Once captured, they will go into a frenzy of destruction, crushing their own poison sacs and contaminating their entire bodies. Additionally, it requires highly skilled peeling techniques and special secret methods. Even Morning Star level warriors cannot successfully peel the venom sacs from these monsters. Therefore, twisted venom sacs are extremely valuable. Even incomplete ones cost over 10,000 spirit coins, and complete ones are even rarer. The last time one appeared, it was purchased for 100,000 spirit coins. The cat-masked girl recited the information about the items as if they were her own, then fixed her intense gaze on Lu Yu, as if she had spotted a treasure. Lu Yu never expected this ordinary one-star material to be so valuable. At that moment, he finally realized just how extraordinary his ability to extract materials truly was. He recalled the first time he extracted a material. The twisted spider had already been severed at the waist by him, and the material should have been destroyed. The subsequent spider monsters were sucked dry, nearly reduced to dust. However, the system could still extract materials from them. Even without the ability to edit monsters, Lu Yu could quickly accumulate wealth by extracting materials from the corpses. The system's capabilities are truly powerful. Lu Yu silently gave the system a thumbs up in his mind, then continued to ask, "Is this payment sufficient?" Although spider venom sacs are precious, they are not particularly valuable to him. He can obtain a large quantity by raiding the lair of the spider god's followers at a later opportunity. Moreover, since the followers of the spider god can transform into spiders, the followers of other evil gods should also undergo mutations. At that point, they can be farmed for even more materials. Therefore, Lu Yu plans to use his own yellow-robed alter ego to try out the life of a wealthy individual in advance. "Are you sure you want to use this for payment?" The mouth beneath the girl's mask opened wide. "I thought it was a robber, but it turned out to be a wealthy individual. A complete twisted spider venom sac, its price is over 10,000 spirit coins." The other party actually intended to pay with a spider venom sac for the young girl. This was like a windfall from heaven, leaving her so overwhelmed she felt a bit dizzy. However, faced with such a huge temptation, the young girl shook her head, causing Lu Yu to furrow his brows. "Isn't that enough?" The tone is flat, but there's a hint of dissatisfaction. "Such expensive materials aren't enough? How greedy can you be?" This left Lu Yu somewhat dissatisfied. Now that he knew the value of this material, his options were no longer limited to just one young woman. However, the young woman took a deep breath and spoke firmly. "Enough. Even if I have to sell 10,000 handwritten copies, or even some secret techniques, it would be enough. But it's too expensive. But my handwritten copies don't deserve such value. Such a precious thing, please take it back. You only need to pay 1 spirit coin." "I don't have any spirit coins, that's why I'm using this as payment." "You're such a stubborn little brat." Lu Yu couldn't help but mutter to himself, but he couldn't help but admire the young girl in front of him. To remain steadfast in the face of immense wealth and uphold one's principles, such resolve is truly beyond the ordinary. Although the other party is somewhat stubborn, in a way, they are also quite endearing. So Lu Yu casually tossed the poison pouch to the young woman and said, "You're quite interesting. Take it for now. I might have other conditions in the future." "Other conditions?" The girl in the cat mask blushed instantly and whispered, "I only like people my own age, and this is something I can only do with someone I like. I'm afraid I can't agree." "You're overthinking it." Lu Yu decisively cut off the young girl's vivid imagination. If he let her continue, she might end up imagining a romantic evening scene. He had already noticed that, aside from being a bit quiet when she was reading, the young woman in front of him was actually a complete goofball. However, the young woman also realized that the powerful figure before her had no ulterior motives and was genuinely giving him a chance to make his debut. She paused for a moment, then took out an item and handed it over, saying, "Since you have accepted the poison pouch, these notes are now yours. My name is Su Shaoqing. Here is my contact information. If there is ever anything I can do to assist you in the future, I will do my utmost to help. Lu Yu glanced at it. It was a handwritten business card with neat, elegant handwriting listing contact information and an address. It was clear that this young woman had put a lot of thought into it. Lu Yu had been looking for someone to help him delve deeper into the world of awakened ones, so he casually flickered his fingers, and a thread of shadow energy coiled around the business card, tucking it into his windbreaker before clutching it tightly in his hand. What precise control of power! The young girl was shocked and was about to speak again when she suddenly heard a commotion. Turning her head, she saw a group of people without masks approaching menacingly. Chapter 29, A Noble Family That Treats Human Life as Worthless. Lu Yu, who doesn't follow the script. Compared to the masked figures in the secret night market, this group of unmasked individuals were like fireflies in the darkness, drawing everyone's attention. And since they didn't hide their identities, it didn't take long for people to recognize who they were. The leader seemed to be Su Jiuzhou, the eldest son of the Su family. It was said that he had once been an ordinary person, but after eating a mysterious fruit in the wilderness, his soul was strengthened, allowing him to rise rapidly. By the age of 20, he had already reached the 8th stage of awakening, and at 25, he was likely already at the 9th stage, even touching upon the mysteries of the Morning Star. He was one of the most promising candidates to become a Morning Star. They are advancing with such force. Could they be here to avenge their clan? The old patriarch of the Su family is also inside. Although he failed to advance to the Morning Star rank, his strength is still sufficient to dominate those below him. Moreover, the Su family has accumulated immense resources over the years. Once Su Jiuzhou advances to the Morning Star rank, they can rightfully claim their place among the elite clans. It seems like there's a big show in store. These people were speaking in hushed tones, keeping their voices low enough that only their companions could hear, ensuring their words didn't reach the ears of others. After all, they only wanted to watch the show and not get involved in any trouble. When Su Shaoqing saw the crowd, her eyes darted around nervously for a moment, and she hurriedly said to Lu Yu, "Sir, the people from the Su family have arrived. Perhaps you should go to the night market center to rest for a while. The night market owner is there, and they won't dare to act recklessly." The Su family is that powerful? Lu Yu's voice was low, betraying no emotion, but he was genuinely asking. Because he truly did not know how the factions in the awakened world were divided. The Su family was so formidable, there must be quite a few Morningstar level beings among them, right? However, during the attack by the Twisted Spiders on the Northern District, why didn't we see any of them? Could it be that the aristocratic families looked down on ordinary people and deemed their lives unworthy of saving? Thinking of this, Lu Yu felt a growing sense of resentment toward the Su family. The aristocratic families were indeed cold-hearted and ruthless, treating the common people like mere grass. Su Shaoqing, upon hearing Lu Yu's question, finally realized that Lu Yu had no idea how powerful the Su family was, and silently cursed himself. He assumed Lu Yu had acted impulsively and now regretted it, so he quickly gave Lu Yu a brief overview of the Su family's strength and told him he could wait at the night market center for a while and leave once the night market had ended. In her opinion, since Lu Yu's shadow servant had only awakened to the 5th or 6th stage, Lu Yu himself should only have the strength of the 9th stage of awakening. Although this power is formidable, the patriarch of the Su family once attempted to ascend to the Morning Star realm but failed. Though he did not achieve complete success, he did obtain a portion of the Morning Star's power, making him far beyond what an ordinary 9th-tier cultivator could possibly oppose. Even though Lu Yu comes from a powerful family, that strength lies in the family's influence, not his personal abilities. Once he is dead, even if the Su family were to be completely annihilated, it would be of no use. Su Shaoqing felt anxious. After all, she had accepted such a valuable item from him and promised to serve him for a period of time. If something were to happen to him, she would feel guilty as well. 2 9th-tier awakened individuals from prominent families? Lu Yu repeated the words, wanting to make sure he hadn't heard incorrectly. Not even a single Morning Star, and they dare to call themselves a clan? This was because Lu Yu's starting point was too high. Even if one looked across the entire Federation, while the Morning Star wasn't considered top-tier combat power, it still ranked in the middle tier of the pyramid. To be called a true powerhouse, one must possess the strength to single-handedly breach a small city and be revered by thousands. However, now that he knew the opponent's strength, Lu Yu remained unfazed. He began to examine the goods at the nearby stalls, but few items were suitable as materials. Most of them didn't even reach 1-star quality, they were nothing but junk. Su Shaoqing watched Lu Yu as he continued to scan the goods, sighing helplessly and mentally preparing to call for help. Sure enough, she was still the most afraid of owing someone a favor. So she hesitated for a moment, then her expression hardened, and she reached out her hand, ready to take Lu Yu straight to the night market center to hang out for a while. But before she could touch Lu Yu, 2 shadow servants emerged from the darkness, their sharp blades already pressed against her neck. She could even feel the icy sharpness. If she took just one more step forward, she would be decapitated, reduced to a headless corpse. This isn't how it's described in the novel. Isn't it supposed to be that the female lead bravely grabs the male lead's hand, leads him to safety, and they live happily ever after? How come I haven't even met this guy yet, and I've already almost been decapitated by 2 shadow monsters? Lu Yu looked up at Su Shaoqing, puzzled as to why he had touched him. However, he didn't sense any ill will from the other party, so he moved his mind and ordered the 2 shadow servants to retreat. Su Shaoqing watched as the blade moved away from his neck and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, due to being too tense, her legs gave out and she stumbled and fell to the ground, gazing at Lu Yu with a look of resentment. She had meant to help, yet she nearly met her end, and he didn't even bother to help her up. Was there no justice in the world? However, she knew that Lu Yu was surrounded by strict security, so she took the initiative to say, "Brother, why don't we make a strategic retreat first?" Chapter 30, The Shadow-Cutting Lineage. When did I become your big brother? You must have been a dog-headed strategist in your past life, you're so good at networking. Lu Yu muttered to himself but didn't bother to respond. Since learning about the Su family's background, he had already realized that they were not worthy opponents. Although he had not undergone systematic cultivation and knew no cultivation techniques or combat methods, he possessed 4 powerful skills and had mastered a portion of the power of shadows. A typical 9th-tier awakened individual would not stand a chance against him. Additionally, 3 shadow servants stand by his side, ready to act, providing him with ample opportunities to retreat. Moreover, his fear-inducing shadow ball, though currently at home, can be summoned with a single command. Moreover, although his fear balloon was staying at home, it could be summoned at a single call. The power of a Morning Star-class monster is not something a few 9th-rank beings can withstand. Once the light-draining aura is activated, it will be like the blood moon rising into the sky, stripping away all life force. Even the spider priests are instantly defeated. The Su family is nothing but a bunch of nobodies. As for that monkey-faced masked man, he's just a cute little thing. He doesn't know his place and was used by others as a tool to test their strength, only to be killed as a warning to others. This time, they merely severed his arm as a warning. If it had been anyone else, perhaps the entire Su family would have been wiped out. He is indeed too kind. Lu Yu isn't the type to harbor murderous intent, but if the Su family decides to cause trouble, he won't hesitate to send them all to meet their maker. So Lu Yu slowly began inspecting the goods, but many of the sellers grew anxious, silently praying that they won't be caught in the crossfire. The Su family arrived quickly. The man with the monkey-faced mask saw them as if they were saviors and hurriedly whispered, "Big brother, help me avenge this. He severed my arm, my life is ruined." "Don't tell me, I already know." Su Jojo snorted coldly. He had rushed over precisely because he had received the news. Seeing the gruesome state of the man in the monkey mask, he couldn't help but frown. The servants behind him quickly stepped forward to help the man in the monkey mask stop the bleeding and bandage his wounds. Although Su Jojo was not yet 30 years old, he had been in control of the Su family's power since a young age, and his features exuded an air of natural authority. He looked at the pitiful state of his younger brother, then turned his gaze toward Lu Yu, who was shrouded in a veil of shadow. His fierce eyes lingered on the shadow servants for a moment, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He suddenly took a step forward. Just as everyone thought he was about to attack, he spun around and charged toward the monkey-faced man who was still bandaging himself. With one hand, he grabbed the man's head and, under the latter's shocked gaze, pulled with all his might. Crack! With the sound of bone snapping, the monkey-faced masked man's head turned completely around, and the mask on his face fell off, revealing an expression of disbelief. After doing all this, he did not stop. Instead, he drew his sword, severed the head from the corpse, held it in his hand, and shouted at Lu Yu. "I have failed to discipline my household properly, and my son has offended you. I have now taken it upon myself to execute him. Please forgive me." Sigh. Everyone present sucked in a cold breath, and even Lu Yu was taken aback, unsure of what this guy was doing. This script is off. This isn't how a typical villain acts. Su Jojo's actions were so swift that no one could react in time. No one knew why he suddenly turned on his own people with such ruthlessness. Such a ruthless mindset, decisively killing his own brother as an act of atonement. Such behavior caused a single word to surface in everyone's minds. A tyrant. However, while everyone was shocked by Su Jojo's act of killing his own brother, they all understood that this wasn't because Su Jojo had strict family discipline. On the contrary, the Su family acted in a rather domineering manner and was very protective of their own. But today, they acted out of character, which could only mean one thing: the mysterious figure before them was either extremely powerful or had a formidable background. Regardless of the situation, they are not someone they can afford to provoke. Lu Yu's stunned silence made Su Jojo think he wasn't satisfied, so he continued. "The Su family is willing to compensate you with an additional 1,000 spirit coins. Do you think that is sufficient? I swear on my life that the Su family has no intention of offending the Kaiying lineage." Upon hearing this, even the servants brought by Su Jojo couldn't help but flash a look of resentment. However, with the corpses still lying on the ground, no one dared to risk their lives to protest. After all, Su Jojo had even beheaded his own brother. If these servants dared to speak out, they would certainly be torn to pieces. What is the Kaiying lineage? Which organization is it? Did they recognize me as a member of that organization after seeing my shadow servants? Kaiying, it sounds pretty powerful. Could it be another weak family like the Su clan? Lu Yu muttered to himself, his yellow robe fluttering in the wind, wrapped in a shadowy veil. The eerie mask on his face betrayed no emotion whatsoever. His silence spread throughout the open space, leaving it so quiet that even the slightest sound, like a pin dropping, could be heard clearly. An intangible stillness descended upon the place, and a terrifying pressure was released. Su Jojo clutched the severed head, his forehead covered in a cold sweat, unsure of the meaning behind the person before him. After a full minute, Lu Yu finally spoke coldly. This is a one-time exception. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Jojo sighed in relief, as if afraid that Lu Yu would change his mind. He hurriedly sent someone to hand over a bag filled with spirit coins to the shadow servant, then didn't even bother with his own brother's body, leaving the place immediately with his servants. Only when they reached the door did his confidant dare to ask, "Master, why?" Su Jojo's face darkened, and he coldly said, "We almost got screwed over." Chapter 31, Battling the Air. Got tricked? Everyone in the Su family felt like they were caught in a web of conspiracy. Could everything that happened today have been planned by someone? Su Jojo nodded, glanced around, and seeing no one nearby, spoke slowly. Because that shadow guard is something only the Kaiying lineage possesses. The Kaiying lineage? Everyone looked at each other in confusion, having never heard of this organization before. The Shadow Cutter lineage is capable of using shadow energy to transform the bodies of individuals with special constitutions into shadow guards through a special ritual, who then serve them faithfully. These shadow guards possess the ability to briefly enter the shadows, and since they are lifeless, they emit no aura, making them natural assassins. Perhaps you cannot fathom how powerful the Shadow Cutter lineage is, but let me put it another way, have you heard of the Crimson Hand? The Crimson Hand. That massive assassin organization spanning multiple nations and federations? With countless powerful assassins within its ranks, as long as your wealth is sufficient, even those above the Morning Star can be targeted for assassination? A clan member exclaimed in shock. The Crimson Hand organization is a colossal entity, something far beyond the reach of a small city's aristocratic families. Su Jojo nodded, his expression solemn, and said, the Kaiying lineage, however, holds a pivotal position within the Crimson Hand because of their ability to merge with the shadows. In fact, among the Crimson Hand's high-ranking members, the 13 Crimson Moons, there are powerful figures from the Kaiying lineage. Su Jojo sighed, if it weren't for the fact that I happened to learn about this matter during my travels years ago, I might have fallen into the same trap today. Su Jojo continued, however, today, after my brother was injured, the news reached us immediately. This is someone trying to use the Kaiying lineage to destroy our Su family. When he saw that shadow guard, he nearly froze in fear. After all, shadow guards are elite assassins, and even the Kaiying lineage requires extensive rituals to consecrate and refine them. Creating a single shadow guard required immense human and financial resources, making them true treasures of their clan. Even elite disciples were only granted one shadow guard to train. Having 3 shadow guards at one side clearly demonstrates how high one's status is within the shadow cutting lineage. Could he be a high-ranking member of the shadow cutter lineage? Thinking of this, Su Jojo felt a few cold sweat droplets form on his forehead, while his hatred for the one who had sown discord grew even stronger. He had no idea that Lu Yu's shadow guards were entirely the result of the skill shadow servants, an innate ability from the void shadow spider, requiring no sacrifices, secret arts, or rituals, only the harvesting of shadows to continuously create shadow servants. Although the maximum number is 10, this method is far superior to the techniques of the shadow cutter lineage. As for Su Jojo, he didn't feel the slightest bit of sorrow for his brother's death, because it was his own fault for being so foolish as to dare to spy on such a powerful figure. If he hadn't acted quickly, the entire Su family might have been wiped out. The family head truly has foresight. Thank goodness our Su family has you at the helm. Originally, they thought Su Jojo was afraid of causing trouble, so he killed his own brother outright. Everyone was seething with resentment, with no outlet for their frustration. They had sacrificed so much for the family, yet they could be sacrificed so casually. Who could possibly remain loyal to the family under such circumstances? However, after hearing the explanation, they all understood. It turned out that the family head was not afraid of death, but had discerned the enemy's plot and successfully eliminated the threat before the Su family faced annihilation. Not only did this render the enemy's plans ineffective, but it also successfully avoided the possibility of facing a terrifying large organization as an enemy. It was truly a display of deep foresight and mastery of the overall situation. After explaining everything, Su Jojo suddenly sighed, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes, and said self-reproachfully, "That's how it is. I also feel ashamed about my brother's death. Therefore, upon returning home, I will voluntarily step down from my position as family head and hand it over to someone more capable and virtuous." His confidant was the first to speak up. Under no circumstances. If it weren't for the master's brilliant strategy, the Su family would have been doomed. The others also chimed in agreement. Yeah, that little bastard Sulu deserves to die. If he were still alive, I'd beat him to death myself. This guy nearly caused a major disaster. Now that he's died to foil a plot, it's a fitting end for him. The family had made the difficult decision to eliminate a threat to the Su family by cutting ties with a member, even though it was painful. Though it is sad, please do not blame yourself. Please continue to lead the Su family. Alright then. Faced with so much persuasion, Sujojo could not refuse and reluctantly nodded in agreement, squeezing out a few tears. However, in reality, a man of his caliber would never be saddened by the death of a worthless younger brother, let alone abandon his position as family head. This is nothing but a performance. After all, he killed his own brother, even if it was to prevent an enemy's plot. But such behavior is simply wrong. So Sujojo put on a show to calm the hearts of his clan members. Moreover, unlike the other warlords, he not only does not harbor any grudges over such matters but also goes out of his way to avoid these dangerous individuals, preferring to never see them again if possible. For he deeply understands a fundamental truth: as long as one is alive, anything is possible. Thinking of this, Sujojo's expression grew serious, and he spoke sternly. Since that's the case, then we'll go back and investigate who dared to frame the Su family. We must make that rat in the shadows pay the price. As you command. The others quickly responded, hurried their steps, and fled the night market as if escaping from a dangerous individual. Chapter 32, The Yellow-Robed King. In the night market, everyone looked at Luyu with reverent eyes. No one thought Sujojo was a fool. His actions must have been because he knew the identity of the man before him. Perhaps he was a core member of a large organization, or even a Morning Star-level powerhouse. Upon considering this possibility, no one dared to glance at or discuss Luyu anymore, and the night market remained quiet throughout the night. Su Shaoqing, standing nearby, wiped the sweat from his forehead and exclaimed excitedly. Big shot, you actually scared them off. Did you anticipate this situation all along, which is why you remained so calm? Luyu naturally ignored the chatterbox and remained silent. Although he didn't receive a response, Su Shaoqing's face lit up with an expression of admiration. Indeed, this is what a true master is like, unflinching even as a mountain collapses before him, and unwavering even as deer appear to his left. This phrase perfectly describes the person before him. No, the Su family fled in disarray. They don't even qualify as a mountain, they're just a fake hill. The master's realm is indeed beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. His mind is as still as water, no storm can stir even the slightest ripple. But why buy my notes? Is it because his knowledge is too profound, so he needs to use simpler, more vulgar knowledge to educate the younger generation? Yes, that must be it. I really envy those who are taught by such a master. They must be true geniuses. Luyu looked at Su Shaoqing, who was staring at him with admiration, and his expression also grew somewhat peculiar. In truth, he had no idea why the other party had retreated. If Su's group had charged forward, he might have had no choice but to retreat first, waiting for the fear balloons to descend before counterattacking. However, unexpectedly, the other party seemed to have mistaken him for a member of some organization, and out of fear, they hurriedly apologized and fled. This script for trying to look cool and then getting humiliated doesn't quite add up. The pretentiousness is there, but where's the comeuppance? Luyu muttered to himself. He had noticed that no matter which way he went, people would move aside to make way for him, making it impossible to conduct any transactions. I came here to buy things, not to chase people away. Luyu felt a bit helpless. He realized that if he stayed at the night market any longer, none of these vendors would dare to continue selling their goods. His only gain was a dozen or so books, plus an extra bonus, a quirky young girl. Though she looked rather eccentric, she seemed to know a great deal. Sometimes, the extras can be pretty useful too. Since these people refused to sell him anything, Luyu had no intention of staying any longer. As he was about to leave, the security guard who had originally let him in approached him with a humble expression and said, "Sir, the owner of the night market would like to speak with you." The night market owner? Why does he want to see me? Although he didn't know what the other party's purpose was, Luyu didn't mind going to take a look. He nodded slightly and said softly, "Yes, you may." "Alright, please follow me." The security guard's body trembled slightly from excitement, then began leading the way ahead. Su Shaoqing hesitated for a moment, picked up the most valuable items from the stall, and hurriedly followed him. The others, seeing Luyu leave, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and the atmosphere began to liven up again. That was almost enough to scare me to death. A burly man wearing a bull mask patted his chest and sighed. This mysterious man in yellow is truly enigmatic. Even though he didn't say a word, I felt as though something was pressing down on my chest, almost making it hard to breathe. The mouse-masked companion beside him nodded in agreement. I never expected to witness such an amazing scene at a regular night market. I took a closer look and noticed that the shadow energy had transformed into a black veil draped over his body, resembling the ruler of the night. Paired with his yellow robe, he looked like... This person pondered how to describe that mysterious being: arrogant, calm, wise, like an emperor who held the world in his hands. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he exclaimed excitedly, "It can be called the Yellow-Robed King." Meanwhile, on the other side, Liu had no idea that his new alias had been upgraded to the Yellow-Robed King. If he had known, he might have had a headache, because the Yellow-Robed King was the title of a famous demon god from his previous life, the Yellow-Robed King Hastur. Originating from the Cthulhu mythos, he is one of the most powerful ancient ones, second only to the blind, foolish, and ignorant god Azathoth and the Three Pillars. In some systems, he even represents the wind elemental faction. This evil deity is characterized by its yellow robes and carries endless madness and chaos. Anyone who summons it will meet a grim fate. And this mysterious naming, in a world where evil gods and mystery coexist and destinies intertwine, sharing the same name as a mad evil god, is ultimately not a good thing. As ordinary awakened beings engaged in heated discussions, Liu followed the guard out of the open area and arrived at the entrance of a traditional Chinese-style courtyard. Creak! As the courtyard gate opened, a stone table placed under a massive peach tree came into view. On the table sat a middle-aged man in a traditional robe, sipping tea from a teapot. Across from him were the fox-masked white-haired man and the geisha-masked giant that Liu had seen earlier. The two are outsiders, so the middle-aged man in the horsehair coat must be the owner of this night market. When the door opened, their gazes all fell on Liu. Chapter 33, The Locusts Devouring Time. His gaze carried a scrutinizing intent, as if he were trying to uncover some clues from his body and uncover his true origins. Though there was no malice in this gaze, the will behind it was extremely powerful, even surpassing the strength expected of one of his class. Warning star? Liu's mind flashed with a few thoughts, but they did not affect his judgment. He quickly understood the other party's intentions. This gaze was meant to intimidate him, to test whether he is qualified to join the conversation. Humph. Liu let out a soft cold snort, and the shadow energy on his body began to fluctuate. The passive ability Time Shelter was activated as well. Time Shield can block divination, fortune-telling, and other abilities, and conceal one's own traces. Being connected to one of the supreme laws time, this is a passive skill, but it's far from a cheap ability. On the contrary, it's extremely versatile. At the very least, you can create multiple aliases without worrying about being discovered. Ha! The white-haired man wearing a fox mask uttered a puzzled sound. In his eyes, Liu, shrouded in a veil of shadow, seemed even more enigmatic. The aura emanating from his body had transformed into something ethereal and intangible, as if he were formless and substance-less. As the white-haired man continued to explore, he felt the world before his eyes begin to tremble. A distant, mysterious aura spread out, carrying an ancient essence that seamlessly blended with this brand new era. This eerie transformation piqued the white-haired man's curiosity, prompting him to venture further forward. But it was precisely because of this that the Time Shelter began to turn. As a wave of heat surged through him, a mysterious pattern began to glow on the back of Liu's hand, which was hidden beneath his yellow robe. A golden locust the size of a finger emerged from the pattern. Its appearance was identical to that of a locust, but its entire body was golden, and every antennae and segmented limb was intricately crafted, resembling the masterpiece of the most skilled artist. The only difference lies in its compound eyes, which appear as though countless faceted diamonds have been embedded within them, emitting a radiant glow that leaves one speechless. Countless images flicker within the compound eyes, only to shatter into fragments, like bubbles, repeating endlessly. Time locusts. After it appeared, it slowly raised its head. Although it resembled an insect, its body was so exquisitely crafted that it wasn't scary at all. Instead, it had a cute appearance, like a special and delicate collectible figurine. However, it was no mere toy to be played with. SSSSS. With a faint sound, the locust opened its sharp mouthparts and emitted an invisible sound wave that spread across Liu's body, transforming into a shroud of intangible time mist. This mist could dissolve all forms of divination, fortune-telling, astrology, and other investigative powers and secret arts within it, then transform them into the power of time locusts. The time energy contained within the mist, however, is akin to poison to ordinary people, forming a terrifying barrier. The moment the white-haired man's thoughts came into contact with the fog of time, it was as if he had entered a quagmire. This part of his thoughts was immediately dissolved, severing the connection. How is that possible? When the white-haired man discovered this situation and tried to break free, his vision blurred, and suddenly a bug appeared before his eyes. A gigantic, sky-obscuring golden locust. The massive, shadowy form remained motionless behind Liu, as if serving the master of endless ages. Countless streams flowed alongside the locust's body, resembling tributaries extending from a massive river. However, upon closer inspection, he witnessed a shocking sight. Within the flowing water, scenes unfolded: birth, aging, sickness, death, love, hatred, separation. Countless images intertwined, forming a vast, intricate world. That was not water at all, it was time itself. It was the river of time. Time is like a knife. Whether you are a beauty or a hero, you are nothing but bones, and after 100 years, you will turn into a handful of yellow earth. And that locust, astonishingly, opened its mouth and bit off a small section of the stream, swallowing it whole. It's devouring time. And as he peered into the abyss, the white-haired man felt his life force being swiftly drained away, as if an invisible hand had pressed a fast-forward button on his existence. In just a few short seconds, he had lost the equivalent of several months of his life. How terrifying. Run. We must run. Otherwise, we're doomed. The white-haired man made a decisive decision in his heart, immediately abandoning that part of his consciousness and breaking free. However, the backlash caused by this action still struck his brain, causing his chi and blood to become chaotic, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Put. Crimson blood spilled onto the ground, blooming into a blood-red flower, beautiful yet eerie. Master. The large man wearing the geisha mask roared angrily upon seeing this, his body swelling further until he stood over 3 meters tall. His eyes gleamed with ferocity as he glared at Luyu, resembling a vicious beast ready to charge forward and crush him into dust. Ghost Bear, do not be impudent. The white-haired man gave a light shout, calming the enraged man, and said, As you command, my lord. The white-haired man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up, bowed his hands, and looked at Luyu with the same reverent expression, speaking respectfully. Greetings, your excellency. The locusts of time. The ancient scent. Mysterious veil of shadows. All these factors combined made the white-haired man suddenly understand. The person before him was undoubtedly a powerful figure. Chapter 34, The Air Battle Team gains another member. The treasure-delivering boy Li Chang. Originally, the white-haired man had assumed that Luyu was an elite disciple of the Kaiying lineage, so upon seeing him arrive, he instinctively issued a warning to show his strength and make the other party aware that he was not someone to be trifled with. So, after the other party entered the door, he swept his consciousness over them, only to discover that he had accidentally awakened a sleeping dragon. It was a world-destroying demon dragon of the highest order. The opponent hadn't even made a move. He had merely glimpsed some images and nearly been assimilated by time, his life force dissipating into nothingness. Such an existence had actually come to a small place like Hangzhou City? Could it be because of that? A flash of understanding crossed the old man's eyes. If it was because of that thing, he would have received the message immediately, so it wasn't surprising that the other party had arrived. After all, it was a rare treasure. Thinking of this, the white-haired man couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party wasn't of a brutal nature, and he had only glanced a few extra times without any ill intent. He continued, My name is Li Chang from the Federal Special Division. I accidentally peeked at you earlier. Please do not take it to heart. To make up for my earlier indiscretion, I will not interfere with the treasure this time, and I will also provide you with some information I have obtained. After speaking, Li Chang let out a wry smile. In just a few seconds, he had lost half a year of his life and suffered severe injuries. The loss was simply too great. The middle-aged man in a horse-hide coat standing nearby was also stunned. He never expected that this Morningstar-level being would cause the other party to spit blood with just a single glance. What happened to the suspected Morningstar claim? This is clearly already one of the top-tier Morningstars, and even surpasses them. At this thought, the night market owner's body trembled slightly, then he spoke respectfully. Welcome, honored guest, to my night market. My name is Ma Yang. If you require information about treasures, I will immediately dispatch all my people to assist you in gathering the information to the best of my ability. Regardless of the seniority of the distinguished guest, Ma Yang always adheres to one principle. Just suck up and get it done. Lick until there's nothing left. Luyu stood there silently, as he had no idea what the other person was saying. What treasure were they fighting over? What information? Information about the treasure? Why can't they just explain it clearly in one go? Luyu muttered to himself in frustration, but he remained composed, speaking in a calm tone. The reply was as simple as ever, but it relieved Li Chang and Ma Yang, who knew that the senior before them wasn't holding a grudge. The time-consuming task that had caused all this, however, closed its eyes and crawled back into the pattern. In fact, time's protection is merely a passive skill. Powerful surveillance will attract the time locust's protection, but this is primarily defensive in nature. The time locusts themselves possess little offensive capability, and Luyu cannot control them either. The reason the opponent was injured was solely because they delved deeply into the time energy contained within the time locusts. Otherwise, they would not have been injured at all. The divine cannot be looked upon directly. The laws of time are no exception. As one of the supreme laws of the world, only beings born from time itself or even more powerful life forms can peer into time without risking backlash. And the creature before you now clearly does not qualify as a powerful life form. Luyu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Last time, he had nearly been assimilated by an unknown entity while following the harmless shadow energy, let alone the mighty power of time. This guy must possess the strength of the Morningstar. If the opponent were to directly attack him personally, without relying on the power of the fear balloons, Luyu would definitely not be his match. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong path from the start, setting himself on a course that was doomed to fail. Although Luyu didn't know what information the other person had imagined, but if someone was offering him a treasure, refusing it would be inviting divine retribution. So he slowly walked forward and sat down at the stone table, while the other two stood by the side, dared not sit down with Luyu. How impressive. Su Xiaoqing, who witnessed the entire scene, gaped in astonishment. She never expected the night market owner and the other white-haired man, who looked so formidable, to be so respectful. This guy who bought his own notebook, what kind of divine being is he, after all? Could he be a high-ranking official from the federal government? Or perhaps the leader of some powerful organization? Today, I obtained a twisted spider venom sack worth 10,000 spirit coins using just a few handwritten notes. Isn't this just like a serendipitous encounter from a novel? Could it be that I've met my life's benefactor and am about to rise to the pinnacle of success? Lu Yu paid no attention to the black-haired girl lost in her fantasies. He lifted his head to look at the two people, and a voice emerged from beneath his eerie smiling mask. Tell me about the treasure. Chapter 35, Theft by Human Eyes. Li Chang, wearing a fox mask, paused for a moment and thought to himself. Does this elder not know about the treasure? No, that's impossible. He must know about it. The locust-like shadows behind him carried an ancient aura, making it highly likely that he was an ancient immortal. The passage of time had endowed them with wisdom and experience, and their thoughts were not something ordinary people could fathom. But why should I have to explain it all again? Is it because? Li Cheng's mind raced with countless thoughts, and he instantly understood why the other person had said that. The other person might have mistaken the treasure he was referring to for another treasure. After all, given the mysterious power of that individual, they must have already regarded that treasure as their own. And by offering to give him information about the treasure, he must have assumed it was another treasure. It was also possible that the other party was testing me, to see if I would tell the truth. If I had lied, I would have certainly faced certain doom. That was close, I almost made a big mistake. Li Cheng sorted out his thoughts and marveled at his own cleverness. As for the possibility that Lu Yu didn't know about the treasure, he dismissed it immediately. After all, such powerful beings weren't commonplace, they typically resided in major cities or even in the void. Why would they idle away their time in an ordinary city like Hangzhou? But he never would have guessed that the Lu Yu before him wasn't some mysterious powerhouse, but a half-awakened being with raw power but no cultivation at all. Lu Yu, however, remained calm as he watched the other man struggle to figure things out. After all, he knew nothing, so it was always safer to keep quiet. Li Cheng had also sorted out his thoughts and spoke up. This incident originated a month ago when a group of people stole goods being transported by a small merchant caravan. Eye-picking thieves! Su Xiaoqing gasped in surprise, then her face twisted into a look of disgust, and she apologetically said, "Sorry for interrupting you." "No problem." Li Cheng shook his head and smiled. "It seems you know about stealing with your eyes too." Su Xiaoqing nodded, her expression disgusted as she said, "I read in a book that the first eye thieves were a group of ruthless criminals who fled to the wilderness to evade legal punishment. However, they were not awakened ones and lacked the ability to survive. However, their leader was a follower of A, and under his guidance, everyone performed a special ritual, sacrificing themselves to an unknown. They transformed themselves into monsters with heads covered in eyes, each eye emanating a terrifying power capable of intimidating humans and most other life forms. This ability was now on par with the secret techniques of some awakened beings. Furthermore, because they had transformed themselves into monsters, they were no longer vulnerable to attacks from large numbers of monsters in the wild." At this point, the young woman's tone grew quite angry. Because they used evil rituals to worship and transform into monsters, they gained eternal life but also bore the curse of an unknown evil god. That curse dictates that they can only survive by devouring the eyeballs of their own kind, and they must be fresh eyeballs. If they consume ordinary human food, they will immediately vomit it out and experience symptoms of nausea. Furthermore, if they go without eating human eyeballs for an extended period, the eyeballs that originally grew on their heads for spiritual intimidation will rot, and their bodies will begin to show signs of decay. Conversely, the more human eyeballs they consume, the stronger they become. Their mental intimidation ability is particularly deadly to awakened ones, and combined with their human intelligence and frequent use of cunning schemes, they have always been humanity's greatest enemies. Moreover, this evil ritual has been leaked, and many criminals or those seeking immortality, when cornered, choose to transform themselves into human eye thieves, becoming enemies of humanity. They roam the wilderness, attacking passing caravans, and sometimes even launching large-scale assaults on human settlements or small towns, burning, killing, and looting, committing every imaginable atrocity. Girl, that explanation was great. Now I finally know what the human eye thief is. Lu Yu silently gave Su Xiaoqing a thumbs up in his heart. The more he watched her, the more he liked her. Although she was a bit of a chatterbox and a bit silly, her knowledge was still quite extensive. This science popularization deserves full marks. The eye thief monster was a new experience for Lu Yu. Before, he only knew that the wilderness was dangerous, but he didn't fully grasp the extent of the life-threatening risks involved. Now, however, he understood that sometimes the danger doesn't come solely from monsters, it can also stem from the human heart. The night market vendor Ma Yang, standing nearby, sighed and said, "These people are thieves, they all deserve to die. Several of my caravans have been attacked by them. All their eyes were taken, and their lives are ruined forever." The others had only heard about these eye gougers, but Ma Yang had actually dealt with them. Those guys were complete madmen. If it weren't for the fact that they only launched attacks in the wilderness and possessed the ability to mentally intimidate others, he would have already crushed them to dust. Li Chang nodded and continued. However, among the goods they seized this time, there was an extraordinary treasure. Su Shaoqing asked curiously. What treasure? Li Chang's gaze grew deep as he spoke in a solemn tone. Dragon Egg. Chapter 36, A Tool Dragon of the Brilliant Moon Class. After Li Chang spoke, the entire courtyard fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Even Lu Yu was stunned. It was a dragon egg. You must know that dragons, no matter which world they come from, are born with powerful bodies, extraordinary wisdom, and terrifying magical powers. In this world, dragons are no exception. He once saw a post where someone claimed to have witnessed a dragon, a fully grown, hundreds of meters long colossal dragon that shattered a mountain peak with a single blow. Once they land on the ground, they become a massive mountain. Even without any elemental power, their massive bodies symbolize immense strength, and even their slightest movements can cause earthquakes and bring disaster. And most importantly, this is actually a dragon egg, meaning it is still in its unhatched state. This means that as long as the dragon inside has not yet taken shape, it can be edited as a monster. A dragon, after all, is at least a 3-star level material, and it's also the most important foundational material. In his previous life, he was from a country renowned for its infrastructure, so he has an unwavering commitment to quality and naturally wants to use higher-tier materials for monster editing. Moreover, he had a 5-star material. If he added the spider god silk to the dragon egg, might it be possible to create a spider dragon? Although it sounds a bit odd, the resulting monster might inherit some of the spider god's power. Once successful, it would mean stealing the divine power of a deity, even if it were a demon god. What puzzled Lu Yu, however, was that in every legend, the dragon clan was known for its low fertility, which is why the world had not been overrun by this divinely favored race. Logically speaking, dragon eggs, being such important offspring, should be strictly protected, shouldn't they? This question was naturally raised by the chatty tool Su Shaoqing. Did this caravan really kill 2 adult dragons? She loves reading and has read numerous classical texts, so she is well aware of how fiercely the dragon clan protects its offspring to the point of madness. To steal a dragon egg, one must not only oppose its parents but also face an entire group of adult dragons. It can be said that protecting one's young is a time-honored tradition of the dragon clan, without exception. Even if someone were to steal a dragon egg, adult dragons would track it down by scent and fight to the death to retrieve it, never giving up until the end. It is precisely for this reason that it is extremely difficult to obtain a dragon egg without killing an adult dragon. How is that possible? Li Chang shook his head and said with a bitter smile, this isn't a purebred dragon egg. It's a hybrid species created by crossbreeding a male dragon with other creatures. The night market owner, Ma Yan, suddenly understood, so it's a hybrid dragon that's been discriminated against by pure-blooded dragons. Li Chang glanced at him and said indifferently, don't look down on him just because he's a sub-dragon. Remember, his father is a moonlight-level dragon. After saying that, Li Chang glanced at Lu Yu. He recalled the swarm of locusts devouring time he had just seen, resembling a world-destroying demon god. One of the hallmarks of the Huiyue level was the manifestation of extraordinary phenomena. In other words, this mysterious man in yellow is also likely to be a powerful figure of the Huiyue class. The others all sucked in their breath in shock, never expecting to hear something so secret. Morning Star level powerhouses were already beyond their reach, let alone the existence of a Huiyue level being. Huiyue level. Is the Morning Star above the Bright Moon class? Lu Yu was shocked and quietly wrote down the name, then pretended to listen to the story as if nothing had happened. However, this behavior caught Li Chang's attention, who interpreted it as Lu Yu showing no fear of retaliation from the Huiyue class dragon clan. This was a confidence in his own strength. No wonder you're a powerful member of the human race. Such courage is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Li Chang nodded to himself in admiration, then continued. The caravan discovered the dragon egg in a massive cavern, with only a pool of congealed blood and the egg itself. No living creature was guarding it. Despite their boldness, the small merchant group dared to bring it back. Unfortunately, their luck ran out when they encountered thieves, nearly wiping out the entire group. The sole survivor managed to escape by feigning death, but at the cost of losing both eyes. To avenge himself, he leaked this information, hoping to attract powerful individuals with the treasure and eliminate the thieves. Unfortunately, these demons were clever enough to hide themselves, and during this time, they had not come out to hunt for human eyes. However, they were unable to consume eyes that had been dead for more than 2 days. Therefore, I suspect someone is supplying them with fresh eyeballs as food. So I came to the night market to ask Ma Yang for help in investigating the matter and checking if there are any missing persons cases in the nearby cities. Yes. Ma Yang nodded at the right moment, indicating that Li Chang was telling the truth. Lu Yu nodded slightly, his heart burning with desire to obtain the dragon egg. Although it was not a pure-blooded dragon, its paternal lineage was sufficiently powerful, and even if its maternal lineage was weaker, it was still a solid 3-star material. If it were to fuse with the spider demon's silk spinning ability, would it create an 8-legged spider dragon, or a dragon-headed spider? It doesn't seem to make much difference. But the only thing that's certain is that I'll definitely get a Morningstar class monster, and it's a dragon you can ride. The Tool Dragon is here. Thinking of this, Luyu wondered where the others had gone, but the two people in front of him were also searching for their traces, so he couldn't say anything, or else he'd look really uncool. However, he needed to gather more information. So Luyu tapped his fingers lightly on the table and said casually, "How many people?" Chapter 37, The Concept of Quantum Life. Those lost in speculation. Li Chang, upon hearing this, blurted out instinctively. There are roughly over 100 members of the Human Eye Thieves, with their leader having lived for over 2 decades and attacked thousands of people. I estimate they may possess the strength of a Morningstar, making them extremely dangerous. Before he could finish speaking, Li Cheng immediately stopped himself, wishing he could slap himself. The person before him was very likely a Huiyue-level existence. Even Qinqing would be no match for him, easily crushed with a single hand. If I tell him that Morningstar is dangerous, wouldn't that be slapping him in the face? The other party clearly wasn't asking how many people were involved in the eye thief incident. They were asking how many awakened beings had heard about this treasure and come looking for it, and whether any of them were of a higher rank than him. Li Cheng composed himself and said seriously, "The information I just mentioned was somewhat redundant. While the news has indeed been disseminated, only a few provinces in the vicinity are aware of it, and it is merely one-sided information from the other party. As a result, most people remain skeptical. Those like me who have come here personally are few and far between, and someone of your caliber is highly unlikely to have come." "What do you mean my level? Aren't we all morning stars? I only found out about the Huiyue level today." Luyu couldn't help but mutter to himself, his expression awkward beneath the mask. The person in front of him seemed to have mistaken him for a Huiyue level powerhouse. In reality, he hadn't even reached the morning star level. According to the formal cultivation system, he might only be considered an ordinary person with extremely high energy content. However, Luyu couldn't say that, as this matter was related to the monster editor system, his greatest trump card. Even someone who had never cultivated before, having suddenly obtained such immense power and faced such an extraordinary opportunity, who could guarantee that this person wouldn't be overcome by greed? People's hearts are inscrutable. Even if Li Cheng is currently behaving with the utmost respect, it is only because he mistakenly believes that Luyu is a Huiyue-level powerhouse, hence his deferential attitude. If he were to discover the truth, Luyu would likely be the first to turn against him. At such close range, even the fear balloon wouldn't have time to come to the rescue, and the other Morningstar level Void Shadow Spider is still just an egg. It can't do anything. A single man's rage can spill blood 5 steps away. Moreover, the opponent was no ordinary man, but a genuine Morningstar level existence, and it was unknown what special techniques he possessed. Without having fought him before, Luyu couldn't guarantee that the fear balloon would definitely defeat the opponent. He really knows too little about the world of awakened ones. Luyu sighed inwardly. For his own safety, he decided to continue pretending to be someone else and whispered softly, "I understand." Seeing that the mysterious strong man had accepted his overture, Li Cheng was overjoyed, but then sighed. "Sigh, the spiritual energy within my body has been severely damaged. I had hoped to find this dragon egg to exchange for some powerful spiritual treasures and find a way to break through my current limitations. But now, the treasures are beyond my reach, and I can't break through the constraints. I don't even have a direction. I'm already 200 years old, and I don't know if I'll ever find a new path." Originally, this treasure was his opportunity, but Luyu's arrival dashed his hopes once again. Though it was only a soft sigh, it was filled with intense emotion, causing Su Shaoqing and Ma Yang to sigh as well. The large man behind the bear mask, wearing a geisha mask, spoke up. "You will surely find a breakthrough opportunity. Even if you don't, Ghost Bear will do his utmost to search for the treasure that extends life and prolong your life." However, Li Cheng merely shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Forget it, it's too difficult. Low-grade life-prolonging treasures are useless to me, and the high-grade ones are guarded by demons. It's too difficult to obtain them. At this moment, I have no confidence at all." Li Cheng's words made the atmosphere even heavier. Even Luyu could sense a sense of despair, a longing for the future and for life. No wonder ancient cultivators sought to hear the truth in the morning and die in the evening. Such an obsession is truly astonishing. However, this negative attitude made him frown. No matter when or what difficulties one encounters, one should never give up hope. Even if the monsters he was protecting were stronger, so what? If you can't defeat it yourself, then go forge weapons, drop hundreds of tons of nuclear bombs on it and see if it survives. If individual strength isn't enough, then find a way to leverage technological power. After all, the technological level of this world isn't low either. Let's pursue the path of mechanical immortality or quantum immortality. Once successful, it might even pave the way for an entirely new path, becoming a quantum life form. With a single thought, it can unleash a quantum strike beyond the boundaries of infinite space, with computational power rivaling that of a supercomputer, capable of performing trillions of calculations in an instant. Isn't pursuing a technological path appealing? Or wouldn't becoming quantum life be powerful? Difficulty isn't the key, what matters is having the determination to overcome it. As long as you have ideas and are willing to work hard, even if you fail, you've at least tried your best. Thinking this, Liu Yu glanced at Li Chang. Since he had provided him with some useful information, Liu Yu decided to offer some guidance in return. He spoke in a deliberately profound manner. Existence and non-existence give rise to one another. Difficulty and ease complement each other. From Chapter 2 of the Tao Te Ching, the meaning is that existence and non-existence are relative, and difficulty and ease are also relative. In essence, existence and non-existence are not endless. When existence reaches its end, it becomes non-existence. Expanding on this, it means that nothing is absolute. Every problem has a solution, and everything has its opposite. By changing your perspective, you will arrive at a different answer. This is especially applicable to young people who have lost their drive. Since the other party has provided so much information, reciprocating with kindness, Liu Yu naturally will also return the favor, offering guidance and encouragement to help him adopt a more positive and proactive attitude. Li Chang, upon hearing this, was struck speechless, standing frozen in place, muttering to himself repeatedly. Existence and non-existence give rise to one another. Difficulty and ease complement each other. Existence and non-existence give rise to one another. Difficulty and ease complement each other. Existence and non-existence, difficulty and ease. As he murmured, his voice grew louder and louder, reciting faster and faster, falling into a state of madness. Enormous energy spread from his body like waves, transforming into terrifying winds that swept in all directions. The ghost bear behind him thought its master had been subjected to a dark spell. Its eyes turned blood red as it glared at Liu Yu and roared furiously. "What have you done to my master?" Liu Yu, wearing a mask, looked completely bewildered. "I didn't do anything. I was just trying to reason with him." However, he had to maintain his persona, so he merely glanced at the guy indifferently. His cold gaze caused the ghost bear to swallow the rest of his words. "I understand now. I finally get it. I've realized it." Li Chang shouted loudly, leaving Liu Yu completely bewildered. "What did you figure out? You've come to that conclusion?" Chapter 38, The Fake Big Shot Who's Completely Clueless. Liu Yu stared blankly at Li Chang in front of him. He had merely quoted a philosophical saying from the Tao Te Ching. "And you've already figured it out? That's ridiculous. If that's the case, then why haven't I become an immortal yet, even though I've memorized the entire Tao Te Ching? You must have paid to level up, right?" Liu Yu's inner ranting was about to explode. He wanted to grab Li Chang, open his head, and see if his brain was structured differently from his own. Unfortunately, this was just wishful thinking. After all, he was still an emotionless powerhouse and couldn't bring himself to do something so low. Su Shaoqing watched the scene unfold and exclaimed in astonishment. "I've read about this in books. It must be that he's attained enlightenment and broken through his limitations." Liu Yu glanced at her. Who couldn't see that? However, Liu Yu hadn't anticipated that such a simple encouraging remark could lead to enlightenment. If he had presented core concepts like "the way that can be spoken of is not the eternal way" or "the highest good is like water," this fellow might have directly advanced to the brilliant moon realm or even ascended to the heavens to stand shoulder to shoulder with the demon god. Li Chang was unaware of Liu Yu's thoughts. Instead, he crossed his legs and sat down, closing his eyes tightly. The spiritual energy within him flowed like a stream. Huff! His energy fluctuations stirred up a violent wind that ravaged the courtyard, causing the peach trees to sway wildly. A large number of peach blossoms fell, transforming into a cherry blossom rain, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Amidst the flower shower, a terrifying aura of power emanated from Li Chang, causing those present to feel an oppressive pressure, barely able to resist. The only one who felt unaffected was Liu Yu. He had once faced the reflection of the evil god and felt its aura that was truly like an abyss, like a prison. Compared to that, Li Chang's aura was like that of an ant next to a dragon. Having encountered a dragon before, Liu Yu was naturally unfazed by the aura of an ant. However, his composed demeanor only served to instill even greater reverence in the few people standing nearby. Above the courtyard, massive energy gathered, forming a funnel over 10 meters high, continuously pouring energy into the courtyard. This scene was naturally witnessed by the crowd outside the night market, who couldn't help but shout out in astonishment. What a powerful energy fluctuation! What on earth is happening? Such a massive convergence of energy, could it be that a treasure has emerged? A companion nearby murmured softly. Have you ever seen a treasure emerge in the city? And even if it were a treasure, would you dare to take it? The man's face froze as he recalled the yellow-robed king and the powerful forces behind this night market. He gave a nervous laugh and said nothing more. Sun Jun, who had been hiding in the corner, watched the scene with wide eyes, muttering to himself. This is all material. All material I can brag about. This trip was totally worth it. Not only will I brag to ordinary people, but I'll also show off to those who didn't come, including that guy who called me a tool and blocked me. Thinking about the guy who blocked me, Sun Jun's face darkened, but then he reminded himself that he was just an ordinary person who would never have the chance to enter the mysterious world, so it was understandable that he had such a narrow-minded perspective. His thoughts drifted away, and Sun Jun stopped dwelling on that jerk. He focused on the scene before him, preparing to go back and give it a proper artistic touch-up. In the courtyard, Li Chang slowly retracted his oppressive aura, his face betraying a look of struggle, as if he had hit a bottleneck. The ghost bear behind him realized that the other party was guiding his master, and that everything had been a misunderstanding on his part. If his actions caused his master to offend this powerful being, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, the ghost bear suddenly knelt down on the ground, banging his head hard against the floor, and spoke respectfully to Lu Yu. "It was Ghost Bear who misunderstood you, sir. I was blind to your true worth. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I will accept." After speaking, the ghost bear bowed his head forcefully several more times, accompanied by dull thuds, shattering the mask and revealing a stern face. His forehead was already bleeding, and the bright red blood trickled down the wound, staining the black face red. However, he did not stop but continued to bow his head repeatedly, as if trying to atone for his mistake. What a loyal and devoted servant! Lu Yu praised him silently in his heart but did not immediately stop him. Because the other party had repeatedly insulted him, if he forgave them too easily, others would not see it as magnanimity, but rather as a sign of weakness that could be exploited. Therefore, even if the other party is loyal, they are not one's servant, so they also need to be disciplined. The ghost bear kept bowing its head, making a dull sound. Ma Yang nodded approvingly beside him, while Su Shaoqing felt a bit sorry but didn't say anything. After bowing its head over 30 times, the ghost bear's face was completely soaked in blood, and its eyes began to grow dizzy. Only then did Lu Yu speak slowly. "That's enough." The ghost bear grinned, collapsed onto the ground, and began to breathe heavily as it regulated its own breath. Meanwhile, Li Chang also opened his eyes, and it seemed as though a star was twinkling in his eyes. Chapter 39, The Yellow Robe Ultimately Becomes a Nightmare. The stars shimmer in his eyes. Could this be the secret of the morning star? Lu Yu witnessed this scene and began to ponder what the morning star truly represented. However, the stars in Li Chang's eyes lasted only a moment before fading away like shooting stars. He slowly stood up and saw the ghost bear lying on the ground. With his extensive experience, he quickly figured out what had happened. It must be that this guy thought he was being attacked and acted impulsively, saying the wrong thing. Li Chang sighed inwardly, relieved to find that the ghost bear was merely in a state of chaotic qi and blood. He then bowed deeply to Lu Yu, his expression filled with emotion as he said, "You have discerned at a glance that I practice the yin-yang two extremes ritual, and you have directly pointed out the profound truth of the interdependence of existence and non-existence, and the mutual transformation of difficulty and ease. Existence and non-existence are relative, difficulty and ease are also relative. In their original meaning, existence and non-existence are not endless. When existence reaches its limit, it becomes non-existence. The same applies to yin and yang. Everything has its opposite side. By changing your perspective, you will arrive at a different answer. I had been focused on enhancing their lethality, but I never considered expanding them to their limits and then transforming them into something else. Now that I have broken through the constraints, my spiritual essence has once again been elevated, and I have successfully advanced to the intermediate stage of the Morning Star realm. This favor is truly immense, and I don't know how to express my gratitude to you, sir." The rituals of the yin-yang two instruments? Spiritual elevation? Is this the cultivation system of this world? Lu Yu was completely confused. He knew about the yin-yang two instruments. After all, no one in China was unfamiliar with Tai Chi theory, but what were the rituals? Is there a difference between that and a ceremony? Lu Yu felt like an elementary school student who had accidentally stumbled into a top-secret research facility, managed to complete an experiment by sheer luck, but had no idea what anyone was saying. However, since he had already made a mess of things, he had no choice but to plow ahead and continue speaking. "Well, here's a small suggestion. If it's a small suggestion like this, I'd be happy to listen to it for the rest of my life and stay with you forever." Li Chang looked up at Lu Yu with admiration. This was the demeanor of a true master. A casual remark could help one break through. If he were to stay by his side for a long time, wouldn't he have a chance to reach the peak of the Morning Star realm? Who would want to spend their entire life with an old man like you, who's already 200 years old? Lu Yu muttered to himself, while Su Shaoqing and Ma Yang beside him were flushed red, clearly struggling to suppress their laughter. At that moment, Li Chang also noticed something amiss in the conversation and hurriedly explained. "What I meant was, if you ever need my assistance, I will be at your service, ready to serve you faithfully." "No." Lu Yu instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, the longer they interacted, the easier it would be to reveal his identity. However, the words were already on the tip of his tongue when he changed his mind. "I don't need it." Li Chang couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed upon hearing this response. A morning star at the intermediate stage was already considered 1 in 10,000, yet the other party didn't even think he was worth considering. However, Lu Yu's next words filled him with joy. I have something to do, but there is a junior who may need your help. This was Lu Yu's response after careful consideration, as revealing his true identity would not make him a Huiyue-level powerhouse, which could easily attract unwanted attention. Therefore, it was better to keep this identity hidden behind the scenes, serving as a deterrent like the sword of Damocles, allowing his true identity to enter the world of awakened ones with legitimacy. However, all of this will have to wait for some time before I can delve into it further. Alright, I will definitely do my best to take care of him. Li Chang was so excited his face turned bright red. Taking care of juniors might seem troublesome, but it's a sign of a strong relationship. Most people wouldn't even let you get involved, but being able to help take care of this powerful individual's junior naturally brings you closer, and who knows, you might even receive further guidance in the future. Li Chang handed over his business card, and Lu Yu nodded, instructing his shadow servant to take it. After sitting down and chatting for a few moments, Lu Yu looked up at the faint glow appearing in the night sky, knowing that dawn had arrived. Staying any longer would mean the onset of daylight. During the day, his shadow energy would be affected by sunlight, though it wouldn't shatter completely, its ability to block light would significantly decrease. At that point, it becomes easier for him to reveal his true identity. So Lu Yu looked at the few people in front of him and said indifferently, "It's getting late. I'll be going now." Li Chang and the others nodded and said seriously, "We bid farewell to our senior. If your juniors have any needs, just call the number on my business card. That's my personal number." Ma Yang, standing nearby, also handed over a business card and said humbly, "I'm also willing to offer whatever help I can." Su Shaoqing said earnestly, "I still owe you 99,999 spirit coins. Whenever you need me, just give me a call, and I'll be there in a heartbeat. Do you offer home service?" Lu Yu glanced at her stunning figure, and what followed seemed a bit inappropriate for children. Pushing those thoughts aside, Lu Yu nodded slightly and walked straight out of the courtyard, through the night market that had grown quiet because of him, and into the pitch-black street, slowly blending into the darkness until he was completely engulfed by it. This night was destined to be anything but peaceful. The yellow-robed king will eventually become the nightmare of many. Chapter 40, The Method of Spiritual Awakening. In the dead of night, as dawn began to break, a figure darted through the streets, evading several surveillance cameras, and successfully entered the apartment. Click. The door opened and closed again. Lu Yu threw his mask and yellow windbreaker onto the sofa, lay down on it, and sighed. "I've put on another disguise. I'm really wasting my talent by not becoming an Oscar-winning actor." Lu Yu held 3 business cards in his hand, one for Li Chang, the Morningstar strongman, one for Ma Yang, the night market boss, and one for Su Shaoqing, the chatty girl. Unfortunately, Lu Yu couldn't contact them yet. His current public identity was still that of an ordinary person, which made it easy to expose certain issues. He needed to wait for a more appropriate opportunity. However, tonight's night market was quite fruitful. Not only did he purchase a large number of books on the basics of awakened beings, but he also obtained information about a dragon egg, gaining insights into various magical creatures. Thinking about the information regarding the dragon egg, I couldn't help but recall what Li Chang had mentioned earlier. It seemed that someone was supplying fresh eyeballs to the eye thieves. These traders who sell their own kind would naturally choose to act in cities close to the eye thieves to avoid detection. Once the transportation distance increases, the risks they face along the way will multiply exponentially. Therefore, based on the range of the previous discussion regarding the human trafficking and robbery activities, if this group intends to abduct people, the most likely locations would be Hangzhou City and the surrounding smaller cities. At this thought, Lu Yu snapped his fingers. Snap! As the sound echoed, 3 shadowy figures converged, revealing 3 pitch-black servants with indistinguishable features. One of them held a large stack of books, placing them before him. Lu Yu nodded and then commanded, "From now on, you will begin patrolling the city. If you discover any information related to human trafficking or the word stealing eyes, report it to me immediately." The 3 shadow servants had no objections. Their bodies began to tremble, transforming into a pool of shadow water that merged into the darkness. As Lu Yu's henchmen, they began to search the city for any information. "It's quite convenient, though there are too few of us." Lu Yu watched the shadow servants' performance with satisfaction. They were powerful, highly stealthy, and obedient, capable of working day and night without rest. They were the perfect employees for a ruthless boss. It seemed like it was time to find a moment to create the remaining 7 shadow servants. Fortunately, he had saved the phone number of the flower and bird market owner, who could deliver them right to his doorstep. After handling these minor tasks, Lu Yu opened the handwritten Beginner's Guide to Awakened Ones by the chatty girl Su Shaoqing and began flipping through it. Before he knew it, several hours had passed. The sun rose slowly, its brilliant rays dispelling all darkness and bathing the world in light. Lu Yu closed the last book and exclaimed in astonishment. So that's how the Awakened Ones system works. They gain power by continuously cultivating their spiritual essence, similar to consciousness-based reality manipulation, but no, there are also physical cultivation schools, as well as various curses, divination, blessings, rituals, and ceremonies. This is more like cultivating both the soul and the body simultaneously to attain immense power. The power of awakened ones originates from a force called spirituality, which exists between all things. Every person, and even every blade of grass, possesses spirituality, though the extent varies. Spirituality is the combined force of the soul, the body, and the mind, enabling individuals to grow stronger and harness the power of the world. All humans possess spirituality, but it must reach a certain threshold before one can become an awakened being. Therefore, most schools have specialized instruments for monitoring, conducting regular checks. Once spiritual energy exceeds the threshold, there is an opportunity to become an awakened individual. The practice of cultivating spiritual energy was first proposed by the ancestral sage. Based on his own experiences, he developed a set of rituals to enhance spiritual energy, which he named the spiritual awakening method. Through this method, he successfully attained a higher realm and selflessly shared these teachings with others. From that point onward, the human race began to produce numerous powerful individuals who hunted and drove away the monsters and anomalies that threatened their survival. This overturned humanity's status as prey, gradually transforming them from the hunted into the hunters. However, while the ancestral techniques were suitable for everyone, they did not allow everyone to fully utilize their individual strengths. As a result, some began to experiment with improvements. As a result, after countless improvements and innovations by our ancestors, the spiritual awakening method evolved into numerous powerful methods, such as Li Cheng Xin Yang 2 instruments, which encompass a wealth of knowledge, rituals, methods, and most importantly, the essential rituals. Ritual protocols are the core of a secret teaching, akin to the way a ritual is performed. They are the decisive factor in whether a teaching can be practiced effectively. With ritual protocols, humanity can continuously cultivate their spiritual essence, transcend the stages of morning star and radiant moon, and ultimately attain unimaginable power rivaling that of gods and demons. The core practice of rituals bears some resemblance to a special system mentioned in ancient legends. That is the visualization diagram. The core of a ritual is visualization, which elevates one's spirituality, condenses it into a single point, and ascends to the morning star. This point is then continuously expanded, allowing the light of the stars to grow, breaking through the barrier between the real and the illusory, and transforming into the radiant moon. Finally, transform the visualized ritual into a virtual image, manifest the virtual image, and harness its power for your own use. However, Liu did not possess those complex secret techniques. All he had was the initial version of the spiritual awakening method given to him by the chatty young woman. So, what should he do now? Chapter 41, The Holy Corpse of the Dead Realm, the Iron-Blooded Dragon. The human race's spiritual awakening technique, though the oldest and most ancient cultivation method, is not necessarily the best. This is not some type moon world from a previous life, where the older something is, the more powerful and mysterious it becomes. Nor is it like some fantasy world where ancient techniques are always better, and you ignore modern techniques in favor of ancient ones. On the contrary, in this world, people are constantly oppressed by monsters, anomalies, and evil gods, forcing them to keep advancing in order to survive. Without progress, they can only await their doom. The earliest martial arts techniques were akin to the earliest games, while others imitated and improved upon them, creating more interesting games with diverse gameplay, thereby fostering the flourishing of the entire gaming industry. Building upon the human race's spiritual awakening technique, countless geniuses have refined and enhanced it, effectively improving it from a 10 to a 100. It is not necessarily the best improvement, but it is undoubtedly the most suitable for this era. However, the spiritual awakening method is not without its merits. Since it is the original ritual, it has a strong capacity for adaptation, and it seems that as long as certain conditions are met, one can later transition to other esoteric rituals. However, the imagery visualized in this ritual is not fixed. If one is dissatisfied with the original flame imagery provided, one may seek and visualize an alternative image. Different visualizations yield different results. Through the use of different visualization images, the difficulty of visualization varies, and the effects of the awakening method's physical and spiritual training techniques also produce different results. The more powerful the visualized image, the stronger the training effects it produces. However, the difficulty also increases accordingly. As mentioned in the basic knowledge for awakened ones, some people are arrogant and choose to visualize the sun, moon, and other things from the very beginning. However, because their newly awakened souls are too fragile, they are directly affected by the intense yang and extreme cold energies associated with the sun and moon. Some die instantly, while others spend their entire lives repairing their souls, a truly tragic fate. Even if some of the most powerful demons and evil entities were chosen as observation subjects, their sheer strength made even approaching them a life-threatening endeavor. Moreover, relying solely on illustrations cannot accurately capture their forms in their entirety, leaving room for inaccuracies in visualization. Therefore, when every awakened individual first begins their studies, their teachers warn them not to set their sights too high or attempt to visualize extraordinary things. This is not only because it is dangerous, but also because incomplete visualization may lead to difficulties when advancing to higher realms, requiring additional time to compensate for this flaw. It is precisely for this reason that, with the passage of time, few people now choose the human race's spiritual awakening method. The visualization diagrams of the fire flame technique are even inferior to some flame cultivation techniques. Those derived from more powerful flame patterns or flame demons can generate even stronger energy-enhancing effects. Not to mention Li Cheng's cultivation of the yin-yang two extremes, the Dead Realm Holy Corpse from the Holy Corpse ritual, the military's Iron Blood Dragon, and other forms such as Thunder, Great Wind, and Ancient Azure Tree. This is a trend of the times. The spiritual awakening method is not inherently bad, but it is no longer suitable for the masses. Moreover, the content of the spiritual awakening method after the Morning Star has been lost. Su Shaoqing wrote a note in elegant prose, intentionally cut off by a large organization to prevent the disclosure of higher-level teachings. The reason is unknown. This is speculation, but it is also possible that the spiritual awakening method has been phased out over time. Lu Yu now has two options. One is to continue pretending to be supernatural and use his alias to deceive Li Cheng and his group into obtaining a secret technique. However, this carries the risk of exposure, and the secret technique is the core of an organization. Even if Li Cheng respects him greatly, he would never casually hand over such a technique. The level of secret techniques provided would definitely not be too high, and might not even reach half of the yin-yang two instruments. Better to have none than to have something inferior. This is Lu Yu's life philosophy. More importantly, if one can visualize a powerful image, the speed of spiritual growth will accelerate, and advancing to the Morningstar stage will become simpler. As for seeking out the secret techniques of large organizations, that is even more difficult. Before practicing any secret techniques, everyone is bound by an oath, and if the techniques are leaked, they will be subjected to the backlash of the oath's power. This serves both to protect their own secret techniques and to safeguard these weak awakened individuals, preventing certain individuals from harboring such intentions. Therefore, attempting to achieve success through the monster slaying and equipment looting tropes of fantasy novels is virtually impossible. As for those who have not sworn an oath and still carry secret techniques with them when they venture out, they are as rare as hen's teeth. Even if Lu Yu could wait for such a rare gem to appear, who knows how many years that would take? So there's only one choice left. Lu Yu pondered for a moment before finally deciding to choose the ancestor of humanity's spiritual awakening technique. This ancient technique contains secret rituals that led directly to the path of the strong, though the only method he possessed allowed him to cultivate up to the Morning Star stage. However, it is sufficient for now. The next thing he must consider is what to choose as his visualization image. Chapter 42, The Worldly Serpent Too Great to Bear. Spiritual awakening method. Like the sea embracing all rivers, it can support any visualization diagram. However, how to choose is another question. Fear balloons? Void shadow spider? The two monsters born from Lu Yu's hands possess the power of the Morning Star, one capable of devouring life force, the other perceiving time and traversing the void. However, one is merely a 2-star monster, and the other is an unhatched 3-star monster. Such power is already more than enough to crush most people. However, they are still insufficient to serve as the core visualization diagrams for Lu Yu to establish a solid foundation. Their potential is still too low. Even if it were a void shadow spider, if it were a spacetime shadow spider, Lu Yu might have surrendered. After all, that is the supreme law of time. However, it is regrettable that it only contained a trace of time power, with the majority being void and shadow power it had absorbed from that unknown evil god. Its core is void and shadow, and the depths of these two primal forces seem to harbor. There seems to be something amiss in the depths of both paths. Lu Yu lowered his eyes and did not dwell on the memory. He had only recently become acquainted with the world of awakened ones, but he understood a fundamental truth. That was whether skyscrapers could be built depended on how solid the foundation was. He certainly doesn't want to end up like some villain in a novel with shallow foundations, only to be challenged by some genius who surpasses him in skill. At the thought of such a scenario, Lu Yu's lips twitched slightly, and he immediately squashed the idea and tossed it into the recycle bin to shred it. If the two monsters aren't viable now, can we use an unmade concept instead? Lu Yu murmured softly, his mind filled with visions of powerful monsters capable of devouring starry skies and reversing the cause and effect of time and space. However, he quickly abandoned the idea. It wasn't because they weren't powerful enough. Each of these demons possessed unique abilities that could easily overturn this world. But the key was that they were not complete. Even if the concept is brilliant, without actual creation, it remains mere fiction and fantasy, disconnected from the underlying rules and structure. It is like a tree without roots, having only a form but no essence. There is no created monster, no complete and detailed form, and even the source of its power remains unknown. He had just attempted to construct the earthly serpent from Norse mythology of his past life, Jormungandr. However, halfway through the process, he not only failed to visualize the core power of this serpent that encircles the human world, but he couldn't even sketch out its scales. Moreover, the ritual of the spiritual awakening method triggered a rejection response, unable to acknowledge or accept this ethereal and intangible form. This also made Lu Yu understand why no one visualizes the creatures of their imagination, because things that do not exist in this world will not be acknowledged by the ritual. However, if he could wait until he created a world-destroying demon like the Dust World Serpent, he would obtain 1/10, or even 1/5, of its power. Even without cultivation, he could easily defeat half the world, rendering the ritual framework for visualizing demons unnecessary. Is this going to become a never-ending cycle? Lu Yu furrowed his brows, unsure of how to complete his cultivation. He held the monster editor system in his hands. Becoming a powerful individual was merely a matter of time. He had no desire to become a disciple of anyone or be bound by the so-called sect. While the Federation imposes the least restrictions, this only applies to the lower-tier ritual visualization diagrams. If one seeks advanced ritual visualization diagrams, one must pay a tremendous price, and may even be bound by a contract to work for them for hundreds of years. You can't possibly stand shoulder to shoulder with a demon god, can you? Lu Yu thought of the spider god he had recently fleeced. If he visualized the other party, he might instantly mutate and then be captured by the spider god for fleecing and tortured in the dream realm for hundreds of years. Thinking of that scenario, Lu Yu suddenly felt a chill down his spine, as if sensing a strong sense of malice. He quickly glanced at the time shelter, which showed no reaction. I must be overthinking this. Lu Yuxing sighed in relief. Even if the system could protect his body from deformation, he had never seen the spider god before. Just catching a glimpse of its reflection had nearly caused his soul to be twisted. He had only managed to pull off the trick by exploiting the system's power. The spider god, like the unknown entity lurking in the depths of the shadows, is completely unworthy of contemplation. Having never seen its true form, how can one speak of observation? Even if one recalls it repeatedly in one's mind, it is still possible to be influenced by them. If one merely visualizes it, it is simply a sign of being tired of life. Are we really stuck here? The three pure ones, the gods of heaven, the Monkey King, the six-eared monkey, and Zeus, the god of heaven. These powerful and invincible divine beings flashed through his mind, but none of them were recognized by the ritual. Must he truly seek them only within the sect and the Federation? Lu Yu frowned in deep thought. At that moment, a fear balloon flew out of the room, circling around Lu Yu and emitting an excited sound. Yeah. However, Lu Yu was preoccupied with the problem of the meditation image and had no mood to play with it, so he prepared to reach out and swat little Seven away. But when he looked up and saw the pattern on the fear balloon, he froze, then burst into intense joy. I know! Chapter 43, Visualizing the Creator of Chaos. What does the pattern of the fear balloon represent? Answer: it has no specific meaning. It was simply drawn based on the creator's imagination at the time, with a few simple strokes. However, this doodle completely inspired Lu Yu, making him realize who he should visualize. So he crossed his legs and sat down, slowly calming his breathing in mental rhythm. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in. As the rhythm of breathing is continuously adjusted, the exhalation time begins to gradually lengthen, and the body's mental frequency also begins to stabilize. And as this stable state is maintained, Lu Yu's mind begins to feel a sense of peace and joy. This tranquility was different from the previous one that sought to drag people into eternal silence and darkness. It was a peace of mind, a joy that came from the spirit beginning to feel fulfilled. As he maintained this state, Lu Yu's consciousness at that moment sensed the immense energy within his body, or perhaps it should be called spiritual energy. It roamed freely within his body, born from his flesh, soul, and vital energy, carrying a hint of vitality as it drifted through his being. In its movements, it maintained an intricate connection with the outside world. As Lu Yu continuously practices the spiritual awakening technique, the spiritual energy within his body begins to surge and grow. It's a bit slow. Lu Yu practiced the spiritual awakening technique for a while, but found that the spiritual energy within his body had only increased slightly. He couldn't help but complain. Little did he know that the slight increase he referred to was in comparison to the vast amount of spiritual energy he had already attained. Though small, it was still equivalent to a day's worth of cultivation for an average awakened practitioner. Keep in mind that this was only after running for a mere minutes. However, Lu Yu did not dwell on it too much, attributing it to the fact that he had not yet visualized the structural diagram for the ritual framework. However, Lu Yu didn't think too much of it, attributing it to the fact that he hadn't yet visualized the ritual framework diagram. So he followed the instructions in the spiritual awakening method and slowly began to guide his spiritual energy to circulate within his body in a specific sequence, as if he were carving the patterns of a ritual array. The ritual itself is the core of this ceremony, the very foundation upon which it stands. The limbs, heart, and brain are illuminated by a series of invisible points of light, forming a cycle that elevates the physical qualities of the body to a higher level. If we were to compare him to before, he was like a child holding a gun, able to fire it, but unable to unleash its full power. But now, he has grown up and gained the experience to master the gun. In gaming terms, that's like reaching gun expertise level 10. And after mastering firearms, his goal isn't to become an expert level firearms master, it's to prepare for nuclear weapon level 1. Activate visualization. All the bright spots in his body flickered simultaneously with his thoughts, forming a complex and profound map pattern that resembled a star-studded sky, though it appeared somewhat dim. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the center of the pattern was missing, preventing it from taking its final form. "Let me fill it in." Lu Yu's eyes shone with wisdom as he slowly manipulated the spiritual energy within his body, beginning to sketch based on the memories in his mind. Though his painting skills were far from masterful, they were still on par with those of some art students. However, when he tries to sketch the images in his mind, the process feels extremely obscure, and with each stroke, the spiritual energy within him flows out as swiftly as water from an open dam. However, Lu Yu remained unfazed, his expression calm as he continued to sketch the scene within his mind. He then flipped his hand and produced a bag. It was the 1,000 spiritual coins that the Su family had compensated him with earlier. He had already learned from the Awakened One's basic knowledge that spirit coins were created by extracting spiritual energy from certain spiritual minerals and substances, then condensing it into gold coin-shaped forms. These spirit coins not only serve as materials for rituals but can also replenish the spiritual energy consumed by Awakened Ones and even enhance their own spiritual energy. However, the last scenario requires an enormous amount of spiritual coins, and unless one comes from a wealthy family, it would be impossible to sustain such a practice using spiritual coins alone. However, spirit coins have multiple uses, so they gradually became the currency of choice among awakened beings. Even those at the Morning Star level can condense spirit coins, though it requires a tremendous amount of energy. Currently, the majority of spirit coins are produced by the Federation and several other nations, utilizing secret extraction methods. Lu Yu had previously purchased a large collection of books on awakened beings for just one spiritual coin. 1,000 spiritual coins were already considered a substantial sum, though it paled in comparison to the value of his own one-star material, which was worth 10,000 spiritual coins. Lu Yu pushed aside these distracting thoughts and followed the methods outlined in Awakened Being Basics to absorb the energy from the spirit coins, replenishing the spiritual energy he had expended. However, the rate at which the energy was being replenished was still far from sufficient. Therefore, he emptied all the spirit coins and greedily devoured the spiritual energy they contained, continuously refining the ritual patterns. Head, torso, limbs. The visualization diagram was gradually refined, even draining all the spiritual coins and spiritual energy, nearly depleting Lu Yu's own spiritual essence, before it was finally constructed with great difficulty. It was the figure of a standing person, clad in a pitch-black robe, surrounded by vast swirling chaos energies. He gently extended his palm, as if to disrupt the fate of the world and create countless lives, resembling the supreme and mighty ruler. Looking up, his face bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Yu. This was the creator's body within the monster editor system space. He is Lu Yu, but Lu Yu is not him. Rather than contemplating other gods, demons, and monsters, it is better to contemplate oneself. He was inspired by the fear balloon. Back then, in the monster editing space, he used the creator's tool to randomly draw on the fear balloon, giving it a terrifying appearance. This creator figure is not only endowed with terrifying rule-bending powers but also resembles a divine being capable of creating countless monsters that can reverse the stars. Thus, its potential is undeniably immense, even rivaling that of the gods themselves. Most crucially, this creator was born using himself as the blueprint. Essentially, he is himself. The moment he appeared at the ritual position, the entire structure of this spiritual awakening method began to rotate, and a massive spiritual energy began to surge into the body, being swallowed by this terrifying vision. Suddenly, something unusual happened. Chapter 44, The Divine Cannot Be Gazed Upon. The moment he incorporated it into the ritual, the chaotic energy swirling around the figure of the monster creator began to fluctuate. At that moment, Lu Yu sensed a vague message in the depths of his mind, roughly meaning, "Someone is contemplating whether to turn against you." Backlash. Lu Yu was startled, but he reacted instantly. This projection actually possessed some of the abilities of a divine being. As long as someone focused their thoughts on it, it could actually launch a counterattack. This is somewhat similar to the ability of deities to respond naturally when their names are chanted. Fortunately, he did not visualize any forbidden entities, otherwise, he would have been doomed. However, Lu Yu couldn't help but mutter under his breath. "Nonsense, how could I possibly harm myself?" Faced with this situation, Lu Yu decisively chose no. Who knows what strange things might happen if he chose to turn against himself. As the words fell, the chaotic energy he had been visualizing transformed into real chaotic energy and surged into his body, flowing through the nodes of the spiritual awakening technique one after another, instantly filling his entire body. The chaotic energy continued to flow, gradually altering several of the original nodes and forming a new pattern. From afar, countless patterns intertwined, resembling a tightly closed eye. Moreover, the eye is tightly bound by chains formed by the patterns, as if sealing away some forbidden secret. Click. The chains made a sound as if they were stretched to their limit, then suddenly snapped, and the pattern of the eye began to change. A flash of light appeared, and the pattern returned to normal, but chaotic energy began to surge. The figure within the chaos began to change, no longer maintaining a human form, but instead transforming into countless arms overlapping one another. Its appearance also began to change, becoming ethereal and impossible to remember. Click. As the eye pattern solidified and closed, the imagined figure sat cross-legged at the center of the ritual, and the space around its face began to distort. Chaotic energy swirled around his body like mist, obscuring his form so completely that even Lu Yu could not discern his appearance. The divine cannot be looked upon directly. As countless arms appeared behind him, the thousand-armed demon god shook the chaotic sea, sitting cross-legged on a Tai Chi diagram. Countless swirling purple chi and chaotic energy currents intertwined, resembling the terrifying demon god of an endless world. Moreover, within each of its hands, a wisp of gray light began to emerge. However, amidst the countless gray lights, two beams of white light suddenly shone brightly. What is this? Lu Yu was puzzled and instinctively peered inside, only to be so surprised that his mouth fell open. Within the two beams of white light, the silhouette of a fear balloon appeared, along with the shadowy form of an unborn spider curled into a ball. The two newly created monster forms appeared in his mental image, suspended by the countless arms that swirled around them. Additionally, numerous arms were shrouded in gray light, flickering in and out of view within the chaotic currents, as if constructing a bridge between the illusory and the real. At that moment, a stream of information entered his mind. Lu Yu closed his eyes and carefully experienced it for a moment, and soon a smile appeared on his lips. As the master of countless oddities, I truly am living up to my name. This visualization image is called the Hand of Chaos. Not only can it construct the chaotic demon god's hand itself, possessing countless demon god's arms, but it can also visualize all the monsters created and edited at the same time. Furthermore, once this visualization reaches a certain level, it is possible to visualize all the abilities of the monsters simultaneously. The more monsters Lu Yu creates, the more elements he possesses, and the stronger his illusory form becomes, with fewer weaknesses. A single person can envision an entire world. The hand of the demon god, could it be connected to the demon god's head? To understand the significance of the demon lord's head, it's not just about the evil god. This thought flashed through his mind in an instant. The moment the visualization image was fully established, the energy within Lu Yu's body began to undergo a mysterious transformation. The once vast sea of spiritual energy no longer appeared chaotic as before, but instead grew calm and slow, with a hint of the profound depth of an endless abyss. As the spiritual sea began to settle, it resembled a calm ocean. Though it appeared completely still, it harbored endless dangers. The aura emanating from Lu Yu also began to change. Awakening Stage 1. Awakening Level 2. Awakening Stage 9. Once you reach the 9th stage of awakening, it feels like encountering a massive barrier. An invisible gate, as towering as a mountain range, blocks the surging waves of the spiritual sea. Lu Yu paused for a moment before quickly understanding the situation. That was too fast. In just one night, he had risen from the first rank of the awakened to the 9th rank. His foundation was still not solid enough, and although his sea of spirituality was vast, it was far from stable. Moreover, he could sense that his spiritual essence was far from reaching its limit. If he were to break through directly, he always had a bad feeling about it. Although there was no mention of this in the basic knowledge for awakened ones, Lu Yu had read countless novels in his previous life and knew that breaking through one's limits was completely different from ordinary breakthroughs. To walk the path of invincibility, one must break through all limits. No way, that's too cheesy. Lu Yu covered his face with his hands, feeling as though he had returned to his teenage years, when he used to run under the setting sun. However, his strength had more than doubled compared to before, and with the numerous powerful skills he possessed, he felt he could even make an ordinary morning star tremble and retreat safely. However, his strength had more than doubled compared to before, and with the numerous powerful skills he possessed, he felt he could even make an ordinary morning star tremble and retreat safely. It's important to note that morning stars typically dominate all awakened beings below their rank, so such strength already qualifies him as a true powerhouse. Since he couldn't break through, Lu Yu turned his focus to refining his spiritual essence, slowly elevating himself. This process was more like a combination of meditation and contemplation, a profound understanding of the spiritual essence of all things. Since breaking through was impossible, Lu Yu turned his focus to cultivating his spiritual essence, slowly refining himself. This process was akin to a combination of meditation and contemplation, a profound understanding of the spiritual essence of all things. This powerful force also requires time to fully master. Several hours later, a shadow emerged from the darkness and knelt before Lu Yu. It was the shadow servant who had been sent out earlier to gather intelligence. Chapter 45, The Blood God Ritual. In the dead of night on the second day, beneath a crooked old tree outside a large courtyard in the western district. In the dim light, three shadowy figures moved silently toward the tree and began to transform into three eerie human forms. They moved silently along the walls, and as the security camera at the street corner turned, they threw out black shadow blades, shattering it. Click! The camera, trailing flickering light, fell to the ground, as if pleading its innocence. A leather boot stepped on the damaged camera, and a figure in a hooded windbreaker appeared, muttering under their breath. You have to admit, the city planning is pretty impressive. Every time a camera gets destroyed, it's fixed by the next day. Must have a dedicated supply chain for these things. The orange-yellow lights cast a warm glow, illuminating the faces hidden under hooded jackets. Vaguely, one could make out the delicate features of Lu Yu's face. He glanced up at the specially made alloy lamppost, which was covered in numerous marks, resembling a camera that had been beaten countless times. The light bulb seemed to have endured quite a few impacts, though not direct blows, and now had a faint crack, leaving its ability to function uncertain. In a world where extraordinary forces exist, such infrastructure is simply too vulnerable. Lu Yu had always assumed that these structures were simply worn out and neglected by the city authorities. However, after attempting to repair them himself, he suddenly understood the frustrations of those responsible for urban planning. It's not that the city planning department isn't doing a good job, it's just that the awakened ones are too troublesome. The fact that everything is okay the next day is already a testament to their swift action. In some areas, as soon as there's an issue with the surveillance system, they immediately dispatch personnel to report the situation and send specialists to investigate. However, Lu Yu merely reminisced about the past, as he had not come to cause trouble but because of the information brought by the shadow servants. Lu Yu looked up at the pitch-black night sky and asked softly, "You mentioned earlier, where are these people from?" This is the information brought by the shadow servants. They saw that the human traffickers team was very active. Yazi, also known as Yaren or Yaxing, were intermediaries in various commercial trades during ancient times. In ancient times, during various commercial activities, there were specialized intermediaries within each industry responsible for negotiating transactions. These intermediaries were collectively referred to as Yazi or Yahang. However, human traffickers were different. They were also known as human dealers and made substantial profits by trafficking members of their own ethnic group. Whether it was Lu Yu's past life or his present one, countless families were shattered due to the human traffickers' abductions. Most of these families spend their entire lives searching for their children, only to discover that they have been found but with their limbs severed, reduced to beggars. In this world, the vital energy and souls of humans have a synergistic effect on certain magical creatures and special rituals. For example, one of the heretical secret techniques mentioned in Awaken One's Common Knowledge, the Blood God Transformation Ritual, can be performed by sacrificing human blood and souls to create a large number of blood demon puppets. Legend has it that over 300 years ago, someone purchased 100 living people from a slave trader and successfully performed the Blood God ritual. They then slaughtered the entire city, and hundreds of thousands of people were transformed into 10,000 blood puppets approaching the Morning Star. Among them were 10 Morning Star blood puppets. However, the caster's will was not strong enough, and the soul ritual could not withstand the pressure, causing it to shatter. As a result, all the blood puppets lost control. Not only were the spellcasters dismembered, but nearly 10,000 blood puppets began rampaging, causing a terrifying bloodbath. Many cities were unable to contain the disaster and were ultimately wiped out by a single powerful being. The spellcaster, however, had initially obtained a dark spell through illicit means. He then purchased 100 living humans from human traffickers and used them to complete the secret ritual required to master the spell. Without the human traffickers supplying such a large number of people, the spellcaster would have had to launch attacks in the city, where they would have been discovered by the special forces and eliminated in advance. Therefore, the human trafficking industry has always flourished, and due to the extreme chaos of this world, it has always operated on the fringes of darkness. Lu Yu despises these traitors who sell out their own kind. If he encounters any, he wouldn't hesitate to extract their shadows to create servants for himself. However, this human trafficking organization was still active, having purchased nearly 20 young children through abduction and from unscrupulous parents. Such a staggering number cannot help but provoke deep reflection. Children are naturally innocent, lacking a fully developed sense of right and wrong. Their emotions are the purest, but their resentment is also the deepest, making them most susceptible to being filled with evil thoughts. As a result, they are often targeted by evil rituals. According to the Shadow Servants' surveillance in the shadows, these human traffickers are not simply engaged in the illegal trade of children. Instead, this group of children is being sold to an organization. An organization that requires a large number of children. If it were before, Lu Yu would have definitely thought that someone was planning to sacrifice monsters and practice dark magic. However, now that he had obtained information from the Eye Thief, he knew that the enemy was hiding in the shadows and that there were traitors among the humans providing them with fresh human sacrifices. Could this be the organization supplying the Eye Thieves with fresh human sacrifices? Chapter 46. What goes around comes around. Your retribution is mine. But why use a child? A large number of children going missing should cause quite a stir, right? Why not go look for some homeless people instead? Are those people more interested in fresh, innocent eyes? Or is it that children's eyes are used for some special ritual? Various doubts arose in his mind, but Lu Yu didn't want to dwell on them, as he had never liked guessing and preferred to ask directly. He had come today not only to seek information about the Eye Thief and obtain the dragon egg, but also to crush the troublesome individual who had crossed his path. He is no saint, he doesn't have the energy to concern himself with every tragedy in the world. But since he has come across it, he won't pretend not to see it. Betraying one's own kind for personal gain, or extending one's claws toward innocent children, such a person deserves to die, and the more of them that die, the better. Looking at the locked courtyard, Liu slowly walked forward, while the other 3 shadow servants merged into his shadow. The courtyard wasn't far, only a dozen meters or so. Liu crossed the distance in a few steps, looked at the copper lock on the wooden door, and tapped it lightly 3 times with his fingers. Dawn! 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 Who is it? The sound of knocking broke the silence of the night, followed by hurried footsteps and shouts from inside, but Liu merely smiled and said, "I'm here to deliver a package." Not long after, the wooden door creaked open a small crack, revealing the face of a sinister middle-aged man. He had a hooked nose, triangular eyes, and slightly sunken cheeks, giving him an extremely fierce expression. He opened the door slightly and, upon seeing only Liu alone, visibly relaxed, but quickly regained his cold demeanor and asked, "What are you doing here?" Liu smiled and said, "I'm a delivery person. I'm here to deliver the items you ordered earlier." The sinister-looking man froze for a moment, then his expression turned angry as he glared at Liu and shouted, "What the hell is this delivery? We've never bought anything online. Get out of here." "Ah, didn't you guys order this?" Facing such a fierce man, Liu's face was filled with fear. He dared not look directly at the sinister man and spoke timidly. "This thing is pretty expensive. Not everyone can afford it. It really isn't yours. I'll just go now." Liu scratched his head, speaking as he stepped back to leave. However, the sinister-looking man heard the words "pretty expensive" and his eyes lit up. He hurriedly shouted, "Wait, it's mine. I reserved it earlier and just forgot." "Yours? Really? That's not something just anyone can buy." Liu looked at him in disbelief, but the sinister man, seeing Liu's reaction, was even more certain that this was a precious treasure. Greed began to rise within him, and he grew even more eager to obtain that valuable item. He spoke urgently. "Stop stalling. It's mine, just hand it over." The desperate and greedy expression was ugly, resembling that of a bandit or robber. Anyone else would have been scared, but Liu showed no reaction, instead looking even more trusting. The sinister man, blinded by greed, did not sense anything amiss. As he watched Liu slowly extend his hand, his excitement grew even more intense. "Put it in my hand? Could it be gold? Or perhaps some kind of precious jewelry? Could it be some kind of rare treasure?" Liu watched his reaction, the corners of his mouth curling slightly upward. He slowly opened his hand, but the stern-faced man lowered his head and saw nothing. Besides his palm, there were only his slender fingers and the patterns on the palm. Where is the treasure that Liu spoke of? This sudden turn of events was like a bucket of cold water, instantly cooling the sinister-looking man. He pulled out a black silenced pistol from his robe and pointed it at Liu, shouting angrily, "You little brat, how dare you trick me?" Originally, due to the boss's orders, he had to keep a low profile, but he never expected to encounter such a brat who dared to mock him. This caused the sinister man's anger to boil over, and he no longer even wanted to sell Liu to the unscrupulous hospital to have his organs harvested for profit. He only wanted to send this arrogant young man to hell. In the blink of an eye, the sinister man pulled the trigger, determined to witness the gruesome sight of his victim's final moments. However, Liu not only remained motionless but extended his finger toward the gun barrel. "You fool!" The sinister man felt a sense of foreboding, but he hoped that the other would die miserably from the bullets. Snap! The muzzle was blocked by a finger, emitting a faint sound. The entire pistol exploded, the massive impact shattering the gun's black barrel into pieces, sending flying debris directly toward its user. Awakened one! The sinister-looking man let out a terrified scream, not even bothering to feel the pain in his body, and turned to flee. But before he could take a few steps, he was pinned to the ground by 2 shadow servants, gazing up at Liu. The sinister-looking man shouted fiercely, but his words betrayed his inner fear. "What do you think you're doing? The special unit isn't allowed to kill people indiscriminately. I'm going to report you for harming innocent citizens." Before he could finish, a black shadow blade pierced his mouth, severing his tongue and grinding it into a bloody pulp, which flowed continuously. Before he could finish speaking, a pitch-black shadow blade pierced his mouth, severing his tongue along with it and grinding it into a bloody pulp that continued to flow out. "Whoa!" The sinister man looked at Liu with a mixture of fear and supplication, as if struggling for his life. Liu sighed at the sight, reached out his hand, and asked, "I'll ask again, what did you see?" "Woo!" The sinister man finally realized that the man before him was nothing but a demon, torturing him by asking questions after tearing out his tongue, mocking him in the most cruel way possible. Liu paid no heed to the flaw in his own question. Instead, he placed his hand on the other man's head, as if bestowing immortality like a divine being, and spoke softly. "The thing in my hand is something most people never encounter. It only appears to those so wicked and ruthless that they annoy me. It is called karma." Chapter 47, The Human Being Favored by the Evil Side. The words retribution echoed like the tolling of a great bell in the dark-eyed man's mind. "Woo!" He let out a terrified scream, but his severed tongue could not produce any sound. He could only look at Liu pleadingly, hoping that he would spare him. Even an ant clings to life, how much more so a being endowed with reason? Tears welled up in his eyes, his gaze pleading, which, paired with his fierce expression, was rather amusing. However, Lu Yu remained silent, merely gently stroking his head and whispering softly. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely find a noble-sounding reason to kill you. You're heartless, inhumane, and so on. As long as they can stand on the moral high ground, even your breathing is wrong. The sinister-looking man looked at Lu Yu in confusion, only to hear him continue. But I'm different. I want to kill you because your actions disgust me. I'm stronger than you, so I can decide your fate. This time, I'll play the role of your karma and let you taste the shadows. As the words fell, Lu Yu's palm gathered strands of shadow energy, condensing into a pitch-black scissors that slowly pierced through the skull and into the body of the sinister man, beginning to cut away his shadow. Shadow Servant can sever shadows. After tracing the shadow energy back to its source, he gained further control over the shadows, even able to manipulate the speed of the shadow cutting process. In other words, he can instantly sever a shadow or slowly peel it away. And shadows are the projections of souls. This process is like slowly extracting the soul from the body, and the pain is no different from pulling a person's bones, along with their flesh, directly out of their skin. Human pain has its limits. Once it exceeds a certain threshold, one falls unconscious, never having avoided this threshold of agony. However, the pain of the soul is different. It is unrelenting, and even the slightest tear is as excruciating as childbirth. And the gradual separation is like a living hell, a method used by demons to torment people. The power of shadows surged into the dark-eyed man's body, coursing freely through his flesh and blood, leaving behind a series of black marks on his skin. It was as though several black snakes were writhing within his body, causing intense pain that twisted the grim-faced man's features into a grimace. It was an indescribable agony, as if every blood vessel, muscle fiber, and organ in his body were being repeatedly sliced by a small knife. This kind of agony that torments the soul is 100 times more terrifying than being executed by slow dismemberment. The sinister man collapsed onto the ground, his eyes pleading with Lu Yu, as if begging him to spare his life. However, Lu Yu did not respond. Instead, he reached into the man's pocket, took out his phone, unlocked it using the man's fingerprint, and began flipping through it. As he looked, he said, "Not only do you enjoy torturing people, but you also like taking photos to document it. You even recorded a video of yourself using a machete to sever someone's limbs. You even said the angle wasn't good enough. Are you proud of bullying children? You're quite the little smart aleck, aren't you?" As Lu Yu spoke more, the man's face grew increasingly twisted and contorted with pain, even beginning to scratch his own flesh with his nails to resist the agony of his soul. However, this self-harming sensation was indeed effective, though it only lasted for a second before resuming. Moreover, since his tongue had been torn to shreds, he couldn't even scream. This agonizing torment drove him to despair, and he began to bang his teeth against the stones to alleviate the pain. Before long, he had become a mangled mass of flesh, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. At that moment, he finally felt the pain he had inflicted on the child he had tormented years ago, now returned to him 1,000-fold. Is this karma? Lu Yu looked at the blurry mass of flesh and lost all interest in continuing to torment him. Suddenly, a powerful shadow energy surged from his hands, like a river of darkness pouring out at that moment, descending like a canopy over the sinister man's body. Crack! A pitch-black silhouette was pulled out by the power of darkness and began to slowly change, coalescing into a shadow servant. Is one person really just one shadow servant? Humans are truly favored by the forces of evil in some ways. Lu Yu sensed the energy of the shadow servant, which had reached 12 units. Though it couldn't compare to the shadow servants by the rabbit, which were formed from the shadows of dozens of rabbits, the one before him was merely the shadow of a single person. The difference in quality is indeed significant. Moreover, aside from their shadows, humans' flesh, hearts, and eyes are all materials used in evil rituals. Thinking about it this way, Lu Yu felt fortunate that he had been able to grow up safely. At that moment, a bald, burly man walked out, muttering as he went. "Old ghost, where have you been for so long? Is it kidney deficiency?" Before he could finish speaking, he saw the meat chunks on the ground and Lu Yu. Before he could shout, the shadowy servants formed by the shadows began to move. Before he could finish speaking, he saw the meat chunks on the ground and Lu Yu. Before he could shout, the shadow servants formed by the human figures began to move. The pitch-black shadow servants charged forward in an instant, drawing their shadow blades, which flashed with a cold gleam. Amidst the spray of blood, a head rolled to the ground, its face still frozen in a look of shock. Lu Yu didn't bother to look at the corpse, he simply stepped over it and walked toward the inner room. Several shadow servants had already located where the child was hiding, and it seemed like there was something of interest there. It was pitch black. The wind is high. A night of murder. Chapter 48, The Silver Key Statue. Ghostly Rituals. In the courtyard, there were 40 children bound hand and foot. They had clearly been administered some kind of drug and had collectively fallen into a deep sleep. They were arranged in a circular formation, with a silver statue at the center, upon which rested an oddly shaped statue. The statue did not depict any human or monster, but rather a strange rectangular rune, resembling a key in shape yet also like a long sword, emanating an enigmatic knowledge. A faint silver glow flickers from the statue, casting a soft light on the faces of the children, seemingly the very cause of their slumber. In the corner of the room, two human traffickers were conversing. One of them, a gaunt, one-eyed man wearing an eye patch, looked at his shorter companion and said, "This statue is clearly a valuable item. Why waste it on a bunch of children? It would be better to give it to us." The short one is called Luohu. Though not tall, he's a ruthless individual. He spent over a decade groveling before others, but after awakening, he immediately killed the human trafficker who had sold him and took over everything the trafficker had, expanding the human trafficking ring even further. Luohu glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "Laojiao, don't get any silly ideas. All we need to do is deliver the goods and collect the money. Those guys may seem normal enough, but I can sense that they're suppressing something. They could turn into man-eating monsters at any moment. If that happens, don't blame me for handing you over to them." The one-eyed man called Laojiao chuckled and said flatteringly, "Don't worry, boss. I'm not one of those suicidal fools. These guys are top-notch goods. Tomorrow, we can use them to obtain the core item of the water demon ritual. Once you've secured that, you'll dominate the underground world of Hangzhou, and I'll get my share too." Hearing his subordinate's flattery, Luohu's face lit up with a smile. He said proudly, "You better work hard for me. Once I'm successful, I'll trade you for some holy water from those guys. Who knows, maybe you'll become an awakened one too." Laojiao nodded repeatedly, his face betraying his longing. After all, Luohu had become the leader solely because he was an awakened one, possessing extraordinary power. "That's an awakened one. A high and mighty awakened one." Just as they were talking, a faint voice drifted over. "What holy water is that? Where are those people? Can you tell me about it too?" The sudden appearance of this voice caused Luohu and Laojiao's expressions to change drastically. They instinctively turned their heads and saw a man wearing a hooded cloak, his face shrouded in shadow, standing behind them. Laojiao instinctively reached for his pistol to fire, but before he could act, he felt a tremendous force surge through his chest and abdomen, propelling his body into the air. He arched through the air and crashed violently into the wall. Bang! The old wine bottle screamed as it rolled off the wall and onto the floor. The loud noise didn't wake the children, who continued to sleep soundly under the glow of the strange statue. Interesting. Luoyu glanced at the strange statue but didn't rush to touch it. Instead, he focused his attention on Luohu beside him. From the conversation he had just overheard, it seemed that this short man was their leader. Luohu's face was as dark as night as he stared at the mysterious figure before him, clenching his teeth and speaking in a low, gritty voice. "Brother, we have no quarrel with you. Why are you causing trouble for me? As for the child you want to save, just take him and go. Let's consider this a favor between friends. After all, it's better to have more friends than enemies, don't you agree?" Luohu may act ruthlessly, but he has never lost his head. Otherwise, he wouldn't have endured for over a decade. He could tell the man in front of him wasn't someone he could take on, so he wisely backed down and handed over whoever the other side wanted. As for when the organization demands the delivery, he'll have no choice but to find another family and kidnap a child to fill the quota. Only by staying alive is there hope. First, return the child, then remember the address where the child was abducted. Once you've grown stronger, you can come back to seek revenge. 10 years isn't too late. Luoyu heard this and tilted his head, looking at the nervous Luohu and smiled. "Then you have to tell me where that organization is. I can make your death a little easier." These were Luyu's true words. In his eyes, a single blow to the neck was the simplest form of death. If he were to slowly strip away one's shadow, it would be a torture akin to hell. Moreover, his primary objective was to extract information about the eye thief and the dragon eggs. Eliminating these human traffickers was merely a side matter. However, when these words reached Luohu's ears, they took on a different meaning, sounding as though Luoyu intended to exterminate them all, leaving no room for mercy. Since he was being targeted for death, Luohu naturally wouldn't sit idly by and wait for his fate. His eyes blazed with fury as he said, "You forced my hand." As he spoke, his body began to swell, droplets of water started to seep from his skin, his hair grew longer, and a foul odor reminiscent of flesh soaked in water for an extended period began to emanate from his body. In just a few seconds, Luohu's height shot up to around 1.7 meters, his hair disheveled, his body soaked through, and he emitted a foul, fishy odor, as if he had just been pulled out of the water, resembling a water demon from a ghost story. Chapter 49, The Original Dark Sect. A ritual for ghosts and demons? It seems your body has undergone some degree of deformation as well. Luoyu commented, ghost-related rituals are a subcategory of the heretical path. They generally involve visualizing low-level ghosts, with water ghosts being the most common type of ghost ritual. They possess abilities such as extreme toxicity, breathing underwater, and manipulating water currents. It can be considered a decent ritual. However, the heretical path is ultimately a deviant one, and the path of visualizing ghosts is no easy feat. One's own spiritual intelligence may be assimilated by the mindset of ghostly entities, leading to gradual transformation into a ghost, or even becoming a new water ghost. Such incidents are not uncommon. Previously, a practitioner of the fire demon ritual lost their mental resolve, leading to demonic transformation into a mindless fire demon that set the entire house ablaze, reducing it to a sea of flames and burning their wife and children to death within the home. In the end, unable to accept this reality, he took his own life. It seems you also know about the water spirit's abilities, but it's too late. I'll make you die in the water, feeling the agony of suffocation. Luo Hu let out a sharp, sinister laugh. The green water droplets at his feet gathered under his control, forming a toxic, corrosive water ball. Die! With Luo Hu's furious roar, the water ball shot forward, rushing toward Lu Yu. In midair, its body twisted and exploded, preparing to scatter the toxins accumulated by the water demon onto the opponent's body to inflict damage. The water droplets had no fixed form as long as the opponent lacked full body protection. Death was inevitable. At the same time, the water demon Luo Hu kicked off the ground, charging toward Lu Yu. He extended his long, black claws, preparing to attack alongside the water droplets and pierce the mysterious figure's body. As the water droplets hurtled toward him like bullets, Lu Yu slowly raised his finger and gently tapped. Hellfire! Black flames burned around him, instantly transforming into a massive ring of fire that spread out in all directions. Flame ability, that's great! Lu Hu saw Lu Yu using the flame ability and was overjoyed. This ability wasn't just simple poisonous water, it could evaporate mist through flames and turn it into poisonous fog that filled the entire room. The poisonous water cannot come into direct contact with the opponent, but the toxic mist can be inhaled unnoticed and damage internal organs. It was precisely because of this ability that he ambushed and killed several flame visualization awakened beings stronger than himself, obtaining numerous treasures. And Lu Yu is clearly next in line. Z. G. All the green water droplets were instantly incinerated upon contact with the black flames, as if they had entered the gaping maw of a monstrous creature, leaving no smoke behind. How is this possible? Why isn't the burning vaporizing into toxic fumes? The water demon, a massive figure, was filled with terror. He couldn't believe that his highly toxic water droplets had been so easily neutralized. But there was no time for him to react. The pitch-black infernal flames directly engulfed his body, and like oil meeting fire, they erupted violently, instantly consuming him. So hot! So painful! The water ghost rolled around on the ground frantically, hoping to extinguish the hellish flames, but all he got was more intense burning. Lu Yu ignored his suffering, looking down on him from above and asked indifferently, "Where is the thief who stole the human eye?" The flames tightly wrapped around him, causing Luo Hu immense pain. He let out a despairing wail. "Who dares to steal my eyes?" "I don't know." Lu Yu frowned, still holding his ground. With a thought, hellfire blazed, transforming into a long whip that lashed the ugly water demon mercilessly. Although the poisonous water could evaporate the toxic mist through the flames to launch a surprise attack on the opponent, the water demon awakener itself had low resistance to fire. Instead, it would quickly perish due to the loss of moisture. "Please spare me. I'll never do anything wrong again. Please spare me. I'll never do anything wrong again." Lu Hu, who was nearly reduced to charcoal, managed to retain some vitality and struggle even as Lu Yu deliberately held back. Lu Yu, seeing this, asked again, "Where is the eye thief?" Lu Hu said despairingly, "I don't know." Before he could finish, he was engulfed by hellfire, reduced to a pile of charcoal, and his life force was sucked away by the light-absorbing aura, turning him into nourishment for Lu Yu's body. Even his shadow was pulled away. Truly a case of using every last bit. "You're a tough nut to crack, aren't you? Well, I'll send you to hell for a little while." Lu Yu said expressionlessly, then fixed his gaze on the old wine that had been hit to death and said indifferently, "Don't pretend to be dead." As soon as the words left his mouth, the old wine bottle by the wall remained motionless, as if it were already dead. Lu Yu snorted derisively, gathering hellfire whips in his hands, and said with a mocking smile, "Since you're already dead, let me burn you clean. It'll save the land from being wasted." "No, I'm still alive." Originally lying motionless, old wine suddenly sprang up like a carp, then knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Lu Yu didn't retract the hellfire and asked the question again. "Where is the eye thief?" The old man said with a bitter expression, "I don't know. Everyone's being stubborn." "Well, you can go keep your boss company." Lu Yu remained expressionless. These two weren't particularly strong, but they were stubborn. They refused to take the hint, so it seemed he'd have to extract their shadows and give them another round of torture. However, upon hearing this, Lao Jiu was so frightened that his legs went weak and a foul odor wafted from his pants. He said with a mournful expression, "We really have no idea where the eye thieves are. Those eye-eating monsters who would dare to face them?" Looking at his expression, he didn't seem to be lying, and Lu Yu felt a bit suspicious. Could it be that none of them really knew? But Lu Yu pointed at the children lying on the ground and asked, "What are these children for?" "This." The old man's face hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing Lu Yu preparing to swing that terrifying pitch-black flame-covered whip, he hurriedly said, "It's for a cult." "Which religious order?" "The original dark sect." Chapter 50, The Silver Key to the Throne of the Gods. "It's them." Lu Yu was taken aback, not expecting it to be the original dark sect. If one were to select the most chaotic and destructive cult among the many, there would likely be over a dozen contenders. Most of these cults are chaotic and disorganized, driven by a thirst for destruction and bloodshed, all in the hope of gaining the favor of the. However, if one were to select the most neutral sect, the original dark sect would undoubtedly qualify. They worship the original dark god, an extremely bizarre and malevolent deity known by titles such as Lord of the Gates and Guardian of the Abyss. The form of this entity is a pattern resembling a key, known as the Silver Key. Legend has it that whoever obtains the Silver Key, the most precious treasure of the original dark sect, can open the gates of knowledge, gain knowledge beyond that of ordinary humans, and understand the nature of the divine. This concept is somewhat similar to the Truth Gate of the Federation's True God sect, though one worships a neutral, benevolent deity, while the other reveres a chaotic, lawless entity. The only commonality is that no one has ever seen the true forms of these deities, not even their appearances, and their names are merely phonetic translations rather than their true, powerful names. Mortals dare not gaze upon the gods, and even their names must not be spoken lightly. The only way to communicate with them is through the mysterious runes that represent them. And the original dark god is a very generous entity, willing to grant knowledge to those who can perceive him or to objects that can sense him. However, whether this knowledge will harm the original owner or cause chaos is not something he considers. Due to the nature of deities, their sect adheres to eternal silence and seeks the true essence of knowledge, and they generally do not provoke trouble on their own. It is precisely for this reason that the original darkness sect can even appear in some unofficial locations without being attacked. This is because they possess a vast amount of esoteric knowledge, can create powerful supernatural artifacts, and are protected by powerful individuals within the sect, so no one dares to provoke them. A powerful yet gentle tiger not only avoids provocation but can even bring friendship. Among the special items crafted by the original dark sect, there are even potions that can temporarily enhance one's strength, truly versatile and multifaceted, even supplying 1/1000th of the Federation's special item market. Though it may seem insignificant, when considering the scale of the entire Federation, 1/1000th already represents an enormous fortune. However, the reason this sect is classified as part of the heretic cult is due to the core tenets of their doctrine: to return the world to its original darkness. In other words, no matter how friendly or harmless the other party may appear at present, their ultimate goal is to bring the entire world into the embrace of the god of original darkness. What is the original darkness? It is the origin of all things, the beginning of everything. Returning to the origin means exploding the world with a single blast, then returning to the singularity. In summary, this is a group of rational madmen who spend their days plotting how to destroy the world. They remain silent until they speak, and when they do, they shock the world. In their eyes, simply destroying the world is childish. The original darkness sect, however, has diligently studied how to restore the world to its original state and has tried numerous effective methods, though all have failed. But this can't help but send a chill down one's spine, even making one worry that one might wake up one day to find the world in ruins. Therefore, even if they appear harmless, as long as the core objective remains unchanged, we must remain vigilant toward this group. But why did the members of the original dark sect target children? Are they just operating within a single city, or do they have operations across multiple countries? If it's the former, it could be considered individual behavior, but if it's the latter, it might indicate a larger scale operation. Thinking back to the other party's slogan, Liu couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Dealing with a rational madman is no easy task. However, Liu didn't fully believe what Lao Jiu had said, so he continued to ask, "How do you know it was the original dark sect who did it?" If you're just judging based on the key-shaped pattern, there are more than one heretical cults that fit that description, and it could also be someone else framing them. After all, the original dark sect is too neutral, which has made certain cults increasingly dissatisfied. Some even hope that the original dark sect will fight to the death with the Federation, allowing them to step in and clean up the mess afterward. This situation is very likely the result of someone's conspiracy, aimed at provoking a conflict between the two sides. Meanwhile, others mistakenly believed they were stealing information and inadvertently got involved. The old man smiled awkwardly and said, "I don't have many virtues, but I do have a good memory. Although the person who contacted us was always wearing a black cloak. However, I once attended a special gathering of the original dark sect, and one of them resembled the black-robed figure in both appearance and build. Additionally, they all had a small red scar on their right hand, so we knew they were from the original dark sect. Although they didn't seem to be hiding anything, we pretended not to know anything in order to obtain some useful information." After saying that, Lao Jiu looked at Lu Yu pleadingly and said, "I was just threatened by Luo Hu. I'm innocent. Please spare me. I'll reform myself and become a good person from now on." "Shut up." Lu Yu was deep in thought when the noise startled him. He furrowed his brows, and the power of the shadow in his palm spread out, gripping the shadow gun. In the terrified gaze of the old man, he pinned him to the wall. Forgiving him is God's business. Luyu is only responsible for sending people to meet their maker. However, this matter is quite complicated, involving several factions vying for power. I somehow managed to get involved and am just tagging along. Perhaps because he had encountered too many taboos, Luyu remained completely unfazed. Instead, he wanted to take advantage of the chaos and reap some benefits along the way. He reached into the old man's pocket and pulled out his phone, intending to send a message to the special unit for help, but before he could click send, footsteps echoed behind him. Light and elegant. Da. 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 Chapter 51, The Mysterious Girl Who Robbed the Evil God Cult. Her steps were light and graceful, like a cat strolling through the night. The only difference is that the kitten has soft pads to muffle its footsteps, but this person deliberately makes noise, as if playing a game. Since he could evade Luyu's perception and sneak into the courtyard silently, why would he make a sound so carelessly? Even without turning around, Luyu could already guess some of the personality traits of the person behind him. Like a cat, he enjoyed toying with his prey until its death. What a boring and twisted sense of humor. Luyu's face darkened like a shadow mask as he turned to look and saw a strangely dressed purple-haired girl. The purple-haired girl had a pair of crystal-clear eyes, bright and pure, as brilliant as stars. A smile played at the corners of her lips, as if her ethereal charm was overflowing. With every subtle expression and movement, her noble demeanor shone through naturally, leaving one in awe of her elegant and ethereal radiance. What makes her peculiar is that she wears a pair of sneakers, yet her attire resembles the long robes of a certain religious order. However, she seemed unwilling to be bound by traditional norms, tearing off the lower part of the robe below the knees and ripping off the long sleeves as well, revealing her slender, lotus-like arms. What was once a plain, old-fashioned robe had been transformed into a trendy style, or perhaps she was simply a walking clothes hanger. Any outfit she wore looked stunning on her. Before her, a necklace hung down, a pure silver chain extending all the way to her abdomen, connected to a silver key. A key? The original dark sect? Or the Gate of Truth? Luyu's face, shrouded in shadow, narrowed slightly as he speculated on the identity of the young girl before him. Had she come so quickly to take charge of these children? What are they planning to do? Are they preparing for a large-scale sacrifice? The purple-haired girl noticed Luyu's gaze fixed on the silver key charm, tilting her head slightly, her eyes as gentle as water, blinking softly. Do you want it? Ha! Luyu was taken aback, but the purple-haired girl directly removed the silver necklace from her neck and tossed it to Luyu. Luyu furrowed his brows and did not reach out to catch it. Instead, he ordered his shadow servants to intercept it. Who knows if the guy across from him possesses cursed, death, fate-altering, or poison-based visualization diagrams. In this bizarre world, disaster can strike at any moment. Only by maintaining absolute caution can one survive. After the shadow servant inspected it, Luyu finally got his hands on it and felt it. He discovered that it contained a trace of a special power. Though the power was faint, it carried an aura as vast as the universe. The key opened. Which door is it again? The purple-haired girl saw Luyu being so cautious but didn't get angry. She looked at the shadow servant and said in surprise. Such pure shadow guards. No, wait, these aren't shadow guards created through ritual. They're pure shadow energy condensed into shadow slaves. But why fix them into human forms? As shadows, they should have no form at all. Suddenly, I find you quite intriguing. Luyu showed no interest in the girl's excitement, merely asking coldly. Are you from the original dark sect? The original dark sect? No. The purple-haired girl paused for a moment, then waved her hand and said with a faint smile. I just saw a woman wearing this robe on the street and thought it looked pretty nice, so I knocked her unconscious, took off her clothes, and put this on. Look, I even made some changes myself. Isn't it nice? This part here I cut myself, and this belt is from the primordial moon sect, while this hairband is from the white rose faction. The purple-haired girl spoke while spinning in a small circle, seemingly showing off her outfit. However, Luyu's gaze could only see the smile as radiant as 100 blooming flowers. This woman was indeed beautiful. Her beauty was not merely superficial, it was more like the ethereal beauty of a mountain fairy. That is a kind of graceful gaze that most girls cannot possess. Graceful, yet not naive. Those with personalities like cats are often cunning. This purple-haired one must be just as dark inside, just like that old purple-haired woman Skaha from a previous life. Just like the words coming out of her mouth, she casually mentioned robbing several heretical cult groups as if she had just gone to the store to buy a piece of clothing. If she wasn't insane, then she must have something to back it up. And the other party, clearly, is the latter. Thinking this, Luyu gathered more shadow energy to prevent the other party from launching a surprise attack. As if sensing Luyu's change, the purple-haired girl also stopped and smiled, saying, Don't worry, I'm a clean freak. I'm not interested in men's things. But you're different. I'd actually like to see what your face looks like under that mask. An ordinary face. Luyu simply replied, then reached into his pocket and pressed the send button. Why don't you show me what kind of random person it is? The purple-haired girl rolled her eyes playfully, looked at the indifferent Lu Yu, and said with a smile. It seems like you're looking for information about the eye thief? Lu Yu remained expressionless, feeling no surprise. After all, the other party had already infiltrated the courtyard and eavesdropping on his conversation was hardly unusual. However, he disliked the young girl's confident demeanor, so Lu Yu furrowed his brows and suddenly said, "Who's behind you?" "Who?" The purple-haired girl instinctively turned her head, but there was no one there. The girl snapped back to reality, turning around to find that Lu Yu and the shadow servant had vanished, along with the statue of the former dark cult. Even the necklace she had just thrown to Lu Yu had been taken along with everything else. The entire courtyard was empty, leaving only her and a group of sleeping children behind. At that moment, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, a group of special branch officers burst through the door. Their eyes were fixed on the purple-haired girl, and the captain leading them was the same one who had investigated Lu Yu's house earlier. Upon seeing the unconscious child and the purple-haired girl, he barked harshly. "Surrender!" The purple-haired girl paused for a moment, then smiled, a smile that seemed quite joyful. She murmured softly, "You actually set me up to take the blame? You're such a jerk." Chapter 52, News of the Yellow-Robed King. The captain did not hear the girl's whispers. Upon seeing the sleeping children, the anger in his heart erupted like a volcano, unable to be contained any longer. These children had never had the chance to enjoy their own lives before being brought here. If it weren't for the mysterious person who sent a message to the special division, he dared not imagine what fate awaited them. Though he doesn't know the other party's motives, he must protect these children. At that thought, a flash of thunder appeared in the captain's eyes as he channeled a thunder spear, which shot forward, piercing the air. Zzz. A powerful arc of electricity flickered as the power of a seventh-tier awakened being condensed into a single point. This spear was powerful enough to pierce through an artificial mountain. This is the wrath of thunder, and the wrath of justice. However, the purple-haired girl paid no heed to the dangerous attack, not even bothering to dodge. She simply extended her finger and tapped it lightly. The once tranquil space resembled a lake, disturbed by a pebble, sending ripples visible to the naked eye across its surface. The thunderous spear pierced through the air, colliding with the spatial ripples. However, instead of causing any impact, it was completely swallowed up, not stirring even the slightest disturbance. A visualization of spatial abilities. The captain furrowed his brows. The more it involved the supreme laws, the higher the value of the visualization diagram. Even an ordinary spatial visualization diagram was worth a fortune. Moreover, such visualization diagrams are typically only possessed by major factions or large sects, and they require extremely stringent cultivation conditions. One must possess a physique compatible with the spatial realm to practice them, otherwise, one would be corrupted by the spatial forces and become part of the space itself. Those who possess this qualification usually have a very prestigious background. How could that be possible? Those who witnessed this episode were shocked. Their captain was the strongest in the team and possessed the thunder power, which was extremely effective against evil spirits, with immense destructive power. However, his attack was shattered by a single finger of the opponent. This isn't even difficult. It's a complete blowout. The purple-haired girl spread her hands helplessly and said, "If I say I'm just passing by, would you believe me?" If it weren't necessary, she wouldn't want to kill these special division guys either. Although these people were weak, if they alerted the old fools in the main city, it wouldn't necessarily be dangerous, but it would hinder her subsequent plans. Unless she takes action to kill them all and erase all traces of their souls, preventing any fate-related abilities from being used to predict the outcome. However, the cost of doing so is far greater than killing them, and the investment does not justify the outcome. As the seasoned captain, he retorted, "Do you think I look like a cute little kid?" The young girl nodded, looked at him carefully, and said seriously, "It looks like it." The decisive and confident response nearly made the other team members burst out laughing, and even the captain's face turned slightly awkward, as if he wanted to jump in and fight. This guy isn't following the script. The purple-haired girl immediately put on a pitiful expression and said with a pained voice, "Actually, I was just passing by. I came here because of a man who abandoned me." "You were abandoned?" The captain furrowed his brows, finding it hard to believe the other's story, but the team members behind him perked up their ears. In any world, gossip is always the most captivating topic. The young woman before him was breathtakingly beautiful and possessed extraordinary power, yet despite that, the man had abandoned her. Could it be a complicated love triangle? Or is it that the man has too high standards? Or maybe the man isn't interested in women? Everyone's curiosity was piqued, and even the hostility toward him had diminished considerably. The purple-haired girl's eyes flickered with a hint of a smile, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes as she spoke sorrowfully. "Yes, maybe I'm not good enough, so I can't meet his expectations. But I still want to try my best. Today, I finally saw him here, but he avoided me, and in the end, I ran into you guys." As if afraid that the people from the special department wouldn't believe her, the purple-haired girl added, "Look at the battle traces on the ground. That water demon and the unfortunate thing nailed to the wall are the real culprits. There are also remnants of his shadow power left behind. You can check them out. After the captain calmed down and observed the surroundings, he believed most of it. Upon hearing about the shadow power, his eyes widened, and he hurriedly asked, "The shadow force, what connection does it have with the yellow-robed king who appeared at the night market recently?" Since that forbidden entity awoke and made its first appearance in Hangzhou City, the entire city has become a treasure trove, attracting the attention of numerous powerful beings. To maintain order in the city, even Morning Star-level powerhouses were dispatched from the main city. First, a dragon egg was stolen by someone, and then the yellow-robed king suddenly appeared at the night market and casually mentioned a Morning Star-level expert from the special division, causing him to break through to the intermediate stage of the Morning Star realm. During a casual conversation, he referred to Hangzhou City as a land of outstanding talents and natural beauty. However, this statement spread and turned into a rumor, leading to the claim that Hangzhou City was a treasure trove with many valuable artifacts. Coincidentally, news about the Yalong egg emerged at this time, further solidifying the rumor. As a result, in search of opportunity, a large number of awakened individuals flooded into Hangzhou City, transforming the once quiet town into a bustling metropolis where people of all backgrounds mingled, creating a tense and volatile atmosphere that could erupt at any moment. However, this was not entirely bad news. At least, after investigating the forbidden entity and the yellow-robed king, the resources allocated to Hangzhou City had more than doubled compared to before. The yellow-robed king's most distinctive feature is his use of shadow power, and the special division has also inquired about the shadow-cutting branch of the Crimson Hand. However, the response was ambiguous, and even the shadow cutter lineage itself was unsure whether there was an ancient elder who had returned from the brink of death. Who knows if that ancient immortal, whose lifespan was nearly exhausted, had obtained the opportunity to revive, or if some elder was orchestrating something. Therefore, the Kaiying lineage can only brush it off vaguely, as it hasn't yet posed a threat to their interests. The yellow-robed king? The purple-haired girl froze for a moment. Though she didn't know who this guy was, he seemed connected to the mysterious man from before. In other words, trouble was brewing. The purple-clad maiden felt delighted but hesitated, saying, "I can't say that. If I do, he'll definitely hate me even more. I just want to stay by his side and silently protect him." Chapter 53, The Imagination Squad gains another member. It's not that I don't know, it's just that I can't say. That's the beauty of language. With just a little bit of skill, you can completely twist the meaning of an entire sentence. If you come across someone wearing a hooded jacket, standing about 1.8 meters tall, wearing black pants, and donning a shadow mask, please publish the information in the morning newspaper. I will reward you once I see it. The commotion ended, and the purple-haired girl had no desire to stay. Spatial ripples spread around her, engulfing her body and causing her to vanish without a trace. The captain saw this and did not intervene. After all, he had already confirmed that she was not the culprit behind this incident. If he had forced her to stay, his entire team might have been wiped out. Moreover, even if the Special Investigations Unit were to look into it afterward, it would likely be swept under the rug. Their status was too low, and the cost of tracking down the culprit was too high. The other party could simply change their identity to evade investigation. Moreover, if this individual is truly connected to the yellow-robed king or might even be the yellow-robed king himself, that possibility is quite low. Based on the information currently available, the yellow-robed king is highly likely to be in existence of the Huiwa level or above, and may even have condensed to shadow form, with his abilities related to the laws of time. Li Cheng was afraid that revealing specific details about the illusory image would offend the yellow-robed king, so he did not disclose what ritual had been used to create it. The only description was that it was extremely terrifying, a demon god that devoured time. Based on available information, a being of the Huiwa class is estimated to require at least a century of cultivation, even for a genius. Yet the young girl before them appeared to be no more than 17 or 18 years old. Such a vast age gap makes the likelihood of a romantic relationship with her highly unlikely. Therefore, the one she referred to as using the shadow power is definitely not the yellow-robed king. It must be someone of her own age. Additionally, during this period, the Crimson Hand, the lineage of the shadow cutters, encountered some issues, leading to the recall of all young heirs across the Federation. It seems they are preparing for a major undertaking. Therefore, there are virtually no young members of the shadow cutter lineage in Hangzhou at present. Considering the shadow power previously utilized by the yellow-robed king, it can be inferred that the man the young woman is seeking is undoubtedly connected to the yellow-robed king. Additionally, based on eyewitness accounts, the yellow-robed king purchased some introductory books for beginners, which clearly were not intended for his own use. Now everything makes sense. No wonder the young woman said he looked down on her. The man she was seeking was likely a disciple of the yellow-robed king, or even his heir. I seem to have uncovered a shocking secret. The captain sucked in a sharp breath, his body trembling uncontrollably as a bone-chilling cold seeped out. He had accidentally stumbled upon such a huge secret. If it was the former, it would be better, but if it was the latter, I won't be silenced, will I? Even with decades of life experience, the captain couldn't help but feel a little anxious at the thought of such a possibility. After all, taking on an apprentice could be seen as someone taking a momentary interest in a prodigy and deciding to teach them. However, if it's one's own offspring, and not from the Kaiying lineage, that's a bit intriguing. If it were a descendant of the Kaiying lineage, they would certainly not need the books for newcomers. Could this hint at some hidden feuds or rivalries among the noble families? The story suddenly becomes interesting, no, complicated. Thinking of this, the captain turned to look at the team members rescuing the children and couldn't help but sigh. The less you know, the happier you are. Unlike me, an old man, who always has to carry so many secrets. There's no such thing as a peaceful life, it's just me bearing the burden for you all. Before he could finish muttering, a female member interrupted with a loud, commanding voice. Captain, if you keep slacking off and not doing your job, I'll report you to the boss and have your wages deducted. Don't do that. I'm here now. Please don't deduct my wages. I'm counting on that paycheck to go out drinking, it's the only romance a man has. The captain hurried over to check the children's physical condition. Fortunately, they had only been hypnotized by a special secret technique, and there were no signs of their bodies being altered or mutated. They could be released to their families after a day of observation. Beep. Not long after, the sirens fell silent, and the police arrived to cordon off the area and comb the surrounding residents. All the children were also carried onto the vehicles and taken to the hospital. After sending off the last child, the captain finally let out a sigh of relief, lit a cigarette, and looked out the window at the pitch-black night sky devoid of stars, murmuring softly. The waters are getting deeper and deeper. I hope nothing goes wrong. Exhaling a smoke ring, he made up his mind. Even if it meant facing danger, he would report this information, as it might involve some secrets and even endanger the entire city if kept hidden. The worst outcome would be losing the ability to smoke or drink. Even if he became a dead man, it wouldn't be so bad after all, he was already alone, and at least he wouldn't have to be lonely anymore. After all, a man's shoulders are meant to bear the weight of responsibility. After stubbing out the cigarette butt, the captain took out his phone and dialed a number. Someone answered quickly. Hello, this is Captain Chen Hao of Special Unit 3. I have information regarding a disaster-level classified matter involving the Yellow-Robed King. Please connect me immediately. Meanwhile, Liu had no idea that the captain he had seen before, Chen Hao, was already preparing to make the ultimate sacrifice based on his wild speculations. His alter ego had actually become his father? What's going on here? Chapter 54, Playing Psychological Tactics is so sneaky. Fortunately, Liu didn't have the ability to read people's minds, so he didn't know what kind of story the captain was imagining. Otherwise, he would have burst out laughing. Then he couldn't help but marvel at how vivid their imaginations were. Under the cover of night, Liu walked through the pitch-black alley. Several streetlights had been damaged and flickered intermittently, creating a rather eerie atmosphere. Liu took a few steps before suddenly stopping in his tracks. He turned to look at the dark alley behind him and spoke softly. Your efficiency is a bit low. The sound echoed, but there was no response for a long time. Liu sneered and threw the silver keychain he had obtained earlier over. A slender hand caught the silver keychain, and a graceful figure slowly emerged from the darkness, standing under the streetlight. It was the same purple-haired girl who had appeared earlier. She looked at Liu with a sorrowful expression and said, Although I took it from the original dark sect, it was the first gift I gave you. You're such a man with no sense of romance. Her voice was soft and slow, filled with a sorrowful tone, as if she were a little girl who had been abandoned. Even a straight man would melt at such an attack. However, Liu merely laughed coldly and said, If your idea of romance is to equip me with a tracking spell, then that's truly a unique sense of romance. Liu emphasized the word unique, causing the purple-haired girl, who had been looking melancholy, to stick out her tongue playfully and say, I didn't expect you to know that. You're really impressive. Ha ha. Liu gave a half-hearted reply, but in reality he hadn't even bothered to check if the keychain had any secret techniques, because he simply didn't know how to do so. However, he knew from the basics of Awakened Ones that there were all sorts of secret techniques and spells in this world, and tracking-type secret techniques were particularly widespread. All it takes is an item or even a single strand of hair to perform tracking. Although Liu didn't know how to investigate tracking techniques, he was a meticulous person, or perhaps more accurately, suspicious. Why had this purple-haired girl given him a pendant that contained the special ritual power of the original dark sect? In a way, this necklace could already be considered a special artifact of great value. If he had given it to himself simply because he had looked at it a few extra times, then his gaze had lingered on the upper part of the robe for quite some time. Why didn't the woman take off her clothes and give them to him, but instead threw him a necklace and one related to the original secret sect at that? Is it because she thinks he's handsome? There's actually a 90% chance that's the case. After all, a mask can't hide his exceptional charm. However, there is still a 10% chance that the silver keychain has been tampered with. Moreover, the young woman clearly knew about the eye thief incident and intended to use this information to lure me into a trap, thereby gaining the upper hand. Once he showed a strong sense of need, the purple-haired girl would hold out for a better deal, or even further manipulate his actions. Lu Yu did not want to fall into her rhythm, as that could easily lead to his downfall. After all, the previous members of the demon god cult who had been robbed were a cautionary tale. They were stripped naked and abandoned in an unknown corner, a fate truly pitiful beyond words. However, Lu Yu also knew that he had little leverage in negotiations, and much of the information he possessed was closely tied to his true identity. It absolutely must not be revealed. The best approach was to avoid revealing his own needs. Much like when pursuing a woman, the more laid back and indifferent you appear, the more likely you are to succeed, because you don't seem to care about the outcome. On the other hand, those who desperately want something are easily swayed by their own desires, causing girls to raise their standards or even turn them into lapdogs. Only by letting go and pulling back, like flying a kite, is the true way to go. So he chose to flee immediately, leaving the purple-haired girl bewildered and disrupting her rhythm, while also carrying the silver keychain, giving her a chance to find him. Therefore, to lure the fish into the trap, Lu Yu did not rush home but instead took a detour and ended up strolling around the western district of Hangzhou City. Sure enough, after walking around for a short while, he sensed a faint feeling of being watched, and a single word caused her breathing to flutter for an instant. But it was precisely this moment that allowed Lu Yu to pinpoint the other party's location with absolute certainty. With a single remark, he exposed the other party's use of tracking methods, forcing them to admit their guilt and hand over all the initiative. It was only then that he gained the upper hand in the negotiations. This was the other party coming to him with information on their own initiative, not something he had requested. Whether to listen or not was entirely up to him. Sure enough, those who play psychological tactics have dirty minds. Lu Yu chuckled inwardly, but his expression remained calm. Combined with the intimidating shadow mask, he looked like a grim reaper lurking in the darkness. He looked calmly at the purple-haired girl and spoke slowly. "What's the news?" The purple-haired girl tried to break through Lu Yu's defenses and said pitifully, "It's late at night. Shouldn't you invite me to your place first, and then we can chat slowly?" The tone was full of temptation, as if hinting at something. But Lu Yu wasn't falling for it. He spoke in a deep voice. "Either speak or leave." Though he didn't say much, his deep voice and domineering attitude created an overwhelming sense of pressure on the purple-haired girl. When employing psychological tactics, the more the opponent struggles, the more one must avoid beating around the bush. Instead, one must strike directly and decisively, leaving the opponent utterly defeated. "You think you're so tough?" In my past life, I was a pro at psychological tactics when I was arguing with trolls online. Chapter 55, An Existence Beyond Understanding. Due to Lu Yu's assertive attitude, the atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. The pitiful expression on the young girl's face vanished, replaced by one of joy. It was the kind of joy one might feel when a kitten sees something curious and delightful. The purple-haired girl smiled softly and said, "You're much smarter than I imagined. I never expected that I had already fallen into your trap from the very beginning. You must have anticipated that I would come looking for you, right?" The purple-haired girl, though she looked like an ethereal fairy untouched by the mundane world, was no fool. She understood the other's intentions in an instant. Unbeknownst to her, in less than a minute, she had already fallen into his trap, as if being guided by an invisible hand, step by step, forward into the unknown. This feeling didn't make her feel repulsed. Instead, it gave her a sense of novelty she had never experienced before. However, she still asked curiously, "But aren't you afraid I won't come? Then you won't get the news about the eye thief. Even if you don't come looking for me, this necklace is already a rare item and can fetch a good price. Either way, I'm sure to make a profit. And who knows if your information is even true? There could be hundreds or even thousands of hidden pitfalls waiting for you." However, this was just Lu Yu's inner rant. Since he had already started acting like a mystic, he needed to make the other party even more unable to guess his thoughts, instilling a sense of awe. Thus, Lu Yu spoke calmly. Besides the chess player's intentions, the chess pieces also have their own goals. This was his true intention. The purple-haired girl also wanted to set up a strategy, so she would definitely come looking for him. To set up a strategy, one must first enter the game. Using the human world as a chessboard and living beings as chess pieces, the way he moves his pieces has piqued the purple-haired girl's curiosity about this man even more. Pawns can also become the ones who move the pieces. "You're really an interesting person. I really want to see your true self. Are you just an old man?" Her eyes grew increasingly bright, as if she were trying to peer through the shadow mask to see Lu Yu's true face. However, all her investigative abilities were unable to break through the time insect barrier created by the time shelter. This is a powerful skill that can evade the perception of thee, and it's not something that can be easily detected. Lu Yu heard this and merely smiled indifferently, speaking softly. "That's not important. What about your information? You're such an impatient person." The purple-haired girl stood up straight, her purple-blue eyes flickering with an unusual glow, and spoke with a hint of admiration in her voice. "You've obtained that information as well, haven't you? What news? A dragon egg? Are the people of this other world so innocent? They all think I know a lot, but I don't know anything at all. But everything I know is just what I heard from you guys." Lu Yu's thoughts raced, but he sensed that the other party's expression was not as simple as it appeared. Since the young girl knew he was searching for someone, she must have obtained information about the dragon egg. Moreover, this information has already spread, though it can only be considered to have a limited reach. It is by no means a secret, but everyone is unable to locate the lair of the eye thief. This incident could also be the result of someone else getting there first and already leaving with the loot. However, given that the human eye thief has managed to persist for so many years, it is unlikely that they would be so easily cut off. However, the purple-haired girl suddenly said something that made Liu can't help but think. Could there be some secret hidden here that he didn't know about? Don't speak carelessly. Liu made up his mind and casually changed the subject. Didn't you also make your own plans? The young girl's smile grew even wider, and she didn't deny it, continuing to say. The dragon egg was indeed discovered by accident, and it is indeed the offspring of a mature dragon of the Huiwei class. However, that is not the point. The key lies in its maternal lineage. The maternal lineage? Liu had a sudden flash of insight and suddenly thought of a crucial point. That was that everyone had only remembered the origin of the dragon egg as a mature dragon of the Huiwei class, but had overlooked the existence of the maternal lineage, treating it as an ordinary wild beast. However, they overlooked the fact that a creature capable of producing offspring with a Huiwei class being must possess considerable strength itself. In fact, the maternal lineage may not necessarily be weaker than the paternal lineage. And since this purple-haired girl emphasizes this point so strongly, the problem must lie with the maternal lineage of the dragon eggs. The purple-haired girl looked at Liu, who remained silent, and assumed he was unaware of the information she had shared, feeling somewhat displeased. To prevent Liu from leaving before she finished speaking, the purple-haired girl sped up her speech and said, "You should also know that the maternal lineage of this dragon egg involves an existence of an unknown level." What the heck? A dragon egg is actually connected to an entity of the unknown realm. Liu was truly stunned by this news. He never imagined that this male dragon of the Huiwei rank was actually a dragon warrior, daring to even touch an existence of the unknown realm. What exactly is an unknowable tier existence? The specific rank is unknown even to Liu, but the only certainty is that it is definitely an existence of the Huiwei rank or higher. Though not as powerful as forbidden existences, unknown tier beings possess the formidable ability to summon their true names and manifest their divine presence. Even a single malicious thought directed at you can transform into a curse that binds your flesh and soul, spreading to your descendants until your bloodline is completely eradicated. They may not yet be deities, but they have already attained a fraction of the power of deities. Such beings are nearly completely detached from emotions and desires, yet they have sired offspring with a male dragon of the Huiwei rank. This is clearly not normal. A strong sense of conspiracy. There must be something wrong here. Chapter 56, for star material? It feels like someone told you that an ant and an elephant had an indescribable encounter, and then an ant-elephant was born. This male dragon of the Huiwei class is truly obsessed with sex, completely fearless of death. The saying dragons are inherently lustful is indeed true. Speaking of which, do beings of this caliber behave like ordinary people? Though he managed to control his emotions, Liu was still momentarily stunned by the information. Fortunately, Liu was wearing a mask, and his emotional fluctuations were quickly brought under control, so the purple-haired girl did not notice anything unusual. To hide his recent emotional fluctuations, Liu nodded and frowned, asking, "How did you find out?" Existences of the unknowable realm, their actions are beyond anyone's ability to predict, so how could they possibly reveal such information to a young girl before them? After coming to this realization, Liu's initial shock subsided, replaced by growing doubt. How did she know about this? And why did she tell me? If he were in her position, and someone dared to predict his actions, the only thing waiting for them would be a storm of brutal retaliation. Are all beings of the unknowable rank truly benevolent? He certainly doesn't think there are so many good people in this dark world. The good ones have long been devoured, leaving not even a bone to pick. The purple-haired girl smiled and said, "That's because I saw it." You saw it? Liu's tone grew colder. He already felt that the young girl was speaking insincerely. If he could see the movements of an existence at the unknowable level, he wouldn't have been discovered just now. Liu certainly didn't think his perception abilities were stronger than those of an existence at the unknowable level. The purple-haired girl also realized she had phrased it poorly, thinking Liu was doubting her information sources, so she explained. Because this entity is no longer at its peak. Only a single finger remains, and the true entity may have already vanished into the depths of the dark void. This finger has inherited its characteristics and possesses the power of the dark abyss. If left unchecked, it could potentially give rise to a new consciousness from its own flesh, leading to catastrophic consequences. As a result, it was sealed away. I was once responsible for guarding this finger, and merely gazing at the box containing the seal gave me a sense of my mind being corrupted. At that time, I suspected that this finger had already developed sentience. Sure enough, not long after, our forbidden area was breached by a male dragon of the Huiwei rank, who seized this finger. We had no idea what the finger had enchanted or what mysterious ritual it had used, but it somehow caused the male dragon to sacrifice its life and lay a dragon egg. We estimated that it was likely using the dragon egg to reincarnate. In other words, that dragon egg was laid by the male dragon after self-inflicted harm, becoming a reincarnated entity of an unknown existence. Lu Yu understood that this male dragon had apparently been altered by some unknown force and then self-destructed to lay the dragon egg. If it were a female dragon and a finger, that would be understandable, but the story of a male dragon and a finger just sounds odd. I guess I'm overthinking it. However, these high-level powerhouses are truly terrifying. Even with only a small portion of their bodies remaining, they can still use special methods to reincarnate. However, compared to the forbidden beings that can be reborn by summoning their true names, Liu could accept this to a much greater extent. After all, he would eventually become an entity of that caliber himself, so gaining some prior knowledge wasn't a bad idea. However, based on the information above, Liu could confirm that the young woman must come from a powerful organization, otherwise, she wouldn't have the qualifications to guard such an entity's body parts. As for which organization she belonged to, judging by her expression, she clearly did not wish to disclose it, and Liu did not feel it necessary to pry. Liu didn't feel much fear upon learning that the dragon egg was the reincarnation of an unknown entity of unknown origin. Instead, he felt a sense of excitement. This was akin to receiving a 3-star quest in a game and being told that the reward was a 3-star item. However, as you continue, you discover from a hidden NPC that this is actually a hidden quest. Although the quest level remains 3 stars, the reward has skyrocketed to 4 stars or even 5 stars. This time, the opponent is actively reincarnating to give you an opportunity. It's practically a free gift. As for others, they still have to worry about whether this egg might be kept as a hidden ace up their sleeve or a means of revenge. But Lu Yu has a monster editing system. As long as he can throw the egg into the material library, even if that existence is at its peak, it can only be edited at his discretion. Within the system, the creator mode grants him absolute dominance. It's like a 5-star material, the spider god silk, which he successfully obtained by exploiting it. However, if the spider silk were brought into the real world, the immense and twisted corrosive force would instantly spread throughout an entire city, transforming the world into the domain of a demon god. The evil power within is sufficient to warp the bodies and souls of millions, transforming them into a kingdom of spiders, a terrifying artifact capable of unleashing a cataclysmic disaster. However, when it remained in the material library, no matter how much Lu Yu manipulated and tormented it, it was powerless to resist. Even the spider silk of a legitimate demon god couldn't resist the monster editing system, let alone an existence of an unknown level. It was 2 tiers below that. The girl saw that Lu Yu was satisfied with the news and continued. According to my investigation, the caravan originally planned to retreat out of fear of the Dragon Clan's retaliation. However, there were members of the former dark cult within the caravan who had uncovered part of the truth or been swayed by some form of manipulation, so they dared to bring the dragon eggs back. However, there were also members who worshipped the dark side of the primordial moon. They refused to hand over the dragon eggs to others, as each faction desired to use the eggs as sacrifices to obtain the rewards of the evil deity. This led to a conflict among them. Chapter 57, The Primordial Moon. The Twilight Blade. Lu Yu couldn't help but marvel at this. What a mysterious caravan this was. Among this group of people, there were so many members of the heretical god cult. Starting off in nightmare mode, who could possibly withstand that? It turns out we really need to be careful when forming teams in the future. Otherwise, we might end up with a bunch of cultists of the evil gods lurking around us without even knowing it. The purple-haired girl's tone grew serious. With the disagreement, conflicts arose within the caravan, leading to open and covert struggles between the two sides, resulting in significant losses on both sides. This is why they were suddenly ambushed by the eye thieves, who took advantage of the situation. No, it wouldn't be accurate to call it taking advantage, as the leader of the eye thieves had also been promoted to Morningstar and was hiding near the Mist Forest, making it difficult to track their movements. Near the Forest of Mist. A Morningstar-level human eye thief. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. The Mist Forest was located 50 kilometers north of Hangzhou City, with a battlefield spanning hundreds of kilometers, shrouded in thick white mist year-round, obscuring visibility. If the eye thief were hiding there, it would make sense. After all, anyone entering the Mist Forest would have a high chance of getting lost, and even someone with great strength would only be able to utilize less than 70% of their abilities in such an environment. Moreover, the eye thief itself possesses exceptional mental strength, and its extended mental energy serves as its eyes. The mist itself can be considered its natural habitat. If one were to enter recklessly, there is a high likelihood of being surrounded and attacked by this group of eye thieves. No wonder no one has yet discovered their exact location. However, Lu Yu could send the shadow servants to scout ahead. The shadow servants aren't affected by the mist, and in such an environment, they're more at home than the eye thieves. Others might see these human eye thieves as a nuisance, but Lu Yu only sees them as moving monsters waiting to be turned into material. If you kill the eye thieves and extract their eyes, there's a high chance you can peel off their eyeballs as materials. These eyeballs all possess rare spiritual deterrence abilities. Moreover, aside from the leader of the eye thieves, there are numerous low-ranking eye thieves, meaning we can obtain a large quantity of eye materials. With so many eyeballs, we can start editing monsters with psychic abilities. So the monsters I've been thinking about, like the 100-eyed demon, brain-eating demon, and 6-eyed golden warrior, can all be prepared in advance. Create a monster of excellent quality or higher and select powerful mental type skills. The Luyu of today is no longer the inexperienced novice he once was. Through this foundational knowledge, he has gained a basic understanding of the world of awakened beings. He has also come to realize the value of his ability to extract materials. After all, when it comes to stripping materials, aside from those that are inherently embedded or made of flesh and blood, extracting certain special parts requires exceptional skill. Some materials even require special rituals to be performed, otherwise, they may incur curses or self-destruct. However, monsters are not helpless lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They naturally resist and struggle, and in some cases even fight back, resulting in many monster corpses being left in a broken and useless state. However, Luyu's cheating extraction ability only requires roughly intact monster corpses to continuously extract materials. Whether used for monster editing or sold at the night market, it is a great option. As long as he obtains enough spirit coins, he can absorb the spiritual energy within them to enhance his own strength. So while others find monster hunting tedious, Luyu finds it rewarding. The sense of fulfillment is entirely different. However, this matter seems to involve the original Dark Sect and the Primordial Moon Sect, and the purple-haired girl herself is also a faction. Her background must be significant, and it remains unclear whether the Federation is involved. The Primordial Moon Sect differs from the original Dark Sect. This sect is not composed solely of humans but also includes numerous subhuman races, such as werewolves, vampires, and orcs. They worship the frigid moon in the heavens and venerate wildness and slaughter. They believe that killing is a natural part of the survival of the fittest, so they must follow nature. Since their actions are considered chaotic, they are also classified as a cult of A. Among human-based large-scale cults, there are only three: the Gate of Truth, the Power of Nature, and the Twilight Blade. These are the three great deities of humanity, akin to the Special Forces, protecting humanity. In fact, the Special Forces and the three great cults are intertwined and mutually balanced. In addition to these, there are also some minor gods and wild gods. Though they are called gods, they are fundamentally no match for the evil gods or the true gods. Some wild deities are not even true deities at all, but merely demons disguised as deities, inciting humans to use living sacrifices. These are referred to as evil deities and deviant worship. Once discovered, they are eradicated by the Special Division and the three orthodox religions. However, this dragon egg is indeed quite mysterious. Luyu sighed inwardly, but he didn't feel much fear. On the contrary, he felt a bit excited. He was now considered a half-step Morningstar, and with the Fear Balloon and the soon-to-be-born Void Shadow Spider, he effectively had the backing of 3 Morningstars, giving him the qualifications to claim a share of the spoils. After all, a dragon egg made from 4-star grade materials is extremely rare. Luyu looked up, his gaze fixed on the purple-haired girl, and asked curiously, "What is your purpose?" There is no love without reason in this world, nor is there hatred without cause. Luyu, whether in his past life or this one, understands a simple truth: there is no such thing as a free lunch. The fact that she had revealed so much to him must mean she had her own motives. The purple-haired girl smiled faintly and didn't rush to answer the question. Instead, she said, "There's no rush. Let's introduce ourselves first. My name is Shin Wuyo. And you, mysterious masked gentleman? Name?" Luyu paused for a moment before answering. "Yu Lu." This name not only reverses the original name of Luyu but also alters the characters themselves, a precaution against curses or abilities that target individuals based on their names. When traveling abroad, it is always best to be cautious. Yu Lu. Shinwuyo tilted her head slightly, a playful smile curling the corners of her lips, as if she had guessed that Luyu was using a pseudonym. However, she didn't seem to mind, instead adopting a serious expression as she said, "I need your help." Chapter 58, The Gods of Old. "You wouldn't be asking me to help you kill the human eye thief and destroy this dragon egg, would you?" Luyu glanced at Shinwan Yu and said indifferently, "If that's the request, I would definitely refuse." This dragon egg had already caught his eye. Why would he need an extra person to share his spoils when he could handle it himself? Anyway, this information wasn't something he asked for, and it wasn't a transaction either. It was all voluntarily disclosed by the other party. Therefore, Liu felt no sense of obligation toward Shinwan Yu. In fact, if the other party were to compete with him for the dragon egg, he would not hold back. When it came to his fundamental interests, Luyu would never concede even the slightest bit. Upon hearing this, Shinwan Yu rolled her eyes and said irritably, "Who would be crazy enough to go looking for that egg? I've been guarding it for so many years, it must hate me to death. If I just stay put, that thing just revived and hasn't regained its strength yet, so it definitely won't dare to provoke our organization. But if I go looking for it, that's like walking into a trap. I'd deserve to die." Luyu thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. After all, such an unknown entity had lived for so many years and must have accumulated numerous tactics. Lu Yu thought about it and realized it made sense. After all, such an unknown entity that had lived for so many years must have left behind plenty of tricks. Even though he had only reincarnated using a single finger, who could guarantee that he hadn't left any backup plans for himself? Do not underestimate an old fox. Their extensive life experience is their most powerful weapon. Lu Yu looked up at Xinhuan Yu and said doubtfully, "So what do you want me to help you with?" Xinhuan Yu smiled faintly, glancing at Lu Yu before fixing his gaze on the shadow on the ground and speaking softly. "I want to buy one of your shadow guards. You can name your price." Shadow bodyguard? Lu Yu was taken aback. The target was actually his own shadow guard. However, he recalled that aside from using his shadow powers and shadow guards to slaughter the people in the courtyard, he had not used any other abilities. He didn't think he was so handsome that someone would throw themselves at him. The woman had probably chased after him for her own reasons, but he never expected that she was actually one of his own shadow servants. Lu Yu didn't rush to refuse. Instead, he asked, "Why not purchase it from the Kaiying lineage? What do you intend to use it for?" Shen Wuyo shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "The Kaiying lineage spends a huge amount of manpower and resources on creating each shadow guard. If it weren't for the soul contracts they sign, they'd rather their own children die than have a shadow guard come to harm. Given such scarcity, they don't even have enough for themselves. How could they possibly sell them to an outsider like me?" At this point, Shen Wuyo glanced at the three shadow guards behind Lu Yu and said enviously, "A shadow guard can easily enter dangerous areas to investigate, is utterly loyal, and is also the most skilled assassin. Any place with shadows is their domain. It's hard for others to get even one shadow guard, but you have three of them. You're the ultimate luxury. I'm looking to explore a dangerous area and urgently need a shadow guard. Name your price." Shen Wuyo looked so composed. With her face, she looked just like a little rich girl. Lu Yu suddenly realized that the shadow servants he had created using thousands of dollars worth of animal shadows were actually so advanced. But upon reflection, it made sense. The functional capabilities of shadow servants were truly remarkable, combining reconnaissance, assassination, household chores, exploration, and escape, all while being tireless, loyal, and even refusing overtime pay. Furthermore, as long as they aren't completely disintegrated or hit by light attribute spells, they can return to the shadow realm to slowly recover. Even if he is killed, Lu Yu only needs to spend a few $1,000s or go into the wilderness to extract shadows from animals to immediately create several more. They're the perfect cannon fodder for scouting missions. The Kaiying faction is a core member of the Crimson Hand, a large organization spanning the Federation. Creating a shadow guard alone costs 1 billion credits, and there is still a risk of failure. However, Lu Yu's shadow servants are extremely inexpensive and have growth potential. When compared to the Shadow Clan's shadow guards, they are simply inferior. The only drawback is that only 10 can be created at a time, unlike the Ghost Shadow Legion from the anime series Jackie Chan's Adventures, where thousands of shadow ninjas appear on the battlefield all at once. True to its 3-star growth potential as a monster skill, it must have benefited from that pocket watch, otherwise it wouldn't be able to use shadow power so effortlessly. Moreover, his shadow power seems purer, as if it were connected to his previous glimpse into the depths of the shadows, causing his affinity with the shadows to skyrocket. But will he sell it or not? To be honest, the production cost is very low, but these shadow servants are all created using skills, effectively binding them to his soul. If one were to trade them, would it affect his soul? And would the trade involve a shadow servant or a slot for a shadow servant? This is also a crucial point. If it's the latter, the loss would be too great, especially since the shadow servant is currently his greatest advantage. Giving it away would effectively reduce his own advantage. After careful consideration, Lu Yu quickly made his decision. Not for sale. Thus, Lu Yu resolutely rejected the temptation of money and refused Shen Wuyo's offer to support him financially. After being rejected, Shen Wuyo didn't get angry. She merely pleaded, saying, "Since you refuse to sell it, why don't we collaborate to explore that dangerous place? That place is where the first humans obtained their power, and it is where they received the blessing of eternal life. It must be a curse." Lu Yu blurted out a complaint. After all, he had no interest in turning into a monster with eyes all over his head. However, the fact that human eyes could be exchanged for such a ritual also hinted that the place must hold many secrets. Curious, Lu Yu asked, "Where is that place?" Shen Wuyo's smile suddenly vanished, and his expression grew serious. In Lu Yu's eyes, he slowly opened his mouth. As if by some unspoken agreement, the moment Shen Wuyo uttered the first syllable of his words, a bolt of lightning suddenly erupted in the sky, slicing through the pitch-black night, accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the very foundations of the earth. The lightning's brilliance illuminated the night as brightly as day, and the white light showered down upon the two of them. However, Lu Yu also heard clearly what Shen Wuyo had said. The Temple of the Old Gods. Chapter 59, The Missing History of Humanity. The Temple of the Old Gods. What are the Old Gods? Literally speaking, they should be the deities of the past. Then why did they become old gods? Who are the new gods? But before Lu Yu could ask, Shen Wangyu spoke first, pointing to the sky with her slender fingers and smiling as she said, "There are some things that can't be spoken of. Human history is currently incomplete, and if we discuss the existence of those from the old era too much, we might attract the attention of certain beings. All you need to know is that this temple holds many benefits. As for those forbidden existences, do not concern yourself with them in any way." Though she was smiling, there was no trace of joy in her eyes. Lu Yu remained silent. In truth, he wanted to reveal that he possessed the hidden ability known as Time Shield, which allowed him to evade the gaze of the and other forbidden entities. However, he swallowed the words before they could escape his lips. After all, Time Shield was not all-powerful. If the topic became too taboo, there was a high chance that even the time locusts would be shattered, summoning an ominous disaster. This is a world where gods and mortals coexist. Even words must be chosen with care. Moreover, human history is missing. What exactly is hidden in the past? It was like a thick fog, blurring the world that Lu Yu had just begun to see clearly. This feeling is really unpleasant. Lu Yu sighed, and Shen Wangyu, sitting across from him, stretched lazily and said with a smile, "Then let's climb up and let them experience this feeling too." Though it sounded like a joke, Lu Yu saw the seriousness in her eyes. Though it was the kind of words a child might say in a fit of pique, they sounded like a promise, as if she were determined to carry it out. Simple yet stubborn. Cunning yet clever. What an interesting girl. Lu Yu thought to himself, then asked about the dangers of the temple. After all, even the palace of an old god, any place associated with a deity, often harbors numerous dangers, so it was essential to gather information in advance. Shen Wangyu didn't hide anything and shared what he knew, omitting the dangerous parts. In summary, it was, there are many treasures and opportunities, but what's missing is a shadow servant to scout the way. However, Lu Yu fully believed her lies. After chatting for a while, he said, "Well, I have to go now. If I decide to go exploring, I'll come find you. How should I contact you then? Let's add each other on Feishin." Shen Wuyou swiftly pulled out the latest model of a federal phone from his pocket and tapped on the Feishin icon. The screen was initially pitch black, differing from the standard system interface, likely a custom setting, much like her personality, purple hair that was black at the roots. Lu Yu glanced at the other person with a hint of exasperation and sighed helplessly. "Don't you have any mysterious contact information? This seems a bit too ordinary. Just use the simplest contact information. Why go through all that ceremony? Don't you know that drawing ceremonies and raising pigeons are very troublesome? Plus, using emojis is way more fun than ceremonies." Shin Wuyou spoke confidently, then opened his WeChat app and held up his phone screen for Lu Yu to see. The profile picture was a bracelet, with a design that looked somewhat mysterious, making one wonder if she had obtained it from somewhere. Her online name is Carefree Princess. It's quite a girly name, but Evil Princess would be more fitting. Lu Yu glanced at it, noted down the signal, but didn't take out his phone to add it. After all, his current identity was still undercover, and it wasn't appropriate to reveal himself. Anyway, with his current memory, he could remember a WeChat ID clearly even after 10 years. He would contact her when the time came. As a note, he's just a tool. Number 1 is Sun Jun, who I blocked earlier. I originally planned to keep him around to ask some basic questions before blocking him. But now that he's read so many common sense books, he's had enough. Most of what he knows now are secrets from large organizations. This tool, Number 1, is no longer useful. Lu Yu's thoughts flashed through his mind as he turned and entered the darkness, using the power of shadows to erase his traces, disappearing quickly. Upon seeing Lu Yu's figure disappear completely, Shin Wuyou's expression of joy vanished, leaving only a blank and indifferent expression. She gazed at the pitch-black street and murmured softly, "What an interesting fellow. This might be some fun in the future. I wonder whose plan is more clever." The sounds behind him grew fainter and fainter, as if being blocked by some force, along with her figure, disappearing completely, leaving only the empty, desolate street behind. After leaving, Lu Yu did not go straight home but took a detour to the West District and then headed to the East District. Throughout this process, several shadow servants surrounded him in a circular formation, maintaining a distance of 100 meters to prevent anyone from following him. After confirming that Shin Wuyou was not following him, Lu Yu finally set off on his way home. Inside the former Dark Sect's headquarters, several people were dressed in gray robes, wearing hooded cloaks embroidered with a silver thread pattern that resembled both a key and a sword, the sacred emblem of the former Dark Sect. They were seated around a round table, with a shadowy figure at the head, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man with black hair, flipping through a book. His eyes seemed to hold the wisdom gained from the years, and though his appearance was unremarkable, he gave off an air of warmth and kindness. He was one of the bishops of the original Dark Sect, Chi Hao. Sand. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, with only the rustling of pages being turned echoing through the air. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen into a solid mass. Tick-tock. A drop of sweat fell from the body of one of the followers sitting beside the round table. Only then did he notice that all the followers were slightly bowing their heads, as ifing immense pressure. Snap! With the sound of the book closing, the entire room seemed to be filled with air. Everyone sat up straight and began to breathe quietly. Even the insects in the corner began to fly, fleeing the terrifying room as if their lives depended on it. After a minute, Shihao didn't even look up, asking softly, "Does that mean your mission failed? Not a single one of the 40 children was brought back?" A follower stepped forward nervously and explained fearfully, "Bishop, we've investigated this. It's all because the yellow-robed king's forces are up to no good, suddenly disrupting our plans." Before he could finish speaking, Shihao's ethereal form raised its head and glanced at him. Suddenly, the cultist's body began to twist and contort, emitting a series of rapid, explosive sounds like firecrackers. His body seemed to be squeezed by an invisible pair of hands, transforming into a sphere in the blink of an eye, shrouded in a cloud of blood mist. Blood seeped slowly from the sphere, pooling in large patches on the floor and gradually coalescing into two characters. Waste. Finally, the ball grew smaller and smaller, squeezed into a dot the size of a fingernail, until it disappeared completely. The remaining followers, seeing this, were so terrified that they knelt down on the ground, unable to utter a single word, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. This was a 9th-tier awakened being, but in the presence of a Hui-tier being and even before a projection thousands of miles away he had been instantly killed with a single glance. The overwhelming sense of disparity left them with no desire to resist, only endless fear. The yellow-robed king? I've never heard of such a name, but since you dare to disrupt our plans, let me see just how powerful you are. Shihao murmured softly. His true form, thousands of miles away, raised its head and swiftly headed toward Hangzhou City. At the same time, a transparent, gigantic worm-like shadow appeared behind him. Divination Worm. A rare Destiny-themed visualization image that allows you to observe the fate of all things and manipulate it at your fingertips. It requires top-tier affinity with the fate system and innate powerful mental strength to successfully visualize it. Therefore, he is also the strongest fortune-teller in the original Dark Sect. His eyes began to flash with streaks of gray light, and the divination worms started to crawl, crossing through space, slowly writhing. He was already among the top ranks in the Hui tier, having even touched the threshold of a higher tier, and believed himself capable of easily defeating ordinary Hui practitioners. Therefore, he wanted to challenge this newly risen yellow-robed king, warning him not to overstep his bounds and interfere with the sect's plans. If necessary, he would even go there personally to kill him. The church's plan must not be allowed to fail. At this thought, a cold gleam flashed in Shihao's eyes, and his fate worm cautiously made its way through the river of destiny, beginning its search according to the divination based on the name of the yellow-robed king. Meanwhile, Luyu in Hangzhou City was asleep, and the time shelter icon in the palm of his hand lit up, awakening the time locust. Chapter 60, Divining the Yellow-Robed King. Invisible divination energies descended upon the city, beginning a silent search, folding all information, and performing calculations. The clouds in the sky grow thicker and gather, gradually taking the shape of a giant worm, slowly crawling above the city. Between the worm-like clouds, a gap slowly opened, revealing an ugly, tumor-like eye that searched recklessly for something, plunging the entire city into a gloomy and oppressive atmosphere. All the awakened beings who sensed this aura immediately curled up into balls, constantly complaining in their minds about why such a terrifying entity would cast its gaze upon them. Many of the evil practitioners panicked and fled the city in their vehicles. Fortunately, it was the early hours of the morning, and there were few people on the roads, so no accidents occurred. The only tragic outcome was the next day's city maintenance work. When they woke up, they found that their repair tasks had increased again, yet their wages remained unchanged. The former bishop of the dark cult? This aura is almost breaking through the brilliant moon. The former dark cult is indeed preparing to begin. Sitting on the edge of the skyscraper's rooftop, Shen Wuyo sensed this aura. She held a small triangular crystal in her hand, from which a black light screen spread out, concealing her figure and evading the divination forces probing the sky. Inside the Special Division headquarters, Li Cheng watched the thick clouds in the sky form a worm-like pattern, knowing it was an image created by the influence of a terrifying force. He instinctively clenched his fists, his fingernails digging into his palms, and a few drops of blood trickled down his fingers. This was federal territory, yet the former dark sect dared to act so brazenly. However, Li Cheng had no way to stop them, not even to intervene. The protests of the weak are nothing but a joke in the eyes of the strong. Moreover, as long as the other side does not openly declare hostility, the Federation cannot go to war with such a massive, originally neutral religious order, as doing so would only provoke further unrest. In Luyu's room, as if sensing danger, golden time locusts crawled out of the cracks in time and flew above Luyu's body, their bodies seemingly cast from pure gold, glowing faintly in the darkness. Though resembling locusts in appearance, they were fundamentally different. They were creatures born from time itself, though like locusts, they symbolize devouring, hence their similar form. In essence, it can be considered a spirit of time. The time locust moves imperceptibly, hiding in the cracks of time, growing gradually from the trickling streams flowing out of the tributaries of the river of time. One by one, the oracular forces tied to destiny pierced through space, accompanied by an unknown murmur, descending upon this region. If ignored, all information here would be carried back by these divination forces, thereby summoning the arrival of the original Dark Sect's bishop. A true top-tier existence among the Hui class beings. The Time Locust's eyes, as brilliant as diamonds, flickered with mysterious runes. Upon seeing these intangible cursed energies, it opened its mouth, and a terrifying suction force appeared within the room. SSSS. With a silent screech, a massive amount of divination magic was swallowed into the belly of the Time Locusts. The divination magic in the room, the entire district, and even the entire city was completely devoured. A fear balloon floating on the ceiling witnessed the scene and opened its mouth, as if attempting to mimic the Time Locust's devouring action. Unfortunately, its attempt to inhale served no purpose other than to make itself even rounder, with the patterns on its surface becoming even more absurd. Meanwhile, the original Dark Bishop Chi-Hao also felt his divination powers vanish in an instant, as if he had entered a black hole. Once inside, there was no escape. Interesting. Upon arriving in Hangzhou City, Chi-Hao still maintained his calm smile, his gaze growing increasingly bright. A massive aura of pressure swept out from his body, as if a natural disaster were about to strike, causing panic among the people. His consciousness entered the shadowy form of the divination worm, which descended upon the city and merged with the thick clouds, continuing to spread its power and envelop the entire city. A massive spiritual force in the sky, emitting a dazzling radiance, resembling a full moon rising. When compared to the real moon in the sky, it seemed as though two moons were rising together. An ordinary person who had just woken up entered the bathroom, yawning as he glanced out the window. But that glance left him speechless, so stunned that he didn't even notice his own hand had been injured. Wife! Get up quickly! There are two moons in the sky. Is the moon goddess descending? More and more people were awakened, many witnessed this awe-inspiring scene, and posts began flooding online. Numerous powerful entities have also turned their attention to the small city, beginning to analyze the underlying causes behind the actions of the former Dark Bishop. Soon, they guessed that it was a struggle between the original Dark Sect and that mysterious yellow-robed king. So they all began to watch the show unfold. In the sky, the spiritual moon suddenly exploded, transforming into dazzling silver light that fell like snow on a winter night, beautiful and serene, containing a vast amount of magical techniques. Chi-Hao sensed this scene through his divination worm and continued to intensify his secret technique, absorbing city information as he calculated and spoke with a cold smile. If you're so powerful, keep swallowing. I don't believe you can withstand it. Yellow-robed king, you're quite interesting. Although your true form hasn't descended, the power of your illusory form is significantly weaker. However, the power of the Sea of Spirit is synchronized. Chi-Hao believed that even beings or artifacts of the same level would be unable to contain such a vast amount of divination power, and might even be corrupted by it. Once the opponent can no longer withstand it, he can enter their deepest consciousness to mark them, then initiate the pursuit. He is one of the most outstanding fortune tellers among the Hui class, with a naturally powerful soul, and the consciousness battlefield, which requires mental energy, is precisely his area of expertise. As the divination power continued to be devoured, Chi-Hao remained calm, patiently waiting for the right moment to strike. A minute passed. 5 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. The few people who had been watching the play couldn't help but start chatting among themselves, and a hint of surprise flashed across Shen Wuyo's eyes. This yellow-robed king seems quite mysterious. Chi-Hao's expression grew stiff, and he could no longer maintain his previous composed demeanor. This yellow-robed king's capacity was quite formidable. He had already replenished 3 million spirit coins, and if this continued, he would go bankrupt soon. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Time Locusts greedily devoured the pure divination energy. As subordinates of the power of fate, this divination energy, just the right amount and harmless, was the perfect nourishment for them. As it devoured vast amounts of divination power, the Time Locust's body grew increasingly translucent, resembling a golden crystal. Its diamond-like eyes also revealed 2 gears slowly turning. That was the symbol of time. Having devoured too much divination power, it had actually advanced, further enhancing its ability to obscure. Even though it lacked human-like intelligence, its simple mind allowed it to feel gratitude. After folding its position information several times, it transmitted this emotion to the divination worms in the sky. It was the first time it had received so much food, not even its master had been this generous. This is its heartfelt gratitude. However, this expression of gratitude is nothing short of a provocation. After devouring your divination spiritual power, you still have the nerve to say thank you. This is just like paying for sex and then insulting the prostitute. Chi-Hao's expression darkened, and countless runes swirled in his eyes, forming an overlapping array of 9 layers of stars. The array contained mysteries beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. He murmured softly, "Dark Star Divination Technique, Starry World." As he manipulated the divination worms with his consciousness, an even greater spiritual energy surged forth. However, this time, the target was not Hangzhou City, but the stars themselves. The power of the stars was drawn toward him, entering the worm's eyes, allowing him to observe the enemy directly. This technique is too costly. I had originally planned to use divination first to gather information before using it, which would have reduced the cost by half, but now there's no choice but to act. A faint blue glow flickered in his eyes. The world before him was no longer real, instead, it was the void of the river of fate. He followed the name of the yellow-robed king upstream against the current. SSSSS. SSSSS. The time locusts sensed the probing aura and emitted dissatisfied cries, discarding all their previous emotions and casting a layer of obscuring power over Lu Yu. It was like a woman who, after taking something from a man who was trying to please her, used it to flatter her boyfriend. However, it had recently consumed too much divination power, putting it in a transitional phase, so its inherent concealment abilities had not yet evolved. If it were just ordinary gazes, even the gaze of a demon god could be evaded, but this was the targeted tracking of a secret technique. One is unintentional, the other is deliberate. This is based on the recitation and tracing of the title Yellow-Robed King, and its recent consumption of divination power has revealed some locations, so the opponent will soon come looking for us. The Time Locust's limited wisdom began to shift into gear, directly turning the gears in its eyes and using all its strength to divert Chihao's tracing. Chihao also noticed the obstruction, his heart filled with joy, thinking he had found the right approach. Thus, the cautious Chihao allowed his split consciousness to charge forward. With the sensation of breaking through a barrier, Chihao's consciousness entered a gray, chaotic void. Chapter 61, The Divine Not to be Beheld. In the gray void, countless chaotic energy currents swirled, resembling the primordial chaos that existed before the creation of the heavens and earth. Everything exists in a murky, primordial state, just as the original darkness sect seeks the unity of all things. Is this the spiritual realm? Why is it completely different from the real dream world of the others? Chihao looked around in astonishment, noticing that aside from the swirling chaotic colored air currents, there was nothing else in existence, not even a sound that could be heard. It was important to note that the consciousness worlds of the others were mostly manifestations of their thoughts and intentions. He had seen raging seas, fierce worlds of flames, and even beautiful utopian lands. However, the chaotic and disordered realm of consciousness was something he had never seen before. Or perhaps this wasn't the realm of consciousness after all? Chaotic energy currents carried strange forces. Each time they surged, like waves crashing against his body, they corroded a part of his consciousness. No, it shouldn't be called corrosion. It's like his body, it was always meant to belong to chaos, and upon contact, it simply returned to its original state. Everything returns to chaos. What a strange place. Chihao furrowed his brows and began to carefully dodge all the chaotic air currents rushing toward him, then started to explore this gray, murky space. However, the more he explored, the more shocked he became, for this world was exactly like the place they had always dreamed of, a realm where everything was one. There was no flow of time, no directions in space, no living beings, and not even a sound. It was like the origin in a creation myth, the singular point at the end of all things. Here, it is a world without concepts, the ultimate destination that the members of the original Darkness sect have longed for. Could this be the legendary divine realm of the original Darkness god? Have I somehow stumbled into the divine realm of the gods themselves? To stand before the deity one worships is the greatest wish of every believer, and even a bishop with centuries of experience cannot help but feel overwhelmed. What about the original god of darkness? Ha! Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the previously calm chaos suddenly began to violently fluctuate, like a tsunami sweeping across the sea, plunging everything into chaos and disorder. If this were the open sea, the onset of a tsunami would spell doom for sailors, a graveyard for all life. But this is a far more terrifying place than the ocean, a chaotic realm where, the moment the waves begin to stir, it feels as though countless monstrous creatures are opening their gaping maws to devour the world, swallowing thousands upon thousands of tiny shrimp. In reality, Chihao's consciousness was quite large, stretching dozens of meters in length. If he exerted all his strength to expand it, it could reach 100 meters, even surpassing some of the giant tribes. However, in this chaotic realm devoid of spatial and temporal concepts, his 100-meter span is vast and boundless, making Chihao's form no larger than a shrimp. Even the world itself seemed like a marble. Whoosh! The once tranquil and silent chaotic realm was suddenly shattered by a terrifying gale, carrying the chaotic energy that sought to devour everything in its path, unleashing chaos and destruction. In the midst of this chaos, Chihao could no longer hold on, and he could not detect any trace of the original dark god, as if the myth were nothing but a falsehood. He immediately decided to leave this place. But before he could take a step, a colossal, boundless aura swept over him, causing his very soul to tremble uncontrollably. It was the suppression of a higher life form over a lower one. What is this? He followed the scent and saw a scene that made his eyes widen. The illusory clone nearly shattered from the collapse of his worldview. At the center of the chaotic energy currents, he saw a blurry figure moving slowly. And it was getting closer and closer. Finally, Chihao could make out his features. A demon god. A colossal, boundless, and immeasurably vast demon god. And it's not the original dark god. The body of this demon god is beyond measurement. It feels as though this chaos exists in symbiosis with him, merely his breath. Through the chaotic currents, Chihao could vaguely make out that it possessed countless massive arms, each wrapped in chaotic energy and slowly swaying, their movements gentle yet capable of stirring up a violent upheaval in the chaos. Its form was so vast it had no boundaries, so much so that Chihao couldn't even discern whether this demon god had a head, let alone its shape. All he could see was a hazy, gray mist. Within the chaotic mist, it sat cross-legged, with an endless gray Taiji diagram slowly rotating beneath it. Chaotic energy flowed into the gray Taiji diagram, and suddenly, the earth, fierce winds, blazing flames, and rushing waters materialized. It was actually manifesting the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind. The four elements generated were reabsorbed by the chaos the moment they came into contact with it, repeating this cycle endlessly. Though seemingly pointless, there was an air of profound mystery to it. It seems to be the very essence of the cosmic order governing the evolution of the world. Boom! 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 Despite the complete silence in the chaos, it seemed as though an all-powerful entity had struck the drums of heaven and earth, resonating within Chihao's heart and causing his soul to feel as though it were shattering. At that moment, as that being drew nearer, Chihao finally caught a glimpse of its true form. Boom! Boom! But the moment he saw it, his body collapsed as well. Mortals must not gaze upon the unnameable. Chihao's illusory clone collapsed instantly, and a crack suddenly opened, allowing these shattered soul fragments to transmit their information outward. After his death, the chaos returned to calm, and all the turbulent chaotic energy slowly dissipated, revealing the creator form of Lu Yu. Thousand-armed demon god. He spoke slowly. Good thing I activated monster edit mode in time and brought this guy split consciousness in with me. Otherwise, it would have been tough to handle. This is naturally Lu Yu. Just as Chihao was about to break through the Time Locust's protection, the Locust directly awakened Lu Yu through the soul chain and told him everything. Although Lu Yu was surprised, he did not hesitate. He swiftly commanded the Time Locust to change its course from blocking to diverting, then activated monster editing mode, bringing the opponent's consciousness along with it. If they were outside, 1,000 Luyas wouldn't be enough to withstand a single glance from the enemy. That's a matter of rank. Even the most talented individual couldn't possibly defeat Huiyue in a battle of awakened powers. The gap between them is like that between a dragon and an ant. Their power levels are completely different. However, within the system's chaotic space, things are different. His creator mode is nearly invincible. Although he cannot use this powerful force to attack, he cannot trace the source to erase the opponent's original form. However, he had one advantage, and it was an ironclad rule of this world. That is, mortals cannot look directly at the gods. His creator mode, while the exact extent of his power remains unknown, it is certain that he too cannot be looked upon directly. Its essence is so profound that humans cannot comprehend it. Even a single glance from an ordinary person would cause them to collapse. This collapse is caused by the overwhelming influx of information when one encounters something beyond comprehension. It is indescribable, unknown, and unheard, a dual collapse of worldview and consciousness. Except for Lu Yu, anyone who directly witnesses the creator's form would inevitably suffer a backlash. Therefore, Lu Yu used chaotic energy currents to conceal his form, lowering the opponent's guard, and then transformed into the thousand-handed demon god form, manipulating earth, fire, water, and wind to lure the opponent into a trap. And this tactic indeed proved successful. Upon seeing a portion of the creator's body, the opponent immediately collapsed. However, Lu Yu unlocked the seal on the chaotic space at the last moment, allowing the opponent to escape. It wasn't a sudden act of mercy. It was simply not enough. Lu Yu wants this clone to remember the appearance of the thousand-handed demon god and bring it back to his original body. Once his original body sees the thousand-handed demon god, that scene should be quite interesting. Chapter 62, The Distortion Brought by the Thousand-Armed Demon God. In the sky above Hangzhou City, a massive worm-like cloud floated in the air, drawing in countless stars that danced around it, adorned by a blue light barrier, resembling a star god. Are these divine beings? Worm god, please don't hurt us. Star god above, I have done no wrong. Please grant me your power. Some humans with weak minds witnessed this scene and even knelt down on the ground, bowing their heads in worship, begging for mercy. Perhaps the earliest form of faith was similar: no religious laws, no divine creation of the universe, only reverence born of fear, which led to belief. However, police and special forces soon arrived to maintain order and prevent troublemakers from causing chaos in the city. Some even began distributing anti-God propaganda leaflets. Though they were outmatched in strength, the special forces would not tolerate the other side freely recruiting followers. Several powerful consciousnesses were also hovering above Hangzhou City. They had already noticed that the worm was no longer moving and immediately realized that the enemy had entered the consciousness battlefield. According to the information they had, the yellow-robed king was merely an ordinary Huiyue-level being who had just awakened, while the other was a top-tier Huiyue-level being who had already mastered the power of manifestation, was skilled in divination and mental techniques, and was on the verge of breaking through. The outcome is clear. They were only there to watch the show, and some even hoped to take advantage of the chaos to snatch some loot. Among them, there was also a growing sense of apprehension toward the original dark cult. Fortunately, such a low-level clash did not attract higher-ranking beings. The eyes of the powerful figures were fixed on the void and the black abyss. Otherwise, they wouldn't even get a taste of the meat. They'd be left without water, and end up as a dish themselves. Meanwhile, at the top of the Special Division headquarters building, Li Chang clenched his fists instinctively as he looked up at the massive worm in the sky. He had just learned that the bishop's target was none other than the yellow-robed king. He wanted to rush forward to help, but getting too close would likely result in being killed by the aftershocks. There was no point in going there except to become cannon fodder. The clash between the two Hui-level beings, though confined to the realm of consciousness, was powerful enough to obliterate everything within a radius of several miles. This is a difference in power levels. However, the yellow-robed king and this being on the verge of breaking through the realm still seemed to be at a disadvantage. Zhou Zhang, standing nearby, couldn't help but speak up. Should we go ask the special department for help? He couldn't stand how arrogant the original dark sect was, and the yellow-robed king had previously guided Li Chang, so he had a close relationship with the special division. If they could get some help, they might be able to save him. However, Li Chang shook his head inside. Let's not even mention the fact that those of the Weiwei rank are all high and mighty, and even the special division cannot directly mobilize them. So they are unlikely to risk their lives to rescue a complete stranger. Moreover, the speed of the battle in the consciousness battlefield is far faster than we imagined. If I'm not mistaken, this battle is already nearing its end. At this point, Li Chang raised his head to look at the enormous worm, which had absorbed the starlight and was now even more dazzling, and a deep sense of helplessness welled up in his heart. Could it be that this being who had once guided him was about to perish? The atmosphere in the special division suddenly grew silent, becoming much more solemn. Sitting at the top of the building, Shen Wuyo looked up at the worms in the sky inside, saying, "To display divine power in public, this former bishop of the dark cult is already very close to that realm. If the yellow-robed king has no trump card, he might very well fall here." Shortly after she left, she had already gathered all the intelligence. Based on others' descriptions, she could roughly deduce that this yellow-robed king was likely a newly awakened Hui-level being. She had also encountered that young man a few days earlier. Although he possessed formidable foundational strength, he had not yet reached the Morningstar tier, so it was unlikely that he was the yellow-robed king. However, both of them use the power of shadows and have so many shadow servants, so there must be a connection between them. It is highly likely that they have a closer relationship, such as a master-disciple relationship or even blood relatives. However, since she saw Yulu yesterday, he was clearly a 9th-tier awakened being, so the yellow-robed king would certainly not have purchased those books for him. Then why buy those books? Is it because you've just awakened from a long slumber and want to understand the times? Or are you an old-timer who has been reincarnated into this era from a previous one? It's not entirely impossible. However, although the yellow-robed king is mysterious, he seems powerless against such overwhelming force. As for the young man named Yulu, will he be left to languish in obscurity now that he has lost his backing? Shen Wuyo quickly dismissed the thought. Because the Yulu she saw was a man exuding confidence from the inside out. His strength came from within himself, not from relying on others. If the yellow-robed king is connected to this Yulu, then the most likely outcome is that Yulu will strive to become stronger and eventually crush his enemies with overwhelming force. Although Shen Wuyo didn't know why he had thought of this possibility, perhaps it was because Yulu gave him that impression. His future was bound to be glorious. Suddenly, the worms in the sky began to move, and the eyes that had split open in the center started to rotate, as if waiting for something. The battle was over. Everyone who knew the truth had the same thought. And since the bishop of the original dark sect has returned, it also means that the mysterious yellow-robed king has been defeated, or even fallen. What a pity. I wonder if we can recover his body. It would be best to find his successor. Perhaps we could torture him and extract some information. Let's first check if the bishop has taken all the loot. Several thoughts collided, exchanging ideas on how to get the best deal. Meanwhile, the special division looked utterly defeated, and Li Chang couldn't help but stomp the cement ground beneath his feet. They had indeed lost. However, it seems that the yellow-robed king has a successor. I must find a way to protect him. Li Chang is a man who knows how to repay kindness. Since he couldn't help the other party on the battlefield, he decided to find a way to protect their heir as a way to repay the favor. When Shen Wuyo saw the scene, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed inside. It's failed after all. Those who failed and fell into slumber in the old era are indeed powerless to resist. Before he could finish speaking, a blue glow flickered in the giant worm's eye, followed by trembling. Before he could finish speaking, a blue glow flickered in the giant worm's eye, which then began to tremble. The entire cloud began to ripple, and the water vapor started to shatter. The cloud-formed body quickly dissipated, leaving behind a transparent worm several meters long floating in the air. Its body was covered in numerous cracks, while twisted forces tightly coiled around it, causing its worm-like essence to begin to mutate. It grew one arm after another, eventually twisting its original form into a strange, arm-only mass of flesh. This distortion was actually affecting the soul itself. Snap! Numerous cracks appeared on the illusory figure, accompanied by a painful, distorted sound. The forbidden existence. Upon hearing this, the entire crowd was stunned. Even Shen Wuyo widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief, staring at the twisted worms in the sky. The yellow-robed king was actually a forbidden existence. Chapter 63, The God of the Human World. What is a forbidden existence? It is an unknown entity that transcends curses born from a single thought, possessing the terrifying trait of immortality from both body and soul. Even if their physical bodies are completely obliterated, as long as any trace of their existence remains, their true names can be chanted, summoning them back from the graveyard of the depths of spacetime. It can be said that even among forbidden beings, conflict is avoided unless absolutely necessary, as the cost of completely eliminating an opponent is simply too great. If the elimination is not thorough enough, it will lead to a prolonged and relentless conflict spanning countless years. And they also have another name. The gods of the human world. The divine beings who walk among humans, the realms they tread are the divine realms. However, although the taboos are powerful beyond compare, they are not invincible. Otherwise, there would not be so many evil gods rampaging across the world. Although they possess the trait of immortality, they can still be corrupted, devoured, sealed away, and more. However, even so, the power of the forbidden existence is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even if it has just been revived and has not yet regained its power, it is not something that a mere ant like the Huiwei class can challenge. And this figure, whom everyone had merely assumed to be an ordinary Huiwei class being, the yellow-robed king, was even believed to be already dead. But then he suddenly revealed his true form, swiftly and decisively humiliating everyone present, leaving them all red-faced and embarrassed. The few consciousnesses that had been exchanging messages about now fell silent, tacitly agreeing not to mention the previous topic again. As for the first one to provoke them, the former dark cult bishop, he had clearly suffered some kind of curse, and his body had already begun to mutate. The worm-like shadows in the sky grew increasingly twisted, covered in countless arms that slowly coiled around each other, resembling the outstretched arms of a hellish abyss. Everyone who witnessed this scene was overcome with fear, their minds imprinted with a profound psychological trauma, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The plan failed, and I don't want to die. A powerful obsession sustained the worm-like shadow, but as countless arms continued to grow, the worm-like shadow could no longer support the growing limbs, shattering with a loud crash and scattering into countless specks of light. Among them, a faint blue glow flew off in another direction. Several swirling consciousnesses in the air detected the fleeing blue light. After much hesitation, none of them moved to intervene. Because the original dark sect, aside from a few bishops, also had a pope, a true madman. Or rather, the entire cult of the is mad. Mess with them, and you're in for a wild ride. Moreover, since that forbidden entity did not kill him, it must have intentionally spared his life, forcing Chi-Hao to endure the agony of distortion and deformation, slowly driving him to the brink of collapse. In the face of such torture, death is a mercy. You really know how to torture people. This must be a cruel and forbidden entity. Moreover, there might still be traces of mental contamination within that blue light. If they were to touch it, it could very well be their doom. Several of them recalled their earlier reckless words and felt a sudden pang of guilt. They quickly made up an excuse and fled, fearing that the forbidden entity might catch them and settle the score. Their conversation lasted only an instant. After the explosion, white light points scattered chaotically, falling like a shower of light, beautiful, vibrant colors of life, transcending in distortion. Elegant and magnificent, it not only dispelled the city's original atmosphere of fear but even prompted many people to take out their phones to capture the moment and preserve it. Amazing! A female member of the special department couldn't help but cheer when she saw this scene. She didn't know the meaning of the taboo. The others also cheered. After all, the demon god was being so brazen, it was like slapping the special division in the face. And it was the kind of slap that not only hit the left cheek but also the right one. Now this guy had taken it too far and had finally blown it. It feels like drinking a bottle of ice-cold soda on a scorching summer day, refreshingly cool. Li Chang was thrilled inside, but he at least maintained his composure, nodding slightly to appear calm, though his heart was already bursting with joy. Upon learning that the yellow-robed king was a forbidden existence, he not only did not feel afraid but became even more excited. This is a great opportunity. Others would kill to have the chance to eliminate the taboo, but he managed to form an alliance with it. Moreover, the other party harbors no ill will toward him, or perhaps simply doesn't care about this insignificant ant. To prevent some lowly creatures from witnessing his transformation, he even donned yellow robes and a mask. This yellow-robed king is simply too kind. He even shows mercy to ordinary humans. Could he be the former guardian of the human race? Li Chang was filled with doubts, growing even more curious and respectful toward the ancient identity of the yellow-robed king. He decided to return and consult some secret ancient texts to see if he could uncover any clues about the yellow-robed king. However, he had no idea that this was simply Lu Yu's way of hiding his identity by randomly handing out clothes, and he had no such intentions. Even if he were to reveal the truth now, these people wouldn't believe him. After all, every action taken by a high-ranking figure is interpreted by them in all sorts of ways, much like how, in his previous life, Lu Sun's every misspelled character could be translated into meanings the author himself didn't even know existed. Sitting in the skyscraper, Shin Wuyo took a long time to recover from the shock, a fleeting gleam of astonishment flashing in his eyes. If the yellow-robed king was truly a forbidden existence, then the journey to the temple might actually succeed. Once successful, the subsequent steps can also be. Yu Lu, you really are a mysterious individual. To have become involved with such a forbidden entity, it seems your presence will be indispensable on the path ahead. Shinwodo gently rotated the triangular crystal in his hand, allowing the black light it emitted to engulf him, disappearing into the darkness. Shinwodo gently rotated the triangular crystal in his hand, allowing the black light it emitted to engulf him, disappearing into the darkness. Despite the magnitude of the event, people's enthusiasm gradually waned. Under the watchful eyes of the police and special forces, they slowly returned to their homes. Although the situation gradually calmed down, everyone remembered the enormous starworm, the beautiful shower of light that erupted after it exploded, and even the words that came from its mouth. Forbidden entity. In the past, ordinary people lived too peacefully and knew too little about the awakened ones. But now, they all have a vague concept in their minds. Does the existence of taboos mean they are divine beings? Humans can also become gods. This fact has sparked a curiosity about the world of the awakened among those who have always been protected. Overnight, online posts flooded the internet, and offline discussions heated up. Even the special division held an emergency meeting. The meeting's main topic was whether Hangzhou City truly harbors a hidden treasure. After all, an ordinary city has recently revealed 2 instances of forbidden entities, each utilizing entirely different powers, and the time interval between their appearances is remarkably short. The frequency is truly astonishing. This has left even the group who were previously certain that Hangzhou City had no hidden treasures completely baffled. Could Hangzhou City really be hiding some kind of special magical item? Chapter 64, Mental Contamination, Undercurrent Swirling. Someone proposed a theory. Could it be the divine artifact leading to the throne of the gods? Just like the silver key from the original Dark Sect legend, said to open the gates of knowledge and grant insight into the divine essence. However, the original Dark Sect itself shattered the key, leaving only a few fragments of the silver key. Without the complete key, it is impossible to verify the truth of the legend. Moreover, while these legendary artifacts have complex usage conditions, their powers are undeniable. Thus, they began to enthusiastically discuss what kind of creature could grant instant divinity or eternal life. As the conversation grew more intense, someone suddenly spoke up softly. After all these years in Hangzhou, haven't you noticed any issues? Even if there are treasures, they might be hidden in special dimensions or places we don't know about. And even if you found them, would you dare to use them? This statement was like a bucket of cold water being poured over everyone, instantly cooling the atmosphere. Don't even mention whether they can find the divine artifact. Even if they did, they wouldn't dare use it. After all, there are 2 forbidden entities watching over them. They certainly don't want to end up as twisted monsters covered in arms. Although several hours have passed, the terrifying shadow still lingers deeply in their hearts, transforming into nightmares that will haunt them forever. Perhaps this shadow will fade with time, but it may also resurface as a nightmare on some dark night. This is a form of mental contamination. Even if it doesn't directly affect them, it still brings immense fear. Therefore, they can feel the power of taboos more deeply. The only silver lining is that the yellow-robed king harbors no ill will toward them, so they won't go out of their way to court disaster. Moreover, divine artifacts are not all good things. Some special entities deliberately create evil items disguised as divine artifacts, gaining power and immortality at the cost of becoming twisted monsters and turning into the servants of their creators. The conversation suddenly grew cold, and the speaker realized the awkwardness of the situation, quickly changing the subject. But are there any connections between these 2 forbidden entities? That possibility cannot be ruled out. Are they here to meet someone? Or are they here to settle a score? The gossip-mongering spirit is burning brightly. 2 forbidden entities have come together, clearly connected in some way. Could they be old friends from a bygone era, or are they plotting to change the course of history? The previously subdued atmosphere was suddenly ignited, proving that gossip is indeed the driving force of humanity. They even mentioned the information previously submitted by Captain Shenhao, suggesting that a successor to the yellow-robed king might be staying in Hangzhou. If only we could bring him into the special division. This information caught the attention of many. If they could recruit this person, wouldn't that mean they would have a closer relationship with the forbidden existence? Even if we can't recruit them, maintaining a close relationship would still be beneficial. Being able to accept the teachings of the forbidden existence would at least allow one to achieve the level of a brilliant moon. Moreover, Shenhao mentioned another possibility, but it was too shocking. Everyone exchanged glances and silently agreed not to continue the conversation. However, although they discussed the matter, they did not mention the names of the 2 forbidden entities, nor did they touch upon the topic of Gu. After all, this was a world where the strong ruled, and daring to speak recklessly could very well result in a full course of mutations. The strong must not be disrespected. And the existence of taboos must never be defied. The other factions have also received the news and begun reanalyzing their strategies for Hangzhou City. Even some Wiyue level figures dare not casually direct their attention toward Hangzhou City anymore. After all, the original dark sect had directly sacrificed a bishop, and such a severe lesson served as a warning to everyone. At the secret headquarters of the original dark sect, a shadowy figure stumbled forward and knocked on the door in a special rhythmic pattern. Creak! The door slowly opened, and a believer looked out and was stunned. The bishop! You're still alive! Standing outside the door was none other than Shihao, who had just suffered a crushing defeat. He had sacrificed his own mutated shadow to escape, clinging to his last breath as he returned to the base. His skin was deathly pale, and he looked like a corpse that had been dead for ages. His body was covered in swollen, crimson tumors, some of which had already burst open, revealing arms reaching out from within. Although he had self-destructed decisively, the influence of the thousand-handed demon god that his clone had brought back clung to him like maggots, deeply rooted in the depths of his soul. It slowly corrupted his thoughts, eroded his rationality, and devoured his will. The followers watched the scene in fear, taking a few steps back and cautiously saying, "Bishop, are you all right? Shihao looks like a demon who just crawled out of hell." Shihao coldly glanced at him, just about to speak, when an arm suddenly grew out of his throat, allowing him to emit only a muffled sound. The mutilation effect continued to unfold. He knew his time was running out. If he lingered any longer, he would inevitably transform into a mindless monster. So Shihao tore the arm from his throat, causing a torrent of blood to spurt out, some of it splattering onto the faces of the followers, who were so terrified that they began to tremble uncontrollably. Yet they dared not move, fearing that the bishop before them would devour them alive. Shihao had no time to punish this man. Blood continued to flow from his mouth as he spoke as quickly as he could. The yellow-robed king is a forbidden existence. From now on, you must classify the yellow-robed king as the highest level of danger. Unless absolutely necessary, do not engage in conflict with him. Convey this message to the Pope. That individual possesses the trait of unifying all things. You must approach him with caution. Do not waste the sect's strength seeking revenge for me. Prioritize the plan above all else, and prioritize the sect's principles above all else. I must now go to serve the original dark god. If needed, you may release me. Snap! Snap! As he spoke, 2 more arms sprouted from his body and slowly closed in, as if to strangle him to death. Damn it! It's mutating further. Shihao's face contorted in anger. He didn't bother to continue his final instructions, stumbling and staggering into the deepest room. Inside, there was nothing but a massive key statue, emanating a serene and tranquil energy. That was the prayer chamber of the original dark god, where the eternal stillness of the original dark god resided. It must be able to suppress or slow down the rate of mutation. After rushing into the prayer chamber, Shihao could feel that the rate of mutation had slowed down, but it still persisted and could not be completely eradicated. However, this also gave him a moment of relief. At least he wouldn't have to mutate immediately. He doesn't hate the yellow-robed king this time, it was mainly his own arrogance that led to his failure. He hated himself even more for letting his mistakes interfere with the sect's plans. He was not afraid of death, but his death must have meaning. Although he has shattered the illusory shadow, he still possesses the strength of the Weiwei class. Before undergoing complete mutation, he can still contribute his strength to the plan. His very existence is for the original dark god. Everything for the original darkness. Shihao's gaze was calm and serene as he murmured softly, beginning to fully suppress the mutations within his body. Pain and tranquility intertwined, an endless cycle of agony and torment. The memories related to the thousand-handed demon god had been erased from his mind, but that indescribable figure had already taken root deep within his soul. Though blurry and indistinct, it still instilled a profound sense of terror in Shihao. Ah! Hearing the agonizing wails from the depths, the followers' scalps prickled with fear, and they dared not delay. They hurriedly transmitted this information back to headquarters using a special encrypted method. After completing all this, the followers finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that they had not been punished by the stern bishop. However, recalling Shihao's appearance just moments ago, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. He was nothing but a twisted monster. Is this the power of a forbidden existence? He thought reverently to himself, suddenly feeling a slight itch on his face. He scratched it with his hand and felt much better. Just as he was about to look for a mirror to check, he suddenly received a message, instructing him to inquire about the recent incident. I'll check later. He didn't have time to worry about the itching. He wiped the blood off his face with his sleeve and hurried toward the conference room. He didn't notice that as he passed a glass pillar, the reflection showed red spots appearing on his chin and neck. Chapter 65, The Anomaly of the Time Locusts. Across the entire Federation, tensions were running high, with countless eyes fixed on Hangzhou City, yet no one dared to act rashly. The appearance of 2 forbidden entities evoked a sense of déjà vu in many, leading them to speculate whether a dark age was about to begin. While forbidden entities have appeared before, such eras were devoid of light, with all living beings struggling to survive in fear. And the masterminds behind all this, the 2 forbidden beings known as Luyu, were sitting in a room eating instant noodles. Slurp. He slurped up the noodles in one bite, then drank the seasoned soup in one gulp. Lu Yu revealed a satisfied expression and couldn't help but exclaim. Life is only worth living for good food. Instant noodles are truly the ultimate comfort food for the lazy. With a wave of his hand, several shadow servants appeared to clear the table, while others continued to scout outside. After eliminating the human trafficking gang and absorbing their shadows, Lu Yu's shadow servants had increased to 8, leaving only 2 slots remaining. Lu Yu planned to reserve them for testing against some monsters. To be honest, today's events nearly scared him senseless. He had been drifting in a dream when he was suddenly awakened. Lu Yu hadn't even had time to get out of bed when he was told that a Huiyue-level entity was about to enter his consciousness, snapping him out of his daze. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, activated monster editing mode, and lured the opponent into the chaos space, where he thoroughly outwitted them. Although it's unclear whether the opponent survived, facing the true form of the thousand-armed demon god would undoubtedly subject them to the effects of mutation, making a life of suffering the greatest torment. Unfortunately, the creator mode of the thousand-armed demon god cannot initiate attacks. Otherwise, there would be no need to deceive the opponent into witnessing its true form. One could simply follow the course of fate and crush it to oblivion. But unfortunately, Lu Yu is not yet capable of doing so. According to information gathered by the shadow servants, many awakened individuals have already left Hangzhou City, and the remaining ones have become much more low-key. It seems that this time, the original Dark Cult's bishop was betrayed, and the fact that even the Huiyue-level beings underwent mutations has likely served as a deterrent to many. As for why the other party came after him, Lu Yu had a pretty good idea. It was because he had previously destroyed the Human Tooth Gang and saved 40 children who were being held captive by the original Dark Sect. However, the special unit was likely unaware of this matter, or if they had discovered it, they had not made their stance clear. Both sides had maintained a facade of peace, avoiding any open conflict. As for whether there were any private deals or compensation, Lu Yu is unaware of such matters. However, logically speaking, it was Yu Lu who destroyed the disguise used by the original Dark Sect. So why was it found on the yellow-robed king? Could it be because of identity anchoring? Or is it because they used shadow power, so the other party locked onto their clues? Indeed, the bizarre abilities of the supernatural world are truly endless. This so-called astrology is cheating. It seems I'll have to be even more discreet next time I use an alias. Lu Yu sighed, but he wasn't too worried. If any more troublemakers showed up in the future, he'd just bring them into the chaos space and have them say hello to the thousand-handed demon god. However, after this incident, there shouldn't be many who dare to predict or divine the fate of the yellow-robed king anymore, at least not in the short term. As for protecting my true identity, I must remain vigilant and keep the time shield active at all times. Thinking of the time locust, Lu Yu reached behind him and gripped a locust carved from golden crystal with both hands, tilting his body to play with its front legs. Compared to the time locusts he had seen before, this one was now even more translucent and crystalline. Within its diamond-like compound eyes, a gear began to turn slowly, resembling a locust-shaped alarm clock. Lu Yu tried poking its abdomen with his finger. It was soft. It doesn't feel metallic like I imagined. Tap it again. Squeeze it. Rub it. Just like a rubber toy, play with it however you like. Fortunately, the time locust didn't possess particularly high intelligence. It merely stared at Lu Yu with its compound eyes, puzzled as to why he kept poking its abdomen. After playing with it for a while, Lu Yu felt a bit embarrassed and put the time locust down. After all, the time locust was just too cute and clumsy, and besides, he couldn't figure out anything about it. If he were to rashly enter the source of time for exploration, even if he didn't encounter the unnameable entities from the shadow world like last time, the sheer force of time alone would be enough to kill him instantly. The danger of the river of time is such that even forbidden entities dare not venture into it. Even time locusts merely hide in the tiny tributaries of the river, slowly devouring fragments of time to grow. The main current of the river of time is composed of countless fragments of time, with every instant being washed away by billions upon billions of time fragments. Staying there for a single second could mean aging tens of thousands of years or regressing hundreds of years. Either way, death is inevitable. Except for some special time-based lifeforms, no living beings can survive there. Originally, the time locusts relied on consuming time fragments to grow, and it was estimated that it would take a year to advance to the next stage. However, unexpectedly, the former Dark Sect bishop delivered the goods right to its doorstep, allowing it to devour countless divination energies, accelerating its growth and reducing the one-year growth period to just half an hour. According to the feedback from the time locusts, its time shelter ability has been further enhanced, and it will no longer be able to be divined by beings of the Huiyue level. As for higher-level existences, it has not come into contact with them, so it is unable to make a judgment. Moreover, divination requires complex conditions and must be accompanied by visualization diagrams aligned with fate or divination. Otherwise, it can only be performed through special secret techniques, which are time-consuming and labor-intensive. Meanwhile, the fear balloon noticed Lu Yu was manipulating the time locust and flew over excitedly, emitting a series of ee sounds, as if to say, "I wanted to." However, because it was too noisy, Lu Yu extended his finger and, under its expectant gaze, flicked it away with a loud bang. It drifted slowly toward the ceiling before suddenly coming to a halt. Did it shut down? Lu Yu thought he had been too harsh and was just about to say something comforting when he was surprised to see the fear balloon fly back on its own, emitting an excited sound, as if it had turned this into a game. Stupid deer. Lu Yu laughed and scolded him, then continued to flick away the fear balloons. Meanwhile, the time locust beside him had no idea what the two were up to, silently lingering nearby and devouring the time fragments that fell out of the time streams. Lu Yu played around for a while, then took out the egg of the void shadow spider, intending to check on its development. However, as soon as he placed it on the table, the time locust suddenly rose to its feet, and the diamond-like gears in its compound eyes began to spin rapidly. It spread its golden wings and flapped them gently, vanishing in an instant and reappearing beside the egg of the void shadow spider. Lu Yu had thought that locusts and spiders were natural enemies, and was about to separate them, but the time locust beat him to it, opening its mouthparts and emitting a golden glow. Zhi! Zhi! Golden streams of light flowed like a small stream, gently pouring into the void spider eggs, and then began to change. Chapter 66, The Graveyard of Time. This is. Lu Yu observed the time locust continuously emitting golden streams of light and sensed no danger. Meanwhile, the void shadow spider eggs were absorbing these golden streams of light. Zhi! The outer membrane of the spider egg gradually turned pure gold, and a tiny figure could be seen faintly inside, gently bumping against the eggshell. Click! 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 It seemed that the impact was too weak. The eggs of the void shadow spider showed no signs of breaking, merely swaying from side to side, as if they were destined to remain trapped inside forever. Lu Yu witnessed the entire process but did not intervene to help it, as hatching is a stage that all egg-laying creatures must go through, though he did not know if the monster was the same as ordinary animals. However, hatching is both a trial and a form of protection. Only animals strong enough to break out of their shells on their own are truly robust. If external force is used to assist hatching, it can easily result in congenital deficiencies. Lu Yu holds great expectations for the potential of the void shadow spider, so he would never resort to such a foolish act of forcing growth. Click! The eggshell continued to shake, while the time locust kept spewing golden streams of light. Its body was shrinking visibly, yet it became even more crystal clear and translucent. After about 10 minutes, the time locust ceased exhaling, slowly stopped flapping its wings, and collapsed onto the table. Snap! On the other side, after being struck hundreds of times, the egg of the void shadow spider finally showed a tiny crack. As if sensing signs of success, the collisions grew increasingly intense, and the figure within became clearer and clearer. Click! The cracks on the spider egg grew more and more numerous until they spread across the entire egg, then suddenly burst open, and a tiny figure fell out. Ing! Lu Yu was just drinking tea when he heard that sound and nearly spit it out. He knew that spiders don't make sounds, their calls are produced by rubbing their chelicerae together to create a hissing noise. However, the twisted spiders he had encountered earlier were humans transformed into spiders, so they still retained the ability to speak. But what the heck is this ing sound? Is it some kind of ing monster? One punch, one ing monster. Lu Yu muttered under his breath, then saw the figure slowly crawl to its feet, revealing its true form. Its body was roughly the size of a thumb, its entire form resembling a body cast in pure silver. 6 spider legs supported its tiny abdomen, while the remaining 2 front spider legs were actually a pair of hands, tightly cradling a delicate silver pocket watch. The silver hands on the watch had come to a complete stop, as if it were broken. Its upper body, however, is entirely different, featuring a human torso and head. Its silver hair, dampened by egg yolk, clings together in tangled strands, hanging down beside its tiny earrings. Her face resembled that of a human girl, but it was exceptionally delicate, clearly indicating that she was a beauty in the making. Her eyes were half open, and her expression was troubled, as if she were trying to force her eyes open but was afraid of something, yet also seemed to be anticipating something. Having just emerged from its shell, its body was still covered in the nutrient fluid from the egg, which had previously served as protection. However, now that it was exposed to the outside world, the slightest breeze brought a chill. Phew! A faint cool breeze seeped through the window cracks, gently sweeping through the room. Lu Yu felt nothing, but the moment it brushed past the shadow spider, she began to tremble uncontrollably. Combined with her delicate features, she looked utterly helpless and pitiful. Although its lower body was that of a spider, its pure silver form gave it no sense of impurity, but rather an aura of sanctity. This sanctity certainly cannot come from that drop of the void demon god's blood. The only possibility is that pocket watch containing the power of time and shadow. Human-faced spider? Spider woman? Spider demon? Lu Yu saw this, took out a small piece of cloth, wrapped it around it, then extended his index finger and gently stroked its head. It felt smooth, like touching the finest silk. As if sensing Lu Yu's warmth, the little spider grew noticeably calmer. Its delicate eyes fluttered slightly, and it slowly opened a pair of silver-colored eyes, beautiful and noble. The silver eyes darted around in confusion, following the finger that seemed enormous to it, and saw the giant in its eyes. That was the source of its warmth. Lu Yu. Ing. It clutched the small pocket watch tightly in its arms, but lifted its head and rubbed its fingers, looking at Luyu with longing eyes, as if begging. Luyu chuckled softly, wiped the sticky substance off the little spider's body, and placed it gently in his palm. The little spider happily looked around, as if exploring this new and fascinating world. However, as a cold breeze blew, it curled up into a ball, seeking Luyu's protection, looking just like a delicate little girl. However, Luyu could sense the immense energy within its body, which had already reached the Morningstar tier. However, faced with such a cute pet acting spoiled, especially a Morningstar tier magical creature doing so, Luyu couldn't resist using his finger to gently stroke its head, while the little spider closed its eyes and quietly enjoyed the moment. On the other hand, the fear balloon was once again blown away, then flew back dumbly, repeating the cycle over and over, causing the little spider to curiously glance at it a few more times. However, the timid little creature dared not move, staying put on Luyu's hand. However, the time locust that had earlier been excitedly circling the void shadow spider egg and emitting golden streams of light now appeared extremely indifferent after the void shadow spider hatched, not even approaching it and maintaining a considerable distance. After shrinking its body, it flickered even more, lying on the table. It glanced at the small spider with its head and then moved away, as if it had seen something unfamiliar. There was no hostility, no affection, and even a hint of displeasure. This made Luyu pause for a moment. He then mentally sensed the time locust and realized what was happening, unable to suppress a mix of laughter and frustration as he said, "You actually mistook the eggs of the void shadow spider for trash? The reason you're upset is because they hatched, and now you have no place to dispose of the trash? Time locusts can devour large amounts of time fragments, cursed power, divination, and other such energies, but these contain too much impurity. If they are expelled directly, the impurities will be guided back to the locust by the power of time. It is akin to a dumping ground for time impurities, or even a graveyard. However, the little spider's shell is different, it can absorb these impurities." This made the time locust very happy, causing it to expel the impurities it had previously absorbed. As a result, the little spider was born prematurely, and its graveyard was destroyed. The time locust glared at the little spider with displeasure, seemingly still holding a grudge against it for turning its garbage dump into nothing. With its limited intelligence, it couldn't comprehend that what it considered a trash heap was actually the spider's shell. It simply felt that this sudden intruder had stolen the place where it had been spitting out its waste. The little spider also saw the time locust at this moment and felt a sense of familiarity from it, so it happily greeted it. "Ing." But the time locust merely glanced at it and showed no reaction, leaving the little spider feeling a bit disappointed. It tilted its head and began to wonder why. Suddenly, it watched the time locust for a moment, as if it had understood its meaning. Then, using its two human-like arms, it raised the pocket watch in its hands above its head, and the hands on the watch suddenly began to move. Tick. Tick-tock. Chapter 67, Illuminating the Thousand-Armed Demon God Meditation Image. The small spider held up the pocket watch, and the hands began to move. An invisible force spread out, enveloping the entire room. In Luyu's line of sight, the colors of the entire world grew several shades darker, as if an invisible giant hand had painted them with gray paint. He tried to move his body, but was startled to find his actions delayed by a second. He managed to break free by using a little of his spiritual energy, though it was only a 1-second difference. However, if it could be applied in combat, even the slightest delay could be fatal in high-level battles. Thinking of this, Luyu looked at the small pocket watch, his eyes burning with intensity, as if it were the very same pocket watch worn by that unknown entity from long ago. Could it be? Tick, tick. The sound of the clock hands moving echoed, and the time locust slowly raised its head. The gears within its compound eyes rotated in sync with the clock hands, their rhythm slowing from fast to slow before eventually synchronizing. All of this happened within 3 seconds. The hands of the small spider's pocket watch stopped moving, and the gray world faded away, returning to its original state. The little spider's expression grew weak, and a few beads of sweat began to form on its forehead, slowly trickling down. The pocket watch in its hand had a color that was now more grayish than before, giving it a somewhat exhausted appearance. The little spider clung tightly to the pocket watch, its silver eyes fixed on the time-devouring insect in the distance, emitting a soft sound. E. What is this saying? Is this the language of the Ying monsters? Or is it showing off the power of the pocket watch? Luyu was a bit confused, but he soon saw the answer. The time locust seemed to have understood something. It stood up, flapped its wings, and flew to the side of the pocket watch. Its two compound eyes gazed longingly at the pocket watch, circling around it continuously. The little spider smiled and nodded, continuing to speak. Ing. The time locust heard the sound, opened its mouth, and spat out golden streams of light that landed on the pocket watch. It was precisely the time impurities it had mentioned earlier. The golden streams landed on the pocket watch, which had turned from silver to gray, as if it had been coated with a layer of gold leaf, turning the entire pocket watch golden. Tick. Tick. The pocket watch's hands began to move again, but this time in the opposite direction, starting to turn counterclockwise. As the hands moved, they seemed to swallow up the impurities of time, and the color of the watch case began to slowly shift towards silver. Is this a blue filling process? Lu Yu widened his eyes. So this skill that slows down time actually consumes time impurities? Although the conditions were somewhat unusual, being able to pre-store this time-based power could definitely yield extraordinary results in combat. Moreover, the raw materials required for replenishing mana are the time impurities that time locusts do not need. After absorption, these impurities can continuously purify the time locusts, creating a virtuous cycle. This skill is simply divine. After expelling the temporal impurities for about 10 seconds, the time locust also descended. Its golden crystal-like head lowered, and its dazzling diamond-like compound eyes drew near the small spider, even reflecting the beautiful visage of the little spider. Ing. The little spider also smiled happily, like 100 flowers blooming. One hand held the pocket watch, and the other reached out to gently touch the head of the time locust as a sign of friendship. The time locust also rubbed against it happily, and the two little creatures seemed to have become friends. They made up so quickly. The joy between monsters is truly dull and tasteless. Lu Yu couldn't help but comment on the time locust's sudden change of heart, but he also knew that the time locust wasn't very intelligent, so its emotions were easily swayed. Lu Yu couldn't help but mock the time locust's changing stance, but he also knew that time locusts weren't very intelligent, so their emotions were bound to be obvious. Earlier, it had believed that the little spider had stolen its garbage dump where it stored time impurities, thinking it could no longer expel them, so it began to hate the little spider. However, now that the little spider can use the pocket watch to absorb its time impurities, it sees the little spider as its new dumping ground, so it is very happy. In reality, the time locust simply views the little spider as a dumping ground, a place to dispose of its waste, so it is delighted. The monster world is truly simple and adorable. Lu Yu couldn't help but smile at this thought, but when he saw the little spider's angelic, healing smile, he forced himself to hold it in and decided not to mention it, letting them enjoy their time together. Moreover, the pocket watch in the little spider's hand seemed to be the same one from the original design, and it had evolved into the little spider's signature weapon, capable of activating the slow-motion world. This is similar to certain ancient-style novels from a previous life, where one is born with a heavenly treasure, has excellent lineage, and is inevitably taken as a disciple by some powerful deity. However, in this case, the innate divine artifact was added by the editor themselves. Yeah. The sound of a fear balloon calling came from the ceiling. I had no idea what had just happened and just wanted to continue playing the game, where I floated back and got bounced away. This adorable yet clumsy sight made Lu Yu cover his face in embarrassment. Could the first monster he created be a little cutie? However, the fear balloon's consciousness was simple, but it was also happy. At least that was a benefit. At least when you're feeling down, you can play with it to vent your frustrations. The fear balloon, of course, had no idea it was being used as a makeshift stress reliever. Instead, it experienced the sensation of being bounced around once more and emitted an excited sound. The little spider nearby watched the scene with envy, but being young and shy, it dared not speak up. It could only continue to stretch out its hand to stroke the head of the time locust, but its little eyes darted around restlessly, occasionally glancing at the fear balloon, yet they managed to get along harmoniously. However, although Lu Yu complained, the fear balloon and the void shadow spider were both Morningstar-ranked demons, beings that ordinary people could only look up to. While the time locust lacks offensive capabilities, it can block divination and detection abilities of the Hui tier and above, making it extremely functional. In less than a week, Lu Yu had already obtained these three powerful magical beasts, elevating his strength from that of an ordinary person to awaken 9th rank, and he now has the potential to break through to Morningstar at any moment. With this solid foundation, he has truly crossed the threshold into the world of awakened beings and firmly established himself. And this is merely the beginning. Among the countless arms of the 1,000-armed demon god, only 2 have been illuminated so far. More monsters must be defeated to illuminate the rest. The more monsters there are, the more powerful the 1,000-armed demon god becomes, and the more laws and abilities it can master. Lu Yu even felt a hint of anticipation, waiting for the day he breaks through to the brilliant moon rank and condenses his illusory form. Every time he faced an opponent who summoned illusory forms like fire demons, water dragons, or thunderbirds, he would manifest the 1,000-handed demon god, would those enemies be so terrified they defreeze in fear. Even if they aren't scared off and start fighting, a single strike from the 1,000-handed demon god could send them to their deaths in a rhythmic fashion. A few monsters played around for a while. The little spider, having just been born, was covered in sticky mucus, making it very uncomfortable. So it pointed its little finger at its body and began to call out. Ing. It seems that it's time for him to give the little spider a bath. Chapter 68, The Void Treasure Chest. What's it like to bathe a little spider? Lu Yu thinks it's just like bathing a pet. Although the little spider itself is a rare beauty, it cannot hide its cute and clumsy personality. Or to put it another way, it's just naturally clumsy. When I first started washing it, it was a bit scared of the water flow, frantically testing the area around the faucet, then touching it with its fingers, and almost got swept away by the force. If it weren't for Lu Yu's quick reflexes, the little spider might have ended up in the sewer for an adventure. Although it possesses Morningstar level power, the Void Shadow Spider itself doesn't have particularly high physical stats. On the contrary, it's more like a mage. Perhaps this is due to its recent birth, but a Morningstar is a Morningstar. It cannot be compared to an awakened being. If it were to unleash its full power, it could even destroy half of Hangzhou City. Lu Yu squeezed some foam onto its head and began cleaning it. The little spider crouched down, its 6 legs slightly bent to maintain balance, its 2 hands tightly clutching the pocket watch, allowing Lu Yu to do as he pleased. However, just as the foam on its head was about to drip down, the silver pocket watch suddenly vanished without a trace, as if it had never been there at all. Did it go back into his body? No, it's the Void Treasure Chest. Lu Yu stared at the scene for a moment, but quickly realized that this was the Void Shadow Spider's innate skill, Void Treasure Chest. Void Treasure Chest, as a life form naturally existing in the void, it can create its own space to store non-living objects. The stronger its power, the larger the space it can create. The Void Shadow Spider, blessed with exceptional innate abilities and further enhanced by the influence of the demon god's blood and the pocket watch's inherent properties, possesses 4 skills. At the time, Lu Yu selected Time Shelter and Shadow Servant. To be honest, he was envious of the Void Treasure Chest skill, which was essentially like carrying a spatial ring, capable of storing a significant amount of items. In comparison, the Void Toxin is somewhat lackluster, but if it can be successfully injected, it would indeed be a powerful artifact. Fortunately, we didn't choose the Void Treasure Chest, otherwise the little spider would have hatched with the Void Treasure Chest, and its 2 skills would have been duplicated. Moreover, Time Shelter and Shadow Servant greatly compensate for his weaknesses, making them indispensable. Without Time Shelter, he might have already been tracked down by the bishop of the original Dark Cult. Anyway, the monsters created by the monster editing system regard him as their creator and are absolutely loyal to him, with even their lives under Lu Yu's control. Therefore, Lu Yu doesn't need to carry a bunch of things on his person. He can simply entrust them to the little spider for safekeeping. Moreover, the little spider isn't a combat-type monster. Its role is more supportive. In the slowed-down world of the Time Pocket Watch, it seems to possess a talent akin to divination. Lu Yu watched the excited little spider and thought to himself, perhaps I could have the little spider try its hand at divination. If it could become a powerful diviner, it wouldn't just be able to block others from spying on us, it could even track down enemies. Before he knew it, Lu Yu had become one of those overbearing parents from his past life, already mapping out the little spider's future path. Little Spider was completely unaware of this, stretching out both hands to pinch the foam on his head, seemingly very curious about these fragrant things. It moved its head closer, sniffing the fragrance of the foam. Its face, as delicate as an angel's, broke into a satisfied smile, bringing a sense of healing and warmth. Even Lu Yu felt a pang of emotion at the sight of that smile, but he quickly dismissed it. After all, the little spider was still just a child. If the little spider really grows to the size of an ordinary person, its appearance would undoubtedly be that of an unparalleled beauty, capable of captivating an entire nation. Even now, as a child, it already possesses some enchanting abilities, and its smile is sweet and gentle, like a soft sea breeze, calming the hearts of all who see it. Compared to the so-called web-spinning woman and spider demon from a previous life, they are nothing but trash. How could those demons and monsters possibly compare to my little angel? The little spider kept squeezing the foam on her head, seemingly curious why the bubbles kept existing, but after playing for a while, she stopped. Lu Yu gently rubbed its hair and asked, "What's wrong?" The little spider turned its head, its elegant silver eyes gazing at its creator, and extended its palm, offering its bubble. It believes that bubbles are wonderful things, so it wants to offer its favorite bubble to its creator. What a little angel! Lu Yu felt a warm glow in his heart. He had intended to refuse, but seeing the little spider's hopeful gaze, he extended his finger and gently traced it across its tiny palm, sweeping away some of the foam to signal that he had accepted it. Ing. The little spider cried out happily, then obediently let Lu Yu wash the foam off its body with water. Then he dried himself off with a small towel and put on a black formal dress meant for a stuffed animal doll. This had been brought from a toy store by the shadow servant, who had left $100 at the cash register. The little spider's silver-colored hair, dried by the wind, fell gracefully over her shoulders. Her hands clutched the pocket watch she had taken from the void, making her look like an elegant princess. However, its lower half remained in its spider form. However, this does not diminish Lu Yu's affection for it. Monster girls have their own charm, and after all, beauty is what matters most. SSSSS. Ing. Time locusts and fear balloons curiously circled around it, as if curious about the little spider's changes. Watching the 3 little creatures get along so well, Lu Yu nodded with satisfaction. At least in this world, having such a group of adorable creatures by his side was like a beacon of light in the darkness, warming his heart. With the little spider by his side, Lu Yu now has a complete set of Morningstar combat power. It's time to prepare for the Mist Forest and have a proper discussion about emotions with those eye thieves. However, the Mist Forest is dozens of kilometers away from Hangzhou City, and the geographical terrain is quite complex. He must also prepare some tools just in case. As for the shadow servants of the little spider, there are 10 slots available, so it's time to create them and put them to use. However, purchasing a large number of animals from the flower and bird market would inevitably arouse curiosity among some people, and some might even speculate that he was attempting some sort of special evil ritual. At that point, it won't just be the police knocking on the door, there might also be a few familiar faces from the special units. And his money is almost gone. We need to come up with another plan. Lu Yu murmured softly, closing his eyes to rest. Too much had happened that day. Dealing with the Huiwei class threat, manifesting the 1,000-armed demon god, incubating and caring for the little spiders, all these tasks had drained his energy, leaving him feeling slightly exhausted. Therefore, Liu decided to sleep for a while before continuing his thoughts. The 3 monsters playing nearby noticed that Liu had closed his eyes and also began to quiet down. The fear balloon drifted up to the ceiling and continued to float aimlessly, while the time locust returned to the imprint of Liu's palm. Only the little spider struggled to pull the blanket up and cover Liu with it. Then he curled up next to his head, closed his eyes, hugged the pocket watch, and began to sleep. In the stillness, the hands of the pocket watch began to move slowly. Silent and still. A series of strange and mysterious runes intertwined, forming an invisible array that surrounded the little spider. Meanwhile, the small spider's form began to slowly grow. Chapter 69, The Worshippers of the Yellow-Robed King. Preparations before departure. 2 days later, at dawn, the morning sun streamed through the window, casting gentle golden rays that awakened the world. The people in the city were also awakened by the sunlight and began their daily work, causing Hangzhou, this massive steel machine, to start running again and restore its usual orderly appearance. No matter what happened yesterday, life must go on. Only online posts continue to update, speculating on what the existence of taboos truly signifies. But the few who know the truth cannot discuss it freely, so the topic remains a mystery. Although there were many ups and downs, aside from the twisted spider incident, not many people died, so it did not cause chaos. The awakened individuals who had flocked to Hangzhou City in search of treasure began to act cautiously and discreetly after the yellow-robed king revealed his forbidden powers, even going so far as to actively maintain order within the city. Anyone who dares to break the rules will be collectively opposed by them, and even killed. After all, even a bishop from the original dark cult was transformed into a monster with countless arms, let alone these minor followers. If someone causes too much trouble and provokes that entity, resulting in them being completely wiped out, they won't even have a place to cry. They're just here to seek treasure, not to seek death. The special division is well aware of this, which is why they have grown even more devoted to the yellow-robed king, with some even going so far as to venerate his name in their homes. In response, Li Chang and the other high-ranking officials turned a blind eye, as the yellow-robed king was not spreading his teachings, and they couldn't very well prohibit others from worshipping him. Meanwhile, in Lu Yu's home, Lu Yu, who had just woken up, looked at the small spider by his pillow in a daze. He compared it with his hand. He was sure the spider was only as big as his little finger before he went to sleep, but now it had grown 2 centimeters. Fortunately, the clothes were a bit oversized, so they didn't tear immediately. The pocket watch in its embrace also seemed to have grown slightly. This doesn't seem like growing up, it's more like being scaled up proportionally. You grow up after a good night's sleep, but even if you grow a few centimeters each time, at this rate, won't you eventually outgrow the house? Lu Yu considered that possibility and felt a bit headache. After all, the little spider was cute when it was small, and it was also easy to carry around. Apparently awakened by Lu Yu's movements, the little spider's eyelids twitched slightly before slowly opening its silver eyes, rubbing them sleepily. Then it saw the giant Lu Yu standing nearby and excitedly shouted, "Ying! Good morning!" Lu Yu smiled and responded, discarding his previous thoughts. Even if he grew larger, it wouldn't be a problem, he could always find a special ritual to revert back. After all, the little spider was just too adorable. So Liu got up to wash and brush his teeth, while the little spider sat on the bed watching Liu walk back and forth, holding the pocket watch tightly in both hands, a satisfied smile on his lips. This kind of life was already enough for the little spider, or perhaps it was all the world it knew. After finishing his morning routine, Liu changed into a pair of black work pants, a black shirt, and a jacket. He tidied up his luggage, packed a few clothes and some small knives, then forcefully stuffed the fear balloon inside, instructing it not to make a sound. Without heeding the fear balloon's protests, Liu decisively closed the suitcase and extended his hand toward the bewildered little spider, saying, "Come into my pocket." Ying. The little spider nodded, then was placed in the left pocket of the jacket, curling up and staying quiet, its eyes curiously peering out of the small pocket. After organizing these items, Liu didn't rush to leave. Instead, he went straight to the black market to purchase a used off-road vehicle. This was a vehicle previously used by a treasure hunter for wilderness expeditions, but after a dangerous incident, he lost a leg, making driving let alone daily life a major challenge. So he listed his off-road vehicle for sale at 150,000 yuan, planning to raise some money to start a small business and live a stable life from now on. Liu noticed that while the car had some exterior wear and tear, the interior was still in good condition. After some negotiation, he managed to lower the price and purchased it for 130,000 yuan. As for the explorer retiring in poverty and facing a bleak future, it had nothing to do with him. It was his own choice to take that path, and behind the sudden wealth often lies immense danger. Liu Wunti raised the price just because of someone else's tragic story. On the contrary, he would haggle until he reached his desired price. After all, his money didn't come from nowhere, and the inheritance from his parents wasn't substantial. It was time to find ways to earn some money. Since it was the black market, many tedious steps were skipped. Additionally, he visited large outdoor stores to purchase survival gear, long-lasting food, and ingredients. After all, this world was different from his previous life. In his previous life, there were well-developed transportation routes, but in this world, the wilderness is filled with all kinds of dangers. The Federation's highways are the safest routes for travel, but every section of road was carved out at the cost of countless soldiers and awakened beings, with the assistance of numerous fortune-tellers, array masters, and others to ensure safety, casting arrays to drive away beasts and malevolent entities. Each section is heavily guarded by soldiers and undergoes regular maintenance to connect all cities into a unified community. As a result, tolls on the highways are extremely high. Except for a few subsidized industries, most commercial vehicles are forced to pay exorbitant fees to cover the costs of maintaining the highways and generating revenue. As a result, some business owners, in pursuit of greater profits, inevitably take shortcuts, venturing into dangerous wilderness areas to evade the high taxes. However, even so, there are still many places that cannot be reached by road, and the mist-shrouded forest where Liu is heading is one such place. The area around the mist forest is almost entirely wilderness, with no flat roads. Most of the paths are mountain trails. Just like the mountain town from my previous life, a straight line distance of 3 kilometers requires over half an hour to navigate the winding roads. The route through the mist forest is no different, requiring detours around dangerous areas and other obstacles. The total driving distance is at least 200 kilometers, and it takes at least 1.5 days to complete the journey. Moreover, nighttime is the most dangerous time, as many strange creatures emerge and roam about, some of which may bring ill omens. Therefore, the best course of action at night is to camp in a relatively safe area and wait for the sun to rise. After settling the payment, Liu prepared to leave with his belongings. As he turned around, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure walking in. Tang Wan. She was wearing a white blouse and a black skirt, with her long hair tied back in a ponytail, looking extremely poised. She walked in and saw Liu holding a bag, paused for a moment, then said, "Are you going out too?" Liu replied casually, "It's not that I'm short on money, so I'm going treasure hunting to see if I can find something valuable and get rich overnight." Tang Wan's eyes flashed with a complex expression as she spoke in a calm tone. Treasure hunters are dangerous. Overnight riches are rare, and most end up injured. It's better to work in the city. Maybe I'm one of the few lucky ones. Someone is waiting for me. I'll go first. Bye. Liu shrugged his shoulders, made up a random excuse, and left. It was just a made-up reason anyway, so he didn't feel like chatting much. Tang Wan had no reason to stop him either. She just stood there, staring blankly at his back until he disappeared from the doorway, then finally lowered her gaze and turned to walk inside. She found the boss and said, "Please give me a map of the wilderness, a full set of wilderness gear like the one that person just had, powder to ward off wild beasts, 10 dried scorpion and lizard corpses, and 5 bundles of straw from the bloodthirsty scarecrow." As she spoke, she picked up the disposable paper cup she had seen Liu use at the door earlier, her face flushing slightly as she said, "Count this one too." After saying that, she got up to pay, leaving the store clerk looking completely confused. Chapter 70, The Mysterious Call. Liu naturally had no idea of the immense shock the shop assistant had endured after he left. To him, Tang Wan was just an ordinary classmate, with the only notable feature being her good looks, and her family background and demeanor were also quite decent. However, in the world of the awakened, such things held no significance. Beauty and wealth were merely tools of power. In this world, if you lack sufficient strength, you are likely to be caught in the aftermath of high-level battles or even targeted and devoured by evil monsters. However, these were merely fleeting thoughts. Liu casually bought a pack of candies, took one out, and placed it in his pocket. The little spider saw the blue candy, grew curious, and began to examine it, reaching out to touch it. The texture felt better than its pocket watch. Recalling that it was the giant's food, it cautiously peeked out its head and carefully licked a small taste. But just that one taste sent the sweetness spreading from its taste buds, making the little spider's face flush with excitement, and it even let out a few excited cries. "Ing ing." A soft and melodious, enchanting female voice. But it was this very voice that drew the attention of many. When they saw that it was Liu, such a delicate and handsome young man, they couldn't help but shake their heads, their eyes filled with pity. Liu remained calm, stopping the little spider from continuing to shout. He didn't care about the stares of passers-by, but shouting any louder would inevitably draw attention to himself. The little spider obediently shut its mouth, its eyes fixed on the candy. Liu guessed that if the pocket watch wasn't a treasure it had been born with, it might have even dropped the watch to grab the candy instead. However, even so, the little spider's hand kept hesitating between reaching out and holding back, torn between the two. Liu watched this scene with a faint smile, quickly loaded everything into the trunk of the SUV, stepped on the gas, and the massive SUV sped off, leaving the city and suburbs behind in just an hour. After leaving the city and suburbs, human structures grew increasingly scarce, and the landscape gradually gave way to a sea of emerald green. Among the numerous dilapidated buildings, weeds and vines had taken hold, covering them in a tangled web. From the structures, one can still discern traces of human presence in the past, but now only ruins remain, with insects and rodents crawling about, seeming to form two extremes in contrast to the city. As he looked around, Liu glanced through the rearview mirror at the boundary between the suburbs and the wilderness, which seemed as distinct as the divide between a steel forest and nature clear as day. Some vines had grown all the way to the edge of the city but had not crossed over, instead growing in other directions, as if there were some toxic substance ahead that made survival impossible, causing them to grow in a way that avoided it. This gap extends continuously, as if connecting the entire city, separating it from the wilderness, like a drop of ink on white paper, spreading into the natural landscape. Is this human defensive formation akin to a large-scale repelling array? Liu sighed. Each human city is like a drop of ink on the vast white canvas of the world, slowly beginning to spread and take hold. This is the human race, passing on the torch of civilization. Even if only a single spark remains, it can ignite a raging inferno that sweeps across the entire world. As Liu drove further and further away, the road became increasingly steep, with numerous mountain paths and overgrown weeds. The sky was filled with birds, the most numerous of which were crows. Compared to the birds in the city, these were much larger, and their eyes glowed with a faint crimson light, flickering in and out of view, giving off a bloodthirsty aura. However, they seem to be wary of something and do not attack. Instead, they follow closely behind, like vultures, waiting for the carcass of their prey to die and rot. Click! As the last stretch of suburban road came to an end, Liu's off-road vehicle bounced continuously over the mud and rocks, finally coming to a stop in front of a 10-meter-high stone monument engraved with the words, "Beware of the wilderness ahead. Be cautious at night." The stone monument was covered in bird droppings and the claw marks and teeth bites of wild beasts, with the characters for night already somewhat blurred. However, what surprised Liu was that the difference between the wilderness and the final stretch of the suburban road seemed minimal, except for the presence of more weeds. As he drove closer, several small wild animals appeared to have been startled, scrambling frantically into the bushes and emitting a series of rustling sounds. Upon reaching the boundary point, Liu opened the trunk and instructed the fear balloon. "Fly up to the sky and act as our sentry and guide. If any danger arises, let us know immediately." The fear balloon happily flew up into the sky. Though it wasn't very intelligent, it had a pet-like fondness for freedom, preferring to soar freely through the air rather than be confined to a narrow space where it couldn't move. After watching the fear balloon ascend into the sky, Liu began handing some food and water to the little spider to store in her void treasure box. In case of danger, this vehicle must be abandoned. After stuffing everything inside, the little spider's void treasure box was nearly filled to the brim. After completing all the preparations, Liu placed the little spider in the passenger seat, fastened the seatbelt, then tossed the time locust out to be on guard against any curse-related abilities, and stepped on the gas pedal. Ding ding dong dong. The road in the wilderness grew increasingly bumpy, and the entire vehicle shook as if it had been set to vibration mode, making Liu feel a bit dizzy. Liu followed the map and drove all the way until the sun set. They didn't encounter any major dangers, and it didn't seem as dangerous as others had described. However, facing the world growing darker by the minute, Liu ultimately decided not to confront the situation head-on. After all, the night was filled with countless strange and dangerous creatures. Even a Morning Star-level powerhouse could easily meet their end in such darkness, and even a Moonlight-level expert would not dare to act too conspicuously in the cover of night. Moreover, in the darkness, the primordial moon would rise into the sky, and under the moonlight imbued with special energies, many beasts would be driven to savagery. Moreover, during the night, the primordial moon rises into the sky, and under its special moonlight, many beasts are driven to unleash their ferocity. Off-road vehicles, with their loud noises, are easily drawn into ambushes. Although they had the fear-inducing balloon's light-absorbing aura, to be on the safe side, Liu found a safe open area, built a fire, used the vehicle as a shelter, and scattered a circle of snake and insect-repelling powder within a 20-meter radius. Finally, it's all set. After finishing everything, Liu looked at the orange glow of the flames dispelling the darkness, clapped his hands in satisfaction, and prepared to return to the car to sleep. Suddenly, a familiar yet authoritative voice came from behind him. "Xiaoyu, bring over those logs. The fire is dying out." "Okay, Dad." Liu replied instinctively, bending down to pick up some firewood to take over there, but just as he was about to turn around, he froze. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His father had already passed away when he was still a child. But what is this now? Chapter 71, Extracting Monster Materials. As night deepened, dark clouds gathered in the sky, obscuring even the faint glow of the moon and casting the surroundings in even deeper darkness. Snap! Snap! It felt as though they had entered the dead silence of the night, and the crackling sound of burning wood could be heard clearly. This familiar sound sent a chill down Lu Yu's spine, leaving his entire body numb with cold. He had dreamed of the owner of this voice countless times in the dead of night, hoping that he would return to his side, along with his gentle mother, to reunite their broken family once more. Originally, after Lu Yu had traveled to this world, he had a father who was stern on the surface but proud and stubborn at heart, and a gentle mother. Their family was well off, and every day was spent in harmony and peace. At that time, Lu Yu was full of passion. Upon learning about the Awakened Ones, he hoped to follow the path he had seen in novels from his previous life, entering the extraordinary world and ascending to heaven alone, with all his followers following suit. However, a car accident shattered his dreams and destroyed his family. Everything turned to dust, and in the end, the other party compensated him with over 70,000 yuan before he was sent to prison. Combined with the 1.6 million his parents had saved, Lu Yu suddenly found himself in possession of over 2 million yuan. Though this was not a large sum for his former self, it was an astronomical figure for his current status, and many people began to set their sights on him. Some distant relatives, even though so far removed they could hardly be considered family, sought to adopt him in order to claim the fortune for themselves. Such a scheme, of course, was never something Lu Yu would ever consider. However, even if they succeeded, they could never have imagined that within the body of 10-year-old Lu Yu lay the soul of a man in his 40s. Blinded by greed, they would inevitably be sent to hell one by one. However, such an outcome would likely result in investigation by the police and special units, leaving his life completely shattered. The only option would be to flee into the wilderness, a fate not much better than that of those who had stolen others' eyes. But Lu Yu wasn't going to sit idly by and wait for his fate. He spent 30,000 yuan in advance to grease the wheels and contacted a few close friends of his parents before they passed away, managing to send those people back where they came from. But everything came to an end, and Lu Yu's heart gradually grew still, transforming from a desire to make a name for himself into a wish to live a stable life. To avoid dying young, he avoided dangerous places and even stayed away from cults, fearing he might be dragged into them and become a sacrifice. He had thought he would spend his life in mediocrity, but the activation of the monster editor system gave Lu Yu hope for the path to the supreme throne, and he created 2 powerful monsters. It was precisely because of this that his spiritual power, after 2 monster infusions, far surpassed that of a typical 9th stage awakened individual, and his willpower was also sufficiently strong. The voice he had just heard clearly carried a mind-altering power that struck directly at the most vulnerable part of his heart, causing him to unconsciously trust the other party and feel a sense of closeness, without any doubt. Had it not been for the spiritual fluctuations within his body triggering a danger warning from the 1,000-handed demon god, he would have turned around to look at him directly. He had now realized that he seemed to have encountered a strange law-like monster. He had a premonition that if he turned around, something bad would definitely happen. As if sensing Lu Yu's pause, the voice paused for a moment before reaching his ears. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get some firewood. Your father can't wait any longer." This time, it was his mother's voice, gentle and soft, but different from his memories. There was an added sense of urgency, as if she were waiting for Lu Yu to turn around. The voice contained a hypnotic power, constantly tempting him to turn around. Lu Yu suppressed this urge within him. Even the slightest tilt of his body made him feel as though he were about to lose something important, as if his very soul were withering away. Seeing that Lu Yu wasn't falling for it, the voice grew noticeably more impatient, its tone shifting from that of his classmates to his neighbors, and even the voices of Tang Wan, Su Shaoqing, and even Shen Wuyo began to emerge. "Hurry up and come here. We're all waiting for you. Don't dawdle." Each voice carried an eerie power that made one instinctively believe it, but the more it spoke, the more exhausted Lu Yu's mind became. This prompted Lu Yu to constantly envision the 1,000-handed demon god in his mind to resist this corrosive force. Fortunately, the 1,000-armed demon god in his mind was extremely powerful. As its arms swung, a terrifying aura was released, overwhelmingly suppressing the mental corruption force. "But I couldn't turn around. How was I supposed to deal with it? Should I call for the fear balloon and the little spiders? But they've been staying right by my side the whole time. How could they not sense this thing?" Thinking this, Lu Yu directly used his mental connection to call out to the 2 monsters, but the responses he received were that they hadn't detected any monsters, and even the time locusts didn't react. There were no traces of curses or divination. In other words, this was not a curse or divination. Invisibility? Am I the only one who can see it, or is this some kind of space-defying spell? Lu Yu furrowed his brows. It seemed that as long as he didn't turn around, the monster couldn't harm him, but this was still somewhat frustrating. Moreover, the monster dared to use the voices of his own parents, causing Lu Yu to feel anger for the first time in a long while. How could he not turn around and still catch it? "If you can see behind you without turning around, then..." The voice continued to tempt him, and Lu Yu's mind was tested time and again. "That's right." Lu Yu suddenly remembered something, fumbled around in his chest, and pulled out a dagger, holding it in front of himself. The silver-bright dagger glinted coldly in the firelight, its icy blade reflecting the flickering flames behind it, while also revealing the bizarre demonic creature. Reflected in the light was a twisted and ugly monster, short in stature, resembling a human dwarf. However, its head bore a large fleshy tumor, atop which rested a lamp-like object, from which a faint blue flame slowly burned. It has only one eye, a long, pointed face, and a nose resembling a mosquito's proboscis, seemingly used for sucking something. However, it has 4 mouths overlapping one another, each mouth speaking and emitting distinct sounds. The confusing sounds it just made came from its 4 mouths, possessing a terrifying ability to confuse. It also possesses great intelligence. Upon realizing that Lu Yu had spotted it, it let out a piercing scream and fled at top speed. But how could Lu Yu let such a daring creature that dared to provoke his weakness escape? With a flick of his finger, hellfire transformed into a black spear. Lu Yu leaned forward slightly and threw it forcefully behind him. The hellfire spear easily pierced through it, embedding itself firmly into the ground. So weak? Lu Yu was also taken aback, not expecting it to be so easy. The monster, pierced and pinned in place, let out a terrified scream, as if begging Lu Yu to spare him. Once pinned down, it finally revealed its true form, allowing the fear balloon and the void shadow spider to see it as well. Yeah. Among them, the fear balloon was furious and wanted to destroy it, but was stopped by Lu Yu. Let me handle this. This thing loves to imitate, so I'll show it what hell on earth really looks like. Lu Yu stepped on its head, releasing the shadow power that seeped into the monster's body, beginning to peel away its shadows and starting a new round of torture. Ah! The agonizing wails and sobs echoed, but Lu Yu managed to suppress the sounds. The immense pain and the unbearable agony intertwined, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. The soul eye revealed a look of despair. However, its suffering failed to evoke any pity in Lu Yu, and instead made his gaze grow even colder. Click! After several rounds of torture, the monster finally collapsed and fainted, its throat crushed by Lu Yu, completely losing all signs of life. Just as it died, Lu Yu activated material extraction, and a white light flew into his hand. It was actually a lamp. Chapter 72, The Spirit Demon's Lamp. The Spirit Lantern 2-star material, legend has it that every person has 3 lamps on their body, each burning with a different flame. These flames are known as the essence of life, the flame of the spirit, and the flame of the soul, representing the very essence of a person's being. The Lingxue was born with eyes that could see through the void, a Lingxue lamp on its head, and 4 mouths. It could use mental charm to summon and absorb the 3 fires. As soon as it turned around, the essence, energy, and spirit of its victims would be sucked away and turned into fuel for the Lingxue lamp. Once one loses their essence, energy, and spirit, they become weak and are drained of their brain matter by the Lingqi. If enough essence, energy, and brain matter are absorbed, the Lingqi transforms into a spirit entity, manifesting a real illusion. Summoning the spiritual weakness and absorbing the 3 fires of a person, the spirit demon? No wonder one can't let their guard down even in the wilderness. I almost fell victim just now. Lu Yu sighed and began to examine the lamp in his hand. Originally, this Lingxue lamp had grown from a tumor on the Lingxue's head, giving it a twisted, blood-stained, disgusting, and rotten appearance. However, after being extracted, its appearance changed, resembling an ancient, rustic oil lamp with a blue hue. The lamp body was engraved with patterns of demons and monsters, none other than the very same Lingxi it had once been. However, compared to the ugly appearance of the real spirit beast, the patterns on this lamp were much more abstract. At first glance, they didn't seem ugly at all, but rather gave off an eerie vibe. Lu Yu gently rubbed the Lingqi lamp, and a strange spiritual fluctuation emerged from it, as if a voice were whispering softly in his ear. Turn around. Turn around. This spirit lamp retains some of the spirit's abilities, though not as powerful as before. It can still be used for mental manipulation. Once the monsters are edited later, it will be able to fulfill its true purpose. However, this power seems to require the lamp to be lit with oil to be fully utilized, and the fuel for the lamp is, as one might expect, human essence or brain matter. Indeed, humans are truly favored by the forces of evil. Although the wilderness is dangerous, Lu Yu obtained a 2-star material on his first night. Compared to the city, this place is an endless treasure trove. However, the treasures of this treasure trove are all strange and terrifying monsters, and one wrong move could result in being devoured by them. However, Lu Yu even hoped that 10 or 8 more Lingqi would come over, so he could harvest their Lingqi lamps. He could then use these materials to create a Lingqi Lantern King with its head covered in Lingqi lanterns, unleashing a barrage of over a dozen mental illusions at once, stunning the enemies before they could react. However, Lingqi seems to be able to evolve into Lingmei, and Lingmei can create illusions, not just simple mental illusions. In an environment that closely resembles reality, even rationality can be diminished, and memories can be altered. Without unwavering willpower, the outcome is eternal loss within the illusion, where one is pierced by the mosquito-like proboscises of Lingqi and Lingmei, their brains drained of their essence. However, Lu Yu wasn't particularly worried. As long as he prepared in advance and visualized the 1,000-armed demon god to guard his true self, even the spirit demons would be no match for him. What he was more concerned about was whether the spirit demons also possessed this lamp, or if they could extract other organ materials. However, since the Lingqi are already so bizarre, the Lingmei might be even more dangerous. Just as Lu Yu was pondering this, a series of orderly footsteps suddenly echoed from the distance, accompanied by the voices of several people discussing something. The sounds grew louder and louder, clearly approaching his direction. Were people coming? Or some kind of strange creature mimicking a human group? Lu Yu furrowed his brows, quickly placing the little spider into his pocket. He gently stroked its head, signaling it to stay silent. Then he made the fear balloon hide inside the driver's seat of the car. As long as it didn't float up, no one would notice it. After finishing all this, Lu Yu took out a small stool and placed it by the fire, skewered a few slices of ham, and began to roast them. As for the extracted Ling Chi corpse, he stepped on it with his feet. Although it looked ugly, the sensation under his feet was surprisingly pleasant, soft and somewhat comfortable. Anyway, the material has already been extracted, so it could make a decent footrest. After a few minutes, rustling sounds came from the bushes, startling several crows hiding in the grass, which flew into the sky. Caw! A sharp, heart-wrenching scream echoed, making the night even more desolate. From the grass emerged a man in his 40s, dressed in camouflage fatigues, with the cuffs of his pants covered in weeds, clearly having just emerged from the grass. Upon emerging, his first sight was of Lu Yu by the fire. He paused for a moment, then cautiously scanned his surroundings. Upon spotting the off-road vehicle, he was even more shocked. However, he saw no signs of abnormality on Lu Yu, and the raging flames did not seem like a monster's disguise, so he sighed in relief and said to those behind him, "Come out." As soon as the words were spoken, the bushes rustled again, and 4 girls emerged, each wearing camouflage uniforms, long pants, and boots, clearly experienced in defending against wild insects. In such a wilderness, wearing a skirt for the sake of beauty was the most foolish thing one could do. The wilderness is home to all kinds of poisonous insects, which hide among the plants and grass. Once you expose your skin, you risk being exposed to various toxins. Additionally, there are numerous thorny vines and brambles that can easily cause cuts. While bleeding is a minor concern, the real danger lies in attracting bloodthirsty creatures. Lu Yu had once seen such descriptions in a wilderness survival guidebook and could easily tell that these people were experienced outdoor adventurers, not reckless young hotheads. When his gaze swept to the last 2 people, he suddenly paused, and a familiar face caught his eye. Tang Wan. She had changed into a camouflage uniform, looking a bit more heroic, but her shoes, covered in weeds, made her look a bit disheveled. Tang Wan also noticed Lu Yu by the fire and exclaimed in shock. "Lu Yu, you're here too." Lu Yu nodded and replied. I just arrived here. How come you're here too?" Lu Yu recalled that he had encountered the other party earlier while patrolling the outskirts, so they must also be out on an outing. However, what he didn't expect was that Tang Wan's route was the same as his own. That was quite a coincidence. Tang Wan replied succinctly. "I have some things to take care of, but it's getting late. Can we stay here for the night?" Lu Yu didn't mind. After all, the open space was so large he couldn't very well stop them, and besides, he would be leaving early tomorrow morning. So Lu Yu nodded and said, "Please proceed. Do you know each other?" The middle-aged man leading the group watched Tang Wan's reaction and asked curiously. After all, driving a SUV in the wilderness would attract a lot of strange glances, and might even draw some peculiar magical creatures. Moreover, the fact that the other person dared to camp alone in the wilderness at night, could they be an extraordinary young warrior? Before Tang Wan could speak, the girl with the bun hairstyle beside her interjected. "Lu Yu, that name sounds familiar. Isn't that the high school classmate you mentioned before, Tang Wan? I heard you say he just became a treasure hunter, right?" Tang Wan paused for a moment, then honestly replied. "Yes, it was him." The other girls looked at Lu Yu's delicate features, and the admiration in their eyes gradually faded, replaced by admiration for the young boy's boldness. Moreover, they seemed to recall that Tang Wan had mentioned this friend earlier, implying that Lu Yu was not an awakened one. Yet here he was, driving alone into the wilderness today. This made one of the girls unable to resist asking Lu Yu out of curiosity. "Did you encounter any monsters attacking your car on the way here?" With all that noise, it should have attracted the attention of a lot of monsters. Lu Yu picked up a slice of roasted ham, took a bite, and said after hearing this, "No monsters attacked my car." Because the attack was directed at him personally, the car was completely unharmed. As for the Morningstar level fear balloons floating above the car, they were there to intimidate all directions. It would have been strange if anything had happened. However, when these words reached the ears of the others, they took on a different meaning. They imagined Lu Yu driving up arrogantly, lucky enough not to encounter any monsters. While they marveled at Lu Yu's incredible luck, they couldn't help but worry that this handsome young man might end up becoming the monster's next meal. So a few girls quietly approached Tang Wan and asked her to persuade Lu Yu to return home early or give up driving in the wilderness. After all, such behavior was too reckless. Only beginners or true experts would dare to do something like that. However, they had already made up their minds that Lu Yu was just an inexperienced newbie. Tang Wan also nodded blankly, as she still didn't know how to talk to Lu Yu. After all, every time she was about to speak to him, her mind went blank, and she could only put on a cold expression before ending the conversation. Moreover, she had no connection with Lu Yu and couldn't interfere with his decisions, so she could only try to say a few words. This young man has only been a treasure hunter for a short time? The middle-aged man at the front froze upon hearing the girl's conversation, then glanced at the off-road vehicle behind Luyu and immediately understood. So this guy wasn't some kind of strong guy after all, he was just a reckless youngster. Chapter 73, Using Illusionary Monsters as Stepping Stones? This kind of reckless youngster rushing headlong into the wilderness in search of treasure wasn't something the middle-aged man had never seen before. In fact, some of his own teammates from when he first started adventuring had been the same. They weren't inherently bad people, in fact, they were quite loyal and had a strong sense of justice. However, after being influenced by sensationalized online posts and bombarded with news stories about treasure hunters striking it rich overnight, they began to see themselves as the chosen ones, destined to achieve wealth and success overnight. However, propaganda is just propaganda. They were chosen not because they were particularly outstanding, but because, among so many who died, they were the only ones who survived and gained something. Middle-aged men despise this kind of propaganda because it has led countless young people to rush headlong into the wilderness in search of treasure, never to return. However, he couldn't help but admit that it was precisely because of the treasure hunting industry that many people had found a way to survive. The devil who kills is also the angel who saves. How ironic. Among all the passionate young people he had seen, Luyu was the most arrogant one, driving a SUV to camp in the wilderness and getting away with it. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man sighed and began to help the 4 young women behind him gather their belongings. They quickly gathered firewood and started a fire, the 2 flames illuminating the darkness within a radius of several dozen meters. Since they had borrowed part of Luyu's land, there was no need to spread insect repellent powder again, so the middle-aged man thanked Luyu once more. Regardless of whether the other party was a novice, Luyu's character was beyond reproach. Looking at Luyu, who was calmly grilling meat, the middle-aged man seemed to think of something and suddenly shouted to the young girl with a bun hairstyle beside him. "Xiao Xiao, do you remember the wilderness survival tips I told you about earlier?" "Mentor, I've already written them down and memorized them several times." The girl with the bun hairstyle named Xiao Xiao answered instinctively, but she noticed the mentor's glance and glanced at Luyu in the distance, instantly understanding the situation. She quickly said, "I remember. When traveling in the wilderness, you must always wear plenty of protective clothing. At night, try to move as little as possible, light a fire to scare away wild animals, and most importantly, never make loud noises. Especially avoid driving recklessly in the wilderness, as the sound of the engine might cause large magical creatures to mistake it for another creature of the same kind entering their territory. Therefore, it is best to avoid driving altogether." The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction, then casually glanced at Luyu out of the corner of his eye. He knew the young man was arrogant and proud. If he were to confront him directly, not only would he refuse to listen, but he would also view him as an obstacle to his fortune. Attempting to reason with him would only backfire. Having lived for decades, the middle-aged man was seasoned in cunning. He used this indirect method to remind Luyu not to drive recklessly in the wilderness. However, to his disappointment, Luyu remained completely unfazed, continuing to grill the meat and even opening a bottle of drink to sip on, as if he hadn't heard a word of what he and Xiao Xiao had just explained. This made the middle-aged man both angry and regretful, and he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Such young people are so arrogant. They'll only regret it when they suffer a great loss. I just hope they don't lose their lives. Xiao Xiao, with her bob haircut, nodded in agreement, thinking to herself that Luyu was quite handsome, but seemed. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and didn't have the energy to continue the charade with Xiao Xiao. Luyu noticed their voices growing softer and smiled to himself. In truth, he knew the middle-aged man meant well, but his own strength was more than enough to protect himself. However, he wasn't one to seek attention, so there was no need to explain himself to them. At that moment, Tangwan walked straight over and stood beside Luyu, saying, "Are you going to search for treasure up ahead? No one would tell you where they're treasure hunting, and I don't have a treasure map. I'm just wandering around aimlessly." Luyu rolled his eyes, but he also noticed that Tangwan didn't seem to have any ill intent in her eyes. She was just asking out of curiosity. Tangwan hummed in response, then shifted her gaze to the bamboo skewer Luyu was using, fixing her eyes intently on it. Luyu, who was eating, felt the intense gaze. It was the first time he had realized that his old classmate was such a foodie, getting so excited over food. However, if Luyu had known that his old classmate wasn't looking at the meat on the bamboo skewer but at the skewer itself, he would have turned pale. However, Luyu was unaware of this. After all, Tangwan was also his classmate, and seeing her staring so intently made him feel a bit embarrassed. Anyway, he couldn't eat that much, and besides, there was plenty of food in the void treasure chest. So he handed over the bamboo skewer in his hand and asked, "Want some?" "Sure, thanks." Tangwan nodded, then took the bamboo skewer and held it in her hand. Luyu didn't pay much attention and continued to take out another bamboo skewer, threading it and continuing to grill. Tangwan held the bamboo skewer in her hand. Though her expression remained calm, her hands trembled slightly. She took a small bite of the ham and whispered softly, "It tastes good. After all, I'm a great barbecue chef." Luyu didn't hesitate to praise himself. The other girls saw this and gathered around, but since they weren't related to Tang Wan, they all took their own food to grill. Their primary purpose wasn't to eat, they wanted to chat and ease the tense atmosphere. After all, the wilderness at night can be quite dangerous. Rather than sitting in silence, it's better to gather together and chat. Besides, they all know Tang Wan's personality, she's a very serious and meticulous person. Since she took the initiative to talk to Luyu, it must mean that Luyu isn't a bad person, just a bit arrogant at most. These are just minor flaws. We can remind him about them later. Otherwise, it would be a shame for such a handsome guy to be eaten by a monster. Besides, chatting with Luyu is way more fun than talking to a boring, dull mentor. Luyu didn't refuse either. With 2 lifetimes of experience, plus the fact that he had dealt with numerous troublesome clients and eccentric bosses in his previous life, even the most seasoned veterans were no match for him. A few young girls were no challenge at all. Plus, he occasionally pulled out a few jokes from his previous life, tweaking them slightly, and instantly had the girls laughing hysterically. Among them, the girl named Xiao Xiao had a sparkle in her eyes, but it quickly faded away, and she sighed to herself. If only I were an awakened one. Ordinary people are still so far removed from our world, let alone treasure hunters. Who knows when we might die alone in a foreign land. Sigh, I'm still not quite there yet. There's still a gap between us. Only Tang Wan remained quiet, holding a bamboo skewer, watching Luyu with a calm and focused expression. Her gaze held no distractions, as if she was only there because the person she was watching was Luyu. The middle-aged man saw this and shook his head, but he didn't feel the need to stop her. He took the food and prepared to join them for the barbecue and conversation. Just as he approached Luyu, a girl suddenly said, "Hey, what's that under your feet? That thing is ugly. Is it a stray dog? How did its head get dug out?" Tang Wan also looked down in the direction of the sound and saw a mass of flesh. At first, she thought it was a rock, but now it seemed to be the corpse of some kind of creature. Moreover, its shape seemed vaguely familiar, as if she had seen it on a page in a field guide. However, since part of its body was missing and it was lying with its back facing upward, she couldn't immediately recall what kind of animal it was. Just as the middle-aged man was about to sit down, he glanced at Luyu's feet and his eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "This is a danger-level illusory monster, a Lingqi." Chapter 74, The Death Bird School. Luyu, the merchant at heart. Illusionary monsters. This time, it was the other girls who were startled, their eyes fixed on the corpse at Luyu's feet. Most people might not understand the significance of this, but they knew exactly what the illusory creatures represented. These are monsters that have emerged from illusory dreams, inherently possessing the ability to exist between the real and the illusory, and capable of seeing things invisible to the naked eye, endowed with various bizarre powers. They could manipulate dreams, create illusions, or, like the mythical spirit Lingqi, drain a person's vital energy, leaving them powerless to resist. They are elusive, and even when they do not actively reveal themselves, people find it difficult to detect their presence. This has led to many people who were killed by illusory creatures dying without ever understanding how they met their end. The levels are divided into ordinary, dangerous, catastrophic, and natural disaster levels, among others. Even the weakest common grade possesses overwhelming destructive power against awakened beings, and ordinary awakened beings would face certain death if they encountered them. Dangerous class creatures can even pose a threat to Morning Star class powerhouses. Among the dangerous level creatures, the Lingqi is one of the most terrifying. It is said that its eyes can see a person's inner weaknesses and use mental manipulation to make them believe it unconsciously. Furthermore, its abilities are akin to laws of nature. Once it marks its prey, the 3 flames of vital energy, spirit, and essence are instantly drained away, leaving the victim with only 3/7 of their original strength. If a Morning Star level opponent is not careful enough and reveals its fatal weakness, it may be ambushed and killed in the wild. Moreover, while illusory creatures are terrifying, they are rare in number, and their true forms are extremely fragile. Except for creatures like nightmares, their physical prowess is generally inferior to that of an ordinary human. However, the young people before them, who were so arrogant and unaware of their own limitations, dared to use a dangerous level spirit beast as a stepping stone. Moreover, the bloodstains on the corpse had not yet completely dried, indicating that the spirit beast had died no more than an hour ago. And apart from this young man who had been camping out in the wilderness in his off-road vehicle, there was clearly no one else in this area. Moreover, although the light on the corpse's head had been removed, its body remained an invaluable treasure. Due to the rarity of illusory creatures, coupled with the fact that even Morning Star level monsters of danger level or above refused to approach them, each one is worth a fortune. Their flesh and blood can slightly enhance affinity with the illusory realm, curse-related, and destiny-related elements, and... Is this really just an ordinary young man? The once composed and calm middle-aged man suddenly felt a few drops of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. At that moment, he realized that whenever he tried to sense Luyu, he was being diverted by a special force, preventing him from perceiving the other's strength. Such an ability, how could it possibly belong to an ordinary person? He didn't drive out because he was impulsive, but because he felt he had the confidence and ability to do so. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Did you kill this monster?" Yes. Luyu stared at the grilled meat and replied indifferently, as if killing a phantom creature was as easy as killing a rabbit. However, that was indeed the case. Aside from the first encounter when he didn't know how to deal with it, the next time he faced the Lingxi, Liu only needed to use the thousand-handed demon god to suppress its spiritual core, thereby avoiding the influence of its mental illusions. Then, using a mirror to locate the opponent's hiding place, he can pin them down and kill them. Anyway, their physical strength isn't even as good as an ordinary person's. Once you break that force, you can easily dispatch them. So, for Liu, killing a spirit demon and killing a rabbit are practically the same thing. Thinking of this, Liu applied a little more force to his feet and found that stepping on this creature felt surprisingly comfortable. Since he couldn't extract any materials from it anyway, and he didn't have any secret techniques or methods for other uses, he might as well take it back, clean it up, and use it as a footrest. However, while his thoughts were simple, his visualization diagram of the thousand-armed demon god had already stumped countless people. Xiao Xiao was taken aback. He hadn't expected Liu to admit it so easily, so he could only continue asking. "Didn't you just say that no monsters attacked your car?" Liu heard this and glanced at her as if she were a cute little thing, then said indifferently. "It didn't attack my car. It was waiting to attack me after I set up camp." Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded, completely unprepared for the fact that the initial issue stemmed from the way she had asked the question. Although she wanted to defend herself to Liu, looking at his expression, it was clear he was treating her like a little cutie and clearly didn't feel like talking to her. This attitude made Xiao Xiao both angry and secretly delighted. The reason for her secret joy wasn't because she was a masochist, but because if Liu possessed the ability to kill dangerous illusory creatures, then his status would be sufficient, and the two of them could be together. Unfortunately, she hadn't considered that Liu wasn't particularly interested in her. In his eyes, a woman who wasn't even half as beautiful as a little spider was simply not worth his time. After learning that Liu was the one who had slain the illusory demons, several young women became noticeably more enthusiastic, eagerly asking him about the details of the battle. One of them even took advantage of her physical advantages to get closer to him. "Coach, someone's charging at someone with the ball." Liu rolled his eyes. While it felt nice to be surrounded by girls, 3 women made a scene, and the commotion was starting to annoy him. The only one who seemed normal was Tang Wan, sitting quietly in her spot, holding a bamboo skewer and staring at it, as if deep in thought. No wonder she was his old classmate, her composure had clearly improved. However, he didn't know that the real reason Tang Wan was staring at the bamboo skewer was because she was looking at the saliva he had left behind. But play is play. Liu found it too noisy, so he simply made up a story to send the girls on their way. The other girls were merely curious, but not infatuated. Upon noticing the others' displeasure with such behavior, they quickly quieted down. However, their attention was all focused on the corpse of the spirit beast at Liu's feet. After all, while ordinary girls might gaze at houses or cars, these awakened individuals were different. They were looking at power monster corpses, special items, and more. In this world, as long as you have strength, all wealth will come flooding in, and even the chance at immortality. The value of this spirit beast's corpse is at least 3 million spirit coins, and that's because it lost the spirit beast lamp on its head. The Lingxi lamp can be used to craft certain special spiritual artifacts. However, due to its extreme rarity, it is said that all existing examples are in the possession of a few powerful individuals. If you include the Lingxi lamp, there would be people willing to bid as much as 10 million spirit coins at the auction. And this middle-aged man could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward and spoke up. "Hello, I am Hisu, a mentor from the Death Bird School." "The Death Bird School? I've never heard of it, and isn't death-announcing bird just another name for a crow?" They just changed the wording to make it sound more sophisticated. Is it some obscure little school of thought? Although Liu was inwardly complaining, he still replied politely. Liu. Concise and to the point, neither arrogant nor humble. As Hisu observed Liu's polite demeanor, he inwardly sighed and decided to directly state his request. "Mr. Liu, may I purchase the corpse of the spirit beast at your feet?" The corpse of the Lingxu. Liu's mind raced, realizing the other party's intentions. It seemed that the Lingxi corpse of this illusory creature had some kind of use, and it was undoubtedly of great value. In other words, he could turn this useless doormat into money. "Why didn't you just say you were here to give me money?" Thinking of this, Liu's smile grew brighter as he looked at Hisu and said, "That's no problem at all. Just charge me the market rate for this, mentor. Anyway, Liu doesn't know the market price for this Lingxi, so it's better to leave it to the other party rather than make a random guess and risk being haggled over the price." But this left Hisu at a loss. The Lingxu corpse was extremely valuable, and offering it at market price was practically a huge discount. He was certain that once the news got out, there would be a frenzy of people rushing to snap it up. However, for someone like him, an ordinary mentor, the price of 3 million spirit coins was an astronomical sum. Even if he didn't eat or drink for years, he wouldn't be able to save that much. However, the corpse of the spirit demon was one of the primary ingredients for that potion. The Academy's previous plan had been put on hold precisely because they couldn't find a spirit demon corpse. However, now that the opportunity has presented itself, Hisu couldn't help but feel uneasy if he didn't seize it. He glanced around and suddenly noticed Tangwon sitting quietly by the side, holding a bamboo skewer. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he hurriedly said, "The market price is good, but it's a bit expensive. Look, the Lingqi's Lingqi lamp has been removed, which has significantly reduced its value. Moreover, this item is used to make special potions, and Tangwon and the others will all need it later. Why not lower the price a bit more?" Hisu decisively pulled Tangwon aside, hoping to use their relationship to negotiate a discount. If this guy has feelings for Tangwon, giving it away for free would be even better. At worst, we can just give Tangwon a few extra doses of the potion later. Ah! Tangwon tilted her head, not quite understanding how this had come up, while the other girls stared at Luyu with hopeful expressions. "So you really need this, right?" Luyu asked, and received an affirmative response. The others nodded in agreement. "I see." Luyu fell into deep thought. A minute later, he slowly raised his head and spoke slowly under Hisu's excited gaze. "Since you need this so badly, then we'll have to charge extra." Chapter 75, The Ghostly Flames of the Underworld Incinerate the Milky Way. Upon hearing this, the few people who had been looking at Luyu with hopeful eyes were instantly stunned, and even Hisu nearly choked to death, hurriedly asking, "Raise the price?" "Yes." Luyu gave an affirmative response, leaving the others completely baffled. "Didn't you just say you'd give us a discount because of Tangwon's connection? Why are you raising the price now? You don't seem like enemies, and Tangwon doesn't have super extra charge written on her body, does she?" Looking at the confused members of the Reporting to Death faction, Luyu remained unusually calm. He hadn't realized how valuable the item under his feet was, but the other party was acting so desperate. Doing business is like dating. You must never reveal your needs, or else the other party will have you completely at their mercy. Currently, Luyu is in a seller's market, holding an absolute dominant position. Even if the buyer doesn't purchase the goods, he can always go back to the night market merchant or Su Shaoqing to dispose of the goods. As for his relationship with Tangwon, it is purely that of ordinary classmates, with the recent increase in encounters being entirely coincidental. Such a superficial acquaintance is not enough to make him give up such a huge opportunity, so it can only be said that Hisu was too naive and foolish. He actually imagined that he would lower the price, or even give it away for free. "However, since the other party really needs it, I'll give you a higher price." Tangwon, however, sat quietly by the side, still intently examining the bamboo sticks, completely unconcerned about what had just happened, as if she were in a world of her own. Hisu looked at Luyu, who remained calm, and couldn't help but ask, "Can't you give us a discount? After all, Tangwon is your good friend." Hisu had already figured it out. Luyu was completely unyielding. His resolve was firm, and he wouldn't lower the price just because of some so-called friendship. This man is a pure businessman. However, he still intends to try playing the emotional card once more, as the price of 3 million spirit coins is still too high for their small-scale faction. But if they could obtain this item, their school would have a chance to become a mid-tier school, and the rewards would far exceed 3 million spirit coins. As for any ulterior motives, Hisu hadn't even considered them. After all, someone who could drive into the wilderness, camp out there, and even kill a spirit beast capable of threatening a Morningstar-level cultivator was clearly no ordinary person. Such power was far beyond what the few ordinary awakened ones could handle. They wouldn't even stand a chance against a single one of them. Moreover, their specialty was curse-based visualization diagrams, which required casting spells in advance to unleash their full combat potential. But in reality, when the fighting actually begins, who would wait for you to cast your spells? Add 10% to the price. Luyu didn't even bat an eyelid, staring intently at the fire in front of him. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought he was seriously studying the art of grilling. Now that he was in a position of power, judging by Hisu's attitude, this item must be very important to him, and he wasn't the least bit worried that the other party wouldn't buy it. In the end, it all comes down to Hisu underestimating Luyu's youth and trying to play the emotional card, only to discover that Luyu isn't swayed by such tactics, leaving him with no choice but to hand over the upper hand. Once the rhythm of psychological tactics is lost, it becomes extremely difficult to regain control. Hisu watched as the price kept rising and couldn't help but say, "But the corpse already lacks the Lingqi lantern, so its value is." Luyu didn't even bother to look at it and said decisively, "Increase the price by 20%. Hisu couldn't help but complain, "You." But upon seeing Luyu's lips twitch slightly, fearing that the price might skyrocket to 30 or 40%, he hurriedly spoke up. "Then 20% of the market price, 360 million spirit coins deal. Why didn't you just say so earlier? Let's work together smoothly." Luyu, who had previously looked indifferent, smiled slightly at the mention of 3,600,000 spirit coins. Indeed, when it comes to bidding, one must always throw the ball back to the other party to secure the greatest benefit. This time, all it took was a few words and a simple psychological tactic to easily turn this stepping stone into 3.6 million spirit coins. What a huge windfall! The other girls were completely stunned when they heard the number. 360 million spirit coins. Even Xiao Xiao, who came from the wealthiest family, was taken aback. Even if her family's wealth were converted into spirit coins, it would barely amount to 1 million, and it still wouldn't be enough. However, the young man before them had managed to earn an enormous fortune in just a few minutes, an amount that most people could never hope to achieve in their entire lifetimes. Even after the transaction was completed, his expression remained unchanged, merely flashing a casual smile, as if everything was under his control. Such a commanding presence left the young woman's eyes sparkling, and Xiao Xiao's heart raced like a frightened deer, her gaze growing intense. In the world of awakened ones, the law of the jungle is even more pronounced than in civilized society, so the strong naturally have access to more resources. Whether in ancient times or now, people have always admired the strong. Lu Yu, with his potential, good looks, and wealth, naturally becomes the ideal choice for many young women. Tang Wan, however, remained consistent in her attitude, as if in her eyes, Lu Yu had always been this outstanding. Hisu watched his disciple's performance and sighed, realizing that he had not only invested money but was even risking his own future. However, upon seeing Lu Yu's handsome appearance and composed demeanor, he couldn't help but glance at Tang Wan a few more times, even harboring a faint hope that Tang Wan and Lu Yu might end up together. After all, such a genius was someone worth befriending early on. It could be a stroke of good fortune. However, Lu Yu had no idea what Hisu was thinking. He only sensed a hint of satisfaction in the other's gaze. Why would giving money make someone feel relieved? Why not give more? Lu Yu thought about it but ultimately kept it to himself, while Hisu said, "That's too much money. I'll raise the funds for you once we get back." "No problem. Once we have enough money, just have Tang Wan contact me directly." Lu Yu smiled slightly, picked up the footrest under his feet, and put it away under Hisu's anxious gaze. After all, this Lingshui corpse was worth 3.6 million spirit coins, which was an astronomical sum when converted to cash. It couldn't be used as a footrest anymore. It had to be thrown into the little spider's void treasure box first. As for delivering the goods in advance? That's not possible. Cash on delivery is the only way to go. Hisu sighed. As expected, the other party wouldn't hand it over so easily. At least he had purchased the Lingshu corpse. He would have to discuss with the higher-ups of the sect later on how to raise the funds. As for Tang Wan, she remained quietly by the side, suddenly snatching the half-eaten skewered meat from Lu Yu's hand. Lu Yu thought it was because he had extorted some money from her, so Tang Wan was throwing a tantrum. However, since he had made some money, he didn't mind and generously gave it to her. But he didn't know that Tang Wan had never cared about the school of thought. She had always cared about him. Woo! Suddenly, eerie cries rang out, rising and falling in waves, as if countless ghosts were wailing in grief, sending a chill down one's spine. At that moment, clusters of blue flames rose from the bushes, streams, and large rocks, densely packed, converging in the sky to form a massive, sprawling flame, resembling a Milky Way. Chapter 76, Ghost Lanterns. Love Potion? This is. Everyone was drawn to the endless ghostly flames, lifting their heads to gaze at the vast river of ghostly flames. Lu Yu was no exception, but he squinted his eyes, his vision far surpassing that of ordinary people, and actually spotted some lanterns that were different from the rest. These weren't ghostly flames, but actual lanterns. Lu Yu murmured softly, his eyes clearly seeing the true form of the ghostly flames. They were simple white lanterns made of wooden frames covered with white cloth, each containing a flickering blue flame. The flames flickered constantly, casting the white gauze into a blue hue, and from a distance, they resembled flickering ghostly flames. Moreover, the flames grew higher and higher, their flickering frequency increasing rapidly. In the blur, they resembled distorted human faces, but they quickly transformed back into burning flames. Woo! They chanted mournful cries, which gathered in the sky and slowly drifted eastward. A crow flying low in the sky saw this and instinctively tried to flee, but collided with a lantern, its body passing right through it and flying out. Lu Yu was startled by this scene. Could these lanterns be mere illusions? Or perhaps illusions? But the next moment, the crow that had flown out flapped its wings in an attempt to escape, but after a few flaps, its body suddenly stiffened, and it let out a despairing cry. Wah wah! Its body suddenly stiffened, plummeting straight down through the air, and crashed onto the ground, turning into a pile of meat paste. The lantern that had just been pierced by the crow now glowed even brighter. Is the fear balloon devouring life? No, that's not right, it seems to be devouring souls. Lu Yu's thoughts raced, his expression growing somber. Though these lanterns' ability to devour souls couldn't match the fear balloon's power to strip away blood essence and souls while absorbing a halo, their sheer number was simply too overwhelming. If they were to attack him, Lu Yu would have no choice but to retreat in the face of the fiery river stretching across the sky. Lanterns! The other girls were also stunned by this statement and looked up, but their vision was not good enough to see anything but a blurry shape. It wasn't until the ghostly flames rose closer that they could make out the figure clearly. Only then did they realize that despite the darkness of the night, Lu Yu's vision seemed to be several times sharper than theirs. Hisu, a mentor from the Deathbird School, couldn't help but praise him. You have excellent eyesight. Lu Yu smiled slightly and said, it's natural. The others felt a touch of envy, but Tangwan stood up at that moment, her gaze fixed on the river of ghostly flames, and spoke earnestly. These are ghost lanterns. That shouldn't be right. Xiao Xiao touched her head and said in confusion. Ghost lanterns? That sounds familiar. I think I've heard of them somewhere before. In response, Tangwan glanced at her and said indifferently. The fourth volume of the monster textbook, page 252, mentions this type of ordinary monster in a short story in the lower left corner. They resemble lanterns, with ghostly flames burning inside. Legend has it that they are born from the resentment of deceased beings combined with certain special powers. They can devour the souls of living beings. Individual ghost lanterns are weak and can only devour the souls of ordinary creatures. However, when they gather in large numbers to form a river of ghostly lanterns, even those of the brilliant moon rank would avoid encountering them, as the number of ghostly lanterns in such a river could easily exceed 1,000,000. But that shouldn't be the case. They typically gather in large numbers to form the ghost river only during the late autumn and early winter months. As long as you don't provoke them, they are not aggressive and remain hidden during the day. Simply sprinkle some powder to repel snakes and insects and light a fire to drive them away. As for the specific purpose of their gathering in large numbers, it remains unclear. However, it is only the beginning of autumn now. Perhaps they have been stimulated by something, causing them to begin gathering early. However, as long as you do not provoke or approach them, the ghost lanterns pose no danger. The mentor Hisu commented briefly, feeling quite satisfied with Tangwan's performance. Then he glared angrily at Xiao Xiao and said in a bad mood. Go back and copy the monster textbook from volume 4 3 times. Bring it to me within 2 days. Oh, no, please don't. That book is so thick, over 400 pages, and most of it is boring nonsense. Who could possibly remember all that? Xiao Xiao couldn't help but complain, but she stopped herself mid-sentence. She said she couldn't do it, but there seemed to be such a tempting figure right before her eyes. Having joined the school for only 3 months, she had already memorized all these textbooks and could recite them backwards, and even possessed a powerful curse-based talent. This memory is simply inhuman. Even though awakened ones have their abilities enhanced across the board, they cannot strengthen their memory until they reach a higher class. Can they remember everything they see? Even Lu Yu couldn't help but take a second look at Tangwan. He never expected his old classmate to have such an astonishing memory, able to remember not only the title of the book but also the exact page and location. No wonder she had always been at the top of the class, completely different from Lu Yu, who had always hovered around average grades. However, Lu Yu merely sighed to himself, glanced a few more times at this aloof old classmate, and then shifted his gaze away. He didn't notice that Tangwan's face had turned slightly redder after he looked away. This scene, however, caught Xiao Zhao's attention, and she couldn't help but think of something. She recalled that when Tangwan first joined the academy, she had immediately become the center of attention due to her striking beauty. However, she did not let this go to her head. She remained humble, dedicated herself to her studies, and avoided all social activities, completely detached from the world. It wasn't until Xiao Xiao got closer to her and asked Tangwan why she was so diligent that she replied, to find a way to create a love potion. This answer was very childish, even a bit too naive, and didn't match her aloof appearance at all. However, Tangwan took it very seriously and studied the books diligently. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a love potion, and even if there were, it wouldn't be a simple formula. Originally, Xiao Xiao was wondering what kind of guy Tangwan would like, but now that she saw Lu Yu, she seemed to have figured it out. Powerful strength, refined manners, and the ability to create wealth. Such an outstanding young man is like a lighthouse in the darkness, drawing those who are lost closer, allowing them to feel his warmth from the edge, and even longing to possess that warmth forever. No wonder Tangwan is so fond of him. But love isn't something you fight for. Xiao Xiao could tell that Lu Yu didn't know Tangwan liked him, and even if he did, he might not express his feelings, because he was a rational man. So this was her chance. Thinking this, Xiao Xiao made up her mind and patted Tangwan on the shoulder, saying seriously, "From now on, we'll compete fairly." After saying that, she turned and left, intending to get to know Lu Yu better. Tangwan looked puzzled, but seeing Xiao Zhao's excited expression, she refrained from saying, "You look like a little cutie." Instead, she silently lowered her head and clenched the bamboo skewer in her hand, as if holding onto a precious treasure. Since they had confirmed that the ghost lantern was harmless, they chatted for a while longer. As night fell, everyone prepared to rest, leaving only academy mentor Hisu voluntarily staying behind to keep watch. Lu Yu did not refuse and directly entered the vehicle, releasing the little spider. The little spider, which had been cooped up for a long time, clearly delighted in rubbing against Lu Yu's fingers before beginning to scamper across the neatly laid blankets. However, it didn't take long before it tripped and fell to the ground due to running too quickly, its silver hair scattered everywhere. Ing. But the little spider didn't cry. Instead, it got up and continued crawling forward, its silver eyes curious about this new home, embarking on its journey of exploration. As for Lu Yu, he gazed through the car window at the vast river of ghostly lanterns stretching across the sky, lost in deep thought. Soul-devouring ghost lanterns. Seems like good material. Chapter 77, An Unknowable Level Layout. The Feathered Robe of the Void Shadow Spider. However, the ghost lanterns swarm in large numbers, and even those of the brilliant moon rank dare not provoke these monsters numbering over 1,000,000. While individual members of the monster tribe are weak, when they gather in large numbers, they can out terrifying power. Unless an entity above the brilliant moon intervenes, it will be extremely difficult to deal with such a large number of ghost lanterns. If one were to charge in and try to capture a single ghost lantern, Liu would likely be surrounded and attacked by the remaining 1,000,000 ghost lanterns, and there's a good chance his soul would be sucked away. As Liu pondered, ghost lanterns began to rise slowly from the mountains, streams, and even near the resting camp. It was like a scene from an ancient costume drama, where lanterns were released into the sky, beautiful and majestic. This scene sparked an idea in Liu's mind. The ghostly river above couldn't be touched, but these ones that hadn't flown up yet seemed to be isolated. If we kill these isolated ones, will it trigger an uprising in the river of ghosts? Liu hesitated for a moment but did not act himself. Instead, he ordered a shadow servant to run to a location 1 kilometer away, find a ghost lantern that had just begun to float, and take action. Click! The blade imbued with shadow power pierced directly through the gauze of the ghost lantern, and the soul flame within seemed to want to erupt, but it was pierced by the shadow servants in advance, instantly exploding into countless sparks that dissipated into the air. After all this happened, all the ghost lanterns seemed unaware. The river of ghosts in the sky continued to flow endlessly, while the others blindly flew toward the heavens. After obtaining the corpse holding the ghost lantern, Liu did not rush to have it retrieved. Instead, he waited for a moment to ensure everything was in order before instructing the shadow servant to bring it back. Inside the vehicle, Liu looked at the scattered pieces of torn cloth and wood, feeling as though he had just stolen a lantern from a neighbor's house. Ing. The little spider saw this pile of old things and called out curiously, pointing at the gauze with its fingers, then looked at Liu expectantly. It was waiting for Liu's permission. The little spider is much more sensible than the fear balloon. Although it has just been born, it will follow Liu's instructions and will not object in any way. Even if the little spider has something it likes, it will only glance at it with eager eyes. Unless Liu gives it to him, it won't touch it, behaving in a sweet and obedient manner. Liu gently stroked the little spider's head and said softly, "Wait until I finish collecting the materials before you touch it again." Yay! The little spider nodded vigorously, then rubbed its cheek against Liu's finger, the warmest place it could find. What a cute little thing! Liu smiled slightly. After all, even after extracting the materials, a small portion would remain. If it was gone, he could always have the shadow servants capture a few more for the little spider to play with. After all, the little spider is an angel. Liu decisively chose to extract the material, and the tattered cloth left behind by the ghost lantern began to transform, as if being neatly cut by an invisible pair of scissors, slowly turning into a square piece of gauze that fell into Liu's hands. Ghost lanterns gauze 1-star material, a biological entity formed from the of living beings, seemingly born under the influence of an unknown entity. Driven by souls, the ghostly gauze moves forward, capable of devouring the souls of weaker beings to grow stronger. Once it reaches a certain level of consumption, it undergoes a special transformation. So this piece of cloth is the true form after all. And the ghost lanterns aren't just manifestations of resentment, they're connected to an unknown entity? It's no wonder everything is so interconnected. Liu couldn't help but sigh after reading the system's description. However, the system's material description feature was a bug-level ability. Not only could it describe the function of the materials, but it would occasionally reveal some hidden information as well. If the system hadn't said these things, he might have thought that these were just the vengeful spirits of the dead, and he would have been completely unaware of the rest. In that case, it seems that one can sometimes infer whether a particular area hides dangers by analyzing the system's descriptions of the surroundings. However, this should only be used as a reference and not relied upon entirely, as the information may contain errors. However, the last sentence that absorbing a certain amount of soul can cause a special transformation left Liu deep in thought. According to Tang Wan and the others, the river of wandering souls seemed to have begun gathering earlier than usual. Could it be because some unknown changes had occurred within the Lantern of Wandering Souls clan? Liu pondered for a moment before abandoning the idea of delving deeper into the matter. After all, he was about to leave this place, and he likely wouldn't return to stay for long. Even if changes occurred, they wouldn't concern him much. Rather than worrying about things that might never happen, he decided to gather more material instead. Who knows? It might come in handy when editing monsters in the future. Moreover, the soul-devouring fabric, with its unique properties and texture, has sparked an idea for a monster in Liu's mind. However, the actual implementation will have to wait until he finds the remaining suitable materials. Thus, the 8 shadow servants, under Liu's orders, began their tireless nighttime activities of defeating monsters and gathering materials. Ing. The little spider, on the other hand, was jumping for joy because it had obtained the last small piece of soul gauze. What was merely scrap material to Liu had become a feathered robe for the little spider, which had draped over itself, fluttering as it moved. Paired with its black little dress, it not only looked perfectly natural but also resembled an elegant princess, innocent and beautiful. As the night passed, while others slept, Lu Yu was online, commanding 8 shadow servants to gather materials. By the next morning, when the sun rose and the sky was still dim, he already had over 90 pieces of ghost lantern cloth in his hands, a truly bountiful harvest. Unfortunately, by around 2 a.m., the ghost lanterns had ceased to appear, and some of the corpses were too badly damaged to extract materials from. Only the vast river of ghostly souls stretched across the sky, spanning 100 miles, causing any creature that saw it to take a detour. Lu Yu looked at the group of materials with envy, but in the end, he remained true to the essence of the flow from the heart technique and did not risk his life. In the early morning, a few people chatted idly over breakfast. Lu Yu didn't linger and didn't even ask where they were going. After all, aside from business transactions, their interactions wouldn't be extensive. He simply bid them farewell and drove straight toward the mist forest. All that remained was the sleek silhouette of his departing vehicle. I really want to try the thrill of off-road racing. The girl who had previously collided with someone while carrying a ball watched the scene and said longingly, but Xiao Xiao, standing beside her, immediately retorted sarcastically. Are you really driving an off-road vehicle? Not some other kind of car? The young girl's face turned red, but she was determined not to lose face, so she stubbornly replied. Any car is fine, but I like this one. Are you brave enough to race me? You guys are so dirty. A few people were roughhousing together, and this scene caused their mentor, Hisu, to shake his head involuntarily. He ran his hand through his thinning hair, reminiscing about his youth when he used to run under the setting sun. Back in the day, I was the one being chased by girls. Hisu muttered under his breath, then turned to see Tangwan staring blankly in the direction where Lu Yu had left. As he approached, he could hear Tangwan's soft words. Still couldn't bring myself to say it. Hisu suddenly understood and said to Tangwan. Tangwan, you have great talent. Once we obtain the Lingxue corpse, you will definitely get a share of the Academy's potions. As long as you excel, you will naturally be able to walk side by side with him. Walk side by side? Walk side by side? Tangwan murmured softly, withdrawing her gaze. Her face remained as calm and composed as before, and she spoke politely to Hisu. Thank you, teacher. It's no big deal. I went through a lot of that when I was your age. You're an experienced teacher. Did you also fail at a crush, teacher? Cough, no way, I didn't. Back in my day, I was the one being chased by thousands of girls. I couldn't even pick just one. Hisu nearly choked on his words, coughing a few times to hide his embarrassment before hurriedly explaining. Tangwan asked again, teacher, are you married? Phew. A cold wind blew, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. The topic has been closed. The teacher's mind is focused solely on learning. There is no end to learning. Hisu looked gloomy. To prevent Tangwan from asking more questions, he quickly turned around and shouted at the other girls who were still playing around. Hurry up and pack your things. We need to leave for the mist forest. Chapter 78, The Eyeball in the Mist. Lu Yu naturally had no idea that Tangwan and the others were heading to the same destination as him. He merely thought it was a coincidence that their paths had crossed. However, he had also made a profit of 360 million spirit coins, so these tools weren't so bad after all. After driving forward for a distance and ensuring there was no one nearby, he released the fear balloon again to serve as a sentry and scout the area. Then Lu Yu stopped along the way, captured several wild beasts, and had the little spider absorb their shadows to create shadow servants. When the little spider used the shadow servant skill, it was still a bit shy and reluctant to extract the shadows from these animals. However, under Lu Yu's encouraging gaze, the little spider gritted its teeth and extracted the shadows from these animals. When a monster with this innate ability uses the shadow servant skill, the effect is slightly different from Lu Yu's. It's not so much a difference in skill effects as it is a disparity in energy content. The void shadow spider's shadow energy is much denser. The massive shadow energy swirls around the small spider's body, as agile as fingers and arms, making its usage far more effortless than Lu Yu's. If Lu Yu had not previously traced the source of the shadow energy and come into contact with that unnameable entity, his mastery of shadow energy would have been far inferior to that of the small spider, and even then, it would have been only marginally better. Lu Yu felt little disappointment. After all, little spider was a shadow creature by nature, inherently possessing an extremely high affinity for shadow energy. For a human to master it to this extent was already remarkable. Moreover, deep within the core of the shadow essence lay an unknown entity. Whether it was temporarily residing there or had severed its connection to the source entirely remained a mystery. If it is the latter, then those who have attained an understanding of the shadow power are likely to despair. In any case, neither scenario makes Lu Yu want to use the shadow power to spy on the supreme throne. For now, he can only use it for his own purposes. His true nature still lies in visualizing the thousand-armed demon god, mastering the power of all monsters within himself. Ing. The little spider chirped happily a few times, and before it appeared 5 huge black spiders, bowing their heads in submission. Each shadow spider stood 3 meters tall, resembling ordinary spiders in appearance, with 8 legs like blades supporting its body. Its entire body was as black as ink, and its aura was completely concealed. A single shadow spider might not even match the spider priest that attacked the city. However, if two of them attack together, Liu dares to guarantee that the spider priest will be dead within 3 minutes. Even a single glance gives off a sharp, menacing aura, as if the shadow spider before him might suddenly pounce and sever his head with its razor-sharp legs. Is this the shadow servant created by Morning Star level magic? It's indeed much stronger than my awakened level 1. Well done. Liu praised the little spider, and the latter jumped up happily. Ing. The little spider cried excitedly, a blush spreading across its delicate little face, making it look like a little apple, so tempting that one couldn't resist taking a bite. However, Liu couldn't bear to eat such a cute little spider. After all, such a well-behaved and understanding little companion was hard to come by. After being praised by Liu, the little spider's enthusiasm clearly increased. It even took the initiative to draw the shadows of animals without Liu's prompting. After hunting down over 100 wild beasts and creating enough shadows to form 10 shadow spiders, the little spider's forehead began to drip with sweat, clearly exhausted from repeatedly using its shadow skills. Liu patted the little spider on the head, then got into the car and set off. Except for 2 spiders that remained hidden in the shadow of the little spider to protect it, the remaining 8 spiders and 8 shadow servants spread out to scout for danger. In the sky, fear balloons were flying at low altitude to prevent any sudden emergencies. However, along the way, we didn't encounter any particularly dangerous creatures. Many wild beasts attracted by the sound of cars were dealt with by the spiders before they could get close. However, there weren't many monsters, as if the area had already been cleared by someone. 2 hours later, a wisp of white mist appeared ahead of Liu, and his vision began to grow blurry. Are we near? The fog is so thick. Liu frowned at the fog-obscured path ahead and ordered all the shadow servants and shadow spiders to contract their range, remain in stealth mode, and stay close to the vehicle. The fear balloons also landed in advance and returned to the vehicle to play with the small spiders. As the car drove deeper into the fog, the mist grew thicker, and visibility dropped from dozens of meters to just a few meters, and eventually to around 1 meter. The thick fog was like a heavy curtain, completely blocking all vision, leaving us unsure whether terrifying dangers lurked beyond the veil. This fog resembles a gigantic monster, opening its mouth wide, waiting for its prey to come within reach. The silence was deafening, with only the sound of engines and wheels echoing through the air. Beyond that, there was nothing but utter stillness. Click. Eerie sounds began to echo, faintly discernible as muffled voices, whispers, perhaps, or agonized wails, twisted and grotesque. The sounds were faint and low, evoking an uneasy feeling in one's heart. Liu unconsciously gripped the steering wheel tightly, feeling as though he had entered a horror movie scene, with himself as the reckless protagonist. But this world was far more terrifying than any horror movie. The ghosts from his past lives were at most a bit scary, but they didn't have much attack power. Even with Liu's current strength, he could easily take down several of them. However, the demon gods are different. Not only is it impossible to look directly at their bodies, but even those who catch a glimpse of their reflections rarely survive. Even Liu, without the system's assistance to resist the demon god's corruption, might have already become a spider in the realm of illusions. He might even be unable to comprehend the terrifying, indescribable form of the demon god, leading to distortion and deformation, and then exploding like fireworks into countless fragments of blood and flesh. Just as Liu was pondering this, the shadow servants suddenly issued a warning, prompting him to slam on the brakes. Squeak! The off-road vehicle's tires screeched as they came to an abrupt stop, generating a loud friction noise. The vehicle shook violently before slowly coming to a halt. Meanwhile, the little spider immediately crawled into Liu's pocket to hide, as it believed that was the safest place. After the vehicle came to a stop, Liu turned on the high beams, but the intense yellow light couldn't penetrate the thick fog. Dawn! 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 As the heavy footsteps echoed, several shadow servants relayed the message that a creature was approaching and asked if they should eliminate it. Let's take a look at it first. However, Liu did not rush to act. He needed to gather as much information as possible, and anything that could appear in the mist was likely to be the eye thief. As the footsteps grew heavier, the sound echoed like the beating of drums, reverberating endlessly. In the mist illuminated by the headlights, a tall, blurry figure appeared, and a hoarse voice rang out. More food has come to us on a silver platter. Humans are getting dumber by the day. As they spoke, footsteps sounded again, and the headlights finally illuminated part of the other person's body. It was an extremely bizarre physical structure. The torso was roughly the same as that of an ordinary person, but it had an enormous, deformed head that was twice the size of a normal human head. There was no hair on it, and it was not smooth at all. Instead, it resembled a brain skull that had deformed outward in several places, with each protrusion housing a wide open eye filled with blood vessels. Every eye was constantly moving. Chapter 79, Flesh and Blood Prison, Shadow Guardians. Even without the other party introducing themselves, Liu already knew their identity. Eye stealing. Although I had heard descriptions of eye theft from others before, seeing it with my own eyes still gave me a sickening feeling. The creature before me had a total of 17 eyes, each one resembling eyes that had been torn from someone else's body, of varying sizes, brutally embedded into its body and head. Each rotating eyeball seems to possess its own independent mind, struggling to break free from this flesh and blood prison. Alright, get out of the car. The man with the human eye continued speaking as he walked toward the car. Through the light, Luyu could see his body more clearly. The humanoid thief's body was covered with red flesh tumors the size of fists, and his feet had become wide and thick, as if to support the balance of his bizarre physique. His feet were also covered in red hair, obscuring his original skin and giving him the appearance of a beast in development. However, the hair did not grow naturally like that of a beast. Instead, it had a twisted and evil quality. In his hands, he clutched the lifeless body of a dead person, dragging it along the ground as he moved forward, leaving a long trail behind him. I'm so hungry. He stood a meter away from the car, suddenly reached out his hand, pierced through the corpse's skull, then curled his fingers and pulled out an eyeball covered in blood and nerves, placing it in his mouth and biting it to pieces. Crunch! It was like biting into a bursting candy, with juice trickling down his lips and dripping onto the ground. Suddenly, he bent down and let out a low growl. A flesh tumor on his body began to twist and deform, slowly taking the shape of an eye. An eye, nearly identical to the one he had just seen, emerged from the tumor. After completing this, he casually tossed the corpse he was holding aside, as though it were nothing more than trash. After finishing all this, the man with the stolen eyes fixed his gaze on the car and smiled darkly. Still not coming out? Are you too scared to move? Do you want me to carry you out and then gouge out your eyes, eating them bit by bit? Fresh eyes are the tastiest, especially if they're mixed with a bit of heart blood. The eye thieves began to ramble on. They were once human, but they had undergone an evil ritual that twisted their bodies. However, under the influence of the ritual's power, their minds were also corrupted, and their evil nature was constantly amplified, eventually becoming increasingly twisted. Their original human values had long since vanished without a trace. The so-called devouring eyes were no different from humans eating chickens and ducks, merely a predator-prey relationship. The principle is clear, but Luyu did not express any understanding. So Luyu just watched the other person perform in silence. His mind was completely calm, and he even took out his phone to snap a photo of the guy, intending to document the scene for future use in scaring children. Click! The flash was left on, causing the blinding light to directly assault his eyes, giving him an extraordinary visual experience. The intense flashing white light made him involuntarily close his eyes, and brownish-red tears streamed down his face, causing him to let out an agonized cry. Ah, you wicked person! Oh no, I forgot to turn off the flash. Luyu took a photo and realized he had forgotten to turn off the flash. Additionally, due to the high beams, the light was too strong, causing the photo to come out a bit blurry. So he switched the car's high beams to low beams, got out of the car, and said to the person slowly opening their eyes, "Take another photo." The last one was poorly taken. The human eyes quickly recovered, and 18 pairs of eyes opened simultaneously, glaring angrily at Luyu and roaring. You dare to play tricks at the brink of death? I'll gouge out your eyeballs one by one and let you die in agony. As the words fell, the eye thief drew a massive ring-handled broadsword from behind, stomped his feet violently, and darted forward like a wild rabbit. 18 eyes opened simultaneously, scanning every direction. With so many eyes, he was extremely confident in his dynamic vision, even surpassing his human form, and he also possessed mental intimidation. The human eyes rushed forward and slashed at Luyu with great force. 18 twisted eyeballs spun wildly, as if the evil spirits within his body were already eager to devour Luyu. Suddenly, bloodshot veins appeared over his original 2 eyes, and a mental shockwave silently emanated from him, striking Luyu's brain directly. At the same time, the large sword in his hand sliced down with a whistling sound. Die! Everyone who saw him charge straight at them would have thought he was a reckless fool, lulling his opponents into a false sense of security. Then, during the attack, he released his mental shockwave, easily crushing his opponents. He had used this tactic to outwit many arrogant young upstarts in the past, which is how he quickly gained a reputation. And Luyu is next. Ding! The sound of metal clashing echoed, and a violent recoil from the large sword in Rin Yandao's hands sent a shockwave through his body, numbing his palms and nearly causing him to lose his grip on the blade. What is this? The scene before him was even more shocking. A massive black spider appeared behind Luyu, raising its 2 spider legs like knife blades, forming a cross-shaped defense in front of him, successfully blocking his horizontal strike. His machete could only carve a small notch into the spider's legs, which then oozed like liquid, sealing the wound. As for Luyu, who had endured his mental shock, he stood there as if nothing had happened, gazing calmly at him and speaking in a casual tone. Before you kill me, why not deal with my guards first? As the words fell, one spider after another emerged from the shadows of the car, their blood-red compound eyes fixed on the human before them, as if guarding the Shadow King. It must be said that while both are creatures with many eyes, the shadow spiders look far more appealing than the humanoid thieves. Not only are they powerful, but they're also stylish. Spiders? Guardians? The 18 eyes of the humanoid thief revealed a look of suspicion, then suddenly fixed on Luyu, shouting harshly. You're not human? Lu Yu said coldly. You're not human. You became inhuman and demonic through an evil ritual, your body twisted and deformed into this, and your mind has become like that of a beast. Living like this is truly pitiful. You bastard, you don't even know my past. How dare you judge my choices? And now I'm far superior to those lowly humans. This is what a truly advanced being should look like. You humans are weak and frail, and your only purpose is to be raised as livestock for us. As he spoke, he stepped back. Though his mind was twisted, he wasn't a pushover. A single shadow spider could block its attack. With so many shadow spiders here, he had no chance of winning. The only option was to return and call for reinforcements. At this thought, all 18 of his eyes snapped open, their surfaces covered in a dense network of blood vessels. A terrifying mental force surged outward, rushing toward Lu Yu. After doing all this, he turned and ran away without even glancing back at the outcome of the battle. But before he could hide in the mist, a shadow servant emerged from the fog and swung a blade, severing his arm. Ah! He let out a wail and tried to charge into the thick fog, but was tackled by 2 shadow spiders. Their sharp legs pierced through his legs, and he was then held down by a shadow servant. Damn it, let me go! The eyes of the eye thief began to open and close wildly, and spiritual energy spread out continuously. Unfortunately, however, he was facing a group of emotionless shadow servants, which had no fixed form and therefore no brains. Mental intimidation was ineffective against them. Snap! As his spiritual energy fluctuated, one of the eyeballs on his body couldn't withstand the pressure and burst open, causing him to scream in agony. Lu Yu, however, walked slowly over, took out his phone, switched it to selfie mode, held it in front of him, made a scissors hand gesture, and said without looking back. Cheese. Chapter 80, Human Eye Hell vs. Thousand-Armed Demon God. Snap. With a crisp sound, the phone captured Lu Yu's smile and the person behind him in the photo. However, the human-shaped shadow thief looked utterly disheveled, with both legs pierced by 2 shadow spiders and his head being held down by a humanoid shadow servant. Due to the constant use of mental shock, several of its eyes had burst, leaving only bloody, mangled pits. Although it now had 18 eyes, since the eyes were the primary focus, they were the most vulnerable parts of its body. Additionally, its eyes were far more sensitive to pain than those of humans. The agony of several eyes exploding in quick succession caused his face to contort into a grotesque grimace, and many of the remaining eyes were streaked with blood and tears, resembling a child who had been beaten and made to cry for doing something wrong. However, this child was not only deformed but also had multiple eyes. Lu Yu glanced at the photo and said with some dissatisfaction. You're smiling too awkwardly. Take another one. When I say cheese, just smile. If it doesn't turn out well again, you'll be wasting my phone's battery, and I'll poke out all your eyes. You're a devil. The eyeball stolen from the human body exploded again, causing him to scream in agony. The remaining dozen or so eyes all turned toward the man in front of them, filled with terror. He could torture him without any psychological barriers, then take selfies with the 2 of them, and even complained that his phone was out of battery. He's used a phone before. How much battery does it take to take a photo? Is this even something a human being would do? He felt that Lu Yu was more like a monster than him. No, not just a monster. More like the demon king of monsters. The guy whose eyes you gouged out back then was shouting the same thing, wasn't he? How childish of you. Don't you understand the law of the jungle? Lu Yu muttered under his breath, took a few more photos, and then put his phone away. He wasn't just bored and wanted to take photos, he wanted to apply psychological pressure to the other person before the interrogation. Now that this person clearly understands that he is an unpredictable individual who could kill him at any moment, he naturally fears Lu Yu. Lu Yu looked down at the person being held down by the eye thief and asked indifferently. Where is your lair? The forest of mist. The eye thief tried to blur the scene, but Lu Yu merely sneered. The shadow servant struck instantly, once again gouging out one of the eye thief's eyes. The blade entered and exited, spraying the ground with the foul-smelling blood. Ah, it hurts. Inside. Don't kill me. I'm the second in command of the eye thieves. Only I know where the hideout is, deep within the forest, at the tallest tree in the mist forest. It's there. The human eye thief screamed, but his body was pinned down by several shadow servants, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. His voice grew increasingly shrill from the pain. But by the end, his voice grew fainter and fainter, as if he had no strength left to speak. He managed to utter weakly. Where is it? The voice was faint, as if it were about to fade away, so low that it could only be heard by getting very close. Where is it coming from? A mocking smile flashed across Lu Yu's eyes as he slowly leaned closer, preparing to hear what this guy had to say. Right there, at the deepest part of the lost forest, beneath the tallest tree. The few eyes of the human eye thief blinked more slowly, as if exhausted from excessive strain. As Lu Yu approached, these eyes suddenly widened and bulged, as if about to shoot out, and a strange text appeared at the center of each eyeball. Most eye thieves were ruthless criminals who had fled to the wilderness after committing heinous crimes. To survive, they resorted to evil rituals to transform themselves. Being ruthless toward others is nothing special, but those who are ruthless toward themselves are true tyrants. Now that he knew Lu Yu had no intention of sparing him, he sacrificed all his eyes, using most of his life as a price, to activate the human eye hell terror, intending to drag the Lu Yu before him into an illusory realm and scare him to death. The Lu Yu before him was so young, and with so many strange guards protecting him, he must be an elite disciple of a major power, or even the child of some great figure, a legendary prodigy of the heavens. The thought of facing such a noble figure in a life or death struggle filled Ren Yan Dao with a sickening sense of pleasure, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. That wasn't fear, it was excitement. You came from an ordinary background, but you were fortunate enough to receive assistance from a kind-hearted person, which helped you get your life started. Instead of being grateful, you grew jealous of the kind person's prosperous life and wealthy family background. You resented why they were so wealthy yet didn't give you more money, forcing you to work hard. This jealousy gnawed at your heart like a poisonous snake. A bowl of rice brings gratitude, but a bowl of rice brings resentment. So you broke into someone's home in the middle of the night, slaughtered an entire family of 7, and then, in front of the wealthy man he envied, you brutally humiliated his wife, completely ignoring the despair and hatred in his eyes, before finally slitting his throat with a single stroke. That night, he still relishes the memory, and his fascination with murder only grows stronger, leading him to commit several more murders. Unfortunately, he was eventually discovered and put on the wanted list, forcing him to flee to the wilderness and join the Eye Thieves organization, becoming an eye thief himself, surviving by devouring human eyes. However, this was enough. Even if you're as noble as you claim, you'll still end up dying here, having your eyes gouged out by my other companions so our leader can complete his plan. Where are we? Lu Yu's voice rang out again. Ren Yan's lips curled into a smile as he laughed wildly and roared. In your coffin, whether I kill you or a baby, I'll drag you down with me even if I die. Click. Click. All the eyes suddenly turned red, then turned into black mud that quickly melted and coalesced together on the forehead of the eye thief, forming a bizarre pattern resembling eye runes. A mental force twice as powerful as before spread out. A fist-sized eyeball appeared on his forehead, its crimson pupils glaring like the gaze of a hellish demon, intent on devouring all life in the world. This is the divine technique bestowed upon me by the leader. Die! Ren Yan Dao roared excitedly. In an instant, his body became slightly withered due to sacrificing his eyeball. Through the large eyeball, he couldn't wait to see the panic and terror on Lu Yu's face. But none of that happened. Lu Yu watched the scene unfold, his expression calm, not even rushing to leave. He spoke slowly. I thought you were planning to use some big move, wanting to study the true capabilities of the eye-stealing technique in advance. But you're just telling me that's all you've got? Lu Yu's calm demeanor further provoked the eye thief, giving him a bad feeling. But now that the arrow was on the string, he had no choice but to shoot. The eye of hell, open. The massive eyeball on the forehead locked onto Lu Yu, and a powerful mental wave surged into his brain, attempting to pull his consciousness away. In response, Lu Yu merely laughed coldly and said, Have you ever seen the thousand-handed demon god? As the words fell, Lu Yu allowed the mental energy to enter his body unimpeded. Within his body, the thousand-armed demon god sat cross-legged on the Tai Chi diagram. At that moment, he swung his arms, and the chaotic mist shrouding his body slowly dispersed, revealing his true form. Chapter 81, The Imagination Squad gains another member. The chaotic mist dissipated in an instant, but the human eye still caught a glimpse of a small portion of the figure. What is that thing? The human eye thief seemed to have been greatly startled, its entire body twisted into an abnormal state. The enormous eyeball on its forehead appeared unable to bear the strain and exploded with a loud bang. Snap! Red and white substances flew everywhere, with some of them intercepted by the shadow servants before they could reach Lu Yu. However, a foul, rotten odor still lingered in the air. Help, don't! The human eyes emitted a scream of terror that reached its peak, hoarse like a traveler in the desert who had not drunk water for a long time, a desperate cry on the brink of death. All the eyes on his body had burst open, leaving behind nothing but gaping blood-soaked holes that continued to ooze a deep crimson liquid. And his body's grotesque transformation showed no signs of stopping. Crack! With a sound of flesh being torn apart, 2 arms emerged from his body, tightly gripping his throat. It seemed as though the embrace of the goddess of blood and flesh was dragging him toward eternal death. Additionally, the blood-soaked wounds on his body were covered by flesh-like masses, as if they had been contaminated by a deadly poison, causing him unbearable agony. This time, the effects were not limited to the physical body. The soul was also subjected to unimaginable torment from unnamed information, as if it were being crushed into pieces and repeatedly burned. Indeed, the creator of the visualization diagram and the chaotic space are worlds apart. Otherwise, if it were in creator mode, he would have vaporized instantly. However, the creator's actions were also due to my own insufficient permissions, which reduced the amount of unnameable information. Could this also be considered a form of protection against being corrupted by that information? Lu Yu looked at his pitiful state and fell into deep thought. After all, a top-tier Huiyue-level existence had seen a small part of the creator's body directly mutate, with their life hanging in the balance, while the one before him was merely at the 7th or 8th stage of awakening. Although it was merely a visualization diagram, it contained a small portion of the creator's mode image information, which was not something an ordinary human eye could withstand. However, as his strength grows, he can further visualize the creator mode's thousand-handed demon god into his own visualization diagram, thereby containing even more indescribable information and potentially even summoning the creator into the physical world. At this point, he no longer needs to use indescribable information to counterattack enemies. A single thought can transform into a vicious curse, severing the enemy's bloodline. But that was all in the past. Luyu watched as the five-armed man with eyes like daggers rolled around on the ground in agony, screaming in pain. Even if he wanted to kill himself, he would be stopped by the shadow servants surrounding him. A life worse than death that was the greatest torment. Kill me. Those in agony beg Luyu with pleading eyes, hoping he will grant them release. Now, death is paradise. And he finally realized that the person before him was not a young man at all, but a demon in human form. This was a forbidden existence, deceiving weak lives, just like how it had allowed him to enter its mental world and glimpse the terrifying figure. That ancient figure, its indescribable form, and the terrifying aura it emanated, even the aura I felt during the ritual that transformed me into a human eye thief, pales in comparison to the grandeur and majesty I glimpsed just now. The being before me was very likely a divine being walking among mortals. These ancient beings truly regard human life as worthless, toying with the destinies of all beings. He is nothing more than a puppet being toyed with. These powerful figures have such twisted tastes, building all their suffering on my back. It's truly unfair. As he endured the pain, he kept thinking and finally discovered a great secret: an entity of an unknown level was approaching. Could their leader's plan still succeed? However, whether it succeeds or not no longer matters to him. All he desires now is to die quickly, rather than endure endless torment amidst the mad whispers. Luyu looked down at him from above and said indifferently, "Killing you isn't out of the question, but first tell me everything you know." "Fine." The eye thief quickly agreed, though he didn't understand why. Given its level of existence, they didn't simply search its soul to obtain all the information. However, when the pain in his body and soul surged back like a tidal wave, he instantly realized that the other party was still toying with him. If he dared to utter a single lie, endless torment would await him. He now understood that the other party had come to watch a show and then take all the rewards. What a ruthless heart! No wonder he's a big shot, using the heavens and earth as a chessboard and all living beings as pawns. Thinking of this, Ran Yendao felt an even greater sense of awe. He endured the pain and spoke respectfully. "Great being, I know you have already regarded our leader's treasures as your own, and that you have already discerned all his plans. Your wisdom shines like the sun. I am merely following his orders, guarding this area and hunting." "What treasures? Isn't it the egg of a dragon of an unknown existence that's been hidden away? There's actually a plan? I was the one who came looking for you first. When did I ever know about your plans? Are you planning to eat me?" Although he didn't know why the human eye had stolen the information from his mind and blurted it all out, Liu didn't stop him and listened silently. However, the more he listened, the more astonished he became. He realized that the leader of the human eye thieves had actually voluntarily spread the news that he was trapped in the mist forest, attracting numerous members of the awakened school to arrive. No wonder Liu hadn't encountered many monsters along the way, they had all been cleared out by others beforehand. Moreover, the leader of the eye thieves ordered everyone to begin ambushing these people, using the mist's properties to launch surprise attacks, and then bring back enough hearts to perform some sort of special ritual. Furthermore, the leader of the eye thieves informed them that by enhancing their strength using the hearts of these determined individuals as sacrifices, they would no longer be limited to feeding on eyeballs but could also gain power by consuming hearts. The eye thief who collects the most hearts in this endeavor will receive a reward from the eye thief leader. Such news naturally aroused great excitement among the eye thieves, and in pursuit of greater power, they began their hunt. By the second day, many had already been successfully killed by their opponents, who had mastered both terrain and mental attacks, and their hearts were taken away. After all the information had been relayed, the human-eyed thief crawled on the ground, begging, "Great being, please forgive my disrespect. Grant me eternal silence." Luyu did not rush to respond but instead fell into deep thought. Although the human-eyed thief had provided a lot of information, and the leader's plan was also clear, it seemed to be for the purpose of conducting a special ritual. However, Luyu couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It felt like there was something missing from the information. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked in a low voice, "Where are the dragon eggs?" The human eyes were startled for a moment, and despite the intense pain in his body, he asked, "What dragon egg? Is there such a thing? Alright, you can die now." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the head of the human-eyed thief was pierced by a shadow blade, reducing the skull inside to a pile of. However, the human-eyed thief felt no pain whatsoever. Instead, a look of relief spread across his face as he collapsed straight to the ground. Luyu watched all this with a detached expression. His instinctive reaction revealed that the eye thief was not lying but truly unaware. Luyu had already guessed some things in his heart, but he couldn't be certain yet. On the surface, releasing information to attract awakened beings and then collecting their hearts for sacrifice seemed like a normal thing to do, and it also aligned with the behavioral logic of the eye thieves. However, there is a crucial element missing: the dragon eggs. The reason so many awakened beings have gathered here isn't to form some righteous army. Their target is the dragon egg. But even the eye thief himself doesn't know that their leader possesses such a dragon egg. That's the problem. Moreover, as far as he knew, the leader of the eye thieves presided over the transformation ritual and held absolute authority over the ordinary eye thieves, effectively serving as their king. In other words, he had no reason to hide his findings, especially since they were the spoils of war after a group of eye thieves had attacked the merchant guild. Even if he had openly claimed it all for himself, no one would have dared to object, but he chose to hide it instead. Why on earth? There is also a ritual that requires the heart of an awakened individual. Is it truly a sacrifice to that unknown evil god? Or is it for some other purpose? Amidst the swirling doubts, Liu gazed at the mist-shrouded forest before him, as if he were looking at a hunter's trap, meticulously set, waiting for its prey to fall into its snare. Interesting. Let's see who ends up being the hunter. Liu chuckled softly, then reached out and used the extract materials skill directly on the corpse on the ground. Chapter 82, The Ritual of the Old Gods. The corpses of the people beneath his feet were shattered by the system's power, turning into a beam of white light that flew out and was caught in Liu's hand. Contaminated eyeball 1-star material, originating from a ruthless criminal who prayed to a deity from the old era to obtain a transformation ritual, resulting in the birth of this monster. They were once human, but after undergoing the ritual to become eye thieves, their bodies underwent varying degrees of deformation. They can consume the eyeballs of their own kind to grow more eyeballs on their own bodies. These newly grown eyes possess mental powers. One of these eyes witnessed a small portion of the 1,000-armed demon god's body, causing it to undergo a special mutation, enhancing its mental intimidation capabilities while reducing its stability. The psychic-type eyeballs, having witnessed the 1,000-armed demon god, underwent some unknown transformation that enhanced their psychic intimidation. Is this due to the madness of the original body, making them prone to losing control? Liu touched the eyeball in his hand. Compared to the ugly eyeball that had once grown from a human eye onto the body, this eyeball resembled a toy model, and it felt soft and squishy to the touch. However, when squeezed, one could see the eye tissues inside flowing, accompanied by a faint silver glow. As for the description in the system about an ancient deity, it piqued Liu's curiosity. This was the second time he had come across this term. The first time was during his conversation with Shenwuyo, when they discussed exploring the Temple of the Old Gods, which was also the origin of the eye-stealing ritual. The ancient era. What kind of era was it? Why is this period of history missing? What exactly happened during this time? Liu quickly pushed these thoughts aside. After all, speculating would be useless. He would have to wait until he explored the temple or managed to pry this part of the history out of Shenwuyo's mouth. After observing the eyeball for a moment, Liu stored the stolen human eyeball in his material repository. Although it had been corrupted by the 1,000-armed demon god, its mental influence capabilities were even stronger. With the right materials, it could be used as the primary eyeball for attacks. Then, use secondary eyeballs to enhance stability, ensuring that the contaminated eyeballs can fulfill their intended functions while remaining under control. After all, once he understood the system's rules, Liu's goal was to create monsters of an excellent standard or higher, as the rewards would otherwise be far outweighed by the effort. If a specific skill is required, it is possible to create a monster tailored to that skill, though it remains unclear whether such a skill can be replicated. After all, the creation of a monster is related to its materials, but it's not absolute. For example, fear balloons created from hellfire. It possesses the innate skill of the hellfire whip, but hellfire encompasses the hellfire domain, hellfire elemental monsters, and other skills. It has merely obtained a small portion of the power from the hellfire branch. A monster's innate skill undergoes a composite transformation based on the materials added during its creation, evolving from the base capabilities of those materials. In other words, even if Liu uses human eyes to create a monster, adding other materials would likely result in a monster that is not a human eye thief. It is more likely that an editor would create a monster with mental abilities, and the innate skill might retain mental shock, or it could transform into other abilities. Therefore, lower-tier materials can be used to create disposable monsters, while more valuable materials should be used cautiously to avoid wasting them. Moreover, in Liu's heart, he has always wanted to try creating a monster of the highest tier. He is eager to see what kind of rewards and skills he can obtain. However, such editing is extremely difficult, and the current monster editing system lacks any instructions. All monster designs and material combinations must be figured out by him through trial and error. Moreover, among the assets he currently possesses, only the spider god Silk has this potential. As for the dragon egg, he'll have to wait until it's added to the asset library to see its specific star rating. Having already obtained most of the information, Liu naturally wouldn't linger in place, waiting for others to venture deep into the mist forest to treasures. Unfortunately, the void treasure chest of the little spider was too small to hold anymore. It was already filled to capacity with all the miscellaneous items, leaving no room for the massive off-road vehicle. He drove the vehicle to a slightly secluded spot, which was convenient, and made a simple mark to make it easier to find later. After finishing everything, Liu put on a black mask with no facial features, donned a black trench coat that fully concealed his figure, and placed the fear balloons into a handbag. He had worn this outfit once before during the Twisted Spider's destruction of the city. At the time, he had pretentiously declared himself the one forgotten by the world, only to be mistaken for a forbidden entity that had crawled out of the river of time. He had no idea how these people had come to that conclusion, but the outfit itself was fairly common. Moreover, the faceless mask itself was one of the best-selling masks, so even if someone dressed up like this, they generally wouldn't be considered a taboo presence. Anyway, not many people know about that alter ego, and even if they do, it's mostly out of fear, with little detailed information available. Moreover, once Liu truly becomes the ultimate beneficiary and obtains the dragon egg, then he can reveal his previous disguise as the fear balloon and shift the blame onto those forgotten by the world. You're looking for the one forgotten by the world. What does that have to do with me, Liu? If you've got the guts, go settle the score with that forbidden existence. As for the little spider, it was lying in his pocket, squinting its eyes as if deep in thought. But before Liu could speak, the little spider suddenly collapsed straight down, then quickly stood back up, its head tilted in confusion as it looked around, seemingly trying to figure out who had woken it up. Ing. It glanced around and saw no one it recognized, then looked up at Liu, seemingly thinking that Liu was teasing it. However, the result was that Liu ruffled its head and playfully scolded it. You little scatterbrain. Ing. The little spider's delicate little face was completely confused. It had no idea why it had turned into a little confused ghost. Wasn't it called Little Spider? After tidying up, Liu walked straight into the thick white mist. The deeper he went, the more his vision was restricted. He could only rely on his own spiritual senses to barely perceive the path ahead. If an ordinary awakened being were to use their spiritual energy in this manner, they would have already collapsed from exhaustion by the time they reached the human eye thief, leaving themselves at its mercy. However, Liu is different. Having been infused with 1/10 of the power from 2 Morningstar demons, coupled with the suppression and cultivation of the thousand-handed demon god visualization diagram, his spiritual power is already dozens of times that of an ordinary person, and his ability to recover spiritual energy is extremely fast. Moreover, his body was constantly surrounded by shadow servants lurking in the shadows. For these creatures skilled in stealth and shadow manipulation, mist could not obstruct their vision, making them the perfect guardians. Along the way, Liu killed 4 more ambushing eye thieves and extracted 4 eyeballs, which was a decent haul. Although the mist obscured his vision, in such an environment, his hearing became more acute, allowing him to detect even the faintest sounds. After not going far, Liu heard a commotion and followed the direction of the sound. After walking for about 10 minutes, he unexpectedly emerged from the white mist, and a primeval forest with lush green ancient trees stood before him. He turned around and saw that the white mist behind him was like a thick white cloth, impenetrable yet perfectly enclosing the lush green forest, forming a natural barrier. I thought the people living in the mist were just going with the flow, living a carefree life without a care in the world. But it turns out there's more to it than meets the eye. Liu looked around and noticed that the ground was covered in bloodstains, drag marks, and scattered limbs of both humans and humanoid thieves. Several vultures with large patches of missing feathers were devouring the flesh, occasionally letting out joyful cries. It seemed someone had beaten them to it. Liu frowned and was just about to take a step when the light absorption aura spread out from his feet, withering all vegetation in its path and covering a 10-meter radius around him, draining all life force from the area. You sneaky bastard, come out here. Chapter 83, the stars return to their places, breaking free from the cage. Absorbing the halo. One of Liu's earliest skills, a natural talent of the fear balloon. Originating from the shroud of an unknown entity, it was imbued with ominous blood, granting it the ability to devour life force and absorb it into itself. However, Liu rarely uses this ability, as he has yet to find a suitable target to unleash it upon. Additionally, his shadow and hellfire abilities are more suited for everyday use. However, this does not mean it is weak. On the contrary, his life steal ability is extremely powerful. With a single step, a blood-red halo spread out, draining all life force in its path and instantly turning the area into a wasteland. A vulture couldn't escape in time, its body scraped by the light ring, shriveling at a visible speed before collapsing to the ground with a pitiful cry, turning into a desiccated corpse. Wow! The other vultures, seeing this, flapped their wings and flew away, rushing toward the sky, completely ignoring their dead companion. What a strange force. As soon as a figure saw the blood-red halo, it retreated swiftly. Though the speed was fast, Liu still managed to catch a clear glimpse of her appearance. Her long purple hair was tied with purple ribbons, casually falling behind her. She wore a white long-sleeved top and blue jeans, which gave her a youthful and vibrant appearance. Only the bright red coat seemed out of place, as if it hadn't been carefully coordinated. Her face was extremely delicate, and her eyes seemed to speak, as if countless stories were being told with every gentle blink. Perhaps that's what an elf is like, after all. Shan Wuyo. This woman who had been screaming that she was too scared to come to the mist forest. But now she's really enjoying it. And it's even following right behind me. Lu Yu, whose face was hidden behind a mask, raised an eyebrow. He had sensed a presence earlier and had assumed it was some sneaky little creature, but he never expected it to be this woman. Though he didn't know her purpose for being here, Lu Yu had no intention of getting involved with her. So Lu Yu used a little shadow energy to alter his voice, speaking in a low, hoarse tone. Who are you? Why are you following me? Lu Yu didn't want to reveal his previous identity. After all, Shan Wuyo was too clever for her own good. It wasn't that being clever was a bad thing, but this kind of cleverness made Lu Yu reluctant to collaborate with her, as there was a high likelihood she would lead him into a trap. You. Shan Wuyo furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. She murmured to herself, could it not be him? But the thought vanished as quickly as it had come. She glanced around briefly, her brows relaxed once more, and her eyes softened with a hint of a smile as she spoke softly. It's not that the fog is too thick, I'm just a delicate young woman and feel a bit insecure, so when I saw a tall, broad shoulder ahead, I couldn't help but follow it for a short while. I don't believe you for a second. You wicked old woman. That red coat you're wearing must have been stolen from some poor soul. You had the guts to rob someone, but not the guts to walk through this fog? Lu Yu muttered to himself. He knew just how crazy Shan Wuyo was. She could spontaneously decide to rob a group of cultists while walking down the street, then strip them of their clothes and piece them together to wear herself. Such a person tells you they're afraid of the mist. That's like an elephant telling you it's afraid of ants. Moreover, her origins are rather mysterious. The unknown entity within the dragon egg is under the protection and suppression of her faction, which clearly indicates how powerful her background is. Seeing Lu Yu remain silent, Shan Wuyo smiled slightly and continued. Meeting is a matter of fate. My name is Shan Wuyo. May I ask your honorable name? The same lines. The familiar routine. Lu Yu simply extended a finger and flicked it. Whoosh! Spiritual energy. Though not unleashed with full force, this casual flick of the fingers carried immense power, enough to pierce a tree that two men could barely embrace, let alone a human head. Hey, you're being way too aggressive. If you don't want to introduce yourself, there's no need to get physical. Hitting a girl is very ungentlemanly. Shan Wuyo rolled her eyes, and the space in front of her rippled like a small lake disturbed by a pebble, swallowing the entire spiritual energy. Spatial abilities are truly overpowered. This ability made Lu Yu narrow his eyes. To be honest, he was extremely envious of the abilities of the spatial system. Whether it was storage, attack, or escape, spatial abilities could handle it all, making them a true jack of all trades ability. Unfortunately, the difficulty of cultivating such law visualization diagrams is extremely high. Not only does it require immense willpower, but it also demands a high affinity with the laws themselves, allowing such energies to flow freely within the body without being rejected. I'm not a gentleman, so you can keep your excuses to yourself. Lu Yu said indifferently, then looked at the young girl before him with a cold expression and said in a deep voice. What is your purpose? Upon hearing this, Shan Wuyo's lips curled slightly upward. She naturally understood the double meaning behind the words. She could pretend to be ignorant and respond vaguely. But that would be too boring. In this mundane world, if one always gives uninteresting answers and doesn't stir things up, then what would be the meaning of life? So Shan Wuyo blinked her star-like eyes and whispered softly. Let's go deliver something. Lu Yu frowned, sensing a bad omen, and said. For whom? Shan Wuyo made no attempt to hide it, her eyes curved like crescent moons as she smiled and said. The people of this misty forest. Lu Yu was taken aback by this statement. He glanced at Shan Wuyo, who seemed to be urging him to continue asking who it was. Lu Yu then continued his inquiry. What is it? This is the second question. If you want to know, you have to go back to my first question. Hey, why did you leave? Come back. We can bargain. Shan Wuyo had originally wanted to make a demand, but she didn't expect Lu Yu to turn and leave so decisively. Such an unpredictable person, and such familiar behavior, caused the image of someone to flash through her mind. She suddenly shouted. You Lu. However, Lu Yu continued walking without responding. After taking a few steps, he finally stopped and said. Who is you Lu? A hint of disappointment flashed in Shan Wuyo's eyes, but he still smiled and said. What a jerk. Lu Yu hummed in agreement, took a few more steps forward, and thought to himself, that was close. Fortunately, the name Lu was just a pseudonym, and Lu Yu didn't react in time. If they had called out Lu Yu, he might have answered and given himself away. Since the other party was already suspicious, Lu Yu didn't want to stay any longer. He immediately headed deeper into the forest. Shan Wuyo didn't follow him, but instead curled a strand of purple hair with her slender fingers and muttered to herself. Is that really not him? Did he really not come? He's not playing by the rules at all. I had even prepared a little something for him, but never mind now. Her deep purple eyes gazed into the depths of the forest, where the pitch-black tree shadows lurked like malevolent spirits, prompting her to whisper involuntarily. The package has been delivered. What will happen next? The sound echoed through the forest, carried by the wind, and was scattered by the howling gusts. Meanwhile, Shinwuyo had vanished without a trace. Deep within the forest, on an open clearing outside a massive, rudimentary stone temple, numerous strange runic arrays were carved into the ground. Within the patterns, one purple flower-shaped ring after another was arranged, each surrounded by 3 smaller rings, forming a complete large loop. A large number of humanoid creatures appear here, beginning to place pulsating crimson hearts at the center of each large circular ring, while placing eyeballs within the smaller rings, arranging them in this manner. Meanwhile, within the temple, as the hearts continued to be placed, a soft whisper echoed. The stars returned to their places, breaking free from their chains. Chapter 84, Human-like Eyes. The Nine-Eyed Prison King. In his name, a new era begins. A soft whisper echoes like a lullaby, or a prayer from the depths of an endless abyss. Everyone who heard this sound bowed their heads in reverence, showing their awe and submission to the source of the voice. The interior of the temple was not complex, even somewhat crude, with only a huge, grotesque, ugly eyeball statue placed at the center. The statue is covered in vines that resemble nerves, giving it the appearance of a living entity teetering on the brink of life and death. Standing before it, one can almost feel a gaze, a vast, malevolent gaze. Extremely eerie. Below the statue lies a 2-meter-tall dragon egg. Its pitch-black shell is adorned with countless golden patterns, resembling not a living egg but a meticulously crafted egg carving. Within the temple, there is only a single figure, a towering man standing 3 meters tall. He wears a tiger skin cloak, and his head bears no resemblance to that of an ordinary human, appearing instead stern and handsome. However, his eyes were pitch black, like 2 enormous cavities, making it impossible to discern that he was the leader of the eye thieves. A gust of wind swept past, rustling his cloak slightly, revealing the countless eyes beneath. Even in that fleeting glimpse, there were over a dozen concentrated eyes in that small area. If calculated based on this ratio, there were at least hundreds of eyes on his body. The more eyeballs a person had on their body, the stronger their power. A terrifying, low murmur also emanated from his mouth. These songs were dreamlike and ethereal, yet despite their celebratory tone, they evoked an eerie atmosphere, as if they were connected to an endless abyss. These folk songs are not prayers to the eye god. He obtained them by chance, but discovered that these prayers are intricately connected to the statue before him, which represents the deity. He could not fathom whether they were allies, enemies, or subordinates. The gods of the old era, the ruined temples, and the things hidden in that bygone time, if they were ever revealed, it would surely cause a massive upheaval. No wonder history has been erased. When they break free from their cages and awaken, gods are no longer gods, and the real and the illusory intertwine. Which is true, and which is false? The leader of the human eye thieves murmured thoughtfully, then suddenly twisted his neck. The muscles on his face began to contort, and flesh-like growths emerged, sinking inward to form eye sockets. Click! A sudden, reverse sound echoed from within the eye sockets, cracking open from the flesh, as one eyeball after another flipped out, until 8 eyes appeared on the face, all 8 eyeballs rotating in unison, neatly arranged in a row. Though not ugly, they exuded an eerie, sinister aura. Anyone who saw the 8 eyes felt an overwhelming sense of fear welling up from within. Finally, one vertical eye split open from the center of the forehead, rolling around in the flesh and blood, giving birth to a golden eye that opened and closed in an instant. That was the result of mental intimidation. The nine-eyed prison king of human eyes. After completing all this, the torn flesh slowly began to heal. However, before it was fully healed, it seemed as though countless hidden eyeballs were slowly rotating within, as if they were waiting inside this fleshly shell. The 8 eyes of the human eye thief leader rotated, and the powerful mental fluctuations nearly took on a tangible form. A terrifying aura swept out, even causing airwaves to surge outward in all directions. Clang! Clang! After being swept by the wind, the entire temple resonated with a continuous clanging sound, startling away countless vultures perched on nearby branches, their eyes fixed on the flesh below. Even the human-eyed thieves began to tremble in fear. Their leader's power was growing increasingly terrifying. The leader of the eye thieves had no emotion in his 8 eyes. He reached out to touch the dragon egg in front of him, but the egg trembled slightly, and a black barrier appeared between them, blocking the leader's touch. The 8 eyes of the human-eyed thief chief stood erect, cold as those of a snake, gazing at the dragon egg before him as if it were prey. The awakened ones were growing in number, but their hearts were still not settled. This was far from enough. I wanted more. The ritual was nearing success. You could come out now. Let's. As the words continued to be spoken, the patterns on the dragon egg grew more numerous, seeming to form some kind of array, yet also appearing as a warning. The unknowable realm truly powerful. The leader of the human eye thieves' gaze flickered slightly, but there was no urgency in his eyes. He didn't even turn his head as he said, "Capture more people, remove their hearts and eyeballs. If you cannot fill the containers, take your own hearts and eyeballs. As you command." Everyone who heard the order was terrified, but no one dared to object. The conversion ceremony was presided over by the leader of the eye thieves. Anyone who resisted would have all their strength instantly stripped away and be turned into a sacrifice for the ritual. Furthermore, to prevent them from surpassing him, the leader of the eye thieves ordered all eye thieves to regularly surrender a portion of their eyeballs. As a result, none of the eye thieves, except for the leader, were of the Morning Star rank. This is absolute suppression and absolute control. Previously, some daring eye thieves attempted to resist, even gathering a large group to counterattack, but every single one of them failed. Moreover, the leader slowly ate all their eyeballs in front of them while they were still alive. The remaining people naturally understood as well. They were nothing more than pawns in the leader's game. Most of the people here are former fugitives, so they naturally understand this. However, they have no choice but to obey orders. Moreover, once human eyeballs became food, they could never go back. This is survival, the innate opposition between the eye-stealing race and the human race. Therefore, even if they are mere pawns, they will be useful pawns. And after the ritual is successful, the power of the eye thieves will be amplified once again. At that point, the human world will become their sheep pen, where they can freely hunt and devour the two-legged sheep, eating their eyeballs and even their hearts. Save me, don't kill me. A comatose man who had awakened was dragged over by a person with a piercing gaze and suddenly came to. Opening his eyes, he saw the bloody ritual before him, terrified, his body trembling uncontrollably as he begged for mercy. How noisy! Ranyendo glared at him fiercely, then extended his black, nail-covered fingers and stabbed them forcefully into his eyes. Ah, it hurts so much! The male awakened screamed in agony, but his pain not only failed to evoke any sympathy, but instead caused the surrounding onlookers to reveal cruel smiles. In the depths of this pitch-black, mist-shrouded forest, torturing humans had become their sole source of pleasure and their greatest pleasure. Ah! The man's fingers dug into the nails with a slight force, and the two eyeballs popped out with a popping sound, then were picked up and placed in the ritual. Damn it, you demons! Meanwhile, the human awakened beings who had lost their eyes began to writhe in agony, their spiritual energy gathering within them as they sought to mount a counterattack. Crack! But before he could launch any attack, a hand plunged directly into his chest, ripping out his heart. The awakened being, deprived of its heart and thus its core, collapsed instantly to the ground. Its head slammed heavily against the floor, and the blood-filled cavities where its eyes had been seemed to emit a silent, vengeful cry. His death was merely a minor diversion, and did not disrupt the ceremony in any way. The man spat lightly on the corpse, then carefully placed the heart into the circular ring. As more hearts appeared on the ritual patterns, sudden flashes of blood-red light erupted, intertwining in the air to form chains of blood that were drawn toward the leader of the eye thieves, linking themselves to him. Gurgling. The more hearts are placed, the more blood-red chains appear. The ritual is about to begin. The others watched the scene with envy, unable to contain their excitement, and shouted out, "Success! We're about to succeed. Even with human eyes, I'm about to become a top-tier monster. In the future, we can go to the city to hunt down those lowly humans, capture them, and eat them." Tick-tock! A single raindrop suddenly fell, landing on the eye of a person peering through a peephole, causing him to pause for a moment. Could it really be raining in the mist forest? Shouldn't it be completely blocked? The rain grew heavier, turning from a few scattered drops into a light drizzle, causing everyone to grow alert, except for the leader, who remained calm as ever. Soon, a figure appeared at the other end, walking slowly toward them. Humans were born from humility and rose through civilization. Generation after generation, our ancestors passed down the torch. We take pride in being human, but it is you, who have abandoned your race, who are truly lowly. Chapter 85, Sacrifice the Blood Chain. The Four-Faced Demon Buddha. Light rain fell steadily, washing away the blood on the ground and diluting the intense smell of blood. What the hell is that? The five people ahead, upon seeing the situation, immediately raised their large cleavers and charged forward, their eyes gleaming with malice. Their eyeballs began to rotate, and spiritual energy radiated out from their bodies, preparing to stun the enemy. However, the man did not stop his steps. Looking at the two charging toward him, he merely sighed lightly and said, "Rain nourishes all things silently, and it can also kill silently." As he finished speaking, he slowly raised his hand, waved it through the air, and the raindrops on the path where the enemy was charging suddenly changed. In the rain, faint green streaks of light began to glow. Each raindrop, in that instant, became sharp and needle-like, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Slap! Like a sudden storm, like thousands of needles falling, it pierced through the bodies of the five people without a sound, instantly turning them into sieves, along with their eyes, completely destroyed. Blood spurted out from the tiny needle holes, instantly turning them into blood-soaked corpses. What terrifying power! Watch out for the heavy rain. This one is a morning star. The eye thieves witnessed the scene and began retreating one after another. Though they possessed mental-based powers, they were no match for a morning star-level opponent. They hurriedly retreated until they reached the vicinity of the temple, where they finally felt a modicum of safety. As for going further back, it wasn't that they didn't want to run, it was that they dared not. Given their leader's brutal nature, if they dared to flee, they would certainly meet an even more gruesome end. The rain continued to fall, but just as it was about to reach the sacrificial array, the leader of the human eye thieves suddenly raised his right hand, and an invisible mental force split the light rain into two curtains that slid to either side. The figure approached slowly, revealing a man dressed in white with delicate features. He walked toward the rain curtains, which had been parted, and sighed. What a pity. It seems the rain cannot wash it away after all. Jiang Chen, your rain school's rain curtain visualization diagram still lacks power. Men need to be more aggressive. For example, let my fire demon give it a try. With a loud laugh, a burly man stepped forward, flames trailing behind him with each step. Flames erupted from his mouth and nostrils, resembling a flame-covered giant demon in human form, causing the temperature of the entire forest to rise significantly. The weeds around him withered at a visible pace under the intense heat. Sizzle! Raindrops fell on his body, instantly evaporating into water vapor and making a sizzling sound. Sparks flew from his mouth with each breath, landing on the ground and instantly igniting the dry grass, which burst into flames and burned fiercely. Jiang Chen glanced at him and said indifferently, "A wisp of smoke on the mountain means 15 days in jail. Cough, you're such a mood killer." The once imposing man choked on his words, coughing a few times, his face flushing with embarrassment. He stomped out the flames spreading nearby, scratched his head, and said, "Using the fire demon visualization diagram on the mountain is bound to cause some minor issues, and I was just trying to combat evil. I'm sure it's no big deal." Jiang Chen said with a cold smile, "Since you're here to fight evil, don't try to take the dragon egg later. Stealing isn't a righteous thing to do. How could that be acceptable?" The big man raised his voice and said with a straight face, "This dragon egg is also extremely sinful, so I must take it back and give it a proper education. Once it hatches, I will personally teach it the ways of the world, so that this little dragon may turn away from its wicked ways and become a righteous creature." The big man spoke with such righteousness and sincerity that if Jiang Chen hadn't already known this guy a violent, hot-headed exorcist, he almost would have believed him. Educational words? It's clearly just using physical force to make them obey. It's clearly because they've set their sights on the dragon egg, wanting to add a Morningstar-level guardian to their faction. Jiang Chen glanced at him and said indifferently, "Do you really think I'd believe that? Hey!" The big guy was just joking around. No matter what excuses he makes, in the end, the fight for the dragon egg will come down to fists. At that moment, a coughing sound came from the bushes. An old man leaning on a cane and wearing a flowered cotton coat slowly walked over, supported by several young people. His hunched figure, white hair, and sagging skin, which had become loose due to old age, were evident, and his face was covered with numerous age spots. With each step he took, he coughed once or twice, his body swaying unsteadily, as if he might collapse at any moment. However, no one dared to underestimate him, not even Jiang Chen, who furrowed his brows and said solemnly, "How did the little corpse king show up?" The big man also put away his playful expression and said with a headache, "This guy has arrived too, and he's going to be a tough one. After all, he's already over 270 years old, and his strength has long since reached the peak of the Morningstar realm. Though his body is frail, his combat prowess should not be underestimated. However, the little corpse king is also quite unfortunate. As the corpse king of the Holy Corpse Prayer Assembly, he has lived for so many years that he has outlived several of his own sons, leaving him as the sole surviving heir. Although he holds significant power, the Corpse King controls the artifact that governs the Holy Corpse Prayer Society, effectively cutting off the young Corpse King's chances of advancement. He can only watch helplessly as he grows old and dies. It is likely that he came this time to take advantage of the Corpse King's slumber and use the dragon egg to secure an opportunity for advancement, thereby breaking free from the Corpse King's control. The two chatted for a while, but there was one thing they didn't mention: the Zombie King's first few sons didn't seem to have died of natural causes. They were likely eaten. The old man, referred to as the Little Corpse King, slowly walked toward the two of them, lifting his head tremblingly. The Little Corpse King forced a smile on his wrinkled face and said, "Everyone's here, cough. Just arrived. You're here too." Jiang Chen and the big man nodded and replied, but did not continue the conversation. At that moment, more and more awakened individuals began to emerge from the white mist and arrive at the scene. They bore various injuries, clearly having encountered an ambush. Upon entering and seeing the scattered limbs and blood-soaked eyeballs from the ritual on the ground, many young awakened beings instinctively clenched their fists. Even some people's relatives and friends had their eyeballs gouged out and hearts removed, which were then placed on the altar, causing them to cry. One or two people who couldn't accept reality collapsed on the ground. They were all awakened individuals from various schools or wild practitioners, most of whom had come to join the commotion, hoping to get their hands on some treasures. Little did they expect that half of them would end up dead or injured. Luyu was also among the crowd, not rushing to stand out, but instead planning to use the first few morning stars to test the waters. His gaze swept across the scene, and he spotted the figure sitting in the temple, facing away from everyone else, the leader of the Eye Thieves. He sensed an odd aura emanating from him. Something's wrong. He's too calm. As more people gathered, there were eventually over 50 awakened individuals, including 3 morning stars and others like Luyu who were taking advantage of the chaos. A large number of Eye Thieves also emerged from the mist on the other side, bringing with them numerous hearts and eyeballs, which they placed into the sacrificial array. During this time, someone attempted to intervene, releasing a flaming arrow. However, before it could reach the sacrificial circle, it was intercepted by a mental barrier and shattered into countless sparks. Lu Yu recognized it as the mental power of the leader of the Eye Thieves, vast and eerie. However, he did not rush to act or test it. Instead, he gently stamped his foot, and a black shadow silently split off from his shadow, drifting toward the temple. During this time, many others attempted to break through, but none could shatter the intangible mental barrier. They could only watch helplessly as the Eye Thief continued the evil ritual, stealing eyeballs and hearts, causing the crimson chains to grow longer and longer. At that moment, the leader of the Eye Thieves suddenly moved, slowly turning his body to face the dozens of awakened individuals before him, his expression indifferent. In the brief moment of eye contact, everyone's vision seemed to be obscured, as if they were seeing through the human Eye Thief leader, glimpsing a massive, blurry figure. It was a colossal stone sculpture, over 30 meters tall, wearing a crown, with 4 heads and 8 arms. Each head had 8 eyes, and the central head bore a vertical eye between its brows. Its expression seemed both compassionate and indifferent as it gazed down upon the crowd. Chapter 86, The Prison King's Eye Illusion or Reality? A massive illusory figure loomed overhead like a demon god, its 4 heads displaying distinct expressions, a smile, sorrow, anger, and indifference. These 4 heads symbolized joy, anger, sorrow, and indifference, with the head representing indifference having a vertical eye between its eyebrows, clearly indicating it as the head housing the main consciousness. The emotionless head slightly bowed its head and addressed the others. "Mortals, do you know your crimes?" As he spoke, countless blood-red divine chains swirled around him, as if the supreme deity of justice were judging the ignorant mortals. God? No, could it be the manifestation of Huayue's illusory form? The great man couldn't help but let out a startled cry, causing all the awakened ones to panic, and even several morning stars felt an immense pressure. Jiang Chen, standing nearby, heard this and widened his eyes. After taking a few more glances, he quickly noticed something was amiss. The 4-faced Buddha's illusory form was highly detailed in every aspect, but it did not emit any sense of pressure, completely unlike something possessing the power of the Huiyue class. The small corpse king's murky eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and after careful consideration, he reached a conclusion. This must be an illusion created by spiritual power, merely a bluff. Exactly, I agree. The big man standing nearby burst into laughter. In reality, he hadn't noticed anything either, but since he heard the 2 people beside him say it was fake, wouldn't it be awkward if he admitted he hadn't noticed? So even though he knew nothing, he pretended to know, shouted out the correct answer, and expressed his agreement with the others. The others, upon hearing this, sighed in relief. If the other party were truly a Huiyue-level existence, none of them present would have stood a chance of survival. If the leader of the human Eye Thieves was only a morning star, then they had 3 morning stars on their side. Their chances of winning were very high. Lu Yu also looked curiously at the illusory figure before him. He had clearly heard the conversations of the other morning stars and realized that this 4-faced Buddha was an illusion created by mental power. However, for some reason, Liu felt that the 4-faced Buddha before him was not merely an illusion, it seemed to be hiding something else. At least it wasn't a Huiyue-level being. They could just let the other party smash them to death with a single slap. There was no need to drag things out like this. Moreover, Lu Yu had already spotted his shadow servant infiltrating the temple, but there was still a barrier protecting the dragon egg. Therefore, Lu Yu ordered it to remain on standby and wait for the right opportunity. The leader of the human Eye Thieves, upon realizing that his illusory form had been recognized, showed no signs of panic. He merely spoke calmly. "I had always thought that you would have come to hunt me down years ago. Yet, I managed to survive this period unscathed, continuing to feed on humans without incident. But in the end, it was because I obtained a treasure that you, the guardians of humanity, came looking for me. I must say, it's truly amusing." His voice wasn't loud, but it made the faces of several morning stars turn pale, and the others felt rather embarrassed as well. The reason why the Eye Thieves had been able to evade justice all this time was not only because they possessed the ability to mentally intimidate others, but also because there was no benefit in pursuing them. On the contrary, it was extremely dangerous, and one wrong move could mean certain death at their hands. On one hand, it was their own lives, and on the other, the lives of ordinary people who had nothing to do with them. Most people chose the former. Such a choice is understandable, and there is no obligation to require those who have awakened to sacrifice their lives for others. However, when it is spoken aloud by someone else, it feels somewhat embarrassing. However, that is all there is to it. Facing my 9-eyed prison king, you have no chance of victory. The leader of the human Eye Thieves sneered, his 8 eyes darting about as a massive mental pressure surged forth from his eyes, rushing toward them like a raging river. The spiritual shockwave of the human Eye Thief, when used by a leader-level practitioner, truly achieved the effect of shaking the very soul. Boom! Except for a few morning stars, the rest of the awakened were all overwhelmed by the overwhelming pressure, feeling as though they were on a small boat in the midst of a raging sea, unable to steady themselves. However, Lu Yu felt nothing from this oppressive force. However, upon seeing others struggling to resist, he pretended to be overwhelmed, took a few steps back, and then stood behind the crowd to continue observing. At that moment, the other Eye Thieves swiftly placed their hearts and eyeballs onto the sacrificial ring. The light of the sacrificial array grew increasingly intense, and the blood-red divine chains behind the eye thief leader multiplied, intertwining with the void, making his aura grow ever more overwhelming. We can't wait for them to complete this ritual, we must act now. The few leaders of the Morning Stars saw the situation and realized that waiting any longer would mean their doom. They exchanged glances in an instant and immediately made their decision. Rain falls. Jiang Chen was the first to act. The light rain in the sky suddenly transformed into countless needles, descending toward the temple. Here I come. The giant laughed heartily, suddenly taking a step forward. His body burst into terrifying flames, even his hair turning into flames, resembling a fire demon descending from the heavens. Wherever he passed, he left behind charred footprints. It was time for the old man to act. The little zombie king beside him waved away the people supporting him, then tossed aside his walking stick and slowly closed his eyes. His body began to twist and contort, transforming in the blink of an eye into a towering monster with a green face and sharp fangs. A terrifying stench of decay emanated from his breath. It's been ages since I last transformed into this form. How I miss it. I wish I could stay like this forever. The voice of the little corpse king, once weak and feeble, grew deep and hoarse, as if rejuvenated with newfound strength. However, this posture would drain his dwindling life force. Still, as long as he could obtain the dragon egg, it would all be worth it. The three morning stars attacked simultaneously, their terrifying pressure generating shockwaves that surged in all directions, forcing the other awakened beings to retreat and create a safe distance. The giant man transformed into a fire demon, leaping high into the air. His body was wrapped in scorching flames, which condensed with each punch he threw. A terrifying pillar of flames descended alongside his furious roar. Die! A pillar of blazing flames, resembling a rolling dragon, plunged downward with the power to devour everything in its path, targeting the temple below. At the same time, the fine rain transformed into countless needles, each one capable of effortlessly piercing through a tree as thick as 3 men could embrace. When their numbers reached a certain threshold, these tiny needles became an endless nightmare. The leader of the human eye thieves looked up at the overwhelming assault covering the sky, a mocking smile curling the corners of his mouth as he said, "Nine-eyed prison king, make your move." In an instant, the illusory shadow that everyone had believed to be fake suddenly moved. The head representing joy opened its 8 eyes in anger, pointed a finger, and a massive spiritual force transformed into a barrier, blocking the sky above. Ding! Ding! Raindrops turned into tiny needles and landed on the mental barrier, making a tinkling sound, but they couldn't break through it. The head representing anger grows increasingly furious, its 8 eyes glaring hatefully at the pillar of fire above, its hands suddenly thrusting upward. The heavenly king holds the tower. The fiery pillars collided with the giant hands but failed to burn through them. Seeing this, the big man couldn't help but shout. This thing is real, and it's so fire-resistant. His flames could melt even steel in an instant, but they couldn't burn through this bizarre four-faced Buddha. No, it should be called the nine-eyed prison king. He furrowed his brows, and the flames on his body transformed into a 10-meter-long flaming blade. With a furious roar in the sky, he leaped downward. I don't believe you can block this either. But anger merely extended its hand, delivering a forceful strike, and there it was, a bare-handed clash with a blade. Open up! The burly man roared, clenching the flaming longsword tightly in his hands, unable to move. The raging flames burned fiercely, but all they could produce was a sizzling sound. However, the searing pain did not cause the anger to subside. Instead, it only made him grow angrier, his expression becoming increasingly ferocious, and the spiritual fluctuations emanating from his body growing ever stronger. The giant hesitated for a moment, deciding to release the flaming longsword in his hands. But in that split second, the anger did not pause. His hands clapped together violently, shattering the flaming longsword into pieces. At the same time, his arms stretched out and pushed forward with tremendous force, his mental energy intertwined with physical strength, causing the flames in the air to be pushed back. Damn it! The big man saw this and quickly dodged, but the angry one was faster than him. A punch struck the air, producing an explosive sound as a terrifying fist force swept toward him, slamming into the big man's body with tremendous force. Puff! The big man was knocked flying by the punch, blood spurting from his mouth as he crashed heavily into a large tree. Meanwhile, the little corpse king charged toward the leader of the eye thieves, but just as he was about to strike, the head of sorrow intervened. His expression was filled with compassion for the world, as if lamenting the weakness of humanity. A massive fist crashed down, forcing the little corpse king to retreat and dodge. Boom! The little corpse king swung his fist to clash with the sorrowful fist. A massive force surged from his opponent's body, shaking his tiger's mouth numb. At the same time, a strange mental force was interfering with their ability to fight. What an eerie ability! The little corpse king was secretly alarmed. Although this morning head couldn't kill him, it could rely on its immense power to keep him trapped here. This nine-eyed prison king, with 4 heads and 8 arms, had only 3 heads and 6 arms, yet it had managed to block 3 Morning Star level experts, and the main merciless head hadn't even moved. In other words, this nine-eyed prison king can take on 4 opponents at once. The fallen giant quickly got back to his feet, his body engulfed in flames. Though he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, it was merely superficial injuries. Therefore, he transformed once more into a fire demon, and the space around him seemed to warp slightly in the intense heat. 1,000 miles of scorched earth. The mighty warrior roared with all his might, unleashing the spiritual energy within him. It erupted like a heavenly tribulation, transforming into a fiery wave that surged forward, striking the enraged figure at the forefront. Meanwhile, Jiangchen summoned a torrential downpour with a flick of his wrist, which coalesced into a high-speed rotating water column, charging toward the head of Joy. The little corpse king, with a fierce glare, charged toward the head of Sorrow, his green skin covered in a dense network of veins, resembling a war chariot. The clash between the 4 Morningstar-ranked beings, even when condensing their power and unleashing a single burst of energy, still sent shockwaves rippling out for 100 meters in every direction. Countless trees were set ablaze, uprooted, and sent flying, filling the sky with a thick cloud of dust. Meanwhile, the merciless head of the main entity continuously emitted a mental barrier, shielding the Eye Stealers as they continued their ritual. Fortunately, the awakened ones had already maintained a safe distance of several hundred meters, otherwise, they would have been easily crushed to death by this powerful force. The battle raged on, with the 4 of them locked in a fierce struggle. Although the Nine-Eyed Prison King is extremely powerful, he is struggling to hold his ground under the relentless assault of the 3 veteran Morningstars. However, the ritual of the Eye Thief has reached its final stage. After the Eye Thief leader's true form appeared, 48 blood-red divine chains danced in the air, with only a few more hearts needed to condense the final divine chain. Once that is done, the ritual will be successful. Meanwhile, the leader of the Eye Thieves, who had previously been calm, burst into laughter and mocked. Your efficiency is too slow. The last fresh heart will be placed soon, and I will become stronger. Your eyeballs will become the nourishment for my strength. Despair, pitiful humans. Damn it, we absolutely cannot let this guy succeed. The 3 Morningstar warriors exchanged glances and quickly communicated their thoughts. Since they couldn't defeat this Nine-Eyed Prison King, the best course of action was for everyone to concentrate their efforts on attacking the eye-stealing leader who was currently performing the ritual. These 3 veteran Morningstar-level warriors, if they were to launch a full-force attack and merge their powers, could even reach the weakest level of the glowing moon tier. Even at their weakest, they would still be more than enough to kill a Morningstar. Moreover, the leader of the human Eye Thieves is currently performing a ritual. If attacked, they will be counterattacked by the ritual. At that point, he will surely die. Thinking this, the 3 launched another attack, but this time they were conserving their strength, looking for an opportunity to combine their forces. Boom! Even Lu Yu, who was observing the battlefield, couldn't help but frown at this scene. Although this illusory figure wasn't as powerful as the Huiyue level, it was already considered top tier among the Qinqing level. If it were just an ordinary Morningstar level entity, it might have been swept away by him in an instant. However, since the leader of the human Eye Thieves, the Nine-Eyed Prison King, is so powerful, why rush to hold the ceremony? Shouldn't they wait until they've dealt with the Nine-Eyed Prison King first, then hold the ceremony afterward? Wouldn't that be safer? After all, Lu Yu's understanding of the Eye Thief suggests that since the enemy always hides deep within the mist forest after each attack, it means this creature is extremely cautious. However, its recent behavior has been rather reckless. It even seems more like an emotionally impulsive behavior. Such behavior is completely different from his previous behavior, as if he were a completely different person. A different person? A thought flashed through Lu Yu's mind, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he ordered the shadow servants to pass behind the true form of the human Eye Thief leader. However, the latter seemed to be completely focused on the battlefield and did not notice the tiny ant behind him. This discovery made Lu Yu's eyes widen, and he hurriedly shouted toward the battlefield. Don't attack the leader of the Eye Thieves. That's a fake. However, at this moment, the Nine-Eyed Prison King on the battlefield began to show signs of weakness, struggling to resist but still managing to hold off the 3 of them. However, his reaction speed had slowed down significantly. Seeing this, the others intensified their attacks and finally forced the Nine-Eyed Prison King back with a cannon hammer strike from the little zombie king. Then, the spiritual energy within the 3 of them erupted completely, and the glow of the Morningstar began to shine. Pure world heavenly rain. Sword of the Flame God. 5 burial corpse chi extinguishing gun. 3 powerful forces converged, charging toward the human-eyed leader within the sacrificial array, just as Lu Yu's voice echoed through the air. The leader of the Eye Thieves is a fake, the Nine-Eyed Prison King is the real one. Fake? The 3 of them were startled and immediately looked at the Nine-Eyed Prison King. The leader of the merciless ones revealed a mocking smile, far from the supposed merciless and desireless demeanor. He laughed and said, "Very clever, but it's too late." The Prison King's eye. The vertical eye between the brow of the merciless leader suddenly split open, revealing a golden eye, within which countless sins seemed to swirl. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 heads of the Nine-Eyed Prison King suddenly exploded, transforming into streams of golden light that were absorbed by the Prison King's eye. The golden light then burst forth, merging with the other 3 streams of power to enhance their combined might. The power had surpassed that of a typical Huiyue level attack. And the target of this attack is is none other than the blood chain-wrapped eye thief leader lurking behind them. Chapter 87, The Filthy Blood Serpent. Break the shackles. 3 full power attacks from the Morningstar-ranked warriors, combined with the human eye thief leader shattering his own 3 heads, transformed into a single strike nourished by the Prison King's eyes, merging together to form an attack powerful enough to injure a Moonlight-ranked opponent. Shattering the thin membrane-like barrier, the terrifying aftereffects of the force directly reduced several human eye thieves who hadn't had time to escape into dust, vanishing with the wind. Meanwhile, the leader of the eye thieves remained defiant, directly eating the full brunt of the attack. However, there was no explosion or flying flesh as expected. Instead, everything vanished into his body, as if it had been sucked into a black hole. Then, the leader of the eye thieves suddenly burst apart like foam, transforming into an even larger blood-red divine chain, whose tail end connected to the black barrier in front of the dragon egg beneath the divine statue. The force was channeled through, and the combined power rivaled that of a Huiwei-class being, instantly shattering the black barrier surrounding the dragon egg. Crack! The originally eerie rune barrier developed a crack, which spread rapidly like a dense spider web. With a loud crack, it exploded into countless black specks that flickered and vanished into the void. Lu Yu saw this and thought to himself, it's just as I suspected. There's about a 70-80% overlap, which also resolved some of his previous doubts. Earlier, Lu Yu had instructed his shadow servants to glide past him, but this Morningstar-ranked eye thief leader, capable of taking on 3 opponents alone, had not detected the faint shadow aura nearby. This confirmed to Lu Yu that the individual was not his true form. If the opponent's perception was truly that weak, even a shadow servant equipped with a decent weapon could have killed him. However, Lu Yu never expected it to be the core of the array. No wonder so many people had been trying to steal its eyes and place them in their hearts and eyeballs without success. None had managed to condense the 49th blood-red divine chain. The interplay of illusion and reality. The illusion has always been there, but it wasn't the initially misjudged 9-eyed Prison King. Instead, it was the leader of the eye thieves who had been sitting in the temple all along. He had been placed here from the very beginning and had constructed an illusory form using mental power. From the very beginning, it misled everyone, confused their vision, and disguised its true form as the illusory shadow of the 9-eyed Prison King, guiding others to attack this illusory shadow. But what exactly does this guy want to do? Is he trying to kill this unknown tier existence? Lu Yu was puzzled, but he didn't rush to act. Although he was tempted by this 4-star level material, the current situation was unclear, so he decided to let the other 3 Morningstar tools test whether this eye thief had any other tricks up its sleeve. At that moment, the 48 blood-red chains floating in the void darted out like venomous snakes, immobilizing the space around the dragon egg. What on earth is going on? Zhang Chen stared at the scene before him with a solemn expression. The burly man and the little zombie king were also panting heavily, clearly having expended a significant amount of energy from their previous attack. What exactly does this eye thief intend to do? Why is he using their strength to attack this dragon egg? But before they could think further, the 9-eyed Prison King flickered and charged directly into the temple, gripping the largest blood-red divine chain, and laughed maniacally. Success! I really did it! You never expected that choosing reincarnation would reduce your defensive power to its lowest level, did you? I've been using tainted blood to corrupt your reincarnated body every day, and finally succeeded in lowering the barrier to the Huiwei level. What good is the unknown tier? You were still outwitted by the filthy blood divine chain secret technique. And now, everything you have done has fallen into my plan. It seemed as though the laughter of the leader of the eye thieves could be heard. The golden runes on the dragon egg began to flow like liquid, merging with the black eggshell surface and forming a palm-shaped pattern that clashed with the 49 blood-red divine chains. It was a hand formed by countless tiny, beautiful patterns coming together, with every detail of the patterns clearly visible. Ding! 49 chains began to tremble and emit sounds. The hearts and eyeballs on all the sacrificial patterns shriveled at a visible speed, continuing to collide with the palm. Boom! The two collided, their terrifying auras pressing against each other. The filthy blood-red divine chains continued to corrode its power, but the palm's aura still spread out. Zhang Chen and the others, sensing this aura, paled in shock, for they felt a chill run through their very souls. The once carefree and boisterous man could no longer muster a single trace of his previous playful expression, his voice trembling as he spoke. I once felt a similar aura in a ruin. This is an existence of the unknown level. Why would a dragon egg be connected to the unknown level? Unknowable. The others also sucked in a breath of cold air. That was an existence far surpassing the Morningstar. Even a single glance from such an existence could instantly kill the Morningstar. Even a Huiwei level being would be no more than a finger to crush them. Could the dragon egg before them be the offspring of some unknown, unknowable being? Or has some being abandoned the rebirth of flesh and blood for some reason, choosing instead to be born in the form of a dragon? Or perhaps this unattainable being has tampered with this dragon egg in some way, involving some larger plan. Regardless of which scenario is true, it involves an entity of an unknown level. Retreating would result in nothing gained, but taking it by force carries the risk of becoming a pawn in someone else's game. This is truly a headache. Moreover, the leader of the eye thieves before them was even more audacious, daring to disrupt the enemy's plans and attempt to exploit an unknown entity. And it seems like they might succeed. What a madman! Jiang Chen and the others cursed silently in their hearts, but their hands were already preparing to act, desperate to seize that sliver of opportunity. After all, any unknown backup plans the opponent might have had already been neutralized, so the greatest danger was gone. The opportunity now lay before everyone, and it was up to each individual's skills to seize it. However, before they could act, the 49 blood-red divine chains suddenly converged into one, morphing into a massive serpent that completely shattered the palm-shaped pattern and swallowed it whole. Without the palm pattern, the dragon egg fell completely still, resembling an ordinary egg. SSSSS. The giant snake was dark red all over, as if it had just been pulled out of a pool of blood, emitting a foul odor. Its body was covered with numerous rotting wounds, and it had a large mouth revealing long, sharp fangs. After devouring the palm-shaped pattern, golden patterns began to appear on its body, and its eyes started to turn golden. The leader of the eye thieves stared at the massive serpent before him, his smile growing increasingly arrogant as he shouted, "In my name, break the chains!" SSSSS. The blood-red divine chain transformed into a giant serpent, extending its crimson tongue but remaining motionless. It coiled and twisted in the air, its gaze suddenly growing icy as it locked onto the leader of the eye thieves. Suddenly, it opened its blood-red maw and, taking the human eye thief leader by surprise, swallowed him whole. What? Both Lu Yu and Jiang Chen were completely stunned, their actions coming to a complete halt as they had no idea what was happening before their eyes. This isn't how it was written in the novel. Logically speaking, this is the time to reap the final rewards, and evil should triumph over justice. The leader of the human eye thieves has now devoured the unknowable level achievements, stepping into the brilliant moon tier or even higher, and standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid to command the winds and rains? Or perhaps the human eye thief seeks to devour the plans of the unknown tier beings, only to be stopped by this righteous army, with justice ultimately triumphing over evil. But what unfolds when this is devoured by the great serpent formed from the sacrificial blood of the filthy god's chain? Could this be the hidden move of an entity of the unknown realm? Chapter 88. A new member joins the imagination squad. The indomitable Lu Yu. While everyone was in shock, a kilometer away, Shinwuyo sat on a tree branch, his two slender legs swaying gently in the air, looking quite playful. Her eyes shone with a purple glow, and through her eye technique, she witnessed the filthy blood serpent swallowing the leader of the human eye thieves in one gulp. She couldn't help but clap her hands and laugh, saying, "Clap, what an interesting play. Only someone who directs and acts in their own play could pull off such a great storyline. It was well worth the long journey I took to use the soul-shattering blood reincarnation technique to come here. This eye thief leader truly hasn't disappointed me. He actually managed to make that palm left behind by the unknowable tier being look so disheveled." Shinwuyo said this, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. After all, she was the guardian of the seal, yet this unknown entity had managed to summon a Huiwei-class dragon to help it break the seal and escape. This incident caused her to be severely scolded by her teacher and even punished with copying books for over a month. This left Shinwuyo deeply dissatisfied, and she recorded this great grudge in her diary, silently waiting for the right opportunity. Now, she has finally found the chance to take revenge. She knew that if she acted on her own, that mysterious entity would definitely sense her presence and launch a full-scale attack. At that point, not only would she fail to disrupt the enemy's plans, but she might even end up sacrificing herself in the process. Even if the other party is merely a fragment of consciousness generated by an unknown entity, it still involves an unknown entity. That is an existence that has transcended the concept of mortals, one that has already begun to resist the erosion of time. That is an existence that has transcended the concept of humanity and has already begun to resist the erosion of time. Shinwuyo had not yet become so arrogant as to believe he could surpass the unknowable realm. Pride was always the greatest enemy. Moreover, even if he could defeat it, given the caution of the consciousness within that dragon egg, it might abandon the egg and flee at any moment, making it even more troublesome to track down later. However, the leader of the human eye thieves is different. He is only at the morning star level and knows nothing about sealing techniques. Therefore, after being stolen by the human eye thief, he did not rush to escape but instead sought to hide within a dragon egg to develop in seclusion until his birth, then return to the world with power of the unknown rank to seek revenge against them. Therefore, Shinwuyo approached the eye thief and struck a deal, informing him that this was merely a demonic creature born from the sentient consciousness of a fragment of an unknown level entity's body. Though dangerous, it could be exploited to steal the enemy's power without fear of retaliation. The leader of the eye thieves, who had dared to infiltrate the ancient god's temple to exchange forbidden knowledge and rituals with the ancient gods, transforming himself into such a twisted eye monster, was certainly no coward. On the contrary, he is greedy and arrogant. Upon learning the news, he conceived the idea of plundering the power of the unknown realm. Thus, after the leader of the human eye thieves was swayed, Shinwuyo imparted the fallen soul, tainted blood reincarnation technique to him, granting him the opportunity to target the unknown tier entity. In exchange, Shinwuyo demanded the dragon egg extracted from the being after its unknown tier existence had been stripped away. However, she also knew that given the greedy nature of the human eye thief, he would never hand over the Hui Weitir treasure afterward. Her demand for compensation was merely to reassure the human eye thief leader. If she had no desires or demands, the other party would certainly be cautious, even suspicious of her motives, which could derail the subsequent plans. The leader of the bandits is greedy and arrogant. It goes without saying that he will betray his own people. If the plan goes smoothly, after obtaining a portion of the power from an unknown level existence through the blood ritual of rebirth, he will strike when Shen Wuyo comes to demand her reward, subdue her, and force her to reveal more secret techniques. Even after becoming a human eye thief, he still retains the greed inherent in humanity. Isn't this proof that greed is the driving force of humanity? However, the secret door I set up seems to have malfunctioned. Now, some unforeseen changes are occurring, but it looks even more interesting, Shen Wuyo said with a smile. She had naturally set up the hidden doors in advance, but they only appeared after the power of that unknown level existence was stolen by the eye of the thief, a move powerful enough to severely injure him. However, the sudden outburst of the filthy blood serpent, which had swallowed the leader of the eye thieves, was an unexpected turn of events that even caught her off guard, leaving her slightly surprised. She never imagined that the fallen soul filthy blood array, which had been carried out step by step according to the ritual, would undergo such a transformation. No wonder the master had listed it as one of the forbidden rituals. It was indeed filled with danger. However, fortunately, the outcome was more or less the same. She had successfully stopped the unknown level resurrection. Even if the opponent ultimately survived, the resurrection period would be extended several times, delaying it by at least 100 years. A century is but a fleeting moment for a forbidden entity, yet it can bring about profound changes in the mortal world. By the time this creature revives, over a century will have passed, and by then, Shen Wuyo will undoubtedly have attained a higher realm. At that point, she will be more than capable of resolving this issue. The plan had a minor flaw, but the outcome was nearly satisfactory. I had originally intended to use that secret passage to ambush the leader and then have Yulu retrieve the dragon egg, but this fool didn't even show up, Shen Wuyo muttered softly. Although there were some minor issues, her overall plan was sound, and she could now boast about her achievements to her teachers. However, when she mentioned Yulu, a hint of dissatisfaction flashed across Shen Wuyo's face. She had originally planned to act mysterious and let him obtain the dragon egg, then make a grand entrance to impress Yulu with her intelligence, prompting him to eagerly agree to accompany her on an adventure to the ancient god's temple. But that guy didn't play by the rules again. He just didn't show up. But that's just your style. With such a taboo relationship, it's no wonder you wouldn't bother with such a small dragon egg. Moreover, after being stripped of its unknown level power, it's not even a treasure anymore. It might have had its essence drained dry, and even if it hatches, it'll be nothing but a worthless shell. Shen Wuyo spoke thoughtfully, and his estimation of Yulu rose once again. He was neither arrogant nor impatient, and he wasn't blinded by treasures. With such a steady mindset, it's no wonder you're admired by the forbidden existence. He must have accumulated quite a few treasures by now. If he doesn't share some of the forbidden knowledge from the ancient temple with him to give him a taste of the benefits, he probably wouldn't even agree to go on an adventure with him. Who let this guy have so many shadow servants to scout ahead? It's practically cheating. This is getting more and more interesting. Shen Wuyo's voice echoed through the small forest, and it was unclear whether he was referring to the interesting events unfolding before him or to someone else. Meanwhile, at the front of the temple, Liu, the one Shen Wuyo had praised for his humility and for not being blinded by treasures, who had dismissed the dragon egg as worthless, was busy planning how to obtain the dragon egg when he suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Who's talking about how handsome I am behind my back? Liu rubbed his nose and muttered under his breath, feeling a strange sense of malice lingering around him, yet he couldn't sense any danger. Never mind, it probably isn't a big deal. Liu didn't pay much attention to this minor matter. His focus was entirely on the dragon egg. This was material of 4-star quality or higher. For Liu, whose material library only contains some 1-star materials, this is simply a treasure trove. After all, the only item he could boast about was Spider God Silk, but that was merely an additive material and unsuitable for use as the main material. However, this dragon egg is different. It is a foundational material, the very foundation for creating monsters. If we could obtain the dragon egg and edit it, incorporating some of the materials already stored in the material library, we might be able to create a spider dragon with a dragon body and a spider head, or a dragon spider with a dragon head and a spider body. Although it sounds a bit odd, combining a 4-star and a 5-star asset should at least result in a monster with 4-star potential. However, the evaluation of a forced fusion would likely be low, and Liu's gains would be minimal, which goes against his philosophy of maximizing benefits. After all, for someone like Liu, who can barely afford a single 1-star material like the Ghost Lantern Bandage, this dragon egg is a huge opportunity. He's determined to get it. Chapter 89, The Forbidden Alter Ego Strikes. Thinking this, Liu continued to look toward the temple, glanced around, and began to slowly move away from the crowd. After all, the matter had reached its conclusion, and it was time to reap the final rewards. Within the temple, the filthy blood serpent, having devoured the leader of the eye thieves, emitted a hissing sound as it extended its tongue. Its eyes shone like rubies, yet they held no emotion. After scanning the area, its body suddenly split open, transforming into a cloud of blood-red mist that drifted away. "Beware, it's highly poisonous," Jiang Qin shouted loudly, and everyone quickly covered their noses with their sleeves. Some even tried to take off their pants to make the cloth more moist. But it was clear they were overreacting. The red mist wasn't aimed at them, instead, it engulfed everyone hiding near the temple. "What's going on? Help me. My eyes hurt so much." "It's the leader's power." All those enveloped in the mist let out agonizing screams. Their eyeballs began to bulge, and the nerves connecting their eyes to their bodies snapped instantly. All the eyeballs were wrapped in a faint red thread and torn directly from their flesh. Snap! The eyeballs were the source of life for the eye-stealing creatures. Once they lost their eyeballs, they fell to the ground in agony, their bodies rapidly decaying. Several eye thieves attempted to flee, but found that in the mist, their bodies had become weak and limp, losing all strength, leaving them helpless and at the mercy of their captors. Dozens of eye thieves had their eyeballs torn out, and nearly 200 bloodied, mangled eyes floated in the air, swept by the red mist and plunging into the dragon eggs. Blood-red patterns began to appear on the black dragon eggs, resembling blood-red eyeballs, parasitizing on the dragon eggs like spots, and competing with the golden patterns for dominance on the surface of the dragon eggs. Since the hand-shaped pattern had been devoured and suppressed by the filthy blood snakes, the golden floral patterns lost their source of power and were quickly overrun by the blood-red eyeball patterns. The golden floral patterns remained scattered around the eyeball patterns, as if still resisting. At the same time, a deep voice echoed. "When the sky is drenched in blood and the earth is parched, I shall descend upon the mortal realm in a new form." Those who heard these words were all stunned, for the voice belonged to the leader of the eye thieves, who had been devoured by the filthy blood serpent earlier. He wasn't dead after all. Instead, he replaced the filthy blood serpent. No, from the fact that he did not resist the filthy blood divine serpent's devouring, it is clear that this was all part of his plan. Break the restraints. It can also mean breaking free from the cursed body imposed by the old gods, completely liberating the soul, and reclaiming a new life. What he was thinking wasn't to destroy the unclassifiable existence and obtain the dragon egg, but to replace it through reincarnation. No, that's not right, it's symbiosis. This guy is truly mad. He dared to compete with the consciousness of an unknowable being's remnants for the source of existence. However, it seems that most of its will had been eroded by his filthy blood reincarnation technique, and it was actually succeeding. Lu Yu furrowed his brows, deeply shocked by the leader of the eye thieves' bold actions. How dare they abandon everything to seize the primordial essence of the dragon egg? There is one point that must be clarified: the consciousness within the dragon egg is not of an unknowable level. Instead, it is a new will born from the remnants of his hand under the influence of dark forces. It can be regarded as a spirit of an artifact or a demon. Although it is not an unknowable existence, it is intricately connected to that entity, and thus can utilize a portion of the palm's power. But ultimately, he is not him. Now Lu Yu had figured it out. This willpower had likely reincarnated as a dragon egg, capturing the primordial state in its gestation phase. Under the influence of the laws of reproduction, it transformed the unknown level palm into pure primordial energy, then fused it, thereby obtaining the palm's complete power. Furthermore, to ensure that it is born with immense power, he has chosen a powerful dragon clan as his new body. However, he never anticipated encountering the ruthless leader of the human eye thieves, who managed to erode most of his will, thereby creating an opportunity to vie for his physical form. Consciousness theft is a dangerous endeavor, one could even say it's a matter of life and death. However, if successful, one can obtain the power of the brilliant moon rank at birth and ascend seamlessly beyond the brilliant moon rank, with even the threshold of the unknowable rank being far easier to reach than for ordinary individuals. He is not betting on the present, but on a glorious future. This guy is a gambler. Now it seems that consciousness has clearly lost, and the human-eyed thief leader has taken control. The eyeball on the dragon egg began to move and continued to emit sounds. After more than 50 years, I have finally broken free from that cursed form. Soon, I will descend upon the world in the form of a dragon, ruling over all. Foolish delusions. The big man frowned, his body burning like a raging fire. The fire demon visualization diagram reappeared, and the flames transformed into a fire dragon, charging toward the egg. Useless struggle. The dragon egg trembled slightly, and a massive, eerie aura spread out, swirling around the eggshell's surface as it directly withstood the intense flames. Boom! The fire dragon collided with the dragon egg but failed to break through the strange aura. Instead, it was shattered and turned into countless sparks that scattered through the air. An aura of the unknown realm. How is this possible? Have you succeeded? The burly man's eyes widened. If it truly was an unknowable level aura defense, then even if they fought until death, they would never be able to break through it. The dragon egg trembled slightly, emitting a mocking sound. Earlier, this aura was constantly eroded and devoured by the filthy energy of the blood chain, and he was not its true master, so he was naturally powerless to resist the erosion, causing his power to be weakened by the filthy blood. That is why we had the opportunity to shatter it with your power. Now that I have gained the upper hand, I must make use of it. Jiang Chen and the Little Corpse King were also deeply shocked. If the opponent truly used an unknown level aura to cover them, they would indeed be unable to shatter it. This time was different from before. This was a complete, unweakened unknown level aura, something neither of them could break through, not even Huiyue. At least an entity above Huiyue must intervene to break it open. However, beings above the bright moon are not so easily found. Every eye is fixed on the void and the abyss, searching for opportunities, as elusive as a dragon seen only in glimpses. Even if one were to make contact with such an existence, the leader of the eye thieves would never sit idly by and wait for their doom. By then, who knows where they would have fled to. Next, the three of them tried several more times, even gathering all their strength together, but they were unable to break through it, not even causing a ripple. This terrifying defensive capability left them feeling utterly despairing. Damn it! Are we really just going to stand here and watch him hatch? Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palms, and blood trickled down his fingers onto the ground. The Little Corpse King sighed and prepared to retreat, leaving the matter to the special division to handle. Otherwise, staying here would only mean waiting for death. Once the enemy successfully broke free from the shell, they would have to face a Moonlight Tier demon dragon, and there was also a small portion of power from an unknown tier existence. Such a humanoid thief leader make that a dragon combined with the Dragon Clan's formidable physique, would be among the top tier even within the Huiyue class. To scheme against an unknown tier being with the body of a morning star, such boldness, such ability. Why? Why must it be a demon that betrayed the human race? The others lamented that the birth of such a demon could no longer be stopped, and some had already begun searching for a signal to transmit the information back to the special division, urging them to dispatch powerful warriors to intervene. Otherwise, once this demonic dragon is born, it will be a disaster for the entire province and even the entire federation. Everyone was plunged into despair, and some had already begun to hasten their departure, plotting in their hearts to flee the province and seek refuge in other provinces of the federation to escape this monstrous creature. That was the way of survival for the weak. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and then said to the other two, "I'll stay here and keep an eye on him to make sure he doesn't escape. You two go back and get reinforcements." The burly man who had a decent relationship with Jiang Chen frowned and said, "This isn't good. That thing could hatch at any moment. If it does, you'll be facing a Huiyue-class dragon alone, and you're the only one left in the Yumu school. You need to think this through." Jiang Chen waved his hand, took a deep breath, and smiled as he said, "Someone has to take responsibility for this matter. I cannot ask others to sacrifice themselves, but at least when a crisis arises, I can stand up and protect them from the storm. That is enough. Rain sacrifices itself to nourish all things, but I cannot go to such lengths for all things. At least as a human being, I want to protect my own kind." His level of ideological awareness isn't that high, he's even afraid of death and has many people he can't bear to part with. However, he knew that if he didn't stand up, he would regret it for the rest of his life. The Little Corpse King looked deeply at Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with a hint of respect. He couldn't match the ideological awareness of such a person. Though his lifespan was short, he feared death even more. Yet that didn't prevent him from respecting such a person. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. The two morning stars were about to return to find reinforcements when a panicked shout suddenly rang out. "Don't go any further. It's dangerous there." They looked up and saw a man wearing a white mask and black clothes slowly walking toward the temple, moving at a leisurely pace, as if strolling through his own backyard. Behind him was a yellow balloon with a terrifying smile painted on it, closely following. Chapter 90, The Descent of the Fear Lord, the Blood Moon Devouring Life. What is that guy up to? Is he trying to get himself killed? Going like that, isn't he afraid that the enemy leader will just rip out his eyes and devour them? Has this guy gone mad? He just walked right over there, and he's even bringing a balloon with him. All the awakened beings watching Lu Yu walk over were stunned. Now that the opponent was about to transform into a Huiyue-class demon and was protected by an unknown level power, everyone was thinking of fleeing, yet this person dared to walk forward. What else could it be but madness? Even Jiang Chen was completely baffled by the person's actions. He had already prepared himself for sacrifice, ready to defend this dragon egg on the verge of transformation, giving the others a chance to escape. But this guy actually walked forward. Wasn't he asking for death? Although Jiang Chen was displeased with this person's actions, he couldn't just stand by and watch him be swallowed by the dragon egg. He prepared to intervene and pull the person back. Rain curtain heavenly bloom. Raindrops appeared out of thin air, forming a chain that flew toward Lu Yu, intending to capture him. But before the chain could reach Lu Yu, the fear balloon behind him began to move, and the terrifying smile on his face suddenly turned into a hideous expression, resembling an enraged demon. With a piercing scream, a terrifying pressure spread from the balloon, shattering the nearby chains of raindrops. The pressure swept in from all directions. Innate skill, intimidation. The innate power of the fear balloon descends upon this place like a demon lord who controls fear. What is this? The little corpse king widened his eyes, his cloudy gaze unable to hide the shock within. The threat swept past, and in his eyes, he seemed to see the terrifying black mist spreading from the balloon, weaving into a hideous grinning face in the sky, gazing down upon them. Like a monstrous creature devouring the world, it opened its massive jaws, ready to devour them all. Fear arises from within, like waves crashing against their minds. If they let their guard down even for a moment, fear will consume them, leaving them powerless to resist. And since even the veteran Morningstar's little zombie king was intimidated, the others need not be mentioned. What is this? The terrifying shadow of intimidation caught many ordinary awakened beings off guard, causing them to collapse to the ground in fear, their faces pale and bodies trembling uncontrollably, as if they had encountered the most terrifying monster in the world. Even those who managed to resist this mental assault found their complexions greatly altered, their hands clutching their trembling bodies. This fear, guided by external forces, triggered a chain reaction, leaving their minds in disarray. Jiang Chen stared at the shattered water chain in his hand, his eyes wide with astonishment as he looked ahead and exclaimed, "A demon at the peak of the Morningstar realm. A tiny balloon is actually a demon from the peak of the Morningstar. This isn't just a toy balloon, it's a fearsome demon lord." Although the Morningstars were initially intimidated, their mental resilience was strong, and they quickly shook off the fear, regaining their composure. However, the terrifying afterimage remained firmly etched in their minds, refusing to fade away for a long time. The burly man touched his forehead, unsure whether the sweat beads were from exhaustion or fear, and spoke with a mix of surprise and doubt. "Who is this person? He's actually bringing a Morningstar-level demon. Judging by its power, it seems like he might even be able to advance to the brilliant moon rank in the future." While they were fighting for their lives, there was someone hiding all along with a Morningstar-level demon beast. How terrifying is that? If they had truly defeated the leader of the Eye Thieves, they would have had little strength left by then and would likely have been taken advantage of. The fear balloon, after issuing its threat, scanned the area. After the previous intimidation, few dared to meet its gaze, and everyone lowered their heads. After completing all this, the pattern on the fear balloon's face shifted from anger back to a smile, even following Lu Yu with a sycophantic expression. To be honest, if someone had attacked the fear balloon, it wouldn't have reacted this strongly. But the fact that it was Lu Yu, its master, who was targeted was undoubtedly a direct challenge to its most vulnerable point. Although it's always been a bit dim-witted, treated by Lu Yu like a punching bag to be pushed around at will, in its world, Lu Yu is the most cherished treasure, the very reason for its existence. Therefore, no one can harm its master without going through it, even though it is just a low-intelligence balloon. The little spider also sensed this oppressive aura, but it was unaffected. Its delicate face broke into a smile, and it emitted a soft chirping sound, as if to say, "The fear balloon did a good job." Upon hearing this sound, the fear balloon grew even more excited, chirping and squeaking non-stop, before being casually swatted away by Lu Yu. However, it didn't take long for it to return, flying back in a fawning manner and closely following Lu Yu. And this scene was even more shocking to others. The Morningstar Peak monster, which should have been a formidable foe, was treated by this person as though it were a mere balloon, easily flicked away with a casual gesture. This casual attitude was utterly natural, as if the Morningstar monster didn't even register in his consciousness. Yet the Morningstar monster showed no sign of displeasure, instead growing even more fawning. Could this be a being of the brilliant moon rank? Everyone couldn't help but think this, and a faint glimmer of hope began to flicker in their hearts. Could this be the solution to the dragon egg before them? But there was even more speculation about Lu Yu's true identity. Is he a powerful individual from the special division? Or is it a powerful individual in seclusion nearby? Or perhaps an old master from a certain school? Various speculations arose in everyone's minds, and they began to imagine Lu Yu's identity, but they couldn't be sure. The arrival of Lu Yu also caused the leader of the dragon egg to grow suspicious. Through the vibrations in the air, he spoke. "Who are you? You're not qualified yet." Lu Yu spoke in a calm tone, but his words carried an air of undeniable authority, as if he were a deity from the heavens, towering above all others. Damn it! Feeling this humiliation, the dragon egg trembled slightly, and a blood-red mist spread out, transforming into a giant snake dozens of meters long. Its lower body was like smoke and mist, with a huge blood-red mouth and sharp fangs, directly lunging toward Lu Yu. Die! A giant snake charged forward, crashing down like a small mountain, trailing a blood-red mist that seemed poised to tear Lu Yu to shreds. But before it could get close, a crimson halo expanded outward, and the fear-inducing sphere collided directly with it. Boom! The collision between the two caused a terrifying tremor. The blood-red giant snake was directly knocked aside, unleashing a terrifying gale that swept in all directions. The blood-red giant snake then collided back, and the fear balloons also refused to back down. Boom! 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 Lu Yu strolled leisurely amidst the battle between the two monsters, the intense vibration shaking the temple to its foundations. Countless fragments of stone rained down, and sand and dust filled the air. Just as the debris was about to strike Lu Yu, it was halted by an invisible force. Some of the fragments that landed on Lu Yu's head were even shattered into dust and carried away by the wind. No matter how fiercely the two battled, it did not affect him in the slightest. It seemed as though what stood before him were not two demonic beasts engaged in combat, but rather two pets playing together. And this barrier was created by the little spider raising its hands in his pocket and spreading out its immense magical power to protect Lu Yu. The giant snake formed from the blood-red mist in the air attempted to continue its attack, but it was struck by the fear balloons wielding hellfire whips, and the powerful magic within its body surged into the light absorption aura, causing a massive suction force to erupt from its surface. Whoosh! A red halo hung in the sky like a blood-red moon, emitting a powerful suction force that generated terrifying winds, drawing all the blood-red mist into its vortex. SSSSS. The giant snake emitted an unwilling hiss, but after the blood-red mist was swallowed by the light absorption aura, it could no longer sustain its form and was sucked into the aura. This scene left the onlookers utterly speechless and deeply shaken. The mysterious masked figure stood there like a god of battle, completely unfazed by the intense fighting raging above him. He didn't even slow his pace. What incredible confidence! Balloons, faceless masks, black clothing. The little corpse king watched this scene and murmured softly, his pupils suddenly contracting as he trembled and said, "No, it can't be. Could it really be that being?" Just as the little corpse king was stunned, Lu Yu had already walked up to the dragon egg. The surface of the eggshell was shrouded in black mist, emanating an ominous and eerie aura. It seemed that touching it would bring endless misfortune. That is an aura of the unknown. However, for Lu Yu, this aura was not even 1/10,000th as powerful as the thousand-armed demon god in his own creator's space. It was simply too weak. Hum. The dragon egg trembled gently. At that moment, he had already realized that Lu Yu was different from those morning stars. He possessed immense power. Though he had confidence in his own power, he did not want to provoke such an unknown enemy. Thus, the leader of the human eye thieves spoke up. "You cannot break through the defenses of the unknown level. I do not wish to be your enemy. Leave." Chapter 91, Extracting Materials, Blasphemous Words. Dare to oppose me? Lu Yu paused for a moment, his mind beginning to visualize the thousand-armed demon god. Countless arms slowly rotated, disrupting the chaotic world and safeguarding the mind. His eyes grew increasingly cold and distant, as if he had transformed into a divine being, towering above all. The human thief thought Lu Yu was moved, so the dragon egg trembled slightly and emitted a sound. "Yes, your strength is formidable, and I do not wish to be your enemy. If you retreat now, I will consider nothing to have happened. Once I am born, you will gain another ally of the Weiwei class, and by then, I will have mastered the power of the unknowable class and can organize my insights to share with you." The leader of the human eye thieves has reached this point today after enduring countless hardships, so bowing his head is not something he finds difficult to accept. After all, he has not yet fully developed his abilities. Although the opponent may not be able to break through his defenses, he prefers to avoid conflict with the person before him to be on the safe side. As for the promise he made, once he becomes an existence above the brilliant moon, if the other party is powerful enough, he will certainly fulfill it to maintain the alliance. However, if the other party is not strong enough, then that is a different matter altogether. In any case, once this crisis is resolved, he will be able to leap through the dragon's gate, transform into a powerful dragon with extraordinary talent, gain the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of the world, and simultaneously break free from the curse of that ancient god, achieving complete freedom. Killing two birds with one stone. This is also why he chose to abandon his original body. Rather than struggle under the curse of the old gods, he would rather fight to the death and be reborn from the flames. The rest of the crowd couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines upon hearing those words. An ally of the Weiwei rank or even above it and with insights into the unknowable rank? Such a reward would make many people's hearts race. Would this elder be tempted? The tall man spoke with some concern. If Lu Yu agreed to the other party's terms and left, they would truly be unable to resist the human eye leader who was about to transform into a dragon. Under no circumstances could they allow the demon dragon to be born successfully. Jiang Chen, standing nearby, also looked solemn. However, as he looked at Lu Yu's attire, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen or heard of such attire before, but he couldn't quite place it at the moment. As the little corpse king watched this scene, a smile appeared on his aged face, and he spoke with certainty. If it really is that being, it definitely won't happen. Why? The big man asked curiously, but the little zombie king did not answer, his cloudy eyes fixed expectantly on the front. For if it were a forbidden existence, how could it possibly deign to notice the mere power of an unknown entity? They have existed eternally through the ages, and the lands they tread are divine realms. Every word indeed is accompanied by the laws of the universe. You, a mere morning star level being, dare to bargain with them? Lu Yu, however, glanced down at the dragon egg, now covered in golden and blood-red patterns, and spoke casually. "You are unworthy." The tone was calm, without a hint of provocation, as if he were merely stating a fact. However, these words caused the leader to feel deeply insulted, his anger reaching its peak. He spoke coldly. "Let's see how much you're really worth." The dragon eggs trembled incessantly, and the blood-red eyes on them began to open one by one. Golden patterns transformed into pupils, illuminating the eyes. Hundreds of eyes fixed on Lu Yu, as if trying to pull his soul into an endless abyss. The unknown level aura emanating from the dragon egg's surface erupted violently, unleashing an overwhelming sense of oppression over the mist-shrouded forest. It felt as though the gates of the abyss were about to open, ready to destroy all living beings. Lu Yu watched the scene with a blank expression, showing no emotion. Slowly, he extended his hand and pressed against the barrier formed by the unknown level aura. "Be careful!" The big man couldn't help but shout. If one were to carelessly touch such a powerful force, there was a high chance of being overwhelmed and eroded, which would be extremely dangerous. However, Lu Yu paid no heed. Instead, he pressed his hand against the barrier. An ominous aura erupted like oil poured on a raging fire, surging. The thousand-handed demon god in the realm of consciousness sensed this aura, and the chaotic energy currents swirling around it began to surge, attempting to block this eerie force. Meanwhile, the little spider in the pocket sensed this aura, and its delicate little face betrayed a look of panic. However, recalling the giant's command, its expression hardened into resolve. "Ee." Silver strands of hair danced in the air as immense magical power surged forth, forming a shadow barrier to block the invasion of the ominous energies. However, even though this was only a remnant of such immense power, it was still far too overwhelming for the newly born spiderlings. Nevertheless, it clenched its teeth, its face flushed red, and struggled to maintain its magic. Ding! An abnormal aura has been detected. Initiating expulsion. The unknown level energy that had invaded Lu Yu's body vanished completely, as if it had been sucked into a muddy swamp. Lu Yu had originally intended to use the thousand-handed demon god to suppress it, but since the system had intervened, it would be even more convenient. How could that be possible? The person inside the Yalong egg had a level of protection so high that even the leader of the eye thieves couldn't sense it. After entering Lu Yu's body, it vanished without a trace. At this point, he began to panic and hurriedly said, "Wait, don't kill me. Get lost." Lu Yu muttered under his breath, maintaining a calm demeanor on the surface. He then placed his hand on an area not protected by an unknown level aura and silently recited, "Extract the material." Ding! The leader of the humanoid thieves of the dragon egg sensed an eternal glow enveloping him, and a supreme, indescribable power began to tear him apart through his consciousness, and the primordial source fused with the dragon eggs. "I hate it!" The leader of the eye thieves let out a furious roar of resentment. Having obtained the dragon egg, they had been hiding in the wilderness to conceal their whereabouts and were completely unaware that two forbidden beings had appeared in Hangzhou City. They never imagined that such powerful beings would descend upon the mist forest. This was like finally becoming a small boss in a newbie village after all that hard work, only to turn a corner and encounter a world-class, fully equipped demon lord. How utterly despairing. I refused to accept this. Although Ren Yen Dao felt unwilling in his heart, since he had entered the dragon egg and fused with it, he was deemed extractable material and was immediately transformed into two beams of white light, absorbed into the material repository. Having completed all this, Lu Yuxing sighed in relief. Though mentally exhausted, he felt he should say something to mislead them and prevent them from discovering his true identity, lest they come looking for the dragon egg later. Lu Yu stared at the ruined temple for a moment, glancing at the massive, broken statue of the old god's eye. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. And he spoke it aloud. The losers of the old era should fade away. Chapter 92, The Banished Old Gods. The Forgotten Ones of the World. Snap. As Lu Yu finished speaking, the massive eyeball statue suddenly emitted a loud crack, revealing a huge fissure that rapidly spread out like a spiderweb, forming a dense network of fractures. The once-eerie eyeball statue now lay in ruins, as if the ancient deity within had succumbed to the relentless passage of time, swiftly crumbling away. The statue was obliterated. Was this a clash between deities? An awakened being couldn't help but speak aloud upon witnessing this scene, gazing at Lu Yu's back with growing reverence. In this world where deities exist, even statues of gods must not be spoken of lightly, lest one incur misfortune. In the past, even if someone successfully destroyed a cult dedicated to an evil god, they would only eliminate the followers and avoid offending the statue. Instead, they would summon the high priest or bishop of the three pure gods sect to perform a ritual using the power of the true gods to destroy it. Yet this man before them not only uttered blasphemous words but also caused the divine statue to self-destruct and crumble away. What immense power! Is even the ice spirit deity yielding to him? The others were also left in a state of shock, unable to comprehend what was happening. Some even pinched themselves to make sure they weren't dreaming. But the pain they felt made it clear that this wasn't a dream, it was real. Lu Yu, who had caused all of this, witnessed the scene. Though he remained motionless on the surface, his mind was in turmoil. "You're too cooperative. Bro, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. How could you actually die?" He was just trying to be cool and said something, but the other person seemed to take it seriously and completely fell apart. The level of cooperation and the realistic acting were enough to make some former heartthrobs cry. But Lu Yu didn't need the other person to put on such a show. He was just looking at the statue of the old god and thinking about what Shinwoyo had said earlier, so he blurted out that line without thinking. What a coincidence! No, it couldn't be called a coincidence either. Now Luyu also cannot determine whether the statue eroded because it lost its human eye and the leader was stolen, or because it truly heard his words and eroded as a result. If it's the former, that's still manageable. After all, the leader of the eye thieves and the dragon egg have already been thrown into the system's material repository. Even the materials of a demon god would be powerless against the repository's suppression. Let alone the human eye thief leader, who has only obtained a small portion of the unknown level power. However, if it were the latter case, then things would get a bit dangerous. After considering this possibility, Liu couldn't shake the feeling that a massive, shattered eyeball was lurking in the depths of the darkness, its gaze piercing through the void to watch him, sending a chill down his spine. It must just be a coincidence. Liu muttered nervously to himself. Now that things had already happened, even if there were any issues, he would just have to figure out a way to resolve them later. Anyway, according to that crazy woman Shinwoyo, the reason the old gods are called old gods is because they have been buried and sealed away by the old era. They possess power, but they cannot directly influence this world. They even scheme and manipulate pawns, attempting to resurrect themselves. In other words, this guy is still in a sealed state. Thinking of this, Liu felt less anxious. After all, he had already taken advantage of the spider god and deceived the bishop of the original dark god. Looking at it this way, another mysterious deity from the old era didn't seem so bad after all. If there were only one, he might be panicking, but now that there are so many, he's starting to get the hang of it. If you want trouble, you have to wait in line. However, upon encountering such an eerie statue, Liu had no desire to stay any longer. He turned and walked toward the mist without looking back, and the fear balloon followed closely behind. Their figures were soon swallowed up by the thick white mist and vanished without a trace. The rest of the people were so stunned that they even forgot to shout. It took several minutes before the others regained their composure. For them, the powerful and mysterious eye thief leader had been defeated so easily, and even the divine statue had been shattered by that being with a single word. There was no earth-shattering noise, no mountains collapsing or the ground splitting open. It was as though a divine hand had descended from the heavens, gently placing its hand on the dragon egg and extinguishing its unknown level aura in an instant. They had no idea that Liu possessed the system's material repository, but everyone who witnessed that moment could only feel that the dragon egg had been directly annihilated by a powerful force. No flashy tricks, just raw power crushing everything in its path. But the impact it leaves is even more powerful. Such power completely surpassed their imagination, and Jiang Chen, who had just regained his composure, spoke in disbelief. Is it really over that easily? The little corpse king glanced at him and said impatiently. Simple? If we went up there, we'd have been eroded to death by that unknown aura long ago. Jiang Chen was momentarily speechless, unable to refute the claim. After all, he had already prepared himself to sacrifice his life, only to have a mysterious figure suddenly appear and effortlessly dispose of the dragon egg. Do you seem to know who that being is? Do you know him? The large man listening nearby couldn't help but ask aloud. After all, the little zombie king had clearly known the other party's identity, otherwise, he wouldn't have looked so confident. The little zombie king heard this and couldn't help but roll his eyes, sighing helplessly. Black robes, a mask with no face, and balloons trailing behind you. Still can't figure out who this is? This person only appeared in Hangzhou City a short while ago. If you haven't heard of him, then go back and dissolve your intelligence department. Let them retire and go live out their days in peace. Appeared in Hangzhou City? Isn't that the yellow-robed king? Yellow robes, an eerie grinning mask that's different from this one. Plus, that was a forbidden entity. The big man stopped mid-sentence, his eyes widening, and he exclaimed in shock alongside Jiang Chen. The forbidden exists, those forgotten by the world. Liyu's first alias, though he only appeared once, his eerie power that devoured life and his arrogant words led many to believe he was an immortal who had returned from the depths of time. However, due to his limited appearances and the fact that most of the witnesses at the time were only at the Nurse Morning Star level, as a result, some people began to believe that the Forgotten Ones were not forbidden entities, but merely Morning Star level beings with unusual abilities. Dahan was one of them. At the time, he approached this information with skepticism, and due to his preconceived notions, he didn't immediately think of that existence. Now, if anyone dared to say in his presence that the one forgotten by the world was merely a morning star with bizarre abilities, he would slap them across the face and grab them by the collar, demanding an explanation. Can your morning star level being even handle a morning star peak demon? Can your morning star tier creature erase the power of an unknown tier being with a single palm strike and then crush a moonlight tier dragon egg? Judging by how he effortlessly suppressed the unknowable tier aura, this prince is undoubtedly a genuine forbidden existence, and he should also have some connection to the yellow-robed king who appeared in Hangzhou City. The others were also overcome with shock and excitement. To witness a forbidden existence was an immense honor. The little corpse king sighed with regret, lamenting that he had not had the opportunity to receive guidance from the yellow-robed king like Li Cheng of the Special Division, and thus could not receive instruction from this noble lord. Perhaps that was just fate. However, after the initial excitement, some people curiously asked, but why did this being come to shatter the dragon eggs? Is it trying to protect humanity? A companion nearby spoke up directly. The very existence of taboos is beyond your comprehension. Their wisdom is as vast as the blazing sun. However, I think I figured out a little something. It might just be the reason they're here. What? Upon hearing this, many people turned their gaze toward him, and even the three morning stars looked at him with curiosity. The man thoroughly enjoyed the attention, chuckled, and didn't keep them in suspense. Instead, he continued, "Didn't you hear what that being said? The failures of the old era should have faded away, and that eyeball statue should have crumbled, right? Then what happened?" Since he referred to the other party as a loser from the old era and an ancient taboo entity, could it be inferred that he himself might be from the old era? Victor. Chapter 93, The Old Gods Conspiracy? Battling wits and bravery against the air. The victor? Everyone else was so surprised that their mouths dropped open, while the three morning stars also fell into deep thought. Though it was merely speculation, it made some sense. Otherwise, why would that forbidden entity refer to the eyeball statue as a failure of the old era? That clearly implied a sense of superiority. And the victors are precisely those who fit that description. The old era has always been a mysterious topic. The earliest history of humanity began after the ancestors imparted this spiritual awakening method. Humans gradually began to rise from the lowest levels, quickly mastering skills such as hunting, farming, fishing, and growing grains, and eventually forming the concept of the human race. Later came the Old Age, the darkest period in human history. During this time, there were no top-tier warriors, and the core strength of humanity could only sustain the survival of the human race, with each day as precarious as walking on thin ice. At that time, any powerful race or demon could freely treat humans as prey. Even children could not survive. Some parents, out of desperation to spare their children from this dark era, would bury them at birth. However, for reasons unknown, during that period of history shrouded in mystery, humanity swiftly acquired the power to stand against other races, rising step by step, overcoming countless obstacles, and eventually establishing the peaceful era we know today. The three great gods revered by the Twilight Blade, the Gate of Truth, and the power of nature also emerged during the Old Era, spreading their teachings and granting humanity the power to protect themselves. As a result, they grew in glory alongside the human race. Although some smaller sects emerged during this period, they could not compare to the three major religions and quickly vanished into the annals of history, with only a few surviving in name only. As for what exactly happened during this missing period, no one knows, nor does anyone know why humanity suddenly rose to prominence. This part of history seems to have vanished into thin air, with only a few scholars and academic schools still striving to uncover these historical events. However, strangely enough, everyone who has attempted to delve deeper into this vanished history has, without exception, met with misfortune. There was even a scholar of the Weiwei rank who uncovered some of the information, only to destroy what he saw on the spot, screaming wildly that it was impossible. He then went mad, mutated into a monster, and was killed and sealed away by the special forces. Due to the danger of the old era's history and its lack of relevance to the present, most people wouldn't risk their lives to explore the truth of the past. Furthermore, there are rumors that the missing portion of history was sealed away by the three Orthodox churches and the Federation together, as it contains forbidden content that, if released, would cause global upheaval. However, this is merely a rumor circulating within a small circle, and its credibility is not very high. Nevertheless, this does not prevent these individuals from engaging in speculation. The more mysterious the history, the more room there is for imagination. On the other hand, history that is clearly documented leaves no room for imagination. If this taboo truly represents the triumph of the old era, then what exactly happened in that era? War? A battle for treasures? Division of power? Everyone had their own speculations in their minds, and they were extremely interested in the old era. If it weren't for a few striking examples, they might have gone to dig up the missing part of history. The guide, observing the expressions of the others, realized they were also stunned by the speculation. He couldn't help but marvel at his own sharp mind for having discerned part of the deeper meaning behind the taboo. Indeed, I am the clever one. To be able to discern the thoughts of the forbidden existence, if only I could be noticed by them and taken as a disciple. Then I would truly rise to greatness and achieve unparalleled success. Unfortunately, that forbidden existence left too soon, not even glancing at me a few times. I wonder how I performed just now. But since we've already won, why bother coming after the losers? A female awakened being asked curiously, while the other continued to explain. That's because the losers wanted to use human eyes to steal the ritual and return. They thought their plan was foolproof, but in reality, it had already been discovered by that being. Didn't you see that after the one forgotten by the world spoke those words, the eyeball simply dissipated? That might be because the eye god was so terrified that it fled into the void, or perhaps it had already been annihilated. I see. Everyone nodded in understanding after hearing the explanation, but Jiang Chen asked with a strange expression. Then why didn't he just act directly? Why wait until we were unable to defend ourselves before making his move? The man pondered for a moment before cautiously saying, "Perhaps you're just too weak and inexperienced. That being never expected you to be unable to handle even such a simple matter." Originally, he wanted to call them three noobs, but upon seeing the three before him, who seemed to be high-ranking Morningstar level powerhouses, he realized that provoking them wouldn't end well, so he quickly changed his words. "You're so weak." The three Morningstars' lips twitched slightly, and their hearts were filled with mixed emotions. However, they couldn't find any reason to refute it, because it was the truth. Especially the tall man felt ashamed. He had previously thought this person was trying to take advantage of them after they had exhausted themselves, but it turned out he had simply assumed they could handle it, only to have him step in after all. This was an absolute disgrace. Even the little corpse king secretly suspected that the reason he hadn't received any guidance was because he had performed too poorly and hadn't caught the other party's eye. This is such a huge loss. The scene suddenly fell silent, even becoming somewhat solemn. The guide wasn't stupid either. Upon noticing the change in atmosphere, he immediately ran into the crowd, ducking his head and refusing to show himself. Finally, Jiang Chen broke the silence and said, "Since the matter has been resolved, I'll head back first. Although I didn't obtain any treasures this time, I gained a lot of insights." The big man chuckled and said, "I also need to go back and check on my kids. I'll give them a good story to tell about today. I also need to report today's events. Although we didn't obtain the dragon egg, we did eliminate the eye thieves, which is still a commendable achievement." The little corpse king coughed a few times, then transformed back into the hunchbacked old man. With the support of several servants, he staggered away. Their purpose was to seize the dragon egg, but it had already been transformed into a dragon egg by the leader of the eye thieves and was ultimately crushed to death with a single slap by that forbidden entity. They didn't care about such a small Hui-grade dragon egg, so they casually crushed it. However, they no longer had a reason to stay, so they all retreated. All of this is secondary. The most important thing is that they must bring back news of the forbidden existence that appeared, and let those above investigate what the old era mentioned by the people forgotten by the world truly means. Could it be? Is the forbidden beginning to take shape? First, eliminate the remnants of the old era's deities, then usher in a new era? Is this the start of a new round of forbidden battles? Oh no, I must hurry back and investigate the true identity of the world forgetter. Several people considered this possibility and hurriedly sped up their pace, as if some primordial beast were chasing them, quickly leaving the mist forest behind. However, no matter how hard they tried to figure it out, they couldn't have guessed that the wild scenarios they were imagining were nothing more than Luyu's idle talk. In reality, he hadn't even thought that far ahead. Meanwhile, Luyu had no idea that his alias had sparked a new round of conspiracy theories. However, as he prepared to return and review the materials he had gathered, he encountered a problem. His vehicle had been stolen. Chapter 94, Plant Parasite-type monsters return to the creator's space. Amidst the thick white mist, Luyu removed his disguise and followed the pre-marked signs to locate where the vehicle was parked. The large off-road vehicle that had been stationed there had vanished without a trace. The air was thick with moisture from the fog, making it impossible to detect any scent. The ground, being a sandy path, showed no obvious signs of recent activity. "I never expected that after going out and getting a new car, it would be stolen when I returned. Is this the price you pay for trying to look cool?" Luyu stared at the scene before him, lost in thought. At least no idiot was shouting, "Working is impossible." Otherwise, he would have skinned that guy alive. The little spider that had been hiding in the pocket also poked out a tiny head, with silver strands of hair hanging down to its earlobes. Its eyes, as brilliant as gems, gazed at the empty ground. There was nothing but white mist. Yip. It paused for a moment, then stretched out its slender arms to gesture the shape of a car, as if asking where the car had gone. It remembered that there had been a large vehicle parked there before it left, so it was puzzled as to why it had suddenly disappeared. Meanwhile, the fear balloon remained as carefree as ever, drifting aimlessly through the air, completely unconcerned about the disappearance of the car. After all, it never gets to ride in a car. It's always sent up into the sky to act as a sentry, a loyal and hard-working tool, a toolball. Luyu swatted away the fear balloons trying to cling to him, then patted the little spider on the head and comforted it. "The car's gone, so we'll have to find another way to get around." "Ing." The little spider chirped twice, rubbing its face against Luyu's finger, implying that as long as it was with him, any mode of transportation would do. What a little angel! Luyu couldn't help but smile. The moist sensation on his fingers must have been from expending too much magic power while resisting the unknown level threat earlier, causing the little spider to become slightly exhausted, with beads of sweat on its forehead. Thinking of this, Luyu rubbed its little head gently, turning its silver hair into a tangled mess. Ing. The little spider closed its eyes comfortably, just like a kitten being stroked by its owner, enjoying this wonderful moment. This simple moment was already the entire world to the little spider, and it cherished this tenderness all the more. After a while, the little spider was placed in Luyu's pocket to rest. Fortunately, Luyu had already placed all the food and valuables into the little spider's void treasure box, and the car only contained some blankets and spare gasoline. Besides serving as a convenient mode of transportation, the vehicle itself wasn't particularly valuable. Plus, Luyu was about to receive 3,600,000 spirit coins, so he didn't mind parting with the small amount the off-road vehicle was worth. However, not caring is one thing, but feeling annoyed is another matter entirely. Thinking this, Luyu gently stamped his foot. Dark shadows gathered around him, and 2 massive shadow spiders and 2 shadow servants crawled before him in submission, waiting for his command. Luyu ordered, "Search in all 4 directions. If you find the cart, bring it back here. As for that guy, bring him back for disposal." The shadow spiders and shadow servants nodded, then transformed into a mass of black shadows and scattered in all directions. You should know that he had locked the car and kept the keys on him. If someone wanted to forcefully take it, they would need to know how to hotwire it. What a pro! He pulled off a stealthy car theft straight out of a different dimension. Luyu sighed in astonishment, his body suddenly lurched backward. Just as he was about to fall, a massive shadow spider appeared, lowering its body to catch Luyu securely, then stood up and began running. Luyu sat down on the spider's body, feeling the wind rushing past his face due to the high speed. He gathered a strand of shadow energy into a rope and looped it around the spider's head, experiencing the exhilarating sensation of riding a spider at full speed. Due to the shadow spider's massive size, its back, which is essentially its abdomen, was extremely spacious, making riding it not only comfortable but surprisingly enjoyable. Especially when holding the reins and urging the shadow spider to accelerate with all 8 legs, the sense of intimidation is overwhelming. Others just ride horses, cows, or donkeys, but as a spider knight, I should be considered pretty rare, right? After all, this is a shadow spider that has awakened to the 9th rank, and with its ability to hide in the shadows, it can even easily ambush and kill an awakened being of the 9th rank. As for Morningstar tier, unless the opponent is injured and completely unprepared, it's extremely difficult for lower tier opponents to overcome them. Ordinary people aren't qualified to ride it. Although it was large in size, the shadow spider was also extremely fast, quickly escaping the thick white mist. As soon as they left the fog, a ray of sunlight broke through, landing on Luyu's body, giving him a surreal, otherworldly sensation. The world before his eyes became clear, no longer shrouded in a hazy white mist. The sunlight in the sky, at that moment, seemed unusually pleasant to the eye. Hee hee. A sound like children laughing rang out. Luyu followed the sound and looked over. A gentle breeze blew across the grass, causing the blades of grass to bow their heads, while the wind carried a group of special guests. They were entirely snow-white, with spherical bodies and a mouth resembling that of a human on their heads. Their bodies are covered in white, fluffy fur, making them light and airy. When the wind blows, they float effortlessly, and their mouths emit laughter reminiscent of children, gliding gracefully through the air. Wind spirits, they're actually these magical creatures. Luyu glanced at them a few more times and quickly recognized the identity of these strange creatures. They were a type of plant parasitic magical creature resembling dandelions. They themselves were not particularly aggressive, but this did not mean they were harmless. On the contrary, their fuzzy hairs were coated with a neurotoxin that, while not very potent, could render an ordinary person unconscious. Whenever the wind blows, they ride the gusts and scatter like dandelion seeds, but their target is not to burrow into the ground and grow. It is the flesh and blood of living creatures. When they land on a living creature, they inject the neurotoxin from their hairs into the creature's body, causing it to fall into a deep sleep. They then use the creature's body as soil to grow. Additionally, they attract animals by feeding on the blood of their hosts, and when these animals consume the neurotoxin, they too fall into a coma. The parasites then rapidly reproduce and expand, waiting for the next wind to carry them on their journey. Truly a bizarre parasitic monster. However, protection is not difficult. Simply wear long sleeves and long clothing to prevent these creatures from coming into contact with your skin. Additionally, this toxin will not cause unconsciousness in awakened individuals. It merely slows reaction times, making one slightly sluggish. As Luyu was thinking, a large cluster of wind spirits, each the size of a fist, swept toward him in the breeze. Coming in such a large group like that, you're being too polite. Luyu muttered under his breath, then stopped the wind spirit and used his ability to extract materials. The wind spirit instantly disintegrated into countless floating fibers, and Luyu's material repository now contained an additional item. Wind spirit's poisonous down non-star. The wind spirit is a creature born to drift, parasitizing other organisms to reproduce. Its neurotoxin can paralyze nerves, causing drowsiness, and it uses this to parasitize its hosts. The poisonous down carries some of this toxin, dissolving upon contact with water, and can be added to liquids as a poison. Sure enough, this weak parasitic monster doesn't even have a star rating. It's too weak. Luyu muttered disdainfully, but his body was honest enough to go collect a bunch of wind elves and extract a large amount of poisonous fur. Even if it couldn't be used to create monsters, it could still be sold, or even kept for himself to give to certain people as a drink. Thinking of this, Luyu suddenly remembered that rule-based monster. As long as you hand it a bowl, it must drink the water. If combined with the wind spirit's poison, it should be quite effective. Unfortunately, this monster was simply too bizarre. Even Lu Yu didn't want to encounter it, fearing that he might meet his end in the most unexpected place. After riding the shadow spider for some time, Lu Yu arrived at a lakeside and stopped to rest, then began to tally up his spoils from this outing. Creator's space. Lu Yu whispered softly, and before his eyes, chaotic energy swirled around him, enveloping him in an instant as he arrived in the chaotic realm. In this chaotic and disordered space, 3 glowing orbs floated: a pitch-black dragon egg, a crimson light, and a swarm of eyes. Chapter 95, The Forbidden God, the Soul of Ultimate Evil. In the chaotic void, countless chaotic energy currents swirled about. A colossal figure with countless arms slowly swayed, its creator of chaos observing everything. Lu Yu entered the state of the creator, his gaze indifferent as he looked at the materials he had obtained this time. The first item was a dense cluster of eyeballs, 2 of which were enormous and blood red, resembling 2 crimson gems, with a pure golden eyeball beside them. These were the eyes of the leader of the Eye Thieves, while the smaller ones belonged to the other Eye Thieves. At that time, when the leader of the Eye Thieves reincarnated himself into a dragon egg using filthy blood and a divine snake, he utilized the blood mist and his ability to suppress the Eye Thieves to extract their eyeballs and seal them within the dragon egg. When the system extracted the materials, it naturally extracted them as well, a unexpected bonus: buy 1, get 4 free. Eye-catching 103 1-star material, monsters reincarnated from humans through an ancient divine ritual, possessing the power of mental intimidation, and sustaining themselves by devouring human eyeballs to gain strength and life. The 2 blood-red eyeballs are as follows. Human Eye Thief Leader's Eyeball 2-star material, the first convert among the human Eye Thieves, favored by the ancient gods, granted eternal life, but this life must be sustained by constantly devouring eyeballs. Over the centuries, he devoured countless human eyeballs, gaining new abilities beyond mental intimidation, including the ability to create lifelike illusions. Prison King's Eye 2-star material, the leader of the Eye Thieves accumulated vast amounts of spiritual power, blood energy, and human resentment over the years of devouring eyes. After performing a dangerous second ritual, he once again entered the temple of the ancient gods and received a reward. His eyes transformed into the Prison King's eyes, granting him the ability to see through illusions and use the Prison King's gaze, which fires high-temperature beams capable of melting anything in their path. Combined with the 4 ordinary eyeballs I obtained earlier and the 1 contaminated by the 1,000-handed demon god, I now possess a total of 111 eyeballs: 2 main eyeballs, 1 Jail King's eye, 1 contaminated eyeball, and 107 ordinary human eyeballs. This haul is truly enormous. Lu Yu couldn't help but let a smile slip through his lips upon seeing this. This time, he's really struck it rich. His material library had been depleted for so long, and it was finally replenished. Moreover, the leader of the Eye Thieves was about to be promoted to a moon-tier monster, and his eyes were among the top-tier materials in the 2-star tier. The Jail King's eye, on the other hand, is an item created by the ancient god. Though it is only a 2-star material, its power is nearly on par with a 3-star material. The human Eye Thief is indeed a great place to farm materials, but unfortunately, I eliminated them all this time. Although there are a few scattered remnants left in other cities, the numbers are too small, and without a complete ancient god ritual, the best they can be is a 1-star material. Lu Yu moved his mind, and the crimson light was pulled back into his hand. He glanced at it and was surprised. This crimson light was not the consciousness produced by that incomplete palm of an unknown origin, but the soul of the leader of the Eye Thieves? Evil Soul 2-star material, originally a human, the leader of the Eye Thieves was inherently evil. He grew up in a violent family, his values warped, killing his entire family and consuming their bodies, and committing numerous murders until he was hunted down and fled to the wilderness, where he stumbled upon the ruins of an ancient god. During a ritual with the ancient gods, he transformed himself into an Eye Thief, completely losing his human rationality and beginning to devour the eyeballs of his own kind. Over the centuries of slaughter, his already twisted soul was corrupted by hatred and flesh, ultimately transforming into a chaotic and evil soul of utmost wickedness, enhancing negative elements such as darkness and curses. The ultimate evil soul. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes, feeling deeply moved by the life of the leader of the Eye Thieves. Although family circumstances played a significant role, he was inherently inclined toward evil. Such a soul, through a life of slaughter, had transformed into an utterly evil one. An evil soul amplifies negative energy materials, which means that certain sacred materials and elemental materials can also be enhanced by specific souls. The drop rate for the human Eye Thief leader is terrifying. 1 monster drops 4 materials. Please give me 100 more of these monsters. Lu Yu couldn't help but mutter under his breath, but the consciousness of the extreme evil soul in his hand suddenly awoke, emitting a mental wave. Where am I? The leader of the human Eye Thieves awoke in a daze, his weak mental senses perceiving only chaos and disorder around him. Faced with the chaotic currents that were devouring everything in their path, he felt like a small boat in a raging storm, ready to be swallowed by the waves at any moment. At that moment, he also saw the colossal demon god before him, completely shrouded in chaotic energy, its true form obscured. However, through the thick, swirling chaos, the human eye could discern countless arms slowly moving behind the demon god, causing ripples that shook the entire chaotic world, as if it were about to split the heavens and create the earth. Such terrifying power was beyond comparison even to that ancient god. It was a gap as vast as the heavens and the earth. Moreover, for some unknown reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had seen the other before somewhere. The forbidden god? He once again emitted a mental fluctuation, but it also caught the attention of that demon god. A mental force so vast and unimaginable swept through him, creating a terrifying mental storm that instantly shattered his consciousness. In the final instant before his consciousness vanished, he finally realized where that sense of familiarity came from. That being wearing a mask with no face. A true god walking among mortals in the mortal world. Taboos exist, and I lost fairly. Heaven does not wait. Consciousness shattered in an instant, countless fragments of memory merging into this utterly evil soul, transforming into a void of consciousness. All of this was, of course, the work of Lu Yu. The evil soul was something he had to use, but if he failed to erase the consciousness of the eye thief leader, there was a risk that a monstrous eye thief would emerge, possessing the previous consciousness and memories. Such a monster, even with the system's absolute constraints, Lu Yu would never fully trust. Rather than risk it becoming a ticking time bomb later, it's better to eliminate it completely now. The crimson light gradually receded, losing its previous solidity and emitting waves of malice, as if it had condensed countless sins, chaotic and disorderly. At this moment, the soul of ultimate evil had lost its complete consciousness, replaced by a vague awareness filled with destructive intent. If nothing else were to suppress it, using the ultimate evil soul as the primary material alone would seem to create a puppet that knows nothing but destruction and ruin. Lu Yu sensed this in an instant and reached a conclusion. Without a complete consciousness, the pure evil soul, due to its pure intent, possesses even greater destructive power. However, the downside was its low intelligence. Even if created, it might fall into a state of madness at any moment. Still, it could amplify destructive power, so if it were merely a first-tier material, Lu Yu would use it to create cannon fodder monsters. However, this is a 2-star material, which is already a rare resource. Once used, it's gone for good. Therefore, careful consideration is needed before deciding how to use and combine it. As for the final dragon egg, Lu Yu glanced at it, and a stream of information flooded into his mind, causing him to furrow his brows slightly. Chapter 96, The Spider God Silk. A new monster is born. Mutated dragon egg 4-star material, originally a male dragon of the brilliant moon rank, it was artificially accelerated using a secret technique, sacrificing its own life essence to give birth to a dragon egg. This egg contains the entire life energy of a brilliant moon-ranked dragon clan and serves as the reincarnated vessel for the will of an unknown ranked remnant. Due to being dissolved by the evil will of an unknown tier existence, its essence was fused into the dragon egg. It was then reincarnated into a demon dragon by the leader of the Eye Thieves using the filthy blood reincarnation technique. The dragon's original essence has been altered twice, causing its dragon soul to weaken to the point of slumber, with the unknown tier consciousness essence now dominating. Has the dragon soul within the dragon egg been compressed to such a small space? Lu Yu said sympathetically. In his line of sight, the dragon soul within the dragon egg could only occupy a small corner, with the rest being unknown level primordial consciousness. It was exactly like a chess piece that had been captured, leaving only the king behind. Aside from moving sideways to show off, it was completely useless. How tragic. The Yalong egg was once its home, but now it can't even find a place to land, let alone be driven away. It's about to be swallowed up by that evil consciousness. However, Lu Yu couldn't allow such a thing to happen. The existence of an unknown level consciousness remained a potential threat, and how to deal with it still required careful consideration. After all, this is not like the soul of ultimate evil, which is an independent entity. Instead, it was created through some secret art from the very beginning, fused into the unknown level palm using the laws of reproduction, and then merged with the dragon egg. Although it is possible to forcibly erase that consciousness, doing so risks damaging the dragon egg's primordial essence, causing its grade to decline, which would be counterproductive. However, leaving this consciousness intact is also a problem. According to Shinwoyo, that unknown entity had entered the dark void and vanished, leaving behind only a hand. The faction Shinwoyo belonged to feared that it might be influenced by dark forces and give rise to an evil consciousness, so they sealed it away. However, its fate remains uncertain. It may be dead, or it may still be alive, wandering somewhere in the dark void, and could return to the mortal realm at any moment. If the dragon egg is transformed into a monster, then once it returns, that consciousness is highly likely to turn against us. Even if Lu Yu were to use the system to erase its soul, it would still leak a significant amount of information, disrupting its plans. Directly erasing it would also be a loss. So, how should we handle this? Lu Yu pondered for a moment, and with a flick of his thoughts, countless ideas began to flow. He quickly came up with a better solution that could even better unlock the potential of the dragon egg. That's it. Let's go with that. Lu Yu acted swiftly, retrieving the spider god silk from the material library. The translucent silk threads emitted a terrifying distortion, emanating corrupted power that seemed poised to devour everything in its path. A 5-star rated material, even if merely brought into the real world, it could cause widespread mental and spiritual contamination, triggering terrifying distortions and disasters. After all, even the followers of the spider god must offer up numerous sacrifices to earn its favor, and the rewards they receive are mostly corrupting energies that enhance their power while further twisting their nature. Such spider silk produced within his body is virtually impossible to be bestowed as a reward. The creator extended his hand and gently brushed over the silk, instantly smoothing out all the distortions, transforming it into a smooth silk cloth, whiter than snow. Even the spider silk produced by him, tainted by the power of the evil god, had already reached a 5-star level. If it were the true body of the demon god, it could very well be what is referred to as 6-star level, and its core might even reach 7-star level. When Lu Yu was creating the small spider earlier, he originally intended to use this demon god's spider silk. However, the blood of another demon god from the pocket watch had already taken hold, transforming the small spider into a void creature and granting it the immense power of the void. The void devours everything and rejects everything, making it impossible for it to coexist with spider silk. However, the void-attributed spider not only possesses immense power but also sees its functional capabilities enhanced as well. Spiders with void treasure chests are like mobile treasure troves for Lu Yu, and they're gentle, obedient, and understanding. They even occasionally cling to your finger to show affection and cuteness. However, due to this matter, this 5-star spider silk has been put on hold all this time. Now that we've obtained this dragon egg, it can finally be put to good use. Lu Yu's fingers gently tapped, and the spider silk in his hand suddenly transformed into a ball of white light, merging into the dragon egg. However, it was not the unknown level consciousness, but the tiny, trembling, faint dragon soul. It cowered in the corner of the dragon egg, trembling violently, desperately resisting the erosion of another consciousness. Although the dragon's soul had not yet fully developed its spiritual intelligence, it already possessed a vague sense of self. All living things possess an instinct for survival, and it was no exception. It too wanted to survive. However, its soul is far too weak. And the white light formed from the spider silk merged into the dragon's soul. The immense power, under Lu Yu's control, slowly infused into its soul. A chant echoed. The dragon's soul seemed to sense the great presence outside the dragon egg aiding it, emitting a dependent and affectionate dragon's roar before beginning to absorb this power. Though the spider god's silk was not a true physical form, its source resided within the realm of illusions, and the power it contained was like a miraculous elixir for a tiny dragon soul. By continuously absorbing these substances, the dragon soul began to grow at a visible pace. The once weak and fragile soul, which seemed as though it could be scattered by a mere breeze, began to solidify and even undergo a form of mutation. The original form of the dragon began to twist, with its head developing into a spider-like shape. However, Lu Yu rolled his eyes at this sight, thinking that if this continued, it would eventually turn into a spider. The corrupting power of the was indeed formidable. This was his designated mount. If he wanted to ride a spider, he could just ride a shadow spider. A dragon should look like a dragon. Besides, strength is temporary, but looking cool is a lifelong thing. Thus, Lu Yu casually summoned 49 pieces of soul-protecting and soul-devouring ghost lantern cloth, which entered the soul of the dragon's soul. With the assistance of Lu Yu's creator's power, they protected it from further deformation. A dragon's roar echoed from within the dragon egg, shaking the void. The dragon soul, having devoured the power of the 5-star rated material, began to constantly claim territory, turning to devour that evil consciousness. The consciousness generated by that unknown tiered body sensed the danger and awoke from its slumber. However, no matter how hard it tried, it could not muster even the slightest bit of power. Moreover, it quickly discovered the demon god shrouded in chaotic energy outside the dragon egg and emitted a despairing mental wave. God, I refuse to accept this. Upon realizing that it had merely fallen into the hands of a demon god, that consciousness was utterly despairing, even to the point of wanting to self-destruct and perish alongside the dragon's soul. However, Lu Yu, operating in creator mode, immediately saw through its intentions. With a single flick of his finger, he suppressed all its power, leaving it powerless to do anything but watch as it was swallowed whole by a newly born dragon soul. This was Lu Yu's plan. Since directly erasing the consciousness within would affect the quality of the dragon egg, why not strengthen the weak dragon soul instead? That way, its original master could devour the outsiders, solving the problem altogether. A mere fragment of an unknown level being could never resist a dragon soul backed by the power of the spider god. It must be said that the spider god has truly contributed so much that even Lu Yu can't help but want to return to the dream realm once more to express his gratitude properly. However, Lu Yu also knows that this old guy has a temper, and if he goes back, there might be a fight. Therefore, it was best to go when this demon was still asleep, so Lu Yu could bring back some local specialties as well. However, this was merely Lu Yu's jest. The first time could be considered luck, but the second time would undoubtedly result in certain death. About half an hour later, the dragon soul quickly devoured all the foreign consciousness, and its own dragon soul grew to over 3 meters tall, almost solidifying into a physical form, majestic and imposing. It was also beginning to undergo mutations, with its head and body showing signs of spider-like transformation. At this point, the dragon soul slowly closed its eyes, as if preparing to enter a state of slumber and incubation. It felt like something was still missing. However, Lu Yu always felt that this type of dragon seemed to be missing something. If it were to be born in this state, it would undoubtedly be incomplete, or the system's evaluation would certainly be insufficient. What else could be added? Lu Yu, deep in thought, looked around. He glanced at the eyeball material floating in the chaos, and an idea immediately came to mind. It's decided, you're the ones. With a casual wave of his hand, over 100 human eyes stolen from others glowed brightly, like shooting stars, and plunged into the dragon egg. At that moment, the Yalong egg has been successfully edited. Chapter 97, The 100-Eyed Spider Dragon. 100-Eyed Spider Dragon Unborn. Born through a ritual reincarnation from an unknown tiered remnant, this dragon egg fuses the essence of an unknown tiered entity with the power of the old gods. Infused with the spider silk of the spider god, it successfully reversed the evil will, allowing the dragon soul to devour it and gain a new life. Under the influence of the spider god's power, it undergoes a soul-level mutation, fusing the gauze from the ghost lantern and the eyeballs of the eye thief. It completely transforms into the ultimate evil dragon, the 100-Eyed Spider Dragon. However, due to consuming the spider god's silk, its essence was enhanced, requiring greater energy for advancement. As a result, it was born with only the power of a morning star at its peak. However, by devouring the evil will, it gained premature awareness of the power of the unknowable realm, fused the power of darkness into itself, and saw its potential greatly enhanced. Ability: Dark Prison Dragon King's Eyes. The two main eyes on your body can manifest the endless dark prison of the spiritual world, pulling enemies' minds into torment. Those with weak minds will have their souls shattered instantly. Due to the properties of the Ghost Lantern Shroud, soul energy merges with the endless dark prison, enhancing its power. The more souls absorbed, the stronger the dark prison becomes, depending on the user. Dragon's Body. Passive ability: As a natural-born dragon, you possess a powerful physique, with your strength amplified to move mountains and rivers, and you gain powerful armor and magical resistance. Fear Domain: Although you are a natural-born wyvern, you have been rejected by pure-blooded dragons. However, you have fused the primordial essence of an unknown tier entity wielding dark authority and the silk of the spider god, causing your dragon might to undergo a transformation. You have gained a hint of a demon god's intimidation, transforming into a fear domain. All enemies entering the domain will be subjected to a fear-inducing shock, with their strength weakened according to their own power. Those unable to resist will lose all their strength, and even those with weak minds will submit, allowing you to control them. Therefore, although you lack dragon might, you are far more powerful than ordinary dragonkin. Your bloodline is now noble. Spider Dragon Silk: In addition to your own dragon breath, you have fused with the spider god silk spinning ability, granting you a thread of primal power. You can now emit dark infused silk threads that are incredibly sturdy. Any beings entangled by these threads will find it nearly impossible to break free and will be corrupted by the dark power over time. Demon Prison Dragon King Flash: Due to the transformation of the Prison King's Eye, which was bestowed by the ancient gods, you have temporarily transformed into the Demon Prison Dragon King. You can use the Prison King's Eye to gather your blood energy and unleash the Demon Prison Dragon King Flash, which possesses immense power. However, the side effect is that your mobility will be reduced by 90% for 10 minutes. Destruction Light: All 108 of your secondary eyeballs can fire Destruction Light, possessing immense destructive power. Rating: 4-star perfect. The cold, mechanical voice of the system, which had been silent for a long time, sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully created a perfect grade monster. You have earned 1 achievement point and can obtain 1/7 of the monster's power. You may now select 3 skills. The 4-star perfect 100-eyed spider dragon has indeed been successfully created by me. This powerful demon dragon, fusing the power of the unknown, the power of the evil gods, and the power of the old gods, possesses 5 powerful skills. Once it hatches, it will become the strongest combat force at my disposal. Lu Yu's eyes flashed with excitement. He had finally succeeded in creating a perfectly rated creature, and just as he had imagined, under the system's rules, the proportion of power obtained from monsters was indeed higher. As for creating a 5-star monster in one go, he had never even considered it. The probability of a 5-star monster being born from a mix of 4-star and 5-star materials is already extremely low, basically as unlikely as winning the lottery in his previous life. Moreover, even if the 2 materials are combined to form a 5-star monster, the combination of the spider god's power and the unknown tier power would undoubtedly result in the spider god's power overwhelming the 5-star monster. In fact, the spider god's power would directly devour those unknown tier powers, transforming the dragon egg into a new spider egg. The powerful twisted corrupting force emanating from the spider silk clearly demonstrates the spider god's terrifying corrosive ability. However, Lu Yu sought a demon capable of harnessing the spider god's power, not a spider twisted by it. Moreover, without any additional materials or regulation, the evaluation would definitely not be high, and it might even fail to reach a satisfactory level. This was something he, who pursued perfection, could not accept. Therefore, Lu Yu edited the footage, adding gauze to the ghost lanterns and removing the eyeballs from the human eyes, adjusting the positions of these elements, and optimizing the original form of the 100-eyed spider dragon to unlock its full potential. As for the 100-eyed spider dragon after its birth, being at the peak of the Morningstar rank didn't bother Lu Yu at all. As long as the 100-eyed spider dragon adapted and grew for a while after birth, it would soon reach the threshold of the glowing moon rank, or even directly ascend to it. After all, its essence had already been enhanced by the spider god and an unknown tier primordial force. Compared to a spider dragon that was born at the glowing moon tier but had weaker potential, the current 100-eyed spider dragon, after being born, would undoubtedly be stronger when it eventually ascended to the glowing moon tier. A 4-star perfect grade monster, regardless of its level, will always be a nightmare-inducing existence for enemies. And the one who gained the most from this encounter was Lu Yu. 1/7 of the power of a powerful demon creature equivalent to a half-step Huiyue. Lu Yu's thoughts raced. Earlier, due to the sudden influx of spiritual energy into his body, he had not chosen to break through to the Morningstar stage. However, after this period of time, he had fully mastered his spiritual energy, and the image of the 1,000-armed demon god in his imagination had become increasingly detailed, sufficient to suppress the surging spiritual energy. Lu Yu glanced at the 100-eyed spider dragon egg still in incubation. The dragon's soul within had entered a mysterious state of growth, slowly evolving into a true world-destroying demon dragon under the influence of multiple forces. As for the ultimate evil soul, it was currently of no use, so he would have to go gather some negative energy materials for monster editing. Thinking this, Lu Yu addressed the system. I choose Dark Prison Dragon King's Eye Dragon's body in Fear Domain. This was the result of his careful consideration. The powerful eye technique was the mental ability he needed, as it not only allowed for both offense and defense but also absorbed souls to enhance its power, making it highly scalable. The powerful physique granted by the dragon's body enhances his combat strength and survival capabilities. Only by staying alive does he have a chance. As for the Fear Domain, it enhances his area of effect attack capabilities, allowing him to withstand sieges without fear. In fact, he was extremely envious of the Dark Prison Dragon King's roar, but the side effects were too severe. Not only did it consume a large amount of blood energy, but it also caused slowed movement for 10 minutes, which Lu Yu could not accept, so he reluctantly had to give it up. The main issue was that the skills of the 100-eyed spider dragon were simply too powerful. There were just too many to choose from. Lu Yu really wanted to shout, "Only children make choices as an adult, I want it all." But then he remembered that the system was just a cold program that wouldn't even bother to look down on him, so saying it would be pointless. So, after Lu Yu made his choice, the chaotic world before him suddenly vanished, returning to the present world. A vast, sea-like spiritual energy emerged from the void and surged into his body, merging with him. Lu Yu felt his body swelling to the point of bursting. The 1,000-armed demon god in his mind opened its eyes and spoke softly. It is time to ascend to Morningstar. Chapter 98, Promotion to Morningstar. The Realm of Fear. Morningstar. A class that countless awakened beings aspire to, but for Lu Yu, it is merely the first step on the path to becoming a true powerhouse. A vast surge of spiritual energy surged into his body like a tsunami, ruthlessly washing over his bones, flesh, and internal organs, as if intent on crushing him inch by inch, yet it also brought him rebirth. The sea of spiritual energy rampaged and surged wildly, finally converging into the brain. Lu Yu's body slowly swelled, as if it were about to be torn apart by this immense spiritual energy, but he remained completely calm, continuing to sketch more details of the 1,000-handed demon god visualization in his mind. His mind began to recall the introduction to the Awakened class and Morningstar class from the basic knowledge for Awakened ones. What is the Awakened realm? It is the awakening of one's own spiritual essence, which is then cultivated and expanded through visualization diagrams and breathing techniques, ultimately granting extraordinary powers. The most crucial aspect of the awakening stage is the continuous cultivation of one's spiritual essence. Once the spiritual essence reaches a certain level, to advance to the Morningstar stage, one must gradually condense the spiritual essence cultivated over a long period of time, ultimately condensing it into a single point. This point then breaks through the constraints, carrying with it the vast spiritual essence, rising like a morningstar, thereby elevating both the spirit and the physical body. However, while this process may seem simple, when put into practice, compressing spiritual energy triggers a violent outburst of spiritual power, which races wildly throughout the body. If this process is not handled properly, the consequences can be severe. At best, one may be injured by the backlash of spiritual energy. At worst, one may become like a balloon being inflated beyond its limits, eventually bursting with a loud bang. Therefore, many people prepare extensive medical precautions before advancing to Morningstar, ensuring that even if the advancement fails, they will do everything possible to preserve their lives. After all, life is the only hope. As for Lu Yu himself, his spiritual essence had already surpassed the threshold of what ordinary people consider the total limit of spiritual essence after being imbued by the Morningstar demon twice, and had even far exceeded it. Therefore, at this moment, as he compressed, it was as though a dormant beast had been awakened, erupting into a frenzy, rampaging through his body, with an endless stream of spiritual energy surging in. Lu Yu closed his eyes, allowing the rampaging spiritual energy to wash over his body unchecked. The intense pain coursed through his brain, causing him to furrow his brows slightly, but he continued to wait. waiting for all the spiritual energy to be fully infused. Although during this process, all the spiritual energy began to erupt violently, it was gradually subdued through constant cleansing and eventually became his true power. Even though the 100-eyed spider dragon had not yet been born, its 1/7 of its power already surpassed the combined strength of the fear balloon and the void shadow spider by several times over. The 100-eyed spider dragon is a true war colossus. Therefore, the system transformed it into batches of pure spiritual energy to prevent it from being instantly overwhelmed. Boom! A half-minute roar echoed, followed by a massive, muffled sound. The last remnant of spiritual energy was infused into Lu Yu's body. At that moment, his body swelled up, and countless green veins emerged on the surface of his skin, as if they were about to burst him open. Meanwhile, the little spider nearby witnessed the scene. Its delicate little face betrayed a look of panic, but it dared not approach, instead shouting anxiously, "Ee!" In its mind, Lu Yu was its entire world. If something happened to Lu Yu, it truly didn't know what to do next. Although the fear balloon is usually carefree and irresponsible, upon seeing its master in such a state, it immediately flew to Lu Yu's head and activated its light-absorbing aura to protect him. The time has come. Lu Yu's eyelashes trembled slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. He could already clearly sense the immense spiritual energy within his body, and he had mastered each and every bit of it, imprinting his own mark upon them. However, the moment he began to compress them, the spiritual energy surged forth like wild horses breaking free from their reins. However, Lu Yu had already made preparations. He began to compress this vast spiritual energy. Just as the spiritual energy was about to erupt, the thousand-armed demon god in his mind began to transform. His body, shrouded in chaotic energy, started to fluctuate between solid and ethereal, and countless arms began to dance. Suddenly, one arm paused, its palm lifting upward to reveal a beam of light. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a dragon egg. The dragon egg shone like black crystal, emitting a faint glow. Vaguely, one could discern the sleeping figure within a creature resembling both a dragon and a spider, slumbering deeply. The 100-eyed spider dragon. The core of the thousand-handed demon god visualization diagram, aside from its creator mode, is visualizing these monsters that one has created oneself. Every time a demon is created, the thousand-armed demon god's palms will manifest their forms and powers, enhancing the thousand-armed demon god and granting mastery over the laws governing these creatures. If he waits until he has created a large number of demon gods, his thousand-armed demon god will gather the power of countless demon gods into one body, mastering countless rules, and becoming the true ruler of all demons. After the thousand-armed demon god lifted the 100-eyed spider dragon, his form grew even larger, and the chaotic energy surged outward, shrouding his body in darkness. The thousand-armed demon god sat cross-legged on the Taiji diagram, once again waving his arms. However, this time, he was not targeting the chaotic energy currents around him, but instead aimed at the vast spiritual energy within Lu Yu's body. He extended an arm and pressed it into the void. Boom! The spiritual energy within Lu Yu, which had been simmering and ready to erupt, was suddenly subdued at that moment. It continued to compress under his will until it shrunk into a spiritual energy sphere the size of a fist. Lu Yu looked at the spiritual energy orb and suddenly recalled what he had read in the books. Other spiritual energy orbs were the size of a fingernail, and some geniuses could achieve the size of a quail egg. But his was the size of a fist that was a bit too large, wasn't it? Although I don't know if the spiritual light sphere being too large will have any effect, since we've already reached the final step, there's no way we can hold back now. Lu Yu's mind slowly settled, and his spiritual energy merged with his body as he began to observe. It seemed as though he could see a portal between the real and the illusory within his own body. The Gate of Awakening. This is the gateway that emerges within every awakened being, serving both as a means to break through the constraints of one's realm and as a shield to protect the awakened from spiritual corruption. However, everyone's portal is unique. He had never seen another person's portal before, but his own portal seemed rather peculiar. It was an enormous bronze gate, engraved with all sorts of mysterious runes and strange characters, with countless bizarre shapes adorning the sides, forming a scene like a painting. It looked as though countless monsters were swarming around an indistinct figure, as if paying homage to their creator. Lu Yu glanced at it a few times but detected nothing unusual. However, his spiritual light began to stir, and he knew he couldn't delay any longer. With one final burst of energy, charge forward. Lu Yu spoke in a deep voice as the spiritual light orb shot out like an arrow from a bow, colliding directly with the gate. Ding! The collision between the two produced a terrifying shockwave. The spiritual energy that collided and dispersed formed an arc, like the blast wave from an exploding bomb, spreading in all directions. Lu Yu couldn't help but groan softly. However, although the gate was powerful, it couldn't withstand such a massive spiritual force, rivaling even some of the more seasoned Morning Star-level experts. Snap! After a minute of stalemate, the spiritual energy erupted once more, violently shattering the portal into countless fragments that shattered between the real and the illusory. The spiritual light sphere broke through it and entered a void, radiating its own light, like a star in the pitch-black night sky. Morning Star! Morning Star! The moment the spiritual light sphere reached the void, his body and soul began to tremble, undergoing a mysterious transformation. It seemed as though he was engaging in a conscious exchange with nature, freely roaming through the boundless world, sensing the flow of energy and even gaining control over it. This sensation left Lu Yu somewhat intoxicated. However, this world lasted only about 5 minutes before the spiritual light orb returned to the void from which it had come, and Lu Yu's consciousness followed suit. His body trembled slightly, and a massive aura spread out from him, stirring up winds and waves that swept in all directions, even blowing the fear-filled balloons above his head dozens of meters away. Yeah. The fear balloon screamed and flew back, then was blown away again. After repeating this cycle several times, it actually started to enjoy the feeling and began playing on its own. At that moment, Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of pitch-black vertical pupils. A terrifying aura spread out from him, resembling a seated demonic dragon. His body grew increasingly robust, with sounds like firecrackers echoing within him, and his skin became increasingly resilient. The dark prison dragon king's eyes and the body of the demon dragon. And what remains is the realm of fear. Lu Yu's voice rang out, and the world before his eyes changed accordingly. Chapter 99, The Power to Control All Things. The strange behavior of the little spider. A grayish halo spread out from beneath his feet, instantly covering a radius of 50 meters around him, transforming the area into a grayish world. Everything within it seemed to have come to a standstill, utterly silent. A strange force lingers within, spreading a magical aura of fear, like the gaping maw of a demon, waiting for someone to enter and be devoured. The height is approximately 30 meters, and the length is a circle with me as the center, spanning 50 meters. The area is quite large, though the energy consumption is a bit high. Lu Yu briefly sensed the area and quickly got a general idea of the fear domain's range. It expanded outward from him, and any creatures entering the domain would be suppressed to varying degrees. The stronger one's strength and the more resilient one's spirit, the lesser the suppression. Conversely, the weaker one's strength and the more fragile one's spirit, the greater the suppression. However, this consumption is truly terrifying. After activating the fear domain, the spiritual energy within Lu Yu's body was depleting at an alarming rate, allowing him to maintain it for only about half an hour. It's important to note that his spiritual energy was already far beyond that of an ordinary person, and with the thousand-handed demon god suppressing him, the spiritual energy within his body was already vast. Now that he had advanced to the Morning Star rank, the spiritual energy within his body had more than doubled. However, even such an immense amount of spiritual energy can only sustain him for half an hour. If he were in the midst of battle, this duration would be reduced by more than half. As Lu Yu pondered, a white bird in the sky lowered its altitude and glided downward, colliding directly into the fear domain. As it entered this gray world, it suddenly sensed a terrifying aura, causing it to flap its wings and cry out in fear. Cheep, cheep. The white bird instinctively wanted to take flight and escape, but before it could flap its wings, it suddenly saw a giant eagle in front of it, which terrified it so much that it dared not move, resulting in it plummeting straight down. The giant eagle was one it had seen before. It had once preyed on its companions, making it the creature it feared most. Now, facing it again, it was completely paralyzed with fear. The white bird continued to plummet, but just as it was about to hit the ground, it was caught by a hand. It quickly saw a human being, staring at it. For some reason, the white bird felt more fear toward the human before it than it had ever felt toward a giant eagle. With its limited intelligence, it dared not flap its wings and could only tremble in fear. This stupid bird is shaking like a sieve. Lu Yu watched the white bird that had dared to enter his realm of fear. It suddenly froze mid-air before plummeting down, then trembled uncontrollably in his hands, looking completely terrified. However, Lu Yu also sensed a faint connection with the white bird, which sparked some speculation in his mind. Thus, Lu Yu commanded through this connection. Fly in the air and spin around. In Bai Niao's eyes, Lu Yu suddenly transformed into the giant eagle it feared most, letting out a long cry and commanding it to circle in the sky. Cheep. So the white bird flapped its wings and flew up, obediently circling once in the air. So that's how it was. Lu Yu murmured softly, roughly understanding the usage of the fear domain. It involved evoking the most terrifying images in a living being's mind and amplifying that fear to achieve control. However, the stronger a person's mental willpower, the harder it is to find their mental weaknesses. However, it can be used as a surprise tactic in battle. As expected, area of effect skills are quite powerful, though they do consume a lot of resources. As Lu Yu was pondering, the sound of a fear balloon echoed in his ears. Eek! Fear balloons began to float around in front of him, looking as if they were asking to be hit. Lu Yu couldn't help but want to swat them away, but he stopped himself before he could act. He channeled the power of the fear domain into the fear balloon and prepared to see how it would react. However, after several minutes, the fear balloon continued to drift aimlessly, occasionally emitting strange sounds, as if beckoning Lu Yu to strike it. It seemed completely unaffected. In other words, this area is completely ineffective against fear balloons. It simply has no concept of fear, or perhaps its brain isn't capable of processing it. It's just a dumb deer. Yu couldn't help but mutter under his breath, while the fear balloon looked at him in confusion, unsure why its master was scolding it again. However, this didn't stop it from continuing to circle around Yu before being swatted away by him. However, Yu was just venting his frustration. He withdrew the fear domain and released the white bird as well. He looked at the world before him, clenched his fists, and casually swung a punch, creating a deafening explosion in the air and sending terrifying shockwaves rippling out. And this was achieved with just a fraction of his strength, yet it produced the same effect as using 10 times his strength. The reason was that he had slightly tapped into the natural elements, what is known as the power of heaven and earth, amplifying the force of his punch. However, if an awakened individual possesses 10-fold strength, they can at most exert 12-fold strength, as this is still within the bounds of their own inherent power. However, the Morning Star is different. It can already begin to harness the free energy in the air, amplifying 10 units of strength to achieve a 100-fold effect. This is why there is such a significant gap between the two, making it nearly impossible for someone to challenge an opponent of a higher level. As for the Huiyue level, they can materialize the visualization diagrams, not only suppressing the spiritual realm but also interfering with the physical world. The rest of their abilities are unknown to Yu, as much of the information is controlled by certain schools of thought, and those who follow unconventional paths like them know very little. Although the bishop of the original dark sect who was betrayed last time was a peak-level Huiyue class existence, that individual was too impulsive. He followed him directly into the creator's space and faced the true thousand-handed demon god. Even an existence of the unknowable rank would suffer severe injuries if they followed Yu into the creator's space and faced the true form of the thousand-handed demon god. Therefore, this battle holds no reference value. It can only be confirmed that the transition from morning star to full moon marks another qualitative transformation. However, the glowing moon stage is still quite far from Yu, and the methods for advancing require further collection. Perhaps when he returns to trade the Lingqi corpses with the Gao Seabird sect, he can begin planning his next steps. As for the passive ability, Dragon's Body, he could clearly sense the immense power contained within his body. His skin also began to harden and become more resilient. He tried to cut it with a small knife using a bit of force, but it only left a shallow white mark. It wasn't until he applied 5 times the force that he managed to cut a small wound, which healed at a visible speed. His strength, defense, and self-healing abilities had all improved significantly, and his physical reaction speed and coordination had also been enhanced. This passive ability was indeed very powerful. As for the Dark Prison Dragon King's Eye, it is a mental ability that requires a target to practice on. However, he can still estimate his current strength, comparable to the mid-tier Morning Star. If you use skills like the Dark Prison Dragon King's Eye, you can even go head-to-head with the advanced Morning Star. Even if you can't beat the peak Morning Star, you can still retreat easily. Now, he has finally gained the ability to protect himself in the extraordinary world. After Yu finished his experiment, the little spider rushed over excitedly, clinging to his clothes and making concerned sounds, asking if Yu was okay. Yu stroked her head, and the silver strands of hair fell down, as if he were touching a delicate doll. But when the little spider lifted her head, her adorable little face was something no doll could ever compare to. Moreover, the little spider would cling to your finger and gaze at you with its adorable eyes, silently begging for attention. Well-behaved, understanding, and loving to cuddle, it's the perfect little bundle of joy. The only downside is that she's a bit on the small side. Size? Yu glanced at the little spider again. His human eyes suddenly transformed into the dark, ominous eyes of the Dark Prison Dragon King, and he exclaimed in surprise. "Little spider, you didn't sneakily eat the magic potion behind my back, did you?" Chapter 100, The Elixir of Immortality. In Yu's eyes, the little spider still looked as small and cute as ever, but it had grown about 2 centimeters. Though the change may not seem significant, for a spider that was originally only the size of a finger, growing 2 centimeters taller is equivalent to a human suddenly growing several inches taller. Moreover, even after growing larger, the spider's upper body remains proportionate, with its silver hair growing longer and flowing down over its shoulders. When the wind blows, it resembles a silver curtain gently swaying in the breeze. And whether it was Yu's imagination or not, the little spider seemed to have grown up. It's not just that its body has grown larger, its clothes now appear too small, and its face seems more mature than before, with a more refined features, making one can't help but imagine how stunning the little spider will be when it grows up. Even compared to the legendary beauty Daji from ancient mythology, she wouldn't be outdone, would she? But where did this beauty come from? It definitely couldn't be that twisted spider priestess. Even before she was twisted into a spider, her face was far from beautiful. Moreover, when Yu edited the text, he deliberately removed any mention of her influence as much as possible. As for they are unnameable entities whose forms are unknown. However, most of them are not human in appearance and instead take the optimal forms that align with the cosmic laws of the universe. Therefore, it is highly unlikely that the little spider inherited the genes of the void. Then, is the origin of the little spider's bloodline the owner of the pocket watch? Liu pondered for a moment and suddenly thought of the pocket watch tainted with the blood of the evil god, which contained the power of time and shadow. After all, the materials for this initial treasure chest were sourced from all over the world and even from different worlds through a process of harmonization. Each piece of material has its own unique story. Like the shroud used to create fear balloons, which originates from the corpse of a terrifying entity, the pocket watch also stems from an ancient being that controls shadows and time. Looking back now, the design of the pocket watch featured many patterns of doves and clouds, which are patterns that girls tend to like, and the style was that of a lady's pocket watch. This suggests that the entity in question was a woman. It is highly likely that during the battle with the evil god, the blood of that entity was contaminated, only to mix with the evil god's blood and form that pool of bloodstains. It remains unknown whether he perished in the battle against the evil god. Ing. A faint cry broke Luyu's reverie. The little spider widened its silver eyes and tilted its head to look at Luyu. Liu snapped back to reality and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Ing. The little spider, having received a response, spun around, its lower body taking on an increasingly crystalline form, resembling an exquisite silver artifact, with not a trace of the eerie or terrifying appearance it had previously possessed. Meanwhile, its upper body seemed to have absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, resembling a natural spirit, embodying all that is beautiful and pure. After spinning in a few small circles, the hem of the black dress fluttered, and it raised its delicate chin, as if waiting for Luyu's praise. "What a vain little thing." Luyu smiled and said something, and upon hearing this, the little spider immediately wilted like a wilted flower, looking dejected, with a look of disappointment on his face. Luyu was the little spider's entire world. If Luyu rejected it, the little spider would be deeply hurt. Luyu, seeing this, reached out and touched its head with his finger, instantly reviving the little spider. Its mouth curled upward, revealing a satisfied smile. Originally, Luyu had wanted to tell the little spider that if it grew any larger, it might no longer be able to stay in his pocket. But the words stopped at his lips. After all, the little spider would eventually grow up and couldn't stay in his pocket forever. This is also a form of growth. The little girl will eventually grow up. Perhaps after Luyu said that, the little spider would deliberately suppress its own growth, but that would also lose its meaning. The little girl will grow up, and the little spider will become a stunningly beautiful demoness. Will the little spider still be as cute and innocent as this when she grows up? Or will she transform into a graceful and confident beauty? However, no matter which one it is, Luyu thinks it's all good, because they're all his little spiders. Beep. Just as he was playing around with the little spider, the sound of a horn suddenly rang out, and a SUV was speeding toward them. It was the very same SUV that Luyu had been robbed of. Upon hearing this sound, the fear balloon's facial patterns began to distort into a hideous expression, while the little spider also stood up and looked over, its silver eyes now tinged with a hint of displeasure. Why is someone coming to disturb such a beautiful moment? He's back. Even Luyu was a bit surprised. He had just received the message and didn't expect this group of shadow servants to find the car so quickly, and even bring the people back. The massive off-road vehicle began to slow down as it approached, eventually coming to a stop in front of Luyu. Click. Several shadow servants appeared beside the car, opened the doors, and threw two bound people out. They also took a large sack from the trunk. The two middle-aged individuals thrown out were a man and a woman with ordinary, unremarkable appearances. The man had a scar from a burn near the corner of his right eyebrow. Luyu sensed a spiritual aura emanating from them, estimating them to be around the 5th stage of awakening. Are these two the car thieves? As Luyu looked down at them, the two men also looked up and saw the handsome young man before them. Though their expressions remained calm and they said nothing, they exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Even more imposing than the Morningstar warriors they had encountered before, and when they thought back to the shadow servants who had captured them earlier, now kneeling before the young man like slaves, it was truly astonishing. They suddenly understood. Could the person before them be the offspring of the high-ranking members of the Kaiying lineage? Or perhaps an immortal from the Kaiying lineage who has maintained eternal youth? Considering the cutting shadow lineage's reputation in the dark world, falling into their hands would mean death was a luxury, and one might even be turned into a shadow servant and enslaved for countless years. Thinking about that despairing future of maintaining one's consciousness while being enslaved for countless years, the two of them were so terrified that their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Liu looked at the scene before him and furrowed his brows, puzzled as to why these two were trembling in his presence. These two had some pretty clever car stealing skills. They must be seasoned criminals. Why were they so scared now that they'd been caught? Moreover, Liu doesn't think he looks scary at all, and he fits the aesthetic standards of this world. Thinking back to a few years ago when he was still in school, Liu used to receive love letters from girls all the time. If he hadn't thrown them away in time, they would have almost filled his drawer. Could it be that he knows his true identity? The moment this thought crossed Liu's mind, he dismissed it. After all, his true appearance was that of an ordinary person, and aside from the deal he had made with the Deathbird sect, his true identity remained low-key. Even if one knew his true identity, there seemed to be no reason to fear him, did there? However, since these two were afraid of him, Liu saw no point in delaying. He opened the dark prison Dragon King's eyes and prepared to ask them about the car theft, speaking in a deep voice. Speak! After he opened the dark prison Dragon King's eyes, in the eyes of the two car thieves, Lu Yu's aura suddenly transformed from that of a dignified young man into that of a humanoid demon dragon. Terrifying pressure surged like a tsunami, overwhelming their minds and shattering their mental defenses. A sense of impending death clung to them, and faintly, they seemed to see the Grim Reaper approaching with his scythe, ready to reap their souls. They will die. If they don't come clean, this young man in front of us will definitely torture them until they wish they were dead. Right. He must have found out about that thing, which is why he found me. Greed really doesn't pay. That thing was way beyond the reach of weak awakened beings like them. Sure enough, just by grabbing it, they brought about their own doom. The man felt bitter inside, but to save his life, he hurriedly said, "Sir, the elixir of immortality is in the sack. We haven't touched it. Please spare our lives." The elixir of immortality? What is that? I'm not asking you about stealing the car. Where did this elixir of immortality come from? We don't seem to be on the same chat channel. Chapter 101, The Demon Lord's Trap, Cross-Channel Chat. Immortality, a term that has captivated countless people. Whether in a past life or the present, whether an emperor or a peasant, any sentient being fears death and yearns for eternal life. Even some emperors in past lives, in their quest to extend their lives by a few decades or even a few years, willingly believed the false promises of alchemists, consuming toxic pills made from lead and mercury daily, which ultimately led to a drastic shortening of their lives and an early demise. Seeking immortality and eternal life only to die sooner is truly ironic. However, this world is different. Immortality is a real possibility, and entities of an unknown level of existence can be reborn with just a single body. Even a hand that has been suppressed for countless years can regain consciousness and seek an opportunity for rebirth. Forbidden entities can even be resurrected from spacetime with a single chant of their name, returning once more to the present world. They have all withstood the erosion of time, achieving long lives, and some even approaching eternal existence. Not to mention the eternal evil gods, who reign supreme, disrupting the order of the world for countless ages. And the elixir of immortality, literally, a magical potion that grants eternal life upon consumption. Does that mean it's a mysterious, magical item? However, although Lu Yu was curious, he wasn't overly tempted, because immortality was a rather clever concept in this world. The reason it was called clever was because the concept of immortality had many interpretations. Among them, the thieves were cursed by the rituals of the ancient gods, transforming into monsters that must consume human eyeballs to survive. However, as long as they continue to devour eyeballs, they possess nearly eternal life. Many of the evil gods can attract followers because they promise that by transforming into a specific type of monster, one can also attain a life that is nearly eternal. Even curses and rituals can sometimes succeed, but they often come with severe side effects. Moreover, even with such a long lifespan, one may lack the ability to protect oneself for that duration. Lu Yu also yearned for immortality, but what he sought was eternal supremacy, not a monstrous existence clinging to life with side effects. However, such magical items, even with their side effects, would still be fiercely contested, especially by those who were already on the brink of death. To survive, they would stop at nothing. Such items are typically controlled by higher-level beings and treated as treasures, so how could they possibly fall into the hands of two individuals who have only awakened to the 5th stage? As if sensing the doubt in Lu Yu's gaze, the two assumed he thought they had already consumed the elixir of immortality, and hurriedly explained. "Sir, you can look inside the sack and you will see that we are not lying to you." They were deeply afraid that Lu Yu wouldn't believe them, so they directly offered themselves as sacrifices for making shadow guards, enduring eternal slavery and torment. Although the creation of shadow guards by the Kaiying lineage is extremely difficult, not just anyone can be used as a sacrifice. However, due to their extreme mystery and the evil nature of the shadow powers they wield, over time, rumors began to circulate that if one offended the shadow cutters, they would be captured and used as sacrifices to create shadow guards, enduring eternal torment. In reality, even if you wanted to be a sacrifice, the shadow cutters would first have to deem you worthy. After all, not just anyone could be a sacrifice. They didn't possess the ability of Lu Yu, who could randomly select shadows to create shadow slaves. Each time, they must carefully select the sacrifice, as the cost of each ritual is simply too great. However, such rumors had little effect on them. Instead, they enhanced their deterrent power and reduced many complications. Therefore, the Kaiying lineage allowed the rumors to spread unchecked. However, for those unaware of the truth, such torment could terrify them beyond belief. Lu Yu didn't rush to speak. Although he had initially only wanted to ask the other party why they had stolen the car, now that there was news of a treasure, he didn't mind taking a look. With a flick of his mind, a shadow servant wielding a shadow blade sliced open the sack, and a figure fell to the ground. It was a little girl with blue hair. She wore a white dress, her blue hair disheveled and flowing like the vast, azure sea. Her features were still somewhat youthful, but it was clear she was a beauty in the making. Though she couldn't compare to Little Spider, her eyebrows and eyes were as delicate as a painting, and she was sure to grow into a great beauty in the future. Is the elixir of immortality a person? Or a little girl? Lu Yu fell silent immediately, and the atmosphere grew heavy, thickening into a suffocating tension. Lu Yu looked at the unconscious little girl on the ground and began to doubt whether these two had made a mistake. He knew that mysterious items could have some peculiar properties, but they couldn't possibly turn into a person from wine, could they? Could it be that the name of this elixir of immortality is just a stage name? Just like the 18 hairpins of Jinling, it refers to 18 beauties, not 18 hairpins. In other words, he was tricked? Ha! Lu Yu's eyes, as black as ink, suddenly transformed into vertical slits like those of a dragon. A flash of displeasure crossed his gaze, and the overwhelming pressure of the morning star spread out unchecked, the terrifying force directly pinning the two men to the ground. The terrifying pressure felt like a massive mountain, tormenting both their minds and bodies, as if their bodies were being crushed into dust. Please don't kill me, master. I have already handed over the elixir of immortality. I don't want to die. Please spare us. The two of them were bearing the immense pressure, their faces pressed tightly against the ground. Even under this pressure, tiny pebbles on the ground were forced into their faces by the force, and blood seeped out through the countless small wounds, making their entire faces look bloody and mangled. They had no idea why they were being attacked after handing over the elixir of immortality. Could the being before them be a sadistic, twisted powerhouse who takes pleasure in tormenting others? The two of them felt increasingly regretful. If only they had known, they never would have gone after the elixir of immortality, and they even went so far as to break into a car to speed up the process. Soon after, they were attacked by a group of shadow guards and driven to this terrifying creature. This is like delivering them right to the door. Facing their pleas for mercy, Lu Yu felt no pity whatsoever. Not only had they stolen his car, but they had also dared to mock him. Let them taste the true meaning of suffering. Lu Yu once again unleashed his fear domain, stirring up the deepest fears within their hearts, subjecting them to a soul-crushing ordeal. After a grueling interrogation that lasted 10 minutes, Lu Yu finally withdrew his fear domain. The two car thieves had shrunk into a trembling heap, shivering uncontrollably with blank expressions, utterly terrified. It was like that. And Lu Yu finally figured out everything. The girl in front of him was really the elixir of immortality. And it wasn't just a nickname or stage name, these two weren't playing him after all. It was a genuine treasure that could grant one a long life. Lu Yu looked at the blue-haired little girl lying on the ground, his gaze deep, and thought of the words the thief had just spoken. Mermaids, their blood is like wine, and drinking it grants eternal life. It is called the elixir of immortality. Chapter 102, The Forbidden Trail, Wild Imagination. Mermaids. In Lu Yu's previous life, his book Records of the Supernatural recorded, Xia Zhongyu once saw a woman appearing and disappearing in the water, with the lower half of her body being that of a fish. She was a mermaid. It is a mythical creature that can live in the ocean and possesses various extraordinary abilities. Moreover, the oil extracted from their bodies has an extremely low ignition point, and a single drop can burn for 10,000 years without extinguishing. Legend has it that in the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, there were eternal lamps made from mermaid oil, used to illuminate the underworld and prove the emperor's immortal achievements for all eternity. The mermaids of this world have the upper bodies of humans and the tails of fish, are beautiful and skilled singers, and live in the turbulent seas. They are the spirits of the sea, capable of manipulating storms to a certain extent, and are the nightmare of all sailors. Thus, they are also known as the children of the storm. The origin of mermaids is long lost, even to themselves, but they have always upheld a tradition. On the night when the stars gather, they sacrifice their flesh and blood to a mysterious sea deity, praying for protection. Their numbers are few, with females being the majority, and males are extremely rare. They feed on flesh and blood and are blessed by the sea, granting them the ability to avoid water and ward off sea monsters. Legend has it that their blood is as red and sweet as grape wine, and drinking it grants a lifespan nearly as long as eternal life. Therefore, they have always been important characters in novels and travelogues, often granting heroes and protagonists an extended lifespan, leading to a happy ending for everyone. Though the story is far-fetched, it still sells quite well. However, the elixir of immortality is not something that can be consumed casually. It must be accompanied by a special ritual and requires the mermaid to willingly sacrifice her blood for it to take effect. If taken by force, the blood will turn into a curse of eternal poison, unleashing terrifying mutagenic powers that transform the person into a monster. Therefore, although the blood of the merfolk possesses extraordinary properties, it is not indiscriminately harvested. This is because, if the merfolk refuse to cooperate, the blood can easily turn into a deadly poison. There are a very few individuals who attempt to deceive the merfolk into revealing the elixir of immortality, but unfortunately, almost none have succeeded. However, the little girl in the bag was not a mermaid but a container. A human who obtained the mermaid's elixir of immortality by chance and gained an eternal life. Before that, she had always lived in a small village, but because she had gained an extended lifespan, she was regarded as a monster and ostracized by the villagers. After her adoptive mother passed away, she decided to leave and set out to find a way to break the curse of eternal life, hoping to become an ordinary person and experience the natural cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. However, human nature is greedy. After being deliberately exploited by people from several villages who spread rumors about her to make money, the news about the elixir of immortality within her body also spread, attracting the attention of some individuals. They learned that the little girl possessed the elixir of immortality, and that it had already been successfully transformed into the elixir of immortality, meaning it would no longer produce the poison of immortality. Therefore, these people wanted to capture the little girl, extract all the blood from her body, and purify it into elixir of immortality that could be used by others. However, extracting the elixir of immortality is merely their speculation, and whether it can be successfully achieved remains an unknown. Even if they fail, they won't feel any remorse. After all, the one being sacrificed is just an ordinary person in their eyes, no more valuable than an ant, merely a useful tool. Therefore, these wealthy individuals desperate to survive have offered a hefty bounty in the underground world for this young girl, hoping to obtain a living vessel for the elixir of immortality. What happened next was that the girl, driven by her own curiosity to see the cursed creature known as the Ithifa being that had gained an eternal life through a curse, sought to find a way to break the curse herself. So she ventured alone to the outskirts of the mist forest, where she encountered the two bounty hunters who had seen the reward notice, and ended up becoming their prize. The two bounty hunters, eager to deliver the goods to their buyers as quickly as possible, encountered Lu Yu's car on the road. To travel faster and more comfortably, they broke into the car and drove off, thereby attracting Lu Yu to the scene. In fact, if they hadn't taken Lu Yu's car, perhaps nothing would have happened, and they could have delivered the goods, collected their payment, and gone their separate ways, potentially achieving great success in life. This is the consequence of being too nosy. Lu Yu glanced at the two stunned men and muttered under his breath. After all, it was their own fault for being so reckless and wanting to travel comfortably, so they had parked their SUV in a small corner and had it towed away. Lu Yu glanced at the two stunned individuals and muttered under his breath. After all, it was their own fault for being so careless and wanting to travel more comfortably, so they ended up having their off-road vehicle, which was parked in a small corner, stolen. However, these two were repeat offenders. They had previously stolen numerous items, and even went as far as to wipe out an entire family for some treasures, demonstrating their extreme violence. Unfortunately, they fell into the hands of Lu Yu, a man even more ruthless than they are. Yeah. The fear balloon drifted down curiously, its grotesque patterns beginning to change, as if observing the two creatures' actions. The man among the car thieves heard the sound and lifted his head, suddenly seeing a fear-filled balloon with a grinning face staring at them. His pupils contracted sharply, and he suddenly recalled the message sent by his bounty hunter companion who had emerged from the mist forest earlier. The leader of the eye thieves took advantage of the morning star's ambush to successfully reincarnate into a dragon egg, nearly ascending to the brilliant moon rank. At that moment, a forbidden entity wearing a faceless mask appeared, obliterating it with a single palm strike and causing the statues of the old gods to crumble into dust before departing effortlessly. That companion also specifically mentioned that the forbidden entity wore a faceless mask, was clad in black, and had a yellow balloon-like creature trailing behind it, adorned with a terrifying grinning face pattern. The balloon with the terrifying smile. A massive, magical balloon monster. The man's breathing grew rapid, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, as if he had realized something. The woman beside him stared blankly, looking at the man beside her with a puzzled expression, as if she didn't know what could be more terrifying. Lu Yu noticed his reaction, glanced at the fear balloon, and smiled as he said, "Found it? No, that's not right. I don't know anything. I don't understand anything." The man unconsciously nodded, then shook his head vigorously like a rattle, firmly denying that he had recognized the other person's identity. The person in front of him looked young and did not possess the overwhelming power that made it impossible to look directly at him, so it was unlikely that he was a forbidden existence. However, there was a balloon-like object that seemed to be a manifestation of a forbidden existence floating beside him. The only possibility is that they are somehow connected to the forbidden entity. Master and disciple, or something like that. Heirs. Regardless of which one it was, the relationship between them was something he couldn't fathom. The man always kept one thing in mind: the more you know, the faster you die. As a mere ant, if one were to become entangled in the taboo of clashing with the ancient gods, even the slightest connection would lead to a catastrophic disaster. At that moment, another woman also noticed the fear-inducing aura, recalling the information she had seen earlier. Her face turned pale with terror, and she instinctively tried to scream. No! As if an invisible force had gripped her throat, her eyes widened in shock for a moment, but they quickly lost their color, and she collapsed to the ground with a thud. "Don't kill me!" Another man, seeing this, tried to crawl down and beg for mercy, but suddenly noticed that Lu Yu's eyes had changed. The vertical pupils of a dragon had vanished, replaced by a swirling black nebula. Within the nebula lay a silent, dark prison, emitting a terrifying suction force that instantly pulled the man's soul into it, shattering it into oblivion. By absorbing the power of these souls, the strength of the dark prison increased slightly, but the change was so subtle that it was almost imperceptible without careful observation. It seems that a large number of powerful souls are still needed to fill it. Lu Yu sighed, placed the small spider hanging from his body onto his shoulder, and then fixed his gaze on the little girl lying on the ground. He glanced at her delicate face, still unconscious, and suddenly spoke. Still planning to keep pretending to be dead? As soon as the words left her mouth, the little girl suddenly opened her eyes, her blue eyes staring intently at Lu Yu. For a moment, the atmosphere fell silent. Lu Yu, seeing this, smiled and said, I thought you were planning to keep pretending to sleep for a while longer. The little girl got up, brushed the dust off herself, and looked at Lu Yu helplessly, saying, There's no need. I'm already your captive. According to the rules, you can already control my life and death. However, you told me not to pretend to be asleep, which means you've already discovered that I'm pretending. Continuing to pretend will only annoy you and serve no purpose. It's better to just wake up obediently. The girl spoke clearly and logically, her words coming quickly but distinctly. There was no trace of the timidity of a young girl. Instead, she sounded like a wise, mature woman. Lu Yu watched her speak so confidently and suddenly felt intrigued. He looked at the little girl in front of him and asked curiously, Since you yourself consider yourself my captive, what do you plan to do now? He was somewhat curious about the container of this so-called elixir of immortality. Given her ability to speak, he wondered what she could come up with to convince herself. Lu Yu had always been driven by self-interest. He didn't like drinking human blood and had no interest in refining the elixir of immortality, but that didn't mean he would simply let the little girl in front of him go. Such behavior stems purely from an overwhelming sense of justice, completely disregarding personal gain. After all, the young girl before him is already his spoils of war. In contrast, Lu Yu preferred the principle of equal exchange. If the other party could provide what he needed, he would not hesitate to release her. However, if she cannot, Lu Yu is prepared to make her provide benefits until she can match the elixir of immortality. This aligns with his principle of taking advantage of every opportunity. What should we do? Of course we should. The little girl's delicate face flashed a hint of embarrassment and struggle. She hummed twice, and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in her sapphire blue eyes. She reached out to smooth her disheveled hair and suddenly took a step forward. Thud. She bent her knees and collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Spare my life, you brave man. Chapter 103, Sustainable Development Strategies for the Elixir of Immortality. A tender voice echoed across the wilderness, stunning Lu Yu. Weren't we supposed to convince me? If you couldn't convince me by talking, why just kneel down on the ground and beg for mercy? Where did your wisdom and composure go? You've gone from being Zhuge Liang to a common soldier in an instant. The difference is too great. Your integrity has vanished in an instant. Wah! The little spider on his shoulder watched the scene, tilting its head in confusion, seemingly unable to understand what the person in front of it was doing, or why he had suddenly knelt down. Could this be its master's new ability? It wanted to learn too. Thinking this, the little spider rubbed its head against Lu Yu's cheek and said, Lu Yu naturally didn't understand the little spider's thoughts. He reached out and touched the little spider's head, then looked at the girl kneeling on the ground and said indifferently, Is that all? That's it. The young girl raised her head, spread her hands, and said helplessly, I'm just a village girl from a small village. I have no treasures to trade for my life, and I have no beauty to satisfy you. The only thing of value is the blood in my body, but I overheard them talking. It seems impossible to extract the elixir of immortality. In that case, I guess I'm completely useless. Lu Yu nodded thoughtfully and said, So you're saying you're useless? Right. So rather than keeping me around and wasting food, why not be kind and let me go? The blue-haired girl nodded repeatedly, desperately trying to convince him that she was worthless and begging him to just let her go. But as soon as she finished speaking, a massive shadow spider materialized beside her, its blood-red eyes fixed on her. Slowly, it raised its spider legs, which were as sharp as blades, resembling a guillotine ready to execute her. Click! A massive black spider leg came crashing down. The girl instinctively tried to roll away, but the spot where she had been standing had already turned into a small crater, with stones flying everywhere from the explosion. The blue-haired girl stared at the small crater, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Her legs trembled with fear, leaving her unable to stand. If she were to be hit by that, she would definitely be split in two. This guy means business. The young girl looked at Lu Yu, who stood before her with a calm expression, as if the recent events had not been orchestrated by him at all, appearing more like a stranger observing from the sidelines. But it was precisely this calmness that made the young girl even more afraid, causing her to blurt out, I almost got cut in half just now. Lu Yu glanced at her, giving her a look as if she were a cute little thing, then said, You said you were useless, didn't you? I'm just cleaning up the trash. Trash needs to be disposed of. The young girl was speechless for a moment, wanting to argue with Lu Yu that she was a human being and couldn't be disposed of so casually. But when she met Lu Yu's gaze, she swallowed her words back. His gaze was simply too terrifying, calm as an endless abyss, seemingly without a ripple, yet like the gaping maw of a demon, as if it were about to devour everything in the world. This left the little girl completely speechless. She had never encountered such a formidable opponent before, and it seemed like she was truly in trouble this time. Luyu looked at the silent girl and couldn't help but smile inwardly. This girl actually wanted to play tricks on him, but unfortunately, he loved countering tricks the most. Since you want to say you're useless and a piece of trash that should be thrown away, then Luyu would pretend to take you seriously and treat you like trash. However, Luyu showed mercy. Otherwise, if the awakened 9th tier shadow spider had attacked, how could an ordinary person possibly avoid it? After a moment of silence, Luyu spoke slowly. Tell me what you can do. If you're still useless, I don't mind putting you back on the black market. You know those old fools there will be willing to pay a fortune for you. If the other party is a reckless fool daring to provoke him, Luyu wouldn't hesitate to sell them off as merchandise. However, Luyu and this young woman have no prior grievances. If he were to sell her to someone else, her likely fate would be to be drained of blood and left as a desiccated corpse. Luyu would never stoop to such a thing, but that doesn't stop him from extracting some residual value from the young girl to compensate for his losses. Even if the elixir of immortality was merely a bonus item for catching car thieves. What's the point? The little girl paused for a moment, then snapped her fingers and said, I can sweep the floor, do laundry, cook, and farm. The little girl said this while noticing Luyu's impatient expression, so she hurriedly added, I can also cooperate with the blood draw. Instead of just draining me dry, why not take the sustainable route? Recycling is the way to go. You keep me well fed and healthy, then schedule regular blood draws for sale. While this may not yield significant short-term profits, it allows for the implementation of a tiered strategy. For example, the freshest blood is one grade, and blood from 3 days ago is another price. Different blood can be sold for different purposes. And speaking of selling blood, I could try pricing my hair and nails too. Looking at it this way, having me is a total win-win situation. I'm a business genius. Luyu couldn't help but interject with a sarcastic remark when he heard the other person speaking so enthusiastically. You're not Raimu Hakurai's sister, are you? You're just trying to sell more by offering low prices, right? This guy is so greedy that he's turned himself into a product and is already planning his future business strategy. What's more, Luyu almost gave in to temptation, marveling to himself that this little girl was bound to become a business prodigy in the future. However, Luyu began to ponder the matter. It wasn't that he truly intended to sell her blood, nor was it because he lacked money. Rather, if he were to sell the elixir of immortality on a long-term basis, it would inevitably attract significant attention, and he would inevitably face some inquiries. Luyu didn't like trouble, so he wasn't planning to get into this business. However, he was curious about how this person had obtained mermaid blood. Could it be that he tricked a mermaid into giving it to him? Who is Raimu Hakurai? The little girl paused, unable to understand where the reference came from, but she didn't think much of it. Instead, she cautiously looked at Luyu and timidly asked, Is my value enough now? Can you not sell me to them? Her sapphire blue eyes fixed on Luyu, her tone tinged with a hint of pleading. This is the tragedy of the week. If one could control their own destiny, who would willingly treat their own body as a commodity to be priced and sold? Luyu didn't say a word. He simply walked past the little girl and got into the driver's seat of the car, leaving the little girl feeling utterly despairing. Was she really just a useless waste of space after all? Will I be killed soon, stuffed into a snakeskin bag, and have my body extracted of all its flesh and blood by those monsters? I haven't even reached that place yet. If I die now, my mother will be heartbroken. I don't want to let her down again. The little girl's eyes welled up with tears, and she was about to continue pleading when a deafening train whistle suddenly rang out, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. She stood up and turned to look. Luyu was sitting in the driver's seat, his left hand resting on the window. He glanced at her and said indifferently, My little treasure, get in the car. The little girl paused for a moment, tears streaming down her face, but she forced a smile, wiped away her tears, and said earnestly, All right, boss. Chapter 104, The Evil Warding Scarecrow, the True Demon. The car slowly drove through the wilderness, the loud roar of the engine causing a commotion among the animals and startling countless birds into flight. How arrogant! After getting into the car, the little girl began to look out the window, watching the scenery rush by, feeling a mix of emotions. You see, she had always been cautious in her movements, constantly worried about wild animals bursting out of the bushes. This was her first time experiencing such a bold and carefree journey in a car. It seems pretty fun, doesn't it? Such a reckless move naturally attracted the attention of many large animals, and even a rhinoceros mistook the off-road vehicle for prey, bellowing as it charged toward it. Standing 2 meters tall, it moved like a massive armored vehicle, charging straight toward the off-road vehicle. Watch out! The little girl still in the car screamed upon seeing this, but before the rhino could charge forward, a flash of cold light appeared, and its body split open right down the middle. Blood spurted everywhere, and the rhino's body split into 2 pieces, crashing to the ground. The crimson blood instantly dyed the grass and soil red, mixing together in a gruesome scene. The shadow spider responsible for this carnage cast a crimson gaze around it before dissolving into a pool of darkness and merging with the ground. The remaining beasts, witnessing this scene, were utterly shocked and kept a safe distance, watching in awe. Even without human-like intelligence, their animal instincts had already identified the off-road vehicle as a terrifying beast and the shadow spiders as its minions. The vehicle sped past, and several hyenas boldly flew onto the rhinoceros's corpse, beginning to devour the flesh without facing any attacks. Their actions attracted more animals to join in the feast, quickly reducing the corpse to bare bones. The little girl sitting in the passenger seat saw this through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but say, "That's amazing." At first, she thought the shadow spider was just a special type of puppet, but from its recent display of power, it was beyond imagination, completely overwhelming some of the strongest opponents she had ever encountered. And these powerful puppets were merely the servants of the man driving the car earlier. So what was his true identity? Lu Yu heard her voice and replied without turning his head. "What is your name?" The blue-haired girl paused, lowered her head, and remained silent, seemingly unsure of how to respond. Lu Yu, however, spoke casually. "You said you wanted to give me as a gift, so why are you backing out so quickly?" Hearing this, the young girl struggled for a moment before whispering softly, "Gu Panchio." Lu Yu nodded and said, "Panchio is a nice name. Your father must have been a man of culture." "I don't have a father." Gu Panchio blurted out instinctively, but then realized the tone was odd, fearing Lu Yu would be upset, so she hurriedly added, "My mother became pregnant out of wedlock. A few years after I was born, she couldn't bear the villagers' insults and went mad, then jumped into the sea and killed herself. But that man never showed up. I don't think such an irresponsible man deserves to be my father. Since then, I have been raised by my adoptive mother, who named me Gu Panchio. She told me that Panchio means that when autumn comes, the rice will ripen, and then we can eat delicious rice, sweet and fragrant. During those days, I would always follow my mother to harvest the rice." As she spoke, her eyes grew nostalgic, but she quickly realized she had said too much and closed her mouth. Since the other person hadn't asked her to introduce herself or explain her name, they clearly had no interest in learning about her past. If you talk too much, you'll be disliked and discarded. Her experiences in the first half of her life gave her the ability to deal with danger and shaped her cautious personality, both in her actions and her words. Lu Yu sensed Gu Panchio's caution, but he did not comfort her. Instead, he listened quietly. When she stopped speaking, Lu Yu continued to ask, "Why did you leave the village? You should know what your blood represents, shouldn't you?" "I know. I heard them talking about it. The elixir of immortality, the blood of mermaids that grants eternal life, and it was obtained by someone like me, a mere village girl. I bet all the old men and women who are about to die are jealous of me." Gu Panchio flashed a bright smile, seeming very pleased about it, but Lu Yu suddenly said, "Do you really want to live forever?" Gu Panchio's face suddenly lost its smile. He clenched his fist so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, and he forced a bitter smile as he said, "It's so frustrating. I don't know why that mermaid gave me her blood, but because of it, I haven't aged in 8 years and still look like a 10-year-old child. People treat me like a monster, and my mother is ostracized by the villagers, receiving less and less food each year. Some even suggested that she become a scarecrow in the rice fields to ward off evil spirits. In the end, my mother agreed, hiding it from me, and became a scarecrow to secure food. However, this took a toll on her health, and she eventually fell ill and passed away." "A scarecrow to ward off evil spirits? I never thought such a thing still existed." A trace of mockery flashed in Lu Yu's eyes, but it wasn't directed at Gu Panchio, it was aimed at the villagers. The exorcism scarecrow was different from the straw scarecrows used to ward off birds. It was made by using a person as the scarecrow, then attaching a piece of iron plate to it. Blood was continuously dripped onto the plate, and the scent of blood attracted a creature called the blood crow, which would circle overhead. Blood crows do not directly consume flesh or blood, they feed on the vaporized blood essence, particularly human blood. Their imposing presence can drive away other birds from stealing rice grains and even deter certain special magical creatures from approaching, ensuring a bountiful rice harvest. Blood is the essence of human life. A lack of blood signifies a weakening of the body and can even lead to death from excessive blood loss. The Federation has already developed alternative repellent drugs that could have eliminated this practice long ago. Though less effective than the exorcism scarecrows, they can still ensure a bountiful harvest. Such evil rituals have always been strictly prohibited by law. However, there are still some ignorant regions that, out of a desire to save money and ensure a bountiful harvest, take desperate measures and harm innocent people. Sometimes, what is more evil than monsters is the human heart. However, Gu Panchio is already 18 years old, but due to her mermaid blood, she still looks 10 years old. Is that what they call eternal youth? Is this considered illegal lowly? Such abilities are like a treasure from heaven for some women, enough to drive them crazy with desire. Because mermaid blood can only be transformed into the elixir of immortality with the mermaid's consent, otherwise, it becomes a deadly poison. Without such a restriction, Lu Yu believes that mermaids would have gone extinct long ago. Unfortunately, for Gu Panchio, this beautiful gift was a curse, the root of a tragedy that plunged her life into despair. Gu Panchio, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly looked up and smiled, saying, "But it's all over now. My only dream is to go to the mermaid village. Once I'm there, perhaps my goal will finally be achieved." Lu Yu gripped the steering wheel tightly and asked curiously. Mermaid village? Mermaids have villages? If it can be called a village, then there must be more than just a few mermaids. There must be at least a dozen, or even dozens. Gu Pancho had also guessed Lu Yu's reaction and smiled as she said. Yeah, a place where merfolk gather. If it weren't for the memories of these fragments inherited in my blood, I wouldn't even know this village was on an island near Yangchang. Yangchang Island. Lu Yu silently noted this to himself. It seemed that this young girl wasn't completely useless after all. This mermaid village alone was a crucial piece of information for Lu Yu. To others, mermaids are merely a magical species capable of producing the elixir of immortality, but to Lu Yu, they are nothing more than high-quality movable resources. Whether it's their ability to manipulate storms or their immortal blood, they're at least 2-star rated materials. Even if he doesn't target living mermaids, the materials contained within the bodies of dead mermaids can be used by Lu Yu for editing. The elixir of immortality requires voluntary restriction before the system. It's just a joke. If the ability of eternal life were to be transplanted, could it be used to create monsters with eternal life, thereby gaining their skills? The skills created would be far safer than this bizarre elixir of immortality, and even if this information were traded, it would be a substantial sum. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes, a ripple of emotion flitting across his mind, but he did not act impulsively. Instead, he asked, "Why did you reveal this information? As someone who has drunk the elixir of immortality, shouldn't you have feelings for them?" Gu Pancho clenched her teeth and said angrily, "I didn't do it voluntarily. That guy wasn't being kind either. They're the real demons." Chapter 105, The Indescribable Mother Goddess. That day, I simply walked to the riverbank, but then I encountered it. She seemed to have seen me, and she forcefully held me down during an odd ritual. She made me drink all the blood and told me to go. Gu Pancho wanted to continue speaking, but suddenly clutched her head as excruciating pain swept through her brain. Gu Pancho said with a pained expression, "I can't remember. My head hurts so much. I can't remember much else, but they were truly demons. And that whispering voice, it's been haunting me day and night." As she spoke, Gu Pancho's breathing grew rapid, her face turned pale, and her pupils began to contract, as if recalling something terrifying. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and she muttered incessantly. The ritual group seals the mother goddess of the mermaid village. Lu Yu turned his head to glance at her, then immediately activated the dark prison Dragon King's gaze to intimidate her, causing Gu Pancho to freeze for a moment. He then released the fear domain to dispel the accumulated memories in her heart. If he had let her continue, Gu Pancho might have been scared to death. The memories within were connected to so many things. After dispelling the fear, Gu Pancho's headache also subsided. It wasn't until a minute later that she regained her composure, and the young girl Gu Pancho was completely soaked in sweat, as if she had been pulled out of water. "I'm sorry." Gu Pancho also noticed this and wanted to get up so as not to dirty the car seat, but before she could stand up, a towel was thrown at her from the front. "Sit down and wipe yourself clean." Lu Yu's calm voice reached her ears, calming Gu Pancho considerably. The fear of death that had just gripped her seemed to fade away. She clutched the towel tightly and whispered, "Thank you." Lu Yu did not respond, but instead pondered the words Gu Pancho had just spoken. The mermaid who gave her the elixir of immortality was a demon. A mysterious ritual? Based on what he had learned so far, mermaids should be beautiful creatures with enchanting voices capable of controlling storms, seemingly at peace with the world. Moreover, the mysterious side of them also. But Gu Pancho said they were demons? What is hidden within them? What connection is there between the ritual and the mermaid village? And what about the memories in Gu Pancho's blood? Did she discover them on her own, or were they already predetermined? Thinking of this, he suddenly recalled the unknown deity the mermaids had been worshipping. Could it be the mother goddess Gu Pancho had just mentioned? Originally, Lu Yu had only thought he had discovered a place to grind monsters, but now it seemed far from simple. If what Gu Pancho said is true, and mermaids are demons, then can we infer that the elixir of immortality is also a scam? What could be hidden within the so-called immortality? It is also possible that the elixir of immortality is genuine and can grant people an extended lifespan, though it may be connected to that mysterious mother goddess. After all, many evil gods can transform humans into evil creatures to gain longevity, though the side effects are severe, even warping their original souls and causing them to lose their own consciousness. If it's the latter, then the problem is even more serious. Indeed, there are no fairy tales in this world. Mermaids won't go to a witch to get legs to find a prince, nor will they turn into bubbles because of love. They only feed people blood and become demons, dragging you into even more terrifying demonic rituals. Lu Yu muttered to himself, but he didn't fully believe what Gu Pancho had said. After all, these were just her words, and only she knew the true circumstances. Lu Yu wasn't the kind of person who believed everything others said. While Gu Pancho's headache might not have been feigned, she could easily have concealed or even altered the details of the deal, including what the mermaid had told her, to achieve her own ends. Lu Yu has always preferred to assume the worst about others, even if it turns out to be wrong. At least that's better than being caught off guard. In this world, one must be extremely cautious when dealing with anything related to the dark gods. In the presence of these great beings, even the slightest misstep could lead to fatal danger. However, this matter can be noted down. Lu Yu is in no hurry to seek out the mermaid village, as Yangchang is hundreds of kilometers away from Hangzhou, and the journey is fraught with dangers, requiring thorough preparation. Moreover, since the other party had allowed Gu Panqiu to stay in the village for 8 years before departing, it meant that this matter wouldn't begin so quickly either. The mermaid village had remained undiscovered on the island near Yangchang for so many years, indicating that its concealment was also quite high. Therefore, the mermaid village can be temporarily set aside. The most urgent priorities now are to trade the Lingqi corpse with the Gosher bird sect, find the path to Huiguang, and incubate his first combat force, the 100-eyed spider dragon. Once the 100-eyed spider dragon is hatched and grows to the Huiyue level, Lu Yu will truly possess the strength to dominate a region, and even if danger arises, he will be more than capable of handling it. However, he must first figure out how to handle Gu Panqiu and the treasure map. Lu Yu drove while contemplating how to deal with Gu Panqiu. Living with him was absolutely out of the question. After all, he had too many secrets, and living under the same roof would inevitably lead to problems. However, if Gu Panqiu was placed too far away, she might escape or someone might come looking for her, and Lu Yu wouldn't be able to come to her aid in time. Therefore, the distance between the two of them is just right. To ensure that Gu Panqiu doesn't run into any trouble, Lu Yu will also arrange for a shadow servant to infiltrate her shadow and protect her safety. At this thought, Lu Yu's mind flickered, and before Gu Panqiu could detect anything, a dark shadow merged into her shadow, silently and without a sound. In fact, the shadow servants had another duty besides protection. If Gu Panqiu encountered any issues or attempted to reveal Lu Yu's information, they would immediately appear and behead her. This serves as Lu Yu's contingency plan. As long as Gu Panqiu does not act out of line, she will likely never face the blades of the shadow servants in her lifetime. Once we arrive in Hangzhou, I will rent you an apartment. You can stay there, and I will live nearby. Once I'm done with my work and have some free time, we'll go to the mermaid village together. Lu Yu drove at high speed, dodging the attack of a giant man-eating flower, and said without looking back. Gu Panqiu nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. She deeply understood her status as a captive and dared not voice her opinion. However, her expression grew conflicted for a moment before she couldn't help but speak up. Sir, could you please give me some more food? Lu Yu, who was driving, heard this and raised his eyebrows. He motioned for the little spider beside him to bring some food for her, then casually asked, Are you hungry? However, Lu Yu felt that bringing a woman along was indeed troublesome. Right now, she needed to eat, and soon she would need to use the restroom, or perhaps even more. It would be best to find a place to put her up as soon as possible. Gu Panqiu took the food and smiled contentedly, whispering softly, If I eat more, I'll get fatter, and then you can take more blood from me, and I'll be useful too. Chapter 106, Is the mermaid village a treasure trove for gathering materials? After Gu Panqiu finished speaking, the car fell silent once more. Eating more is to grow taller and fatter, so you can extract more elixir of immortality, sell it for more money, and prove that you're a useful person. Speaking in a calm tone, Gu Panqiu seemed to be talking about something as simple as eating and drinking. She had come to view the act of having her blood drawn as something she must do as his slave after obtaining food. This young girl is so stupid. Lu Yu sighed inwardly, then said, I don't need your blood. This was Lu Yu's conclusion after careful consideration. It wasn't out of pretentiousness, but because the elixir of immortality had little effect on him. With the monster editing system, his advancement speed surpassed everyone's imagination. The so-called unknown tier and forbidden tier realms, though unattainable for most awakened beings, are within Lu Yu's reach. He merely needs to create enough powerful monsters to achieve those levels. Moreover, he is still young and has ample time to pursue immortality. If it were the blood of an enemy, Lu Yu would not hesitate for a moment, skinning him alive, tearing out his tendons, and selling every last piece of his body for profit. However, extracting the blood of an innocent little girl for profit was something he found beneath him. More importantly, Gu Panqiu had already demonstrated her own value. She knew the location of a mermaid village, where dozens of mermaids might be living, a treasure map of immeasurable worth. If Lu Yu can capture these merfolk, whether by selling them or extracting their materials, the value generated would far exceed the profit from selling Gu Panqiu's blood, and there would be no need to worry about constant visitors testing the waters. However, these words fell on Gu Panqiu's ears differently. Her face quickly paled, and she tried to say something but swallowed it back, forcing a smile onto her face. All right. In the past, he was treated like a monster in the village, and even after he left, he was treated like a tool to be captured. Finally, she encountered someone who valued her slightly, and Gu Panqiu hurriedly tried to prove her worth, hoping to no longer be abandoned. However, Lu Yu rejected her, leaving Gu Panqiu feeling a sense of sadness and uncertainty about her future. Lu Yu saw Gu Panqiu's confused expression through the rearview mirror and knew exactly what she was thinking, so he continued. The information you have about the mermaid village is far more valuable than the blood on your body. From the way you were talking earlier, you seem like the type who would make a good con artist. When the time comes, I'll give you some money to start a business and buy you some business books. If you can use that money to generate high profits, I'll consider bringing you into our organization as an outer member. As for what kind of organization it is, there is no funding yet, the actors have not been decided, and the script is still in the works. We'll discuss further once the details are finalized. Anyway, let's just give Gu Pancho a big promise for now. Am I really that useful? Gu Pancho said excitedly, then Luyu gave a cold Hearing this, Gu Pancho's eyes welled up with tears. This was the first time she had ever felt acknowledged by someone other than her foster mother, which made her feel both excited and validated. She was no longer an immortal monster, nor was she a vessel for the elixir of immortality. She was a person who could be acknowledged. She lifted her head, fixed her gaze on Luyu's profile as he drove, and spoke earnestly. I will definitely try my best and not let you down. She is someone who is easily moved. All her maturity and caution are merely a facade she has built to protect her vulnerable heart. Because whenever someone shows her even the slightest kindness, Gu Pancho feels compelled to give everything she has to that person, even if it means stepping into an endless abyss. She will muster the courage to take that first step forward. Because the place behind her was already far more terrifying than any abyss. What she feared even more was that after experiencing a glimpse of light, she would once again plunge into a place as dark as the abyss. I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the sun. And Luyu was her son. Thinking of this, Gu Pancho's cheeks flushed slightly in the car, but it wasn't very noticeable due to the lighting. She opened a can of food and began to eat it greedily, paying no heed to the greasy taste inside, as if she were not eating canned food but a feast of delicacies. She had come to understand her own worth, and now the most important thing was to eat her fill, work for this future employer, and follow him to find the mermaid village, fulfilling her foster mother's dream. Luyu watched this scene unfold, a faint smile curving his lips. If this person could truly prove their worth, it might be worth signing a soul contract with them and cultivating them as a trusted confidant. A loyal confidant who could live forever that would be useful for at least 1,000 years. However, all of this was just an idea for now. The final decision would have to wait until he had a chance to assess her character further. Ing. The little spider in the passenger seat beside him heard this and tilted its head curiously, wanting to turn around to see what Gu Pancho was doing in the back. But just as it was about to turn its head, the little spider's mind was filled with the image of Luyu, who had told it to stay put in the passenger seat and not move around. The obedient little spider quickly turned her head back, then placed both hands flat, tidied her silver hair, and assumed a proper sitting posture. She then glanced sideways at Luyu, who was driving, her eyes filled with anticipation, as if waiting for his praise. Unfortunately, Luyu was completely focused on driving and didn't notice the little spider's actions. This left the little spider feeling dejected, and a look of frustration appeared on her delicate little face. However, although the route had been slightly altered this time, it was much safer than before, and some of the wild beast attacks had been dealt with by the shadow spiders. This makes sense, as the most dangerous time in the wilderness is nightfall, when countless strange creatures emerge from the darkness. Even creatures of the Huiyue rank would not dare to be too conspicuous at night, as they could encounter rule-level monsters at any moment. During the day, most of the strange creatures hide away, leaving only beasts and demons to roam. However, there are no particularly powerful demons around Hangzhou City, otherwise, the city wouldn't have survived this long. Therefore, although Luyu drove boldly, he remained within his controllable safety zone, quickly bypassing a large mountain and entering the plains. The vehicle continued forward along a rarely traveled new road. The weeds here were even more lush, and as the vehicle passed over them, it always stirred up a rustling sound. The sound was gentle, mingling with the hum of the engine, lulling the little spider and Gu Pancho inside the car to sleep. Gu Pancho's face bore a look of contentment, as if she were dreaming of something beautiful. The setting sun hung low on the horizon, casting a warm orange glow that seemed to paint the entire world in its golden hue. Luyu continued driving forward. As he passed through a forest, he kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead, but his brows furrowed. It was too quiet. Not only were there no animals in sight, but even the vultures that had been scavenging on the carcasses earlier were gone. Those greedy creatures have all vanished without a trace. Moreover, the off-road vehicles made such a loud noise as they drove by, and when they crushed the grass piles, Luyu didn't even see a single insect fly up. This was clearly unusual. Let's stay away from this place and find another spot to set up camp. Luyu made his decision quickly. He was a cautious man, and since he sensed something was amiss here, he wouldn't linger any longer. Just as he was about to turn the steering wheel and leave, a person suddenly appeared ahead. A man in ragged clothes, pale-faced and looking panicked, stared at Luyu and shouted, "Help me! People?" Luyu furrowed his brows, then drove the car over. The other party saw this and a hint of joy flashed across their face, but it quickly turned to terror. Because the car suddenly accelerated and charged toward him. Chapter 107, The Tree of the Hanged Dead. Although the off-road vehicle was merely a mechanical contraption, its massive size made it feel like a colossal beast charging forward when the accelerator was pressed. "What are you doing?" The man shouted in panic, instinctively trying to run away, but he seemed to be so scared that his legs were trembling, and he didn't move more than a few steps. Boom! The massive vehicle crashed into the ragged man, sending him flying through the air in a parabolic arc before crashing heavily onto the ground, rolling several times and kicking up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, the front of Lu Yu's off-road vehicle also showed dents, and the recoil force nearly shattered the alloy-reinforced modified front end. The violent shaking of the vehicle woke both Xiao Zhubo and Gu Panqiu. Gu Panqiu asked anxiously, "What's happening?" Lu Yu gripped the steering wheel tightly, saying nothing, his expression unchanged. His cold gaze fixed on the man who had been knocked flying onto the ground. Gu Panqiu leaned forward, peering through the windshield, her eyes suddenly widening as she whispered in shock. "What is that?" The sun was already lingering on the horizon, its last orange-red rays scattering and falling on Lu Yu's car, illuminating the man who had been knocked flying along with the headlights. Although he had been struck by the car, there was no blood on his body. However, his skin had taken on a greenish hue, resembling the sap of a tree, and it began to wither and dry out. His arms were clearly twisted from the impact, yet his back remained motionless. The man's face grew increasingly pale, and his eyes darted nervously toward the car in front of him as he shouted, "Why did you hit me?" He shouted loudly, seemingly unaware of the abnormalities in his body, not even noticing that his arm was twisted. However, green liquid seeped from the corners of his eyes and mouth, dripping onto the ground. Such a terrifying scene naturally frightened Gu Panqiu, but upon glancing at Lu Yu beside her, she suddenly felt a sense of calm and quietly asked, "Has the monster transformed?" "No, he's human." Lu Yu replied simply, then opened the car door and got out. The little spider beside him quickly jumped onto his shoulder, and they left the car together. Gu Panqiu looked at the now empty car, with only a strange and terrifying balloon floating beside it, occasionally smiling at her. Startled, she hurriedly got out of the car and followed after them. Lu Yu walked straight up to the man and asked him in a voice filled with fear, "How long have you been dead?" Lu Yu had felt a strong aura of death from the moment he first laid eyes on the man, as if he were already dead. Therefore, he was certain that this man was not alive and drove straight over him. "Death? What death? I'm still alive." The man instinctively wanted to argue, but Lu Yu pressed his head down forcefully, forcing him to look at his current state. The man, clad in ragged clothes, narrowed his pupils, staring at his own twisted, tree-like body, and spoke with an expression. "This can't be possible. How did my body become like this? I clearly remember preparing to cross the forest, then fainting. Why can't I recall anything in between? All I remember is wanting to seek help from humans. I remember now I must have died. That tree." But before he could say much more, his eyes suddenly dimmed, and he stood there motionless. At that moment, Lu Yu noticed that the man's back was connected to a tree branch, which extended from his back all the way into the depths of the forest. The man lowered his head, the atmosphere growing increasingly eerie, and suddenly emitted a hoarse, deep voice. "Can you help me with something?" Snap! No sooner had the words left his mouth than the man's head was smashed off with a single slap. Lu Yu, who had done all this, nodded at the headless corpse before him and said, "I've sent you to meet God. No need to thank me. You really are a tough one with few words." Gu Panqiu, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. According to the typical plot of a horror story, shouldn't they wait for the other person to finish offering help before taking action? This isn't a turn-based game, there's no time to wait for the other person to use their skills, especially since this guy's head doesn't even matter. Lu Yu said indifferently. The corpse before him had no head, but no blood was spurting out. Instead, green liquid was seeping out continuously, emitting a foul odor reminiscent of rotten wood. After speaking, Lu Yu's eyes once again transformed into the dark prison Dragon King's gaze. His right hand suddenly darted forward, piercing through the corpse's chest and grasping an object. "Come out!" With a loud shout, the headless man's body suddenly split open, and a branch twisting wildly like a giant python burst out, but it was caught in Lu Yu's hand. At that moment, Gu Panqiu glanced at the remains of the corpse on the ground. The internal organs and blood had been completely devoured, leaving nothing but an empty husk. The skin was covered in countless tiny branches that had spread out from the tree branches. It was these branches that had supported the body, sending a chill down one's spine. SSSSS. After the branches were gripped by Lu Yu and could no longer escape, the slender twigs began to wriggle, detaching themselves from the bark, then suddenly swelling up and rushing toward Lu Yu's face like a torrential downpour. "Be careful!" Gu Panqiu gave a warning, but Lu Yu remained calm, merely furrowing his brows. A blood-red halo swirled around him, releasing a terrifying force of plunder. Light absorption aura. One of Lu Yu's earliest skills, it grants absolute power to plunder all living things. Plants, being the most vibrant forms of life, serve as the best sustenance for the aura. As the blood-red aura swept past, branches and even the smallest leaves withered instantly, as if all moisture had been drained from them. Snap! These branches began to shatter into countless fragments, while the branches extending deep into the forest decisively severed themselves to prevent further loss of vitality, then darted into the forest like startled animals. Lu Yu saw this and immediately followed, with Gu Panqiu close behind. They followed the branch through the gloomy forest and dense underbrush and eventually emerged into a clearing. Liu stared at the scene before him, his eyes widening in shock. Gu Panxiu, who had just caught up, looked at the scene and felt a wave of nausea rise in her stomach, causing her to vomit uncontrollably. What is this? What appeared before them was a huge tree. The entire tree was a ghastly white color, with nearly 100 massive branches stretching out in all directions. However, there were no leaves or branches on the branches. They were barren, resembling the skeletal remains of a deformed monster. But that wasn't the most alarming part. What was truly unsettling was that each branch was adorned with a human corpse, pale-skinned and with closed eyes. The corpses varied in gender and age, but they all shared one striking similarity: they were all hanging upside down from the tree. At first glance, there are over 100 bodies hanging there, resembling a fruit-laden tree in autumn. Chapter 108, The Tree of the Dead, Enslaving the Dead. A fierce wind began to rise, causing all the corpses on the tree to sway, as if dancing in the wind, emitting eerie sounds that echoed through the empty forest. At that moment, Liu and the others noticed that the roots of the tree were abnormally massive, covered in spherical growths resembling flesh tumors, and coated in a foul-smelling, blood-soaked substance. Around it lay the white bones of various animals, and among these piles of bones were several human corpses, or perhaps they could not even be called corpses. This tree is nothing but a tree of the dead. It grows by feeding on flesh and blood, bearing the fruits of the dead. Save me! They stared wide-eyed, their throats emitting hoarse, feeble cries for help. However, each of their backs was pierced by a branch, which, like mosquitoes sucking blood, was devouring the nutrients within their bodies. As the branches continued to devour them, their skin grew increasingly pale, and their eyes began to lose their luster, as if they had reached the brink of death. Gu Panxiu recovered from her nausea, took a deep breath, and cautiously said to Liu, "Are they still alive?" After what they had just experienced with the man in rags, who had been stripped of his internal organs and flesh, they were able to move like normal people, without even realizing they were already dead. Therefore, Gu Panxiu could not determine whether these people were alive. She suspected that they might be illusions created by the strange ancient tree to lure passers-by into rescuing them before launching an attack. Though selfish, she did not want Liu to go forward and risk injury. Liu squinted his eyes and looked for a moment, then said, "They're still alive." "Alive? What?" Gu Panxiu felt a bit nervous, but Liu waved his hand and said casually, "Although they were still alive, all their internal organs and flesh had been completely devoured, leaving only the branch connecting their backs to keep them alive. It must be that the juices have numbed their pain receptors. Even if we managed to rescue them, it would be useless. Without their internal organs and flesh, they are like drifting leaves without roots and will soon perish." After saying this, Liu glanced at Gu Panxiu, who was struggling with what to say, and smiled. "Besides, I'm no saint. I don't need to save everyone. Since they came out here to explore the wilderness, they should have been prepared for death. This is the fate of every explorer or treasure hunter. However, this tree is actually a pretty good material for me." Liu always acts on impulse, with the overriding principle of never harming his own interests. Since these people are already doomed, why bother saving them? It's better to figure out how to dismantle this dead tree. Not only can it devour flesh to strengthen itself, but it can also manipulate human skin to deceive prey. Therefore, there is a high likelihood that this dead tree contains materials for parasitic or control-type skills. Materials? Gu Panxiu muttered doubtfully under her breath, as she was unaware of the system's existence, and Liu had no intention of explaining. He slowly walked forward, his body tightly wrapped in an energy aura, preparing to confront this mysterious giant tree. Capable of devouring flesh and blood to grow, and even manipulating corpses, it was clearly no ordinary plant. Its abilities were highly unusual, and if its materials could be successfully extracted, it might yield a treasure of considerable star rating. What others see as a bizarre, eerie tree is, to Liu, an excellent source of materials. Coincidentally, his material library had once again fallen into poverty due to editing the 100-eyed spider dragon, and he desperately needed some high-quality material to fill it up. As Liu approached, the tree suddenly shook its branches, and several branches extended downward, encircling several corpses that had been nearly devoured, lifting them into the air, and hanging them upside down on the tree along with the other corpses. All the corpses hanging from the tree like fruits slowly rotated their bodies, suddenly opening their eyes to reveal pairs of dark red eyes, staring intently at Liu. At that moment, the sunset in the sky had completely set, and the light began to grow dim. Yet those eyes shone brightly, like a horde of demons about to break free from their prison, emitting a silent roar. Are they really conscious? They're already intimidating me. They're just like wild beasts protecting their territory. Since you lured me here, I'll definitely take some souvenirs back with me. But you don't have to give them to me. I'll just take them myself. Liu chuckled lightly but kept walking forward. Because of his movements, the dead tree began to tremble, as if it were angry. Click! A sudden cracking sound came from the tree trunk, and the corpses on the tree began to fall one after another, like rain, quickly landing on the ground. Ah! A hoarse growl echoed through the air as the human corpses slowly rose to their feet, their eyes glowing a sickly red. They extended their sharp fingers and charged toward Luyu. This scene was like a zombie apocalypse from a disaster movie, but even more grotesque and dangerous. Is this a matriarchal ruling structure similar to bees? You devour the internal organs of humans, retain their brains to transform them into zombie servants like worker bees, and then continue to collect corpses to sustain yourself. What a bizarre and disgusting creature. Luyu spoke as he casually waved his hand, causing the blood-red aura around him to expand and instantly spread, piercing through the horde of zombie servants charging toward him. However, these monsters slowed down for a moment but quickly charged forward again, showing no signs of having their life force drained. Luyu quickly understood the reason. These creatures were nothing more than hollowed-out corpses, their flesh and organs long since removed. This time, even the branches that had been controlling them were gone, leaving their bodies devoid of any life force. Naturally, they could not be drained by the aura. So you've taken targeted measures after all? You've even hidden the branches behind them and switched to other methods to control these corpse servants. It seems your intelligence isn't too shabby after all. Luyu murmured softly, swinging his right arm toward the monster charging toward him. A massive spiritual force gathered at the tip of his fist, even producing a burst of air. Boom! The fist struck a nearby zombie servant directly, the overwhelming force shattering its left shoulder and sending its body flying backward, colliding with the other corpses. Boom! With each punch and kick, Luyu's body, enhanced by the passive abilities of the demon dragon's physique, demonstrated a significant boost in both defensive and offensive capabilities. These ordinary zombie minions couldn't even get close to him, let alone attack. However, all the corpses on the dead man's tree had fallen to the ground, leaving only a barren, desolate landscape, making the scene even more grotesque. On the ground lay hundreds of manipulated zombie servants, each with red eyes, fearlessly charging forward and launching an attack on Luyu. Although struck by Luyu's overwhelming power, their bodies no longer resembled flesh and blood but rather pieces of wood. Even when shattered or crushed, they quickly regenerated with the aid of green liquid, rising once more to charge forward. Although Luyu was not afraid of these creatures, such suicidal attacks were beginning to annoy him. The enemy clearly intended to wear him down with a human wave tactic. Unfortunately, they were too naive. Hellfire Whip. Luyu extended his hand, aiming a 10-meter-long black flame whip, and swung it violently, striking a charging zombie servant. The terrifying high-temperature flames instantly severed it at the waist, and the severed body fell to the ground, burning continuously as it began to writhe in agony. This time, however, they were unable to regenerate their bodies. The parts scorched by the flames quickly burned away, eventually turning into black ash that drifted into the air. Meanwhile, the chest and abdomen of the corpse servant suddenly swelled, as if trying to tear the skin apart in one go. A small, fist-sized seed of a dark green color burst out of the abdomen, bouncing and jumping as it tried to escape back to the dead tree. A seed? Parasite. Luyu saw this and immediately understood. His hands moved swiftly, and he swung his long whip, piercing the seed and burning it to ashes. Fire has always been the nemesis of trees, and the flames of hell are an evil fire originating from the depths of hell. Once they come into contact with anything, they become a festering wound that clings to the bones, refusing to extinguish until everything is reduced to ashes. Upon reaching the Morningstar rank, the hellfire not only becomes more powerful but also expands its range of effect. Luyu casually swung his whip, and several zombie servants were split apart, igniting like pieces of wood, and the flames even spread to the other zombie servants. With the hellfire clearing the area, these undead servants, who had once feared death, no longer charged recklessly as before. They could only passively await the hellfire's incineration, utterly powerless to resist. For Luyu, who had reached the Morningstar rank, a simple numbers-based tactic posed no threat at all. SSSS. It seemed that the dead tree had discovered that Luyu's hellfire had a suppressing effect on it. It trembled again, but this time, there were no more zombie servants on its body. The tree's trunk began to writhe, sprouting one human face after another, as if struggling to break free from the trunk. Chapter 109, Top-Notch Material? An Ancient War Demon? Among these faces, there were men and women, old and young, each with a different appearance, but what they all shared was the expression of agony on their faces. Please let me out, it's so painful. I don't want to die. I still have my parents. Save me, I'm still young. Mother, I miss you so much. The agonizing wails echoed endlessly, blending into a strange mental pollution that stirred restless emotions in those who heard it. Faces began to appear on the tree trunks and branches, and at first glance, there were 300 or 400 faces crowded together, enough to send someone with a fear of crowds into a panic attack. Even Luyu felt uneasy at the sight, as the countless faces jumbled together were simply too repulsive. However, he deduced from the voices coming from these faces that they were the souls of humans who had been devoured by this dead tree and were now trapped within its core. Not only parasitic abilities, but also the ability to imprison souls? If it weren't for the tree's twisted shape, Luyu almost mistook it for a locust tree. The locust tree, when viewed separately, is called wood or ghost, and is considered an ominous tree. In feng shui, the locust tree has always been regarded as a tree that gathers yin energy, and is also known as the ghost tree. The older the locust tree, the more yin energy it accumulates, and it is even believed to be able to confine ghosts. Planting it near a home is said to cause domestic unrest. However, this particular dead tree has managed to confine so many souls within itself. What special ability does it possess? Just how much power does this tree possess? The fluctuations generated by the mere mixture of these souls alone are already on par with those of a morning star. This dead tree is still undergoing metamorphosis. As the world gradually darkened, only the bright moon in the sky cast silver light, illuminating the darkened earth. Hundreds of distorted faces murmured, whispered, and wailed in unison, as an eerie spiritual corruption spread through the air, seemingly intent on dragging Lu Yu into the depths of despair. These faces were twisted and tormented, yet some glared at Lu Yu with eyes filled with greed and hatred, as if they were more eager to drag others into this tree of the dead. What an unpleasant sound! Lu Yu frowned, and the vast spiritual energy within him surged forth, forming a barrier to block the mental pollution. The terrifying mental pollution coalesced in the air into distorted, shapeless faces, opening their gaping mouths and lunging toward Lu Yu. Lu Yu stared calmly at these creatures, casually tossing the small spider on his shoulder to Gu Pancio and instructing him. Withdraw to a safe location. I'll handle this here. Alright, be careful too. Gu Pancio knew that staying here would only slow Lu Yu down, so she caught the little spider and ran to the back. The little spider's silver eyes fixed on Lu Yu, and it waved its hand, summoning a large number of shadow spiders to help Lu Yu clear out some minor enemies. After the shadow servants and shadow spiders joined the fray, the remaining zombie servants were also slain and consumed by the spreading hellfire. Lu Yu looked at the dead tree covered in human faces, its immense spiritual energy repelling the attacks formed from the mental corruption. He had encountered contamination of the unknowable and demon god levels before, developing immunity to such attacks. Such ordinary mental assaults wouldn't even stand a chance against the thousand-armed demon god, let alone harm him. Lu Yu extended his hand, grasping the void, and black flames. Lu Yu extended his hand, clenched it in the void, and black flames coalesced into a spear. Then he stomped forward with his left foot, exerting force with his right hand to catch the immense force twisting his waist, and hurled it directly outward. The flaming javelin streaked through the air like a meteor. The remaining zombie servants, seeing this, charged toward the flaming javelin, attempting to intercept it, but they were pierced through the shoulder blades, along with their bodies, and impaled on the tree trunk. Sizzle! The sound was like trees being scorched by flames, as hellfire began to spread along the trunk of the dead tree, preparing to burn the entire tree into charcoal. Don't burn me! I'm not dead yet. I can still be saved. You wicked creature, we're still alive. Save us. Aren't you supposed to come save us? Don't burn it. Stop it. As the flames burned, the faces on the dead tree felt the searing pain and emitted vicious curses. Though their lives had been taken by the dead tree, in that moment, their hatred was directed toward Lu Yu. The inherent flaws of humanity. Lu Yu felt the intense hostility and spoke softly. Hearing these words filled with resentment, he felt no emotion whatsoever, not even a hint of anger. In fact, he felt like laughing. He had chosen to venture out into the world to seek precious treasures, and if that meant facing death, then he was prepared. This world was no game. Even Lu Yu himself, before he had any special advantages, stayed safely in the city and avoided taking unnecessary risks, which is why he managed to survive. Wanting treasures but refusing to take risks, this world doesn't offer such a good deal. Rather than being bound by the souls of the dead and becoming a slave, it's better to just fade away. Black flames instantly engulfed the entire tree, and the soul-searing flames slowly ignited each face, reducing them to ashes that drifted away with the wind. Ah! Countless faces let out agonizing screams. The dead man's tree suddenly began to grow at that moment. The tree trunk, which had originally been over 30 meters tall, expanded by several meters at a visible speed, then split open from the center. Crack! Like a cicada shedding its shell, the tree trunk, engulfed in hellfire, collapsed to the sides, crashing to the ground and knocking down countless trees, sending a cloud of dust into the sky. The hellfire then ignited the remaining trees, turning the entire dense forest into a sea of flames. What a terrifying force! A single strike created a sea of fire. Gu Pancio, who was watching from a distance, witnessed this scene and gained a deeper understanding of Lu Yu's power. It was as if a fire god was exercising his divine authority. Black flames rose into the air, resembling dancing fire spirits, enveloping Lu Yu and the dead tree. The fiery light dispelled the darkness. And where the dead tree once stood, a more twisted entity emerged. The trunks of the dead tree lying on either side were hollow, with only 2 empty shells burning. In the center of the tree, a twisted wooden monster had emerged. Bang! It resembled a composite of various creatures, with massive tree roots beneath it slowly rising from the soil. Tiny roots continuously severed their connection with the earth, emitting sounds akin to the continuous snapping of bowstrings. It revealed its towering trunk, blocking out the moonlight, standing alone in the sea of fire. The moonlight and flames intertwined, illuminating its form, resembling an ancient war demon from a bygone era. Chapter 110, The 100-Headed Snake of Rotten Wood, Extracting New Materials. Its lower half was supported by countless massive roots, but its upper half consisted of over 100 branches spreading out like venomous snakes. The tips of each branch were not snakes, but human faces, constantly emitting venomous whispers as they twisted and swirled in the air, as if preparing to launch an attack. At the very center was a dark green seed that had already begun to sprout, wrapped tightly by numerous branches shaped like human faces, protected at the very core. From a distance, it resembles a twisted, hundred-headed snake petrified in wood. A monster of Morning Star level power even without vast spiritual energy, its sheer size alone is enough to slaughter ordinary humans. Sometimes, sheer size is a form of power. This is your true self. Lu Yu's gaze pierced through the dancing branches and spotted the dark green seed. His heart stirred, and his shadow servant transformed into a pitch-black shadow, lurking in the darkness, ready to launch a surprise attack on the seed. With shadow servants, these assassins of the darkness present, Lu Yu saw no need to rush into a direct confrontation. After all, this creature possessed too many bizarre abilities, and its intelligence was no joke. Who knew what other tricks it had up its sleeve? To catch the thief, catch the king first. Lu Yu directly ordered the shadow servants to try destroying this seed. Get out of the way. But before the shadow could get close to the seeds, the tree branches with human faces emitted sharp sounds, like venomous snakes under threat, violently twisting their wooden bodies and charging madly toward the shadow. Boom! Like a torrential downpour, countless faces descended onto the ground, crashing into the earth and creating large craters, sending clouds of dust into the sky. The massive attack directly dispersed the black shadows that had been transformed from the shadow servants. However, these faces made of branches did not stop there. Instead, they charged toward Lu Yu, opening their gaping maws and lunging toward him. Foolish! Lu Yu remained calm, casually grasping the hellfire whip in his hand. With a swift flick of his wrist, he sent the whip flying through the air, striking several of the tree branches that had charged toward him. The pitch-black flames spread along their bodies, instantly reducing them to ashes. As Lu Yu prepared to attack again, he noticed that the massive dead tree had begun moving its roots in another direction. It was actually escaping. Going through such a terrifying and bizarre transformation, and it was all just to run away. The massive roots of the dead tree moved, kicking over many short trees and crossing the spreading sea of fire, accompanied by a dull sound as it ran toward another direction. By constantly migrating and devouring humans in its path, no wonder there was no information about such a monster in Hangzhou City before it must have come from elsewhere. Lu Yu quickly deduced the creature's origin. It must have come from some other place, then hid in this forest, luring passers-by to devour them and bolster its army of undead servants. There were clearly hundreds of human faces floating on the tree trunk, imprisoning countless souls. However, only over 100 dead servants appeared this time, meaning he had also suffered attacks before and ended up here as a result. Now, its primary attack methods are the swarm tactics of the dead servants and mental corruption. After these two tactics were countered by Lu Yu, it no longer wished to continue the battle and was preparing to flee to another location to continue its covert development. If this dead tree is allowed to develop unchecked, devouring tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people and creating hundreds of thousands of undead servants who fear no death, it might truly become a disaster on par with the Huiyue-level catastrophe. Moreover, it can imprison souls within its body, transforming them into mental pollution. The more souls it imprisons, the stronger it becomes. Lu Yu's thoughts raced as he watched the gigantic dead tree stretch out over 100 meters in just a few steps. A cold smile curled the corners of his mouth as he murmured softly, "Do you really think you can escape?" As Lu Yu's words fell, a blood-red halo rose into the air, resembling a blood moon ascending into the sky, covering an area of 100 meters around the dead tree. Countless sparks of life were stripped from the trees and entered the blood-red ring. While the dead servants created by the dead tree could resist the power of the light ring, their bodies were still those of trees, containing a rich vitality. Once this life force is stripped away, its roots begin to rapidly lose moisture and wither, and the branches resembling human faces take on the appearance of rotting wood. Yeah. Fearful balloons floated in the air, their grotesque, terrifying grins fixed on the running dead tree. They had already received Lu Yu's orders and were monitoring the area from above, ready to provide support at any moment. The yellow balloon fabric emitted a terrifying devouring ability, ruthlessly consuming all life within its range and incorporating it into itself, making the fear balloon's grinning faces grow even more hideous. Yellow strips of fabric fluttered wildly, resembling a victorious banner. Damn it! Dozens of human-faced branches let out a vengeful roar, releasing mental energy to resist the suction force, and lunged toward the fear balloon in the sky, as if intent on tearing it to shreds. However, the fear balloon remained unfazed, merely waving its cloth strips. Hell fired into a flame whip tens of meters long, striking down like a flaming sword. Crack! The human face branches faced the terrifying high-temperature flames, helplessly severed, and under the control of the fear balloons, the hellfire rose again, transforming into ropes that bound the dead tree. Snap! I'm so angry! The dead tree tried to release spiritual pollution, but it was immediately shattered by the deterrent of the fear balloons. The remaining dozens of human-faced branches on its body began to twist and struggle, but they were wrapped in hellfire. Lu Yu, who had rushed over, didn't waste any time. He unleashed 5 consecutive hellfire whip attacks, nearly splitting the dead tree into kindling. The dark flames continued to burn, incinerating every human-faced branch one by one. In the end, only a single dark green seed remained, trembling in the darkness. He was a cautious man. To prevent the enemy from having any remaining tricks up their sleeves, he wouldn't hesitate to reduce them to ashes. "Spare me, and I will swear allegiance to you." Just as Lu Yu was about to unleash another 5 hellfire whips, a faint mental fluctuation emanated from the seed and reached Lu Yu. It pleaded for mercy, even offering itself as a servant, promising to endlessly create an army of undead servants for him. That sounds tempting, but... Lu Yu's face betrayed a look of desire, and he slowly reached out his hand and said, "I refuse. Extract the material." The power of the system descended upon the burning corpses of the dead tree, instantly shattering the human faces, branches, and roots into pieces, which then merged with the seed, transforming into a deep green light. After the fusion, the material was enveloped in white light and flew into Lu Yu's hand, with information about the material appearing in his mind. Chapter 111, The Mysterious Realm of Death, the Layout of an Unknown Existence. Mutated Dead Tree Core 2-star material, originally just an ordinary dead tree seed from the dead zone, but for some reason it fell into the hands of an unknown entity and underwent special modifications. These seeds were then scattered into the present world, where they continuously parasitize trees, consuming human flesh and blood while inheriting the dead tree's ability to control corpses and transform them into zombie servants. They exhibit survival and predatory behaviors similar to those of an insectoid species. Due to their modifications, they are no longer confined to a single piece of land and can move freely. They have also gained the ability to bind souls and create mental pollution. However, because their physical bodies are not particularly strong, they are prone to mutations, which may grant them greater power or cause them to shatter completely. It really is a dead tree. What is the dead realm? The border of death? And this tree is connected to an unknown entity. This is truly good luck. Lu Yu stared at the remains of the dead tree on the ground, lost in thought. The system's description often contains some information. Lu Yu stared at the remnants of the dead tree on the ground, lost in thought. The system's description often contains some hidden information. This time, however, the information revealed that this was an unknown entity that had obtained seeds from the dead tree in a place called the Dead Realm, modified them, and then scattered them across the present world. Each of these dead trees, once it has imprisoned enough souls, can create spiritual pollution capable of harming Morningstar-level beings, and will also be guarded by a group of zombie servants. The stronger the corpse, the more powerful the zombie servants it produces. Ordinary awakened beings who encounter them have no chance of survival and are devoured by the dead tree, becoming its servants. Like a snowball gathering momentum, they grow larger and larger until they become a massive avalanche that engulfs everything in its path. The unknown entity capable of transforming the seeds of the dead tree in such a manner and scattering them into the present world must possess at least the power of the unknowable tier, otherwise, such a feat would be impossible. In other words, this is another strategic move by a high-level powerhouse, aimed at spreading chaos and slaughter? Or is something else being planned, requiring these dead trees to be used, or perhaps to divert attention? Moreover, the system's keyword is transformation, meaning that this unknown entity intends to transform these dead trees to gain some benefit for itself. As for the possibility that they are simply experimenting with for fun, it cannot be ruled out, but the likelihood is very low. Lu Yu has been in the world of awakened ones for so long that he naturally understands the process of spiritual cultivation. It is a path of self-transcendence, and those who reach higher levels are rarely the cute little ones. If these were items created on a whim, they could simply be planted nearby. There would be no need to go to the trouble of scattering all the seeds in the present world. This suggests that he is planning a larger scheme. Lu Yu never underestimates others' intelligence. Pride is the greatest enemy. Their strength far surpasses that of the current Lu Yu, and he is unaware of the level of information they possess. Therefore, he cannot determine the specific strategic moves they intend to make. However, fortunately, there is information from the system prompts that can be analyzed, allowing for an estimation of the general content and thereby mitigating risks. Lately, my luck seems to have been too good. I keep getting involved with these guys. Lu Yu couldn't help but vent his frustration, but he felt no fear whatsoever. He directly stored the wooden core in the system's material library. After all, the core of this dead tree was a 2-star material, and it also possessed abilities such as soul binding, parasitism, and flesh devouring. If paired with the right materials, it could definitely be edited into a powerful monster. Even if it's an unknown tier layout, so what? He's already killed the dead tree and dismembered it to extract the materials, so he's already made an enemy. Since the other party didn't intervene when he was doing it himself, it means that he wasn't paying attention to these trees, or perhaps he has fallen or been sealed away. Just like the shroud of the fear balloon and the pocket watch of the little spider, these are all remnants left behind after their existence has fallen. Even if one were to discover the truth afterward, without clues such as a real name or title, one could not bypass the protection of the time-devouring insects and thus could not uncover his true identity. At best, you'd just gain another potential enemy. For Lu Yu, who already has enemies in droves, could anything be more terrifying than the spider god dwelling in the realm of illusions? Could anything be more twisted than the eyeball deity in the old god's temple? However, the term realm of death piqued Lu Yu's curiosity. He wasn't sure if it was the name of a secret realm, an organization, or even another world. There's just not enough information. I should probably take a shower soon to wash off the bad luck. Lu Yu decided to head home early to take a shower and wash away the bad luck he'd been experiencing lately. As for what comes next, if he happens to come across the dead tree, he'll harvest some materials and disrupt its layout. If he doesn't encounter it, there's no need to go out of his way to look for it. Just as the core of the dead tree was placed into Lu Yu's material repository, the remaining zombie servants all stopped moving, their abdomens began to swell, and then exploded instantly. Pop! The seeds embedded in their corpses all burst open, and the zombie servants closed their eyes and collapsed to the ground. Lu Yu looked at the bodies littering the ground, waved his hand, and a hellfire whip sliced through the air, suddenly exploding into a shower of fire lotuses that descended upon the corpses, along with the dozens of human-faced branches on the trunk of the dead tree, all burning fiercely. Crack! Crack! The black flames burned silently, but they carried the intense heat of the sun, scorching them and slowly turning them into ashes. The black sea of fire seemed to transform into a cremation ground. Though you have become monsters, your souls twisted, as a member of humanity, I will ensure you depart with dignity after death. Lu Yu spoke calmly, his voice soft. This was the least he could do as a human being. Because these people hadn't chosen to become monsters on their own, but had been lured here by the dead tree, Lu Yu used cremation to send them on their final journey. At least they were cremated as humans and turned to ashes, rather than left as the shameful corpses of monsters to be devoured by beasts in the mortal world. This was merely an extra service provided by Lu Yu after obtaining the materials, simultaneously erasing all traces of the dead man's tree to prevent any seeds from remaining. Ah! The pitch-black flames of hell spread and burned. A small seed suddenly sprouted from the soil, but before it could escape, it was reduced to ashes. Indeed, you were cautious, but I am even more careful than you. Lu Yu watched the scene unfold, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He ordered the fear balloons to increase the deployment of hellfire, ensuring that every last seed was completely eradicated. Yeah. The fear balloons nearby danced joyfully, continuously unleashing hellfire to burn, as if they were treating this as a game. Soon, everything within 100 meters was reduced to ashes, which then scattered in the wind, settling among the remaining trees and becoming nourishment for the soil, ready to flourish again next year. Lu Yu, after confirming everything was in order, got into the car with Gu Pancho and the little spider and left the area. Chapter 112, Lu the Great Con Artist makes his debut. After leaving the forest where the dead man's tree stood, Lu Yu and Gu Pancho found a safe clearing to set up camp and spent the night there. It was unclear whether the burning of the dead tree, the dominant tree of the forest, had frightened away many of the strange creatures lurking in the darkness. Or perhaps because this location was already close to the city, there weren't many powerful demons around. With the protection of shadow servants and shadow spiders, the night passed relatively peacefully. The only issue was that the little spiders always liked to crawl onto Lu Yu's stomach to sleep, leaving him quite exasperated. The next morning, as the sun rose, Lu Yu drove the off-road vehicle forward with Gu Pancho and the others. After several hours of driving, the outlines of buildings soon came into view, indicating that they had reached the outskirts of Hangzhou City. Finally back. I still love the steel jungle. Lu Yu looked at the familiar buildings covered in green vines and felt as if he had stepped into another world. Although he had only been away for a few days, compared to the lush wilderness, the city still felt more comfortable. The towering buildings gave him a sense of familiarity, and at least he wouldn't have to worry about being attacked by monsters while sleeping at night. The previous invasion by the Spider God's followers was entirely due to the city's defensive formations being sabotaged by an insider, coupled with the absence of the core defensive forces, which led to the major crisis. However, in general, human cities are equipped with defensive formations capable of repelling the approach of bizarre monsters and low-level beasts. Large magical creatures attempting to approach would begin destroying the outskirts first, allowing residents in the city center to receive warnings promptly and evacuate in an orderly manner. It is precisely this level of safety that enables human civilization to establish and continuously develop its order. Lu Yu also grew up in this urban environment, even feeling that there was little difference from his previous life. However, it was only when he truly ventured into the wilderness that he could deeply sense the dangers of this world. He drove into the suburbs, where he could see other explorers walking along the road. Many of them were injured, with bandages covering their wounds. Some were missing limbs, and others were even dragging corpses behind them. Only a small number of people had smiles on their faces, likely having made significant discoveries. Beep! When everyone saw Lu Yu's off-road vehicle pass by, they all turned their gaze toward it, stopping cautiously and unable to help but marvel in their hearts. What a tough guy! Because in the common knowledge of adventurers, those who can drive off-road vehicles freely in the wilderness are either little cuties or strong ones. And the other party wasn't heading to the wilderness, they were returning from it. Although the front of the off-road vehicle was dented, there was no blood on the body of the vehicle. This indicates that a real battle took place, and the owner of this vehicle not only managed to protect themselves but also safeguarded the vehicle from attacks by wild beasts and monsters. This isn't something that can be explained by mere luck, it's the mark of a true powerhouse. Everyone watched the off-road vehicle pass by with awe, no one dared to stop it, and some even went out of their way to make room. As adventurers, their sole purpose was to seek wealth, and they naturally did not want to attract trouble. Lu Yu had no interest in interacting with these adventurers either, so he simply drove into the city and quickly returned to the area near his apartment, where he parked the car. Since all his luggage was stored in the little spider's void treasure chest, he didn't need to carry anything. Lu Yu walked straight toward the apartment, while Gu Panqiu followed closely behind him, taking small steps. Before they had taken a few steps, a voice rang out behind Lu Yu. Xiao Yu? The speaker was a middle-aged woman with gray hair, dragging a suitcase behind her. She glanced at Lu Yu several times, her expression filled with surprise and suspicion. Lu Yu turned his head to look at the woman, his face breaking into a gentle smile, and said, "Good morning, Aunt Fong. This middle-aged woman is the neighbor living downstairs from Lu Yu. Although they have known each other for over a decade, their relationship is rather casual, and they rarely speak, making them nothing more than ordinary neighbors. Although she often discussed her own affairs with the neighbors after Lu Yu's parents passed away, she would still bring dumplings and vegetables to their door during festivals. Although she loved gossip, she was essentially a kind-hearted woman, so Lu Yu did not have a bad impression of her." After receiving Lu Yu's affirmative response, Aunt Fong's expression softened considerably, and she exclaimed in surprise. "It's been a few days since we last saw you, but you've grown even more handsome. Even your aunt doesn't recognize you anymore. And who is the gentleman behind you?" Aunt Fong looked at Gu Panqiu, the girl with blue hair behind Lu Yu. She was exceptionally beautiful and didn't seem like someone from an ordinary family. As far as she knew, Lu Yu had always been alone, and his relatives had long since cut off all ties with him. "She's the sister I've recognized." Lu Yu casually mentioned it without explaining the background of Gu Panqiu. Looking at the luggage in Fong Auntie's hands, he casually asked, "Are you planning to go on a trip, Ms. Fong? In this day and age, who dares to travel except those young people looking for thrills?" Aunt Fong waved her hand and sighed. "It's all because of that spider invasion last time. My family was fine, but the old Sun family next door, the whole family was eaten, leaving only scattered limbs on the ground. The room was covered in blood everywhere. I caught a glimpse of it and had nightmares for days. Plus, ever since someone died, the apartment feels unclean. We keep hearing strange noises at night, which has been keeping us awake and making us feel unwell. So my son and I decided to move to the south side of the city." "Oh, I see. It's definitely not safe to live there anymore." Lu Yu nodded in agreement. He didn't care about an apartment where someone had died. Even if it was haunted, he could just smack it to death. But for ordinary people, their way of survival was to seek benefits and avoid harm. Seeing Lu Yu's indifferent expression, Aunt Fong said nervously, "This place is getting more and more spooky. You should consider moving to the South District, little Yu. I know some people there, and I can help you find a place at a good price if you decide to go." "Alright, I'll think about it. I'll head home and rest now." Lu Yu interrupted Fong Auntie, who was trying to persuade him endlessly, and turned directly into the apartment. Gu Panqiu followed closely behind him like a little shadow. Aunt Fong watched Lu Yu's departing figure with a sigh of resignation. After all, so many people had died in this apartment building, it wasn't exactly a place where one could feel at ease. She was trying to persuade Lu Yu to move out of kindness, but she also hoped to earn some brokerage fees in the process to compensate for the shortage of domestic help caused by the move. After all, she knew that Lu Yu's parents had left him a substantial inheritance. Since the other party didn't want to move, there was nothing she could do. However, Lu Yu's change in demeanor was simply too drastic. If we were to describe the Lu Yu of the past, he was merely a slightly more mature child, but the Lu Yu of today is like a powerful figure who controls everything, but he's still just a child. I must have been scared and felt wrong, but it's only been a few days, and this person's demeanor has changed so much. Aunt Fong murmured softly, but her son's voice called out from behind her, and she didn't have time to think. She hurriedly dragged her suitcase and ran over, eager to leave this nightmare-filled place as soon as possible. Lu Yu, on the other hand, brought Gu Panqiu to his room. He leaned back on the sofa, his expression calm as he watched Gu Panqiu, who was clearly nervous and uneasy. He couldn't help but begin to ponder how he should accommodate her. Although he was currently alone and had some freedom, he still faced limitations in accessing resources and gathering information, and was even unable to engage in open transactions with many academic circles. If he relies entirely on transactions with the Godish school, he risks exposing some confidential information, so establishing a puppet faction has become an urgent priority. However, this faction must remain covert and must not have too deep a connection with Lu Yu's other aliases, at least not to the extent that it hinders their operations. Therefore, it can only serve as an external faction for gathering information and funds. Gu Panqiu, however, possesses both sharp wit and the basic qualities of a merchant, making him suitable for cultivation. He can be tasked with consolidating funds and conducting transactions for this faction. After all, it's just an empty shell of a faction. It only needs a name to operate, and if any issues arise, it can be discarded without hesitation to prevent the discovery of Lu Yu's aliases. But what should this shell organization be named? Endless Dark Prison? Supreme Temple? Sky Tower? City of Reincarnation? Lu Yu began to ponder in his mind, countless names flowing through his thoughts, but none of them seemed quite right. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he blurted out the name without thinking. Do you want to join the Dawn Sanctuary? Chapter 113, The Vision of the Thousand-Armed Demon God, and a Girl's Wild Imagination. Lu Yu's voice was soft, but in Gu Panxiu's ears, it sounded like thunder, causing her to widen her eyes in shock. The Holy Hall of Dawn. As she uttered this name, Gu Panxiu seemed to have touched an invisible thread, which snapped silently. At that moment, the world before her eyes shifted, blurring into an endless, boundless chaos. Thick, swirling chaos mist surged like an abyss, devouring everything in its path, churning and surging. Though it appeared harmless at first glance, any living being that dared to approach would be mercilessly devoured and assimilated into the chaotic currents. Within this terrifying chaotic energy, Gu Panxiu caught sight of a vague figure shrouded by countless chaotic energy streams. However, amidst the chaos, he could faintly make out countless arms flailing about, resembling a demon god of apocalyptic destruction. As she stared, an immense wave of consciousness surged toward her. Before it could draw near, a sense of danger arose in her heart, and the sound of crashing waves echoed in her ears, giving her a strange sense of reassurance. Don't! Gu Panxiu couldn't help but scream, but the world before her eyes returned to normal. However, her body was already soaked in sweat, and her half-wet clothes clung to her skin, making her feel uncomfortable. You said not to? Lu Yu looked at the young girl in front of him with a strange expression. This timid girl had actually refused him outright, and she even looked scared? Is the name Dawn Sanctuary really that unpleasant? Or did it clash with some infamous faction, causing her to refuse so decisively? Lu Yu naturally had no idea what Gu Panxiu had just seen. Not only had he entered an invisible space, but he had even caught a glimpse of a blurry thousand-armed demon god. In Lu Yu's eyes, Gu Panxiu's gaze suddenly grew unfocused, followed by a cold sweat breaking out all over his body as he screamed and refused outright. The intimidating power of the Dawn Sanctuary is that strong? Thinking this, Lu Yu asked calmly. Do you know the Dawn Sanctuary? It's best not to get involved with any factions, or else it'll be really awkward. Gu Panxiu came to her senses at that moment, realizing the mistake she had just made, and hurriedly explained. No, I don't know the Dawn Sanctuary. But the moment I heard the name, my eyes went blank, and I saw some strange things that scared me. I wasn't trying to avoid joining. Gu Panxiu had intended to describe the scene she had just witnessed, but upon seeing Lu Yu's calm expression, she swallowed her words and remained silent. He must already know everything. Everything that just happened was a test for me and a warning. Tell me how powerful the Dawn Sanctuary is. Can simply reciting its name summon a great being? It's not just about telling me the future is bright, it's also a warning not to harbor any ulterior motives. It seems they still don't trust me enough. Gu Panxiu's thoughts raced through her mind. She realized this was Lu Yu's warning, and she couldn't help but feel a little hurt. However, she also understood that it was because they hadn't known each other for very long, and that was only natural. I will definitely work hard to prove myself to you and earn your complete trust. Gu Panxiu set a goal in her heart and looked at Lu Yu seriously as she said, Lord Lu Yu, I wish to join the Dawn Sanctuary. Lu Yu had no idea how much the young girl in front of him had imagined, but he found it odd that Gu Panxiu's expression had changed from panic to disappointment, and then from disappointment to determination, faster than a face-changing performance in Peking opera. Women are truly creatures of change. Since the other party had agreed, Lu Yu naturally wouldn't refuse either. He merely said indifferently, You are now an outer member of the Dawn Sanctuary. Follow what I said earlier, undergo some business training for now, demonstrate your value, and if your evaluation is good, I will recommend you for formal membership. At that point, you will officially join the Dawn Sanctuary. Although the Dawn Sanctuary is just an empty shell, since it's meant to be a carrot on a stick for Gu Panxiu and a tool for recruiting suitable talent in the future, we must follow a formalized approach from the start to give people an air of mystery and authority. Moreover, the joining criteria must be stringent. Things that are too easily obtained are often not cherished. Therefore, we will first grant Gu Panxiu the status of an outer member to give him a taste of the benefits. As for when he will become a formal member, that will depend on when Lu Yu completes the structure of the shell organization. During this period, Gu Panxiu will act as Lu Yu's third tool for accumulating wealth. The first two tools have both been quite effective so far. I'll do my best. Gu Panxiu nodded vigorously. Although she didn't know the origins of the Dawn Sanctuary, she could sense its profound heritage from its name alone. The scene she had just witnessed filled her with awe, and Lu Yu seemed even more mysterious to her. The dawn of all things, the sacred hall. When darkness ends, dawn will inevitably arrive. Although Gu Panxiu knew little about the world of awakened ones, she had overheard the conversation between the two bounty hunters after being captured and had gained a general understanding of how the world of awakened ones was divided. Those she had once regarded as exalted awakened ones were merely beginners in this vast world, while Morning Star tier awakened ones possessed the power to match 10,000 enemies, capable of effortlessly destroying cities without defensive arrays and slaughtering hundreds of thousands of ordinary people within them. The higher-tiered Moonlight class beings possessed various abilities, resembling mythical creatures, while the forbidden existences stood at the pinnacle of the world, overlooking the masses below. Even a casual gesture from them could trigger a world-class disaster. They are the living gods of the human world. At that time, when she was inside the bag, she overheard them discussing the forbidden entity carrying a yellow balloon adorned with a terrifying grinning face, and then they departed from the mist forest. And now that balloon had appeared right beside Luyu. When linked to the mysterious Dawn Sanctuary, the figure of the thousand-armed demon god amidst the chaotic energy currents, and that awe-inspiring power, it all becomes even more intriguing. It all makes sense now. The Dawn Sanctuary is a powerful organization with forbidden secrets, standing at the pinnacle of the world as a mysterious force. Although Luyu did not explicitly state his rank within the Dawn Sanctuary or his connection to that forbidden entity. However, after observing him for some time, Gupancho noticed that Luyu demonstrated a strong sense of the bigger picture in his actions, and he acted with the calmness of a middle-aged man in his 40s, even displaying extraordinary wisdom. For example, when the dead tree tried to escape earlier, Luyu had already anticipated its move, deployed fear balloons to block its path, and then incinerated the dead tree with pitch-black, eerie flames, reducing it to ashes. Such strategic planning seems to treat everything as a chessboard, with him as the skilled player, constantly making moves to gradually erode the enemy's life force. Even Luyu shows no concern whatsoever for the elixir of immortality within her. Even if extracting the elixir of immortality was only a sliver of a chance, it was still immortality. Countless heroes and beauties have grown old before the passage of time, reduced to a handful of dust. Time is an unforgiving scalpel, carving away youth with each stroke. Even if Luyu is still young, he should be thinking about the future, but the look in his eyes holds no greed, only deep contemplation. And this behavior clearly indicates that he possesses the confidence to attain a long life. Whether it be advancing to a higher rank or obtaining treasures that extend one's lifespan, he simply does not care about the elixir of immortality on his person. The most likely explanation is that he is connected to that mysterious forbidden entity. Moreover, his status within the Dawn Sanctuary is no small feat, and it is precisely because of his own profound foundations that he possesses such confidence. As for Luyu, he is very likely the disciple of that being, or even its offspring. Chapter 114, The Old God's Eradication Plan. Any entity associated with the forbidden existence is extremely dangerous in the awakened world. Regardless of which school they belong to, they will all instruct their disciples to avoid anything related to forbidden entities. In the world of the awakened, it is not uncommon for some lucky individuals to obtain treasures from the Moonlight realm, or even artifacts left behind by beings of the unknown realm. However, it is extremely rare to hear of anyone successfully inheriting items left behind by forbidden entities. Though it is not entirely impossible, the odds are so astronomically low that such luck could rightfully be called the mark of a chosen one. Because even the unknown level beings will eventually fade away, the ruins will only contain the remnants of unknown level beings, much like the unknown level hand that emerged from the dragon egg that Luyu had previously seized, which gave rise to a new consciousness over the course of countless years. Although its power is formidable, it is not truly of the unknown level, and has even been reduced to the level of the Huihua stage, making it controllable. However, the forbidden existence persists. Even if only a fragment of information, a mural, or even a name remains, it can be used to resurrect it, emerging from the depths of endless time to once again spread its glory. Their power, even when not actively used, is such that ordinary people who witness their true form would collapse from the overwhelming terror of the information fluctuations. Even beings above the brilliant moon, or even those of the unknowable realm, cannot withstand that power. Only the forbidden can erase the forbidden. Even Gupancho, an ordinary person who had just entered the world of awakened beings and knew only basic knowledge, could deeply sense the danger and power of the forbidden. To them, the so-called nation was nothing more than a child's game played by a few people over the course of countless years. Perhaps after a single night's sleep, the world would change once again, and dynasties would have risen and fallen countless times. They sit high above, pulling the strings that drive the world forward. The idea of a forbidden child or disciple may be bold, but it is not entirely impossible. After all, they too were once weak and vulnerable, so leaving behind offspring is not entirely unimaginable. As the offspring or disciples of forbidden beings, these individuals start with a significant advantage over ordinary people, making it easier for them to become powerful. Originally, Gupancho had already confirmed this hypothesis, but following Luyu along the way left him confused, especially after that Ant Fawn greeted him, leaving him completely baffled. She realized that no one seemed to know that Luyu was a Morningstar-level powerhouse. They all just thought he was an ordinary human youth. Everything in the city was completely different from how Luyu had appeared in the wilderness earlier. He had completely concealed everything about himself. This reminded Gupancho of a saying he had once heard: the lesser sage hides in the forest, the greater sage hides in the city. Lu Yu seemed to be hiding within the city, having built a well-established social circle that made people see him as an ordinary individual, yet no one could have imagined the immense power lurking beneath his unassuming exterior. Did he ever want to live an ordinary life? Gu Panqiu had a fleeting thought, but quickly dismissed it. Because if he were to live an ordinary life, Lu Yu wouldn't need to cultivate, nor would he need to venture into dangerous wilderness. He could simply stay in the city and live a stable life. However, Lu Yu not only ventured into the wilderness to take on tasks, but also happened to bring her back with him. Moreover, the forbidden entity behind him is now entangled in a clash with an ancient deity. The losers of the old era perish. This was the phrase Gu Pan heard when he was being bound by the two bounty hunters. It was spoken by the forbidden entity addressing the statue of the old god, after which the statue disintegrated into dust and vanished, as if it had truly departed as the words had foretold. It seemed that the gods of the old era had retreated in the face of this forbidden entity. What immense power! The two bounty hunters had been discussing what the old era had hidden, but their knowledge was limited, and they only felt that this was a simple cleanup. However, after listening to them, Gu Panqiu also felt that things were probably not that simple. He recalled the figure of the thousand-armed demon god he had seen when he had recited the name of the Dawn Sanctuary earlier. That majestic and powerful presence, as if it were the creator of all things in the world, could it also be a warning? The name Dawn Sanctuary also held deep meaning, as it signified the dispelling of darkness and the arrival of dawn. In other words, can the deities of the old era be regarded as darkness, and does the meaning of Dawn Sanctuary not lie in? Gu Panqiu couldn't help but suck in a cold breath at this thought. Then the actions of that forbidden existence must have been planned long ago. So, let's talk about it. The so-called failures of the old era have perished because the Dawn Sanctuary is implementing a plan to eradicate the old gods and all the darkness they represent? And Lu Yu is also hiding here, waiting for something or guarding something for the implementation of a certain plan? Could it be the seal of the old gods? Although Gu Panqiu was born in the countryside, she had gained a lot of information through her phone and had also read many travelogues and novels from her foster mother. In novels, the male or female protagonist often sacrifices their entire life to protect a malevolent entity. If they are lucky, they spend decades in one place; if not, they lose their lives. However, Lu Yu holds a prominent position within the Dawn Sanctuary, so it is highly unlikely that he would be sacrificed to seal away the entity. Therefore, it is more probable that he has been assigned to guard the seal of the ancient deity in this region. Does this mean that the city she is currently in is likely sealing away some kind of world-destroying ancient god? At this thought, Gu Panqiu couldn't help but shiver, glancing down at her feet. Though they were merely ordinary white tiles, they gave her the eerie sensation that they might suddenly transform into an abyss ready to swallow her whole. But it was all just her imagination. The tiles remain tiles, not monsters. It should be fine. Gu Panqiu sighed in relief, her thoughts drifting once more, unable to resist reminiscing. It might not necessarily be a seal, it could also be some kind of treasure about to emerge into the world. Just as the novel described, some powerful treasures must wait until a specific time and undergo a special ritual before they can manifest themselves in the human world. Since the Dawn Sanctuary obtained this confidential information to prevent interference from rival factions of equal standing, Lu Yu accepted the Sanctuary's mission, ventured alone into the city to go into hiding, and will return to the Sanctuary once the time is right to seize the treasure. Thinking of this, Gu Panqiu lifted her head to look at Lu Yu's profile. His delicate features bore no trace of youthful innocence, instead exuding an unworldly composure and calmness beyond his years. The gaze he cast upon her was tinged with a hint of sorrow, as if he had taken upon himself the weight of the entire world. He must have always been so lonely, hadn't he? Gu Panqiu suddenly thought of this phrase, feeling a pang of sympathy in his heart, his gaze filled with concern and pity. Lu Yu, sensing this gaze, found it odd. He wondered why Gu Panqiu was alternately panicked and concerned. Could she be losing her mind? Could this be a side effect of the elixir of immortality? Trading intelligence for eternal life? Even before starting as a tool, there's a possibility of being scrapped. This isn't good. Lu Yu had no idea how much plot Gu Panqiu had imagined in his mind after seeing the silhouette of the thousand-armed demon god while reciting its name. Even the origin of the Dawn Sanctuary he had just made up was already vividly imagined in his mind, even more detailed than Lu Yu's original conception. Even the origin of the Dawn Sanctuary, which he had just made up, was already vividly imagined in his mind, and even more detailed than what Lu Yu had originally conceived. Lu Yu's identity had also been transformed into that of a forbidden son with a high status within the sanctuary, yet he had resolutely chosen to remain in Hangzhou City to carry out his mission, making him a perfect template for a protagonist, comparable to some third-rate novels. In reality, the sorrow in his eyes stems entirely from not knowing where to place Gu Panqiu, the burden he must carry, while also having to establish the structure of the Dawn Sanctuary, a multitude of tasks that leave him feeling overwhelmed. In Gu Panqiu's eyes, however, this automatically became a sign of his strength, as he believed Gu Panqiu was taking on too much responsibility while carrying out the tasks of the sanctuary. If Lu Yu had the ability to read minds, he might have sighed and said, "Young lady, you're wasting your talent by not writing novels." Chapter 115, The Sanctuary That Can Flee at Any Moment, and the Girl Who Automatically Fills in the Blanks. However, Liu couldn't read minds, so he had no idea what Gu Panqiu was imagining, nor did he notice the magical meaning behind the name Dawn Sanctuary. He just had a gut feeling. His intuition told him that the name of the organization should be Dawn Sanctuary, as if it were a magical connection. If he were to choose a more appealing name, Liu had several options that sounded better and more intimidating, such as Dark Prison, Sacred Sanctuary, or Chaos Abyss. However, in the end, Liu decided to trust his instincts. Moreover, this was merely a fictional alias for an organization. If any issues arose, it could be discarded immediately, and a new name with a more appealing sound could be adopted. Therefore, Liu spoke it aloud without hesitation, never anticipating that it would trigger a series of imaginative scenarios in Gu Panqiu's mind. However, even if Liu knew what Gu Panqiu was thinking, he wouldn't care. After all, while it was a bit of a stretch, it still served as a form of deterrence, an invisible sword of Damocles. Liu knew that he had fabricated this organization, so he naturally had to paint a rosy picture for others, at least enough to keep them hooked. If you want a horse to run fast, you don't just feed it grass, you also need to give it something to look forward to keep its appetite piqued over the long term. Gu Panqiu's greatest wish is to go to the mermaid village. Whether it's to lift her curse or for other reasons, Liu doesn't know and doesn't care. As long as a person has something they desire, they have a weakness, and thus can be controlled. Gu Panqiu herself flows with the elixir of immortality within her. Her inherent value lies in her prolonged life and the ruthless determination she has demonstrated, the ability to treat her own body as a commodity to be dissected and sold piece by piece. As a merchant, if one can be ruthless toward oneself and avoid greed and foolishness, one is certain to make money. What Liu did was also a deal that was relatively advantageous for him. In this deal, Gu Panqiu would receive his protection and avoid being targeted by those as the elixir of immortality. In the future, when he goes to the mermaid village, he will also bring Gu Panqiu along, thereby fulfilling her greatest wish. Although he gained more, overall, it was still a fair deal. After all, Gu Panqiu's current status is still that of his captive. Even if he were to make her work as a laborer, she would dare not resist. However, Liu was not a heartless businessman. Moreover, oppressing employees would not allow them to work properly. It was necessary to entice them with benefits. You need both the carrot and the stick to make employees work tirelessly with gratitude. Even if they're being sold out, they'll still be counting the money for you. Thinking of this, Liu cleared his throat and said, "Since that's the case, I'll arrange a place for you to stay. You can stay in an apartment nearby. I'll buy you a phone, and you can contact me directly via text message if you need anything." Ah! Gu Panqiu was taken aback. This wasn't how it was in the novel. Even if the female supporting character was captured by the male lead, wouldn't she live with him and receive his education? But now she was being sent to another apartment, not only unable to live under the same roof, but also having to communicate via text messages in the future. Does that mean she doesn't even qualify as a supporting character? Gu Panqiu couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness, recalling her tragic first half of life, only to end up as an extra who doesn't even qualify as a supporting role in the latter half. However, she wasn't just a little girl. Though she looked like a Lolita on the outside, she was still an 18-year-old girl at heart, so she quickly calmed down and didn't object. After all, she was well aware of her own status, she was merely a captive. The fact that Liu was providing her with lodging was already quite generous. If it were anyone else, they would probably just draw her blood and extract the precious elixir of immortality. Wait, treasure. Gu Panqiu's eyes narrowed as he suddenly recalled his previous speculation. Could Liu be keeping him away from his side as part of some larger plan? A seal or treasure was likely to appear in this vicinity, and it was highly probable that the plan had already reached the stage of implementation. Once the time comes, this place could easily become a whirlpool of war. Although I possess the elixir of immortality, it merely extends my lifespan, essentially no different from an ordinary person. If a battle were to break out, judging by the terrifying power of the Morning Star class beings, even the aftereffects of the fighting would reduce me to dust. In other words, Liu wasn't driving himself away, he was protecting himself. Upon realizing this, Gu Panqiu finally understood everything, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. He was actually concerned about her. Gu Panqiu took a deep breath, bowed to Liu, and said earnestly, "Thank you." At the same time, she added in her heart, the warm sun. Liu was the first ray of warmth she felt in the dark days following her foster mother's death, like the sun itself, giving her a second reason to exist beyond the mermaid village. Liu responded softly, looking at Gu Panqiu, who was growing increasingly close, and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. It was just helping her find an apartment to settle down in. Was there really a need to get so excited? Has this guy never lived in an apartment before? Has he always had such a romanticized view of apartments? That's why he is reacting so strongly just at the mention of living in one. Although it felt a bit odd, Liu didn't say much more, maintaining his usual indifferent and aloof expression. Getting rid of this burden had lightened his mood considerably. After all, he had too many secrets, and having such a person around always made him feel restricted. As for the apartment issue, Liu directly asked a classmate for a real estate agent's WeChat and requested their assistance in finding a place, which they gladly agreed to. Since the twisted spider attack incident, many residents have moved to other districts, causing property prices in the eastern district to plummet and housing demand to drop to an all-time low. If this continues, they will all lose their jobs. Meanwhile, Luyu's demand for a one-year apartment rental is now seen as a major opportunity. The customer is always right, and we can make it happen no matter what they want. After resolving Gu Pancho's accommodation issue, Liu thought about the deal with the Gao Sini school. After all, it was a major deal worth 360 million spirit coins. It was best to finalize the transaction sooner rather than later, otherwise, once the Lingqi corpse decomposed and the price dropped, it would be too late. So he directly edited a message and sent it to Tang Wan. I've returned to Hangzhou City. You can come and retrieve Lingqi's body at my original residence. After sending the message, about 10 minutes later, Tang Wan replied. This old classmate is getting more and more aloof. It seems like the last price hike made her feel a bit embarrassed, but it doesn't really matter to me. As long as I can make money, that's all that matters. Liu sighed inwardly, but he didn't care. After all, he and Tang Wan were just ordinary classmates. He wouldn't compromise his interests to flatter her just because she was pretty. Only a little cutie would do that. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Wan, whom he considered aloof, was starting to feel a bit flustered. Chapter 116, The Effects of the Love Potion. Tang Wan as a counterexample. The Death Bird School is headquartered within a private academy in the northern district of Hangzhou City. The land in this area has been purchased by the Death Bird School and designated as private property. The facilities are well equipped, and the structure resembles that of a university. However, except for members of the school, few people venture near this area. Today, Tang Wan was dressed differently from usual, wearing the casual attire of the Crow School. She wore a delicate white long-sleeved shirt with a crow-shaped design at the collar, paired with a black skirt and a pair of white canvas shoes, giving her a youthful and vibrant appearance. She sat alone in a chair in the library, with several books she had been reading scattered around her. A small black notebook lay beside the books, and she was bent over it, writing intently. The pages were already filled with neat, elegant handwriting, and terms like love curse potion could be faintly made out. Although she had chosen a secluded corner to read, her striking beauty shone like fireflies in the night, drawing the attention of everyone present. Many people couldn't help but glance at her from time to time, and some girls looked at her with envy, though there was no jealousy in their eyes. Because Tang Wan was simply too hardworking. After joining the academy, not only did she possess exceptional natural talent, but she also advanced to the second stage of Awakened in just a few short months. Moreover, she was the most diligent student in class, spending all her free time in the library poring over books, as if she knew no fatigue, absorbing knowledge with relentless enthusiasm. Even the most stringent mentors hold her in high regard, believing she will soon become an elite member of the Death's Head School and potentially a core academic successor. Even Tang Wan herself handles herself with great poise and discretion, leaving no room for criticism, prompting many to marvel at how such a perfect young woman could exist in this world. A few new members of the Death Bird School passed by, and one of the boys couldn't help but exclaim. Tang Wan comes from a decent family background and doesn't seem to have any particularly urgent goals. She doesn't seem like the kind of protagonist in biographies who is driven by deep-seated suffering and resentment. Why is she working so hard? It's precisely because Tang Wan has been so engrossed in the library that she turned down numerous invitations from outstanding young men, earning her the reputation of being a high-class flower. Like a flower on a high mountain peak, she is only to be admired from afar, untouchable, exuding an air of purity and sanctity. Because of this aloof attitude, many people find Tang Wan very unique, which has actually attracted a lot of fans, and the person speaking here is naturally one of them. Someone nearby glanced at him and teased. You think everyone is like you? Tang Wan has extraordinary natural talent. She clearly doesn't think much of ordinary people. Her goal should be to pursue a higher realm, to become a morning star level or even a brilliant moon level existence, standing above everyone else, with hundreds of years of time at her disposal. Why not? Dreaming isn't illegal. The young man muttered a few words, but his eyes grew even more admiring. With such talent and harder work than them, it was only natural for someone like him to become a strong person. At that moment, Xiao Xiao, who had gone on an outdoor trip with Tang Wan last time, happened to be walking by with a friend. Hearing those words, his face flushed red, as if he were trying to suppress something. A friend nearby couldn't help but ask. Xiao Xiao, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, just thinking about some things. Xiao Xiao waved her hands repeatedly, brushing it off casually. The others didn't suspect anything, but she couldn't help but recall the words Tang Wan had spoken earlier. If these devoted fans were to find out that Tang Wan, whom they admired for her relentless pursuit of strength, was actually conducting esoteric research on love potions, it might leave many of them speechless. However, that man named Liu is truly outstanding. Tang Wan, I'm much more proactive than you. By the time you finish making your love potion, I might already have children. Just wait and see your failure, ha! As she thought about it, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but let out a delighted smile, even emitting a sinister laugh of triumph. The classmates beside her couldn't help but wonder if Xiao Xiao had been punished by the teacher to copy the monster textbook too many times, causing her to lose her mind. Thinking of that thick monster textbook, everyone couldn't help but shiver. Copying as punishment is truly the worst form of torture. Meanwhile, Tang Wan, the center of the discussion, was quietly reading in the library, constantly flipping through these ancient texts. There were no records of secret techniques or special visualization diagrams, only ancient travelogues and legends. However, Tang Wan still flipped through them carefully, reading every word, not missing a single clue, hoping to find a clue to the love potion. She could converse fluently with anyone, but whenever she was in front of Lu Yu, she would become nervous and instinctively put on that cold mask, let alone dare to express her true feelings. It is precisely this torment that drives her to collect items Lu Yu is used to alleviate her emotions. By chance, she heard about a love potion in a story. If someone were to drink the love potion, the two people would be able to live happily together. Though the story seemed childish, it became Tang Wan's only hope, a way to convey her feelings to Lu Yu. Therefore, she demonstrated her talent, joined the Deathbird School, and continuously studied the abilities of the curse system, all in the hope of one day discovering the recipe for the love potion. However, what she never expected was that Lu Yu was also an awakened one, and far more talented than her. Even her teacher couldn't praise him enough. This gap made her feel even more urgent, and she longed to find the love potion so she could finally tell Lu Yu those words. Ding ding! Ding ding! Suddenly, a vibration sounded from her pocket. Tang Wan instinctively opened her phone and saw a familiar profile picture and a message from a familiar contact. It was Lu Yu. Tang Wan hurriedly opened the message and saw the content. I've returned to Hangzhou City. You can come and retrieve Lingqi's body at my previous residence. Lu Yu has returned to Hangzhou City. And he's invited her over to his place to meet. Has he been hurt in any way these past few days? Tang Wan's mind was filled with countless thoughts, leaving her feeling confused. She stared blankly ahead, unsure of what to say. However, Tang Wan's dazed expression caught the attention of the other disciples from different schools, who couldn't help but start whispering among themselves. Tang Wan is studying too hard. Is she thinking about some difficult cultivation problem? Could she have had an epiphany? I've heard that some geniuses can achieve enlightenment just by eating or drinking, and Tang Wan is also very talented. Perhaps she came across some esoteric knowledge and gained some insight. Oh, I see. The teacher was right after all. Books are truly treasures. I should go read and study now. Come on, with your half-hearted attitude, you'll probably fall asleep after a few minutes. Life is hard enough as it is. Tang Wan, who was regarded as a diligent student, stared blankly for a moment before suddenly snapping back to reality and realizing she had been thinking for 7 minutes. She had completely forgotten to respond. He must be getting impatient waiting for me. At the thought of this possibility, Tang Wan couldn't help but feel flustered, fumbling for her phone to reply. She typed out a message to ask if Lu Yu was injured, but then felt it was too intimate. Their relationship wasn't that close yet. So Tang Wan quickly deleted it and changed it to "let's go out for a meal and chat," but then she felt that wasn't right either. What if Lu Yu refused? She typed and deleted repeatedly, gripping her phone tightly as her mind became entangled in indecision. Finally, staring at the blank screen, she instinctively typed a single character and hit send. After sending the message, Tang Wan froze, put down her phone, reached out and tapped her cheek, murmuring softly, "What am I doing?" Chapter 117, The Panic Caused by the Forbidden Alter Ego. Looking at the lone on the screen, Tang Wan's expression grew increasingly distressed. She had clearly intended to ask Lu Yu how he had been doing in the wilderness these past few days and even wanted to invite him out for a meal, but for some reason, when she started typing, it turned into just an She had so much more she wanted to say, but why couldn't she bring herself to say it? Tang Wan's expression turned despondent as she held her phone, unsure of what to do. If she continued sending messages, what should she say? Would Lu Yu think she was being a nuisance? This worry left her feeling torn. She typed out a line of text but deleted it, unable to do anything but stare silently at the phone screen. It seems like she really needs a love potion after all. Tang Wan whispered softly in a voice only she could hear. Since she couldn't do it herself, she would find a way to obtain the love potion and use it to express her feelings. Although she couldn't continue sending messages, Tang Wan still took 2 screenshots of the chat interface and saved them on her phone. To prevent losing the images if her phone were damaged, she took another screenshot and uploaded it to the cloud. She had always had the habit of carefully preserving everything precious to her, and the chat records with Lu Yu were naturally among her most cherished treasures. Just as she was feeling emotionally torn while using her phone, the others witnessed the scene and were completely baffled. Her previous days could be explained as a moment of enlightenment, but what about now, constantly fiddling with her phone? I can't possibly say I'm achieving enlightenment by staring at my phone, can I? And this look is just like a girl who's fallen in love, carefully considering how to reply to her beloved's message and agonizing over it repeatedly. This doesn't seem like something the high and mighty Death's Messenger faction would do, does it? Could it be that there's some important family news coming up? One of them speculated, and the others nodded in agreement. After all, they all subconsciously refused to believe that Tang Wan could have someone she liked. After all, it's better to admire someone from afar than to have them taken away by someone else. Xiao Xiao found this scene a bit odd. It was the first time she had seen Tang Wan look at her phone with such an expression. She immediately thought of someone and whispered softly. Could it be that person? It's him! Mentor Hisu had appeared behind her without her noticing, startling Xiao Xiao so much that she almost slapped him in reflex. Fortunately, she managed to stop herself, or else she would have faced another painful day of copying books. Mentor, could you please not always appear behind people like that? It's really scary. Xiao Xiao complained, but Hisu just glanced at her and said irritably. Who told you not to study properly? You didn't even notice someone standing behind you. If this were a battlefield, you'd be dead by now. I think you might need to copy something again. But this isn't the battlefield. This is our academy, which serves as your support. So there's no need for punishment. Xiao Xiao stuck out her tongue, trying to get away with it, but Hisu only glanced at her briefly before walking straight toward Tang Wan. He had been waiting since he made the deal with Lu Yu. Even when he went to the Mist Forest, he only collected some herbs he needed outside the forest before rushing back to Hangzhou City. However, he was also relieved that he hadn't ventured further in, as he never expected the leader of the Human-Eye Thieves to carry out such a treacherous plot, resulting in many awakened individuals meeting their end in the Mist Forest. Moreover, rumors had already spread within the Mist Forest that a forbidden entity and an ancient god were engaged in a power struggle, and it was none other than the very being that had once appeared in Hangzhou, the one known as the Forgotten One by the world. There have always been rumors that he is connected to the yellow-robed forbidden being, and that they may even be working together on some sort of plan. The phrase, the failed remnants of the old era should fade away, sent shockwaves throughout the entire awakened world, prompting many individuals and schools of thought to delve into the past to uncover the true nature of these taboos and their strategic maneuvers. Is the yellow-robed king also one of the players in this grand chess game? Is it a game of strategy or a collaboration? Unfortunately, they couldn't find any information about them. It seemed as though these two beings had never existed, and there was no trace of them anywhere. But it was precisely this complete absence of any traces that made them even more afraid, as this might be the deliberate doing of the forbidden entities, intentionally erasing all traces of their past. Under new identities, all the failures of the old era are to be erased. This is a shocking secret. That forbidden entity speaking those words might just be reminding them, giving them a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, given the greatness of the forbidden existence, how could it possibly say such a thing in front of everyone on purpose? That being is truly merciful. Hisu couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. He now held a deeper sense of reverence for the one known as the Forgotten One, while also growing increasingly eager for the upcoming transaction. They dared not interfere with the forbidden layout while searching for information, as that would invite terrifying omens. As the weak, all they can do is strengthen their own school's power in the impending chaos, as that is the only way to increase their chances of survival, and Ling Chui's corpse is the key. The core of the Deathbird School's plan is finally about to begin. At this thought, Hisu's footsteps unconsciously quickened. Xiao Xiao, who was beside him, immediately realized that they were about to meet Lu Yu, and hurriedly said, Mentor, can I come along too? Hisu hesitated for a moment, intending to refuse, but upon seeing Xiao Xiao's pleading expression, he remembered that although Lu Yu was experienced in his dealings, he was still young and probably wouldn't appreciate doing business with someone like him, an older person. Hisu hesitated for a moment, intending to refuse, but upon seeing Xiao Xiao's pleading gaze, he recalled that although Lu Yu acted maturely, he was still young and likely wouldn't want to deal with someone of his age. On the other hand, he found it easier to chat with younger people like Xiao Xiao and Tang Wan. If he could build a good relationship with them, he might even strengthen their connection and create a favorable connection. Thinking this, Hisu nodded and said seriously, Then make sure you don't say anything out of line. This matter is crucial for the school. Of course, I'm not a child anymore. Xiao Xiao said with a smile, but all she got in response was Hisu's cold stare. The two continued their conversation as they walked toward Tang Wan. Although the transaction could proceed, the amount of money involved was too large, so they would have to apply to the dean for approval. 360 million spirit coins, that's essentially depleted the school's savings accumulated over more than a century, and we've even incurred significant external debts. However, as long as the transaction is completed and the plan is set in motion, it will all be worth it. To fight for a glimmer of hope in the face of the impending disaster. Hisu thought of this, his eyes growing resolute, and he said to himself, For the sake of the dead bird. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, who was believed to have caused the great disaster, was completely unaware that his offhand remarks had plunged most of the schools into a state of panic. Many people believed that the forbidden existence and the old gods were about to wage a terrifying war, and the future would inevitably be a bloody and violent era. As a result, many began stockpiling food and building underground fortresses to prepare for the impending apocalypse. However, the mastermind behind this apocalyptic plan is completely unaware of the grand scheme unfolding around him. Luyu sits on the sofa reading a book, with a small spider pouring tea for him. Life couldn't be more pleasant. Chapter 118, The Cute Spider's Failed Attempt at Cuteness, and the Embarrassing Fear Balloon. Today, the little spider abandoned its usual black style and donned a white little dress. Though it lacked the elegance of its previous outfit, it looked much more lively. Her silver hair is neatly combed and falls gracefully down her back. The pocket watch she once clutched tightly is now elegantly draped around her neck. However, although the little spider had grown significantly in size, the pocket watch had also grown larger, so when hung on its body, it appeared somewhat large, covering half of its body and giving it a clumsy appearance. Meanwhile, the little spider lifted a teapot several times its own size, swaying unsteadily as it walked forward, making one worry it might trip and fall. But that was just overthinking things. After all, while the little spider wasn't particularly skilled in combat, it was still a Morningstar-ranked monster. Don't let its cute appearance fool you. If it ever got into a fight, it could crush an enemy's head in seconds and lift objects weighing tens of tons to smash them. Within that tiny body lies a terrifying power that most people can't even imagine. In front of Luyu, it is a little angel, a little cutie, but in front of others, it is a demon lord spreading fear. The little spider carefully poured tea from the teapot, quickly stopping just before it spilled over, then set the teapot down. Its silver eyes fixed on Luyu as it excitedly shouted. "Ing! Alright, I get it. This is the 12th time you've poured me tea. If my body hadn't been strengthened again, I wouldn't know how many trips to the bathroom I'd have to make today." Luyu put down the book he was holding and said helplessly, "Ever since little spider poured me tea for the first time, he's been a bit obsessed. It's as if he's afraid I'll die of thirst. He keeps refilling my cup and urging me to drink it all at once." Although he knew the little spider meant well, drinking tea was something to be savored slowly, not gobbled down like Zhubeiji eating a ginseng fruit, swallowing it whole without even tasting the tea. Ing! Ing! The little spider heard that Luyu no longer wanted her to pour tea for him, and her mood instantly sank. Her silver eyes sparkled with tears, but she held them back, appearing quite vulnerable, making one unable to resist wanting to pity her. Luyu saw this and extended his finger. Under the little spider's expectant gaze, he flicked his finger. Ing ing! The little spider covered its red forehead and let out a pitiful sound, seemingly unaware of why it was so pitiful and why Luyu was still bullying it. But Luyu wasn't moved at all. He smiled and said, "Where did you learn this trick, little guy? You always try to look pitiful and cute. Do it occasionally, but if you do it too often, I won't pat your head anymore." Seeing the little spider's eyes brimming with tears, Luyu reached out and gently stroked her head, whispering softly, "It's not that I don't like the tea you poured, but I've really had enough. Next time, I'll have you pour me some more tea." The little spider seems to have tasted the benefits of playing the victim, so every time something goes wrong, it deliberately squeezes out a few tears and then begs for a head pat. Although such things are trivial, Luyu doesn't want his little spider to become a graceful little angel instead of a spoiled brat who only knows how to act cute, so he corrected her in advance. After all, the little spider had only been born a short while ago, and her mind was still pure and innocent, like a blank sheet of paper that had never been touched. It was essential to establish a perfect plan for her now, or else it would be too late later on. Ing ing! The little spider heard this and a look of joy appeared on its face. It nodded vigorously, as if to prove something. Then it reached out to hug the teapot, but quickly pulled back and chirped at Luyu, as if to say that it was very obedient and wanted to be petted on the head in the future. What a cute little guy. Luyu smiled slightly, then turned his head and saw a balloon floating aimlessly on the ceiling, drifting around without a care in the world. The terrifying, grotesque smile on its face, in that moment, looked more like that of a playful puppy. Luyu, seeing this, snapped his fingers, causing a surge of spiritual energy to shake the air, sending the fear balloon flying. The latter let out a confused cry and began drifting even more vigorously. Yeah. Silly little dear. Luyu muttered under his breath, but he didn't continue to tease the silly creature. After all, it was the first monster he had ever created, and no matter how foolish it was, he could only keep it. Meanwhile, the hundred-eyed spider dragon remained on the bed in the bedroom, still in the incubation stage. It would likely take another 20 days before it could be born, guarded, and protected by several shadow spiders. Originally, I had planned to use the impurities from the time locusts to accelerate its growth, similar to how they sped up the small spiders. However, once the time locusts emerged, they didn't even glance at the hundred-eyed spider dragon's eggs. Instead, they were playing happily with the small spiders. Even when Luyu made it voluntarily expel the impurities for the hundred-eyed spider dragon, he discovered that those impurities circled around the eggshell of the hundred-eyed spider dragon before returning to the time locust's body, and ultimately ended up charging the little spider's pocket watch. This made Luyu realize that it seemed only time-attributed magical creatures could absorb these impurities to accelerate their incubation. Other attribute magical creatures couldn't speed up their growth and might require special items. If only I had added some time attributes when editing the hundred-eyed spider dragon. Luyu couldn't help but mutter to himself, but he was just joking. After all, the hundred-eyed spider dragon's attributes were edited based on its purest and most suitable form, with every attribute perfectly aligned. Forcing in a time attribute wasn't impossible, but it might disrupt the perfect balance of the 100-eyed spider dragon, lowering the system's rating and depriving Luyu of the rewards. Anyway, it's just a matter of waiting another 20 days or so. Luyu can use this time to further explore the knowledge of the awakened world and gain a deeper understanding of the vast spiritual energy within his body after ascending to Morningstar. However, Luyu realized that the members of the Deathbird sect were about to arrive, so he turned to the little spider beside him and said, "Bring out the body." The little spider nodded, extended its white little hand into the void, and pulled out a body resembling a human dwarf, but with a mouth like a mosquito's proboscis and a huge flesh tumor on its head, which had already been carved open. Strangely, although Ling Qi had been dead for nearly a week, the bloodstains at the wounds seemed as though they had only dried for a few hours, and the corpse had not yet begun to decompose. This is the power of the void treasure chest. It creates a void space where all non-living objects are stored. While it does not stop the flow of time, it significantly slows down the decay process. The corpse of the Lingqi is worth 360 million spirit coins, and Luyu takes this very seriously. If it were to depreciate due to decay or desiccation, it would be a great loss for him. However, after retrieving the Lingshui's corpse, Luyu did not arrange it neatly but instead casually tossed it onto a small stool nearby. As a negotiator, the more casual one is toward the goods, the harder it is for the other party to discern one's true intentions, and the less likely they are to haggle. Because they will fear that you will terminate the transaction. Just then, Gupancio, who had just finished washing up, happened to witness the scene. She looked at the ugly monster's corpse, feeling a bit queasy, but couldn't resist her curiosity and asked, "What is this?" Luyu casually said, "Just a piece of loot. Someone will come to trade for it later." "Loot?" Gupancio nodded and didn't ask any further questions. She just looked at it a few more times. The terrifying appearance of Ling Chui still made her feel uneasy. Who on earth would be so idle as to trade such a thing? If it were her, she wouldn't even take it for free. Dawn. Just as Gupancio was lost in thought, there was a knock on the door, followed by a deep, slow male voice. "Is Mr. Liu home? The money delivery person is here." Chapter 119, The Void Treasure Chest Triggers Wild Speculation, a Terrifying Cataclysm? Luyu heard the voice and smiled to himself, but his face remained calm. He continued flipping through the book in his hands, not even lifting his head as he said, "Go open the door." Meanwhile, the little spider and the fear balloon obediently returned to his bedroom, locking the door from the inside. After all, their identities were highly sensitive, and if discovered, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. Therefore, secrecy was essential. Gupancio nodded, took a few steps, opened the door, and saw three people standing outside. A middle-aged man in black, a beautiful young woman in a short skirt, and a young girl with a bun. Looking around curiously, they were Hisu, Tangwan, and Xiao Xiao. For some reason, Gupancio felt something off the moment he laid eyes on Tangwan. He couldn't shake the feeling that her presence instilled a sense of unease within him. This was a woman's innate intuition. As Gupancio watched them, they were also sizing her up. Her long blue hair and delicate features were quite charming, but there was a maturity about her that set her apart from children. This is a girl with a story. Hisu just stared at her ocean blue hair and felt a sense of familiarity, but he couldn't quite place where he had seen her before. "Please come in." Gupancio stepped aside and turned to walk inside. The three of them followed suit. Xiao Xiao, standing nearby, tapped Tangwan, who was deep in thought, and asked softly, "Is she Lu Yu's sister?" "Probably not." Tangwan hesitated before saying, "Over the years, I've also looked into Lu Yu's family situation and know that he has severed all ties with his relatives." According to her understanding, Lu Yu was the kind of person who appeared gentle on the surface but was unwavering in his decisions. If he had decided to cut ties, he would do so completely, without any mercy, even if someone were to beg him on their knees. If this person isn't a relative, could she be a newly adopted sister? Or could it be someone from that mysterious organization? After all, in their eyes, Lu Yu was able to kill Ling Chui, even though it was an illusory demon with the physical prowess of an ordinary person, but it still required the strength of at least the 6th rank of spiritual cultivation. To have reached the 6th stage of awakening at such a young age, Lu Yu must have joined some powerful and mysterious organization and become an elite recruit, earning the favor of that organization, which is why he has progressed so rapidly. After all, in previous investigations, Lu Yu seemed to be an ordinary person with no unusual traits whatsoever. It was precisely this ordinary appearance, devoid of any obvious issues, that left Hisu even more astonished. He couldn't help but marvel at the immense power of the other party, who could operate with such secrecy. However, what puzzled Tangwan was that although Gupancio appeared to be just a little girl, she felt that this young girl seemed to be the same age as herself. "I must be overthinking it." Tangwan quickly dismissed the thought and followed the other two inside. Lu Yu's home wasn't very large. Beyond the entrance hall was the living room, where the three of them saw Lu Yu sitting on the sofa reading a book, with a cup of tea beside him, wisps of white smoke drifting upward. It was enough to make one marvel at the sight of such a handsome young man. Tangwan's eyelashes trembled slightly as she clutched her phone, wanting to capture this moment and keep it as a cherished memory at home. However, her rationality forced her to resist, and the resulting turmoil and tension made her appear even colder. Lu Yu also noticed Tang Wan's icy expression and couldn't help but sigh inwardly at how much resentment his old classmates still harbored toward him. It seemed he could only take advantage of her one or two more times before she'd be out of reach. What a pity. Xiao Xiao, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle to herself, thinking that her chances had increased slightly. She gave Lu Yu a smile, but it was ignored. Lu Yu saw the others walk in, closed his book, and gave them a gentle smile, saying, "Welcome, everyone. The house is a bit modest, and I apologize for the lack of hospitality. Please forgive me." Despite his words, Lu Yu himself remained seated on the sofa, sipping tea, showing no signs of enthusiasm, as if merely going through the motions of hospitality. Su, who had lived for decades and encountered all kinds of people, didn't mind this. He was more concerned about Ling Chue's body, so he cut straight to the point and asked, "Mr. Lu, I've brought the money. Where is Ling Chue's body?" He looked around but did not see the Ling Chu's corpse near Lu Yu, which made him feel a bit tense. "I love how you pay up so quickly." Lu Yu narrowed his eyes, hiding the smile behind them, then pointed to the small chair in the corner and said, "Over there." He Shushuan followed his gaze and also saw the corpse of the Ling Chue casually placed on the chair. The corpse's hands hung limply on either side of the chair, arranged in an extremely careless manner. It did not appear to be the corpse of a Ling Chue worth millions of spirit coins, but rather that of an ordinary piece of trash. What a waste of a precious spirit beast. Su saw this and hurried forward, looking at the ugly, dwarf-like figure. He picked it up in his hands and couldn't help but say with a pained expression, "Although it's already dead, throwing it around like this is easy to damage its body. It's already shriveled up from being out for so long. What's going on here?" Su suddenly shouted, startling the girls. Xiao Xiao feared something was wrong with the Ling Chu's corpse and hurriedly asked, "Master, what's going on? If this deal falls through, there's a high chance the relationship will break down. At that point, forget about furthering the relationship, it could easily turn into enmity." Lu Yu merely glanced at this and did not give it much thought. He valued fair deals, but if the other party wanted to cause trouble, he had no qualms about eliminating them. Su looked around and realized he had gotten too excited. He gave an apologetic smile and explained, "It's okay, I'm just a little excited. The blood inside this Ling Chu's corpse not only left some behind, but the body itself hasn't rotted or shriveled. It's almost as if it had only been dead for a few hours." At this point, Su couldn't help but glance at Lu Yu, who was calmly sipping tea on the sofa, still looking as composed as ever, as if everything was under his control. If it weren't for the fact that this Ling Chu was identical in size and wounds to the one he had seen last time, he would have almost thought that Lu Yu had gone out and killed another Ling Chu. After all, illusory realm monsters are extremely rare, and Ling Chue are even more so. They appear completely unpredictably, and their abilities are extremely bizarre. Even a Morning Star level cultivator could easily fall victim and die. Therefore, very few people have ever obtained a Ling Chi corpse. The Deathbird School had searched for years without any results, and just as they were about to give up, they unexpectedly encountered Lu Yu. Xiao Xiao and Tang Wan heard this and also walked over to take a closer look at the corpse of the Ling Chue. Although the bloodstains on the corpse had already dried up, the body remained plump. Aside from a faint foul odor, there was no sign of decay. It was indeed as Su had described, as if it had only recently died. However, there were faint footprints on the body, the same ones left by Lu Yu when he used it as a footrest a few days ago. What could this possibly mean? Su also thought of a possibility. Lu Yu must possess a spatial storage artifact. Spatial storage treasures have always been extremely valuable items. Even the most ordinary ones cost tens of thousands of spirit coins, and they are so rare that they are often snapped up by buyers. However, the space connected to such ordinary devices is highly unstable, capable of collapsing at any moment, causing everything inside to be sucked into the void and shredded into dust. The more advanced the spatial storage device, the more stable the connected space becomes. Some special spatial devices can even slow down the flow of time, reducing the rate at which stored items decay by several times or even dozens of times. Such items are so valuable that even selling the entire Dead Bird School wouldn't be enough to afford a single corner of them. These spatial treasures are typically controlled by large organizations and used to store and transport valuable items. But Lu Yu actually has one, and it appears to be for personal use, directly used to hold the corpse of a spirit beast. What exactly is his status within that organization? Could he be the disciple of a Huiyue-level powerhouse? Thinking of this, Su realized that his previous thoughts had been too simplistic. He took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Lu, you must have also received the news about the impending major disaster, right?" Chapter 120, Cross-Channel Chat, Lu Yu's relentless battle against the old gods. The Great Cataclysm? Could it be some kind of major disaster? The awakened world actually has such a thing? Why isn't it mentioned in the common knowledge of the awakened? Could it be a secret known only to certain schools of thought? Or could it be something that just happened recently? Lu Yu's thoughts raced. This news was indeed shocking to him as well, as he had hoped for the entire world to remain in a state of peace, allowing him to develop steadily. But what could possibly be so devastating that even these awakened beings, who possessed power beyond that of ordinary humans, referred to it as a disaster? Could it be a natural disaster originating from nature itself? No, that can't be right. Although the technological development of this world is somewhat skewed, due to the numerous threats it faces, it has been vigorously researching technologies related to disaster prediction and defense. For example, urban defense systems are a product of this technological development path. Though they have their flaws, they have enabled human civilization to thrive. Therefore, in the case of natural disasters, there are usually advance warnings, and for awakened ones, they can avoid them in advance. In theory, there shouldn't be much cause for panic, right? If the likelihood of a natural disaster is low, then the only possibility left is human error. People here doesn't necessarily refer to ordinary humans. It could be followers of evil gods, twisted awakened beings, madmen seeking to destroy the world, unknown entities of an unknown level, forbidden existences, or even the ancient gods buried by the passage of time. Could it be that the ancient gods are about to awaken? At this thought, Liu couldn't help but recall the eerie eyeball statue. He had tried to show off by using a pseudonym, but after just one sentence, it turned into flying ash and vanished, leaving Liu completely dumbfounded. He had only intended to say something to impress, but the other party was too cooperative. Although it might be because the death of the leader caused the eye statue to lose its power and turn to dust, this situation is just too coincidental. In this world where the supernatural runs rampant, these high-ranking beings are no pushovers, leading Liu to suspect that this might be the response of that ancient deity. A concession, or perhaps an advance warning. While having a lot of debt may not weigh you down, if the creditor is ruthless, it can still cause headaches. Although we don't know what happened to the old gods during that missing period of history that led to their downfall, it is certain that they still possess the power to influence the present world. For example, the reincarnation ritual of the eye thieves, or the unrest in certain cities. These events continue to spread chaos and slaughter. Though they are no longer here, they are still devising ways to influence this world, seeking an opportunity to return. If they were to return and cause trouble, it would indeed be a major disaster, affecting the entire world. Liu naturally does not want them to return. Besides not wanting to encounter the old gods with their eye-shaped forms whom he has a grudge against, the return of these ancient deities would inevitably disrupt the existing order and the already scarce resources. At present, Liu was still too weak to negotiate with them, and there was even a high likelihood that he would be targeted as a valuable asset due to his ability to create magical creatures. It seems we need to make some plans. We must disrupt as many of the old gods' rituals as possible to prevent them from truly returning. Liu made a silent decision in his heart. Since they had already become enemies, he would completely sever ties with them. Whenever he encountered traces of the old gods, he would destroy them and collect some valuable materials along the way. After all, the eye thief leader had provided him with a large amount of high-quality materials, which he had successfully used to create the powerful hundred-eyed spider dragon. The old gods may be terrifying, but they are also a good source of resources. Unfortunately, the spider god side can no longer be exploited. However, since Isu had asked, and it seemed like many people were already aware of the information, Liu couldn't afford to appear ignorant. So Liu nodded and said softly, "I have heard a little about it. Just heard it from you, it is indeed something I've heard of before." Liu felt he was being too honest. Isu looked at Liu's calm expression and realized that the other party's faction must have made thorough preparations. He smiled and said, "Seeing Mr. Liu so confident, it seems you've made your preparations. Not bad." Liu smiled and nodded, but deep down, he still had no idea what the Great Cataclysm truly was. Isu, upon seeing this, couldn't help but admire Liu's composure. Even though he knew about the existence of the taboo and the impending war with the ancient gods, he remained as calm as ever. It seems that the forces behind him are far more powerful than they had imagined. Could there be beings above the moon of glory, or even beings of an unknown level? Thinking of this, Isu's expression grew cautious, and he said, "Hangzhou City is highly likely to be the first area affected by the disaster, so please be extra careful." Although the other party may have already received the information, a friendly reminder is still a kind gesture. After all, the yellow-robed king and the Forgotten One, two forbidden beings, have both appeared on this land one after another. Clearly, there is something here that they do not know about. It remains unclear whether it is the seal of an ancient god or a cherished treasure. If it's the latter, it's not so bad. The two forbidden entities will leave once they take the item, and their impact on us mere ants won't be significant. However, if it's the latter, then the entire city of Hangzhou and even the entire Federation could be plunged into danger. Whether they are the old gods or the forbidden beings, they are entities they dare not provoke. Could Hangzhou be the first to suffer the consequences? Liu furrowed his brows upon hearing this, surprised that his own city could be so dangerous. Could there be something hidden here? The seal of the ancient gods? Or perhaps an unknown level scheme? It seems we must dispatch those shadow servants once more to search every corner of the city for any potential dangers. As expected, these schools know far more than I do. Lu Yu couldn't help but feel that he had only been in this awakened world for too short a time. His understanding of certain knowledge was nowhere near as deep as that of these schools of thought. However, this time he had jumped to the conclusion that a disaster was truly approaching, never imagining that the root cause of the matter was actually due to one of his alter egos making inappropriate remarks. However, now that he was aware of the disaster, Lu Yu naturally had to be even more cautious and meticulous in his planning, preparing several contingency measures to guard against the dangers posed by the old gods. Though he had considered many things, time was fleeting. Since the other party had shown goodwill, Lu Yu would not be arrogant. With a smile, he said, "Thank you." Although the tone wasn't exactly friendly, it was much warmer than before, which made Hisu smile slightly. He nodded and took out 3 purple crystal cards and 1 red card from his pocket, handing them to Lu Yu with a smile and saying, "These are 3 anonymous purple cards from the Spirit Coin Merchants Guild. Each card can be used to withdraw 1 million spirit coins, and there's also 1 anonymous red card that can be used to withdraw 60,000 spirit coins. In total, that's 360,000 spirit coins." Gu Panchio, standing nearby, heard this and widened her eyes in disbelief. She almost thought she had heard wrong. Not 36,000, not even 3,600. But exactly 360 million spirit coins. This deformed monster's corpse, casually discarded by Lu Yu, is actually worth so much money. Chapter 121, The Self-Cultivation of a Tool, and the Book That Intertwines Destiny. When Lu Yu discarded the corpse of Ling Qi, although it was referred to as a war trophy, Gu Panchio still regarded it as nothing more than the remains of a strange creature, no different from trash. Moreover, Lu Yu's attitude was also casual, as if he were discarding it as trash. However, to her surprise, what she had deemed trash was actually worth 360 million spirit coins. After all, as someone who had drunk the mermaid's blood and become the vessel for the elixir of immortality, her bounty on the black market wouldn't even exceed 10 million Federation standard currency. Converted to spirit coins, it would only amount to 50,000, which is less than the value of a spirit demon's corpse. The ratio is 20 to 1, and moreover, virtually no one would exchange spirit coins for Federation universal currency. Although this price is due to her strength being on par with an ordinary person, coupled with the fact that the mermaid's elixir of immortality loses its effect once consumed, rendering it worthless, hence the low price. Capturing Gu Panchio to extract the elixir of immortality is merely the desperate act of those on the brink of death, with no guarantee of success. If it were a genuine item capable of granting eternal life, its value would be utterly incalculable. At that point, the frenzy would not be limited to ordinary awakened beings, it might even attract beings of the Huiyu tier or higher. After all, what is not forbidden will eventually be buried by time. Even those of the Huiyu rank encounter cases of insufficient lifespan, and after experiencing a glorious life, they naturally refuse to die of old age. No one would object to using Gu Panchio, an ordinary person's life, to attempt extracting the elixir of immortality in exchange for their prolonged existence. But it was precisely because he deeply understood his own worth that Gu Panchio was so surprised when he heard the price of Ling Chue's corpse. A body that could buy 7 of her own was casually tossed aside by Lu Yu, completely disregarded. What immense wealth! At that moment, Gu Panchio gained a deeper understanding of Lu Yu's wealth. No wonder he didn't care about the elixir of immortality within his body or the bounty on his head in the black market. To him, that money was probably just pocket change. And he wants me to learn business, is it just so I can manage his vast fortune? Suddenly, Gu Panchio felt a sense of great responsibility, along with the excitement of being trusted. It turned out that Lu Yu wanted her to do all these things. She wasn't a monster that everyone hated anymore, she was someone entrusted with an important mission. And it seemed like Lu Yu was afraid she'd feel pressured, so he never mentioned his immense wealth, just telling her to focus on learning business. I will definitely work hard. Gu Panchio silently vowed to herself, completely unaware that Lu Yu was actually a penniless man, far from the wealthy figure she had imagined. Moreover, when he had convinced her to join the Dawn Sanctuary, Lu Yu's plan was still unformed, funds were scarce, and the actors had not yet been cast. The corpse of the Ling Xue was his true first fortune and an unexpected windfall at that. This girl must be imagining some plot again, but I've already achieved my goal. Lu Yu caught a glimpse of Gu Panchio's expression change out of the corner of his eye, muttered a complaint under his breath, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. All of these actions were, of course, intentional on his part, designed to be seen by Gu Panchio a strategic psychological maneuver. The goal was to use this casual attitude to make the other party feel that he had a strong background, enhancing his own air of mystery, thereby making Gu Panchio more cautious and respectful. Those who play psychological games truly have ulterior motives. Since the desired effect had been achieved, Lu Yu naturally didn't bother with Gu Panchio. Instead, he took the 3 purple cards and left the red card in Hisu's hand. This is. Hisu looked at Lu Yu with some confusion, but the latter just smiled and said, I have something I'd like to ask you for help with, he mentor. Due to some reasons, I need to gather some basic knowledge about the curse system and the destiny system. If you could also include some foundational knowledge, that would be even better. This is something Lu Yu has been planning for a long time. Although he possesses immense power, it comes from creating monsters, so he doesn't have much experience with the awakened world and only knows the basics. He's basically a newbie. The Death Bird School was different. As a centuries-old school of awakened ones, though it lacked exceptionally powerful individuals, the passage of time had endowed them with a wealth of accumulated knowledge, ensuring they were never lacking in foundational understanding. Spending some spirit coins to acquire secret techniques and knowledge seemed like a worthwhile trade to Luyu, especially since these were introductory-level teachings that did not touch upon the core of the school. The other party should agree. After all, the most valuable part of the Lingqi corpse, the Lingqi lamp, had already been taken by him, and the Gaoxi Bird School was desperately in need of Lingqi corpses for their core plan, so the two parties had inadvertently struck a deal. Otherwise, at normal market prices, a Lingqi corpse without the Lingqi lamp would be worth no more than 2 million spirit coins, and even if illusory demons were extremely rare, it couldn't exceed 230,000. Originally, Hisu had planned to use Tang Wan's connections to negotiate a lower price, but Luyu came in with a super high offer, not only refusing to lower the price but actually increasing it by 60,000. Really? Hisu exclaimed in surprise, then asked again as if unsure. Just some basic knowledge? Luyu nodded and said, yes, that's correct. We will collect them in exchange for this reward of 60,000 spirit coins. That's no problem. Our school specializes in curses, so as long as it doesn't involve core knowledge, we can take it. As for the destiny system, while it may be harder to find, the basic knowledge isn't too difficult. However, I suspect we'll only be able to find books on dream divination or similar topics. Astrology and divination, on the other hand, fall into the realm of secret arts, so I doubt we'll be able to find much on those. Hisu quickly explained that part of the money was borrowed by the Death Bird School by mortgaging some items, all with high interest rates. If the plan fails, the interest alone could bankrupt the entire school. Hisu quickly added that part of the money had been borrowed by the Death Bird School by mortgaging some items, with high interest rates attached. If the plan failed, the interest alone would bankrupt the entire school. Now, the other party is offering to exchange knowledge, and it's all basic knowledge unrelated to the core of the school. For the Gaoxi Bird School, this is a significant cost savings, as it would allow them to repay a large portion of their debt early and alleviate their financial burden. While books on the Fate School are hard to find, there are still quite a few if one searches carefully. Moreover, Hisu knows that their school does indeed possess a book related to the Fate School, of mysterious origin, which has been studied by the school for centuries yet yielded no results. Hisu decided to return and discuss the matter with the other mentors of the school, proposing to use that book as a reward. After all, there had been no gains for hundreds of years, which meant the book was not meant for the school. Rather than letting it gather dust, it would be better to use it as a favor to gain Luyu's favor. After all, a great catastrophe could strike at any moment, and the war between the taboos and the old gods is on the brink of eruption. In this increasingly dangerous era, only by seeking the protection of the strong can one increase their chances of survival. Luyu is a seat of strength, and with the backing of a powerful faction, as long as he doesn't make foolish mistakes, he is virtually guaranteed to reach the Morningstar rank, and may even touch the realm of the Moonlight rank. As for who this knowledge is intended for, Hisu already had his suspicions. Luyu comes from a major power and would surely look down on such things, which means it must be for that blue-haired little girl. This girl possessed the rarest destiny-related talent, yet she had not been placed within the faction but directly assigned to Luyu's side. It seemed her status was lower than Luyu's. Truly a major power. Chapter 122, Battling Wits with the Air, the money-bringing child makes his debut. In Isu's view, Luyu came from a mysterious powerful organization and certainly didn't need such basic introductory knowledge. These things were clearly intended for the blue-haired little girl. While he sensed an unusual aura from the blue-haired girl, her spiritual essence had not yet been refined. There were only two possibilities: either she had never cultivated her spiritual power, or her strength far surpassed his, making it impossible for him to detect. However, in his opinion, it is more likely the first scenario. Gu Pancho appeared calm on the surface, but upon closer inspection, one could sense her tension, like a fledgling bird that had lost its shelter, spreading its wings in an attempt to protect itself. For a strong individual, their strength is their greatest source of confidence, and Gu Pancho's confidence clearly falls short. But without even basic spiritual cultivation, could it be that such a rare destiny talent seed was simply handed over so easily? Why not stay within the faction? Even if they are wealthy and powerful, they should at least provide some basic training. At the very least, they should impart these foundational knowledge. Is that really the case? Hisu suddenly remembered something. He had previously conducted a brief investigation into Luyu's background, but all the information he found was very basic and showed no signs of anything unusual. The Luyu described there was just an ordinary person, with no signs of being a powerful warrior capable of defeating illusory demons. It seemed as though everything had been deliberately concealed. Earlier, he hadn't given it much thought, assuming it was simply a matter of concealing his identity. But now, upon reflection, it was chilling. The awakened world, while striving for stability, did require ordinary people to keep certain rituals and ceremonies secret. Beyond that, there were no strict regulations. For example, the previous tool person number 1, Sun Jun, was always hanging out in online chat groups, yet no special unit ever came to detain him. Only those who abuse their power to cause destruction and chaos will attract the attention of the special unit for cleanup. Moreover, once one becomes an awakened one, they are part of society's elite, highly respected by ordinary people. Such a fortunate status seems unnecessary to hide. However, the forces behind Lu Yu have meticulously altered his life story to leave no room for doubt, clearly intending to conceal the truth. Moreover, they even sent a young girl who might possess destiny-altering talent to Lu Yu's side without even taking the time to teach her, all because of the urgency of the situation. Moreover, they even sent a young girl who might possess the talent to control destiny to Lu Yu's side without even taking the time to teach her, and the timing was so urgent. Thinking back to the two forbidden beings that had recently appeared in Hangzhou, the yellow-robed king and the one forgotten by the world, Hisu suddenly understood everything. It must be the forces behind Lu Yu who are orchestrating this. And it's a covert plan, they can't reveal their true identities. They must be connected to these two forbidden entities, or at least aware of some of their plans, knowing the secrets involved, and having discovered a profitable opportunity. Therefore, that faction found Lu Yu, who had lost his parents, and recruited him into their ranks. Due to his exceptional talent, he quickly rose to become an elite disciple and the executor of the plan. To prevent other factions of the same level from discovering the abnormalities here, this faction concealed every aspect of his life, making him appear no different from an ordinary person. Lu Yu, on the other hand, secretly cultivated his abilities while outwardly pretending to be an ordinary person, which explains his extraordinary strength. In Isu's impression, Lu Yu was a powerful awakened being capable of killing a Lingqi, with strength roughly at the 7th or 8th stage of awakening, and could not possibly surpass him. In his understanding, even a genius would need time to cultivate spiritual power, wouldn't they? After all, no matter how hard Rinsu racked his brain, he couldn't possibly come up with the idea that Lu Yu had a monster editing system as flawed as a bug. As long as the edited monster had a high rating, one could obtain a portion of its power and skills. This completely defies the spiritual cultivation system of this world, allowing him to rise to the rank of Morningstar in a short period of time. Armed with the powerful skills of these monsters, his combat strength is unmatched. Although Isu now knows that Lu Yu killed Ling Chui, he still believes that if he were to discover that the Lu Yu before him had ascended to the Morningstar rank, he would likely be so terrified that his legs would give out and he would collapse to the ground. At such a young age, and with such a powerful backing, let alone the Huiyue rank, even ranks above Huiyue, or even the unknowable rank, are not impossible. Hisu looked at Gu Panqiu, who stood silently beside him, a thoughtful expression crossing his eyes. If they were in such a hurry to send him here, then perhaps the plan was about to begin? It seemed he needed to return and remind the Deathbird sect to keep a low profile for now. They should wait until their own sect's plan succeeded before making a move, lest they end up as cannon fodder in the power struggles between the major factions. It was worth it to have rejected so many girls' advances and dedicated myself to the school all these years. It's through this that I've honed my discerning eye, allowing me to uncover a shocking conspiracy and successfully avert danger for the school. I truly am a master strategist. Hisu silently gave himself a mental pat on the back, deciding to go back and find that book, skip the discussions with other mentors, and just present it as a gift. As long as Lu Yu accepted it, he could look out for him in case any issues arose later. Exchanging a mysterious ancient text of little research value for the goodwill of a major organization was a deal that was sure to pay off. As for the idea of sabotaging the other party's plans, Hisu hadn't even considered it. As for the idea of disrupting the other party's plans, Hisu hadn't even considered it. To begin with, he had no knowledge of the other party's plans and was unfamiliar with any large organizations of the same caliber as the one behind Lu Yu. He had no means of reporting such information. Moreover, even if he knew the location, the other party had been planning this for years and had undoubtedly deployed numerous informants throughout Hangzhou City. If he even entertained such a thought, it would inevitably lead to his own destruction, along with the entire Deathbird school disappearing from history. Moreover, even if he knew the location, the other party had been laying the groundwork for years and must have deployed numerous spies throughout Hangzhou City. If he even entertained such a thought, it would invite certain doom, erasing the entire Gaoxinyao school from the annals of history. Thinking of this, Hisu looked at Lu Yu with a complex expression. To hide for so many years for the sake of the plan, his patience alone surpasses 99% of his peers. Even he couldn't claim to hide better than Lu Yu. This young man was bearing a burden that no one his age should have to carry. Lu Yu felt Hisu's gaze, but though his expression remained unchanged, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Why is this guy staring at me like that? Does he have something on his mind? It's just 60,000 to buy some books, why is he looking at me like that? Is he planning to keep it all for himself? Lu Yu didn't mind the other party taking kickbacks, but the prerequisite was that the job had to be done properly and the books he needed had to be delivered. That would be a win-win situation. If Hisu dares to try to deceive him with subpar materials, Lu Yu's shadow servants and shadow spiders will show him what true suffering and despair truly mean. However, even Lu Yu wouldn't know that the other party would never dare to cause trouble. Lu Yu had initially intended to use Gupancho as a shield, making the other party believe that this basic knowledge was meant for Gupancho, thereby avoiding the need for further explanation. However, he never anticipated that Hisu had already spun a web of conspiracy theories in his mind, viewing Lu Yu as a key pawn in a larger power struggle. He dared not slack off and even considered offering treasures to build a closer relationship. He's the epitome of a money-giving fool. If Lu Yu had the ability to read minds, he would definitely say, "Give me 100 more of these self-defeating money-bringing children." Chapter 123, The Void Shadow Spider's Divination, The Shadow in the Photo. Chapter 123, The Void Shadow Spider's Divination, The Shadow in the Photo. Although Lu Yu didn't know how many plot twists Hisu had in mind, the transaction overall went smoothly, so he asked Gupancho, who was standing nearby, to boil water and pour tea. After all, he had taken their money, the least he could do was pour a cup of tea. After all, we've taken their money, so at least pour a cup of tea. Only after the deal is done will there be tea to drink. If it fails, not even air will be spared. Hisu took the tea from his hand and smiled as he said, "Thank you." After all, this blue-haired girl is still an ordinary person now, but she has the potential to become a powerful figure in the realm of destiny in the future. It never hurts to get to know her in advance. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but mutter under her breath upon seeing this scene. When did the mentor become so easygoing? In her impression, Hisu had always been an old-fashioned stickler. Though dedicated to teaching, he was extremely strict, often losing his temper and making them copy lessons as punishment. There were also teenage girls in the school, some even younger than Gupancho, but none of them had ever seen Hisu behave so gently. Could it be that this old-fashioned man, who has been single for decades and always boasts about how many girls pursued him in his youth, is the one behaving this way? Is he finally going to reveal his true lecherous nature? At this thought, Xiao Zhao's eyes flickered with disdain, as if to say, "Teacher, don't even think about it. That stubborn girl." Hisu's forehead bulged with veins, but since he was on Lu Yu's turf, he couldn't vent his anger. He forced a smile and glared at Xiao Xiao. He had come here today for the future of an entire school of thought, and had even uncovered a shocking secret, bearing an immense burden of responsibility. And yet Xiao Xiao, that brat, dared to mock him. This enraged Hisu so much that he decided to make Xiao Xiao copy the monster encyclopedia hundreds of times when he returned, just to teach her a lesson she wouldn't forget. Fortunately, Tang Wan remained quietly by the side, sipping her tea. She kept her head down, occasionally taking a sip, her demeanor gentle and elegant. This scene left Hisu both relieved and helpless. He was relieved that Tang Wan had such a steady temperament, but helpless because he had brought her here to help the two of them get closer. After all, the money had already been given, so it might as well be worth trying to deepen the relationship further. However, he never expected that Tang Wan would arrive and say nothing, showing no trace of the awkwardness she had displayed when replying to his messages earlier. Lu Yu was also puzzled. His old classmate had at least greeted him last time, but this time she didn't even speak or even look up. Had he been betrayed so badly that he had withdrawn into himself? Lu Yu muttered to himself. After all, the Dead Bird School had dragged her in to haggle, but he ended up raising the price instead. That was indeed a slap in the face. If it were a normal girl, she wouldn't be able to save face. However, Lu Yu didn't take it to heart. After all, the money was already in his hands, and Tang Wan's little tantrum was no big deal. If necessary, he could just avoid her in the future. If all else failed, he could always come back to her when he needed money again. Xiao Xiao, standing nearby, was also a bit puzzled. Although Tang Wan would feel shy around Lu Yu, they had at least exchanged a few words last time, but why wasn't she saying a single word this time? Because she was sitting to Tang Wan's left, she could tilt her head to see Tang Wan's profile clearly. Suddenly, she noticed that Tang Wan's eyes were vacant, and her slender fingers were tightly clenching the empty teacup in her hand, as if she were deep in thought. Could it be that she felt the gap between herself and Lu Yu was too great, causing her to feel a sense of inferiority? Xiao Xiao sighed inwardly, but she also felt a bit happier. If Tang Wan could give up, then her chances would increase. After all, men can't resist a woman who takes the initiative. Xiao Xiao felt triumphant inside, but she didn't know that when she turned her head, Tang Wan had taken the teacup in her hand and moved it behind her back, then brought it back to the front of her, hesitated for a moment, and finally put it back on the table without taking it away. Xiao Xiao was unaware of this. Her face still radiant with a smile, she approached Lu Yu and said, "Lu Yu, do you want to go check out our die-hard bird school? There's a 100-year-old ginkgo tree there, and its leaves are turning yellow. When the wind blows, it's absolutely beautiful. I'll be your guide." Her gentle tone, combined with Xiao Xiao's beautiful face, was indeed quite tempting. Hisu, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia, thinking to himself, "I'm getting old." These days, young people have girls throwing themselves at them. However, he was actually quite pleased to see this situation. He would never force female students to exchange their bodies for favors. Such a school of thought was already outdated. However, if a girl genuinely likes someone and takes the initiative, he would support her. Even Tang Wan raised her head, her cold eyes fixed on Lu Yu, with a hint of anticipation in her gaze. If Luyu were to visit the school of the Deathbird, would they have more time to spend together? Is that the Godish school's headquarters? Luyu pondered. It wasn't that he was interested in Xiao Xiao. Although she was very enthusiastic and quite attractive, she still couldn't compare to Xiao Ji, and even Tang Wan was better than her. However, he was somewhat interested in the headquarters of the Deathbird sect, or rather, the core secret techniques within it. After all, he had never truly interacted with a school of awakened beings before and knew nothing about their specific teachings. There might be many devices he had never seen before. Shall we go? Luyu pondered for a moment. His current top priority was to hatch the 100-eyed spider dragon and find a destiny-related book for the little spider, aiming to cultivate it into a fortune-teller. The death-announcing bird school was decent, but it was still a minor sect. Unless he resorted to force, they wouldn't hand over their core secret techniques. A mere visit would be a waste of time. Thinking of this, Luyu's lips curved into a gentle smile as he politely declined. I would love to go, but I'm afraid I have something important to attend to recently. Let's discuss it again when the opportunity arises. Luyu directly declined the other person's suggestion, but he didn't rule it out completely, just in case he might want to go in the future. Hisu, who was standing nearby, heard the phrase "I have something to attend to" and smiled knowingly, thinking to himself that he had guessed correctly. Although Xiao Xiao was a bit disappointed, at least Luyu hadn't outright rejected her, which was still an opportunity. So she smiled and said, "Then you'd better come soon, or else the ginkgo leaves will all fall off once winter arrives." Tang Wan, standing nearby, agreed that the ginkgo trees were beautiful, but she seemed to want to say something else. In the end, she kept it to herself. Her delicate face was as cold as a snow lotus on a snow-capped mountain, seemingly never having thawed. Luyu nodded, chatted for about 10 minutes, and finally Hisu hurriedly wanted to return the Lingqi corpse to the school, so he stood up and found an excuse to take his leave. Luyu also did not insist on keeping him. The three of them had only been outside for a short while when Hisu got into the car and drove off. Xiao Xiao and Tang Wan lived nearby, so they walked home together. However, their minds were elsewhere today, and they didn't speak a word along the way, creating an eerie silence that made many people wonder what the two beautiful young women were up to. As they approached Xiao Xiao's villa, Xiao Xiao stopped suddenly as she was about to enter, turned her head away, and said, "Let's compete fairly." Tang Wan paused for a moment, but quickly realized that the other person was referring to Luyu. She replied indifferently, "No way." After saying that, she turned around and left, leaving Xiao Xiao standing there completely dumbfounded. In a typical TV drama, wouldn't this be the moment where the two characters come to understand each other, compete together, and even become best friends despite their failures? Why doesn't Tang Wan ever follow the script? However, I won't give up. Xiao Xiao snorted and, greeted by the security guard, opened the door and entered her own villa. Meanwhile, Tang Wan continued walking alone in the setting sun, stepping on her own swaying shadow, all the way back home to her own room. Click. The lights came on, and she looked around the room with a slight smile. The walls, the table, and even the small box were covered with large and small photos of her life. Among them were photos of a person from childhood to adulthood, their features evolving from youthful innocence to refined beauty, none other than Luyu. Chapter 124, The Canon of the Abyss. Meanwhile, Luyu had no idea that all the photos of his life from the past to the present had already been taken by Tang Wan, printed out, and posted on the walls of the room. In his view, Tang Wan had become cold toward him after being betrayed by him several times. Though she seemed a bit sulky, she was still quite amusing. However, he never even imagined or knew that Tang Wan had been secretly collecting his photos and posting them in her own room. If Luyu found out about this, he might just say something too. His relationship with Tang Wan wasn't particularly close. In fact, it was quite ordinary. They had only crossed paths once during their first year of high school due to a certain incident, but it was merely a casual act on his part. They were just ordinary friends. In a normal school, there were no villains like in novels. Most people were striving to get into better schools, while a small minority were just getting by. Luyu's only aspiration is to return home and live a carefree life, using the few million his parents left him to run a small business enough to get by. If it weren't for the unexpected acquisition of the monster editor system, Luyu would have definitely used that money to start a safe business and live out the rest of his life in peace. He always knew his limits and never bit off more than he could chew. However, now that he has a golden opportunity to reach the pinnacle, he naturally refuses to settle for mediocrity. He too desires that supreme power, to truly control his own destiny and touch that eternal throne. Ing. Just as Luyu was thinking, the little spider that had been hiding in the room suddenly shouted and pounced, clinging to his collar. A pair of tiny white hands clung tightly to the clothes, and its head rubbed against them incessantly, just like a puppy that hadn't seen its owner in a long time. Luyu couldn't help but laugh and teased. "What's the matter? You've only been in the room for a moment and you're already so clingy? You're a spider, not a puppy." "Yip. The little spider tilted its head, its silver eyes fixed on Luyu, raised its hand and gestured, as if to say it didn't know what a puppy was. After all, it was just a newborn spider. It had seen wild beasts and humans, but it didn't know what a dog was. Puppies, on the other hand, are gentle and loyal creatures. They make the best pets. Luyu gently pinched the little spider's face with his fingers, feeling as soft as candy. Indeed, the main purpose of keeping a pet is to bring joy to oneself. If keeping a pet is like keeping an ancestor, then it's better not to keep one at all. Take little spiders, for example. Though they're clingy, they're incredibly well-behaved creatures. Luyu feels that if allowed, he'd be willing to create a few more of them. However, the fear balloon is a fool and is basically beyond salvation, while the 100-eyed spider dragon has not yet been born and still holds some hope of becoming a well-behaved creature. When the little spider heard Luyu praise the puppy as the best pet, its silver eyes widened, and it let out a sound. Yip. It raised the pocket watch in its hand, hesitated for a moment, then closed its eyes and reluctantly handed the pocket watch to Luyu, as if to say, "I've given you my most precious treasure. I'm also the best pet. Are you really giving it to me? If I take it, won't you have nothing left?" Luyu's lips curved slightly upward as he looked at the delicate little spider. He couldn't resist teasing it, so he reached out and gently tugged on one end of the pocket watch. The little spider heard this, and the hand holding the pocket watch trembled slightly. It opened one eye to glance at Luyu, then quickly closed it again. Ing. The little spider seemed afraid that it wasn't determined enough, so it turned its head to one side to show that it really wanted to give the pocket watch to Luyu. Although the pocket watch was its most precious treasure, Luyu was also its most precious giant. The most precious giant holding its most precious treasure, the little spider felt it was acceptable. Most importantly, it must surpass that creature called Little Dog and become the best pet in Luyu's eyes. Luyu watched the little spider's reluctant expression and couldn't help but laugh. He then took the pocket watch in his hand, while the little spider felt a bit disappointed but managed to force a smile. Luyu held the pocket watch, feeling the flowing power of time within it. Though he lacked the innate talent for time manipulation, he possessed the passive skill time protection, granting him an extremely high affinity with time energy. He could slightly halt the flow of time within the pocket watch, and this was the time energy bound by the watch. Once released, it could pause an enemy's time for an instant, making it a game-changing trump card. This artifact, originating from an unknown entity, is the companion treasure of the little spider, truly a divine artifact. However, although Luyu could sense the stagnant temporal energy within it, he did not attempt to trace it back or delve deeper into the nature of time, as that would be a suicidal endeavor. It was similar to when Luyu had previously sensed the shadow power. Although he had gained insights and enhanced his control over shadow abilities, he had nearly been assimilated by an unnameable entity and turned into shadow particles. Time, as one of the supreme laws of the universe, is such that even if its source contains no terrifying entities, the mere flow of time alone is sufficient to reduce any lifeform to ashes. Time is like a knife, each stroke deadly. Luyu played with the pocket watch in his hand, feeling the clear patterns on it. Suddenly, his finger touched a scratch, causing him to look at it again. He gently rubbed it a few times and finally made out the scratch. It resembled the letter S, but it was more curved and abstract, as if it were some kind of mark. A scratch left behind from the battle? Or were they carved by that unknown entity? Luyu pondered for a moment but found no further information on the pocket watch, so he abandoned his thoughts. After all, the pocket watch had been integrated into the egg of the void shadow spider by the thousand-handed demon god in creator mode, emerging alongside the young spider as its companion treasure. It had effectively erased all traces of its original form, leaving only the original shell intact. Setting aside the possibility that the unknown entity may have already perished, even if it were still alive, it might not be possible to locate the young spider. If permissions are upgraded in the future and we can edit monsters, we should find a way to enhance the little spider's pocket watch and strengthen its ability to pause time. Luyu examined it closely but found no traces other than scratches. He picked it up and looked at the little spider. The little spider, dressed in a white gown, looked like a princess from a fairy tale, beautiful and noble. After sensing Luyu's gaze, it lifted its head and waited obediently for Luyu to stroke its head. Luyu, seeing this, placed the pocket watch on its head, gently pinched its little cheeks with his fingers, and smiled as he said, "You're such a good little guy. I'll take your gift, but you have to keep it safe for me, okay? Don't lose it." Yip. The little spider heard this and shouted excitedly. Although it was supposed to be kept safe, being able to stay with its pocket watch made it very happy. The little spider's happiness was always so simple and mundane. But after the joy, it grew quiet again and cautiously asked, "Ing. It means, which one is better, it or the puppy?" Although Luyu mentioned it casually, it was firmly etched in the little spider's mind. Luyu gently tapped its little head and spoke softly. "You're such a little jealous one, getting jealous over such a small thing. But you did better than them today, so keep up the good work. Don't let the little dog overtake you." Yip yip. The little spider nodded vigorously, clenching its tiny fist, vowing to surpass the little dog, its lifelong rival. After playing with the little spider for a while, Luyu picked up a book to read, while Gu Pancho headed to her own apartment to stay, making sure to notify Luyu directly if any issues arose. At 7 o'clock in the evening, there was a sudden knock on the door. Don! 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 Lu Yu opened the door to find two men dressed in black robes and wearing raven masks standing outside. One of them was holding a large wooden box, while the other was holding a golden casket. As the door opened, the two men with raven masks simultaneously fixed their gaze on Lu Yu, as if observing something. "Who are you?" Lu Yu's brows furrowed slightly, and his eyes silently transformed into dragon eyes. A terrifying aura spread out, as if a demonic dragon had descended from the heavens. The terrifying might was like a demon from the depths of the abyss, instantly crushing the two men in raven masks, causing them to hunch over, as if their shoulders were bearing the weight of a mountain, threatening to crush them into pulp. As they vaguely saw the Reaper descending, one of them mustered every ounce of strength to hand over the golden box in his hands, uttering painfully, "Great One, we are the messengers of death, here to deliver something." "Messengers?" Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, withdrew his aura, and gently tapped his finger, opening the golden box. Inside, he saw several sheets of gold foil connected by silver threads, with the top sheet bearing a name written on it. The Canon of the Deep Destiny. Chapter 125, The Secret of the Dark Abyss, The Time Pocket Watch Turns. The Canon of the Abyss. These few pages, connected by gold foil paper, emitted an odd vibration, as if they were trying to convey something. However, there is an ethereal quality to them, like mist or clouds clear to the eye, yet intangible when touched. Destiny has always been there, but reaching out may also lead to nothing. If Ming refers to destiny, then what does Yuan signify? Abyss? Ocean abyss? Dark abyss? Death abyss? Lu Yu's mind flashed with several possibilities, but he didn't voice them. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the two delivery men wearing raven masks. Under the oppressive pressure, their bodies had already curved, and the sound of their breathing could be heard beneath their masks. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, and they stared at Lu Yu with terrified eyes. They had only come to deliver something, yet they had experienced a close encounter with death itself. If anyone dares to say this job is easy, they'll flip the chair over and smash it on their head. When they noticed Lu Yu's gaze turn back to them, the two of them took a few steps back in fear, but dared not move, afraid of attracting his wrath. The golden box containing the Book of Destiny also closed, and the ethereal aura it emitted vanished along with it. Lu Yu withdrew his gaze and realized that his own intense reaction had startled the two little crows. He then smiled what he thought was a gentle smile and said, "I was just too happy and couldn't help but make a joke. Does your family's idea of a joke almost scare someone to death? If it were real, wouldn't you be scared out of your wits?" The two delivery men from the death foretelling school muttered under their breath, but on the surface, they merely waved their hands and smiled bitterly, saying, It's nothing. After all, the man before him, though handsome, had just exuded an overwhelming aura of power, as if the one standing before him was not a human being, but a demonic dragon devouring all life. Standing before him, they felt like two small crows. All it would take was for the dragon to open its bloodthirsty maw, and they would be sucked in without any chance of resistance, devoured until not a single feather remained. Facing such a ruthless individual, even if one had objections, they could only keep them bottled up inside. Lu Yu nodded, then stepped aside and said, "Just leave the items here by the entrance." "Okay." The two delivery men from the Two Dead Birds school nodded repeatedly. They didn't want to stay in such a dangerous place any longer, and they certainly didn't want to stay with Lu Yu. Since the other party had spoken up first, the two quickly put down what they were holding and fled the area as if escaping. In reality, these two figures clad in black robes and wearing raven masks bore a resemblance to the attire of doctors during the Black Death in a previous era. However, the patterns on the raven masks were far more eerie, resembling demons wandering through the darkness, spreading death. However, despite their intimidating appearance, they were so terrified that they fled into the darkness like frightened chicks, their clumsy movements adding a touch of absurdity to the scene. Lu Yu watched them leave, then closed the door and patted his pocket, saying, "Little one, come out and take a look at your treasure book." Ing. A little spider also crawled out of his pocket, moved above the golden box, pointed at it with its finger, and said curiously, "Ing. It seems to be asking what this thing is." After all, with its experience, it couldn't quite grasp what was inside the box, but it could faintly sense a sense of familiarity. But it could sense that the contents were something it liked. With its time-shielding skill, it possesses a natural affinity for the Fate system, and it is precisely because of this that Lu Yu went in search of the Fate system's ancient texts. Lu Yu reached out and picked up the box, removing the scroll of the Yuan Ming Classic bound with gold foil. The ethereal aura sealed within the box once again emerged, but it was faint and seemed to fade away, as if it could not be fully grasped. Lu Yu glanced at the text on the Book of the Abyss, which appeared to have been carved using some sort of tool. The characters were distorted and abstract, resembling struggling human figures or ancient pictograms. Ancient characters? This thing must have quite a history behind it. Lu Yu murmured softly. Ancient characters were the written language of the olden days, passed down as the earliest cultural heritage of the human race. Legend had it that they contained the power of the ancient ancestors. However, due to the extreme difficulty of writing ancient characters and their lack of clarity, they were gradually phased out by the times 1,000 years ago and transformed into the modern script, which is simple and convenient. However, this Yuanming classic is written in ancient characters, meaning it is a book originating from over 1,000 years ago. Even without any supernatural knowledge, this gold leaf book is already a valuable ancient artifact, and its value cannot be underestimated. It is truly priceless. Ing. The little spider beside it couldn't resist reaching out to touch the gold foil paper. The cold, icy sensation made its little face twitch, and it let out a startled scream. Then it touched it several more times, its eyes quickly curving into crescent moons, like a curious little kitten, utterly adorable. The aura from the Book of Destiny faded away as the little spider touched it, only to reappear the moment its pale fingers withdrew, as if playing hide and seek with it. Lu Yu vaguely sensed the changes in the Book of the Depths and reached out to touch it, but the aura vanished once again. There must be a secret here. The Death Bird School seems pretty wealthy. They just gave away such an expensive item so casually. Maybe I should find some time to raid them and borrow a few things. Lu Yu couldn't help but marvel at the Gao Xinyao School's wealth. This book, the Yuan Ming Ji Dian, was entirely written in ancient characters and seemed to contain a peculiar power, possibly related to the fate system. Its price would certainly not be less than 30,000 spirit coins. Such a precious treasure, and yet the other party had simply handed it over so casually. It seemed that the initial asking price of 360,000 spirit coins had been far too low. However, Lu Yu was unaware that Isu had gone to great lengths to build a relationship with him, overruling objections within the school, and finally brought out this Yuan Ming classic to hand it over to Lu Yu. This book had been studied by the Death Bird School for centuries. Even after deciphering the ancient characters, no one had been able to cultivate using it, let alone understand its contents. As a result, it had been left gathering dust in the warehouse. Originally, Hisu had intended to use it to establish a good relationship with Lu Yu, but he never imagined that he would end up being the one taken advantage of. Meanwhile, the little spider stared intently at the gold foil papers, its silver eyes gleaming with a hint of brilliance, as if it were examining this ancient tome of destiny. Is it learning? Lu Yu speculated in his heart, checked the Yuanming classic in his hand several times, took photos of all the text, and after ensuring there were no issues, handed the few sheets of gold foil paper to the little spider. Originally, this copy of the Yuanming classic was meant for her, with the intention of training her to become a fortune teller. Ing. The little spider nodded happily, as if to say that it would study hard, then happily held up the Book of Destiny and placed it on the sofa. Its 8 silver spider legs stepped on the gold foil paper, making a clicking sound. Has it turned into a toy? Lu Yu muttered under his breath, but didn't think much of it. After all, this item was given by the Death Bird School, so it probably wasn't something too valuable. Plus, it had already been given to the little spider, so it was up to it to take care of it. However, Lu Yu didn't know that this item had also been obtained by the Death Bird School from elsewhere and had been studied for hundreds of years without any results. Ing. The little spider continued to crawl, and on the gold foil paper of the Book of Destiny, traces began to appear. The engraved characters grew darker and began to rearrange themselves, while the pocket watch on its body suddenly started moving. Tick. Tick-tock. Chapter 126, The Purpose of the Forbidden Disguise, the Script for the Revival of the Old Gods? The golden hands of the pocket watch turned, following the magical patterns, emitting a clicking sound. Golden light flickered, transforming into brilliant radiance that fell onto the gold foil pages of the Book of Destiny, accelerating the changes in the text above. These temporal impurities, originating from the time locusts, had been stored within the pocket watch all along, but now they were released once more, settling upon the Book of Destiny. The temporal impurities seemed to have undergone a peculiar transformation with the Book of Destiny, causing the text on its pages to rearrange themselves in a different order. The hands of the pocket watch continued to move, finally coming to rest on the number 6. Meanwhile, the remaining text on the first page of the Book of Destiny also ceased to move, eventually forming a strange pattern composed of ancient characters, resembling a twisted shadow, but its origin remained unclear. The left side of the shadow's body resembled a curved semicircle, while the right side resembled a triangle. The two parts combined seemed to symbolize some deeper meaning. Ing. The little spider stared at the pattern before it, lost in thought. Its silver eyes shimmered with a series of brilliant lights, as if it had understood the meaning behind it. Lu Yu stood nearby, observing the scene. However, despite looking at the distorted shadow pattern, he could not discern any clues, only sensing a hint of mystery. It seemed as though there was a barrier between him and the shadow, preventing him from further understanding the meaning of the pattern. Is this fate? What is meant to be will be, and what is not meant to be cannot be forced. Lu Yu furrowed his brows, refusing to force himself to understand, as it was futile. Moreover, it seemed that the pocket watch and this Book of Destiny could influence each other, as if they were complementary, with the impurities of time serving as the medium. This Book of Destiny actually reacts to the power of time. No wonder the Death Bird School was able to send it here. They probably couldn't use the power of time, so they've never been able to open it, right? They probably all thought it was an ancient but unusable item, so they brought it here to curry favor with themselves? Lu Yu quickly figured out the logic behind it. After all, this item was clearly worth far more than 60,000 spirit coins, yet they had given it away. They must have deemed it unusable to part with it. However, the Guisher bird school was quite intriguing, clever and decisive. Since the little spider could understand, that was enough. After all, Liu had always known he wasn't a genius with all talents. His greatest ability was creating monsters and obtaining their skills. As for abilities like divination and curses, it's better to delegate them to the monsters rather than spend a lot of time learning them. For example, the little spider could become a diviner to compensate for his lack of knowledge in divination and astrology. As long as enough monsters are created and their skills are powerful enough, his own strength will also grow stronger, and the thousand-armed demon god he visualizes in his mind can also draw power from the monsters. After all, the core of the monsters is under his control, and they possess absolute loyalty, making them the most outstanding servants. Any of his shortcomings can be compensated for by the skills of the monsters. His goal is to utilize the monster editor system to become the master of countless bizarre creatures. Liu didn't disturb the little spider's studies. Instead, he poured himself a cup of tea, casually grabbed the fear balloon filled with curiosity that was about to touch the little spider, and dragged it into his own room. Inside the room, a 100-eyed spider dragon egg stood a meter tall, its shell already glowing with a black gold hue, and a powerful life force was beginning to stir within it. As if sensing Liu's arrival, the life force within the eggshell erupted like a fire doused with hot oil, and a vague, familiar consciousness spread out, conveying a sense of closeness to Liu. Yeah. The fear balloon nearby sensed this aura and cried out, flying backward a little, wanting to leave the room. Among the monsters, there is a vast hierarchical division. Although they were all created by Liu, the 100-eyed spider dragon was formed by combining the body of an unknown tier creature with the spider silk of the spider god. If described in human terms, it would be born of noble lineage, with an extremely high pedigree and inherently possessing overwhelming deterrence. While the fear balloon is not afraid of the 100-eyed spider dragon, it still feels uneasy under such terrifying pressure and wants to leave the room. However, it is tightly held by Liu, and no matter how hard it struggles, it cannot fly away. The terrifying grinning face on the balloon fabric transformed into a pouting, aggrieved expression, which, combined with its terrifying appearance, gave it an oddly cute yet grotesque charm. What a coward! Liu laughed and scolded him, then reached out and touched the eggshell of the 100-eyed spider dragon, whispering softly, "Grow up well. When you're born, the whole world will cheer for you." Wah! The eggshell trembled slightly, as if responding to Liu's words, and the signs of life retracted, continuing the process of incubation. After all, the 100-eyed spider dragon was still in its early stages of development. Although it had taken shape, it still required a significant amount of time to fully develop its body. Once it hatches, Liu will possess a trump card capable of rivaling the Weiwei class, finally gaining the confidence to stand toe-to-toe with those major powers. During this time, he had already gained a thorough understanding of the situation. Within his province, there were a total of 4 major academic organizations. These are the Holy Corpse Prayer Society, the Rain Curtain School, the Flaming Demon's Heart, and the Poisonous Judgment Court. The 3 Morning Stars who were sent to eliminate the Eye Thieves originally came from the Holy Corpse Prayer Society, the Rain Curtain School, and the Heart of the Flame Demon, all of which are powerful factions with beings of the Brilliant Moon rank. Among them, the Holy Corpse Prayer Society was the most enigmatic. The legend of the Old Corpse King claimed he had lived for over 5,000 years, long surpassing the limits of life, and had been sustaining his existence through some mysterious ritual. As for the activities of the Poisonous Judgment Court, they have always been confined to the wilderness, making their movements highly secretive. Their actions are also extremely, which is why they have never been well received. Within Hangzhou City, branches of these 4 organizations are present, along with several local schools, such as the Death's Banner School, the Spring Breeze School, and the Demon's Eye School, among others. Originally, none of these smaller schools in Hangzhou City had any Morning Star level practitioners, and even the larger organizations were no exception, with only a few individuals who were close to the Morning Star level. However, since the emergence of 2 forbidden beings, coupled with rumors about treasures and seals growing increasingly intense, Hangzhou City has seen a significant increase in Morning Star level guardians. This has given the awakened beings in the city a small boost, and night market exchanges have become increasingly frequent. However, every coin has 2 sides. The waters of Hangzhou City have grown murky, with many shadowy figures lurking within the city. Reports of ordinary citizens going missing have begun to surface, prompting the Special Division to intensify its investigations. It's a real mess, and to make matters worse, the Death Bird has reported that Hangzhou City is the most likely area to be hit first by the disaster. This is indeed a problem, and I need to make some preparations. Liu sat down in his chair and began to think. He had no plans to travel recently and must ensure that his place of residence remains safe. Therefore, he must prioritize internal security before addressing external threats. There was a high likelihood that the city harbored the seal of an ancient god, meaning he had to instruct the shadow servants to intensify their search efforts and report any issues immediately. With so many people gathered in Hangzhou City searching for treasures, it's inevitable that some will cause trouble. What if they accidentally disturb the seal and trigger chaos? Why don't I create another alias to keep them low-key? Don't touch anything, or we might accidentally release the ancient gods. If that happens, even Luyu would have to flee. Use the yellow-robed king? Or the alter ego of the man forgotten by the world? Neither of these seems suitable for frequent appearances. After all, they are fake identities. There are already many powerful individuals here. If their true identities are discovered, it could cause trouble. Should we impersonate an old god instead? Are we going to stage an old god revival and bring about the end of the world? Chapter 127, Laying the Groundwork for the Resurrection of the Ancient Gods, and the Demon Who Will Slaughter All the Gods? The revival of the ancient gods could be a good idea to instill fear in these people and keep them in line, but how exactly should we go about it? Luyu murmured softly, his mind filled with thoughts. Though the plan was sound, its execution would undoubtedly present numerous challenges. After all, he only had 2 forbidden aliases to use for disguise, but they both belonged to the chaotic neutral faction. He had originally chosen them so that he could use them later to intimidate certain individuals. If he were to use them to play the role of a world-destroying entity, and someone took it seriously, it could attract truly unknown or even forbidden-level beings. Such a situation would not only be extremely embarrassing but also extremely dangerous. Moreover, both aliases were created because they appeared infrequently, lacked the presence of true Huiyue level or higher experts, and were shaped by a series of coincidences. If they appear too frequently, they are bound to give away their true identities, which would result in losing these 2 valuable aliases and potentially exposing their own secrets. Luyu felt that if the monster editor system on his body were exposed, even beings of the unknowable rank or even forbidden existence would be tempted, which would cause major trouble. Luyu felt that if the monster editor system on his body were exposed, even an unknown level or even a forbidden existence would be tempted, and that would be a major problem. Therefore, these 2 forbidden aliases must be used sparingly and only when absolutely necessary. At least until he reaches the unknown level, he must do his best to keep them hidden. Now, another alias must be created, this time to serve as an evil old god, intended to deter those who seek to gain power by releasing the old gods. Create a few counterexamples to show them that interacting with the old gods brings no benefits. Even if they release them, all they'll get is destruction. Therefore, they must not tamper with the seals binding the old gods. It would be best if, upon discovering the seal of the old gods, they could remind Luyu. Should we create an image of a demon god that devours the old gods? Am I the demon who slays all gods? Or am I Kratos, the one who ushered in the twilight of the gods, with his iconic bald head? This idea is worth considering. Let them think they can use the information from the old gods to plot rewards here, and then we can milk the old gods for more benefits. With a bit of luck, we'll end up with a bunch of high-quality materials. However, while it's easy to think about, implementing it is quite troublesome. To portray such a character, one must have a substantial fortune and a wealth of information about the old gods as a foundation. After all, Luyu knows very little about the old gods and is even unaware of the missing parts of history from the old era. Attempting to impersonate them carelessly would likely result in being exposed. Among the people he knew, it seemed that only one person understood this part of history and was even scheming against the old gods. Shan Wuyo. This bold and extremely mysterious young woman had already set her sights on his shadow servant during his cleanup of the former dark cult, inviting him to join her in exploring the temple of the ancient gods. Later, Luyu encountered her again in the mist forest, and it seemed that the matter of the stolen human eyes was also connected to her. The faction she belonged to had once guarded and suppressed the body of an entity of the unknowable realm. Such an important task was entrusted to a young girl who hadn't even reached the Morningstar rank, and after her failure, she didn't receive any severe punishment. This clearly indicated that the power behind her was immense. It might even be a faction spanning the entire Federation. Could it be one of the Natural Force, the Gate of Truth, or the Twilight Blade? The three Orthodox churches are closely intertwined with human history and were born during that missing period of history. It is highly likely that they were involved in and have hidden that chapter of history. After all, the birth of the three Orthodox religions and the deities they worship may involve some unsavory matters. Moreover, as the three Orthodox religions have existed for countless ages, there must undoubtedly be entities of an unknown level of existence within them. If such a powerful force were to exist, it would indeed have the qualifications to suppress entities of an unknown level, and even in the event of failure, there would be little to no punishment. Moreover, the most crucial point is that she possesses spatial type innate talent and has a matching visualization diagram, and the rank of this visualization diagram is not low. Such spatial visualization diagrams are typically held by major factions, leaving spatial type geniuses with no choice but to join them to have any hope of cultivation. Therefore, there is a high likelihood that she originates from the three Orthodox sects, though the specific sect remains uncertain, with the Gate of Truth and the Twilight Blade being the most probable candidates. Especially the Gate of Truth, a group of fanatical seekers of truth whose obsession with knowledge has reached extreme. They were like the wizards Luyu had seen in novels in his previous life, willing to resort to any means to pursue the truth. Moreover, Shin Woo-yo possesses a wealth of information about the old era, including the location of the Temple of the Gods. Such a vast amount of information must have a source, and that source is very likely the gate of truth. However, it cannot be ruled out that it comes from other large organizations. After all, besides the three orthodox sects, there are many other large organizations, and their modus operandi is also quite mysterious. Lu Yu pondered deeply. If he wanted to take control of the plot to revive the old gods, then the information that Shin Woo-yo possessed was something he absolutely had to obtain. However, Shin Woo-yo knew far too much. If he wanted to strike a deal with her, her conditions would undoubtedly include accompanying her to explore the ancient gods' temple. Does that mean the temple of the ancient gods is unavoidable? Lu Yu wasn't afraid of exploring. After all, he had no worries. Since he dared to explore this temple, it meant that the power of the old gods had already declined to its lowest point, so there was no need to worry about their counterattack. There must also be numerous monsters born from the influence of the old gods' power. If these monsters could be extracted as materials, it would undoubtedly enrich the material repository and enable the creation of a monster with the bloodline of the old gods. And his plan for the revival of the ancient gods could use this monster to kick things off. Let's wait a little longer. After all, if it's just to intimidate the others, there's no rush. The most important thing is to be cautious of the old god behind the eyeball statue, who may be plotting something in the shadows. If Lu Yu's initial goal was merely to intimidate this group and prevent them from causing trouble, then his current objective is to prevent the ancient gods from returning to the mortal realm and seizing the world's resources, thereby disrupting the order of this world. The more stable the world, the more opportunities he has. However, once chaos erupts, while opportunities may increase, the situation will become chaotic and filled with numerous uncontrollable factors. Moreover, the old god represented by that eyeball statue is far too bizarre. If it were to return, it would undoubtedly cause major problems. Therefore, we must prevent the revival of the old gods and take control of the narrative surrounding them. Fake it until you make it. Prevent these ancient gods from awakening, while Lu Yu reaps the greatest benefits. The only thing that puzzled him was why this great catastrophe had come so suddenly and where it had originated from. When Lu Yu first heard the news, he chose to pretend to know what he didn't in order to hide his true identity, so he didn't ask any further questions. If he had asked a few more questions at the time, he would have discovered that this great catastrophe was entirely caused by the influence of his two forbidden alter egos. A casual remark was mistaken by all schools of thought as the beginning of the war, but Lu Yu did not delve deeper into it. When Isu spoke it aloud, the information gap between the two led to a misunderstanding. Just as he was planning the script, Lu Yu noticed a shadow appearing at his feet. A shadow servant knelt before him and conveyed a message. This message caused him to frown instinctively, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. They actually dared to come back. Chapter 128, New Monster Materials, the True Goddess of Luck. The pitch-black night sky stretched out like a curtain, dotted with countless stars, with the moon peeking through, revealing a sliver of its crescent shape. The city remains brightly lit, but the streets are now nearly deserted, with only a few entertainment venues still bustling with activity. In this world, almost every city is a city that never sleeps. This is not for celebration or to show off, but to drive away the monsters drawn to the darkness. Although the city has defense systems, some strange creatures are still drawn to the city by the darkness. They are not very powerful, but their abilities are extremely bizarre, and once they latch onto you, they can cause a lot of trouble. However, their greatest weakness is their aversion to light. They will avoid any area with bright light. Therefore, to prevent them from appearing, it is essential to maintain a moderate level of light in the city to drive away these strange creatures. This is a lesson learned through countless sacrifices made by our ancestors over the course of human history, and it has also increased the chances of survival for ordinary people. While cities are bustling with activity, they also have their dark side. Once night falls, they reveal their fangs. In a pitch-black alley, a man dressed in a suit walked under the streetlights, his expression filled with fear. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "Damn boss. Just because we're short-handed, he makes us work overtime. Doesn't he know it's dangerous out at night lately? Ugh, I better hurry home." His name is Choi Yuka. He's just an ordinary office worker responsible for handling some data-related tasks, essentially a semi-programmer, though he dresses more formally. Recently, due to the Twisted Spider incident and the ongoing chaos in the city, many people have lost their lives, including several employees from the company. The project workload remains unchanged, but with fewer staff, work efficiency naturally declines. To meet deadlines, the boss is threatening to cut salaries to force employees to work overtime. Fortunately, the boss hasn't gone completely overboard. At least they're paying decent overtime wages. That old jerk. May you have a vast grassland on your head. Choi Yuka couldn't help but curse under his breath, then looked ahead into the dimly lit darkness, feeling a chill run down his spine. He couldn't shake the feeling that a human-faced spider was about to burst out at any moment. Just then, a sudden cold wind blew, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He tried to reassure himself. It's probably not that bad. After all, the special department has already cleaned everything once, and I heard from others that it seems safer lately. However, his voice trembled slightly, and only he knew how much he was nervous. Slap! Just as he continued walking forward, a street light bulb suddenly exploded, startling him so much that he quickly pressed his back against the wall, his body trembling uncontrollably, and instinctively shouted, "Help! Help!" The cries continued for a few seconds, but no danger arose, causing Cui Yuka to stop shouting. He looked embarrassed and mocked himself. "It's definitely because I've been working overtime too much lately, which has left me exhausted and a bit nervous. I guess I should head home and rest as soon as possible." After saying that, he turned and started walking toward his home, but suddenly noticed a dark figure blocking his path. His body stiffened, beads of sweat broke out on his forehead, and he slowly raised his head. His pupils contracted sharply, and he exclaimed in shock, "Spider!" Before him stood a strange figure dressed in a black trench coat, with all his clothes concealed. His face was adorned with insect-like compound eyes, and 8 spider legs extended from both sides of his head, constantly flailing in the air, as if ready to leap down from his neck and transform into a human brain spider at any moment. The monster's face was covered in countless compound eyes, greedily staring at him as if he had spotted a delicious meal. It emitted a hoarse voice. "This is wonderful. I never expected to encounter a lone human at this gathering. I haven't eaten human brain in 3 days, and the exquisite flavor is truly nostalgic. Help me!" Cui Yuka tried to scream for help, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a ball of spider silk blocked his mouth, sticking tightly and seemingly trying to suffocate him to death. Moreover, the spider silk seemed to contain some kind of toxin, slowly numbing his nerves and causing his body to lose all strength, leaving him collapsed on the ground, helplessly watching as the spider monster approached him. His eyes grew increasingly desperate as he struggled to crawl forward on the ground, constantly wriggling in the opposite direction. However, as time passed, the pain slowly spread throughout his body, sapping his strength until he was crawling at a snail's pace. The spider monster watched this scene and emitted a mocking sound. "Don't waste your energy. My paralyzing toxin isn't something you can resist. I suddenly remember the little girl I ate last time. She was just like you, crawling on the ground, desperately trying to escape me. But she didn't get far before she ran out of strength. In the end, she could only watch helplessly as I pried open her skull and, supported by the paralytic toxin, watched me slowly devour her brain matter. Ah, the suffering of humans is truly amusing. What should I eat first this time?" The spider monster spoke slowly as it approached, like a cat toying with its prey, savoring the pleasure of its victim's despair. Cui Yuka was also overcome by the toxins in the spider silk, completely losing his strength and collapsing to the ground. His eyes began to grow blurry as he stared at the faint streetlight ahead, with only one thought in his mind. If given another chance, no matter who tried to force him to work overtime, he would smash the chair over their head. But it's all too late now, he's about to die. The spider monster approached Cui Yuka, seeing that he was completely despairing and had lost the ability to resist. Its compound eyes darted around. It slowly opened its mouth, revealing row upon row of teeth, densely packed and utterly terrifying, enough to send anyone with a fear of crowds into a faint. The spider-like creature spoke in a sinister tone. "Where should I start eating you? Your head? Your internal organs? Or the bone marrow in your arms? Or maybe we should roast your spider legs?" A man's voice rang out beside the spider monster, startling him into turning his head, but all he saw was a flash of cold light. Suddenly, it felt itself flying through the air and saw a man in a black cloak standing beside it. Blood was flowing from its neck, and its head was already gone. It was dead. Rattle! The head, covered in spider legs, rolled around on the ground a few times before coming to a stop. Its compound eyes widened in terror as it stared ahead. How weak! This person was none other than Lu Yu. Looking at the headless corpse before him, he immediately chose to extract the materials, disassembling the corpse piece by piece. Human-faced spider's skin 1-star material, a mutated spider demon created from the followers of the spider god. Its form is indistinguishable from that of a normal human, allowing it to blend into human society. Its skin possesses illusory and shape-shifting abilities. Are the followers of the spider god out to get me? Why do I keep running into them everywhere? Still, these materials are pretty decent. Lu Yu muttered to himself. He realized that he and the spider god truly had a connection. It was because he discovered their traces that he activated the system, and later even exploited the spider god to create the 100-eyed spider dragon. The spider god was truly his lucky goddess, even though she wasn't the prettiest. This time, Liu came out because the shadow servants had received word that the followers of the spider god were planning to hold a gathering in Hangzhou City, so he rushed over to eliminate them all and collect more materials in the process. However, unexpectedly, as soon as they arrived near the gathering site, they encountered a spider with a human face attempting to devour a passerby, so they swiftly disposed of it. As for the human lying on the ground, he was merely paralyzed and unable to move, but there was no immediate danger to his life. Lu Yu instructed the shadow servant to carry him to a more crowded area and have passers-by take him to the hospital. It seems like another fruitful night. Lu Yu let out a cold smile. Following the information provided by the shadow servant, he quickly arrived at a small alley. The alley was dark, damp, and filled with garbage bins, emitting a foul odor. Occasionally, a few rats scurried about, searching for food. Most people would avoid this place, but Luyu walked straight in and soon came upon a gray cement wall, seeming to block the way forward. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't have noticed it, but in Luyu's eyes, this wasn't a wall at all. Instead, it was covered in numerous runes, forming a hidden array that had blocked the original door. Dawn! 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 Luyu reached out and knocked on the door, producing a rhythmic tapping sound, then waited quietly. Soon, a ripple appeared on the mud wall, and a pitch-black spider head peered out, its terrifying, icy compound eyes fixed intently on Luyu, emanating a terrifying aura of oppression. Morning Star Class! Under his cloak, Luyu's eyes flashed with surprise, but the hidden shadow power began to gather, ready to act. This is a high-level monster. I wonder what kind of materials it will drop. However, just as Luyu was about to act, the spider's head suddenly spoke. Slowly, we've been waiting just for you. Come in quickly. Chapter 129, Villainous Organization Gathering Infiltrating the Enemy's Ranks? What the heck? This guy must have mistaken me for someone else, right? Luyu froze for a moment, but the spider peering out from the wall with half its body exposed, its 8 compound eyes fixed on Luyu still standing in place, grew impatient. It extended a pitch-black spider leg and pulled Luyu inside. Luyu felt no hostility from the spider, so he let it pull him inside. As he entered the ripples of the concealment array, the scenery before Luyu's eyes underwent a drastic transformation. The once monotonous walls transformed into a vast hall filled with wooden poles, each with a groove at the top containing stones that emitted a faint glow, illuminating the area. In the center of the living room stands a massive twisted tree, uncarved yet resembling a predatory spider in form. Surrounding the statue are a group of spider-like monsters, some with human faces and spider bodies, others with human bodies and spider heads, and some that are not merely spider-shaped but also covered in black, distorted features, with eyes that have become twisted beyond recognition. Though their forms vary greatly, they share a common trait: all exhibit varying degrees of deformation, having been severely corrupted by the aura of the spider god. The intense aura of deformation emanating from them filled the entire room with an unbearable stench that even Luyu couldn't help but wrinkle his nose at. Among these monsters was a female spider creature, approximately 30 years old, standing beneath a wooden statue. She closed one eye as if in prayer, murmuring incomprehensible words. Another morning star. Ha! The moment Luyu entered, the woman let out a soft hum, and the other dozen or so mutated spiders also stirred, fixing their gaze on Luyu. Hundreds of eyes stared intently at him, and the atmosphere grew tense. Complex, twisted magic began to spread, as if they were trapped inside a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. Luyu, hidden beneath his cloak, also sensed the dangerous aura, his expression growing slightly somber. There were over a dozen spider monsters here, with 2 of them being morning stars, and the rest were monsters of similar power. This was already a formidable force capable of annihilating some minor sects, and destroying a city would be child's play. If so many monsters were to swarm in, even Luyu would feel some trouble, and couldn't guarantee that they could completely eliminate the enemy. In a one-on-one fight, he could win easily, but there were 2 Morning Star-level powerhouses here, and he didn't know what kind of trump cards these 2 Morning Star-level spider monsters had up their sleeves. Therefore, he didn't rush to act but chose to observe instead. Anyway, he could retreat safely, or even eliminate one of the Morning Star-level monsters. Here, 2 Morning Star demons and over a dozen awakened 9th-tier monsters had gathered. This didn't seem to be what he had imagined: a group of spider monsters attempting to repeat the previous twisted spider incident and once again perform a blood sacrifice in the city. As everyone knows, the previous twisted spider incident was caused by a single 9th-tier twisted spider priest, resulting in the destruction of the entire city and the sacrifice of hundreds of thousands of people as flesh offerings. Now, the gathered spider monsters not only outnumber and outmatch the previous ones in both quantity and strength, but also include 2 additional Morningstar demons, more than enough to launch a direct assault on the city. However, despite their immense power, they did not rush to begin their hunt. Instead, they surrounded the city in a circle, seemingly discussing some sort of plan. Have I stumbled into the secret meeting of an evil organization? Luyu speculated in his heart. He had originally come here to eliminate the followers of the spider god, but it seemed like they had mistaken him for one of their own. What was this? Are you a spy? And that original character seemed to be the human-faced spider he had casually disposed of on the road earlier, but that guy had only awakened to around the 7th stage. How could he have infiltrated this meeting? Just as he was thinking, a dull sound came from the side, like the thunderous beat of a drum. Alright, this guy is a human-faced spider, not an outsider. There's no need to keep such a close watch on him. At that moment, Luyu followed the sound and looked over, clearly seeing the true form of the spider. It resembled the twisted spider priest he had killed earlier, with a robust, ugly head on top and a massive spider-like abdomen below. Its body stood 3 meters tall, with a robust build. Luyu stood before it like a child. Its pitch-black spider legs were covered in thick armor like shells, as sturdy as armor. Even standing still, it resembled a war machine ready to move at any moment, as if it were about to crush people into dust. Alright, High Priest. The remaining spider monsters responded with a single sound upon hearing this, though they did not avert their gaze. However, their hostility had diminished significantly. Ha! The spider monster with the beautiful woman's head glanced at Luyu twice, suddenly uttered a sound of surprise and doubt, and its 8 eyes flashed with confusion, but quickly looked away. Luyu said nothing in response, continuing to keep a low profile. Since the other party had not recognized him, he could blend in and eavesdrop on their plans. However, just as Luyu was about to take a step forward, a spider with horns on its head suddenly spoke. Human face, we already notified you about this. Why did you take so long to arrive? Did you encounter any problems along the way? Did you encounter an attack from the human special forces? The remaining spider monsters were also fixated on him, their dense eyes staring at him like a backdrop. Even the spider priests on the sides were curiously watching him. After all, their meeting was highly secretive. If the special division found out, they would have to relocate their base. Cough cough. Luyu saw this, lowered his head, coughed once, and deliberately lowered his voice to say, "It's not that. I just saw a lone human on the way. I checked the surveillance cameras and saw there were no humans around, so I ate him. It took some time, especially when I was sucking out his brain matter. I got carried away and lost track of time, so I'm late. You actually went behind our backs and ate a human being. Damn it, why didn't I come across such a lone person? If I hadn't been exposed, I would have rushed in and eaten my fill. You're making my mouth water, but I have to resist." In an instant, the living room was filled with chatter, and the scene became noisy. With their newfound power, their minds began to develop like beasts. Even the giant spider priest beside them laughed and said, "You're really brave. 2 forbidden beings have appeared in this city one after another. You're eating people so casually. Be careful you don't encounter a forbidden being. Those 2 are just my alter egos. The only way you'll encounter them is if I look in the mirror myself." Luyu muttered to himself, but what came out of his mouth was, "There's nothing we can do about it. Humans are such lowly creatures, they were meant to be our food. It's only natural for me to eat them." "Ha, that makes sense." The giant spider priest laughed heartily, pleased with Luyu's answer. His gaze grew warmer as he looked at Luyu, and he extended one of his massive black spider legs to pat Luyu on the shoulder. Though the force was strong, it was merely a tickle to Luyu, who possessed the body of a demon dragon. However, to avoid giving away his true strength, Luyu pretended to be overwhelmed, taking a step back. This only made the spider priest more pleased. Though the process was somewhat awkward, he had successfully infiltrated the enemy's ranks. The giant Spider-Man didn't pay much attention, swatting a few times before trying to lift his spider legs. However, one of the sturdy black hairs on his legs got caught on the hood, and when he lifted his legs, he pulled the hood down with it. Oh no! Although Luyu quickly used his secret technique to alter his appearance, his original human form was still exposed to all the spider monsters. The scene suddenly fell silent. Chapter 130, Indescribable Favor, Oscar-worthy acting. All the spider monsters stared wide-eyed, emanating waves of terrifying pressure that seemed ready to erupt at any moment. The lead spider woman also opened her eyes, and a faint emerald glow flickered in her 8 eyes, like torches in the darkness, as if they were about to burn away one's soul. Meanwhile, the giant spider priest beside her opened its mouth wide, revealing its tooth-filled mouthparts, and exclaimed in astonishment. You've been exposed. It looks like we have to take action." Luyu's eyes silently transformed into the dark prison Dragon King's gaze, fixing the spider woman in the distance. She was also a Morningstar tier existence and was likely a mage, healer, or spellcaster definitely skilled in buffing. Anyone who has played the game knows that if you're facing a group of enemies alone, you must prioritize killing the healer or mage first, otherwise you're likely to be overwhelmed and killed. Later, use the Dark Prison Dragon King's eye to activate the endless dark prison, pulling the enemy's soul inside to suppress them. Even if you can't kill them, you can trap them for a while, then take the opportunity to sneak attack the giant spider priests nearby. If the 2 Morningstars are severely injured, the remaining spider monsters won't be able to cause much trouble and will just be harvested for materials. Let's proceed accordingly. Luyu made up his mind and was just about to act when the giant spider priest took a step forward. Instead of attacking, he spoke in a tone of surprise. "Human-faced spider, your ability to disguise yourself is indeed getting stronger and stronger. You truly live up to your reputation as a mutant among us. Even after hearing the rumors about you, I still didn't believe them. But when I finally saw you this time, I realized I was wrong. You actually disguised yourself to look exactly like a human. If it weren't for that strong, pure spider scent on your body, I would have thought you were a real human." As soon as those words left his mouth, Luyu, who had been about to act, stopped in his tracks. He noticed that while the spider creatures were staring intently at him, they showed no signs of hostility. Instead, their gaze seemed more like scrutiny and curiosity. Curious as to why they had disguised themselves so well? Luyu suddenly recalled the human-faced spider skin he had extracted earlier. The description of the 1-star material stated that it possessed the power of camouflage. Could they have mistaken themselves for human-faced spiders? But couldn't these creatures tell the difference? Luyu scanned the area with his eyes and noticed that they didn't seem to be making any moves, so a mischievous thought crossed his mind. He grinned, his eyes turning fierce, and spoke with a cruel tone. Not bad, not bad. It's just that I've been mingling with humans and feeding on their brain matter, so my abilities have evolved. Recently, I even encountered a few special agents. I walked past them, but none of them recognized me. After speaking, Luyu lowered his hood completely, revealing his true form to the monsters before him, as if to boast. However, beneath his arrogant exterior, he remained constantly vigilant, wary that these creatures might suddenly attack. Your ability is just too convenient. A severely deformed spider monster shouted. If only I had one too, then I could blend in with the human crowd and eat people without worrying about being discovered. A spider with 6 legs on its head mocked from the side. You brainless fool, you'll reveal your true form once you eat too much, and then the special division will hunt you down until you're running for your life. The monster snorted coldly and said, who's afraid of them? I'll just hide in the wilderness. If they have the guts to come find me, I'll eat them all along with you. And you dare call me an idiot? Do you think I won't eat your head? Come on, then. Who's afraid of you? The scene began to grow chaotic, and the spider with horns also spoke enviously. Yeah, it looks just like a normal human being. Even your scent is well hidden. I almost didn't notice it. No wonder you're a mutant of the twisted spider. You've truly been favored by the great mother goddess. What smell is on me? Isn't that sour smell from not showering for too long? Luyu heard this and twitched his nose slightly, but he didn't smell the odor they were talking about. Was it because he didn't have the same sense of smell as the spiders? However, when he had just killed the human-faced spider, he seemed to have decapitated it directly with his shadow dagger, without even touching it. So where had the scent on his body come from? Could it have been picked up from somewhere else? Luyu thought for a moment and quickly realized that if it wasn't from the human-faced spider, then it was most likely from the 2 pets in his home. The Void Shadow Spider or the 100-eyed Spider Dragon. The Void Shadow Spider was created by editing the mutated eggs of twisted spider priests as base material, so it's normal for it to retain traces of spider essence. The 100-eyed Spider Dragon, on the other hand, has been infused with spider silk extracted from the spider god they worship, making its essence as precise as that of the spider god's own offspring. Luyu has been in constant contact with the small spider and the 100-eyed spider dragon's eggs, so his body is imbued with this intense aura, and the most likely source is the 100-eyed spider dragon itself. Moreover, he had just killed a human-faced spider that was skilled in disguise, and this creature seemed to act in secret, even unfamiliar with the others here, which is why he hadn't been exposed yet. The others simply believed him to be a perfectly disguised spider worshipper. In other words, this was a stroke of luck. This time, I've truly infiltrated the enemy's ranks. Thinking of this, Luyu's sense of mischief grew stronger, and he smiled and said, that's because I learned from humans to take baths and use their bathing products, which can mask a lot of odors. Anyway, he's not a human spider, so he can just talk nonsense. If he gets caught, he can just run away. Speaking of which, I haven't used soap in years. Does it really have such an amazing effect? Who says otherwise? Humans may be foolish, but they're quite skilled at inventing things that bring pleasure. Once we've established our spider kingdom, I'll eat some of the foolish humans, while keeping the inventive ones in captivity to create useful things. This group of spider monsters began discussing among themselves, and many of them were actually considering following Luyu's advice to take a bath to remove their own scent. Luyu adopted a spectator's attitude, joining the giant spider priest as they gathered around the statue. The statue was blurry and ugly, barely recognizable as a spider, corresponding to the great being in the dream realm. However, this does align with the truth that gods cannot be seen by their own eyes. No one knows the true form of the deities, even their names are merely phonetic translations. No one knows their true form, not even the spider god they worship, who is revered as the mother goddess simply because her deformed appearance resembles that of a spider. After all, even Luyu, who had actually entered the dream realm, had only ever seen the spider god's reflection, and nearly underwent a mutation as a result. If one were to see its true form, even if saved by the system, it would become an eternal nightmare, bound for eternity. Just as Luyu sat down, the Morning Star-ranked Spider-Woman spoke. Since that is the case, then human face, since your disguise has reached such a level, you will be responsible for this mission. Luyu, who had originally planned to eavesdrop on their plans, was suddenly dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What is my mission? Chapter 131, Infiltrating the Enemy's High Command? The spider god gets fleeced again. Confused trees bear confused fruits, and beneath the confused trees, you and I. Luyu never expected that after infiltrating the enemy ranks with his acting skills, not only did he fail to overhear their conversations, but he was also assigned a task. At least tell me what the mission entails and let me gather some intelligence. Could it be that this human-faced spider has already been notified of the mission details? If so, wouldn't that mean we can't steal the enemy's intelligence anymore? If I had known that earlier, I wouldn't have been so decisive when I killed it. I should have hung it up and tortured it for information first. The spider woman saw Luyu standing there silently and thought he had something to say, so she asked, "Is there a problem? When the spider jade invaded Hangzhou City earlier, weren't you the one who infiltrated and shut down the city's defense system?" As she finished speaking, the other spider monsters fixed their gaze on Luyu, as if they would attack and tear him apart the moment he dared to utter a single word of refusal. It turned out that the city's defense system had been shut down by the human-faced spiders. "You really didn't die in vain." Luyu was startled for a moment. If he hadn't activated the system, he would have certainly perished in this twisted spider disaster as well. Therefore, this individual was effectively one of Luyu's enemies. Though he was just a minor foe for the current Luyu, it was at least a form of revenge. Killing him also yielded a piece of material, which can be considered as offsetting the debt. However, Luyu didn't infiltrate their ranks to help them. His primary objective was to eavesdrop on intelligence and turn these individuals into his own materials. Material. Wait. The followers of the spider god seem to be far more numerous than just a few. Even though this being resides in the dream realm and has little influence on reality, it is ultimately a demon god. He is a far more terrifying deity than the forbidden existence, towering above all, manipulating the fate of the mortal world. Therefore, many choose to worship it, leading to the emergence of numerous deformed monsters. Among these spider-like creatures, certain deformed variants are capable of producing high-grade materials. Similar to the human-faced spiders you killed today, they can drop some rare materials. Even the spider venom sacs obtained from the previous twisted spider incident provided Luyu with a wealth of excellent materials. If he could collect more, he might be able to create a 9-headed venomous abomination or even a 3-headed venomous phoenix, among other monstrous creatures. And just the group in front of him alone could provide excellent human-like materials. The spider woman, for instance, clearly looked like an elite monster. Could she drop materials that grant buff-type effects? If we eliminate them, we'll only get this batch of materials. But what if we approach it differently? Infiltrate their higher ranks, then continuously gather followers of the spider god from around the world and eliminate them? Isn't that essentially like having an endless supply of toxic attribute materials? Plus, you can use the followers of the spider god to gather intelligence and collect treasures for you, then send them on missions to their deaths and extract the materials afterward. Not only does this weaken the enemy's strength, but it also allows you to profit handsomely. And once you've climbed high enough, you might even be able to connect with other evil cults, such as the Distant Feasters or the God of the Ghouls, among others. Set a large trap and lure them, and won't that provide more material to harvest? And then, once we're inside the spider god's territory, we can loot everything and sell the information and intelligence to the special division and other factions. That's another big payday, right? Spider god, you're truly my lucky goddess. This time, I'll definitely not call you ugly. Luyu sincerely thanked the spider god, who was far away in another world. After all, he had already taken advantage of him, so he might as well strip some spider silk from him. This time, taking a little more from his followers shouldn't be too much, should it? If it comes to that, I'll just use your followers as cannon fodder in my old goddess resurrection plot. After all, they're all followers anyway, so using them together shouldn't be a problem. Since these guys are so eager to do the dirty work, Luyu will give them a big surprise. With that thought, Luyu's eyes quickly hardened with resolve. He raised his head to look at the crowd of spider monsters surrounding him and spoke seriously. For the sake of Atriknakia, I am willing to sacrifice everything, give up everything, and wait for him to weave the bridge of illusion from the dream realm, so that he may descend into reality alongside the other princes and create a kingdom that belongs to us all. This is the purpose of my life, the direction of my dreams, and the beginning of my journey. However, the other spider monsters couldn't help but nod in agreement upon hearing this, while the spider priestess and the giant spider priest at the front nodded satisfactorily. They loved such devout creatures, they were easier to control. But what of it? The lead spider priestess asked a question. Luyu heard this and a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes as he replied. Although I would also like to sacrifice everything for His Majesty Atriknakia, my own strength is insufficient, and there are so many powerful individuals lurking within this city that I am deeply concerned. If my lack of strength were to lead to the failure of this mission, I would be a traitor for all eternity. As a seasoned veteran who survived the information explosion of a previous life, Luyu is well versed in the art of deception and psychological tactics. Since the other party wanted him to do the work, he would first lavish praise without reservation, making them feel on top of the world, and then present his own demands. After all, I'm willing to sacrifice myself for the spider goddess crown. If they dare to refuse, that would be disrespectful to the divine. Within a cult, especially one dedicated to an evil deity, showing disrespect to the deity would have dire consequences. The spider priestess heard this and furrowed her brows. The 8 eyes on her face all turned simultaneously, seeming somewhat displeased, but she did not refuse. Instead, she fell into deep thought. The other spider monsters were also somewhat displeased with Luyu's hesitant attitude, but since neither of the 2 morning stars had spoken, they dared not step forward to reprimand him. After all, in the world of monsters, once the veneer of civilization is stripped away, it is a world of the strong preying on the weak. If one dares to offend the higher-ranking monsters, there is a high likelihood of being devoured as food. After a long while, the spider priestess finally spoke. So what kind of support do you want? Your task is simply to infiltrate several schools and special departments to gather information, find some key clues, and determine the location of that thing. If necessary, you will also need to disable this city's defense systems. I know it will be challenging, but it shouldn't be too difficult. Although the Spider-Woman had clearly explained the difficulty of the task, she seemed to be showing concern on the surface, but in reality, she was warning Lu Yu not to ask for too much. Lu Yu, however, grew serious in expression, but inside he was overjoyed. So that's what my task was. Infiltrate several factions for reconnaissance, gather information on a specific item, and even shut down the city's defense system when the situation calls for it. With so many tasks, you should be able to negotiate a good price, right? Maybe you could even bring along some materials or better yet, a few companions to help out? Chapter 132, The Unbearable Reflection. The conditions must be set. After all, he only takes the money and doesn't do any work. If he doesn't take it, why not? However, the conditions shouldn't be too high, as that might provoke the other party's resistance, which could easily ruin the deal. After all, Lu Yu's plan was that if he could rise to the higher ranks of this faction, he could continuously summon spider monsters from all over the world and then kill them to use their bodies as materials. This move not only filled his own pockets but also weakened the enemy's strength and indirectly helped humanity eliminate an enemy. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. To eliminate the evil spirits, he resolutely infiltrated the enemy's ranks, sacrificing himself. Lu Yu silently gave this plot a thumbs up in his heart. Unfortunately, he had no grand ideals to save humanity. All he wanted was one thing: profit. Lu Yu thought for less than a minute and came up with the conditions he wanted, then spoke up. I want 3 mystical items of the auxiliary type. They must be able to enhance my own abilities, whether it be stealth, flight, or anything else I don't mind. This was the result of Lu Yu's careful consideration. He estimated that 3 mystical items were the psychological bottom line the spider priestess could accept anymore, and she might turn against him. The mysterious items refer to objects endowed with powers. Some are crafted through rituals or secret arts, while others appear out of nowhere in this world. The origins of these items are unknown. They may have been created by the world itself, fallen from the realm of deities, or even items from another world. Although their origins cannot be traced, it is widely acknowledged that they all possess a variety of mysterious abilities. Some of these abilities are so powerful that they can grant ordinary individuals strength rivaling that of the moon itself, or even the ability to escape from beings of an unknown existence. Among these mysterious items, the most precious are those not created by human hands, known as world artifacts. Their value is generally very high, and even if their abilities are lackluster, they can still fetch hundreds of thousands of spirit coins. Lu Yu's system can extract materials from all things, so he wanted to try extracting some useful materials from these magical items to use for editing monsters. A spider monster with a head covered in flesh tumors and a body covered in white hair spoke, scolding. You are truly greedy. Isn't it your destiny to worship the great crown prince? How dare you ask for a reward? Though he claims it's for the spider god, it's more out of jealousy. He's jealous of Lu Yu, a 7th rank awakened being, who dares to demand so many treasures, while he himself has only obtained a single mysterious item, a useless trinket with a trivial ability. This is to ensure the completion of the mission. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm even more afraid of failing the mission and delaying the progress of the plan. Lu Yu spoke with a righteous expression, casually pulling out the 2 priests' tiger skins. After all, he was indeed after the spider god's materials. What a villain! The remaining spider monsters couldn't help but complain inwardly, but Lu Yu's acting was so convincing that even they couldn't tell whether he was lying or truly a devout spider monster. However, all spider monsters are controlled by the priests. Once they attempt to betray them, the mutated spider blood in their bodies, after being prayed over during the ritual, instantly turns into a deadly poison. Along with its soul, it will be corrupted and drawn into the spider web world of the spider god's illusory realm, enduring eternal and endless torment. However, Lu Yu was never a twisted spider to begin with, so he naturally had no fear of this so-called curse ritual. However, since this ugly spider dared to interfere with him, Lu Yu would not let it off easily. After all, even if he were exposed, he could still escape unscathed. Therefore, he confronted it directly. I am carrying out a mission for His Majesty Atriknakia. How dare you interfere with me? Are you afraid of those weak humans? Or have you been bought by them? If that is the case, even if I am not strong enough, I will risk my life to tear you to pieces. As he spoke, Lu Yu's gaze grew increasingly terrifying. Though he hadn't activated the Dark Prison Dragon King's gaze, his Dragon King's physique and fear domain alone granted him a level of intimidation far surpassing that of his peers. At that moment, Lu Yu's overwhelming willpower merged with his mental resolve, transforming into an invisible mental tsunami. Carried by the momentum created by his words, it overwhelmed and crushed everything in its path. At that moment, he suddenly had an idea. He realized that he might still have an item he could use to disguise himself, the lingering essence of the spider god's silk from earlier. Thus, Luyu retrieved the remnant of the spider god's silk from the material repository, combined it with his own will, and rolled it together, causing it to spread out. This terrifying aura spread instantly, filling the entire room with an overwhelming pressure. Even the statue in the center began to tremble uncontrollably. This white-haired spider seemed to see Luyu before him transformed into the shadow of a primordial, ancient giant spider, as if the spider god had descended in person. A great being has arrived. Don't come over here. This scene caused its body to tremble uncontrollably, and an invisible sense of dread began to erode its will. It felt as though countless tiny spiders were slowly crawling across its body, opening their mouths to devour its flesh, intent on consuming it bit by bit. Upon the emergence of this aura, the souls of all the spider monsters present trembled in fear, crying out in horror. What is this? Even the spider priestess and the giant spider priest were affected, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Luyu before them. How could it be the scent of the spider god? Could this human-faced spider really have received divine favor? Has the spider god finally taken pity on their weakness and decided to cultivate a new high priest? Thinking of those who had once been favored by the gods in history, none of them who had not perished prematurely had failed to ascend to the ranks above the brilliant moon, and some had even successfully crossed into the unknowable realm. Could this spider-faced being be the future high priest, destined to lead them to reclaim their former glory? The spider priestess struggled against the overwhelming pressure, while the other spider monsters began to tremble, showing signs of further mutation. However, this mutation was not to enhance their strength, but to drag them into a bottomless abyss of madness, devoid of reason. That aura came swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing into the void in an instant. Had it lingered for even a few more seconds, perhaps the spider-like creatures present would have been unable to resist kneeling down. As for the white-haired spider that had taken the brunt of the attack, its legs gave way, and it collapsed onto the ground, slowly regaining its senses. However, it was now even more enraged. It had actually been scared into submission by a low-tier demonic creature. Its 8 eyes darted wildly, and it could already sense the mocking glances from the other spider demons. In this world of the strong preying on the weak, such behavior was already a symbol of cowardice. And cowardice means death. You despicable creature, I will devour you. The white hairs on the white-haired spider stood on end, its compound eyes bulged, and its body began to grow larger. It's not a cute little thing. Since the person before him seemed to have been favored by the spider god, his future must be bright. If we let it grow, it will be our doom when the time comes. It's better to kill it now while we have the chance to ensure our own safety. Quiet. Just as it was about to strike, the spider priestess suddenly whispered something, and the white-haired spider shuddered. Though unwilling, its body quickly shrank back, but its 8 eyes still glared malevolently at Luyu. Luyu, however, stared back at it without flinching, wondering what kind of material this creature could possibly extract. The poisoned sac or his white fur? The spider priestess watched the scene before her, her expression complex as she spoke. Are those all the demands? If the spider-faced man before them truly had divine favor, it would be a blessing for the declining cult. These? It seems like I didn't ask for enough. This female spider looks like a rich person, what a pity. Luyu sighed inwardly, but he didn't feel much regret. After all, he had already regarded the entire spider god cult as his own, and whether he took it now or later made no difference. However, since the other party had asked about his other demands, Luyu naturally replied without hesitation. The props are sufficient. I am confident that I can complete the task well, but I would need some companions to assist me. The spider woman stared at him for a moment with her 8 eerie green eyes, seemingly stunned by his thick-skinned boldness. After a moment, she finally spoke. Who are you looking for to help you? Luyu pointed to the white-haired spider that had just confronted him, a spider with a horned head, and a blue-haired spider. Just as he was about to point at the fourth one, he caught a glimpse of the spider priestess's displeased expression out of the corner of his eye. Luyu decisively stopped himself, selecting only 3 spider monsters, and muttered under his breath that the spider god cult was indeed quite stingy. What he didn't know was that these were the remnants of the cult's elite monsters. If he hadn't previously revealed a hint of the spider god's aura, causing them to mistake him for a divine chosen one, the spider priestess wouldn't have let him take a single one. The spider priestess pondered for a moment, exchanged a glance with the giant spider priest, and nodded before saying, "All right." Upon hearing this, the white-haired spider was overjoyed, glaring hatefully at Luyu. In his mind, he had already begun plotting how to eliminate this audacious challenger during the mission. But it did not realize that it would have to devise its own schemes to use tricks during the mission, while Luyu had already set a trap, waiting for them to fall into it. After the spider priestess finished speaking, she revealed her spider form, with several wine-red wind chimes hanging from her body, emitting a tinkling sound as she moved. She turned and walked toward an inner room, and a voice echoed, "Human face, follow me." Luyu looked at the huge figure and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What was that? They had only just met, and he was already entering the house. Could this female spider have taken a liking to my good looks and be planning something sinister? Chapter 133, The Sleeping Evil God, the being above the brilliant moon. However, Lu Yu felt that if it were an otherworldly demoness resembling a small spider, he might have succumbed to her charms. This spider priestess, though, was pretty, but those 8 eyes were just too creepy, and she had a spider's body. While monster girls do have their appealing aspects, he seems to recall that certain female spiders are known to consume male spiders after certain events, using them as nourishment. Is that called a black widow? How does it feel in terms of appearance? It seems somewhat similar to the spider priestess. As a person, you should stick to your principles. By the art, not the person. Though his mind was filled with such thoughts, Lu Yu truly didn't believe that the spider priestess would harbor any romantic feelings toward him. After all, she was a Morningstar ranked being, while he was merely a common spider in disguise. There was no way they could be connected. The only difference was that Lu Yu had extracted a trace of the spider goddess silk residue from the material database and used it to enhance his own aura. Alright, he only took a small amount. If he had taken more, that essence might have spread through the void, causing a terrifying distortion disaster. The divine might is as vast as the sea, that is how it is. Even the slightest whiff of his presence descending upon the mortal realm would unleash a terrifying catastrophe. Are you trying to interrogate me about the source of my breath? Or do you think I'm a special spider connected to the spider god? Lu Yu thought to himself as he walked forward. After all, if he were alone, the other party would only be one person. Even if it had questions, Lu Yu could activate his fear domain and the dark prison Dragon King's gaze to suppress it, or even kill it. As he made his way toward the room, all the spider monsters looked on with envy and jealousy, even the giant spider priest was no exception. It seemed as though Lu Yu was about to do something glorious. Actually, my taste is quite different from yours. Lu Yu muttered to himself, but his footsteps quickened as he entered the room. Then he realized he must have gotten something wrong. The room's layout was nothing like he had imagined. There were no beds, chairs, or any such furnishings. All that was present was a massive purple gold treasure chest. On top of the chest, hundreds of tiny spiders, each about the size of a finger, were crawling around, emitting a purple glow. They moved constantly, spinning out pale purple threads that intertwined to form a delicate web in front of the chest. Since you want the 3 items, I'll give them to you. The spider priestess spoke in a hoarse voice, then took a step forward on her 8 spider legs. The little spiders, seeing her approach, quickly retracted their silk threads, clearing a path for her. Could the treasure chest contain the spider priestess's treasures? Lu Yu glanced curiously at the size of the treasure mountain. If it wasn't a spatial item, it could probably only hold a dozen or so items, or even fewer. It was simply too small. After all, this is a cult with a true deity, albeit an unnameable one who spreads chaos and slaughter. But a god is still a god. How did things get so bad? You must be surprised. The first time I followed my father to see the treasure chest, I was also shocked. The spider priestess turned her head, seeming to notice Lu Yu's confusion, and then said, "A large religious order has fallen so low that it has lost its treasure vault and is now hiding with a single treasure chest." Why? Because Atriknakia suddenly fell into a deep sleep. Sleeping? Lu Yu muttered to himself, suddenly recalling that when he had burst into the dream realm, that demon god had indeed seemed to be asleep, which was why he had managed to plunder it successfully. But why had the spider god suddenly fallen asleep? The spider priestess opened the box and began searching, continuing to speak without looking back. He has been sleeping in the dream realm for 700 years, and the responses to the sacrifices have dropped to their lowest point. During this time, because of that incident, this has resulted in severe losses among the high-ranking warriors of the cult, and without divine favor, it is on the brink of becoming a third-rate cult. That matter? Lu Yu was frantically extracting information, showing no mercy whatsoever toward the so-called history of the cult's development. Beneath their self-pitying facade lay the blood sacrifice of tens of thousands and the separation of hundreds of thousands from their families. It rampages, hunting and sacrificing humans. Though it too originated from humanity, it has now evolved into a new species. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. If possible, they should contribute their final efforts and be incorporated into the material repository as part of Lu Yu's collection. The spider priestess did not rush to respond. Instead, she took out 3 items from inside, turned to face Lu Yu, her expression growing dangerous, and spoke in a low, solemn voice. "Although you have now caught the attention of the crown prince, this matter is still too far beyond your reach. Your strength is insufficient. Once you reach the Morningstar rank and truly become a priest, you will understand. At that time, my father, the great spider devourer, a noble being of the brilliant moon rank, will bestow honor upon you." It would be an honor. Lu Yu feigned excitement as he spoke, but he felt a bit nervous inside, not because he was afraid of the other person. He had finally confirmed that there were still Huiwe-level beings among the followers of the spider god, and that one of them was the father of this spider priestess. This could also explain why, despite being of the same Morningstar rank, the other giant spider priest showed some reverence toward this spider priestess. As for those above the brilliant moon, judging by the tone of the spider priestess, it seems unlikely that she has any connection to them, otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up in such a dire situation. Such an existence, even if it had established a spider kingdom on Earth, humans would likely be powerless against it, and the spider monsters wouldn't need to hide like this. Without top-tier powerhouses and a shortage of high-level resources, this is simply another opportunity granted by heaven. If one cannot infiltrate the enemy's ranks, steal all their resources, and eliminate them, then Luyu might as well find a block of tofu and end it all. If we can't infiltrate the enemy's ranks, steal all their resources, and eliminate them, then Luyu might as well find a block of tofu and end it all. Moreover, Luyu suddenly thought to himself, with his European-style luck, if he could successfully eliminate this Huiwa-level spider demon, what kind of materials could he possibly obtain? Moreover, Luyu suddenly thought to himself, with his incredible luck, if he could successfully eliminate this Huiwa-level spider monster, what kind of materials could he possibly obtain? Poison sacs? Eyes? Spider legs? Or maybe another egg? This must be top-tier material, right? The spider priestess looked at Luyu's excited expression and thought he was a devotee of her father, feeling deeply gratified. Little did she know that after 700 years, another chosen one had appeared. Could this signify that the spider god was about to awaken from his slumber in the dream realm, and that the glory of the spiders was about to return? If I can bring Luyu into my camp, my father's influence will reach its peak, and perhaps I might even catch the attention of the gods, becoming an existence above the luminous moon. That is the true first step toward eternal existence. However, if it knew Luyu's true intention to dismember his father's body to extract high-grade materials, it would probably go berserk and destroy itself along with Luyu. Unfortunately, Luyu's acting was too convincing, and combined with the misunderstanding caused by the spider god's aura earlier, it made Luyu appear in its eyes like he had been given a special beauty filter with enlarged eyes and a slimmer face. No matter how you look at it, he's just so pleasing to the eye. So she handed him what she was holding and said, "This is the mysterious item you wanted." Chapter 134, The Hidden Big Boss, The True Forbidden Event. Luyu looked at the items in the female priestess's hands: a coin, a pen, and an object resembling a liver, covered in a foul-smelling, sticky liquid. Luyu's lips twitched slightly, then he asked curiously, "This little thing is really unique, huh? These things are a bit too bizarre, aren't they? They don't feel like mysterious items, but more like something picked up from a junkyard. Especially that pig liver-like thing. Is he supposed to take it home, slice it up, and stir-fry it? Will eating it make you strong and healthy, or even grant you eternal life?" The spider priestess handed the item over and introduced it. "This coin is called the hidden coin, which can conceal the magical aura on your body. This pen is imbued with the teleportation spell. By drawing a door on an object, you can pass through it, but it can only be used 3 times. As for this corrupted organ..." The spider priestess extended her sharp, blade-like claws and touched the liver. It swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, resembling a blown-up bubblegum, ready to burst at any moment. Just as it was about to expand to its limit and nearly burst, the spider priestess withdrew her claws, and the liver slowly shrank back to its normal state, like a deflating balloon. From the body of a creature known as the corrosive demon bull, the liver was extracted and crafted into a corrosive liver bag. By infusing it with spiritual energy, it instantly expands to its maximum size. Once at its limit, throwing it out releases a corrosive mist that spreads over 100 meters in all directions. All life forms within its range are corroded, their flesh and even their souls, even those of Morningstar-level beings. After speaking, the spider priestess looked up at the calm Luyu before her and said curiously, "Aren't you afraid it will suddenly explode?" "Why should I be afraid? I trust you, priest." Luyu responded with a smile, but in reality, he had already made preparations to retreat. If this thing really exploded, he wouldn't be harmed, but he would smash the spider woman's head to pieces. At his age, she was still joking around with him. The spider priestess couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. If you removed the 6 eyes from her face, she might have had a certain allure, but now she just looked a bit unsettling. After laughing for a moment, she looked deeply at Luyu and said, "You're such an interesting guy. You're much more interesting than those guys outside. You sure know how to make me laugh. I'm just a spider with a human face. I can't help but tell the truth." Luyu smiled faintly, subtly flattering the spider priestess, making her even happier. No woman dislikes being praised, not even a female spider. Although these items are strange and not particularly powerful, their abilities are still quite decent. Especially that paintbrush, it can actually draw doors to open pathways, possessing a power similar to that of a spatial portal. Although it can only be used 3 times, if used wisely, it could create significant value. However, it remains unclear whether it can be used in places like secret realms or to directly open others' treasure chests. If that's possible, its value would be immeasurable, and when only one use remains, Luyu could even attempt to extract materials. As for the liver corroding bag, it was stripped from the body of a corroded demon bull and happens to be a ready-made material. Sure enough, milking sheep is the fastest way to make money, especially milking the spider god. Whether they're deities or followers, they're all good people, like little money-bringing angels. Not only did they use the spider god's silk to create the most powerful warrior, the 100-eyed spider dragon, but the remaining aura has also granted them an additional status, suggesting they'll soon be able to infiltrate the higher ranks. Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement inside, but his expression remained calm as he put everything away, especially the poisonous liver sac, which he placed carefully to prevent it from suddenly exploding. The purple treasure chest slowly closed, and numerous small purple spiders descended from mid-air, landing on the chest and weaving another large web to protect it. What a pity! I really wish I could carry this treasure chest away too. Lu Yu looked at the closed treasure chest, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. After all, as the foundation of a sect, it must contain many valuable treasures. If he could take them all, he could create another powerful monster today. However, though these small spiders appeared harmless, the threads they spun seemed coated with a terrifying toxin, giving Lu Yu a sense of danger even from a distance. My little ones, wait for me to come back and rescue you. Lu Yu muttered to himself, then followed the spider priestess out the door. As he stepped outside, several greedy glances darted over him, one of them filled with hatred. Lu Yu didn't need to guess who it was. A mischievous grin spread across his face. He held a paintbrush in his left hand, tossed a coin in his right, and walked while saying, "This treasure is indeed quite nice. But which one should I use first? I'm on top of the world." The white-haired spider, seeing this, couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. Lu Yu, upon hearing this, glanced at it and said with a smile, "At least you're better off than some unsuccessful little people. They're the ones who are truly pitiful." When it comes to sharp tongues, when Lu Yu was debating scholars in his previous life, this guy didn't even know where he was. You! The white-haired spider suddenly bristled, not expecting this creature to dare provoke it. However, upon glancing at the two priests who were already growing impatient, it dared not act. After all, the human-faced spider before it seemed to have been favored by the spider god, while it was merely a 9th-tier awakened spider. If it caused trouble, it would definitely be the one to suffer the consequences. So it held back, but the hatred in its heart was almost tangible, even beginning to show signs of further mutation. Its spider-like body grew increasingly twisted, and white hair began to grow, as if it were about to cover its entire body. However, it did not cause any further trouble, and Lu Yu merely shrugged his shoulders, paying no heed to the petty resentment of this minor creature, and returned to his original seat. The spider priestess also returned, the wine-red wind chimes hanging from her body continuing to jingle, emitting a soothing force that calmed everyone present. The priestess's 8 eyes flickered with a green glow as she spoke slowly. "Human face, since you have obtained the artifact, the other companions will return to assist you when the time comes. You should be fine, right?" Lu Yu nodded and said, "No problem. However, who is the main focus of this mission, and do we need to retrieve all the key information?" On the surface, he was asking about the focus, but in reality, he was testing what his mission objective truly was. The more information he obtained, the more he could tailor his strategy accordingly. The spider priestess paused for a moment, then said, "Your primary target is the captain of Special Unit 3, Chen Hao." Lu Yu felt that the name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't quite place it. He said curiously, "Approaching the special branch, aren't you afraid they'll become suspicious? You just said you were hanging around the special unit and nothing happened. Are you trying to fool me?" The spider priestess gave him a half smile, and a massive, overwhelming pressure spread out from her, making Lu Yu feel an immense sense of oppression. Morning Star Peak. This is undoubtedly the peak of the Morning Star's combat power, and it may even be approaching the level of the glowing moon. No wonder these spider monsters fear it so much, even having it guard the treasure chest. If it breaks through to the moonlight tier, it will become a dominant ruler in this region. Fortunately, Lu Yu didn't act to eliminate this group of spider monsters at the time. If he had, he might have been the one being chased and killed. After all, once one reaches the peak of the Morning Star realm, their combat power undergoes a qualitative transformation, and ordinary Morning Star level opponents are no match for them. Especially those who have reached the threshold of the glowing moon tier. Even with all his skills to protect him, Lu Yu would be forced to flee in disarray if he were to face such an opponent. Lu Yu's face grew solemn as he took a few steps back, while the remaining spider monsters struggled to resist the overwhelming pressure. Snap! The spider priestess merely issued a minor warning. After all, Lu Yu's demands were simply too excessive. Even a divine favored one must possess strength to attain such status. The spider priestess had only issued a minor warning. After all, Lu Yu's demands were simply too excessive. Even as a divine favored one must possess true strength to attain such status. She quickly retracted her aura and looked at Lu Yu, saying, "The props have already been given to you, so the mission must not fail. Moreover, this matter involves a forbidden existence." Chapter 135, Imagining the Revival of an Ancient God, Using a Forbidden Disguise to Replace the Real Thing. Is the forbidden real? Could it be my own 2 aliases again? Lu Yu's first reaction was that his 2 aliases had caused another stir. However, he quickly dismissed this theory, as his aliases had minimal contact with the special division and should not be connected in any way. However, back when he went to the night market, the yellow-robed king alias casually mentioned the Special Division's Morningstar ranked expert Li Chang, and the latter suddenly gained enlightenment. Heaven knows the truth. At that time, Lu Yu hadn't even started cultivation yet and knew nothing about this world's cultivation system. He just randomly quoted a line from the Tao Te Ching, and the other person actually achieved enlightenment, even claiming it was because he had taught him well. Lu Yu secretly blocked Li Chang in his mind, fearing that if they ever met again, he might casually mention something like the way of heaven diminishes the excess and supplements the deficiency, and the other person might gain enlightenment again. In that case, he might really be unable to resist grabbing Li Chang and beating him up. But this was just a joke. After all, Li Chang's breakthrough was likely the result of years of accumulated effort, just waiting for the right opportunity. The phrase Lu Yu had copied down had coincidentally helped Li Chang break through his mental barriers and elevate his spiritual power. Even if it's related to the Special Division, it should still be connected to Li Chang, right? Why would it be linked to someone named Chen Hao? And the alias, the one forgotten by the world, has appeared twice, once to use fear balloons to erase all the twisted spiders, and the second time to suppress the leader of the eye thieves and wear down the old god statue. However, these two incidents had no connection to each other and should have little to do with me. This time, it's finally going to involve a real taboo, so maybe I can get a little something out of it. Although he deeply understood the terror of the forbidden existence, after reaping a windfall from the spider god, Lu Yu's courage grew bolder and bolder. Moreover, while these entities are indeed terrifying, as long as one proceeds cautiously and lays the groundwork steadily, even an ant can attempt to sip a drop of soup from the mouths of these powerful beings. After all, these high-level beings are so powerful that even the slightest thing that escapes their grasp could make Lu Yu rich beyond his wildest dreams. At this moment, the spider priestess also spoke up, her tone serious. I suspect this person is connected to the one forgotten by the world, and may even be one of their pawns. Cough. Lu Yu, who was fantasizing about fleecing the big shots, couldn't help but cough when he heard this. Why always me? When did this guy get involved with his own alter ego? Is this considered a hit-and-run accident? The spider priestess heard the sound, looked up at him, and asked in confusion. What's wrong with you? I just heard some news about taboos, and it was a bit too shocking. The spiritual energy within me is running wild. Don't worry about me, I'll calm down on my own. Lu Yu waved his hand to signal he was fine, then quickly regained his composure and pressed on. As expected of a priest, your eyes are sharp. You immediately discovered the secret. I'm just a bit slow. But what exactly is the connection here? That being forgotten by the world only appeared twice, didn't it? And the first time, it eliminated our companions, and the second time, it even purged the old gods. How could it be connected to ordinary humans like us? After all, his true form is already here, and he doesn't even know he has an extra pawn. Plus, this guy seems to have no idea who he is. Could it be that some other guy dumped this on him? Lu Yu didn't know that he had actually met this person before, and the memory was still vivid in his mind. It was the night of the Twisted Spider Cataclysm, when the three men who came to search the house were led by him. However, at that time, the other two had referred to him as captain without mentioning his name, so Lu Yu only knew he was a captain but did not know his name was Chen Hao. Later, when Lu Yu was browsing the Special Division's official website, he came across that name, but he didn't pay much attention to it, so he couldn't remember it. Upon hearing this flattery, the spider priestess slowly closed her open mouth, her face returning to its beautiful appearance, and she revealed a shy smile. Though she appeared stunningly beautiful, Lu Yu could not forget the moment she had opened her mouth, revealing those densely packed teeth. This was something the female priestess was supposed to say in the first place, but after being praised, she felt better and decided not to keep it a secret, so she just said it directly. Chen Hao, in fact, had been sent on a mission 3 years ago. His entire squad was wiped out in that mission, and he was the only survivor. Although it was officially reported that the team was attacked, our intelligence sources accidentally discovered that his team encountered an unknown threat involving a forbidden entity, and he was the only survivor. What happened next? Lu Yu had a bad feeling and continued to ask nervously. Although encountering a taboo existence was extremely unlucky, it wasn't entirely impossible, was it? How was this connected to him? That entity was a genuine forbidden existence, while he was just a fake imposter. Why is this fake imposter seeming to gain more legitimacy by the day? This news wasn't particularly noteworthy at first. There were his comrades and even his lover in that squad, but they were all wiped out in that mysterious incident. From then on, he retired in despair and came to Hangzhou City. The giant spider-like priest spoke up and continued. But the strange thing is that in the 3rd year after its arrival, the one forgotten by the world awoke, and it was precisely because the spider jade sought to sacrifice the lives and flesh of an entire city to become a demon at the peak of the Morningstar that it appeared. We didn't think much of it at the time, but later we discovered that Chen Hao had stayed behind in the city due to a work-related injury instead of accompanying the army. He had encountered the forbidden entity twice, both times during life-threatening crises, and each time the entity appeared, he had also disappeared for a brief moment. Originally, these incidents could only be considered coincidences, but the Spider Star priest conducted a thorough investigation and discovered a major issue through some intelligence information. On that very night, the Special Division's mission was to investigate information about those forgotten by the world. However, he had already left work early to go drinking at a bar, and even went so far as to fabricate false reports and claim injuries to obtain additional allowances for his drinking spree. There was no trace of the hatred he should have felt for the friends and loved ones who had died under mysterious circumstances 3 years ago. Instead, it seemed more like a desperate pawn. The Spider Priestess spoke with a solemn expression. Only those who have lost all hope would sink so low. Those forgotten by the world, meaning this entity has been forgotten by the world itself. The forbidden existence's power is beyond imagination. Even if killed, it can be resurrected from the river of time and space with a single call. To kill them, one must erase all traces of their existence, ensuring they are completely forgotten by the world. From this, it can be inferred that this being forgotten by the world is very likely the forbidden existence he encountered 3 years ago, and it is now nearing the state of being erased and falling into oblivion. However, since the forbidden entity was discovered, it led to the deaths of everyone else. His survival is unlikely to be due to luck. The most probable explanation is that he was chosen as a pawn to prolong the existence of the forbidden entity, and the fact that it has already revived serves as proof. Although he hid his true nature deeply, even the Special Division was deceived. I uncovered the truth. Shenhao is the medium who swapped the person who was to be forgotten by the world back from death. Truly a forbidden existence, his wisdom is unmatched. Immortal and indestructible, that must be what it means. It's terrifying. Even just hearing about it gives me chills. Not only did they kill his loved ones and friends, but they also turned him into a pawn. Forbidden existence is indeed ruthless. The other spider monsters were all amazed by this, marveling at how deep the forbidden existence's plans ran. Even after its downfall, it could still cause such turmoil in the world. Lu Yu heard this and gaped in disbelief, looking as though he had seen a ghost, yet he too was utterly shocked. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known I was so talented. Chapter 136, The Evil Meeting Ends, and a Mysterious Phone Call. Lu Yu listened to the spider's flattery and felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that his alter ego had already become such an evil and strategically cunning entity. Having obliterated countless years, he not only wiped out an entire team but also manipulated this person to achieve the goal of resurrection. These imaginative scenarios are truly impressive. You really have an active imagination. However, he also figured out the whole story. These are two completely different matters. Shenhao must have encountered a genuine forbidden existence, not some imposter like him, which led to the deaths of all his teammates in that ominous incident. As a result, he lost all hope and withdrew, wanting to live an ordinary life, drowning his sorrows in alcohol every day, and only going through the motions at work. He even used the excuse of being injured to avoid tasks and hide away to drink. Coincidentally, the place where he retired was the same city where he had lived, and it was there that the followers of the spider god performed a blood sacrifice ritual. At that moment, he activated the system and overwhelmingly resolved the disaster. To create a mysterious background for himself, he had once claimed to be a man forgotten by the world. Because of this statement, Lu Yu, despite only demonstrating Morningstar-level power, was still regarded as a newly awakened forbidden existence. At the time, it was merely suspicion, and many did not believe it was a true forbidden existence. However, after Lu Yu resolved the eye-theft incident and caused the statues of the old gods to dissipate with a single statement, his true identity was confirmed. Then, this group of genius logicians discovered the coincidences and cleverly interpreted Shenhao's despair as the desperation of becoming a pawn, forming the current conclusion. In reality, the man named Shenhao was nothing more than a self-destructive old veteran. Meanwhile, the spider priestess had no idea that the so-called forbidden entity was standing right beside her, so she continued speaking. I didn't know the details at first, but when that statue went to destroy the old god statue, I realized it was a grand scheme, a plan to sweep across the entire world. It must have been caused by the old gods, and now that it has returned, it is naturally here to wage a war against the forbidden and the old gods. However, the arrival of war will inevitably bring chaos and slaughter, and it is during this period that our opportunity lies. Isn't this part of the old god revival plot I had previously conceived? Lu Yu was somewhat surprised that the other party had thought of so many things, and some of them were even similar to his own ideas. However, Lu Yu's plan was to create a demon god that would devour numerous old gods, have more and more people send him information about the old gods, then go out to exploit them, collect materials to create monsters, and prevent their revival. Even if the old gods eventually succeed in resurrecting and descending into the mortal realm, by that point, Lu Yu will have already plundered a vast amount of materials from them, edited numerous powerful monsters, and amassed enough strength to protect himself. The spider priestess, however, believed that Lu Yu's alter ego was about to wage war against the old gods, burying them forever in the past and ushering in a new era. Meanwhile, these cults were taking advantage of the chaos, using the world's disorder and slaughter to gain the favor of the gods and thereby strengthen their own power. The truth is that Lu Yu was targeted by an ancient eye god, so he took the initiative to attack the seal of the ancient god, while also harvesting some materials to create monsters for himself and enhance his own power. As a result, it turned into a shocking conspiracy. Lu Yu asked with a mix of laughter and tears. So you want to capture this Chenhao fellow and bring him back? The spider priestess shook her head and said solemnly. No, since this guy isn't dead, he might still be part of the plan. He might be involved in some arrangement. If we act on our own, it might bring about a huge disaster. Your primary objective this time isn't to capture him, but to investigate what deal he made with the forbidden existence and gather specific details about their plans. If we can obtain this information, we'll gain the upper hand in the upcoming chaos. The giant spider-like priest heard this and spoke with admiration. Thankfully, we have always been guided by His Highness the Spider Star, which has allowed the cult to preserve its strength and continue to grow. I believe His Highness will surely catch the attention of the Crown Prince and ascend to the Moon of Glory, or even reach the unknown realm. Spider Star is far wiser than those despicable humans. He is truly a genius. It is truly an honor to be able to follow the wisdom of His Royal Highness Spider Star. A group of spider monsters also joined in the flattery. After all, the figure before them was a being who had already set one foot into the ranks of the brilliant moon tier. If he were to take a disliking to them, it would mean certain death. Liu Yu watched the scene unfold before him, feeling an inexplicable urge to laugh. He desperately wanted to tell this group of people that the terrifying, forbidden existence they spoke of, who had supposedly laid out a plan for eternity, was actually standing right beside them, listening to their empty boasts. But Liu Yu ultimately restrained himself. After all, the female priestess known as Spider Star had already reached the level of the brilliant moon, and her combat power was far beyond what Liu Yu could currently match. The reason she was being kind to him now was simply because she believed he was connected to the spider god. If she discovered that the forgotten one by the world was merely an imposter, a disguise of Liu Yu, Zuxing would turn on him in an instant. At that point, it wouldn't just be a matter of twisted fun. One would have to consider whether they could escape unscathed from the wrath of an enraged Spider Star. So Liu Yu thought about it and decided not to push his luck. He let his emotional changes be seen by the giant male spider priest, who mistook his fear and spoke up. You are still too young and of too low a rank to understand the thoughts of the forbidden beings. However, with the great crown prince's protection, as long as you do not provoke that forbidden being, nothing will happen to you. Nonsense. It's just me. What could possibly go wrong? Unless that true forbidden existence has actually set a trap for Chenhao, I'm not worried at all. Liu Yu muttered a few complaints under his breath, but on the surface, he put on an excited expression and said, I'll do my best to extract any useful information. This task is very easy for him. It's practically a walk in the park. After all the information came from him. He could fabricate a script about the revival of the ancient gods to spread misinformation, turning these monsters approaching the morning star, the spider stars approaching the brilliant moon rank, and even its brilliant moon-ranked father into his free laborers, to be manipulated at his whim. After the tasks were assigned, the meeting concluded, and everyone dispersed. Liu Yu left the meeting hall, walking along the dimly lit path, taking a few detours to ensure no one was following him before returning to his apartment. He had originally thought that the white-haired spider would come to ambush and take revenge on him, but in the end, it never showed up. Sure enough, none of them had reached the level of a morning star. One was just a little cutie. Even after being provoked to this extent, they could still hold back. Dogs that bite don't bark, but unfortunately, I'm the one who kills dogs. Liu Yu said jokingly, leaning back and resting against the sofa. The little spider darted over and handed him a cup of hot tea. What a good boy. Liu Yu patted him on the head and praised him, then took a sip of tea and immediately felt his throat feel much better. Today, I had expected a fight, but ended up being tricked all day. My body isn't tired, but my throat is almost parched. Fortunately, this covert mission has a long timeline, so as long as I send back some information at the right time, I should be able to keep them under control. Anyway, they've already imagined the plot of the old god's revival, so Liu Yu will just go along with them and help them write the story. Just as he was sipping tea and playing with the little spider, the landline phone suddenly rang, causing Liu Yu's brows to furrow involuntarily. The landline phone at his home had not rung for over a decade since his parents passed away, and few people knew the number. There aren't that many advertisements in this world, and Gu Panxiu, that girl, only uses her new mobile phone number to contact people. Even the contact information she provided at school is her own. So, where did this call come from? Chapter 137, Mad Whispers, The Legacy of Death. Ding dong. The phone rang continuously, echoing throughout the room. The little spider heard the sound and tilted its head in confusion, wondering why this thing could keep making noise. Eek. The fear balloon, curious about the commotion, drifted up to the seat and began circling around it, calling out for the person to stop screaming. However, the aircraft ignored it, continuing to make noise. This annoyed the fear balloon, so it extended a ribbon and tapped the buttons. Beep. The beep that sounded after pressing the number key made the fear balloon pause for a moment, then it flew up and made a squeaking sound, then pressed a few more times. Eek. The fear balloon was curious and kept poking out the fabric strips to press the buttons. Liu Yu couldn't help but laugh. Just as he was about to get up to see who was calling, the sound suddenly stopped. Beep. Beep. The fear balloon's ribbon pressed the hang-up button, and the noisy sound echoed for 10 seconds before returning to silence. This phone call. was actually disconnected by a fear balloon. Lu Yu watched this scene and was speechless. He had originally wanted to see who had called this number that hadn't been answered in 10 years, but it was directly disconnected by the fear balloon. This stupid deer really doesn't make things easy. The fear balloon seemed a bit puzzled as to why the aircraft wasn't making any more noise. It tried to extend the ribbon again to press it, but it ended up colliding with an invisible force that sent it flying straight into the ceiling. Yeah. The fear balloon seemed unaware of what had happened, looking around frantically to see who had attacked it. But upon realizing it was its owner, it drifted back, looking dejected. Meanwhile, the little spider watching this familiar scene couldn't help but laugh, then said to the fear balloon, "Ing. It seems to be telling the fear balloon to stop being mischievous, or else the owner will get angry. It's best to stay as obedient as it is." The fear balloon's menacing grin turned into a perplexed expression, as if it had fallen into deep thought. However, after just a few minutes of contemplation, it gave up and drifted away carelessly once more. This scene left Lu Yu feeling helpless. Though they say spare the rod, spoil the child, this foolish creature was beyond discipline. Neither beating nor scolding had any effect. If it weren't for the fact that the fear balloon was something he had personally edited in the monster editing space, he would have almost thought it was a husky that had turned into a demon and was disguised as a deer. The little spider hurriedly poured Lu Yu a cup of tea, its silver eyes pleadingly fixed on him, begging, You're quite loyal, but that guy might not even know you did all that for him." Lu Yu stroked its head and said, he knew the little spider was pleading for the fear balloon, so Lu Yu shouldn't get angry or blame it anymore. However, Lu Yu was just joking. After all, the fear balloon only caused minor mischief and was generally quite obedient, never overstepping its bounds. The little spider shook its head and raised its slender white hands, gesturing as if to say, "It's okay, friends should help each other without expecting anything in return." After all, in its world, besides Lu Yu, the warm giant, its best friends were the time locust and the fear balloon. And since the time locust spends most of its time inside Lu Yu's body, the one who accompanies it the most is the fear balloon. Although it's always been a bit dim-witted, it's always tried to cheer it up and play with it, which makes the little spider treasure this relationship deeply. What a simple little creature. Lu Yu smiled and pinched the little guy's cheek with his finger, not finding anything wrong with the little spider's way of thinking. Complex people have complex ways of living, and simple people have simple lives. Why force concepts onto them? The little spider is already well behaved and happy, that's enough. The fear balloon heard this and rushed down, beginning to circle around the little spider again. The two little creatures started playing and wrestling together once more. Lu Yu watched this scene with a satisfied smile, then stood up to check if the phone number was from someone he knew. Just as he stood up, the phone rang again. Beep. Beep. The sharp sound was like the Grim Reaper's declaration, carrying a hint of coldness that made the room feel a few degrees colder. Who could it be? Lu Yu walked over curiously and saw the number displayed, 01. An unfamiliar number? Could it be from the service provider? Or did someone dial the wrong number? Lu Yu raised his eyebrows, picked up the receiver, and placed it by his ear, speaking in a calm tone. "Hello, how are you?" There was no sound coming from across the room, but Lu Yu could hear an extremely faint breathing sound, like that of a traveler on the verge of dying of thirst in the desert, with a sense of struggle. Upon hearing Lu Yu's voice, the breathing on the other side grew noticeably more urgent, followed by a sound of sharp yet hoarse noise, like a knife scraping against glass. "Hello, Mr. Lu Yu. I am from the Yangqing law firm. We have a large estate and port inheritance from your ancestors that requires your inheritance. Please, keep it for yourself to buy a coffin." Lu Yu spoke calmly, then hung up the phone. He never expected that phone scams existed in this world. These people really are desperate for money. Let alone encountering entities of the unknown or forbidden level. Even if they came across some curse-wielding individuals, they could make them eat their words or even send them straight to meet their maker. What kind of bizarre scam excuse is that? Ancestral inheritance? He knows all his relatives, and even those he doesn't know personally, he knows their backgrounds. However, aside from his parents who made a small fortune in business, the rest are ordinary people with no wealthy or prestigious family backgrounds. If there were any inheritance to be claimed, there would have been signs of it long ago. It wouldn't be until after his parents' deaths that a bunch of relatives like wolves would show up, eager to get their share of the pie. Even if there were an inheritance, it would come from someone like a grandfather, great-grandfather, or great-great-grandfather, not just some vague reference to ancestral inheritance. This scammer isn't professional at all. Lu Yu wasn't interested in finding out where the call came from and was getting ready to wash up and go to bed. But just as he stood up, the phone rang again. He glanced at it and saw that it was the same number. This guy seems pretty persistent. Or is he planning to come over and have a heated argument with me? Lu Yu casually pressed the hang-up button, not intending to respond to this individual, but the phone rang again shortly thereafter. Lu Yu didn't bother with him, so he turned down the volume and went straight to wash up. However, when he returned after finishing, he found that the phone was still ringing. Is this guy trying to get himself killed? Lu Yu frowned but decided to answer the call. This time, the breathing on the other end didn't sound weak, but the rhythm was a bit odd. Although Liu found it strange, he didn't want to waste time chatting with this person, so he said directly, "I have no interest in inheriting any ancestral property. My relatives, with whom I have severed all ties, are all very fond of money. You should go find them instead." After saying that, Liu heard no response and was about to hang up, but suddenly, the other end spoke, the voice sharp and piercing. "They're all dead. They're all dead." Chapter 138, The Greedy Magic Pot, the day the stars returned to their places. Are they all dead? Liu furrowed his brows, listening to the voice across from him, thinking to himself, could we have stumbled upon a madman? But what did the deaths of his relatives have to do with him? Was this guy here to deliver the news of their deaths? All his relatives had already abandoned him after his parents died, like starving wolves rushing to his inheritance. At that point, Liu had already decided to cut all ties with them and never see them again until death. Over the years, Liu lived alone and never contacted them. However, he had heard from someone that a few years ago, his cousin had gone to Guangzhou to make his fortune and had started spending money lavishly. However, Liu didn't care about the specifics of how he made his fortune or how he achieved it, so he never bothered to ask for more details. However, looking at it now, if it wasn't a prank, then there must be something hidden inside? He glanced at the clock on the wall, which showed that it was already 12:30. Liu listened to the mad muttering and yawned as he said, "If they're dead, they're dead. Use the inheritance to buy them coffins. I'm going to sleep." The voice on the phone sounded crazy and terrifying, but in front of Liu, who had already seen the spider god, it still felt half-hearted. Even the screams of the eye thief were more terrifying than his. After hearing all that, there was no fear, just a waste of his time. The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly paused, as if choked by Liu's words, then hurriedly said, "Why don't you want it? Don't you want this large estate and this dock? It's worth billions. Why don't you want it?" His voice grew increasingly impatient, as if he had been handed a hot potato and was eager to throw it at Liu. But it was precisely because of his urgent demeanor that Liu became even more certain that there was definitely something wrong with this. Perhaps after inheriting it, he would become a debtor, burdened with debt. This is a low-level scam tactic, transferring assets with massive debts to others, thereby saddling them with the debt. If it's so valuable, you should just keep it for yourself. Liu sneered and was about to hang up when the person on the other end seemed to realize that Liu wasn't interested in these things, so he changed the subject and said, "Don't you want to gain power? Don't you want to receive the blessings of the gods, become an awakened being standing above all others, or even a morning star or moonlight? You may not know what the morning star and the moon are, but I can tell you that they are even more powerful awakened ones, capable of moving mountains and seas, flying through the skies, and possessing power beyond human imagination. I am not lying to you, everything I say is true. All you need to do is inherit this legacy." Morning star? Bright moon? This knowledge doesn't seem like something a typical scam group would know. Could it be some cult luring people in to become sacrifices? And deities? Could it be the old gods causing trouble? Liu initially thought it was unlikely, but then he suddenly remembered the old god statue with the eyeball that had been destroyed earlier. Back in the Mist Forest, Liu had always felt like he was being watched. However, after entering the editor's space and with the protection of the time locust, that feeling vanished completely. Could it be that this ancient deity is up to something? Trying to lure me to Yangchang? Moreover, the location of the mermaid village mentioned earlier by Gu Pancho seems to be near Yangchang, and there is also a mother goddess worshipped there. If this man is telling the truth, is the deity he speaks of this mysterious mother goddess, or another divine being? Two deities of the evil side, even just hearing their names evokes a sense of pure malevolence. However, the other party piqued Liu's curiosity, and he asked proactively, "Who are you? Can you really turn me into an awakened one?" Liu spoke excitedly, seemingly truly captivated by the other's offer, completely like a passionate young man yearning for power. The voice hesitated for a moment, growing increasingly low and ominous, as it spoke with an eerie, seductive power. "I am the butler of the estate, having served your ancestors for generations. This time, I am responsible for handling the property transfer for you. Trust me, once you arrive at the estate, you will have the opportunity to become an awakened one. At that point, you will rise above ordinary people, possessing the power to control them at will, doing as you please?" Liu continued to ask. "That sounds tempting. How can I believe you're telling the truth? Once you see the estate and your own dock, you'll believe it. Don't doubt it. Your ancestor was a wealthy merchant who collected numerous treasures and studied countless ancient texts, including one that holds the key to ultimate power. However, only you, as his descendant, can unlock it. You've got me almost convinced, but I'm still curious, how did my relatives die? I'm not very brave, and with so many people dead, I'm too scared to go." Liu grew even more curious. However, what truly piqued his interest was not the treasures themselves, but how his relatives had all met their ends. Liu became even more curious, but what really intrigued him wasn't the treasures themselves, but how his relatives had all died before him. After all, although his family wasn't exactly large, including relatives, there were still dozens of people. Since the guy across the street had already searched for the other relatives and eventually found him, it meant that all of those dozens of people were already dead. The voice grew increasingly seductive as it continued. Many of them have obtained extraordinary powers and entered the world of the awakened. Only the greedy ones have died. As long as you can resist the temptation, you will be fine. Believe me. Alright, then I've made my decision. I'll just give up. I'm too greedy for this place. As soon as Liu finished speaking, he hung up the phone. This time, however, he pulled out the phone cord to prevent the other person from calling back. There was clearly something wrong with this estate, and there was no way he could jump in. Moreover, while speaking, the other person's voice carried a hint of hypnotic power, attempting to influence his thoughts. However, the power was too weak to shake Liu's resolve. However, even if his relatives noticed something amiss, they would still be blinded by greed under the influence of that hypnotic force and head toward the estate. Liu was not cowardly, he simply disliked courting danger. It was just too coincidental the location was right in Guangzhou. And that place is highly likely to be connected to the mysterious mermaid mother goddess and another ancient god lurking in the shadows. This time it is highly likely that they are the ones orchestrating everything. Even if Liu wanted to join the fray, he would have to wait until the 100-eyed spider dragon hatched and gained enough self-defense capabilities before acting. At least for now, nothing is more important than a peaceful night's sleep. If there really were such supreme powers, why would this ancestor have died in the first place? It's just a simple line of reasoning. Liu stretched lazily and returned to his room with the little spider to rest. In a pitch-black room, a dim candle flickered, unable to dispel the thick darkness. A man stood motionless, holding a microphone, staring at a phone that no longer rang. His face relaxed into a look of relief as he murmured softly. Finally, someone hung up. Finally, someone refused. Finally, someone heard the clear message. I didn't want to either. I was forced into it. Why were the others blinded? Why did they still come? It hurts so much. The man's lips curled upward, about to smile, but the smile froze, and he collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. His eyeballs began to bulge outward, then popped out with a loud thud, rolling across the ground several times. His eyes were now nothing but two bloody holes, with bright red blood flowing down them. The intense pain caused him to collapse to his knees, clutching his eyes and wailing in agony. I have followed your orders and called out. Please stop torturing me. It was his choice not to come, it was not my doing. You've given too many hints. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, but there was nothing there. It was his own skull, and on it was a hideous human face with a mouth as large as an insect's proboscis. The terrifying face ignored the man's screams and mockingly said, "But it's all in vain. The last bloodline heir has already obtained the information. The bloodline ritual has been triggered, and the greedy demonic vessel has been activated. When the stars align once more, the awakened one will inevitably arrive. This is fate, this is destiny. And you must accept even greater punishment." As he spoke, the man's body began to twist and contort. His limbs, as if devoid of bones, started to writhe like the tentacles of a soft-bodied creature, and his head grew increasingly deformed. The human face growing from the back of its head, reveling in the agonized screams, slowly hummed a song. As night falls and stars fill the sky, the golden age is no more, and blood flows across the land, the end of days. The sound is eerie and deep, swallowed up by the darkness of the night. Chapter 139, Spider Dress, Crimson Ingredients. On the second day at dawn, the sun rose above the horizon, and the warm sunlight dispelled the cold night, causing countless monsters to retreat into hiding. Liu also awoke at dawn, but it wasn't because he was diligent, it was because the little spider had been sleeping while clinging to his finger. It had actually drooled on him. Liu looked at this little guy still lost in his dream, his eyes tightly closed as if he had dreamed of some delicious food. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and the silver strands of hair at his temples covered half his face, making him look quite adorable, making one want to touch his head. But this little angel had actually woken herself up, and it was an unconscious action, not intentional. This left Liu unable to scold her. But being woken up so early in the morning, if he didn't vent his frustration, he'd feel annoyed. Liu thought for a moment, then noticed the little spider's white dress, and a spark of inspiration flashed in his eyes. He looked at his fingers, then at the little spider, and wiped his saliva on its little dress. Instantly, he felt refreshed. After finishing all this, Liu looked up and saw a human face floating back and forth on the ceiling, just like a flying head summoned by a sorcerer. Although the fear balloons were drifting across the ceiling, they never remained still or made a sound. Although this creature is usually clumsy and slow-witted, it knows that Liu has a bad temper in the morning, so it stays quiet every night, truly embodying the word timid to the core. "I can't think of any reason, I just want to tease you," Liu said confidently, then stretched out his finger to vibrate the air and flicked it away again. This left the fear balloon confused, colliding around the room in disorientation, unaware of why it was injured even while lying down. Thud. 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 The fear balloons bounced around and finally hit the bed, waking up the little spider. Ee. The little spider rubbed its sleepy eyes and slowly opened them, revealing a pair of silver eyes that stared at the person and the ball in front of it. Yip. It slowly raised its little hand, waved, and said good morning. Lu Yu also smiled and replied, "Good morning." The little spider nodded its head, its 8 legs moving, slowly getting up. Just as it was about to stretch, its eyes were suddenly drawn to a stained spot on its white dress, and it looked at it with some confusion. It's going to be discovered. Lu Yu saw this and thought to himself, this is bad. He felt a bit embarrassed. Although it was the little spider that woke him up, his action of wiping his saliva back onto the other person's clothes was a bit too mean. Moreover, he knew that the little spider treasured this white dress greatly. Last time, when just a corner of it was stained with dust, it had made the little spider upset for half a day, with tears in her eyes, until Lu Yu helped her wash it off and she finally smiled again. If it found out it was him who did it, even though it wouldn't blame him, the little spider would still stare at him with those innocent eyes all day long. So before the little spider could react, Lu Yu interrupted its train of thought and quickly said, "Look at you, little guy. You even drool while you sleep, and it's all over your clothes. I'll go buy you a new outfit later. Just throw this one in the washing machine. Don't do that again, okay?" Ing. The little spider touched it and realized it was indeed its own scent. It thought it must have drooled there, so it scratched its head sheepishly and looked at Lu Yu with grateful eyes, saying, Ing. I promise I won't get my clothes dirty anymore. After all, giants are the best for me." The little spider thought to itself, feeling even more affection for the giant. But it didn't realize that even though it was lying flat, why was its saliva dripping onto the little dress? However, Lu Yu had already planted the idea in the little spider's mind, leaving it confused. Plus, when Lu Yu said he would buy it a new little dress, the little spider was so happy that it quickly forgot about the matter. Lu Yu, however, remained smiling. After all, the little spider's little dresses were just toys, and the clothes didn't cost much. Besides, the white dress had only been worn for a few days and was due for a change anyway. Now he had the perfect excuse to buy a new one. Besides, dressing little spider up so beautifully was a treat for his own eyes. Thinking of this, Lu Yu suddenly felt a bit hungry, so he got up to prepare something to eat. Ing. The little spider beside him saw Lu Yu preparing to leave the room, so it called out a few times. The fear balloon immediately understood and lowered its flight altitude, while the little spider jumped onto the fear balloon. The two of them followed closely behind Lu Yu. Lu Yu paid no attention to the two little creatures and walked straight into the kitchen, which, though not exactly dirty or messy, was still somewhat cluttered. After all, since the twisted spider had burst into the house and caused destruction last time, Lu Yu hadn't set foot in the kitchen much, and some of the dishes had been shattered. Fortunately, the gas stove and pots were unharmed. Lu Yu muttered as he opened the refrigerator, a blast of cold air hitting him in the face. Inside were large quantities of vegetables and meat. However, in this world, survival requires stockpiling large quantities of food at home to prevent starvation in case of emergencies that prevent travel. Therefore, the refrigerator's ability to keep food fresh is of the utmost importance. Lu Yu's refrigerator was replaced a few years ago, and its freshness-preserving capabilities are still quite good. These vegetables have been stored for over half a month, though they are slightly shriveled, none of them have rotted. There's also quite a bit of meat and eggs inside, so we can make something to eat. Yay! The fear balloon spotted the refrigerator. As the cold wind blew, the shroud-like body of the balloon rippled like waves, and the face on the canvas peered curiously at the refrigerator. It had seen him before when it was flying around, but had only thought it was an ordinary box. However, now it discovered that it could release cold air, which seemed quite interesting. As it pondered, it prepared to float inside to take a look, but before it could get close, the refrigerator door slammed shut, and it bounced back onto the refrigerator, nearly knocking off the little spiders on its body. The little spider hurriedly called out a few times, patted the remaining fear balloons, and told them not to move, lest they get scolded by the giant again later. Shao-Chi, if you dare to touch the refrigerator, I'll freeze you solid today. Lu Yu warned without turning his head, then took out some green peppers, tomatoes, eggs, and pork, preparing to make tomato scrambled eggs and a side dish of stir-fried pork with green peppers. Just as he was about to start chopping the vegetables, he suddenly noticed the little spider's eyes, staring intently at the tomato, its silver eyes seeming to glint with light. Do you like it? Lu Yu asked, suddenly realizing that the little spider seemed to have hardly eaten anything since birth. It usually just absorbed shadow energy or drank water, rarely eating human food. Could this be a spider that loves tomatoes? Chapter 140, The Fortune Teller and the Little Spider. Here you go. Lu Yu thought for a moment, picked up a smaller tomato, and handed it to the little spider, but it was only slightly smaller than the spider's body. The little spider looked at the tomato with longing eyes, but hesitated for a moment before pushing it back. However, to prevent itself from changing its mind, it closed its eyes and stopped looking at the round tomato. But its eyelashes trembled slightly, revealing the inner conflict it was experiencing. It still wants the giant to eat first. The giant is its most cherished treasure, so it wants to save all the good things for the giant. What a considerate little guy. But there's still plenty left in the fridge. Lu Yu saw the little spider's reluctant expression and felt a warm glow in his heart. He stuffed the tomato into its hands and then took another one from the fridge himself. The little spider was hugging a tomato, half of its body hidden behind it, looking just like a tomato spider, but it was still constantly expressing its love for the giant. Upon seeing the little spider receive a reward, the fear balloon also gazed longingly at the egg. Lu Yu picked one up and gave it to it. Though he usually found this silly little creature too rowdy, it had never let him down in critical moments and had always quietly endured his bullying without resistance. So when it comes to rewards, Lu Yu still believes in treating everyone equally. This made the patterns on the fear balloons burst into laughter, and the ribbons wrapped around the eggs began to sway, emitting a faint crimson glow. The eggs began to shrivel and crack at a visible speed, eventually shattering into tiny fragments that fell to the ground, while the fear balloon's face wore a satisfied expression. Meanwhile, the little spider took a tomato and gently bit into it, slowly sucking out the juice, looking as though it were drinking from a beverage bottle as tall as itself. After taking care of these two little ones, Lu Yu also prepared the ingredients into food to satisfy his own hunger. Sure enough, my cooking skills are still top-notch. I wonder which lucky girl will end up marrying such a handsome guy with such great cooking skills. After finishing his meal, Lu Yu lay on the sofa and brazenly praised himself. However, little spider, though he didn't understand the meaning behind Lu Yu's words, still clapped his hands to praise him. Anyway, as long as it's the giant speaking, just flatter and praise him. Lu Yu looked at the innocent little spider, pinched its face, and it still felt like soft candy. Indeed, the little spider was the perfect girl. As for which girl? His ultimate goal is to become that supreme, eternal being. Along the way, there will inevitably be countless hardships and obstacles. Even Lu Yu wouldn't dare claim he could overcome any crisis. Who could possibly accompany him on this journey? Currently, his opportunity lies in the fact that these deities are all isolated beyond the crystal wall system, either sealed away or unwilling to intervene personally. However, the future is uncertain. If these gods were to intervene personally, it would pose a significant threat to Lu Yu. Therefore, he must use this time to swiftly strengthen himself. Perhaps it is best to let nature take its course. Lu Yu gave up on delving deeper into the matter. He was a man who valued feelings if he felt it, then being together would come naturally. However, the mention of ancestral inheritance in yesterday's phone call made Lu Yu wary of the old god secretly plotting in the shadows. Especially that old god with the eyeball having had one of its pawns destroyed by him, it had already sworn eternal enmity and might be lurking somewhere, waiting to strike in the shadows. Fortunately, I chose the time shield skill earlier. Otherwise, I might have already been targeted by several, or even forced to face beings of the Huiyue tier or even beyond. Lu Yu was grateful that he had chosen the passive skill from the small spider abilities back then, relying on the stealth capabilities of the time locust to avoid the attention of most powerful beings. Even some individuals were unable to uncover his true identity, which allowed him to create two forbidden aliases. After all, something that can be foretold by divination will be exposed in an instant. And last time, the bishop of the original dark sect foolishly followed him into the creator's space, only to face the deformities caused by the thousand-handed demon god, which gave him a helping hand, causing everyone to dare not divine the fate of the yellow-robed king. The Void Shadow Spider's abilities are too powerful, especially that pocket watch connected to an unknown entity, which has laid the foundation for him. Once the little spider learned divination and became his personal diviner, it could even help him find treasures in people. Wait, fortune-telling. Lu Yu suddenly remembered something. The little spider had been studying the Book of Destiny before he left, but after he returned, it hadn't continued reading. Could it be that the learning had failed? Lu Yu frowned. If that was the case, then he would have to go find new divination books. He looked at the little spider staring blankly beside him and asked, "Little spider, have you mastered the Book of Destiny yet?" "Ing." The little spider nodded first, then shook its head, as if afraid that Lu Yu wouldn't understand. It then stretched out its hands and gestured, roughly indicating that it had learned, but only a small part of it, and could only perform simple divination within a 10-kilometer radius to find people or objects. However, this was only possible if there was a vague impression or concept it couldn't do divination out of thin air. After explaining all this, the little spider looked at Lu Yu timidly, as if afraid that Lu Yu would be disappointed in him. After all, the giant had such high expectations for it, yet it could only learn a small portion of what was taught, leaving the little spider feeling deeply disappointed and guilty. However, Lu Yu was stunned upon hearing this, not disappointed, but astonished. He had assumed that the little spider, with its innate talents in space and time, should be able to learn divination and master it quickly. However, to his surprise, the little spider not only mastered the basics of divination in a single night but also gained the ability to perform divination on people and objects within a 10-kilometer radius through a medium. Back then, in order to cultivate this little spider into a personal diviner, Lu Yu had even gone out of his way to research the knowledge of those who awaken destiny-related talents. This was a subject that was difficult to learn and even harder to master, and fate was unpredictable. Most of those who possess natural talent in this field can already be considered geniuses. Among them, the top few have achieved the highest level of mastery, with the best having mastered the basics in a single day. However, even mastering the fundamentals and performing basic divination takes more than half a month. There may also be exaggerated claims among these figures, but Little Spider managed to complete both the basics and the art of divination in just one night. This isn't just genius, it's downright supernatural. So Lu Yu praised him, saying, "Little Spider, you're truly amazing. You'll definitely become my best fortune teller, and maybe even the best in the world." With Little Spider's natural talent combined with this mysterious book of destiny, Lu Yu will be able to create even more powerful monsters in the future, including support-type fortune teller monsters. By then, Little Spider will undoubtedly rank among the world's top fortune tellers. With such a diviner in his ranks, his faction will be unstoppable, able to foresee enemies from millions of miles away. Little Spider heard these words, and the look of disappointment on his face vanished instantly. Instead, a blush spread across his cheeks as he clenched his little fists and spoke earnestly. "Ing. It seems as though it is saying that it will definitely study the Book of Destiny diligently for Lu Yu and become the strongest fortune teller. Alright, I look forward to that day." Lu Yu extended his finger and touched the Little Spider's fist, as if making a serious promise. Watching the enthusiastic Little Spider, he smiled and asked, "Little Spider, want to test your fortune-telling skills?" "Ing." The Little Spider, of course, nodded vigorously and asked, "Who is it?" Lu Yu's thoughts raced, then suddenly settled on a name, which he spoke slowly. Tang Wan. Chapter 141, The Mysterious Runes, Tang Wan's Secret. Lu Yu chose his old classmate Tang Wan as the subject to test the small spider's divination abilities. Originally, he had intended to spy on Shinwoyo, but upon realizing that Shinwoyo might not be in Hangzhou City and that the latter's background was too mysterious, he abandoned the idea. After all, she had been responsible for suppressing an unknown-level remnant for so many years without being corrupted, and she hadn't even been injured during the attack by the Huiyue-level public dragon. In fact, the events in the Mist Forest might have been orchestrated by her. This woman is too cunning and shrewd. She has many hidden cards up her sleeve, perhaps even tools to evade divination, or even trace the source of the divination itself. If she comes looking for him and discovers his true identity, that would be a real problem. As for the others, some are just ordinary people like his former classmates, others are too powerful, like the Spider Priestess, or they're not within a 10-kilometer radius. With all these conditions combined, the pool of candidates was extremely limited, and one could even say there were hardly any suitable candidates. In the end, the only people he could think of were Hisu, Tang Wan, and Xiao Xiao, all members of the doomed bird school. However, Hisu was relatively powerful and could easily detect the divination surveillance. As for Xiao Xiao, after observing her for so many days, Lu Yu found her to be nothing more than a pretty, naive, and useless individual. The only one left was Tang Wan. Moreover, he felt that his old classmate seemed to have changed his attitude somewhat. Although he had cheated them out of a lot of money, he had also provided them with an item that was crucial to their school's plan, the corpse of Ling Qi. However, Tang Wan seemed unusually cold, and every time he saw her, he felt like she was suppressing her emotions, as if she wanted to do something but dared not. Could it be hatred? Jealousy? Or is it part of their plan that caused the other person's personality to change so drastically? Lu Yu sensed that there was something hidden here, and since Tang Wan wasn't very powerful, she could be used to test the little spider's abilities and see if they could uncover any information about the Deathbird sect's plans. With that in mind, Lu Yu scrolled through Tang Wan's social media feed and finally found a lifestyle photo, which he handed to the little spider to examine. Ing. The little spider's face took on a serious expression as he nodded vigorously, but with his delicate, doll-like features, it gave him the appearance of a child trying to act grown-up. His little hands relaxed and instinctively clutched the pocket watch hanging from his body, clearly feeling a bit nervous. Haha, don't worry, I believe in you. Lu Yu smiled and comforted him a few times, and the little spider relaxed a bit, then gripped the pocket watch. Yuan. It took a deep breath and uttered its first word, which was nothing but a soft ing. The sound began to grow ethereal, like an echo from a mountain valley, pleasant to the ear yet tinged with a hint of ethereality. The little spider's silver eyes began to glaze over, as if it had seen a flood of information that had captured its attention. At the same time, a gleam of light flashed in its eyes. It spread its hands wide, and one after another, silver specks of light began to flicker. Like stars scattered across the night sky, the points of light covered the little spider's body, seeming to follow some magical pattern as they flickered one after another. Ding! The colored light points slowly stabilized their flickering, and a brilliant glow erupted from within them. Scatter! As the second character was uttered from his mouth, a radiant glow of sanctity appeared on his innocent face, and his fingers began to dance like butterflies among flowers. Even Lu Yu had never seen such a serious little spider before, giving him the feeling that he was getting to know it all over again. This little fellow seems to have grown up quite a bit without even realizing it. As Lu Yu pondered, the points of light burst into silver rays, spreading like a thread and intertwining to form a small circular mirror. A circular mirror? What is this? Lu Yu felt a bit puzzled, but he soon found out. A circular mirror woven with silver threads appeared before a desk, revealing a beautiful young woman who seemed to be fiddling with something. Tang Wan. This divination actually produced an effect similar to the mystical mirror from the immortal tales of a previous life. Before Lu Yu could continue his musings, he spotted Tang Wan, who seemed to be moving. Upon closer inspection, he was left speechless. Because those were some very strange items: erasers, pencil sharpeners, used pencils, and even a pair of disposable chopsticks. All of these items had been neatly arranged on the table by Tang Wan. Moreover, for some reason, Lu Yu felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing these items, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Could it be the stationery Tang Wan used when she was in school? Does Tang Wan have a collecting habit? Lu Yu remarked, "That's a psychological disorder. People with this condition tend to collect unusual things. Some collect bizarre items, others collect cards, and so on. I never expected that my old classmate, who was considered a goddess, would have such an odd hobby, and that she actually enjoys collecting trash. If the former classmates who once admired her found out, it would definitely cause a stir." Fortunately, Lu Yu wasn't the gossiping type, and his purpose this time was to see if he could obtain information about the Deathbird School's plans and find out what they were plotting. If he could also acquire the cultivation methods for the core visualization diagram, that would be even better. While Lu Yu was waiting, Tang Wan suddenly pulled out a photo from the drawer and placed it in her hand. Due to the angle, he could only see a corner of it, but a sense of familiarity welled up in his heart. No way! A suspicion arose in his mind. He continued to watch Tang Wan holding the photo. A full minute passed before she finally put it down, and Lu Yu took the opportunity to get a clear look at the fleeting figure in the photo. It was actually himself. Lu Yu widened his eyes, feeling a bit uneasy and unable to comprehend why Tang Wan had his photo in her hands. If other girls had his photo, especially in a private place like a bedroom, Lu Yu might have been a little self-absorbed and thought that the other person might have a crush on him. However, he had known Tang Wan for so many years and only felt that she was extremely cold, like an iceberg, hard to approach, and showed no signs of harboring any feelings for him. Sometimes he even felt that Tang Wan was always looking at him with a strange expression, as if she were suppressing some emotion, making him feel a chill run down his spine. Could it be that this woman, because he had betrayed her, was now using the photos to curse him? She shouldn't be that petty, right? Just as he was trying to figure out why Tang Wan was holding his photo, Tang Wan suddenly stood up, began to fix her hair, and muttered to herself, "I've been busy all day, and I'm all sweaty. I should go take a shower." Chapter 142, Strange Sounds, Disaster Approaches. Lu Yu stared in astonishment at the scene before him, then realized that such behavior was inappropriate. He quickly covered his eyes with his hands. But he was covering the little spider's eyes. Ing. The little spider found itself in complete darkness and called out twice in confusion, wondering why it wasn't continuing to look. In its eyes, humans all seemed the same. Lu Yu spoke firmly. "You're still young, you shouldn't see these things, do you understand? This is sinful. Let me bear all the consequences." Wah. The little spider nodded thoughtfully, thinking to himself, "Giants are truly great, they protect me everywhere." Lu Yu gladly accepted the little spider's praise and continued watching the scene without blushing or feeling embarrassed. He wasn't a young boy anymore, and in his previous life, he had been a party enthusiast, a seasoned veteran. As the last place finisher on Shou Mao Shan, any scene was just a piece of cake for him. On the screen, Tang Wan's black hair cascaded down her shoulders, resembling a fairy from a painting, gentle and beautiful. However, this fairy suddenly stops moving, her delicate brows furrowed, her expression seeming off, as she begins to look around, as if searching for something. What keen intuition! Lu Yu saw this, removed his hand from the little spider's eyes, and signaled for it to close. After all, the other party had already discovered them and was certainly on high alert, so it was unlikely they could continue gathering information. Lu Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Little spider's forehead was already covered in sweat. Upon hearing Lu Yu's command, he waved his hand, and the circular mirror formed by the threads of light before him collapsed, dispersing into countless points of light. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Wan looked around the room, unsure why she had just felt as though she was being watched. It was important to note that, aside from their powerful spellcasting abilities, the most crucial trait of the Curse Clan was their instinctive ability to avoid dangerous curses. Her mentor had praised her intuition as a once-in-a-century talent, making her 100 times more perceptive than the average person and capable of sensing most dangerous curses. A good curse sorcerer may not be the strongest, but they are undoubtedly the most skilled at surviving. But this feeling comes quickly and fades just as fast, disappearing without a trace. Could it be that some kind of evil entity is targeting me? Tang Wan looked around the room. Here was the full view that the fortune-telling had not captured. The photos of Lu Yu were plastered on the walls. If Lu Yu saw this, he would be even more surprised. No matter how many times Tang Wan used simple exorcism techniques to check, she found nothing. It seemed like it had all been a figment of her imagination. That's not right. My intuition clearly told me otherwise. Tang Wanshou furrowed her brows slightly, a look of confusion flashing in her eyes. However, she wouldn't doubt her own intuition. So, someone must be spying on her. Could it be some kind of special curse? Had hostile forces obtained information about our Gui Sea Bird School's plan and targeted us, the seeds of the school? Tang Wan grew increasingly convinced that this was the most likely scenario, so she hurriedly dressed and prepared to go find her mentor to discuss the matter. Moreover, she found it odd that the gaze seemed vaguely familiar. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, unaware that Tang Wan had mistaken it for a curse from an enemy faction, hurried off to the Deathbird School to have the curse removed. Earlier, Lu Yu had cancelled the divination not only because Tang Wan had noticed, but also because the little spider had consumed too much energy. He gently stroked the little spider's sweaty head. The divination had been a bit too much for it, as it had continuously peered into the future for nearly 5 minutes, depleting most of its spiritual energy. This was merely observing a weak awakened being. If he were to observe a Morningstar level being, he might only be able to maintain it for a dozen seconds. If it were an ordinary Moonlight level being, he might not even last half a second. If it were someone like the former Dark Bishop who is skilled in divination and manipulating fate worms, and has 1 foot already in the glowing moon tier, they might directly inflict a backlash from afar. Lu Yu wiped the sweat off the little spider, then took a tomato from the refrigerator and handed it to it as a reward for its successful divination. Ing. The little spider stretched out its little hands to hug the tomato, a look of happiness on its face. It didn't rush to eat it but instead held it close like a pillow. Lu Yu watched from the side. He thought that if the little spider weren't so small, it might have already been holding one in each hand. However, the little spider's preferences were truly peculiar. Unlike twisted spiders that craved flesh, it actually preferred tomatoes. It's clearly heading toward a vegetarian diet. If all the other twisted spiders were vegetarian, they wouldn't cause so many problems. If the spider god Atrachnakia also ate a vegetarian diet, perhaps all the plants in the world would be devoured by it. Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of mischief, but what truly concerned him wasn't the little spider's preferences, it was why Tang Wan was holding his photo. Could it be that she was still holding a grudge over the last time he had tricked her, so she had found his photo and was using it to drive nails all day long? But that doesn't make sense either. There are no signs of damage on the photo. What could this be about? Could the target of the Report to Death faction's plan be me? But that's unlikely, since Ling Chue's body has already been traded? Lu Yu was puzzled. He had originally planned to send a shadow servant to monitor the situation, but upon further consideration, he realized that the other party was already on guard today and might have taken preventive measures. If discovered, it could easily alert them and ruin the plan. As for the possibility of Tang Wan liking him, it was extremely low. Every time he saw her, she seemed to be suppressing something, and her distance from him was distant, completely unlike the attitude of a girl who likes someone. As for the possibility of Tang Wan liking him, it was very low. Every time he saw her, she seemed to be suppressing something, and her distance from him was very distant, completely unlike the attitude of a girl who likes someone. Although she has an odd habit of collecting trash, she can't possibly be a pervert, can she? Lu Yu thought about it and dismissed the idea. After all, Tang Wan had received a good education and grown up in a good environment. She was such a promising young woman, how could she have been influenced by external factors and turned into a psychopath? However, I'll keep her under observation for now. If the Dead Bird sect really has designs on me, then I won't hesitate to make them disappear from this world. Lu Yu thought to himself. After all, a small faction without a Morningstar could be easily annihilated by him. Even when facing those major sects and powerful factions, Lu Yu dared to betray them. Even if he failed once, he would try 10 times. With the monster editor system at his disposal, his growth rate would far surpass anyone's imagination, enough to strike fear into all his enemies. However, when doing these things, it's best to keep his identity hidden or have the little spiders and shadow servants do it, shifting the blame onto the monsters. This way, he won't attract the attention of the special division. Hope you don't get yourselves into trouble. Lu Yu thought to himself, then turned to the little spider beside him and said, help me divine my personal location again. Since the little spider's divination abilities were so strong, it would be perfect for helping him find someone. Ing. Ing. The little spider nodded and was about to ask who it was when there was a sudden knock at the door. Dawn. 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 But this time, it wasn't an ordinary knock. A tremendous force pounded on the door, causing even the iron door to dent. Chapter 143, Death's Horn, the Sown Monster. What is that? Lu Yu frowned and slowly got up, walking toward the entrance. The distance from the door to the living room was only separated by the entranceway and a short stretch of hallway. Lu Yu stood between the kitchen and the living room, just in time to see the scene at the door. The iron door was slightly dented inward, and the door lock had begun to come loose, causing a large patch of wall plaster to fall to the ground. Meanwhile, the fist marks on the door panel were growing more numerous, causing the once smooth iron door to become uneven and even giving the illusion that it might crack open at any moment. Fortunately, after the twisted spider incident, most of the residents in this apartment had already moved out, and even the surrounding areas had been largely evacuated, leaving the area nearly deserted. Otherwise, the loud knocking alone would have been enough to cause chaos. Dawn! 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 Fists pounded against the iron door, producing a dull thud, as if it were the trumpet call of death. Who could be at the door? Lu Yu furrowed his brows, pondering in his mind who could have come looking for him. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have any enemies given his true identity. Could it be that someone had discovered his true nature? Fortunately, his shadow servants were scattered throughout the city investigating other matters, so they had all been temporarily dispatched. He never expected that in the brief moment he wasn't watching, someone would come knocking. Rather than wait for them to return, it's better to take matters into our own hands. Lu Yu slowly raised his finger, and the air in front of him began to distort. A ball of pitch-black flame began to burn and rise, eventually condensing at the tip of his finger. Lu Yu slowly raised his finger, and the air in front of him began to warp. A ball of pitch-black flame ignited, rose upward, and condensed at the tip of his finger. Hellfire! Lu Yu let out a light cry, and the arrows formed from hellfire shot out instantly, piercing through the iron door and leaving a hole in the door itself. The intense flames immediately turned the edges of the hole red-hot and warped them, sending a wisp of dark blue smoke into the air. Ugh! A faint, unconscious wail echoed from outside, sounding less like pain and more like a desperate struggle, as if someone were trapped inside some kind of cage. But it was a corridor outside, not a cage. Looking out through the hole, there was nothing to be seen, and no monsters had broken through. It seemed as though everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. However, the damaged iron door clearly showed the immense force it had endured. Superstition. Lu Yu frowned, not wanting to continue the argument. Just as he took a step forward, a different sound suddenly came from outside. Drip! Drip! It sounded like a faucet left running, with droplets of water falling onto the ground, making a steady drip-drip sound. The dark green liquid even seeped through the door cracks, slowly staining the floor and ceiling before continuing to spread. This liquid possessed a terrifying corrosive force. Upon contact with the iron door, it emitted a hissing sound, corroding the door and creating gaps, making it impossible to secure the door further. In this world overrun by monsters, many households use iron doors, which have interlocking joints at the top and bottom to enhance their sturdiness and prevent them from being easily forced open. However, during the last invasion by the twisted spiders, they entered through the glass, rendering the iron doors ineffective. However, the monster outside has indeed corroded the iron door, destroying the fixed points as well, leaving the entire door swaying precariously. Boom! Just as he had expected, the knocking sound rang out again, but this time it wasn't leaving a mark, it was the door being violently pushed open. The iron door collapsed completely, and a figure appeared at the doorway, completely blocking the light. The upper half of its body was shrouded in blurry shadows. But even so, Lu Yu could still make out its form and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What on earth is this? A safe? What appeared before him was a 2-meter-tall monster with an extremely bizarre structure. Its head was neither that of a spider-like insect nor that of a beast, but rather a small black safe. The top of the safe is wrapped in a large amount of rusty iron wire, layer upon layer, tightly binding the safe and welded together. It seems as though the safe itself lacks the ability to protect its contents, prompting someone to intentionally add so much wire to lock it shut, preventing it from being opened. His lower body was that of a tall, muscular human figure, clad in ragged clothes, resembling a beggar on the street, with numerous scars still visible on his body, some fresh and some old, the largest of which stretched across half his body. His hands were covered in molten iron, transformed into iron fists that glinted with a silver light. The marks on the door panel were made by those fists. Although the fist was incredibly hard, it had completely fused the fingers together, making it impossible to ever open his hands again. The monster's neck was originally connected to the bottom of the safe, with countless iron wires piercing through it, resembling the botched sutures of an unskilled surgeon, forcibly stitching the human body to the safe. It was precisely this haphazard stitching and patchwork that caused the connection points to constantly ooze green liquid, which then spread into the room, corroding the floor and iron doors. This scene suddenly reminded Lu Yu of a character from a story in his previous life, the mad scientist Frankenstein, who had stolen corpses from graves and pieced together a monstrous artificial human. The creature before him was also pieced together, but in a far more haphazard manner than the evil scientist's creation, as if it had been forcefully assembled. The creature emanated a strong evil aura, and its body carried the salty stench of seawater mixed with the putrid odor of decaying flesh. The two smells combined were 100 times worse than a can of herring. On its right side, there was a small, charred black mark, with a large chunk of flesh completely burned away. Ugh! It was the monster with the safe-like head emitting a mournful cry. The injured areas rapidly grew granulation tissue, twisting and coiling like snakes, intertwining to repair the wounds and restore its original form. Rapid regeneration? Does this monster possess such an ability? Lu Yu glanced at it curiously, feeling no great panic. After all, the power this monster emitted was only between that of an awakened being and a Morningstar level being, not an opponent that was impossible to resist. What truly concerned him, however, was the ominous aura emanating from it, giving him the unsettling sensation of gazing into the abyss. When you stare into the abyss is also staring back at you. That's a dangerous feeling. After pushing open the door, the monster stood there dumbfounded for a moment, then slowly raised the safe's head and saw Lu Yu in the room. Ugh! The originally unconscious sound suddenly began to accelerate, like a car suddenly speeding up, and the monster also began to run. Whoosh! The green liquid that seemed to be blood flowing from his feet suddenly erupted, transforming into thorn-like vines that swept toward Lu Yu. Boring. Lu Yu remained motionless, speaking calmly. Black flames appeared out of thin air, forming a ring of fire that blocked and burned all the green liquid. Meanwhile, the monster charged toward Lu Yu alongside the green liquid attack, but countless black flames formed a barrier to block it. However, the monster seemed unfazed by the intense heat, allowing the black infernal flames to burn its body. Yet its form remained as solid as a war chariot as it barreled toward Lu Yu. Ugh! A terrifying growl echoed through the air as the monster's vault-like head rose, followed by its iron-forged fists, which descended with a deafening explosion. Chapter 144, The Eternal Ouroboros. Although the monster's size was only that of a tall human, the sonic boom produced by its punch was like a warhammer striking the ground. At that moment, Lu Yu realized that the iron melted and forged into the fist was not just a few pounds, but hundreds of pounds of iron condensed and fused together, forming this iron fist. When he struck down with all his might against the monster's terrifying form, it was like a meteor falling from the sky. However, the target was not Lu Yu's head or body, but his legs. It wasn't to kill him, but to capture him. Stupid! Lu Yu sneered coldly, his eyes once again transforming into the dark prison Dragon King's gaze. The vertical pupils contained a destructive aura. Facing the massive iron fist descending toward him, he clenched his right fist and struck out with a powerful punch. Dong! Like the clanging of iron, it emitted a piercing sound, even causing a wave of sound to sweep through the entire room. Ugh, ugh. The monster seemed to pause for a moment, lowering its safe-like head and noticing, beneath its iron fist, a pair of slender fists. Those slender, elongated fingers clenched into fists, blocking the monster's explosive hammer strike without suffering a single scratch. Instead, a small dent appeared on the iron fist. Your iron-forged fist seems no match for my dragon's body. Lu Yu had never cultivated any secret techniques to enhance his physical strength, but he possessed the dragon's body inherited from the hundred-eyed spider dragon. This passive ability greatly enhanced his physical abilities, transforming him into a humanoid tyrannosaurus. Ugh! The monster froze for a moment, as if it wanted to say something, but its body continued to raise its fists, preparing to strike again. But Lu Yu wasn't about to give it a chance. Earlier, he had only been testing the strength of his dragon-like body. Now that he had his answer, he knew that despite its immense strength, this monster, which hadn't even reached the rank of Morningstar, couldn't budge him. There was no need to continue playing with him any further. Lu Yu watched as the monster continued to charge forward. He suddenly swung his fists upward, knocking the monster's iron fists back, then leaped high into the air, clasping his fists together and delivering a powerful smash. Lu Yu watched the monster charging toward him, swung his fists upward with all his might, knocking the monster's iron fists back, then leaped high into the air, clenched his fists, and delivered a powerful punch. The safe monster instinctively raised its hands to defend itself, but it was too late. Boom! Accompanied by a dull thud, the monster's arms emitted the sound of bone snapping, and its body was slammed into a crooked position by the force. After the force shattered the monster's body, the remaining energy traveled through its body and sank into the ground, instantly creating a web-like pattern of cracks. A single strike, terrifying beyond belief. However, Lu Yu had already made preparations to move, so he didn't mind damaging the floor tiles. Inheriting the fate of the stars. A muffled sound emanated from the monster's safe-like head, its voice hoarse and unpleasant, resembling the wails of the deceased, evoking an involuntary sense of revulsion. It stared at Lu Yu before it, like a robot unaware of pain, and continued to extend its right arm toward Lu Yu. The broken arm, with its shattered bones, began to grow limp and flexible, twisting like the tentacles of an octopus, then charged toward Lu Yu. It had many attack methods, but that was all it could do. Lu Yu calmly watched the outstretched arm, extended his hand to summon the shadow power, condensing it into a long sword that was entirely black like ink-colored jade from the blade to the hilt, then swung it out. With a loud crack. Then, like tentacles, the arm snapped off at the shoulders, and dark green blood spurted from the wounds. The monster instinctively tried to cover the wound on its right arm, but its iron fist couldn't stop the flow. Instead, the dark green blood dripped onto its fist, even corroding the metal and exposing the twisted flesh beneath. The dark green blood dripped onto the floor, instantly corroding a large area, causing Lu Yu to furrow his brows and speak in a deep voice. "You're the one who made the mess, so you clean it up, you good for nothing." Lu Yu had lost patience with this monster and swung his shadow sword, severing its head, which was also the safe. Thud! The safe crashed to the ground with a dull thud, and the monster's corpse collapsed alongside it. Dark green blood flowed endlessly, corroding the floor beneath it. Indeed, even if it was close to the Morningstar level, it was still not a Morningstar. Lu Yu said indifferently. The little spider beside him, seeing its giant master defeat the enemy so effortlessly, clapped its hands in admiration. Lu Yu dismissed the shadow sword in his hand, curiously gazing at the safe. Just as he was about to walk over to investigate what was inside, the safe suddenly emitted a sound. Ugh, ugh, inheriting the fate of the dark stars. The sound of a monster echoed once more from within the safe, and the iron wire tightly wrapped around the creature suddenly began to ooze crimson blood, spreading toward the headless corpse. The blood seeped into the bleeding wound and dragged the headless corpse slightly. Creak! Creak! Dripping onto the ground, the blood trails dragged along until they reached the edge of the safe, then slowly retracted. The two merged once more, forming the monster with the safe's head. The damaged body quickly grew flesh, and the severed arms were reattached. How could it possess such an eerie ability? Lu Yu watched the scene in astonishment. How could such a monster possess the ability of super-fast regeneration? If this were a Morning Star-level demon, even Lu Yu would be worn down to the point of exhaustion. Unfortunately, we now possess overwhelming power to crush it. Hellfire! As Lu Yu moved his mind, sparks of hellfire fell from the sky like flames, landing on the monster that hadn't yet managed to stand up. The flames quickly ignited its body, reducing it to ashes in an instant. The black flames resembled an invisible demon, relentlessly devouring its flesh and blood, slowly reducing it to pitch-black carbon powder. Generally, for such a creature with such bizarre abilities, it is best to summon hell or burn it to ashes. If you burn it to ashes, do you think it can be put back together again? Burning always comes with rising smoke, but Lu Yu turned on the exhaust fan to remove the strong smell of burning. The inferno raged on, swiftly reducing his body to charcoal. However, when the flames reached the safe, no matter how fiercely they burned, they could not destroy it. The safe trembled slightly and emitted a sound once more. Ugh, fate, I didn't reveal anything. The rusty wires on the safe door trembled again, like coiled venomous snakes devouring the flames of hell. After the hellfire vanished, the wires shook once more, oozing a crimson liquid tinged with dark green, slowly beginning to form a body vaguely recognizable as the very monster that had been burned to ashes moments ago. Lu Yu's eyes flashed with surprise as he watched the rebirthing form once again unleash the hellfire, reducing it to ashes. However, it didn't take long for it to regrow, like a serpent biting its own tail, forming an eternal cycle. Chapter 145, Rule-Based Monsters, The Secret Inside the Safe. Lu Yu tried using shadows, hellfire, and even the light drain aura over a dozen times, but the monster kept regenerating. Nearly immortal. How could such a bug-level ability possibly appear on a monster that hasn't even reached the Morning Star stage yet? Where exactly is its weakness? Lu Yu was startled for a moment, then fixed his gaze on the safe that couldn't be burned. Fate did not reveal the secret to save a life, revealing the secret did not save a life. The safe monster continued to emit that unconscious sound, slowly regrowing its body as it gazed at Lu Yu. As if narrating an inevitable fate, mechanical and repetitive. However, Lu Yu picked up on this information. The monster's consciousness was chaotic, constantly repeating the words leakage of information. As if it had become this way because of a breach of confidentiality. What secret had been leaked? How could it have turned out like this? Lu Yu looked at this creature with clearly disoriented consciousness and could confirm that it was a monster transformed from a human. Had it discovered secrets it was not meant to know, leading to its transformation into this monstrous form? Could this be connected to an existence beyond human comprehension? What kind of fate is this fate? Then what is inheritance? Inheriting treasures? Inheriting the throne? Lu Yu speculated in his heart, but he couldn't be certain. As he pondered, the monster repeated its mumbling, and its body began to slowly regrow. Flesh and blood spread rapidly like a virus, forming a rough framework, and the body slowly rose to its feet. This time, Lu Yu did not rush to stop it. Instead, he looked at the monster's body, which was covered in countless scars, likely from previous whippings. Even just looking at it, one could sense the unimaginable torment this creature had endured in its lifetime. So why did this guy come looking for me? And it doesn't seem like he has any intention of killing me. It's more like he wants to take me somewhere. Could it be? Lu Yu raised his head to look at the safe monster swaying toward him. It continued to move forward mechanically, raising its hand once more to lift its iron fist, but instead of striking down, it wrapped both hands around Lu Yu, as if intending to carry him away. Lu Yu watched the filthy arms approaching, the wind they stirred brushing against his face. His expression remained calm as he asked, "Where are you taking me?" The monster paused for a moment but didn't explain. Its arms continued to swing toward him. Lu Yu realized this creature couldn't speak normally, so he immediately, piercing through the creature's arms and pinning it firmly to the ground. The hellfire-forged spears, radiating terrifying heat, burned his body, but this time the flames did not spread outward, nearly restricting its ability to regenerate. Ugh, come back with me. The monster seemed to want to struggle, but Lu Yu directly stomped on its safe-like head, crushing it into the ground. Fortunately, most of the residents in this apartment have already moved out, including the one downstairs, otherwise you would be able to see the ceiling sagging and crumbling now. The safe monster, with its head being stepped on, continued to struggle, even when it saw Lu Yu. The power emanating from Lu Yu's blue feet let out a cold laugh as he swung the shadow arrow in his hand, bringing it down with a thunderous crash. Zzz. The sword blade did not strike the head but instead cut through the rusty iron wire wrapped around it. The collision caused sparks to fly. A mechanically growing monster suddenly froze for a moment, then began to struggle frantically, but it was pinned down by Lu Yu's foot, unable to move as if crushed by a mountain. Compared to its previous mechanical appearance, this version clearly had a hint of vitality, as if it were caught between life and death. It's a bit stiff. I thought you were a cute little thing. What's the rush now? Lu Yu looked down at the safe monster struggling wildly at his feet, his smile growing wider as he continued to hack at the wires with his sword, but he didn't even touch the safe. Don't let me go. I didn't leak any secrets. Please, I don't want to die. It hurts so much. My head is gone. My secrets are gone. As Lu Yu frantically hacked at the iron wire, the monster began to struggle violently and actually spoke. But it was more like madness than a plea for mercy, as if it had seen something that terrified it, causing it to begin to wail frantically. This fear had been deeply ingrained in its instincts, so much so that even after it had become a monster, it remained firmly etched in its memory. Click! 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 One iron wire after another snapped, and the monster began to tremble, its whispers growing increasingly. Please, I'm sorry, don't let the whispers of the abyss hear me. I shouldn't have revealed the secret. As the iron wire gradually snapped, its struggles grew weaker and weaker. Even the wounds on its arms, pierced by 2 hellfire blades, refused to heal, slowly collapsing to the ground. Lu Yu, witnessing this, was completely certain that his calculations had been correct. From the very beginning, he had been able to deduce from the monster's behavioral characteristics that it was a monster that had been artificially modified to resemble a rule-based creature. While such monsters may have powerful abilities, they also have weaknesses, and these weaknesses are often fatal. And their immortality is also one of their bugs. At first, Lu Yu also thought that its safe-like head was its weak point. After all, it was so large and obvious, it seemed more like a deliberate bait. Additionally, the rusty wires were constantly moving, exhibiting a protective tendency that misled people into believing the safe was important, luring people to attack the safe. If it were an ordinary person, they might give it a try, but Lu Yu was extremely cautious. The more the other party tempted him, the more careful he became. He believed that attacking the safe might attract some kind of danger, so he began searching for the monster's weakness. However, the safe monster kept repeating the same mumbling without revealing any secrets. This meant that it had been tortured into becoming a monster because it had revealed secrets. The area where its neck is connected to the safe is severed, but it was not cut cleanly with a sharp object. The wound is unevenly stitched, and the surrounding skin shows severe signs of tearing. This suggests that it was strangled with a rope, and then the entire head was gradually severed. In other words, the iron wire was the execution tool. If we look at it from a more abstract perspective, there is another interpretation. The monster was originally a traitor who revealed a secret. The safe represents the secret he was supposed to protect, but he failed to keep it safe and instead revealed it. Therefore, the iron wire tightly binds him, symbolizing his crime. This crime is then utilized as a curse or ability to create the monster. In other words, the iron wire is the core of the monster. If I'm not mistaken, this monster's name could very well be the informant or the keeper of secrets. And now, the other party's behavior confirms that all his guesses were correct. Therefore, now that the chains binding him have been severed, the traitor must reveal the secret. Lu Yu ignored the whispers that were gradually turning into mental pollution and directly cut the last wire. Don't eat me. I dare not reveal any more secrets. Squeak. With a final mournful sound, the moment the iron wire snapped, the safe also made a noise and slowly opened. Lu Yu could clearly see what was inside and couldn't help but widen his eyes, his expression solemn as he said, "How could it be this?" Chapter 146, The Breath of the Great Being, Extracting New Materials. The safe opened, shrouded in a layer of pitch-black mist. Vaguely visible inside was the head of a man, but his facial skin had been torn off, leaving only a bloodied, mangled face. Its appearance resembled the anatomical models commonly seen by medical students, though it was far more blurred and distorted. His wounds have become infected, and his original features are unrecognizable. His hair is mixed with blood, which has coagulated, emitting a strong odor of decay, and even a faint smell reminiscent of rotten seawater. At that moment, Lu Yu realized that the man's head was not simply placed there, it had grown. That's right, growing. Countless flesh-like growths spread out, intertwining within the safe to form a terrifying and bizarre enclosed plant, causing anyone who saw it to feel a chill run down their spine. Its mouth clenched a sealed black box, its teeth gripping it tightly, emitting constant gurgling sounds. The previous low-pitched sounds were also emanating from this head. Lu Yu didn't rush toward the black box. After all, the monster had been luring him to attack the safe, and there might be other traps waiting. So he took a few steps back and summoned the shadow servants who had returned during his battle, instructing them to reach out and test it. A shadow servant emerged from the pitch-black darkness. Absolutely loyal, it obeyed the command and walked up to the safe, then reached out to take the black box. The shadow servant's movements caused the head to visibly panic, its voice growing increasingly urgent yet muffled, wailing, "Don't take my secret. I didn't betray anyone. I'm innocent. I don't want to be tortured anymore. It hurts so much. I can't breathe. The pain is unbearable." Its voice was filled with fear and panic, even tinged with a hint of crying. Its yellowish-black teeth clenched tightly around the black box, like a child protecting its most cherished possession. Lu Yu watched the scene coldly, staring at the creature that seemed to be both crying and laughing. Suddenly sensing danger, he ordered directly, "Attack!" The shadow servant hesitated not a moment, summoning a black dagger that pierced straight through the center of the head. Crack! The dagger plunged into its head, causing the human head to stare wide-eyed, its eyeballs bulging completely out of their sockets, as if it had completely fallen into chaos, uttering a vicious curse. "It was him, he stole my secret. It's all your fault. Why punish me? Why torture me? I hate you, I curse you to fall into the depths of darkness, to fall under the gaze of that being." As its words echoed, an evil, eerie, and ominous aura began to spread, filling the room with a terrifying pressure that made it hard to breathe. As if a great entity were about to awaken, the space began to warp, and the ears were filled with the sound of invisible hymns and whispers. These whispers are indistinct but carry a maddening quality, constantly seeping into one's consciousness, like the arms of a dark mother goddess reaching out to strangle you. The shadow servants, of course, were the first to be affected by this aura. Their shadow bodies began to tremble, then melted away like candles, slowly dissipating into nothingness. "They're dead." Lu Yu could no longer sense the connection with this shadow servant, and its designated slot had already been vacated. It had shattered because it couldn't withstand the power. And these continued to spread, like waves, growing increasingly terrifying. The light in the room grows darker and darker. Though it is daytime, it feels like twilight, as if all the light has been swallowed up. The little spider's delicate face was wrinkled into a frown, clearly uncomfortable with the mad whispering. It clung tightly to the pocket watch on its body, which emitted a silver glow, forming a small ring that blocked the intrusion of the chaotic energy. After doing all this, the little spider clearly felt much better. It turned its head to look at Lu Yu beside it and asked, "Ing? It's a little worried that the giant might get hurt. After all, the giant is everything in its little world, and it would be heartbroken if the giant were hurt. I'm fine, but it's a good thing I didn't reach out to touch it. Being cautious is definitely the right choice, otherwise, I would have been assimilated by that aura." Lu Yu responded to the little spider, then looked at the safe in front of him, which was still emitting distorted phenomena, his expression growing solemn. He was unfamiliar with this aura, but the distorted illusion felt strangely familiar. That was the place he had once entered, the illusory realm of the spider god, where he had stared directly at the reflection of the great being, though it was not even its true form. Yet the terrifying power had nearly caused him to mutate into a twisted spider. The aura before him now carried the same terrifyingly twisted energy, though its mutating power couldn't compare to that of the spider god. However, what appeared here was merely a faint trace of energy the entity itself had never even manifested. Moreover, if this aura were to continue triggering distortions, even Lu Yu would have no choice but to retreat. Moreover, if this aura is allowed to continue causing distortions, even Lu Yu would have no choice but to retreat. After all, this distortion force is simply too bizarre. Fortunately, he, the little spider, and the fear balloon have all reached the morning star rank, and after their spiritual power has been refined, they can now begin to resist these corruptions. If he were still the awakened being he once was and had acted recklessly, he might have been corrupted into a similar monster, a creature without self-awareness, existing solely to obey its existence. At that point, he would have no choice but to rely on the system to save his life. Although he had the system's trump card, Lu Yu didn't like to entrust his life to the unknown. Rather than putting himself in danger, it was better to be more cautious. "Come out and help me block their view," Lu Yu called softly. From the pattern on his wrist, time seemed to crawl out like pure gold, its form becoming more elegant. Its diamond-like compound eyes stared at the ominous aura spreading before it. Time locusts were something Lu Yu had completely mastered, so it was only a matter of a single thought for him to understand Lu Yu's intentions. Thus, he spread his wings and took flight. A silver glow flickered, and behind the time locust, countless branches of the flowing river of time appeared, each a small offshoot. This was the ability it had gained after its last evolution, the ability to summon a shadowy projection of a tributary of the river of time and manifest it for its own use. Though it is merely an illusory phantom, it remains a manifestation of one of the supreme rules, time itself. With the intervention of temporal power, the spread of these ominous energies has clearly slowed, but they continue to resist. At that moment, the little spider also took action, raising the pocket watch in its hand. The hands began to move, but this time they were not moving clockwise, they were moving counterclockwise. Time slowed down. The domain of time spread out, instantly filling the entire room, slowing down the ominous aura, but it was shattered in an instant. Though it was but a fleeting moment. But it also gave the time locusts an opportunity to open their hideous mouthparts, revealing countless silver mystical runes swirling among their dense rows of teeth, generating a terrifying suction force. The ominous aura spreading out was swallowed into its belly, but it did not consume everything. It only extracted a portion of the curse and a small fragment of will from the aura. Why did the curse disappear? And this head seemed to have detected something unusual. Just as it was about to continue spewing filthy words, it saw Lu Yu standing before it. Its pupils contracted sharply, and it roared. It's you! You've come back! It was you who stole the secret! Why am I the one suffering? Even if you change, you're still a despicable being. I don't think I've ever seen him before, have I? Lu Yu listened to these filthy words, looked at the other person's furious expression, and felt as though he had never seen him before. However, the other person seemed to harbor a deep hatred toward him. However, Lu Yu did not dwell on it. After all, it was the little spider and the time locust that had given him this opportunity, temporarily suppressing the spread of this ominous aura. But this aura ultimately originated from an unknown entity. Even if it was as small as an impossible-to-detect wisp, it was extremely dangerous. Thus, Lu Yu extended his hand, aimed it at the safe's head, and silently recited in his mind. Extract the material. A white light shone from his hand. Chapter 147, The Thorns of the Keeper's Prison. The system's light flickered, enveloping the safe monster, covering its body and safe-shaped head. All the mutations and distortions triggered by the filthy words were suppressed in that moment, as if facing a higher mystery, easily crushed. Under the system's power, the safe monster's body began to shatter, pieces falling to the ground. After its body collapsed, only the safe and the head inside it remained, as countless flesh-like growths had connected the two together. Although the safe emitted an eerie and ominous aura, it was powerless against the system's might. Click! The surface of the safe was covered with numerous spider-web-like cracks, which slowly began to crack open, revealing the rotting head inside. Countless flesh-like growths had lost their support. Like trees in autumn, they withered rapidly. After the white light shattered the safe, it did not forget him, but slowly wrapped around him, preparing to disintegrate this head as well. What era is this? The head suddenly spoke, though its face remained hideous. Its eyes had regained some luster, as if it had regained a shred of sanity. Lu Yu did not hide anything and answered directly. The year 1739 of the Federation. It's been so many years already? It's already the year 1739 in the Federation. It seems like I've been corrupted for a long time. Thank you for freeing me from that eternal confinement. The head slowly disintegrated, but there was no madness on the face, only relief and nostalgia. Lu Yu did not express his gratitude toward the head after all. The creature was still a monster, and even though it now appeared to have returned to normal, he could not be certain if it was merely a disguise. Perhaps it intended to use this as a means to cast a curse or convey some false message. Therefore, the best course of action is to wait for the system to dismantle him. It seemed to have noticed Lu Yu's vigilance, and a wry smile appeared at the corner of its mouth. Its eyes were filled with helplessness and anticipation as it felt the white light gradually disappearing from its forehead. It looked at Lu Yu and continued. You are very much like that person, not in appearance, but in your cautious and careful nature. You are the perfect explorer, but you are not a true. The monster's head sighed, but the words didn't come out. The white light had already dissolved half of its head, and it realized it didn't have much time left. So it hurriedly said, Remember, that thing has already set its sights on you. I am merely a messenger sent to deliver your inheritance, a messenger made from a traitor. As long as you don't inherit the inheritance, it will keep searching for you. This is fate. Unless you can reach the unknowable level, you may have a chance to resist. As a reward for freeing me, I can tell you that danger is opportunity, and opportunity is real. But don't be greedy. As for the so-called ancestral inheritance, it is actually... Before it could finish speaking, a white light completely disintegrated it, merging with the other disintegrated light clusters to form the faint outline of a small safe, which landed in Lu Yu's hand. Inheritance? Could it be the call from yesterday asking me to inherit an inheritance? Lu Yu already had a feeling when he received the call yesterday. What kind of mysterious ancestral inheritance was this? If he had such outstanding ancestors, how could all his relatives, including his own parents, be ordinary people? This wasn't some novel plot where parents deliberately hid their origins. Lu Yu had known since birth that his parents were ordinary people. Moreover, this was something he had observed since infancy. They couldn't possibly have kept it hidden from an infant, could they? Lu Yu also has no relatives who are awakened ones. All he has are a bunch of oddballs blinded by money. By now, the grass on their graves must be 3 feet tall. That's why he speculated it might be the old gods or the mother goddess worshipped by the merfolk. However, it now seems that the unknown entity has set its sights on him and has sent a safe monster to take him away. However, the master of that aura, if he had noticed him here, could have easily killed him with a single thought. But why didn't the other party act? Were they sealed? Are they being blocked by the time locusts? And this guy says he looks like someone else. Who is that person? This monster coming to the door probably isn't, because its identity has been exposed. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a monster that hasn't even reached the Morningstar level. It would be a powerful being of the brilliant moon class. However, this estate seems to be connected to another conspiracy. Does this mean the emergence of a new entity? Who cares? Debt doesn't weigh you down. If they really target me or try to use me as a pawn, I won't let them get their way. We'll see who comes out on top in the end. Lu Yu muttered under his breath. Though he sensed danger, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he felt an indescribable excitement. If he had come to this world and didn't engage in a battle of wits with these powerful beings, what would be the point? He had never been one to submit to fate. If the other party truly intended to harm him, even if there was a significant disparity in strength, it did not mean Lu Yu would give up. Though he was currently no more than an ant, he had the monster editor system to assist him. He would make those beings aware of his existence. Even an ant can turn the world upside down. Thinking of this, Lu Yu lowered his head and looked at the new material in his hands. The shape of this material resembled a small safe, somewhat similar to the head of the safe monster he had just encountered, but with some differences. It was covered in blood-red thorns that tightly wrapped around it. As he observed it, a message also entered his mind, revealing the origin of this material. The thorns of the Guardian 3-star material. Over the centuries, the aura of an unknown deity sealed away and dormant had permeated the estate, but it had never been discovered. Then, a mysterious figure arrived, shattering the estate's tranquility and beginning a sinister ritual. Upon receiving the power of the unknown deity, this force grew increasingly bizarre, affecting certain areas and giving rise to a multitude of strange monsters. He had once been a loyal guard, protecting secrets unknown to ordinary people. However, due to certain circumstances, he inadvertently revealed his own secret. Before he could defend himself, he was seized by an unknown entity, which used a safe and barbed wire contaminated by an unknown deity sealed within a seal to snap his neck. He was then subjected to endless torture and sacrificed in an evil ritual, ultimately transformed into a monster messenger, becoming one of many such creatures. The unknown entity also fell into a deep slumber for some reason, and the estate was taken over by a mysterious force, seemingly continuing the unfinished ritual. The unsealed safe symbolizes his commitment to keeping secrets, while the barbed wire represents additional shackles. The whip marks on his body signify sin, and the iron fist is a result of his hands being unable to bear the weight of responsibility. As long as the shackles remain unbroken, it will continuously regenerate, tearing apart anyone who dares to uncover the secret, becoming a nightmare for all living beings. However, attempting to directly explore the secrets within the safe will disrupt the magical array, triggering a backlash from the divine presence. Chapter 148, The Sealed Unknown Deity, a treasure trove for high-level materials. This system introduction seems a bit lengthy this time. Lu Yu looked at the lengthy introduction. While it appeared to be telling a story, it actually contained a wealth of information. It is important to note that while system descriptions may be brief, they often contain crucial information or hints. For example, the hint about the dead tree mentioned earlier referred to an entity from the realm of the dead who was orchestrating the arrangement of the dead trees. Some of this information is revealed in greater detail, while other parts are more vague. However, this time the system provided numerous hints, helping him gain a general understanding of the situation's framework. If we look at this incident as a whole, it involves at least 3 people, or 3 factions, with the most crucial being the owner of that aura and unknown deity. Originally, Lu Yu had assumed it was either the ancient deity or the mysterious mother goddess worshipped by the merfolk, but now it seems to be a third deity, an unknown and sealed deity. The keyword sleeping also led Lu Yu to rule out the ancient deity. After all, although it had not descended into this world, Lu Yu could infer from the activity levels of the creatures he had spied on through human eyes that it was still influencing this world. It seems as though he has been preparing for his return all along, and even because of his words, the loser should fade away, he turned into dust and vanished with the wind. According to the system's description, this unknown deity seems to have been sleeping in a long-sealed state, never awakening or making any plans. This indicates that this is the second faction, the unknown entity that created this monster, that has instigated these conflicts. No wonder the aura he just sensed, though terrifying, was still manageable. Apart from being no match for the spider god, a powerful evil deity that has been active all along, the prolonged sealing likely also played a significant role in causing its aura to weaken continuously after it was released. Moreover, the most critical factor was Lu Yu's caution, which prevented him from acting impulsively. Instead, he identified the monster's weakness, successfully severed the iron chains binding it, and then sent a shadow servant to absorb the initial wave of its aura's corruption. This prevented the evil force from unleashing its full power, allowing the system to dismantle and extract it. As for the location of the seal binding the evil deity, Lu Yu inferred from this passage that it was likely situated near or not far from this estate. Or perhaps the exact location is known only to the estate, which is precisely why this evil ritual has been carried out all this time? Is my so-called ancestor the representative of the estate's faction? Lu Yu pondered for a moment, beginning to piece together the events in his mind, striving to clarify the roles these individuals played. Logically speaking, the estate should have been invaded by an unknown entity due to the sleeping place of the evil god, turning the entire estate into a place where dark monsters roamed. Then, to preserve their strength, did they scatter their bloodline and flee for their lives? And that unknown entity that has taken over this estate seems to have already achieved its purpose. Why is it still searching for? Let us temporarily refer to it as the estate master, the bloodline that the estate master scattered. Could it be that among those who escaped, there is something else hidden? But it seems like his parents didn't leave him any treasures or treasure maps or anything like that. He searched the entire house and found nothing unusual. The rest of his relatives were also lured away and most of them were killed. If there was anything valuable, they would have taken it with them. Unfortunately, these guys died too quickly, leaving me with no clues at all. What a bunch of useless fools. If they had died later, it wouldn't have been my turn so quickly. Instead, they all went down in one wave, leaving me as the only one left. Lu Yu couldn't help but vent his frustration, but it was just venting, he didn't feel too worried deep down. After all, the information already mentioned that the unknown entity, like the deities, had fallen into a deep sleep. In other words, these two most dangerous beings will not act directly. Even if they awaken, Lu Yu is protected by the time locust, so they may not be able to locate him. That's not right. The estate seems to be searching for me. Although the monster sent this time is not yet at the Morningstar level, it's just a bug monster with immortality. However, Lu Yu dared not be certain whether the next time he would send a Morningstar level or even a Moonlight level monster. After all, this estate still had a so-called dock that had become a haven for monsters, involving deity-level beings, and many of the monsters there might have already undergone metamorphosis. The possibility of an entity existing above the brilliant moon, though only 1 in 10,000, is not entirely impossible. However, it is of an unknown level and should be considered impossible. After all, beings at this level already possess all manner of unimaginable abilities. The distance is not far for them. If they were to carry out their plan, they could simply act directly. There was no need to wait for the monsters to capture the last person. However, as that guy said, this time, between the estates, it's both a danger and an opportunity. If handled properly, it seems possible to turn this perilous situation into a treasure trove. After all, these monsters are a huge threat to ordinary people, and eliminating them would yield little reward and might even result in significant losses of manpower. Even after killing the monsters, due to the severe damage to their bodies, they are unable to extract any useful materials. Even if there are some intact bodies, special rituals are required to extract the materials, and the success rate is not very high. However, Lu Yu was different. He possessed the monster editor system, which allowed him to extract useful materials from even the smallest fragments of a monster's remains, regardless of any prior conditions. This ability is extremely powerful. Whether used to edit monsters or sold to accumulate wealth, extracting enough materials can rapidly enhance one's strength. Therefore, what others perceive as a dangerous area is, in Lu Yu's eyes, a treasure trove. Take the monster we just encountered, which hadn't even reached the Morningstar rank. It managed to extract 3-star grade materials, and its attributes are above average even among 3-star grade monsters. This could potentially be used to create a rule-based monster. This also indicates that the power of the evil deity is influencing this region. All the monsters are born from mutations and, in a sense, can be considered the deity's followers. At this point, both the deity and that unknown entity have fallen into slumber. The system's message is absolutely accurate, and in a way, it symbolizes omniscience. This estate has been searching for itself all along, so Lu Yu could also reverse the process and settle within it, bringing it under his control. However, there is one prerequisite: safety must be ensured, and there must be no overly powerful magical creatures present, or at least they must be kept under control. Otherwise, Lu Yu wouldn't be going there to collect treasures, he'd be going to meet his doom. Lu Yu looked at the messy room and couldn't bear to look directly at it. He decided to move out and instructed several shadow servants to repair the door. Fortunately, although the commotion was significant, it was confined to the apartment complex, and since most of the residents had already moved out, it did not attract much attention, so there was no need to deal with the special division. However, these guys were being too vague. They didn't even give me an address, so I didn't even have the chance to deliver it in person. It looks like I'll have to search for a mansion near Yangcheng on my own. Lu Yu muttered a complaint as he watched the shadow servant repairing the door, then turned to head toward the sofa. Suddenly, he noticed that among the shattered remains of the safe monster, which had been disassembled, there was a black box buried inside. It seemed to be the same black box that had been clutched tightly by the safe monster earlier. How come this thing wasn't decomposed by the system? Chapter 149, The Anomaly of the Time Locusts, involving a curse related to the causal chain. Generally, the system extracts materials that belong to the monster itself. In other words, this black box is not part of the monster itself. So, is it protecting a secret? Lu Yu sent a shadow servant to inspect it, discovering that it was merely a small clasp composed of a golden ring. With a gentle push upward, it could be opened. Lu Yu then ordered the shadow servant to open it, and the latter obediently complied. Click! The black box opened slowly with a soft click, revealing a red velvet lining inside. On top lay a parchment scroll covered in densely written blood-red characters. Lu Yu confirmed there was no issue and picked up the paper, but upon touching it, he immediately sensed something was amiss. He had initially assumed it was just a piece of parchment, but the texture felt peculiar, almost as if it were human skin. Never mind, this should be basic procedure for the evil side. If you don't use human skin as paper, you can't even call yourself part of the evil camp. Lu Yu sighed, then looked at the writing above and noticed that the red characters were also written in red ink. What a bunch of indecisive people. Can't you just stick with the evil plan all the way through? Lu Yu raised his eyebrows and began to examine the contents. To his surprise, it wasn't a secret or a guarantee, but a deed of land. It read UFO Manor, detailing that it was located near UFO Town, adjacent to Yangcheng City, spanning over 9,000 acres, including a small coastal port. The deed specified the land boundaries and stated that the land ownership was perpetual. This term is not unusual, as land in this world is not exactly in high demand. Except for prime real estate in the city center, the further one moves away from the city center, the more dangerous it becomes, with constant risks of monster attacks. The other meaning of a permanent deadline is that if you can hold on to it, it's yours. However, the original name on this deed has been replaced by a black mark, and ownership has been transferred, leaving it blank. This means that by simply filling in a name, one can become the owner of this deed, instantly gaining ownership of nearly 10,000 acres of estate and a port, and upgrading to the status of a wealthy tycoon. However, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel that this piece of paper, resembling a human skin, was akin to a devil's contract once signed. One's soul would be sold to the devil. In a world where deities exist, such contracts should not be signed lightly. Especially since he had read in a novel in his previous life that some demons would tamper with contract documents, such as adding special patterns in the margins, which were actually hellish script, thereby harming humanity. However, while this piece of human skin paper had no patterns on the edges, it did have spots resembling splatters of red ink. However, with the precedent of such deceptive cases involving protagonists from his previous life's novels, Lu Yu grew increasingly suspicious and refrained from signing his name immediately. But why was this black box hiding not the secret he had been keeping, but a deed of ownership? Was it a copy made by casting a wide net? Or did they anticipate this person's demise all along? If it's the latter, then that's terrifying. There must be at least one terrifying fortune teller or an extremely intelligent monster over there, capable of calculating every move. If it's such a creature, it will be far more troublesome than even the most powerful ordinary foes. Open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden threats are hard to guard against. However, Lu Yu also recalled that both the system's evaluation and the monster's own words seemed to refer to himself as the messenger. The meaning of a messenger is someone who delivers things. So using it to deliver land deeds makes sense. After all, it seems like the only living target left. It's quite an honor, but whatever you bring, I'll take it all. Lu Yu snorted derisively, then folded the deed back up and placed it into the black box, handing it to Xiaoji to put into the void treasure chest. After all, he had to prevent the other party from tracking him through the paper using earth-based spells. It was better to just toss it into the void if they had the ability. They could try tracking him through the void. Ing. The little spider placed the item into the void treasure chest, then patted itself on the chest, indicating it would keep it safe. Yeah. The fear balloon nearby also drifted over, imitating the little spider by flapping its cloth strips against itself, only to end up flapping itself away. This scene made Lu Yu unable to help but laugh. This guy was simply adorable in his clumsiness. However, after being startled by the fear balloon, the tense atmosphere eased considerably. Lu Yu picked up his phone and typed in the name UFO Manor. When in doubt, ask the search engine. Although the internet in this world isn't as advanced as it was in the past, it's still filled with a ton of scattered information. Many people will casually upload special events they encounter online, which often spark heated discussions. Given that UFO Manor is overrun with monsters, it stands to reason that many people would discuss this incident. So Lu Yu first logged into a search engine and searched for UFO Town. Hundreds of results popped up, but most were just public announcements from residents, with very few mentioning the estate. He then searched for UFO Estate again, and this time the results were reduced by 90%, with only a few entries remaining. However, most of them discussed how the estate had been abandoned for many years and seemed to have been uninhabited for a long time. There was also a post below that read, "I went to the entrance of UFO Manor a few days ago and took a look around. I saw that luxurious mansion and really wanted to live in such a big house, but unfortunately, there's no one left there." A few other posts replied that while the estate is a bit spooky, there's nothing really wrong with it except for the occasional mysterious singing that sends chills down your spine. Lu Yu saw this and immediately closed the webpage. Then, using the basic knowledge of the awakened, he logged into a webpage known only to the awakened. He then entered UFO Town and UFO Manor, but all he got were topics similar to the previous ones. He even conducted a Morningstar level investigation, but there was still no useful information. This was completely different from what Lu Yu had imagined, a place overrun by monsters. It seemed like just an ordinary, abandoned estate. It was just a bit larger in size, but overall, there was nothing unusual about it. However, it is precisely because of this normality that it appears so strange to Lu Yu, who knows how many monsters are hidden within. It's like a tiger crouching down and pretending to be a cat to be cute, but at its core, it's still a tiger, ready to devour its prey at any moment. Is this guy waiting for me? Lu Yu murmured softly. The little spider nearby, noticing this, hurriedly handed him a cup of tea, acting just like a perceptive little secretary. However, this secretary was indeed quite small in stature. "Thank you. Lu Yu took the tea and thanked him, then continued flipping through the information about the UFO mansion, but found nothing. It seemed he would have to wait until he arrived in person to investigate further. Should he just go there directly? Lu Yu thought for a moment. The journey from Hangzhou to Yangchang would take about 10 days, and factoring in additional time for delays, it might take over 20 days. And by then, it seemed that the 100-eyed spider dragon was also about to be born. At this thought, a gleam flashed in Lu Yu's eyes, and he quickly made up his mind. If he didn't dare to go now, that would be too cowardly. Both of the major bosses were already asleep, and a group of minor monsters and minor bosses, even if he couldn't defeat them, escaping should be no problem. However, before leaving Hangzhou City, there are still some matters that need to be handled. Just as Lu Yu was about to turn off his phone, he suddenly saw a post. It was a comment from someone with the ID chasing the wind. In the notes left by my great-grandfather, I discovered that the owner of this estate was surnamed Su and once possessed immense wealth. At that time, numerous ships and adventurers would dock here, bringing a steady influx of wealth that fueled economic growth. As a result, the town was renamed UFO Town. This so-called ancestor surnamed Su, did they change their name? Lu Yu paused for a moment, then prepared to continue reading, but suddenly noticed that the text he had just seen had changed. The surname of the estate's owner had been altered to Lu. Lu Yu blinked. His memory was excellent, so it couldn't have been a mistake. What was going on here? Was it originally written as the surname Lu? Lu Yu was just about to think, but he noticed that the time locust had already appeared on his palm. Its golden body was curled up, its diamond-like compound eyes staring intently at him, and its mouthparts opened as if it were devouring something. The time locust's sustenance had always been time fragments, curses, and divinations. If it wasn't consuming time fragments, it wouldn't make any attempts to block divinations. Therefore, it meant that curses. Lu Yu's thoughts turned, and he suddenly remembered something. Why had he been doubting it before, but now he was beginning to believe in this so-called ancestor. And just moments ago, he had clearly seen the surname Su, but now it had suddenly changed to Lu. This curse seems to be eroding his perception, making him believe everything, and the recent changes are no exception. If it weren't for the time-traveling insects protecting him, he might have overlooked this issue entirely. Lu Yu felt a few drops of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. An eerie atmosphere enveloped him, and at that moment, he finally realized just how terrifying the layout of an existence of this caliber truly was. One wrong step could send him plummeting into the abyss. Is this ancestor truly his ancestor? Chapter 150, The Power to Interfere with Reality, The Plan to Shear the God's Sheep. Lu Yu could confirm that he hadn't been seeing things. Some kind of force had tampered with this text. This force even attempted to alter his perception, leading him astray, but it was detected and consumed by the time locusts, preventing Lu Yu from having his memory altered and allowing him to retain this portion of his recollection. The power of the curse is indeed utterly bizarre. Though it doesn't cause any physical harm, it's far more dangerous, lurking in the shadows and subtly warping your perception. However, if the estate owner's surname is Su, then it is highly unlikely that he is their ancestor, and this so-called ancestral inheritance is merely an excuse or a bait. Moreover, judging from the force's attempt to distort perception to prevent him from uncovering the truth, Lu Yu's current line of thinking is correct. In other words, if the estate owner is not Lu Yu's ancestor, then does that mean the key to inheriting the estate is not bloodline? That makes sense. If inheritance were truly based on bloodline, then with the power of these monsters, they wouldn't even have the strength to resist until they reached the Morning Star level. Moreover, the informant has lived for so many years, yet during this lengthy period, they never came to reclaim the bloodline. This further supports this argument. Moreover, the informant has lived for so many years, yet in all that time, no one has come to reclaim the bloodline. This further supports the argument. Furthermore, when he was a child, his parents and himself were all ordinary people. Therefore, it is possible that they were all killed during a ritual when he was still a child, making it unnecessary to wait until he reached adulthood to come back. Does this mean there is some unknown, special factor within him? At that moment, Lu Yu suddenly recalled a line from the system prompt. The informant had transformed into a monster guarding the estate, where mysterious rituals were taking place. In other words, this ancestor might not be my true ancestor after all. It is more likely that, over the course of a long period of corruption, a large-scale cursed rule-based monster had formed. In that case, it's not just a three-way struggle, but a four-way struggle, with the monsters as the fourth force. However, it remains unclear whether these monsters align with the Dark God, the estate lords, or that unknown entity. Things are getting more and more complicated, but it's also more challenging. Once the 100-eyed spider dragons hatch, I'll have the confidence to explore further. But first, I should go investigate UFO Town. Lu Yu's thoughts raced through his mind. The little spider beside him noticed Lu Yu's heavy heart, so it reached out and patted his hand, then handed him its favorite tomato. Ing. Don't worry, let's eat some tomatoes. Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh at the little spider's behavior, then patted its head to indicate that he was fine. Click. The time locust seemed to have eaten its fill, its abdomen slightly swollen, its eyes sparkling like diamonds as it looked at Lu Yu, as if to say, I've got this. Yu nodded, tucked the time locust away, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Once I have enough information, it's anyone's game. The UFO estate, this large monster farming spot, is definitely a place Yu must visit. Even those sealed deities, Yu wants to milk them for all they're worth. After all, the curse only needed to be corrected once he discovered it, which means its power, though bizarre, hasn't reached the point where it can arbitrarily alter causality. It has its limits. Additionally, the UFO mansion is located near Yangchang, while the Mermaid Village is outside Yangchang, allowing both events to occur simultaneously. Mermaid Village and UFO Manor. There's certainly no shortage of coastal activities around here. Yu kept this thought to himself and continued browsing the other posts, but most of the information available mentioned that the estate's owner was surnamed Su, or that his real name was unknown. All that was known was that the estate had once been very prosperous, and its owner was a wealthy merchant, attracting countless adventurers who came here with treasures. Even some awakened ones had set their sights on the estate, but nothing came of it. Thus, rumors spread that the estate's owner was a powerful awakened one who had grown weary of conflict and settled near Yangchang. The estate owner also built a dock and trained countless ships daring enough to venture out to sea in search of treasures, amassing a vast collection of valuables. However, for some unknown reason, the estate fell into ruin overnight. All the servants departed, leaving behind only a tightly locked gate. It has been abandoned for over a century. Though many have sought to inherit this vast estate, everyone who has attempted to settle there has met with mysterious misfortune, encountering malevolent creatures or enemies, and soon found themselves ruined and destroyed. Even the Special Investigations Unit has conducted inquiries, but no clues were uncovered. Ultimately, the case was classified as unsolved, and over time, no one dared to take on the land anymore. Additionally, while the area is indeed strange, the peculiar phenomena have not been disclosed, and even the nearby UFO town has remained unaffected. As a result, the Special Investigation Team has no incentive to get involved further. The more Yu read these posts, the more unsettled he felt. If the estate owner was also a powerful awakened being, it could explain why another unknown entity had also fallen into a state of slumber. However, these monsters had been guarding the estate all along. Why hadn't they been discovered? Why hadn't they even come out to hunt? Could they be restricted by some kind of power? But the monster known as the Keeper is searching for him, which means they can escape. Moreover, there is actually a port here. Why would a manor primarily build a port? After all, the dangers of the sea are no less than those on land, and the occasional surging waves can even overwhelm even a Morning Star-class ship. Moreover, the conditions for survival and the availability of resources in the sea are far more challenging than on land. Additionally, there are various maritime diseases, rampant pirates, and scarce shipping routes. These factors make seafaring an extremely costly endeavor, requiring substantial funds to build ships, stockpile supplies, recruit crew members, and hire medical personnel. Even if a land-based estate generates substantial profits, these funds would be insufficient for port operations, potentially leading to the collapse of the entire estate. It's not like the estate owner would go bankrupt and then flee with his sister-in-law, is it? However, since he managed to achieve such success for a period of time, it must mean that he amassed a fortune through maritime trade. Yet this aspect is never mentioned in any of the posts. The only thing mentioned is that the estate owner is a wealthy merchant. He has a lot of money, a large house, a port, and numerous servants. No further information is provided. What could possibly be hidden within these walls that would drive both the estate owner and an unknown entity to pursue it so relentlessly? It seems I need to arrange a trip to Yangchang and bring that silly girl Gupancho along for good measure. Yu stopped thinking about the estate. Without enough information, no matter how much he pondered, he couldn't get to the real truth. Therefore, he decided to focus on another task, ensuring that matters in Hangzhou were properly arranged. This also requires Little Spider, help me divine someone's whereabouts. This time, just the general location will suffice. Chapter 151, The Human Stress Reliever, Barbarism Under Order. Hangzhou City South District. During the evening rush hour, near a shopping mall close to the city center, the streets were bustling with traffic and a large number of people lived and worked there. Although the outside world is still overrun by monsters, humans have, through countless years of effort, established city-states, which have evolved into cities, striving to sustain human civilization. Today, humanity is no longer helpless lambs waiting to be slaughtered, but has become one of the predators. Especially with the emergence of urban defense systems, which protect the majority of ordinary people and enable civilization to develop even more rapidly. The southern district of Hangzhou is a commercial area, with numerous shopping malls and stores, as well as a variety of entertainment venues to help people relieve stress. In such a dark world, spiritual nourishment and indulgence in life are both essential. This is not a matter of weak self-control, but rather the result of long-term accumulation of negative emotions, which inevitably leads to psychological distortion, and may even attract certain malevolent entities, causing further complications. Therefore, the Federation has not banned entertainment venues but instead adopts a laissez-faire attitude, turning a blind eye as long as they do not cause trouble. Bars, on the other hand, are places where many treasure hunters gather. Alcohol has always been the most intoxicating substance, perfectly suited for this group of people who walk the tightrope between danger and fortune, seeking treasures to exchange for wealth. Treasure hunters have no entry barriers. Anyone who can move can go treasure hunting, and most of them end up dying in the wilderness. However, if they manage to find the treasure, they can become overnight millionaires and instantly reach the pinnacle of life. Even if it's not treasure, finding some plants that can't be cultivated artificially or rare animals could be exchanged for a large amount of money. It is precisely this lifestyle, constantly walking on the edge of a knife's edge, that has caused many treasure hunters to accumulate a great deal of negative emotions, which they often try to alleviate through drinking and women. As the sky grew darker, street lights began to illuminate the streets one by one, and the lights of the bars themselves also came on, contributing to the city's reputation as a place that never sleeps. Pedestrians on the streets began to head home. The recent attacks on passers-by had left the city in a state of anxiety, prompting many to decline overtime and return home early to seek safety. Meanwhile, the area around the bars has become bustling. These people are naturally seeking excitement, and under the influence of alcohol, they are not afraid of such rumors. It was rumored that a good-looking young singer was coming to liven up the atmosphere today. I heard that too. Apparently, the bar owner spent a fortune to bring her in, and I just took a quick peek inside. It's full of beautiful young women. Is that true? I have to go check it out. Maybe I can hook up with one or two. With your look, don't get kicked out for being a bad guy. Go on, I've got a silver tongue, they'll be moved by me. Your tongue is pretty good. Why don't I introduce you to a rich woman? Ugh, I'm going to move in with you and eat your food. I'm backing out. At the entrance of the dark bar, people began to chat, and the atmosphere grew lively. A large number of young men and women entered with great enthusiasm, while security guards checked tickets at the door. Some beautifully dressed women walked over proudly, attracting a lot of attention. It must be said that beautiful women are the key to a bar's profitability. Without women, how could you possibly attract men, let alone get people to come in for a drink? These girls are treasure hunters, office workers, and students, all looking to relax and release stress. Bars, I used to occasionally visit them in my previous life to drink at the bar, but I've never been to one in this life, so I don't know if the bars here are any different. Luyu, dressed in casual attire, strolled alone down the street, slowly making his way toward the bar's entrance. Looking at the men and women with smiles on their faces, he realized that although the world was dangerous, life was still going on. But he wasn't here to drink, he was here to find someone. As for Little Spider and Fear Balloon, he had already left them at home. After all, the bar was too noisy, and it would definitely make Little Spider uncomfortable. Luyu thought to himself while watching the women in short skirts, unable to help but marvel at how they weren't afraid of the cold. Short skirts may be fun for a while, but they'll lead to arthritis in old age. Get lost, I can't wait any longer. Amidst a cacophony of noise, 4 or 5 tall men dressed in camouflage uniforms approached, looking weary and disheveled, with traces of blood still staining their clothes, clearly treasure hunters who had just returned from their expedition. They were arrogant and domineering, as if they intended to vent all the frustration they had endured in the wilderness at that very moment. The security guards in black uniforms stepped aside upon seeing this, paying no heed to the group's arrogant demeanor. After all, they had been working at the bar for so long and had seen plenty of drunken troublemakers. As long as they didn't cause any trouble, it wasn't their problem. Moreover, the explorers were a bunch of reckless individuals living on the edge, some even resorting to raiding in the wilderness, completely operating on the fringes of morality. Plus, they were also regular customers at the bar, so there was no need to provoke a conflict with them. Though these treasure hunters were arrogant, they didn't cause any trouble after the security guards stepped aside. They smirked triumphantly and walked in, loudly discussing their exploits, which attracted the attention of many women. This made the group even happier, as if the attention they were receiving had given them some sort of psychological satisfaction. After all, people are naturally drawn to those who are strong. Treasure hunters who dare to venture into the wilderness are also demonstrating a willingness to challenge themselves. Additionally, their generous nature makes them quite appealing to some women. Luyu didn't have any ill feelings toward them. After all, they hadn't caused any trouble or resorted to underhanded tactics, it was all voluntary. If he revealed his identity as an awakened one, a crowd of girls would immediately gather around him to strike up conversations, and some might even flirt a bit. Tonight would be a sleepless night. However, Luyu wasn't at the bar to drink tonight, he was there to find someone. He walked straight into the bar, ignoring the beautiful women who were about to approach him. The lights dimmed, and the music inside was quite loud, echoing constantly, as if it were going to shake the building to its foundations. The interior was much larger than the typical bar, with booths arranged in a circular layout, a large stage in the center, and low-priced standing areas for the general public scattered around the perimeter. The sides of the pathways are adorned with numerous fluorescent plants, emitting a faint glow that adds a touch of elegance to the surroundings. On the stage, vibrant colored lights flashed, music blared, and many people gathered together, swaying their bodies, stimulating the release of hormones. The walls of the bar were adorned with numerous animal carcasses, with tigers and wolves being the smaller ones, while pig heads, human skulls, and massive deer antlers hung on either side, creating a barbaric atmosphere. Lu Yu didn't mind the atmosphere, but he found it a bit juvenile. He thought that if the things on the walls were replaced with spider heads, it might create a more atmospheric vibe. He continued walking inside, where many people were sitting at booths, drinking, and playing drinking games. A few beautiful women even waved at him, asking if he wanted to join them for a drink. However, Liu smiled and declined, then continued searching with his eyes until he finally spotted a middle-aged man dressed casually in a corner, holding a glass and sipping his drink slowly. Liu looked at this ordinary-looking man, bought a tequila sunrise cocktail at the bar, then walked over and sat down beside him, smiling as he said, "May I sit down?" Chapter 152, Mortals Must Not Peer into the Forbidden. The middle-aged man looked at the handsome young man sitting beside him, took a sip of wine, and said weakly, "You've already sat down. Why did you ask me if you could sit? Are young people these days so impolite? Aren't middle-aged people also fond of hanging out in bars? They're not exactly proper either, are they?" Liu smiled slightly, raised the glass in his hand, took a sip, and the taste of alcohol lingered on his taste buds, evoking a sense of nostalgia. How long had it been since he last had a drink? 5 years? 10 years? Liu was a highly self-disciplined individual. Except for the day his parents were buried, when he had a single drink, he never touched alcohol again. It's not that he doesn't like drinking, it's just that alcohol numbs the mind, and this is something Liu, who values control above all else, finds unacceptable. However, upon revisiting it, it still tastes decent. The middle-aged man heard this and merely raised his eyelids, yawned, and said, Young people are really so bold. Are you here to see me? Are you the new guy from the special division? I haven't seen you before. Aren't you part of Team 3? This person was none other than Chen Hao, the captain of Team 3, who had been divined by Little Spider to be drinking at the bar. Liu had come solely for the previous arrangements, so he came to make contact with Chen Hao and gather some basic information about him, making it easier to pass on some false intelligence later on. Although Chen Hao had come to inspect during the Twisted Spider Sweep night, Liu is now using the appearance of the human-faced spider he used with the spider cult, so Chen Hao cannot recognize him. Liu shrugged indifferently and said, "Do people from the special division always introduce themselves first when they meet? But I'm not one of you, I'm just an ordinary person. Ordinary people wouldn't come looking for an old man like me." Chen Hao picked up a bottle of beer, took a sip, didn't bother with his appearance, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and said casually, "I don't care either. It's after work hours now. Even if the work is busy, they won't pay me overtime. Who cares who you are? Just don't cause any trouble." After saying that, his eyes widened as he stared at the beautiful women dancing on stage, exclaiming, "Wow, this girl is pretty good." Her eyes seem to speak. The one next to her isn't bad either. Those long legs are exactly what I'm looking for in a partner. There's another cute one too, but unfortunately, cuteness can't compete with sexiness. Liu was drinking nearby, then glanced at this lecherous devil and casually remarked, "You're drooling. Are you really the captain of the special forces? Or just some street thug?" Chen Hao also realized he was getting a bit too excited, so he picked up the used tissue and wiped his mouth, then said casually, "If you can't catch up, you can't catch up. Anyway, I've already watched it and feel satisfied. What about you?" Cough. Liu couldn't help but cough when he heard this. "What do you mean it's done? You're moving way too fast. No wonder they say it doesn't matter if you can't catch up. Even if you do, your speed will only lead to conflicts." However, the other person's thick-skinned nature truly exceeded Liu's imagination. Although he knew that Chen Hao had lost his friends and family due to a taboo incident, he had chosen to wallow in self-pity. But he never expected this guy to actually turn into a good-for-nothing, with speech and behavior that didn't resemble those of a special unit captain at all, but rather those of a street thug. However, Liu found this guy increasingly intriguing. After talking for so long, the other party hadn't revealed a single piece of information. His dejected appearance and lecherous demeanor seemed less like genuine emotions and more like a cover for something else. Liu glanced at him and said indifferently, "Is it attractive when a beautiful woman has taboos?" As soon as he said that, the atmosphere grew tense, and Chen Hao's expression darkened. He clenched the beer bottle in his right hand, tightening his grip slightly. Crack! The beer bottle shattered into numerous fragments, sending beer splashing onto Chen Hao's hands. Glass shards rolled off his hands but did not cut him. Chen Hao's face showed a rare expression of seriousness. He took a tissue, wiped his hands, and said, "Who sent you here?" Liu took a sip of his cocktail and smiled as he said, "No one ordered me, and no one has the authority to do so. I simply heard about your heroic deeds escaping from the clutches of the forbidden existence and wanted to learn more about the forbidden existence." Chen Hao's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. He looked deeply at Liu and said, "Mortals should stick to the rules of mortals and not attempt to understand the forbidden. That is not a good thing, it is a disaster." His words were serious and solemn, like an elder admonishing a wayward younger relative. However, Liu wasn't swayed by such words and suddenly retorted. So that's why you go to bars to look at beautiful women? Cough. Chen Hao was just about to take a sip of beer when he heard this, and he couldn't help but choke and start coughing. The serious expression on his face turned awkward, and he quickly returned to his lazy demeanor. He held the beer bottle tightly, not continuing the previous topic, but instead looked at Liu curiously and said, "Life is tough, but you look pretty good. I wonder if you're any good at flirting with girls." Liu could tell the guy was changing the subject, but he also knew not to push too hard. If he made the other person lose their temper, there'd be no way to continue. So he set down his wine cup and spoke confidently. "Just average, third best in the world." Chen Hao asked curiously, "Who are the first and second?" Liu shook his head and said regretfully, "It hasn't been born yet." "You're exaggerating." Chen Hao muttered under his breath, but he also found the young man in front of him quite interesting. He pointed to a spot and said, "Since you're so confident, why don't you give her a try?" Following the direction of Chen Hao's finger, there stood a blonde beauty at the bar counter, wearing a white printed short-sleeved shirt and ultra-short shorts, revealing a figure that was mesmerizing, with a seductive gaze, like a rose with thorns. In her hand, she held a glass of blood-red wine, taking a delicate sip. Despite being in the noisy bar, she seemed like an elegant princess. Several men approached her to strike up a conversation, but she rejected them all coldly. However, it was precisely this aloofness that made her stand out even more. This was an extremely beautiful woman with exceptionally high standards. Chen Hao pondered in his heart, then said to Liu, "How about that? She's both beautiful and aloof. That shouldn't be too much to ask of you, the third best womanizer in the world, right?" Although Chen Hao had no ill will toward Liu, he simply couldn't stand Liu's arrogant demeanor and couldn't resist wanting to knock some sense into him. Liu shook his head and said, "I'm not the kind of person who is easily swayed by beauty." "Humph, if you want to admit defeat, that's fine, but you're paying for the drinks today. What are you going to do?" Chen Hao was about to mock him, but unexpectedly, Liu stood up and walked toward the blonde beauty. "Another overconfident fool. That woman isn't someone to be taken lightly. This guy is going to get it." The others also saw Liu's actions, but they didn't think much of him. Although he was quite handsome, there were many other handsome guys who had tried to chat him up, but they had all been coldly rejected. This guy was probably the same. Liu paid no attention to the others' whispers and simply walked up to the blonde woman with a smile on his face. The blonde woman raised her eyelids slightly, a disdainful smile curling the corners of her lips, her red lips parting slightly. "You." Before she could finish speaking, Liu suddenly struck out with the force of a thunderbolt, snapping the woman's neck in an instant. Snap! Before anyone could react, they stood there dumbfounded, watching the beautiful blonde woman collapse to the ground, her body now cold and lifeless. Chapter 153, The Rose Skin Maid, The Shocked Crowd. Snap! The blonde beauty's head had already turned around, her eyes wide open, as if she couldn't believe what had just happened. Such a tragic end, it was all over in an instant. All the onlookers were stunned, completely unable to fathom why what had started as a casual conversation suddenly turned into a violent attack. After a brief moment of silence, chaos and screams erupted. "Someone's been killed. Someone's been killed here. Help! Quick, go find the emergency department. Could this be a cultist of a demon god? Run! If we stay here, we'll all be killed." The scene suddenly became chaotic. The crowd screamed and scattered in all directions like headless flies, instantly creating a crowd of people pushing and shoving left and right, trying to escape the area. The entire bar descended into chaos. A group of security guards rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Liu, who had broken the blonde woman's arm, calmly and ruthlessly dispatching her attackers, they were too afraid to approach. Even Chen Hao was stunned, staring at Liu. "I just wanted to make a bet with Liu, but I never expected him to kill someone. Is it because he wants to ensure his position as the third best in the world that he's killing everyone who refuses him? The legendary madness? Could it be someone from a cult of a malevolent deity seeking revenge?" Chen Hao looked at the woman lying on the ground, with arcs of electricity flickering around her. His expression grew serious as he stared at Liu and asked in a low voice, "Why?" Liu didn't explain. Instead, he lifted his foot and stomped down hard on the blonde woman's head. "What are you doing?" Chen Hao's eyes widened as he tried to stop him, but it was already too late. Slap! The blonde woman's head exploded, but instead of the expected red and white fluids, it resembled an empty shell, splitting open on both sides. After her head split open, her body quickly shriveled as if it had lost its support. The green vine emerged from beneath the skin and tore it apart. Ah! After the human skin was torn off, a 2-meter-tall twisted monster appeared. Below her was a thorny vine, and her upper body was a blood-red flower. At the center of the flower was a blonde woman, but her former beauty had vanished, her face now resembling one that had been corroded by sulfuric acid, so hideous it was nauseating. The flower petals surrounding her resemble ropes, piercing through her body and binding her tightly, trapping her within the flower, merging the two into one. Monster! The monster is coming out. Help! Where are the special forces? Why did I come here just to relax and end up encountering monsters? Oh my god, I don't want to die. After the monster appeared, the crowd didn't calm down. Instead, they grew even more terrified. After all, the fear of facing a murderer and a monster is on two different levels. One might only result in the death or injury of a small number of people, but the latter could potentially lead to everyone being devoured. They rushed to escape, but the size of the door was fixed. With so many people crowding toward it, it was naturally difficult to escape, and instead, it caused a bottleneck. The woman in the flower opened her eyes, revealing a vengeful and evil gaze, and glared angrily at Luyu, saying, "Do you know how much time I wasted and how many young women's skins I had to capture to create this human skin? This is my masterpiece, and you dared to tear it apart. How dare you? I will take you back to the estate and torture you mercilessly." Typical of the estate. A flash of understanding crossed Luyu's eyes. He had already sensed a prying presence while walking down the street earlier, but the person had been following him into the bar. However, the individual was cautious and had not revealed themselves yet. Luyu remained silent, pretending to be oblivious, until Chen Hao pointed at the blonde woman. When Luyu looked over, he saw a hint of greed in her eyes. Although she had acted convincingly, Luyu had noticed that fleeting moment. When he walked over to confirm, he was certain of her identity and immediately struck, snapping her neck. This woman was actually a monster. Chen Hao saw this and quickly realized that Luyu wasn't killing her. He had recognized that this creature was a monster in disguise. His intuition was that sharp. However, upon hearing that this half-human, half-flower monster had captured numerous young girls, skinned them, and used their skin to make clothing, Chen Hao was enraged to the extreme. Even if he was as depressed as he was and just wanted to get by, he was still a member of the special division and remembered the oath he had taken. Protect the human race. However, this half-human, half-flower demon felt extremely dangerous to him. Based on his experience, it was at least an awakened 8th-tier powerhouse, and it possessed some highly unusual abilities. With his strength alone, he might not be enough. Since Luyu was able to detect this creature, he must also possess some strength. However, he likely wouldn't be able to handle such a terrifying monster alone. If the two of them worked together, they should be able to defeat it. Chen Hao was surrounded by arcs of electricity, preparing to give it his all to hold back the mushroom and prevent it from entering the area where it could cause destruction. He spoke with a serious expression. This monster is too dangerous. I'll hold it off. Go find an opportunity to attack. What are you doing? Luyu ignored Chen Hao's shouts and continued walking toward the woman in the flower, as if he had been enchanted. The blonde woman within the flower watched as Luyu walked straight toward her. Her ugly face twisted into a hideous grin as she bellowed. "You despicable creature! How dare you ruin my leather coat? I'll show you what the thorns of the rose are made of." As she roared, the vine she had grown began to grow and swell, resembling venomous snakes, lunging toward Luyu. Each vine was covered in venomous spines. Once they wrapped around a person, the spines would pierce the skin, injecting poison and inflicting agonizing pain akin to hell. That was the pain she had endured, and now it had become a part of her strength. Whoosh! Vines shot through the air, but Luyu kept his eyes calmly fixed ahead. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, using the force to leap into the air, dodging several vines that lunged at him. The spot where he had been standing was now littered with flying debris, leaving several small, uneven pits in its wake. What? The blonde woman in the flower let out a startled cry, instinctively opening her mouth to spit out the pollen toxins, only to find that Luyu had already appeared in front of her, shoving a candle directly into her mouth. Although she still retained her human form, her essence was now plant-based, and her pollen was highly flammable, similar to dust. Boom! As the dust collided with the flames on the candles, it exploded instantly, accompanied by a deafening roar. Her body was blown apart, and a massive inferno engulfed her form. Ah! The half-human, half-flower woman let out a painful wail, and Luyu, witnessing this scene, felt immediate pity and said, "How pitiful! Let me help you put out the fire." After saying that, he picked up the glass cup beside him and poured it directly onto the still-burning monster. The alcohol mixed with the flames, causing the fire to surge once more, growing even more chaotic as it continued to consume the plant's body. "Oh no, it's alcohol. Did you believe me when I said I grabbed the wrong one?" Although he was apologizing, Luyu's face was still smiling, showing no sign of remorse. The others watched the scene, unable to suppress a chill running down their spines, thinking to themselves, "This guy is definitely doing this on purpose. I hate it, it hurts so much." The woman in the flower continued to wail, her body twisting constantly, but she could only ignite a few nearby tables. She had lost the strength to fight and slowly collapsed. She did not possess the immortal body of a traitor, so she could not repair her body. Moreover, she didn't use all her strength from the start, so she didn't have time to use her ultimate move, the pollen explosion, before Luyu lit the pollen with a candle and caused it to explode. What a tragic end! As he watched the monster fall, Luyu turned his head to glance at Chen Hao, who was frozen in shock, and asked, "What did you just say? I didn't catch that." Chapter 154, Extracting the Skin of the Maid, Material for the Illusion series. Chen Hao froze upon hearing this, then felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had foolishly thought this was a powerful demon, telling himself to hold it back and give it an opportunity to strike, treating it as a support role. In reality, I was the one being carried along by a pro, just shouting 6 like a loser. The other party just threw a candle and solved it. This is a complete slap in the face, and it's like getting slapped on both sides of the face. Looking at it this way, I end up looking like an amateur, while the other person seems like the captain of a special forces unit. Thinking about it, Chen Hao said awkwardly. I was wondering how you noticed something was wrong with her. Actually, I noticed it too, really. Lu Yu glanced at him, but saw through his bravado. However, he didn't call him out on it, just smiled and said. It's just because I'm cautious by nature. Cautious, my foot. Is your family's caution the kind that snaps people's necks the moment they meet? If that's the case, then you, the third best womanizer in the world, have earned your reputation through sheer force. Who would dare to refuse you? Chen Hao looked at Lu Yu with a resentful expression, but the latter showed no intention of explaining. The reason Lu Yu discovered the other party was a demon was because he had already noticed someone following him, and then noticed something off about the woman's eyes, so he acted immediately. However, he couldn't possibly tell Chen Hao about the matter or the estate's origins, as it involved an ancient deity his target. If the special division found out, they would inevitably get involved, complicating the situation further. However, Chen Hao also knew that this might be a secret technique the other party possessed. If he continued to inquire further, it could easily provoke a conflict. Therefore, he wisely changed the subject. Lu Yu couldn't help but smile at the other's silence, thinking to himself, old fox, then looked at the demon's corpse burning in the raging flames. A strong stench filled the air, as if a rotting corpse were being burned. Lu Yu secretly activated the system's material extraction function. The monster's corpse in the flames instantly exploded, turning into a blinding white light that scattered in all directions. One strand drifted toward Lu Yu and was absorbed into his body. Chen Hao witnessed this scene and initially assumed it was a unique trait of the monsters. After all, there were simply too many monsters in this world, and even books couldn't possibly record them all. It was possible that certain monsters' corpses would disintegrate into specks of light when exposed to fire. Lu Yu, however, remained calm as he stared at the corpse, seemingly deep in thought, his brows furrowed. Chen Hao, standing nearby, mistook his expression for sorrow over the deceased girls. He reached out and patted his shoulder, offering comfort. Don't dwell on it. After all, the dead cannot be brought back to life. At least you killed that monster to avenge them. There's no need to blame yourself. You'll get used to it once you've experienced more. All we can do is eliminate as many of these monsters that harm our human race as possible and protect the sky that belongs to us. At this point, Chen Hao looked at Lu Yu with growing admiration. This was a young man with a kind heart, likely a member of some benevolent school or organization. It is precisely because of the constant emergence of such outstanding young talents that the human race has been able to stand firm in this world and possess the strength to resist evil. Unfortunately, he must already have a powerful mentor, otherwise, recruiting him into the special division would have been an excellent choice. However, feeling sorry for the girls also shows that despite his lecherous tendencies, he is essentially a naive young man. He's still so green. What? Lu Yu looked up and saw Chen Hao's expression of satisfaction, clearly realizing he had misunderstood something, but his attitude toward Chen Hao had grown much warmer. In reality, he wasn't lamenting the fate of the girls who had been skinned alive. While it was indeed a pity, he didn't know any of them, so he naturally felt no sorrow. His earlier contemplation was focused on the new materials he had recently obtained. Poison ivy of the skinning made 3-star material. Over the centuries, the estate has been permeated by the aura of an unknown deity that has been sealed away and slumbering, but it has never been discovered. Then a mysterious figure arrived, shattering the estate's tranquility and beginning a sinister ritual. Empowered by the unknown deity's strength, this force grew increasingly bizarre, affecting certain areas and giving rise to a multitude of strange monsters. She was originally just an ordinary maid, but due to her beauty, she was envied, disfigured, tortured to death, and her body was buried in the rose garden. Her soul was corrupted by the evil deity's aura and bound by the mutated poisonous rose bouquet, transforming her into a vengeful monster. Her vine-like tendrils, tipped with rose poison, sap their victim's strength, leaving them unable to move as they are skinned alive in agonizing pain. Driven by the hatred she harbored in life, she particularly craves the skin of beautiful young women, which she weaves into deceptive human-like skins to lure humans into her trap. Her pollen transforms into a toxic mist that clouds the minds of living beings. Because she was jealous of her beauty, she was killed and transformed into a monster, hunting down other innocent people. It must be said that even hateful people have their pitiful side. However, once she became a monster, she inevitably became an enemy of humanity. However, the maid has already died within the estate. Have the other servants also undergone the same transformation? Lu Yu pondered deeply, looking at Chen Hao before him with a satisfied expression, and did not ask for an explanation, tacitly agreeing with the other's thoughts. After all, his original intention was to maintain a good relationship with him. Now that the other party had misunderstood, it was also advantageous for Lu Yu. However, Lu Yu looked at the seasoned veteran in front of him and smiled as he spoke. Why don't you pick someone else, and I'll try to strike up a conversation for you. If I win, you buy me a drink. Chen Hao heard this and replied sternly. Talking about money is so vulgar. Let's just chat about life instead. Besides, I'm really afraid you'll turn around again. My old heart can't take the scare. This was the truth. Chen Hao deeply condemned Lu Yu's behavior of turning his head at the slightest disagreement, showing no concern for the health of the elderly. This will scare him to death. No way, I absolutely have to go to the special department to apply for some more subsidies to take care of my health. It's definitely not because I owe the bar too much money that I can't afford to eat. Lu Yu gave him a suspicious look, thinking that this guy must be broke, but he didn't refuse. So the two of them walked out of the bar together, intending to find a quieter place to talk. The security guards didn't dare to stop them, instead watching them leave with respect. Even the people crowded at the entrance stopped trying to push their way out and obediently made way for Lu Yu and the others to pass through. It wasn't until the two had left that the others came to their senses, unable to help but sigh in relief. One of them, a young man wearing an earring, muttered under his breath. Is it really over? The others remained silent, staring at the burning remains of the monster on the bar stage, lost in thought. Such a powerful and terrifying monster had been defeated so easily. There was no difficult battle or evenly matched fight. They simply threw a candle into its mouth, causing an explosion of flames, and defeated it. This seems a bit too easy to win. The so-called murderous maniac they believed in was actually a savior. Who is this young man? Or is he perhaps an elite disciple or even a mentor of some major school? After all, this world also has secret elixirs that can slow down aging. Some beings who have lived for hundreds or even thousands of years still appear to be middle-aged. Everyone speculated about Lu Yu's origins, and some even imagined him as a cold-hearted enforcer, even giving rise to a number of female fans. Chapter 155, Treading the Fine Line Between Life and Death. Just as they were talking, someone suddenly shouted. That guy just now seemed to be the captain of the special unit. Could that young man also be from the special unit? So he's from the special unit. No wonder he's so skilled. The special unit really does take all the good-looking guys. I don't think they look like that. If two people say they're superior and subordinate, it seems more like friends. Could they be from the same school of thought? He's both handsome and talented. If only I could have a boyfriend like that. Everyone present kept speculating about Lu Yu's origins, but unfortunately, Lu Yu was using the same appearance he had when he first met the spider priests, and had even made some minor adjustments. Though handsome, he had never been seen in this city before. Therefore, no matter how hard they tried to figure it out, they couldn't determine Lu Yu's true origins, because he simply didn't exist. Even the Special Investigations Unit would be baffled if they looked into it. Meanwhile, the bar owner had also received news that his bar had been invaded by monsters. He didn't even bother to acknowledge his wife, who was dressed in a maid's outfit, and rushed over in a hurry. The bar owner was a middle-aged, overweight man with a beer belly. Upon seeing the state of the bar, he sighed deeply, wondering how much damage had been caused. Great! As he was thinking about it, the fat boss suddenly clapped his hands in approval, startling the bodyguard beside him, who thought his boss was so shocked that he asked cautiously, "Boss, are you okay? We still need you to take charge and wrap things up to minimize the losses." The fat boss looked at his expression and immediately understood. This guy must think he's gone mad. He shouted back angrily, "Get out of here, you fool! How could I possibly have any trouble? And this isn't bad news, it's good news." A good thing? Now, not only the bodyguards around him, but even some of the waitstaff nearby thought the boss had been hit so hard he'd gone mad. Are they going to lose their jobs? In this dark world, without a high enough education, finding a stable job is no easy task. Plus, bar work is relatively easy, and one can even slack off or take it easy, so they truly don't want the boss to get into trouble. The fat boss looked at these guys, didn't explain anything, and simply ordered. You go find someone to set up a fence around the area where that monster burned, then find some people to post online saying that a fierce battle with a powerful monster just took place in our bar, and that the monster was defeated. It was defeated by our human race's young warriors in an instant. The bodies are still warm. Hurry up and come see them now. We can attract a large crowd, charge admission fees, and sell them alcohol. The fat boss may not be handsome, but he has a sharp business mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to expand the bar so much. He knew that a large area of the bar had been damaged in the fight, but fortunately no one was injured. He decided to capitalize on people's curiosity about new things and use this as a gimmick to attract a large crowd of customers. After all, while monsters have always existed and the wild and dangerous incidents continue to occur in the city, most people have never actually seen a powerful monster in person. The only way they can experience them is through videos and promotional announcements. Now, a monster invasion has occurred in their bar, and the monster was killed, leaving behind some remains in the bar. This is another opportunity to showcase the strength of the human race, allow ordinary people to see the monster corpses, and turn waste into treasure, all while making a fortune. This not only compensates for the losses but also boosts their reputation. What a wonderful arrangement. Is that possible? The others couldn't help but think this to themselves upon hearing this, instantly understanding why they were employees and the other person was the boss. To be able to turn such a situation around was truly impressive. Under the fat boss's orders, the entire bar once again came alive, while the influence of Lu Yu's monster slaying continued to spread further. Among those who had fallen in battle, some witnessed Lu Yu's casual and effortless manner of slaying the monsters, and they recorded videos of the scene, which were quickly uploaded online, attracting a large crowd of onlookers and garnering numerous likes. Even many awakened individuals were drawn to the video, marveling at Lu Yu's immense power. Outsiders see the spectacle, insiders see the subtleties. Although Lu Yu simply threw the candle into the mouth of the skinless maid, he easily defeated the monster. However, the precision of force control and the speed required to execute such a maneuver are far beyond the capabilities of the average awakened individual. So which school of thought does this powerful individual belong to? Could they be from a major external faction? Or could it be one of the outstanding disciples from the three great orthodox sects? In a coffee shop, Liu sat in a chair, watching Chenhao pull out a crumpled buy one get one free coupon and go to the counter to get 2 cups of black coffee, one large and one small. He couldn't help but ask, "You're treating me and still using a buy one get one free coupon? This is promoting the virtue of thrift and frugality." Chenhao said confidently, then handed the large cup of black coffee to Lu Yu. He added a few cubes of sugar to his own cup, took a sip of coffee, and wore a satisfied expression on his face as he remarked, "Having a cup of coffee after drinking alcohol really does refresh the mind. That's not refreshing, it's the elixir of life." Lu Yu shook his head, already understanding that this guy must have accumulated a mountain of debt, so even when buying a cup of coffee, he had to get a buy one get one free deal. However, given his abilities as an awakened one, if he really wanted to make money, it wouldn't be too difficult. But he didn't do it, which made him a stubborn fellow indeed. Chenhao heard this, took another sip of coffee, and then said, "What's so great about living forever? What's the point of living so long? Look at ordinary people. Though their lives are short, they paint a brilliant picture of life in just a few decades. A human life is like a white horse passing through a crack, and when one grows old and looks back, there is much to reflect on. If life were too long, there wouldn't be so many wonderful moments, let alone." Chenhao's expression changed slightly, and he didn't continue. He took a sip of coffee, but the small cup was too small, and he finished it in a few sips. Then he started nibbling on the sugar cube again. Click. Click. He didn't care about others' gazes, as if he truly believed what he said. He was creating the brilliance of his own life. However, as he was nibbling on a cube of sugar, he suddenly paused, his expression turning serious as he looked at Lu Yu and spoke in a solemn tone. "What exactly is this estate? Does he know?" Lu Yu didn't panic. He took a sip of coffee and glanced at the night sky outside the glass window beside him. The night was already dark. Burying the body should be pretty easy, right? Chapter 156, Lu Da's deceptive tactics run deep. Another actor joins the cast of the Old God script. After gazing at the night sky, Liu turned his head to look at the man before him, who had transformed from a carefree slacker into a serious individual. He asked calmly, "What estate?" As he spoke, a massive surge of shadow energy gathered like a tidal wave, but it all remained hidden in the shadows, unnoticed by anyone. "Didn't you notice?" Chenhao's face flashed a look that said, "You're still too young," then continued. "Earlier, when you were fighting that monster, didn't she say she wanted you to take her back to the estate? Where is this estate? Is there more monsters hiding there?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yu sighed in relief, and the surrounding shadows quickly dissipated. So it wasn't because they had discovered the secret, but simply because they had heard the words manner from the skinning maid earlier, which had caused them to become suspicious, right? If Chenhao really knew about the estate, then Lu Yu might have to find a place to bury him, at most choosing a well-feng shui grave out of respect for their acquaintance. After all, while the spider god cult's mission is important, compared to the estate housing a dormant deity, Lu Yu would undoubtedly choose the more valuable option. As long as he avoids encountering the spider priestess, she cannot harm him. Once the 100-eyed spider dragon hatches, he will be able to easily crush her. Whether it's someone trying to stop him from farming monsters for materials or hindering him from exploiting the, Lu Yu will send them to meet their maker. However, since the other party hasn't noticed, there's no need to worry about where to bury them, which saves a lot of effort. The night sky is truly beautiful tonight. Thinking of this, Lu Yu sighed, leaving Chenhao a bit confused. "Aren't we talking about the estate? Why bring up the night? Does this guy like the dark?" But young people these days are still too inexperienced. Although they have decent abilities, they lack experience. They didn't even pick up on such crucial information. It's no wonder that old-timers like me are more skilled. He still has a lot to learn. Chenhao thought to himself, unaware that because he had spoken so carelessly, he had nearly sealed his own fate. Lu Yu looked at Chen Hao, who was inexplicably confident, and though the latter was unaware of the estate's true nature, if he allowed him to continue investigating, he might inevitably uncover clues that could disrupt the current plan. Since that was the case, rather than waiting for him to discover it on his own, it would be better to mislead him. Anyway, since I'm the one in charge of the old god's revival plot, I might as well spread some false, scattered information to throw him off track. As Chen Hao is a key target of the Spider God cult, if even he believes this is accurate information and even the Special Division deems it true, then wouldn't that mean everyone is aiding him? Therefore, Lu Yu feigned a pensive expression and said doubtfully, "I seem to have heard the word estate somewhere before." "Really?" Chen Hao asked in surprise. After all, that half-human, half-flower monster's bizarre ability to hide had made him very wary, and even he, a member of the Special Forces, had been unable to detect it. If the estate she mentioned was a massive demonic force with numerous similar creatures, they could easily infiltrate human cities and devour humans on a large scale, and the Special Forces wouldn't even be able to track their movements. Lu Yu nodded and continued. I seem to have heard of it before. It was mentioned by my mentor and a few others who are close to the unknowable, during a conversation with friends. Lu Yu spoke halfway through, as if he had realized he had said something he shouldn't have, and quickly changed the subject. However, Chen Hao had already heard clearly. Lu Yu stopped mid-sentence, as if realizing he had said something he shouldn't have, and quickly changed the subject. However, Chen Hao had already heard clearly. Approaching the level of the unknown. Chen Hao's eyes widened, and his breathing grew heavy. Only those above the brilliant moon could approach the level of the unknown. Chen Hao stared in disbelief, his breathing growing heavy. Only beings above the brilliant moon realm could approach the unknowable realm. Entities of that level were said to be the first threshold of eternity, beginning to transcend the boundaries of mortals. The unknowable rank, on the other hand, has already begun to undergo a transformation toward divinity, and like the forbidden strong, they are great beings that mortals cannot touch. The power above the brilliant moon is not as terrifying or enigmatic as the unknowable realm, but they are all the elite warriors of major factions, the strongest beings below the unknowable realm, and currently the strongest forces in the open. These beings typically wage war in the abyss, seeking opportunities to break through to the unknowable realm. However, once they act, it is a scene of utter devastation, with blood flowing for miles. And yet, Lu Yu's mentor is able to communicate with these beings. He must be of the same caliber. Lu Yu's background is so formidable. The fact that Lu Yu could hear their conversation indicates that he is highly regarded. No wonder he has already attained such immense power at such a young age. However, this was a conversation among high-ranking beings. Could it be related to some major secret? Chen Hao's mood grew somber. He suddenly recalled that two forbidden beings had recently appeared in this city, and there had been persistent rumors that this place might be sealing an ancient god and powerful treasures. Chen Hao had never believed such rumors before. After all, despite his decadent lifestyle here, he had never encountered anything unusual. How could such treasures suddenly appear out of nowhere? However, now that someone from a major power like Lu Yu had arrived, it made him start to doubt things. Could all of this really be true? So he hurriedly asked again. What exactly is it? Can you tell me? This is a matter of safety for the people in the city. I want to understand clearly. Please. Lu Yu hesitated for a moment but sighed and said. Sigh, I didn't want to say anything, but to prevent these guys from hurting more ordinary people, I'll tell you. I heard my teacher mention the estate before. It's not a single faction, but an alliance of multiple cults worshipping evil gods, and their purpose seems to be. Lu Yu paused here, glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then leaned forward slightly and whispered. Break the seal of the old gods. Break the seal of the gods. Upon hearing these words, Chen Hao was struck as if by lightning, frozen in his chair. It seemed as though he was unable to process all the information at once, and he remained dazed for a long time. His mind raced, and he thought about the constant conflicts that had been occurring in the city recently, as well as the that had been infiltrating it. Could all of this be related to the search for the ancient god seal in Hangzhou City? And the estate? It was highly likely that it was a large-scale hiding place. No, I must report this to the Special Division. Chen Hao looked at Lu Yu in front of him, about to ask a question, but Lu Yu shrugged his shoulders first, sighed, and said. This is just what I heard, and it's quite possible that I remembered it incorrectly. Don't worry about it. Anyway, Lu Yu has already shifted the blame, so all we need to do is spread the news about sealing the old gods. The details are up to them to figure out. When the spider priests receive the information from Lu Yu, it will match what they gathered from the Special Division's investigations. Naturally, they'll fall right into the trap. And even if the information is incorrect, Lu Yu can simply claim that he had already mentioned the possibility of a mistake earlier, and that it was their own overthinking, thereby shifting all responsibility away from himself. Chen Hao, upon hearing this, became even more certain that Lu Yu was denying that he had leaked the information, likely to avoid being reprimanded by his mentor. Indeed, he is an upright person. Chen Hao's impression of Lu Yu was growing increasingly favorable. Just as he was about to pick up his phone to send a message to the Special Operations Unit commander to relay the news, a call suddenly came in, showing it was from Ning Xing. This girl had joined the team after the last incident and had been working hard ever since due to the shortage of manpower. He pressed the answer button and asked, "Hello, what's wrong?" Ning Xing's anxious voice came through. "Captain, something's wrong. There's an intrusion. Hurry over here." Chen Hao thought she had received a message about the bar monsters, but the information was unreliable, and he didn't know they had already handled it. So he hurriedly said, "You're not talking about that half-human, half-flower monster, are you? My friend and I already took care of it. Don't forget to apply for overtime pay for me." Ning Xing's voice grew increasingly anxious as she shouted, "What kind of half-human, half-flower monster is that? A strange tree that controls the dead has appeared here. Lord Li Chang is already suppressing the tree, but these corpses are trying to storm the city. Captain, hurry up and come here." Chapter 157, The Brilliant Moon Ranked intervenes, creating a new monster. The monster tree that manipulates the dead. Chen Hao's eyes widened. His first thought was that a cult of evil gods was up to something, attempting to locate the seal of an ancient god and destroy it. He hurriedly asked, "Are there any followers of the evil god causing trouble here?" However, Ning Xing seemed to be in the midst of a battle and only managed to say quickly, "We don't know either. The tree seemed to have grown legs and come running over on its own, giving us no time to react. It was already controlling the corpses to search for living people to devour. If it weren't for a team member who happened to pass by and discover it, all the residents of this area would have become its puppets. Moreover, that tree possesses power rivaling that of a Morningstar-level entity. However, Lord Li Chang has already arrived to suppress it. Unfortunately, these corpses are too stubborn. Damn it, another one is coming." The call ended, and Chen Hao knew he couldn't delay any longer. He turned to Lu Yu and said, "Sorry, I'm in a hurry. There's an emergency at the Special Division, and I need to go there immediately." "It's okay, go ahead. We really appreciate your help in protecting the city." Lu Yu understood the expression, and Chen Hao didn't say anything else. He just stood up and left. Having watched the other person's departing figure the entire time, his expression finally turned cold once he saw Chen Hao completely disappear. "The dead man's tree." He murmured the name softly. He had just heard Chen Hao's phone ring, and there was no need to say that the strange tree manipulating the dead was the same one he had killed and extracted materials from earlier. A terrifying demon tree from the realm of the dead. The dead tree not only manipulates corpses but also inflicts mental corruption, making its abilities nearly impossible to defend against. More importantly, these dead trees were transformed by an unknown entity and cast into the present world, clearly indicating their involvement in a massive scheme. As mentioned earlier in the system's description, there are many dead trees, scattered across different regions. I just didn't expect this dead tree to be so bold as to come into the city and devour human flesh. If this had happened in Hangzhou City before, where the only Morningstar-level existence had left, it might have successfully devoured millions of humans, turning them into a legion of undead servants and triggering a zombie apocalypse that swept across the world. However, the current Hangzhou City has seen the consecutive appearance of two forbidden entities, coupled with constant rumors of emerging treasures. As a result, the Special Division has dispatched numerous Morningstar-level experts to station themselves in Hangzhou City, and there are even rumors that a Moonlight-level entity has arrived. Therefore, Liu did not volunteer to accompany Chen Hao, as he knew that Hangzhou, with its current military preparedness, was more than capable of handling an undeveloped dead tree. His presence would only be a superfluous addition. Moreover, after the enemy had killed the dead tree, they would certainly conduct research. Extracting materials under the watchful eyes of a group of people was no easy task. Moreover, this incident involves that mysterious entity from the dead realm, which could be a valuable opportunity for the Special Division to study and prepare in advance, so as not to be completely helpless when the disaster strikes later. However, the only thing Lu Yu is currently puzzled by is, where exactly is the dead realm? He is no longer a novice who has just started out. After reading so many books, he has not found a single clue about the realm of death. It seems like a place that does not exist at all. However, Lu Yu doesn't doubt the existence of the dead zone, as it's a hint from the system, which often contains some real information. In other words, the dead zone is likely similar to the dark abyss beyond the bright moon, a hidden location. Hangzhou City is indeed becoming increasingly chaotic. With such a mix of people, staying here any longer would inevitably lead to our identities being exposed. Lu Yu pondered this, then stood up, bought a cup of coffee to go, and headed toward his home. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of the Western District, intense spiritual fluctuations continued to emanate, indicating that the battle was fierce. If this continued, it might indeed spread to the city. Although Lu Yu had easily dealt with the dead tree earlier, this was because he possessed powerful skills from a large number of monsters and, with the enhancement of the dragon's body, his physical prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary Morningstar-ranked individual. Most importantly, the spiritual corruption of the dead man's book had no effect on him. This also renders the dead tree's strongest ability useless, leaving it no choice but to flee in disarray. However, can Li Chang and his group truly resolve this situation? Just as Lu Yu was considering whether to send a shadow servant to investigate the situation, a terrifying aura spread out from the city, shooting straight into the sky. The aura was vast and scorching, like a blazing sun, but it lacked the intense heat and instead carried a murderous intent, rapidly expanding outward. Suddenly, a red flash appeared in the sky, followed by a blurry figure that, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a blood-red cloud of mist 50 or 60 meters wide, within which a divine dragon soared and danced. The divine dragon was seen only in glimpses, its tail never in sight. The blood-red dragon is not a lizard dragon, but a winding dragon body, covered in blood-red scales as fiery as flames, resembling a divine dragon carved from red crystal, twisting and turning amidst the clouds and mist. It resembles a deity who controls the clouds and rain, about to fulfill its divine duty, summoning winds and rains. Lu Yu witnessed this scene, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he spoke solemnly. Transforming the intangible into the tangible and manifesting extraordinary phenomena, the rumors were true after all. There really is a Huiwe level being stationed here, and it's the Iron Dragon meditation image of the military.